Chapter 981. It wasn't the cross that attacked him. It was the liquid in the cross that attacked the vampires. A crystal dagger of the same style appeared in Los's hand, and he put on an attacking posture. I won't let you touch the holy water in the infirmary. They're my brothers. Arthur's palm instantly recovered. He didn't take Los seriously and was about to finish him off. A painful and broken sound disrupted his rhythm. When Los thought that he was definitely going to die, Arthur had already disappeared and returned to the bathroom. Los collapsed and couldn't help but whisper, "You saved me again, Wei Wei." After saying that, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He turned around without hesitation and cleaned up the living room. Then he began to use his own blood to draw an array in the living room. Even if he snatched all the holy water in the infirmary, he couldn't let Wei Wei Bai live. The holy water in the headquarters was too far away. By the time he got it, Wei Wei Bai would be cold. He could only use this method. Arthur, that idiot with a hole in his head, was a vampire himself, but he actually forgot the most important method to save Wei Wei Bai's life. After he finished drawing the array, Los realized that his eyes were full of tears. He knew that he and Wei Wei Bai would never be together. Even he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his secret love this time. But the result was unexpectedly heavy. Arthur entered the bathroom and found Wei Wei Bai leaning her head against the edge of the bathtub. Her snow-white arms stretched out to support her head. Her long black hair was wet and fell to her side. She opened her pure black eyes and looked at him quietly. The holy water in the bathtub had already turned black. He squatted down and reached out to touch her face gently. His movements were careful and afraid. Wei Wei Bai frowned in pain and softly put her hand on his arm. Don't kill people. Negotiate with humans. There was a fragility in Arthur's eyes. He couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. Negotiate? Wei Wei Bai revealed a smile. Her eyes filled with longing and affection. Treat it as a gift to me, Arthur. I can't wait 100 years. I just want to see the Book of Peace with your seal before I close my eyes. Promise me, okay? Wei Wei Bai knew that she couldn't hold on any longer. She had no choice but to use her final trump card. Give me a last request. With a favorable impression of 98 points, if she begged and cried a little, it would probably reach 100 points. Originally, he could have completed the mission and gotten away easily. But the green bars forced her to die with grievances. She could only act coquettishly before she died. She asked the system, as long as the Book of Peace was successful, the green bar value would be full. Hence, let's negotiate. His Royal Highness, with 98 favorability points, will definitely make him relent. Wei Wei Bai's eyes sparkled like stars. Arthur's face softened into sorrow. He seemed to soften. Then, Wei Wei Bai heard him speak as if he had a deep hatred for humans. In a world without you, there's no point in negotiating peace. It's better to just destroy it. It's coming, it's coming. The ultimate line of the Demon King of Chinibu. Wei Wei Bai held back a mouthful of blood in her chest. She wasn't poisoned to death. She was embarrassed to death by this line. Arthur lowered his head and pressed against her forehead. He said softly, "The peace the humans have now is all thanks to the mercy of the vampires. If I take back this mercy, humans will become slaves. They will be raised in captivity, wantonly abused, and casually slaughtered. They will have no dignity, no clothes, and are only fit to crawl on their knees." Wei Wei Bai's breath was stuck in her throat. His green bar value dropped again and again. Chapter 982. The system sighed in pity. Host, we've known each other for a long time. I'll miss you when you die. Bai Wei Wei exploded. I'm not dead yet. Are you in a hurry to find your next home? You slag stem, you haven't even divorced yet, and you're so eager to make me wear a green hat? The system said, if you're so afraid that I'll run away, you'll come back to life. Wei Wei Bai's head started to spin. Target and system. One was more unreliable than the other. She had a hard life. Arthur was still threatening her. I'm already the leader of the blood breeds. I can decide the fate of all humans as I wish. Wei Wei Bai's fingers pinched his collar tightly. Hatred started to appear in her eyes. Arthur gently touched her eyes. So get better quickly. I'll do whatever I want of the humans. You can do whatever you want to me, okay? It was a sweet sentence. It was almost like a spoiled child. Wei Wei Bai's vision turned black. She discussed with the system, how about a life guarantee? The system's tone became worried. The poison has entered the heart and lungs. The high magic cursed venom. The life guarantee won't last. I'm looking through the supermarket catalog for the antidote. You have to hold on. Wei Wei Bai, I can't hold on any longer. Suddenly, Arthur grabbed a large towel and wrapped it around her. He wanted to take her directly to the infirmary, steal the rest of the holy water, and then kill his way to the rebel army headquarters. There was still time. After walking out the door, Arthur stopped in his tracks. The dagger in Lo's hand was covered in blood. On the spacious living room floor, a magic circle drawn with blood appeared. Lo's face was terrifyingly pale. He looked up and said weakly, "Give her the embrace." Arthur's straight body bent. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's no use. The cursed venom will stop her from converting. Otherwise, he would have forcefully the embrace from start." Lo sneered, "This magic circle is made with my blood. My blood is special. It has a purifying effect. When the holy water was invented, it was also analyzed using my blood." This was his secret. It was also the reason why his identity was so special. He was a purifier. It could purify a lot of evil venom. However, his blood had to be specially refined before it could become the antidote. Therefore, directly feeding Wei Wei by blood did not work. However, the embrace formation could be used to purify it. This was the fastest way to do so. You don't have a choice because there's no time. If the array doesn't have enough blood, I'll keep providing. Arthur could see that he was on the verge of death. He touched her cold skin and decided to trust Los one more time. He didn't trust Los's character. It was because he liked Wei Wei Bai. For the first time, Arthur felt that this man's love was not so annoying. At least he could save Wei Wei Bai. The array was activated, and Arthur began to bleed Wei Wei Bai. The blood was bright red and cold as it was absorbed by the formation. The purifying effect began to appear, and the originally blood-red spell formation began to emit a white light. Arthur scratched his neck, and a large amount of blood gushed out. He lowered his head and stroked his lover's face, his expression affectionate and soft. "Wei Wei, wake up." Wei Wei Bai opened her eyes in a daze, but her eyes were not focused at all. She was pressed against his neck, and her lips and tongue were stained with his blood. Her body trembled as if she wanted to escape. However, the man who was hugging her was firm and did not allow her to refuse. He pressed her head, wrapped his arms around her waist, and intertwined his silver hair with her long hair. It was as if they were going to die together. In a hazy white light, the blood on Los's wrist had been providing the purifying power of the array. He looked at the two people in the middle of the array. A tall male body blocked his line of sight. He could only see Wei Wei Bai's side face leaning against Arthur's neck. Blood dyed her fragile, white cheeks red. It was like a rose in full bloom. It was so beautiful that it moved one's heart and soul. Suddenly, she slowly opened her eyes. Her amber eyes were stained with blood. They were like red gems, shining brightly. Lo smiled weakly. The embrace was a success. Then he closed his eyes and slowly fell down. Arthur also knew that his blood had successfully entered her body. The poison in her body was also slowly disappearing. The ecstasy of surviving a disaster made him hug her nervously and mutter to himself, "Wei Wei, I am now your first embrace, your founder, and your father. Everything you have was given to you by me. I order you not to leave me." As her father, he had the right to give her a death order. This was absolute bloodline suppression. She would never be able to defy him who gave her the embrace. Suddenly, he realized that something was wrong. After the embrace was successful, she would need blood and would be very energetic. But she would not be so quiet. Arthur let go, and she softly slid from his shoulder into his arms. The girl's expression was serene. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she was as delicate as a crystal doll. The embrace was a success, but she had fallen into an eternal sleep. Chapter 983. This was the 10th day of Wei Wei Bai's deep sleep, and also the beginning of the countdown. One more week. She was going to be struck to death by lightning. No, vampires were not afraid of lightning. So the system had already issued a very conservative and completely non-demonic suicide method. She would burn herself to death. It was that simple if she could move. The system and Wei Wei Bai floated in the air, looking at the sleeping girl on the bed and the clothes. No, the naked beast beside her. On the first day of her deep sleep, Arthur fed her blood, but it was useless. On the second day, he carried her into the blood pool, trying to use a large amount of blood to stimulate this body to wake up. But it failed. On the third day, he madly collected the water of life, but it was useless to vampires, so he also failed. On the fourth day, he started to hold a blood feast, which lasted for 3 days. Wei Wei Bai said to the system, "Human nature is not what it used to be. Since ancient times, fickle people have mostly been men. I only slept for 4 days, and he's already having an affair." In the end, Arthur chose a beautiful young man. A young man? Bai Wei Wei and the system widened their eyes as they watched the young man with delicate skin and clean skin respectfully follow behind Arthur. Wei Wei Bai trembled. "So it's not an affair, it's coming out of the closet." Arthur walked to her side, then let the young man come over. The system was stunned. "Beast, beast, beast. Do you want to have a threesome?" "Threesome, I asked. 2 of them were vampires. Where did the threesome come from?" In the end, Arthur took out a knife, cut open the young man's wrist, and fed the blood to Wei Wei Bai. She drank it, but she still did not wake up. Arthur's eyes instantly collapsed. He grabbed Wei Wei Bai's wrist tightly. "Why won't you wake up? I've already found a human with the best smelling blood. In theory, you should wake up to look for food." Newborn vampires had a huge need for blood. With so much blood to lure her, she should not fall asleep. On the 7th day, Arthur sat beside Wei Wei Bai in a daze, like a fool. Sitting still, sitting for a full 2 days. He didn't dare to touch her, let alone speak. Even his face was expressionless. However, his blood-red eyes were filled with weakness, fatigue, and pain. All kinds of negative and sorrowful emotions were present. Finally, he lowered his head and gasped for breath. "Do you blame me? Are you blaming me for turning you into a vampire without your consent? Is that why you chose to hibernate, because you don't want to see me?" They had tried everything, but she refused to wake up. There was another possibility for the blood breeds to fall into eternal slumber, and that was if the blood breeds willingly went into slumber. He didn't dare to imagine what he would do if she voluntarily went into hibernation. This was because there was no way to wake up a vampire who had willingly gone into hibernation. On the 9th day, Arthur finally moved. Then he came back with an unkempt man. Wei Wei Bai felt that the face was familiar, but she couldn't remember who it was. The system said, "Your younger brother." Wei Wei Bai suddenly realized that it was the little brother Xiao Bai that she had tricked into going to jail. Xiao Bai cried bitterly, "Sister, wake up. I promise to change and be a good person in the future. They want to throw me into the snake cave to feed the snakes. I will never gamble again. I regret it for life." As he cried, it became a memoir of Xiao Bai's remorse. He said that he shouldn't have taken her food when she was young and let her starve until her breasts couldn't grow. He said that he shouldn't have stolen her scholarship so that she couldn't even afford underwear and had to wear one for 2 years. He said that he wanted to sell her to a hoodlum, but the hoodlum got into trouble and failed. He said that none of it was a good thing. The Chapter 984. Wei Wei Bai listened and couldn't help but grit her teeth. "I should have thrown him into the snake cave." Arthur thought so too. He bent down and looked at her sadly for a while before saying, "If you don't wake up, I'll kill your brother." The threat came again. Wei Wei Bai expressed that she was powerless. Her body had died long ago, although the embrace pulled her soul to this plane. It allowed her to stay here as a soul before the strategy deadline, so that the strategy would not fail. But she couldn't merge with her body at all. Even if she wanted to go back, she couldn't. 98 points of favorability, 60 points of green bar value. Wei Wei Bai felt that she would die sooner or later. She had never heard of a person in a vegetative state being able to gain favorability. And even if she could wake up now, she would refuse to wake up for this scumbag brother. Arthur looked at her peaceful sleeping face and suddenly burst out. The huge and crazy blood blade destroyed the room. Except for her bed, including Xiao Bai's brother, blood splattered everywhere. The scene was terrifying. Wei Wei Bai and the system couldn't help but hug each other and shiver for warmth. Then Arthur started to take off his clothes. Wei Wei Bai said, "Your clothes are dirty. Are you planning to take a shower?" The system said, "The bathroom is ruined, and I think I see a bullet screen army coming." After that, the system was blocked. Wei Wei Bai's soul was not blocked. Then she watched this beast of a man take off his clothes and stand in the middle of the ruined room. The sunlight fell on his slender and strong body, like a work of art carved from white jade. There was nothing that wasn't beautiful. This kind of beauty was the beauty of a beast. His expression even had a terrifying desire to attack. The girl lying on the bed was extremely delicate, as if she would break with a touch. Arthur's fingers slowly stroked her cheek, gentle like water, but ambiguous and lingering, until his finger came to her lips. Wei Wei Bai silently turned around. The system was still asking, "Why do people like to sleep like this? Don't you think the posture is too monotonous?" Wei Wei Bai didn't know if the posture was monotonous or not, but she knew that the vampire behind her had lost his mind. She heard his angry temper, weak pleading, repressed fear. There was also the kind of panting that couldn't cry, but sounded like crying. It was painful. When her back was facing him, she felt that the man on the bed was really in pain. Bai Wei Wei, somewhat belatedly aware, reached out and clutched the chest of her soul. Emptiness filled her eyes, and a trace of confusion appeared in her eyes. She couldn't empathize with him, nor did she have any strange emotions. But inexplicably, she was unhappy. The 10th day, just as she turned around, she saw that the bed was in a mess. On the snow-white bed, her body leaned weakly in his embrace. Large patches of brown hair were scattered messily on the bed. Her snow-white back was faintly discernible in her hair. Arthur lowered his head and hugged her, stroking her back unhurriedly. This position. Then she heard her favorability ding. Ding. Editor. Wei Wei Bai. I can earn favorability by lying down. The green bar was still at 60. Wei Wei Bai sighed. I'm going to self-destruct. Tongzi, we know each other. When you are with a new host in the future, you must miss me. The system nodded seriously. I will miss you very much. Wei Wei Bai, you scum. After eating so much of my life points, you still want to find a new host. The system was anxious. Don't you plan to change the system? Wei Wei Bai was silent. The system was also silent. Why did it suddenly feel so sad? Download the https://www.sashu.com/download the https://www.sashu.com download the https://www.sashu.com download the https://m/sashu.com// Chapter 985. On the 11th day, Arthur changed Wei Wei Bai's room to a new one. He gently washed her face and combed her hair. I called someone for a meeting. Come with me later. The doctor said that it might be good for your body to get some fresh air. Vampires were extremely strong. Unless they were hungry, their bodies were in good condition. They didn't need fresh air at all. But Arthur had to find something to do. Otherwise, he would go crazy. The meeting was held in a private room in the castle. It was sealed, luxurious, and had enough chairs. Arthur sat on the couch in the middle. She lay on the couch with her head resting on his lap. Arthur pulled a blanket over her. Then he began to unilaterally announce several treaties of peace between humans and vampires. The vampires looked at each other. They couldn't accept such a sudden request. But Arthur's bloodline suppression made them all kneel. After his ancestor's bloodline was completely activated, he was the one who had the final say in the vampire empire. And the vampires were a world with a strong preyed on the weak. Arthur said, "You can discuss more peace treaties to make up for the losses of both sides." The vampires were depressed, but there was nothing they could do. They could only leave and announce the unilateral announcement of the vampire's leader. At this moment, Wei Wei Bai heard the green bar change. 80%. Arthur's arm went through her knees, and easily carried her out of the room. I know you've been thinking about fighting for power for humans, so I've already planned to let you sign a truce agreement between humans and vampires after the embrace. This agreement was his gift to her. He was also afraid that she wouldn't be used to the embrace and would hate him, so he prepared in advance. He wanted to let her know that he could let humans live a good life. Only then would she be happy to accept the fact that she was the embrace. I changed the truce agreement to a peace agreement. I originally thought that I would give you this agreement after 100 years. When he reached the garden, he stopped. The moonlight shone on the ground outside. He sat in the corridor, hugging her sleeping body, and suddenly fell into a daze. After a long silence, he said, "I've done so much. Would you be willing to wake up after seeing it?" Wei Wei Bai's soul stood alone behind him. She watched the moonlight with him. Suddenly, for some reason, she reached out her finger and gently ran it through his shoulder. Then, she hugged him from behind. The system was shocked. "What happened to you?" Wei Wei Bai was silent for a moment before saying, "If I wake up now and hug him like this, will he not be so lonely? Will he be happy?" The system trembled and looked up at the machine that was suppressing Wei Wei Bai's feelings. Could it be that the shield was broken? Wei Wei Bai sighed helplessly. "Once I'm happy, the favorability will rise to 100 and the green bar will definitely be 100%. Then, I can go home and rest." The system that thought she had feelings for the male lead, waste its feelings, get out of here. The green bar value refused to increase, but when it was about to increase, it didn't stop. Arthur gave the peace agreement. Humans and vampires began to enter a tug of war over the peace agreement. Many of the agreements required a long time to explore, experiment, and amend. It wasn't something that could be done in 1 or 2 years. But for humans who were just prey, this was undoubtedly a huge improvement. Ross, who almost died during Wei Wei Bai's embrace ceremony, he brought a few guards and some draft of the peace agreement to visit Arthur. // Chapter 986. Arthur was applying lipstick for Wei Wei Bai. Her lips were already very beautiful. But today was a special day. These makeup were essential. Seeing him like this, Los couldn't help but say, although she's asleep, she could still wake up. After all, she's already immortal. Anything is possible, unless a new successor of Wei Wei's bloodline appeared in the reproduction array. Otherwise, she wouldn't have died. And Wei Wei's reproduction array had been completely destroyed by Arthur. Because he couldn't tolerate the possibility of a bloodline successor of Wei Wei Bai and then taking away Wei Wei Bai's life. Arthur didn't have a good attitude towards Los. "There's a supplementary contract on the table. You could take it back and study it. If there's no problem, sign it." Los glanced at Wei Wei Bai worriedly before walking over to pick up the contract. The contract was very beneficial to humans. Los picked up the pen and signed it. The supplementary contract was a later matter. It was right to implement this contract first. The moment he signed, the relationship between humans and vampires would change greatly. And the green bar perfectly indicated that it was full. For a person to be able to push the relationship between humans and vampires to this extent, he had already made a great contribution. As for whether humans could really continue to be in perfect peace with vampires in the future, it wasn't Wei Wei Bai's mission. After he finished signing, he heard Arthur say, "You can be the witness, priest." Los looked puzzled. "What priest?" Then he paused because he saw Wei Wei Bai wearing a white wedding dress. Arthur had also changed his clothes. He was wearing the groom's black suit. "I was going to give her a human wedding. I was going to give it to her before her first embrace, but it was too late." Los pursed his lips and was silent for a moment before nodding. "Okay." The wedding was unexpectedly simple. He held Wei Wei Bai and stood in the church full of roses. Los meticulously carried out the human wedding process. It was very smooth. When he called the ring at the end, Arthur took out the rose thorn ring. She put on for Wei Wei Bai. Suddenly, the ring on her finger flashed red. Meanwhile, Wei Wei Bai, who had been drifting outside, felt a sharp pain in her soul. She took a deep breath. The feeling of her soul being pulled was not good at all. Arthur's face was so pale that there was no trace of life. His eyes were tired and calm. It was as if he was completing a mission. "The bride has been sleeping, and may sleep forever. He felt that he was about to fall into an eternal slumber. If a vampire lived until they lost all their desires, they would automatically fall into a deep sleep. But he was only 100 years old, very young. No, after losing her, everything about him had aged. Finally, under Roth's announcement, he lowered his head and gently kissed her. Arthur lowered his eyes, and his eyelashes trembled. Suddenly, he met a pair of blood-red eyes. Her eyes were a little dazed, as if she had just woken up, but more than that, there was a lively radiance. Arthur was in a daze for a long time. Suddenly, his brain felt like it was hit by something heavy. He suddenly woke up and rushed out with Wei Wei Bai in his arms. Ross was about to announce the end of the ceremony. The two people involved had already disappeared. Father Ross had a face full of bitterness and hatred, holding a wedding for the person he had a crush on. Was this a new way to torture dogs? Wei Wei Bai had just woken up when she was forced to drink a large cup of blood. That feeling, needless to say, was ecstasy. Arthur stared at her so hard that his eyes were burning with anger. He seemed to be a loss. When she woke up, he could only hug her and let her sit on his knee, face to face with her blinking eyes. Every time she blinked, he became nervous. He was worried that if she closed her eyes, she would continue to sleep. Wei Wei Bai held the cup of blood and was about to say something when Arthur had already leaned forward, grabbed the back of her head, and kissed her fiercely. This kiss was like a storm, breaking into her lips and invading wantonly. He didn't give her any space to escape, making her lose all the air, making her uncomfortable, making her struggle, letting her know how much pain she was in. Wei Wei Bai's body trembled, and she couldn't help but cry out, "Arthur!" This broken cry made him stop his beastly actions. He left her lips and stared at her blankly. His expression slowly crumbled. His unyielding, expressionless face crumbled into a twisted expression of discomfort. Wei Wei Bai wanted to comfort him, but he suddenly lowered his head weakly and rested his face on her shoulder. He was like an abandoned stray dog. His silver fur rubbed against her cheek, and his voice was choked with sobs. "Don't leave me again," he repeated in a low voice. "Don't leave me again." Ding. The male lead's favorability is at 100. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but reach out, wanting to hug him. Countdown to mission departure. Please complete the mission of burning suicide within an hour. Her hand paused, and then she silently put it down again. / for convenience next time, you can click on the button below to record this reading record. Chapter 987. Actually, the mission had reached this stage. It was enough that she could leave without any worries. Wei Wei Bai thought so. But when a big man like him was curled up in her arms, his tall body was so weak and pitiful that he wanted to hang on her body. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but sigh. This is cheating, so pitiful. I don't even know how to torture him. Turning into a cute little puppy or something. He was like a rabbit at the beginning. How could he make himself so cute and pitiful? The system trembled. Haven't you tortured him enough? How do you want to torture him? It felt that the male lead was already very pitiful. Bai Weiwei pondered deeply for a moment. This isn't what I'm thinking. Once I reach 100 favorability, I'll have a heroic barbecue festival. I'll let him lie outside the door and watch me commit suicide. I already thought of the reason. I suddenly became a vampire who only knows how to drink blood, depression, and suicide. The system, damn, not only do I have to watch you die, I have to blame the reason for your death on him. You're a demon. Wei Wei Bai. He deserves to be tortured. The system, thinking of the male lead at the beginning, he really deserved to be tortured. Feeling Arthur's body still trembling, he hugged her and rubbed against her. Wei Wei Bai suddenly turned into an old auntie. Forget it. I won't torture him. Let's prepare and leave smoothly. The system nodded. How do we leave smoothly? She was now in Arthur's arms. Who was Arthur? The strongest in the blood breed empire. Bloodline inheritance was fully activated. He could break through the baptism ritual array and not die. He was a super awesome creature that could successfully become a leader. Wei Wei Bai had no strength in her limbs. She was also a useless person after becoming a blood breed. During the most important period of a newborn, she didn't get enough blood and became delicate for life, delicate in the blood breed. She was carried by Arthur with one hand. not to mention burning herself to death. To be able to run a meter away without being caught by Arthur, the system had to admit that Wei Wei Bai's explosive power was amazing. So, a suicide plan to burn herself to death smoothly. It did not exist at all. Wei Wei Bai and the system fell silent at the same time. He couldn't even die properly. Wei Wei Bai racked her brains and finally came up with a solution. She frowned and touched her throat. He seemed to be in a lot of pain. Arthur knew at a glance that she was thirsty. He pulled open his collar, revealing his slender white neck. Under the thin skin, faint blue veins could be seen, revealing a trace of seductive sexiness. Vampires could feed their own kind, but vampires usually wouldn't do that, because this was an act of submission and also a very dangerous action. There were so many humans, and with enough food, many vampires had abandoned the practice of feeding their own kind. Because of her vampire habits, Bai Weiwei had a sense of thirst for Arthur, who had a pure bloodline and powerful strength. The corners of her mouth twitched as she expressed her disdain for her own actions of wanting to pounce on him. Then, she suppressed her vampire instincts and turned around, complaining, "I'm not used to this. Just pour me a cup of blood and don't let me see anyone." Arthur hurriedly picked up the cup beside him. There was still some blood left in it. Wei Wei Bai immediately frowned, as if she was a little disgusted. "It's a bit cold." He was so picky, he was simply retarded. How could the blood not be cold after leaving the body? But Arthur was even more retarded. He put her down. "I'll go get you some fresh and hot blood. Wait for me." Chapter 988. Bai Weiwei nodded her head and watched him walk out quickly. Then she immediately said, "Quick, buy some oil or something and burn myself." This was a race against time. The system reminded her, vampires are easily flammable. Just light a candle and you will start burning. You don't need oil at all. Wei Wei Bai immediately rushed to the table and picked up the candlestick. She grabbed her hair and was about to light it. Hair was the most flammable. In the end, just as the flame touched her hair, a pale but strong finger clasped the back of her hand. The flame on the candlestick almost burned her hair, but Wei Wei Bai couldn't move. The prince behind her said coldly, "Wei Wei, what are you doing?" Wei Wei Bai stiffened her neck and forced herself to turn around. Sure enough, she saw Arthur's gloomy face and his eyes were full of a twisted storm. He said fiercely, "Are you planning to burn yourself?" Wei Wei Bai said, "Actually, I just think that this candlestick is very pretty, so I picked it up and admired it." This excuse was still so stupid and willful. But Arthur didn't explode. He only suppressed it for a long time before he slowly pried open her fingers and took away the candlestick. "This thing is dangerous for you. Don't touch it in the future." His voice was gentle, but his eyes were still terrifyingly dark. Then he asked the servants to come in and take away all the candlesticks. Most of the candlesticks were used by vampires to decorate their castles. It didn't matter if they lost the candlesticks because there were electric lights. Then he closed the door tightly and personally watched over her to feed her blood. His expression was terrifyingly cold. Although his movements were gentle, there was an irresistible compulsion. Wei Wei Bai felt that the extent of his evil had deepened. Arthur's tone was gentle. "I ordered a large coffin. If you are tired, you can sleep with me." Wei Wei Bai was a little reluctant when she heard about the coffin. "I can sleep on the bed. Sometimes you need to sleep longer. The coffin is stronger." Arthur looked up at her, his voice gentle but sinister. "I know that if I force you to change your identity, you won't be able to accept it. I know that." Wei Wei Bai struggled, trying to make him behave normally. "It's okay. I can accept it." Arthur looked at her coldly, and then he couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. "Indeed, it was very difficult for you to accept this identity in the beginning, so you were a little depressed. That was why you did something so irrational like self-immolation. You accepted it after we slept together for a few years. The coffin had a special magic power. After forcing her to sleep for a few years, she would slowly be brainwashed into accepting her identity as a vampire. In the past, some humans couldn't accept the identity of a vampire and committed suicide out of depression. Therefore, Arthur was not surprised at all that Wei Wei Bai had committed suicide. After all, he knew very well how much she hated vampires. He had long been on guard against her, which was why he quickly turned back as soon as he walked out. Then, he saw with his own eyes that her expression was indifferent. Her fingers didn't even tremble as she planned to set herself on fire. Arthur's mood sank to the depths of hell. He took out a syringe. It was the medicine he had obtained from the rebel army. The good thing about the rebel army was that they had been dealing with vampires for a long time. That was why they had researched many drugs to deal with vampires. Anesthetics were even used one at a time. Otherwise, this group of humans wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long under the attack of vampires. Once the peace treaty was negotiated, he would also get a portion of the medicine from the rebel army. Wei Wei Bai saw the syringe in his hand, and her expression changed. Chapter 989. The system also reminded, you must avoid deep sleep. If you don't complete this self-immolation mission within an hour, your soul will be severely damaged. The main system was getting more and more deranged. The self-immolation mission, this time, was an extra one, and it was unreasonable. If it didn't complete it, even if it could pull Wei Wei Bai's soul away at the last moment and escape with it, the punishment mission would still descend on Wei Wei Bai's soul. The system knew. It was because the main system was already suspecting something. It even started to test Wei Wei Bai's soul. That was why the side quests, which were originally harmless, became more and more frightening. It even reached the point of forcing the host to die. The system coldly looked at the data in the fate roulette wheel. The luck inside was already tilting towards Wei Wei Bai. It did everything it could to let her live, not hesitating to go against the heavens and steal other people's luck. It had reached this point. It couldn't lose to Wei Wei Bai. It didn't even dare to tell Wei Wei Bai that she couldn't fail, not even once. Even if she had so much life points once she failed, the main system would start to self-check. At that time, she might even be erased. The system stared at the fate roulette wheel. It wasn't enough. This luck wasn't enough to shake the main system. It wasn't enough to let Wei Wei Bai live safely. Suddenly, it heard Wei Wei Bai's voice. Slagstem, do you have any tools to let me self-immolate? The system's cold expression immediately disappeared. Its tone became lively. The supermarket is having a discount recently. 5 days of life points can buy a wishing ball. I'll buy one for you. Wei Wei Bai asked suspiciously. A wishing ball? Why does it sound so unreliable? The system said, this ball is used to make wishes. Once you make a wish and self-immolate, it will randomly give you a big or small success rate. For example, if someone wants to make a wish and wants to make a fortune, it will give you a gold mine if you're lucky and $5 if you're unlucky. Wei Wei Bai heard this. Wasn't this ball gambling? She had made a wish to self-immolate, and if she succeeded, divine flames would descend from the heavens and smash her to death. If her luck was bad, a small match would fall and she would ignite herself. Arthur's eyes darkened as he took out a syringe. Ignoring her resistance, he wanted to anesthetize her. Wei Wei Bai had no other choice but to buy it. The system immediately opened the wishing orb for her. Wei Wei Bai immediately made a wish for me to burn myself. Arthur was about to insert the syringe into Wei Wei Bai's neck when he paused at the last moment. He furrowed his brows as if something was bothering him. Wei Wei Bai thought that it was the ball that made Arthur change his mind. But in the next second, the castle collapsed. Wei Wei Bai looked up in surprise. Was there really a divine fire falling from the sky? Arthur threw away the anesthetic in his hand, grabbed Wei Wei Bai by the waist, and disappeared into the collapsed castle. A huge rock fell down with a bang. Arthur's footwork was like a ghost. He stepped on the tip of the falling boulder and broke the window. He also took off his coat and wrapped it around by Wei Wei. He was afraid that she would be injured by the broken glass. Even if Wei Wei Bai was already a vampire, he still protected her as a human. But when he jumped out of the castle, his footsteps stopped. His bloodline was suppressed. A huge array appeared in the middle of his castle. The terrifying power crushed the entire castle. Arthur's pupils shrank when he saw this array. How is this possible? This array couldn't be activated. Chapter 990. This was the Empire's central array, which had always been suppressed under the castle. Unless the vampire race was in danger of being exterminated, There were 10 elder-level vampires who were willing to sacrifice their own lives to activate it, and a large amount of vampire bloodline power would be extracted. Only then would this array be activated. The array had its own activation method, and the prerequisite was that it was in danger of being exterminated. The vampire race was at its peak now, and the first condition was not met. And the 13 elders were scheming and selfish, and wanted to unite more than 10 elders and sacrifice their own lives to activate it. What a joke. Even if the race was exterminated, these elders would pack up and escape. In this impossible situation, the formation was activated, and that group of selfish vampires also inexplicably sacrificed themselves. Arthur was imprisoned in the ruins of the castle. The red blood array began to operate, and those who stood outside the array, except for more who did not appear. The remaining 10 elders were all there, wearing black hooded cloaks, each of their eyes flashing with a crazy red light. It was as if they had been poisoned. They used their own lives to activate the array. Even if Arthur had the ancestral bloodline, the strongest vampire, it was impossible for him to escape from this array. The system was silent for a moment and said to Wei Wei Bai, "Your wish has opened the biggest reward in the wishing ball, the lives of hundreds of vampires and 10 elder-level vampires, a great array to exterminate the country, including the male lead to accompany you to the west." This was the vampire race's biggest asset. The thing that would only be activated when a race was exterminated was actually drawn by Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai had opened such a jackpot for herself. Her mood could only be described as, what a fuck. She just wanted to bird herself, not drag the entire vampire race down with her. But she did not have time to calm down. The array's attack began, and the red light spots, like thousands of stars, appeared densely, releasing a terrifying bloodline suppression power. Wei Wei by herself could not bear it, and her internal organs felt as if they were being squeezed, trembling in pain. The dazzling red light was like a firework or an exploding star, resplendent and surging as it began to descend above their heads. Arthur's face was cold. Amidst the thousands of red dots of light, his body stood straight and firm. There was no trace of fear in his cold eyes. The Blood Race member who had activated the spell formation outside sneered, "Arthur, as a leader, you are delusional enough to want the Blood Race to submit to humans. Even if we have to sacrifice our entire race, we will still kill you, the traitor who betrayed the Blood Race." How awe-inspiring, how selfless and heroic. Arthur sneered, "Did you guys eat the wrong medicine? Your styles don't match." Scram. He had been scheming against these old bastards for so long. He had already figured out his character. This group of immortals who were selfish to the core were hypocritical and experienced. Only hot-blooded youths would play such a sacrificial act. It was impossible for them to be so united. Something must have gone wrong, or it was being manipulated by something. Only then would the elders collectively activate the array to kill him. No matter what the reason was, the array had been activated. This was the result. The Blood Tribe cultivators outside the formation collapsed in droves. All of them had their blood and life sucked out to become nutrients for the formation. Wei Wei Bai's body relaxed. She discovered that Arthur had spread his wings, and the black bone wings enveloped her. All the suppressive power was isolated. The power of the attack caused his long hair to fly. The silver strands of hair in the red light gave off a sense of cleanliness that could steal one's soul. Chapter 991. He lowered his eyelashes, and a desperate light appeared in his eyes. "Don't be afraid. You'll be fine." "You'll be fine? What about him?" Arthur suddenly reached out. The skin on his wrist cracked, and red blood splattered out. A huge blood blade appeared in his hand. Wei Wei Bai only felt her vision go black. He held her tightly in his arms, but there was a violent roar in her ears. The blood blade broke, the array roared, and the man who was holding her, trembling with blood all over, was transmitted to Wei Wei Bai's body. Her chest began to feel stuffy. It was still empty, but she was very tired. A terrifying reward was given. Wei Wei Bai felt that the malice of this world was practically on the screen. Wei Wei Bai struggled to open her eyes and could barely see outside the black wings. A chaotic red light. Arthur's power collided with the array. It was like two planets colliding. There was a tragic feeling of mutual destruction. But she was a little flower protected by the planet. She could not feel the storm at all. Wei Wei Bai said to the system, "This reward is not reliable. The one who burned himself in the end was Arthur, not me. If this continued, even if Arthur died, she would not die. The system, the reward is so big, you will definitely die." It had just finished this sentence. Arthur suddenly knelt on one knee. He protected Wei Wei Bai with one hand. His face was covered in blood. His eyes were fierce and wild. The power of the array was temporarily suppressed by him. The center was stabbed by his blood blade. The array could not operate. But he had used up all his strength. He could not move. The array would still operate. When his blood blade broke, all the life here would be swallowed by it. Arthur coughed, suppressing the pain. His expression remained calm. He carefully put Wei Wei Bai down. Gently holding her face with both hands, the hostility in his eyes disappeared. "Do you see that boundary? Walk out the red circle of light and find more." Wei Wei Bai stared at him blankly. There was not a single piece of unharmed flesh on his body. There were only two colors on his handsome face, red blood and incomparably pale. However, his eyes were as deep as the starry sky, filled with tender love. This was the first time Wei Wei Bai realized that 100 favorable impression points could actually make a man sacrifice himself to such an extent. She rarely thought about these things. After all, she had already left after the mission of obtaining 100 favorable impression points. She thought that with a favorable impression of 100 points, he had fallen in love with her. But after she left, he would always be able to get over it. Love wasn't everything in life. There weren't many cases of people dying after falling out of love, even in the news. Arthur saw that she was in a daze and gave her a gentle push. "Hurry up and leave. I'll catch up with you soon." However, Wei Wei Bai knew that he could not move. The strength he used to push her was pitifully small. Both strong and weak appeared on this man's body at the same time, reflecting the red light, the brilliance flowing beautifully. Wei Wei Bai was not only unhappy, but also felt heavy. Although she could not understand feelings, this kind of heavy feeling made her feel unusually uncomfortable. She communicated with the system. "Your system, do you have the ability to make people forget about me?" "System, yes." "Wei Wei Bai, why didn't you say so?" "System, you didn't ask." "Wei Wei Bai, can I use it on Arthur?" "System, to use this thing, you have to complete all the missions. The self-immolation mission in this world is extra. In theory, you've already completed the mission, so you can use this function on him." In the past, she had no chance to use it at all, because when the mission was completed, it was also the time of her death. Unexpectedly, in this world, she had completed all the missions. She had not left yet. Wei Wei Bai nodded, then patted her arms. After warming up, she stretched out her hands and passed through Arthur's arms. Then, she used her strength as a blood breed and dragged Arthur out of the red circle. Arthur's eyes narrowed, and he said in a hoarse voice, "You go out first. If you drag me, I might not be able to run in time." She would not be able to run far with him. Once the array was destroyed, the area of effect would be very large. Wei Wei Bai ignored him. The effect of the array was not that great. After all, it was a reward from the wishing ball. She had asked the system. Once she succeeded in self-immolation, the array would disappear automatically. She dragged Arthur out of the array. She sighed in relief. Then she said to him, "Forget me, Arthur. I'm not a good person. Goodbye." A trace of confusion appeared in Arthur's eyes. He did not know why she said that. Forget her? Even if he forgot himself, he could not forget her. Wei Wei Bai smiled. Under the dark sky, her smile was warm and cute. She lowered her head and gently kissed him on the lips. Then she stood up and walked into the array. The blood blade in the center of the array suddenly broke. Arthur saw the red light spots all over the sky fall on Wei Wei Bai's body. His mind started to go into a trance. All the memories of her were spinning and disappearing. Arthur used all his strength to raise his hand, wanting to grab her body that was disappearing into the red light and was starting to turn into ashes. But in his palm, he only grabbed an empty void. // Chapter 992. Wei Wei Bai heard a familiar notification sound. Host completes the mission and gains 30 days of life. Difficulty of the plane gains an additional 20 days of life. Additional missions add 5 days of life. Deducting all kinds of things the host used in the plane. The main system despises you for being poor and gives you an extra discount, deducting 50 days of life. Remaining 805 days. Can accommodate external life, 1,200 days. Because this plane did not use substitute stickers. In addition, because she was poor, she was given a discount. Wei Wei Bai clearly used a lot of the system's things. In the end, only 50 days of life was deducted. That's her sister. She was abused into a masochist. But after deducting the life, she actually gained 5 days of life. She was actually a little touched. She really was a masochist. Wei Wei Bai's face was a little pale, and her mood was low. This kind of tiredness after waking up seemed to be brought from the previous plane, because she could not feel any emotions in the plane. So now she could not analyze where her tiredness came from. The system saw that her mood was not right and carefully comforted her. "What's wrong?" Wei Wei Bai said lightly. "I'm not in a good mood. I feel very low." The system saw that its heartless host was in such a bad mood, and its mood was also low. It could not help but take out its collection of limited edition snacks. "I'll give you a 10-year collector's edition chocolate ball. Your mood will be better. Eat these, if not too much, and your mood will return to normal soon." Wei Wei Bai lowered her head, and her expression could not be seen clearly. "Do you have mangoes or something? I want to eat that." The system immediately rummaged and took out a bag a little embarrassedly, and finally found a small piece. "I've finished it. There's only a little left. Next time I'll definitely leave some for you. Definitely." Wei Wei Bai's voice was even more uncomfortable. She covered her face and trembled, as if she was about to cry. "Is there anything else?" The system felt that it had committed a terrible crime. Why couldn't it control its mouth and eat it all? "There's still a little bit of potato chips. I've already eaten the instant noodles. Do you want me to buy you a blackberry cake? It's delicious." Wei Wei Bai. "Oh." The system suddenly felt that there was something wrong with the atmosphere. It glanced at the host and found that the host was covering her face with one hand. Through the gaps between her fingers, a pair of murderous eyes could be seen. She didn't look sad at all. She moved her hand away and sneered. "Come, count it. Chocolate, dried mango, potato chips, instant noodles, and you even plan to buy me a blackberry cake. You've eaten 40 days of my life points, haven't you?" The system was shocked and immediately stuffed the bag of dried mango into its mouth in an attempt to destroy the evidence. "No, I didn't eat. I just ate a little bit, a little bit." Wei Wei Bai sneered. "That's why you don't dare to make a list. Because half of the list is snacks, isn't it?" The system hugged its precious chocolate tightly. I'm under a lot of pressure. Let me be reckless once in a while. How long has it been since I dared to go out on the streets? Other hosts have already bought bags, luxury accessories, cars, and houses for their systems. They're all living a well-off life. The more it said, the sadder it felt. The system whimpered, "I don't have a car, a house, or clothes. All that's left is the discounted snacks." Wei Wei Bai, damn, why did it sound so miserable? It felt like her system was living in the slums, yet she was still scolding it. Chapter 993. Wei Wei Bai's heart softened. "When I have a lot of life points in the future, I'll buy you a house too." The system was delighted. "A house is worth about 1,000,000 life points." Wei Wei Bai said, "A house is nothing. You can live well without a house. Ha." The system was speechless. Wei Wei Bai immediately changed the topic. "Yi Yuxuan didn't tie me up anymore, did he?" The system said, "No, he tricked your father into going abroad to look for a doctor. He and your doctor are back." Wei Wei Bai asked, "Did they find a doctor?" The system said, "They found a medical team. Your heart is not good, so they are looking for a suitable heart to transplant for you." Wei Wei Bai opened her eyes and saw that she was still lying on the bed in her own room. She said, "Can my heart be transplanted?" It was not that she did not have a chance to do it before, but her body was too weak, so it was delayed. In the end, she did not find a suitable heart. The system was silent for a while. "It will fail. Your body is already dead. Your health depends on the system's rewards. In reality, all methods to extend life will fail. She could only continue to succeed. Obtain enough life points. Snatch enough luck before the main system found out about her existence. It successfully turned a large amount of life points into a wish to live. By then, she would be able to obtain a healthy body and have a smooth and peaceful life. This was the direction that the system had been working towards. It looked at the clueless Wei Bai and sighed. The host's innate conditions were not good enough. It was also worried sick. Wei Bai struggled to get up from the bed and vaguely heard voices outside the door. She landed silently, walked to the door, and half opened it. The first thing she saw was the back of an elegant sitting figure wearing a white shirt. His short black hair was not neatly combed, and there were some strands at the back of his head, as if he had just woken up. When Wei Bai woke up, she could feel the warmth beside her. Yi Yuxuan, this guy, would not be sleeping with her all the time, right? Do you have any objections? His voice was light and calm. Although his tone was not high, it made people feel like he was talking to a servant. Sure enough, Bai Changyan and Qin Xiu both put their hands on their knees, and their momentum weakened by more than half. Bai Changyan reluctantly said, "My dear nephew, I feel that Wei's body is too weak. Although you two are in love with each other, I also know about your family situation. It's too rushed to get married so soon." Yi Yuxuan turned her head and glanced at him. "Oh." The word "oh" was so cold that it made old father Bai tremble. Yi Yuxuan looked at him coldly for a moment. She seemed to remember that this guy was Wei Bai's father. If it was her father, he had to be more polite. This was the way of the world. After analyzing so many feelings, he finally knew that if he wanted to please her, he could sometimes do things in a roundabout way. For example, he could curry favor with old Father Bai, who was an eyesore. Yi Yuxuan smiled at old Father Bai. His face was so handsome that it was off the charts, and he looked good when he smiled. But Bai Changyan only felt a chill. This guy wouldn't want to silence him, right? Her smile was scary. Qin Xiu also coughed twice. "You know my patient. Her body is a little weak. You should take it easy. Don't think that if you throw those chains and handcuffs into the trash can, I won't be able to find them." Yi Yuxuan calmly explained. "Those are not fun." Chapter 994. Qin Xiu. If it's not a romantic interest, then what is it? Don't tell me you want to force it. Yi Yuxuan was silent. The scene was very awkward. Yi Yuxuan indifferently felt that he should warm up the scene. So he added, "I failed. Forced failed. It was better not to explain." These 4 words combined to create a scene that was worse than a beast. Bai Changyan clutched his chest and pointed at Yi Yuxuan with a trembling finger. "My daughter failed to force you with a chain and handcuffs?" Yi Yuxuan, how unbearable is your daughter in your eyes? When Wei Bai heard her father say this, she almost threw herself forward. This was her biological father. Yi Yuxuan's eyelashes fluttered. He suddenly turned his head. He saw her standing at the door of the room. She was still wearing the light yellow pajamas that he put on for her. Her long hair was braided into a single braid that hung softly on the side of her chest. She seemed to have just woken up. Her hair was fluffy and scattered, but it added a bit of cuteness. This cuteness injected a trace of sweetness into his heart that was full of holes. A myriad of bitterness could not compare to this sweetness. The corners of Yi Yuxuan's mouth curved into a faint smile. The man's voice sounded like a sigh. "You're awake." This sentence hit a deep and complex feeling, but it was covered by his calmness. Wei Bai could not hear his emotions and just nodded. "What are you guys talking about?" Bai Changyan saw that his daughter had woken up, and his face lit up. He immediately replied, "Yi Yuxuan, this rascal, plans to marry you at the end of the year. I think it's too fast. After all, your health is not good." Wei Bai also felt that her health was so bad. When her life was not guaranteed, it was indeed too rushed to marry Yi Yuxuan immediately. She did not intend to stop his engagement. It was for his life value. Even if he did not marry her, she would be thick-skinned and force herself on him. But he had already laid his cards on the table with Yi Yuxuan. Indeed, she did not have deep feelings for him. Engagement and marriage were a heavy burden. Wei Bai looked at Yi Yuxuan. "Have you proposed? Where's the ring? Where's the house? Have you prepared the household registration booklet? And did I agree? The series of questions made Yi Yuxuan's expression turn heavy for a moment. He nodded. Other than your agreement, I can prepare everything. Wei Wei Bai rubbed her belly and waved her hand nonchalantly. We'll talk about it next time. Yi Yuxuan had already gotten up and quickly walked in front of her. He gently held her hand and led her to the dining table. Then he very smoothly entered the kitchen. The oven was warm, the soup in the microwave was fresh, and there was a nourishing stew in the pot. Some of the ingredients for the side dishes had already been cut. His expression was calm, and his movements were nimble as he quickly stir-fried the meat. With a sizzling sound, the pot was put into the pot. 3 heads poked into the kitchen. Qin Xiu and Bai Changyan, Wei Wei Bai, this man with his sleeves rolled up and a pink apron casually wrapped around him. His movements were so clean that they seemed to be glowing. Unexpectedly, he was cooking. Yi Yuxuan was actually cooking. Qin Xiu was stunned and covered her face. I've never seen him enter the kitchen. It's terrible. What's wrong with this world? Who is Yi Yuxuan? He was the incomparably precious successor of the Yi family from his mother's womb. After his birth, he was a man who smoothly opened his way to the peak. Not to mention the kitchen. Even if he went out, he would want to spread a carpet for him all the way so that he would not dirty the soles of his shoes. Yi Yuxuan looked up and saw them. He said to Wei Wei Bai, "Come in." Collection below to record this reading record. Chapter 995. Wei Wei Bai moved her feet and walked in front of him. Do you need me to help? Before she could finish speaking, a piece of stir-fried lettuce was stuffed into her mouth. Wei Wei Bai chewed it. It was quite delicious. Yi Yuxuan nodded. It tastes right. Wei Wei Bai, ? Yi Yuxuan stuffed her with some other food. Wei Wei Bai just tasted it. Yi Yuxuan, it's a bit salty. Wei Wei Bai, ? Did she say anything? What did she say? Yi Yuxuan still used his own way to let Wei Wei Bai taste the food for him. Well, you think the taste of this soup is just right. You can't eat too much meat. You slept for too long, so I removed most of the oil for you. Wei Wei Bai chewed. There was no oil. Yi Yuxuan had already put the food on a plate. You can't eat things that are too greasy. Even if it was meat, it was still processed. Wei Wei Bai looked sluggish. After she came in, she only cared about eating and didn't say a word. Just like when she was outside, she touched her stomach and didn't say that she was hungry. Yi Yuxuan knew. Yi Yuxuan looked at her expression and said, "Looking at your expression, I know how you feel." Was he still human? He could know how people felt by looking at their expressions. Wei Wei Bai admitted that she couldn't reach this level. No wonder when she tried to seduce him before, he could tell whether she was lying or not. Qin Xiu saw Yi Yuxuan bring the food over and immediately said, "Look at my expression. Do you know what I'm thinking now?" Yi Yuxuan didn't look at him. "I don't know." Qin Xiu, then how do you know if Wei Wei is salty or light when you look at her? Yi Yuxuan, because I love her. The other 3 people present, the system looked at this and that and said to Wei Wei Bai, "You're blushing." Wei Wei Bai said, "Get lost." During the meal, Yi Yuxuan skillfully served Wei Wei Bai food and handed her water and napkins. Old Master Bai and old Madam Qin watched as Yi Yuxuan served Wei Wei Bai. She was especially calm and elegant. Old Father Bai asked, "Is he like this at home too? How many times had he done this?" Qin Xiu, at home, he is always served by others. Yi Yuxuan had never done such a thing before. Who dared to ask him to do it? Wei Wei Bai was also terrified. Yi Yuxuan was so good at serving her. She couldn't help but ask, "You know how to cook?" Yi Yuxuan nodded. "I just learned it recently. I learned it for you." Wei Wei Bai quickly changed the topic. "You don't have to serve me food. I'll eat it myself." Yi Yuxuan calmly served her food. "It's okay. I know how to make you feel comfortable." Wei Wei Bai couldn't eat. "You learned this too?" Yi Yuxuan, "Yes, I learned it for you." He especially watched a lot of surveillance videos of restaurants and social events. How considerate the male partner was to his female partner. He had already gotten rid of the impurities and started to learn. Bai Wei Wei clutched her chest. "Tong Chung, what's with this heart-pounding feeling?" When she woke up last time, he was still in his dark state and wanted to imprison her. Why was this guy so warm when she woke up this time? The system. I'm also moved. Damn, this food looked so delicious. It also wanted to have a system to hold its hand and feed it when it was hungry. And Yi Yuxuan's mood fluctuated greatly. His life points kept increasing. Qin Xiu couldn't help but say, Xian, you've learned a lot for Wei Wei recently. Did you learn anything for me? Yi Yuxuan calmly replied, Yes, I learned to ignore you. Qin Xiu, after Wei Wei Bai finished eating, Yi Yuxuan took a napkin and handed it to her mouth to wipe it. Wei Wei Bai held his hand and looked at him coldly. Yi Yuxuan, you don't have to please me like this. Just be yourself. Even she was worried about him. Yi Yuxuan glanced at the oil on her lips, and his eyes deepened. I've just learned how to take care of my delicate girlfriend as a boyfriend, that's all. Wei Wei Bai, where did you learn? Yi Yuxuan, I asked on some women's forums and bought some books for reference. He really did enough homework. Wei Wei Bai, why did you learn this? We are two independent people. Those forums and books are not accurate. Just like now, my hand is not disabled. You don't need to personally give me a napkin to wipe it. Just do what you want to do. Don't be affected by others. Yi Yuxuan was so warm that his face was paralyzed. It was really scary. Yi Yuxuan pondered for a moment and nodded. I will do what I want to do, I understand. Then he threw the napkin in his hand. Wei Wei Bai thought he listened to her, but in the next second, she was stunned. Yi Yuxuan leaned over, kissed her lips, and licked them. Then he whispered, I don't think I can be independent. I want to live in your heart forever and be one with you. In the end, he added, this is what I want to do the most, from the bottom of my heart, and not be affected by others. Chapter 996. Living in Your Heart. Wei Wei Bai trembled. Yi Yuxuan could still say such mushy words so calmly. He was much more skilled than her. She admired him. The system reminded softly, so far, you have more than 1,000 days of life. Ever since Yi Yuxuan was enlightened, his mood had never dropped. It was really scary. Even if Wei Wei Bai did nothing and just sat far away, he would feel emotional just by looking at her. He would slowly hand over his life to Wei Wei Bai with both hands. Wei Wei Bai was calm. Not calm at all. She didn't need to do anything. She just sat there and her life points would increase crazily. In the past, it was very difficult for her to increase it for 10 or 20 days. Now, Yi Yuxuan was either knocked on the head or disliked that he had too much life points. He was simply giving her life points whenever he saw her. Wei Wei Bai said, good gift, give more. Then she turned around and wiped her mouth with a tissue. She suddenly realized that something was wrong. She wasn't wiping her mouth, but Yi Yuxuan's kiss. She looked back and saw Yi Yuxuan looking at her calmly. But why did his eyes feel so gloomy? Wei Wei Bai felt that if she married such a person, it would be like hugging an ice cube for the rest of her life. She was already used to messing around. She couldn't imagine the two of them living in the same house in the future. Wei Wei Bai thought about it and suddenly said to Yi Yuxuan, about marriage, let's talk about it later. You know that my body isn't good. Yi Yuxuan leaned against the back of the chair and nodded lightly. It's okay. I will make you better. Indeed, it was all thanks to him that she was still alive and kicking. Of course, Wei Wei Bai couldn't tell him this. She could only painstakingly persuade him. What I mean is that my body is not suitable for surgery right now. It's useless no matter how many doctors you get me. I plan to treat it conservatively without surgery. Also, I sleep at a fixed time. If this problem isn't cured, I don't intend to get married. In the beginning, she was engaged to him. There was the problem of the family business. After all, at that time, she was a little ambitious and couldn't wait to bring her family's company to the next level. Anyway, she had no expectations for love. Yi Yuxuan didn't know why, out of so many healthy people, he actually chose her. She was thick-skinned and used her identity as Yi Yuxuan's fiancée to do many successful businesses. If there was money to be made, what was face to him? After all, this kind of thing was common in the business circle. Later on, he was so angered by her scumbag sister who was now nowhere to be found that he had a heart attack and passed away. Furthermore, he had been through so many planes. Wei Wei Bai thought it through. Only by surviving and living well could one be considered successful. So what if the business was successful? She had the idea of breaking off the engagement with Yi Yuxuan. Later on, Yi Yuxuan was synonymous with life points. She couldn't wait to treat him like a treasure. Unfortunately, this treasure didn't accept lies, and the good feelings came inexplicably. Wei Wei Bai was a little shocked. So before many doubts were solved, she decided to postpone her marriage for a while. Yi Yuxuan seemed to be listening to her seriously. He put his hands together and lightly pressed against his lips. He suddenly muttered to himself in a voice that was almost inaudible to others, "Have you forgotten me? Or do you really not love me?" Then, his indifferent eyes quietly fell on Wei Wei Bai's head. There was nothing there. The system's expression changed. It curled into a ball and hid itself well. /T. Chapter 997. That sentence, "just now," was because Yi Yuxuan started to doubt his feelings for Wei Wei Bai in his dream. In the past, when Yi Yuxuan experienced in his dream, he could only see his own experience. So he always thought those heart-wrenching things. Maybe it was a past life that he and Bai Wei Wei had experienced together, or a previous life. But in the previous world, Wei Wei Bai did not go back because she completed the mission. In addition, when she left in the end, she was too strong and did not care about the consequences. She did not care about what Arthur thought. Arthur might not have thought so much, but Yi Yuxuan was different. Yi Yuxuan was rational and calm. Even if he was tortured by emotions, he would not become stupid. Wei Wei Bai's sentence before she left that she was not a good person might have made Yi Yuxuan start to doubt. The system carefully looked at Yi Yuxuan's expression. Could it be that he knew something was wrong with Wei Wei Bai's 3 days of sleep? What was more frightening was that he suspected that the Wei Wei Bai in his dream had been lying to him. Thinking of the consequences, the system was afraid that on the day the truth was revealed, Yi Yuxuan would directly turn from love to hate and strangle Wei Wei Bai to death. Its stupid host still had a face of ignorance and said to Demon King Yi, "Marriage needs to be careful. You are still young and have a lot of time. There are so many girls, you should take a look." She also saw that Yi Yuxuan gave her so much life points. It was rare for her to have a conscience. She would not let him hang on her tree anymore. But Yi Yuxuan's eyes turned cold. He seemed to be examining something, looking at Wei Wei Bai from head to toe. Then he lowered his eyes, almost silently, and put his words on the tip of his finger. Looks like he forgot. The system knew what it meant when it said that it had forgotten. Yi Yuxuan must have connected the pattern of her 3 days of sleep with the pattern of his dreams. He knew that he wasn't dreaming about his past life, but the present. Moreover, he knew that every time Wei Wei Bai tried to woo him, there were impurities in her feelings. Because he did not know about the emotional blocker, he suspected that every time Wei Wei Bai woke up, she would forget the things in her dream. No one would go through such an intense process. He could still be liked by Wei Wei, acting as if nothing had happened. Wei Wei Bai felt that Yi Yuxuan's expressionless face had become even colder. Was it easy for her to see the slightest bit of emotion from a facial paralysis? Yi Yuxuan suddenly stood up, picked up the jacket on the back of the chair, and casually put it on. Then, without asking for her permission, he held her hand and led her away. Wei Wei Bai was at a loss. Weren't they talking about marriage? Where are you going? The empty dining table. There was only a table full of leftovers and 2 backdrops. Old Man Bai was silent for a while before he sighed. Look at the amount of food. It's only for my daughter. However much Wei Wei Bai ate, Yi Yuxuan made the same amount. Unexpectedly, he made it almost the same amount. And Yi Yuxuan didn't even make his own share. It was all prepared for Wei Wei Bai. Each share was a little bit. There would be leftovers, but not too much. It made them embarrassed to even pick up the food. They were even more embarrassed to say it. Qin Xiu also sighed. My family Xian has been good at math since he was a child. He has to calculate everything before he does. This is his bad habit. In-law, please forgive him. Old Man Bai also sighed. My daughter also has a problem. She's a little bit of a novelty person. She likes one thing today and another thing tomorrow. If she really doesn't like your family's Xian, don't blame her. Previously, she liked to stick to Yi Yuxuan so much. Today, it seemed that the novelty had worn off. Wei Wei Bai began to dislike Yi Yuxuan. Collection below to record this reading record. Chapter 998. It seemed like Yi Yuxuan was the one who was throwing herself at him. Hungry Qin Xiu, don't blame me. My Xian is like that. Whoever marries him will be a waste. Hungry old father Bai. Actually, my family is the same. With my daughter's condition, it's really hard to find a good partner. The two of them were starving, and the ignored background suddenly sympathized with each other. Then they put their arms around each other's shoulders and went to eat and drink together. Eating dog food was not enough to fill one's stomach. It would only make one's heart feel stifled. Wei Weibai was led by Yi Yuxuan. When night fell, there were many people on the streets, all of whom were out looking for food and dating people. Yi Yuxuan did not say anything, just led her forward. The lights on the road fell on him, causing him to attract the stunned gazes of countless people. However, this most stunning man did not have the slightest change in expression. Wei Weibai secretly asked the system, "How many days has it been?" The system glanced at the life value. The full bar is 1,200. This was a crazy way to increase the price. It made Wei Weibai experience the feeling of hitting the jackpot. To be able to get so much life value so easily by the time she died, she would at most have 50 life value. The difference between life value and life value was more than an abyss. It was more than one constellation. Wei Weibai felt that the two of them walking in the middle of the road were shining. She was not boasting, but she was also very beautiful. Standing next to Yi Yuxuan, they were a golden couple. She was even more eye-catching. The system expressed that it was going to vomit first. Wei Weibai coughed softly, but did not say anything. Yi Yuxuan had already turned around. Then he stopped, took off his coat, and put it on her. The warm coat had the unique smell of this man, strong and clear. He squeezed her fingers. "Are you still cold?" He asked her indifferently, but his eyes were surprisingly serious. Wei Weibai immediately shook her head, almost forgetting what she wanted to ask. Yi Yuxuan's lips twitched. Wei Weibai thought he was going to smile. However, this smile did not appear. He said, "I just want to hold your hand and walk with you for a while." Wei Weibai was speechless. She couldn't understand his answer, even though she didn't mention her own question. However, seeing that her HP had skyrocketed, she would just let him do whatever he wanted. Wei Weibai felt that her skin was especially hard and durable. Yi Yuxuan didn't even care if she was lying to him. She held back her doubts and walked with him. The street lamps elongated their shadows. Yi Yuxuan suddenly stopped in her tracks when she saw someone selling roasted chestnuts. Wei Weibai glanced at the roasted chestnuts. He glanced at the side of her face and then walked over. Wei Weibai suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Yi Yuxuan looked at her fingers and the cuff of his sleeve. "You seem to like my sleeve a lot." In her dream, she had tugged at his sleeve many times. Wei Weibai blinked her eyes in confusion. "Who likes your sleeve?" "I like you because I like your HP." Yi Yuxuan didn't explain and turned to buy a bag of roasted chestnuts. Wei Weibai trembled. Yi Yuxuan actually went out to buy things, and he even bought roasted chestnuts. His style is magical. This man shouldn't sit high up in the sky and look down coldly at the people below, then say, "You stupid mortals." The last time when they went to watch a movie, she thought that was his limit. The system said, "He's also human. You think of him as a psychopath." // to make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click Save at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 999. Wei Weibai said, "Isn't this guy crazy enough? To be able to live like Yi Yuxuan, who is otherworldly and cold-hearted. Not crazy enough." The system said, "Aren't you treating him right now?" "For you." He turned from a neurotic to a normal man. A normal man would, of course, buy some earthly things for the girl he liked. Not to mention the roasted chestnuts. Even if Wei Weibai suddenly looked at the roasted sweet potato, Yi Yuxuan would still go and buy it. Wei Weibai said, "I think he's not normal enough." "Did you swipe your card?" "Why would you swipe your card to buy a roasted chestnut?" As expected, the vendor silently took back the roasted chestnuts that he was about to hand out. "Sir, you can give me your current account or swipe the QR code." Yi Yuxuan glanced at the QR code. Although he knew what it was and had worked with it before, he did not like it. But he didn't like these, and he didn't use cash often, much less buy things. So, he silently turned on his phone and began to download a payment app. The vendor also looked at him silently. He was dressed well, but he could not even pay for a 20 yuan roasted chestnut. Poor people should not pretend to be rich. Wei Wei Bai originally wanted to help Yi Yuxuan out, but when she touched her pocket, it was Yi Yuxuan's pocket. There was something in the pocket. She took it out and saw that it was a list of books. She glanced at it and felt that not only was the world magical, but it was also collapsing. Yi Yuxuan methodically downloaded the app and calmly bound a bank card with a smaller amount. Then he swiped the QR code. When a vendor saw that the money had been transferred, he passed the chestnut to him. It was an eye-opener that there were people who did not have payment apps in their phones these days. The vendor laughed and watched as Yi Yuxuan held Wei Wei Bai's hand and left. Then he picked up his phone and saw that he had just received 22 million. 2 million? Wei Wei Bai looked at the roasted chestnuts in his hand. He couldn't help but ask, "You like to eat this?" Yi Yuxuan, "Aren't you the one who likes it? You kept looking over there." Wei Wei Bai just thought that it smelled good, but she didn't want to eat it. However, since he had already bought it, she had no choice but to eat it. They went to a stone bench by the roadside and sat down. Then they ate the chestnuts side by side. Yi Yuxuan peeled and Wei Wei Bai ate. "Is this your first time out shopping?" Although his movements were neat and calm, his phone did not have the usual payment software that young people nowadays often used. Yi Yuxuan replied indifferently, "No, but this is the first time I've bought something so cheap." It was unexpectedly cheap. Wei Wei Bai glanced at the roasted chestnuts. She was not an otherworldly person. "This chestnut is actually a little expensive. It's not cheap at all. These few chestnuts cost $20. If there were cheaper ones, they could buy a few more." Yi Yuxuan nodded. "Yes, of course it's more expensive for you. It's more expensive than others." $20 was too little. He was worried that she would eat something so cheap. So he raised the price to buy it. His mood was much better. That was the amount he usually used. $20. He felt that this number was ridiculously low. Otherworldly, Yi Yuxuan raised the price casually. He was very satisfied with his action of raising the price. After Wei Wei Bai finished eating the chestnuts, she suddenly looked at the book list with bad intentions. 100,000 Whys of Love, a low to high love cultivation lesson, 100 Ways to Pick Up Girls, When I Met Love. These book lists were taken out from Yi Yuxuan's pocket. Chapter 1000. Yi Yuxuan looked at her calmly and even fed her a chestnut. He did not feel ashamed at all. Wei Wei Bai read it herself. It was meaningless. This guy was even more thick-skinned than her. Yi Yuxuan explained, "I rarely come into contact with this kind of knowledge. That's why I bought some books." He said it as if it was a proper exam. Wei Wei Bai nibbled on the chestnut. For the sake of the chestnut, she said, "These are useless. Flirting requires talent, not reading books." Yi Yuxuan suddenly touched her lips with his finger. It was a piece of chestnut. Then he put his finger into his mouth as if nothing had happened. On his thin lips, his slender fingertips were shockingly white. Then he looked up, his eyes cold. "My talent may be average, so I can only learn from day one." Wei Wei Bai's words were stuck in her throat. What was there to learn from day one? This was a walking flirting machine. Wei Wei Bai said to the system, "Did robot Yi Yuxuan really fall in love with me?" The system said, "This can't be considered love. He just has feelings for you. So he chased after you. He has some reservations about his feelings for you." The system was not lying. Yi Yuxuan still had a lot of feelings that were sealed up. Of course, those feelings did not include love. If it was just love, Yi Yuxuan had already given up everything. Wei Wei Bai still trusted Slagstem's words. She also had her reservations. Then she silently ate the remaining chestnuts. Yi Yuxuan saw that she had finished eating. He took out a tissue from his pocket and wiped her hands. The burly man, Vivian, felt a little embarrassed. She did not prepare anything and let Yi Yuxuan do it. Yi Yuxuan did not feel that it was inappropriate. His attitude towards Wei Wei Bai was very natural. It was as if he had known her for thousands of years. All the intense feelings had solidified into a fossil. After passing through the boundless wilderness and the endless river of time, he finally found her in the crowd. He suddenly felt. Just like this, he held her hand and quietly let her accompany him for a while. Was that enough to move him? Yi Yuxuan was at a loss. Was the emotion surging in his chest moved? She was clearly in so much pain, struggling to survive the dream. But when he woke up and saw her, all that was left was feeling touched. Wei Wei Bai looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong?" Yi Yuxuan turned to look at her. After a long silence, she suddenly revealed a faint smile. Then, he held her hand again. "Walk with me." As long as she walked with him, the pain that had accumulated so many dreams would disappear. There would be less of it. He held Wei Wei Bai's hand again, and they walked quietly under the streetlights. Perhaps it was because of the good atmosphere, she didn't find it unbearable to walk so awkwardly. Perhaps it was because Yi Yuxuan was too handsome. So looking at his face, even if he didn't speak, she felt that it was still bearable. Wei Wei Bai found a bunch of reasons. Suddenly, she said to the system, "Tongzi, Yi Yuxuan is getting more and more pleasing to the eye. What if I accidentally want to fall in love? A man like Yi Yuxuan, who wouldn't be tempted?" Of course, the premise was that he was different to everyone. And obviously, he was different to her. System, your current situation is not suitable to fall in love. Wait until you have a lot of life points and can guarantee that you can live a safe life for the rest of your life. Then you can fall in love. A total of 1,205 days of HP. It was only a little more than 3 years. Wei Wei Bai lowered her head helplessly. That's true. I'm not suitable to fall in love now. Because the strategy of the plane was all about love. If she really fell in love with Yi Yuxuan, she would feel betrayed. Wei Wei Bai, let's enter the plane quickly. I suddenly want to earn more life points. The system nodded. Wei Wei Bai felt a familiar sense of fatigue. She tugged at Yi Yuxuan's sleeve. Yi Yuxuan turned around and saw that her whole body suddenly fell into his arms. She fell asleep again. Yi Yuxuan hugged her and suddenly buried his head in her hair. He couldn't bear it anymore. "I can't forget you. I can't forget, and I don't dare to forget." The scenes in those dreams seemed to shatter his heart and swept over him in an instant. Download the https://www.sashu.com/download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://m.sashu.com// to make it easier for you to read it next time. You can click Chapter 1001, the sequel to The Vampire Prince's Little Blood Servant. Gorgeous roses bloomed in a crystal bottle. Under the bright crystal lamp, a lively vampire banquet was being held. A human girl and a vampire boy were going on a blind date. Arthur was drinking a substitute blood bag expressionlessly. Opposite him was the serious-looking Ross. This is a recent success of human research. There are many flavors of blood bags, and they are more delicious than human blood. For example, these strawberry-flavored ones are very popular with female vampires, but you can't find this kind of blood smell on humans. Ever since Los signed the Treaty of Peace between humans and vampires with Arthur, he was very clear that if the vampires were to abide by it, then they could only let humans develop food that could replace themselves. Otherwise, vampires would still treat humans as food sooner or later. At that time, the contract would be broken, and humans would be the unlucky ones. So he had to let all vampires like the taste of substitute blood bags, while Arthur's existence could deter the vampires. Only by making the blood bag more delicious than human blood. Let all vampires get used to the taste of blood bags and dislike human blood for being tasteless. They would be safe with humans. Arthur shook the red liquid in the glass, smelled it, and took a sip. Suddenly, he paused. Los looked at him calmly. This is the best blood bag. There's only a little, and it can't be mass-produced. This blood smell model came from the blood of a human girl. However, the taste of human blood. The blood bag could only show 30% or 40%. It was impossible to completely imitate it. Some of Wei Wei Bai's blood was with him, and he took it to study. Only then did he realize that Wei Wei Bai's blood was for vampires. It was something as terrible as drugs. It was too delicious, and it could even cause addiction. Arthur should be the most poisoned, but he didn't touch Wei Wei Bai in the later stages. Instead, he kept drinking the first generation's disgusting substitute food. As expected, he liked her very much. Arthur drank the liquid in the glass in one gulp, and then he threw the glass away. Disgusting. Los looked at him indifferently. This is already the best taste. No matter how picky you are, there's nothing else. There's only one Wei Bai, and she died. No one could replace her. Arthur frowned. Bring me the human girl you're talking about. Los said, she's dead. Her body has turned into ashes. I can't see her. Hearing this, Arthur suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hollow body. He frowned in confusion and suddenly asked, why did I sign a contract with you? He could remember every step he took to sign the contract, but he couldn't remember why he signed such an unfair contract between humans and vampires. It was such a troublesome matter with no benefits at all. Was he out of his mind to do that? It was easy for him to tear up the contract, but for some reason, when he thought of tearing up the contract, there seemed to be some kind of power that was stopping him. It was as if anyone would be unhappy if he tore up the contract. Who? Roth stood up expressionlessly and tidied up the documents on the table. Then he said, who can help you remember the things you've forgotten? I'm leaving. With that, Roth turned around and left. To him, when he found out that Wei Bai had died in the conflict between the vampires, he was shocked. He hated himself for not having the ability to protect him. He hated Arthur even more for being so strong and actually letting her die. / for the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the button below to record this reading record. Chapter 1002. But when he saw Arthur's confused face, he felt that Arthur had suffered a huge blow because of Wei Bai's death. Then, he chose to forget her and seemed even more pitiful. Loth could at least recall the days when he was with Wei Bai. Arthur, on the other hand, lived like an empty shell. After Loth left, Arthur looked at the cup and felt a strong sense of fatigue again. He couldn't remember. He could clearly remember many things that he had done these days. But the strange thing was that he had been too active during this period of time. And after getting the position of leader halfway through the baptism, he seemed to need to run out for something. He destroyed the ancient array formation of the baptism. The traces of destruction were obviously his. Because of what? Also, he found that he was married. The mark of the rose crown was still on his chest. He was actually married, but he couldn't remember when he got married. No, he remembered going to the graveyard. He also remembered that he was the one who knitted the flower crown. The thorns of the flower crown were very sharp, and the vampire's defense was useless. That was why his finger was bleeding from the flower crown. What was even stranger was that he couldn't remember who he gave the flower crown to after knitting it. Also, he should have embraced a human before, because vampires who had the experience of embracing were different from vampires who didn't have the experience. The state of his body showed that he had embraced a human. The mark of that human was in his bloodline. That was why he could control everything about that human. But he couldn't remember this at all. Arthur looked at the room full of humans and vampires. In a daze, he seemed to see a slender figure appear in the crowd. Her long brown curly hair fluttered behind her as she walked past him with light footsteps. Arthur was shocked and immediately stood up, but there was no figure in front of him. He reached out and pinched the bridge of his nose. Did he sleep too little? Why was he hallucinating? Arthur got up and walked to the corridor. The flowers outside the corridor were very bright. Strange, his castle was now filled with pink roses. Roses on vines. He didn't like dreamy colors. But he remembered the scene when he ordered people to uproot those trees and plant pink roses. But why? Why would he suddenly have the idea of planting these flowers? Suddenly, he saw a young girl sitting in the corridor under the moonlight. She turned her back to him and looked up as if she was looking at the moon. Another hallucination. Arthur only felt that there was a huge emptiness in his body that was roaring. He grabbed her and held her. He suddenly stretched out his hand, but his bone-white fingers did not grab anything. Only a hand of moonlight and air. Arthur looked at his fingers in a daze. Strange, he wanted to grab hold of something. Arthur returned to his room. In the spacious room, the coffin was huge. It looked like a two-person coffin. Arthur lay in the coffin. Just like before, it was difficult for him to sleep. He touched the side of his body. There was nothing. He had been sleeping alone for 100 years. Why did he suddenly feel that he should hug someone to sleep? He was unable to sleep for the entire night and day. Arthur gave up on sleep and went out. The castle was newly built. The magic array in the center of the castle was activated and shattered the castle. Apart from those tenacious roses and roses, there was nothing else. / Chapter 1003. Everything was re-established. The activation of the array was terrifying. He even remembered the ugly faces of those old, undying elders who sacrificed themselves to kill him. However, he had forgotten how he had managed to escape from the formation. It seemed that he activated his bloodline power and pulled out the huge blood blade, stopping the array from operating. But how did he walk out of the array? The array inexplicably fell silent again and did not explode. He had forgotten all these things. Liz walked over and saw Arthur wandering around the castle like a ghost. She immediately went forward and bowed. "Your Highness, can't sleep?" Arthur stopped in his tracks and did not answer. Liz said, "Why don't you sleep on the bed? It might help you sleep." A vampire suggested to another vampire to sleep on the bed. Arthur's brain was also fried. He actually listened to this suggestion and slept on the bed. He lay upright on the white bed. Suddenly, a few strands of long brown hair wrapped around his fingertips. Her hair color was very beautiful, and it gave off a warm feeling. Arthur stared at his fingertips in a daze and then looked down along the strands of hair. He saw a girl curled up in his arms. He only saw the twists of her hair and her white and round shoulders that were exposed outside of her pajamas. Her breath blew against his chest. It brought a warm feeling. Arthur was stunned for a long time, but he did not dare to move. He hated it when there was someone else beside him when he was sleeping, but he felt that she was supposed to be in his arms. He moved his lips as if he wanted to call out a name, a very familiar name, so familiar that he felt very uncomfortable. But he could not call it out. The long hair on his fingers suddenly disappeared. He paused and suddenly opened his eyes. Only then did he realize that he had actually fallen asleep on the bed and that it was just his dream. Arthur sat up and suddenly covered his face with one hand. His face was a little distorted. What did he forget? Arthur expressionlessly grabbed a coat and put it on his shoulders, then walked out of the door. Moore was still sleeping in the coffin. He was pulled out of the coffin in the middle of the day. He sat on the ground with sleepy eyes and said, "I say, little Arthur, you have so much energy. Why don't you go and mediate the conflict between humans and vampires? It's not even dark yet." The vampires were still in constant conflict with the humans. If it wasn't for Arthur, who knows how chaotic it would be? After all, a document wasn't enough to get the vampires to acknowledge the status of humans. It would take many years to change this view. As for the humans, they also knew that it was impossible for their status to change in a short period of time. Therefore, they mainly retreated and did not dare to rashly start a war. Arthur's cold eyes were covered with a layer of frost. "What did I forget?" Moer became spirited at once. "What are you talking about? Don't you remember your own memory? How could I forget anything?" To tell the truth, when he arrived at Arthur's ruined castle that day, he was scared silly. The 10th elder had turned into a dried corpse. Arthur was lying beside the ruins, covered in blood. As for Wei Bai, she was so dead that not even a corpse was found. All that was left was a handful of ashes that were blown away by the wind. He didn't even have the chance to collect her ashes. As for Arthur, he slept for 10 days. He was afraid that Arthur wouldn't wake up. In the end, he did wake up, but he forgot about Wei Bai. He thought about the first time Arthur fell in love with someone, and they were already married. But he ended up like this. He probably suffered a huge blow and didn't dare to face reality, resulting in amnesia. /T. Chapter 1004. Moore was selfish too. He hoped that Arthur could be a qualified leader, and Wei Bai was obviously his stumbling block. Forgetting is better, Moore thought. Arthur looked at him suspiciously. "Really? I really didn't forget anything?" Moore yawned. "Really, you didn't? Don't you remember everything? How can you forget a woman?" "What woman?" Moore's mind suddenly became clear. He looked up. As expected, he saw Arthur looking at him coldly. Woman. Although he said that he had forgotten something, he had never revealed that he had forgotten a woman. Moore hurriedly laughed. "I suddenly remembered that I still have work to do. There have been a lot of conflicts between humans and bloodlings recently." With that, he hurriedly got up and was about to run. but a hand gripped his shoulder heavily. "What woman?" His tone was urgent. Moore's face was bitter. "Arthur, since we are friends, let's forget what we have forgotten. It's better for you." Arthur lowered his eyes. There was a thick bloodthirst in his eyes. "What did I forget?" Moore said helplessly. "It's no use asking me. I know your personality. If you don't verify it yourself, you won't believe me." When Arthur lost his memory, he was so vigilant that it scared people to death. So even though he knew that he had lost his memory and had forgotten about Wei Wei Bai, he didn't say anything. However, he didn't say a single word. He only suspected and searched on his own. He was afraid that someone would lie to him. After all, people who had lost their memory were the easiest to lie to. Bloodlings were no exception. Arthur suddenly said, "The rose array in the Holy Tomb can still be activated, right?" Moore's body stiffened. He couldn't help but advise, "This array hasn't been activated for 1,000 years. And if it is activated, your bloodline will be damaged. You have already been damaged once. If it is damaged again, your life will be in danger." The source of life for bloodlings was the power of their bloodline. Usually, as long as the bloodline was fine, eternal life wasn't a big problem. But once the bloodline was seriously damaged, it would fall into a deep sleep. If the sleep didn't come back, then it would be worse. It would fall into an eternal sleep. Arthur had undoubtedly gambled the power of his bloodline. For this woman, he gambled again and again. Arthur repeated, "Can it be started?" Moer was silent for a moment before he said, "Would you believe me if I said no?" There was no one behind him. Moer looked back, but there was no sign of him. Moore sighed begrudgingly. "Come on, it's okay to lose your memory. Why do you have to rush to remember? Isn't it better to forget sometimes?" The Rose Formation Array was a formation array used to find traces of one's married partner. Arthur came to the primogenitor's tomb. There was a beautiful rose pattern on the tombstone. He knelt down on one knee. His back was straight and lonely. The formation was very small, not as big as the extermination formation. Arthur placed his 5 fingers on the pattern and chanted a profound spell in a low voice. The tombstone emitted a faint light. The red roses beside the tombstone slowly turned white and wrinkled. One of the flowers faded and withered, as if something bright was disappearing. Arthur's expression turned even uglier. The blood vessels in his body were trembling in intense pain. But the doubts that had troubled him for a long time made him not give up on starting this formation array. Gradually, the light of the formation array began to grow. It finally turned into an oval formation array, emitting a cold white light under Arthur's feet. But he was the only one kneeling in the middle of the formation array. Chapter 1005. The rose mark on his chest was clearly burning, but there was no sign of another person in the array. He was clearly married, so the array's search should be effective. Regardless of whether it was in the past or now, the array would show traces of his partner, unless the array had failed. But the pain in his bloodline told him that it had not failed. Or perhaps, when the partner he had forgotten disappeared, there was a power stronger than the array that erased her traces. That power was so strong that even the Holy Tomb array could not resist. That was why he could not find her. Arthur knelt on one knee for a long time, and the light of the array gradually weakened. In the end, it was so weak that it disappeared. He still could not see the person he wanted to see. He straightened his back and knelt on one knee in a daze, looking unusually lonely. Arthur looked at the white roses beside the tombstone. He reached out to touch them, and the flowers turned into powder and disappeared. Suddenly, an image rushed into his mind. Her kiss landed on his lips with the taste of blood and soft sweetness. Then, without any reluctance, she turned and walked into the central array. Her body was like the rose. Under the power of the spirit design, it gradually disappeared and turned into ashes. And he tried his best to reach out to stop her, but in the end, he was still pulled into the huge dark vortex. This kind of despair tore him apart. He suddenly called out in a low voice, "Wei Wei." Who was Wei Wei? Arthur paused. He touched his lips helplessly. It did not go through his brain, but it was like a name that was branded into his body. Just like that, it was called out by him so simply. Arthur repeated, "Wei Wei." This name made him tremble. All kinds of emotions suddenly surged in his heart, causing him to have the urge to escape. Arthur suddenly got up and left the holy tomb as if he was fleeing. He felt that he had become too strange to be afraid of such a simple name. Arthur suddenly changed a lot. He liked to go to bed, to wake up in the day, and sleep at night. He liked to make the room pink. He also liked those roses. It was crazy. And the strangest thing was that he often saw hallucinations. This illusion made him even more certain that Wei Wei existed. However, he couldn't see her face. He could only see her back, her long hair, and the occasional glimpse of her side profile. He chased after her every time. He chased until he was exhausted, but he didn't catch anything. Arthur's body was getting more and more tired. That terrifying feeling of heaviness was dragging him into the deepest darkness. He knew that he was not in the right state. This was a state of deep sleep. Moore felt that something was wrong with him, so he came to visit Arthur. Seeing Arthur's tired face, she finally couldn't help but say, "Why did you forget? Why is it still like this?" In fact, vampires rarely mated with others. This was because the vampires were a sentimental and fickle race. The only thing that was unique to them was that once they confirmed their partner and got married, it would never change for the rest of their lives. If one side died first, then the other side might follow suit. Even if he didn't die, he would fall into a deep sleep. This was the syndrome of losing a partner. He thought Arthur had forgotten and would not have a syndrome. But it seemed that it was worse after he forgot. His mind couldn't remember, but his body reacted truthfully. There were thick black shadows under Arthur's eyes. He looked at Moore gloomily. "I saw her." Moore asked, "Who?" "Wei Wei Bai. // Chapter 1006. Arthur looked up and stared at him coldly. Moore smiled awkwardly. "I thought it would be better if you forgot, so I didn't dare to remind you." Arthur was indifferent. His voice was calm and suppressed. "She's everywhere. When I'm sitting, she'll walk past me. When I'm sleeping, she'll nestle in my arms obediently. When I'm out, she'll sit on the chair and tell me to come back early. When I can't sleep and I'm wandering around the castle, she'll suddenly appear and tug at my sleeve, calling me Arthur softly. Isn't this a spirit?" Of course, Moore didn't dare to say that. Arthur only needed someone to talk to. He gestured with his fingers. "She's only this tall and weak. I can still smell that sweet scent on her that drives me crazy. And the temperature of her skin, the softness of her lips, and the feeling of her fingers resting weakly on my shoulders. I know everything." Moore coughed lightly and said teasingly, "Sounds good." Arthur immediately glared daggers at him. Moore didn't dare to say anything. Arthur then muttered to himself in a low voice, "But she won't let me see her face. I can't see her face even once." Seeing him like this, Moore finally couldn't help but remind him. "She's quite cute. Her hair is brown and very long. Her eyes are especially round like a cat's. She's very energetic. Every time she angers you half to death, but it makes you stronger." Arthur was stunned for a moment. His mind was blank. He couldn't remember anything. But his brain told him truthfully that Moore was right. Moore was right. She was very cute. She was the cutest creature he had met in more than 100 years. Moore said, "Arthur, what's lost is lost. Don't force yourself anymore." He wasn't far from eternal sleep, because in this state, he was terrifyingly tired. Arthur waved his hand. "You can go. I'll think about it myself." Moore felt that he had tried his best. Sometimes, persuasion was useless for bloodlings who had lost their partners. Arthur could still see her. During the meeting, he saw her sitting outside waiting for him. The dim yellow light shone on her body, making everything about her seem beautiful. Arthur suddenly couldn't bear to sleep. He was afraid that if he fell into an eternal sleep, he would never see her again. He was wearing a black uniform as he leaned against the door and looked at her, sitting in a chair by the door. Her back was to him. Her long, curly brown hair was tied up high, and her ponytail fell on her back. Arthur suddenly whispered, "Wei Wei." She didn't answer. He couldn't help but reach out to touch her. But in his hands, he only touched air. She was gone. Arthur's gentle expression fell into silence, leaving behind only a deathly aura. The rest of the blood race nobles, who had just finished their meeting, cautiously called out, "Sir, Only then did Arthur realize that he had been standing at the door for a long time. All the vampires in the meeting room were blocked by him. Arthur didn't say anything. With a cold face, he nimbly walked away. When he drank the substitute blood packets, the taste was still very unbearable. However, the smell of human blood was even more unbearable. He complained uncomfortably. "It's too disgusting." A sweet voice sounded beside him. "Arthur, I taste very good. Do you want me to share some of my blood with you?" Arthur couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. "You're not in good health. How can I bear to bite you?" After saying that, he paused for a moment before cautiously looking to the side. Chapter 1007. Sure enough, he saw her sitting sideways in the rose bushes not far from him. There were roses between them. Her side profile was dyed with a few rays of light through the pink roses. It was exceptionally beautiful. Arthur's eyes welled up. He carefully called out, "Wei Wei." She smiled. "Yes." Arthur suddenly reached out and tore apart the flowers at lightning speed, wanting to catch her. But his fingers were empty. His hand was full of petals, but she was gone. Arthur was suddenly overwhelmed by exhaustion. He lay down among the roses. He stared blankly at the sky. Then he curled up into a ball and trembled. Why couldn't he catch her? Before going to sleep, he lay quietly on the bed. In a daze, she was lying on his chest again. He hugged her, not daring to open his eyes. He hugged her without moving and didn't sleep. The night passed. When he woke up, she had also disappeared. His body seemed to have been hollowed out by something. He was like a shriveled scarecrow that would be blown away by the wind at any time. He had clearly forgotten. She was clearly not here, but her shadow was everywhere in his life. He was living in an illusion, but he actually felt that it was very warm and beautiful. He was really crazy. Arthur was bored and held another peace meeting between the vampires and humans. Those vampires who betrayed him were almost all dead. The meeting went smoothly. At the end, the meeting room suddenly shook violently. Arthur's eyes became sharp. He slowly got up from his seat. The windows all shattered. Human weapons and huge cannons bombarded in. Arthur raised his hand. Thousands of blood blades spread out in a circle. All the attacks were eliminated. "Get lost first," Arthur said coldly to the humans in the meeting behind him. Lowe suddenly pulled out his sword. He frowned. "Be careful. There's a drug in the air that has no effect on humans. It's used against vampires. It should have been stolen from our laboratory by a human trader." Arthur snorted. "You guys sure know how to control your subordinates. You left me a mess." Los couldn't refute. Arthur's side was very restrained. After all, even the 10th Elder was killed by him. None of the vampires dared to go against him. Their legs turned to jelly when they saw Arthur. On the other hand, there were still some humans who wanted to continue fighting against the vampires. That was why he betrayed them and attacked the vampires. Roth said, "Humans are weak, but they're no less cunning than you. This potion is very powerful. Be careful." Arthur couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with these humans. He suddenly appeared outside the window and saw the traders outside. The human weapons were arranged in a large row. The castle where the meeting was being held was being bombed. Arthur knew that humans were weak, but their technology was developing well. If there was a very powerful technology, the vampires would also notice it and collect it. However, most of them were completely useless weapons. A powerful offensive circular array appeared on Arthur's palm and blasted it down. The human race suffered heavy casualties. He floated in the air and looked down coldly at the humans below. It was like a high and mighty god looking at ants. "Idiot! Wouldn't it be better to obediently accept his offer of peace and properly maintain the fragile peace between the vampires and humans? Why did he break the contract? She'll be angry." Her voice suddenly sounded beside Arthur's ear. "Wait until the day humans and vampires can coexist. Only then can I give my all to love you." Arthur suddenly turned around, but he didn't see anything. Then he heard his own voice. "If I let humans and vampires coexist peacefully, will you love me? You'll be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf, if you like." Chapter 1008. A huge wave rolled in Arthur's heart. He suddenly remembered. He was willing to sign the peace contract because he wanted her love. Then no matter how troublesome boring, and meaningless it was. Because he could make her love him, he would gladly do it. Arthur suddenly saw a door appear out of thin air. It was an illusion. He knew that this was the illusion of the human medicine beginning to take effect. He could clear all the illusions with one slash, but he suddenly couldn't bear to do so because he knew what was behind the door. It was the memory he had lost, the most familiar desire hidden in his heart. The drug's hallucinations had stimulated his hidden memories. Arthur slowly put away his blade and walked over step by step. He placed his palm on the door. He seemed to hear someone sigh. Then he pushed the door open. Those surging memories instantly crushed him. He saw her appear at the blood feast for the first time, like a pitiful little rabbit, but she tasted exceptionally delicious. He saw himself abandon the meeting and go to catch her. She wanted to run away. He saw himself having a possessive desire for the first time, seeing a human smile for the first time, and being very happy. He even did many stupid things for her. He saw himself taking her to fly above Sunset City to see the scenery of the city. He took her to the vampire banquet just to ask her to dance. He couldn't see her face, but he saw himself leading her to the cemetery. He put a rose crown on her, and for the first time to a human, said the oath of eternal union. He saw himself at the baptism ceremony, sensing that she was in danger. He disregarded everything to break the baptism array. His bloodline was severely damaged, and rushed to save her. Then, he carefully embraced her in the embrace formation. Finally, he saw her face. She lowered her head, her long hair hanging down. Her fair face was stained with blood. Her amber eyes were really cute, but her gaze was calm and unwavering. "Forget about me, Arthur." After she finished speaking, she got up and mercilessly turned around to walk into the array that represented destruction. Arthur desperately reached out and hugged her fiercely. "I can't forget. How can I forget you? Way by." He bit his lip until it bled, biting out hatred. How could she let him forget her so easily? How could she be so cruel? Did she really love him? How could one easily say such words when they love someone? The bitter grief that had been trapped in his chest finally poured out. "How could you do this to me? How much do you hate me? Why would you use this method to leave me?" Arthur's voice was hoarse as he interrogated him one by one. He was as helpless as a child, not knowing what he had done wrong. He could only helplessly pray for an answer. However, the body in his hand became fainter and fainter. Arthur hugged her tightly. Her body was like quicksand. They disappeared bit by bit. In the end, Arthur stood there in a daze, his hands full of emptiness. It was as if she had walked into the array and turned into ashes, and all he could do was watch. Human potions could only confuse him for a short while. The sharp arrow pierced into his chest. This was an arrow with holy water. The pain made Arthur open his eyes, and the hallucinations were gone. Arthur saw that the humans who were still alive were still attacking him relentlessly. He raised his hand expressionlessly. The huge blood blades swept across, instantly flattening everything. Then he pulled out the arrow in his chest, drawing out blood. But he didn't feel any pain at all. Arthur looked at the corpses and said calmly, "You broke your promise, Wei Wei." She said that she would accompany him and love him. Then he would let the humans live in peace with the vampires. But she broke her promise. Arthur suddenly had the thought of destroying the human race. But when he thought about how peace was her wish, he couldn't bear to destroy it. He suddenly smiled. "You really are my demon." Arthur turned and left. Then he entered the cemetery, made a coffin beside the ancestor, and laid down in the coffin. Then he slowly closed his eyes. It was good that he fell asleep. He would forget her, as she wished, thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. His time was eternal. He could sleep until he forgot about her. Yi Yuxuan carried Wei Wei by and walked forward step by step. The road was brightly lit, but it couldn't be reflected in his dark eyes. He thought of that vampire. He slept for many years until his body finally rotted and died. But he still couldn't forget her. Yi Yuxuan couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. How could he forget? His soul had been branded with his love for her so many times. Even if this world was destroyed, even if he died many times, his soul was engraved with her. When he returned home, It was empty. He put her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. The moonlight shone in. Yi Yuxuan lowered his head and kissed her lips. What dream is it this time, my little princess? Chapter 1009. The crackling sound of firecrackers woke up Wei Wei Bai, who was sitting upright. She blinked. Why was it all red? Could it be that it was some heavy scene full of blood again? When she looked carefully, she found that there was a red veil covering her eyes, and she was wearing a thick red wedding dress. Wei Wei Bai tried to call the system. The system didn't answer. It was delayed again. Wei Wei Bai decided to stay put. Outside the sedan chair, the matchmaker's voice sounded anxiously. Why hasn't the groom lit the firecrackers to welcome the bride? And the young lady who came to lead the bride out of the sedan chair hasn't come. Isn't this what the groom should prepare? Young lady? Bai Weiwei searched and found that she only had reserves. She remembered that in ancient weddings, there were indeed young ladies who led the bride out of the sedan chair. There were little girls around 5 or 6 years old, similar to modern flower girls. What was this? Weiwei Bai waited calmly. She didn't know the target, and she didn't know what their personality was like. She looked at her own head in a daze. She wondered if the system had eaten too much and couldn't keep up with her soul because it was too slow. She thought that this world must not have a blood feud or something like that. It was tiring to have a grudge against the male lead every day. Wei Wei Bai suddenly heard the sound of hurried horse hooves. Then came the screams of the noisy crowd. The sound of horse hooves rushed directly to the sedan chair, like a sharp knife cutting through the red festive scene. Wei Wei Bai only felt that the sound of horse hooves was very chaotic. It should be a group of horses rushing directly over. The chair she was sitting on was shaking. She looked up but didn't move. She waited calmly. When she didn't know anything, adapt to all changes. Actually, even if she wanted to change now, she didn't know how to change. She was afraid that if her personality was too abrupt, she wouldn't be able to complete the mission. Suddenly, she heard the crisp sound of a whip. It was neat, clean, and loud as if it was slapping someone. The curtains of the palanquin were instantly shattered by the whip. Wei Wei Bai frowned. She didn't wait to move. The next lash was aimed directly at her face. Wei Wei Bai was about to dodge when a clear system notification sounded in her ears. This mission is to obtain Fu Beija's love. Target, Fu Beija. Completion, 0. Time, for months. This notification distracted her and made her unable to dodge. He could only bear the brunt of the whip. The strength of the whip was not strong, and the tail of the whip had just whipped away the cloth covering her head. Bai Weiwei raised her head. A pair of eyes as clear as a spring, black and pure, crashed into a pair of eyes full of cold intent. That man rode his horse over. Under the sun, his handsome face did not have the slightest trace of warmth. He was dressed in a neat woolen military uniform with a bayonet at his waist. His black boots were adorned with shiny spurs, and the whip in his hand carried a murderous aura. Her head. This was a great taboo. Matchmaker howled. Go after her, quick. The man smiled faintly. There was a chilling, murderous aura in his eyes. It was as if he had stepped over corpses and bones. He suddenly whipped Matchmaker's mouth until it was crooked. Then, he said murderously, who dares to chase after her? Then, he looked provocatively at the bride in the sedan chair. Wei Wei Bai was dressed in red. Her face was as big as a palm, and there was a hint of pink in her fair skin. She looked like a budding flower on a branch. There was no fear in her eyes. Instead, there was a hint of innocent curiosity. She opened her black, jade-like eyes and stared at him in a daze. The slash download, the mobile, the... Chapter 1010. She was wearing a bright red wedding dress, and the red light made her skin look like snow. The young girl sat in the sedan chair, calm and adorable. The man in military uniform was sitting on the horse, dazzled for a moment. Ding! The male lead's favorability is 0. He pursed his thin lips, frowned, and suddenly put away the daze in his eyes. Then the spur on his foot touched the horse, and the horse neighed, turned around, and took a few steps forward. The man ignored Wei Wei Bai and said to the crowd in a loud voice, blind marriage is not allowed. Notices have been posted in the city that marriage is free, and you can apply for divorce. From today onwards, Those who arrange marriages will be punished. With that, the man whipped the red lantern by the door, breaking it into pieces. Then he ordered coldly, "Tear down the wedding hall for me." Wei Wei Bai had a headache as memories flooded in. This time, it was the Republic of China. Although it was called the Republic of China, it was a similar era. In this era, the end of the feudal era had just ended. Warlords were fighting everywhere, and most of them were learning Western knowledge. Among them, the most powerful warlord with the most troops. It was the Fu family. The Fu family had a special status. Their family had been officials for generations, and, at the same time, they were secretly doing business. When they saw the arrival of the last generation, they immediately became the first to rise up in rebellion. They took the leadership of the North. And in the Fu family, the new leader was Fu Beijia. He was known as the desperate young Marshal Fu. At a young age, he had killed countless enemies. On the battlefield, he was the god of death. Besides, he was also very smart. He had the military power and the enormous wealth accumulated by the Fu family. So he was like an emperor in this chaotic world. Young Marshal Fu wiped out the enemies on the battlefield. In the end, he was notified by his family to go back and get married. Before the end of the dynasty, the Fu family and the Bai family had a childhood marriage. The Bai family was an official family of the end of the dynasty. At that time, they were a match for the Fu family, and the two families had some relationship. So the elders in the family made the decision and arranged a marriage for them. However, when the world fell into chaos, the Bai family declined, and the family members either died or were exiled. In the end, only Wei Wei Bai and a few old women were left. And the reason why Wei Wei Bai was able to survive was because she had the Fu family's marriage agreement with her. She had just come of age. The elders of the Fu family started to prepare for the wedding and planned to let Fu Beijia marry Wei Wei Bai. The elders of the Fu family thought that they could control Fu Beijia. Even though young Marshal Fu was so powerful, his roots were still with the Fu family. Therefore, he had to do whatever the elders wanted him to do. However, how could Fu Beijia, who was used to doing whatever he wanted and being free, allow others to force him to get married? He had never seen Wei Wei Bai before. This kind of blind marriage simply made him flip out on the spot. Therefore, Fu Beijia brought his personal guards back from the battlefield. On the day of the wedding, notices were posted throughout the city. Everyone should be free to marry, and the crime of arranged marriages should be punished. This slap directly smashed the faces of the elders of the Fu family. It was also a declaration to everyone. The person in charge of the Fu family now was Fu Beijia, not any old, feudal elders. And Wei Wei Bai was the victim of the transfer of power between the old and the new in the Fu family. She was also the chicken that Fu Beijia used as an example to others. Wei Wei Bai looked at Zero's favorable impression of her and did not feel happy at all. Who would have a favorable impression of a chicken? No one would even have a negative impression of her, because he didn't have any feelings for her. Wei Wei Bai sat in the bridal sedan chair and finally found out what her identity was. Chapter 10:11. She was an abandoned woman who had been slapped in the face and kicked out of the house before she even got married. What kind of stupid identity was this? Wei Wei Bai was about to complain about the system. The bodyguards who had rushed to tear down the wedding hall ran out again. Young Marshal Xiao, your second uncle, third aunt, and other relatives are blocking the way. Young Marshal Fu laughed mockingly, and a trace of unruliness appeared between his eyebrows. He suddenly turned to look at Wei Wei Bai. "Little girl, it's not a good thing to marry me. This family is full of jackals and wolves who eat people without spitting out the bones." Wei Wei Bai lowered her head, and Fu Beijia could only see her hands on her lap. Her fingers were fair and lovely, like delicate flower bones. They were soft and as gentle as water. The Bai family's ancestral home was Jiangnan. It seemed that such a pedantic and weak little girl could be raised in a scholarly family for generations. It was a pity that on a chaotic battlefield, such a flower could not withstand the wind and rain. She was good-looking but useless. Fu Beijia smiled coldly, feeling that there was no sense of accomplishment in scaring her. Just as he was about to pull the reins and gallop into the wedding hall and trample it. Behind him, a slightly childish voice sounded. "They're jackals and wolves. What about you?" Fu Beija paused, his fingers gripping the reins tightly, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. "Me? I'm a lion, a tiger, and a leopard that is bigger than them. Go home and cry. You want to marry me?" This kind of girl will be scared to tears if he pulled out a knife. He did not have time to coax a crying baby who had not been weaned off milk. Suddenly, the crowd, which had been scared stiff, made a noise again. Fu Beija felt that something was wrong and suddenly turned around. But he saw Wei Wei Bai bend down, stretch out her embroidered shoes, and get out of the sedan chair somewhat clumsily. She was wearing a bulky bridal dress, dragging the floor-length hem of her dress as she slowly walked past his horse. Fu Beija heard her complain softly, "This road is so uneven. The dress is so heavy." Then Wei Wei Bai walked to the door. Fu Beija's face turned cold, killing intent seeping out from between his brows. He was here today to humiliate the older generation of the Fu family. They asked him to marry her, but he refused. This was not a brainless decision. It was a decision that he had to make because of the change in power. Otherwise, no matter what he did in the future, his hands and feet would be tied. Therefore, Wei Wei Bai could not enter his house today. The whip in Fu Beija's hand suddenly struck the ground. "Stop right there." His aura was cold, and his voice was filled with killing intent. Wei Wei Bai carefully lifted her skirt. When she heard this, she gently turned her head. Her red lips curved, revealing a clever and cute strength. "Just because you asked me to stop, who are you to me?" Fu Beija had never been refuted like this before. Even his elders, who wanted to seize power, were still trembling with fear before him. He laughed coldly. "Who do you think I am to you?" Wei Wei Bai had already walked to the door. She was just one step away from entering the house. Once she entered the house, she would be Fu Beija's woman. Wasn't this a clear slap to his face? Wei Wei Bai suddenly revealed a smile. Her face was small and childish, but when she smiled, it was not cute, but bright and beautiful. A pair of black jade eyes, full of sparkling smiles. Just looking at her was enough to make people like her. Her smile could simply dazzle everyone's eyes. Fu Beija loosened the whip in his hand. He felt that it would be a little cruel to whip her to death like this. Cruel, wasn't he? Fu Beija, the cruelest demon? In such a daze, Wei Wei Bai actually stepped over the threshold and stood directly inside the house. She took her hands off her skirt and stood obediently. Then she looked up at him. "I'm yours, Fu Beija." Chapter 10:12. These words were very serious. Fu Beija didn't expect that he would be tricked by Wei Wei Bai in a moment of soft-heartedness. He had just posted a notice that he was going to punish the crime of arranged marriage. If he let Wei Wei Bai marry him today, wouldn't that be slapping his own face and making everyone laugh at him? His eyes were dark and gloomy, and the calmness on his face had disappeared. Ding! The male lead's favorability is -5. He suddenly pulled out his gun and pointed it at Wei Wei Bai. The horse was also startled by his murderous aura and kicked the ground twice. The crowd was silent. They didn't expect that young Marshal Fu would directly pull out his gun and point it at his bride. So cruel and heartless. Wei Wei Bai looked at him calmly, her hands hidden in her sleeves, clenching tightly. She said to the system, "It's a gun, scum, this is a gun." The system calmly comforted her. "It's just a gun. Think about it. If it was a sci-fi future world, it would be a laser cannon pointed at you. In this world, at least you can leave a complete corpse." Wei Wei Bai thought about it and agreed. At least she would have a complete corpse. And even if she failed, she still had 1,205 days to live. So Wei Wei Bai's eyes lit up, and she looked at Fu Beija aggressively. She had seen Fu Beija's experience. She knew that this man definitely didn't like weak little girls. But this time, her appearance was that of a little lowly who was like water. Although she was 19 years old, she looked very young. It was the kind of appearance that Fu Beija wouldn't be attracted to. She had no choice but to be a little tougher. Wei Wei Bai said, "Although the appearance is good, everyone has their own advantages. Fu Beija doesn't like my appearance. He will definitely be subdued by my perfect personal charm." System, Do you have the personal charm to make up lies? Fu Beijia did not expect that Wei Wei Bai's legs would not go soft even after he pulled out his gun. Many men would kowtow and beg for mercy when they saw a gun. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly sneered. Interesting. This woman that the Fu family's old master had sent over was not a simple person. I'll give you a chance. Originally, you had no room for regret after entering this door. Seeing your courage, I'll let you go back on your words once. The Fu family was now in a state of internal strife between the old and new factions. Once she entered the door, she would become his enemy. In the end, his fate was bleak. He was just giving this little girl a reminder out of goodwill. He flicked his wrist. The gun could go off at any moment. As long as you give up on this engagement, I'll tear down this door and let you come out with your innocence. I'll find you a good marriage and let you live the rest of your life without worries. Otherwise, threats and inducements, the two most useful weapons since ancient times. Fu Beijia looked at her indifferently. However, Wei Wei Bai did not seem to hear him. Her cheeks were flushed red. The sun was getting brighter, and there was a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. She pursed her lips and smiled gently. Fu Beijia, I've entered your door. I can only follow you for the rest of my life. Even if I die, I'll be a ghost in your house. She was not threatened. She would not accept his inducements. Then she bent down and picked up the veil that had fallen by the door, just as she was about to cover it. The sound of a bullet suddenly rang out. Wei Wei Bai paused. The bullet had hit the red lantern above her head. The lantern creaked and fell by her feet. Her hair bun was also messed up by the lantern. Her black, silk-like hair draped over her shoulders. Her face paled for a moment, devoid of blood. Chapter 10:13. However, it was much prettier than the mature hairstyle just now. Fu Beijia held the gun. The muzzle was still warm. He turned the gun around indifferently and said, "Guess where I'm going to shoot the next time? Be a good girl and walk out of this door." He didn't believe that she wasn't afraid. Wei Wei Bai clutched her veil tightly. Her hair was disheveled as she stood inside the door, looking lonely and pitiful. The crowd around them couldn't bear to see her like this. Young Marshal Fu was too cruel. Wasn't he forcing her to her death? Wei Wei Bai looked up at him with tears in her eyes. She didn't say anything to condemn him, but she looked helpless. It could melt iron into a drop of water. However, Fu Beijia was much tougher than iron. He had seen many dead people on the battlefield. There were even cases where children came to kill him with a bomb. His heart had never softened. Everything Wei Wei Bai had done was in vain. He wouldn't acknowledge this kiss today. He wouldn't accept this woman either. Therefore, he said coldly, "Walk out now, and I'll spare your life." As someone who was very experienced in torture, he knew that his layers of pressure were already the limit for a woman. It was beyond his expectations that Wei Wei Bai could hold on until now. Many soldiers couldn't hold on as long as she did. Wei Wei Bai's fingers trembled, but her expression didn't change. Her red lips moved slightly. She said, "I said I'm yours, so I won't change. Even if you beat me to death, I won't change." She was so stubborn, not to mention the ordinary people around them. Even the bodyguard behind Fu Beijia felt that she was very pitiful. But they weren't hateful. They were even sad and beautiful. Fu Beijia's fingers that were holding the gun also stiffened. He looked down at her coldly. However, he found that she had lowered her head. Then, she carefully put the veil back on her head. It was as if she was doing something extremely sacred and solemn. The black mass of people silently watched as she covered herself with the veil. There were no firecrackers or bridegroom. She was the only one who turned around and walked into the Fu family. For a moment, Fu Beijia really wanted to beat her to death. It was very easy for a bullet to enter her heart from her back. It was an engagement that could be easily resolved. But in the end, he suffered a huge setback. Fu Beijia was so angry that he couldn't help but shout, "Wei Wei Bai." Bai Weiwei's footsteps paused, but she suddenly turned around. She lifted the veil with both hands. Under the red veil, her diamond-shaped lips pursed into a joyful and cute smile. "Fu Beijia, you called me." She was as happy as a child. Fu Beijia opened her mouth to refute. Was he calling her? He was trying to intimidate her. However, before he could say anything, Wei Wei Bai had already removed her veil and covered her face. Then, he quickened his pace and walked forward. In front of them was the front hall of the ceremony. The decorations were extremely festive, but those ruffians controlled the place, including the elders and relatives of the Fu family, and his mother, stepmother Chunru. Everyone thought that Wei Wei Bai would choose to leave. In the end, he saw her walking in alone from outside the door. The old faction of the Fu family, led by Chunru, was overjoyed. They thought that the marriage was over, but they didn't expect that Wei Wei Bai would marry into the family. Anyway, it didn't matter if Fu Beija didn't admit it. The bride had already married into the family, and love would develop over time. If she had another child, she would still have to listen to the family obediently. Wei Wei Bai also wanted to choose to leave. He was such a scumbag. If he wasn't her target, she would have kicked him to the edge of the sky. To TXT. Chapter 1014. Damn, he even married her to his doorstep. He even told her to scram. In this era, although the last generation had just ended, the remnants of the old feudal system were not all dead. Wasn't this forcing a girl to not be able to live? Of course, with Wei Wei Bai's personality, she could directly cut her long hair and wear a Chong Sam to school. But the original owner of this body, as well as a bunch of girls who had not been influenced by Western education, did not have this thought. If it was the original owner, Fu Beija would probably have chased them away today. When she went back, she would have to hang herself. Not a single one of these targets wasn't bad. How good would it be if a normal, sunny, and handsome man who would directly give her 100 favorability points come to her? Creating so many problems, the main system was simply crazy. After Wei Wei Bai finished scolding the main system, her mood was much better. She was about to step up the stairs when the sound of horse hooves came from behind her. The system reminded her, "The male lead is caught up. I think he will shoot you in the head." Wei Wei Bai, I think you don't need to say the last sentence. Like the main system, there would be the same broken system. She immediately turned around, but because she was too anxious, the veil slipped down. She quickly grabbed the veil, but before she could raise her head, a strong arm directly grabbed her waist. Wei Wei Bai was directly thrown in front of the horse like he was grabbing an item. She was not careful, and her face directly bumped into the middle of his legs. Fu Beija groaned. Wei Wei Bai was dizzy and did not realize what she bumped into. She struggled and accidentally rubbed against that area again. Fu Beija's face immediately darkened, but under the darkness, there was a red flush. He was like an angry cat. He grabbed her by the back of the collar and rushed into the front hall, throwing her off the horse. Wei Wei Bai almost fell to her death. She lay on the ground, her hair disheveled. The man was still sitting on the horse. His face was red, and his breathing was a bit messy. He actually looked very pitiful. Bai Wei Wei sat on the ground, her eyes pure and innocent as she stared blankly at him. She did not seem to know what he was angry about. Fu Beija looked at her face. On her white cheeks, there were a few red marks. She had just rubbed against his pants. He felt as if he had been hit in the chest, and the blood on his face became even more vigorous. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 0. He suddenly picked up the whip and was about to lash it down in anger. "You shamelessly seduced me and insisted on entering my house to be my woman." Wei Wei Bai was so agitated by his actions and words that her face turned pale. She straightened her neck and finally couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "Why didn't you call off the engagement earlier? Why did you have to wait until the 3 matchmakers and 6 betrothal gifts brought me to your doorstep before calling off the engagement? Even if the daughter of my Bai family is in dire straits, you shouldn't spoil her like this." Fu Beija loosened his grip on the whip. He did not have the heart to continue lashing out. Nonsense! What era is it now? Who still believes in this kind of blind marriage? Your brain is simply uncivilized. Look at how many women are wearing Chong Sams and going to school. Why don't you learn from them? Wei Wei Bai sneered. Learning from them and showing off my arms and casually going in and out with other men? My family doesn't allow it. Fu Beija's head hurt. Wei Wei Bai was exactly the same as those old fogies in the Fu family. Did he really want to be with this kind of woman for the rest of his life? Fu Beija fiercely glared at Chun Ru, who was sitting in the hall. It was all this woman's fault. After the death of Marshal Fu, This woman was the only one left in the Fu, causing the entire family to be restless. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. Transmigration system. Male god, come here and read at https://www.sashu. Com transmigration system. Male god, come here. T transmigration system. Male god, come here. Chapter 10:15. Shinru was so scared that she was trembling. She was also scared by the stepson. Fu Beija felt that his murderous aura could scare people. Why couldn't he scare Wei Wei Bai? He looked at Wei Wei Bai again, only to find that she was clumsily trying to stand up, but because the wedding dress was too cumbersome, she fell back down as soon as she got up. Fu Beija actually felt that her current appearance was much cuter than her righteous and awe-inspiring appearance just now. Cute? Hateful was more like it. The whip in his hand suddenly fell on Wei Wei Bai's body. If you want to marry into my family, then I'll grant you your wish. But don't think that I'll touch you. You'll just have to live like a widow. His tone was cold and mocking. Then he pulled the reins and rode out directly. When he went out, Fu Beija inexplicably looked back. He found that she was sitting there in a daze. Her eyes, which had always been stubborn, were now filled with tears. Fu Beija's cold heart trembled when he saw her tears. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 5. But the next second, he felt a faint pain in the middle of his legs. He thought of her face and actually bumped into him like that. Fu Beija's body tensed up and a fire surged up. He couldn't tell what kind of fire it was, but it made him very angry. He rode out on his horse, and the soldiers surrounded him. Young Marshal, are you still going to marry her? This bride had already entered the family, and they didn't see the young Marshal shoot the bride in the head. So did he agree to this marriage? Fu Beija was already suppressing his anger. This question was like poking a hornet's nest. He angrily rebuked, "Marry my ass, don't block the way." The soldiers immediately moved aside. Young Marshal, where are you going? Fu Beija was too lazy to answer this question, but when he saw the crowd of onlookers, he had a malicious intention. All of a sudden, he was filled with malice. His lips curled into a malicious smile. Where else can we go? It's my treat tonight. Let's drink at Yanlai Restaurant. Yanlai Lu was the best, largest, and most beautiful brothel in the city. On the day of their wedding, they went straight to the brothel. Wei Wei Bai's reputation would be ruined. In any case, the bride entered the house, and the groom went to drink wine. This spectacular farce had finally come to an end. On Wei Wei Bai's side, her mother-in-law, Fu Beija's stepmother, Chenru, was holding her hand kindly. Beija is an impatient person. Don't argue with him. You scared him. Rest early tonight. Chenru was not a good person either. Now that Wei Wei Bai had entered the school, Fu Beija would not be able to run away. If she had another child, Fu Beija could forget about leaving the old people in the Fu residence behind. After all, Fu Beija's parents were both dead. The only one left in the Fu residence was his stepmother. But his stepmother was not related to him by blood. How could he rely on her? Wei Wei Bai was the one who kept Fu Beija in the Fu residence. After Chenru settled Wei Wei Bai, she smiled coldly and said to her trusted servant, "That thing is ready. As long as Fu Beija comes, let them use it. I don't believe that they won't be on good terms." With a child, she only needed to firmly control Wei Wei Bai and her daughter. She did not believe that Fu Beija would be so heartless to leave them behind. Others might not know, but how could Chenru not know? Fu Beija was used to doing whatever he wanted, even when it came to killing people. When it came to the attitude towards women, he had received a traditional education since he was young. No matter how much he pretended to be, he was not the kind of person who indulged in debauchery. After so many years, she guessed that Fu Beija was just a virgin. Bai Weiwei hurriedly took off her wedding dress. This wedding dress was simply too heavy. The system watched as she took off her wedding dress and quickly took a shower. After the shower, she wolfed down her meal. If it was not for the fact that she had chased everyone out with her image would be completely destroyed. Wei Wei Bai complained, "Did this body starve to death? When I came, my stomach was so hungry that it was in a mess." The system said, Usually married people don't have food to eat. Wei Wei Bai said, "This marriage is torture." The system said, "Your husband went to whore." Wei Wei Bai said, "Whore what?" The system said, "Women." Wei Wei Bai threw down her chopsticks. "Can't he whore me? Fu Beija, that bastard. He's already married, and he still doesn't respect himself." After that, she rummaged through her luggage and started looking for clothes to wear. The system said, "What are you doing?" Wei Wei Bai said as she changed, "What can I do? I'm going to whore too." The Chapter 10:16. In Yen Lai Lu, the singers and prostitutes were the most fashionable Chong Sams, wore high heels, and held small folding fans in their hands as they welcomed and sent people off with a smile. In troubled times, this kind of entertainment business was the busiest. Prostitutes were also the women who were best at chasing after new styles of clothes. When a man entered the door, he would be mesmerized by the colorful, coquettish, and bold flowers and empty his wallet. Fu Beija also often came to this kind of place. After all, he had to come to this kind of place to win a battle or to discuss business. He didn't mind women coming over to play, but he cared very much about who got into his bed. Growing up under his strict grandmother, he was not allowed to touch a woman until it was time. He had been educated to keep himself clean all year round. He was old enough to have a little interest in women. His biological mother had died, and Marshal Fu had married a restless stepmother. Chen Ru's cunning mind and her stirring up trouble in the backyard simply made him lose his appetite. His little bit of interest in women was completely destroyed. Then he threw himself into the road of snatching territory and consolidating power. It wasn't easy to get a good piece of territory, and he wanted to show off his skills and go further. That group of old remnants of feudalism actually wanted him to go back and get married. In this day and age, who still liked this kind of thing? It was simply crazy. Fu Beija's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. He held the wine glass with his fingers and drank the strong white wine inside in one gulp. The adjutant next to him said, "Young Marshal, I heard that little golden flower sent you an invitation tonight. You have good luck with women." Fu Beija was serious when it came to business, but in private, he was very good at getting along with his subordinates. Therefore, the people next to him dared to make a few jokes about him. Fu Beija was still in his military uniform. He frowned and reached out his fingers nonchalantly. He hooked his collar and unbuttoned a few buttons. "I'm too lazy to go to a woman who welcomes and sends people off." The adjutant immediately said excitedly, "Little golden flower sells her skills, not her body. I heard that the men who can catch her eye are all giants among men. If the young marshal can get close to her, then this trip to Yen Lai Lu will not be in vain." It was no wonder that the adjutant was so excited. Little Golden Flower was the #1 famous prostitute, and her status was not low. It was said that she was extremely beautiful and talented. He was highly revered by the great scholars of the current generation. As for Little Golden Flower, she also chose her own guests, and she never stayed overnight. It was said that he was still a virgin. For a woman of this status, even if she became Fu Beija's mistress, it would not be a disgrace to Fu Beija. Fu Beija looked at the lamp with disinterest. Under the light, his face carried traces of indifference and tiredness. Only his pair of eyes were as dark as ice. He said, "When it comes to women, it's almost the same when they're naked. Once they're in bed, who cares about their talents? When the lights are off, who's going to look at that stinky body?" Moreover, coming to Yen Lai Lu today was originally Fu Beija's unexpected itinerary. He had originally planned to settle the marriage easily. Then he would bring his personal guards down south to open up the Fu family's waterway. In the end, that woman's face suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. Although she was a woman, she was still young and tender, like a small bud on a flower branch that had not yet bloomed. She was red and looked at him charmingly. She was young and beautiful. Wearing a red wedding dress, she had a face. But it was not annoying. Fu Beija's face suddenly darkened. Why did he think of that woman who did not know what was good for her again? He was in a bad mood and continued to drink. Suddenly, he saw Little Golden Flower's invitation on the table. He did not know what was wrong with his brain. Today, he came to Yen Lai Lu to humiliate Wei Wei Bai. Chapter 1017. If he didn't do anything, wouldn't he fail to achieve his goal? Fu Beija threw the invitation in his hand onto the tray of the little maid who was serving wine. Call your little golden flower over. His posture was languid, but his movements were neat and clean. It was as if little golden flower was just an ordinary prostitute who could be ordered around by him. The little maid didn't dare to offend him. She immediately went to call for her. Fu Beija didn't think that little golden flower could make him eat meat, but it was still okay for a woman to sneak out and play with her. He suddenly sneered. Who asked you to be disobedient? Tonight, he played with a prostitute. Tomorrow in the city, the news that Wei Wei Bai's husband went to Yanlai restaurant to visit a prostitute on the first night of her marriage to the Fu family would spread. For a woman, the rest of her life was basically ruined. Moreover, she shouldn't even think about getting a single point of prestige in the residence. It was the worst for a woman to lose face in a residence. Even the servants looked down on her. Moreover, Chun-Ru was the most powerful woman. She saw that Wei Wei Bai couldn't restrain his feet. She probably wouldn't treat Wei Wei Bai well for a few days before throwing her into the backyard to die. Fu Beija's face was cold as he continued to drink. Those who didn't listen to him were mostly dead. Those who didn't die were living a life worse than death. Let her be disobedient. Fu Beija didn't notice at all that he was thinking about Wei Wei Bai every now and then tonight. He couldn't let go of her at all. Suddenly, a fragrant wind blew behind him. Then, a fair hand with red nail polish gently gripped his wine flask. It's an honor for young Marshall to come to Yanlai restaurant. The woman's voice was sweet and charming. But Fu Beija frowned and threw away the wine cup she was holding. He found it dirty. Little Golden Flower's beautiful face froze for a moment, but she endured it. Young Marshall, I heard that you've recently reclaimed. Although Fu Beija called Little Golden Flower over, his nose couldn't stand the smell of her fragrance. He looked at Little Golden Flower. Her looks were all right, and her actions were well practiced, but she was a little frivolous. Just as he was about to reply with a few words, he suddenly glanced behind Little Golden Flower at the door downstairs. A snow-green figure stood there quietly. She seemed to be a little unfamiliar with this place. She was wearing an old-fashioned snow-green coat and skirt that did not fit in. Her long hair was braided in front of her chest, and she was holding an oil paper umbrella in her hand. It was drizzling outside. She wanted to enter, but she was stopped. After all, if a woman wanted to enter Yanlai brothel, she would have to apply for a job. Fu Beija blinked, wondering if he had seen wrongly. After all, how could a woman like Wei Wei Bai come to Yanlai brothel? Such an old-fashioned woman might not even know what this place was. He pushed away the little golden flower that was blocking his view, then immediately walked to the railing and looked down. Wei Wei Bai happened to look up at the same time. Her small and handsome face did not have the rouge from her wedding. Her lips were pink, and her eyes were as clean as glass, but they were also cold and piercing. When she saw Fu Beija, her eyes seemed to be filled with sarcasm and mockery. Fu Beija's expression darkened. She had threatened him so much today. She didn't hide at home and cry, but came to Yanlai brothel. Was this a place where she could come? Fu Beija pursed his lips, and his eyes were cold. Wei Wei Bai pushed away the person blocking her. Her dress was made of the softest silk, and she seemed to be walking on clouds as she walked into Yanlai brothel. Her style was elegant and magnanimous. She was frighteningly dignified. // Chapter 1018. Compared to those lively female prostitutes, it made them look extremely vulgar and beautiful. Wei Wei Bai walked up the stairs. Fu Beija's face darkened. He slapped her in the face. She went straight to Yanlai Lu. A woman would come to such a place. Tomorrow, the news would not be about Wei Wei Bai being abandoned by him on their wedding night. It would be about his wife coming to Yanlai Lu on their wedding night and humiliating him. So was she taking revenge? Fu Beija suddenly grabbed Xiao Jinhua's arm with his fingers. Xiao Jinhua's arm was almost broken. Then Fu Beija sat on the chair and let Xiao Jinhua sit on his lap. His handsome face was calm. Feed me wine. It seemed that he had humiliated Wei Wei Bai, but he had not humiliated her enough. If he did not make her regret and run home crying today, he would write the word Fu upside down. When Wei Wei Bai came up, she saw Fu Beija holding a beauty in his arms and drinking. The collar of the man's military uniform was loose, revealing his slender neck. His thin lips were stained with wine, and there was a trace of enchantment. There was a trace of evil in his eyes, and his lips were curled into a cold smile. He was just short of writing the words, "I'm a bad person," on his face. Wei Wei Bai stood at the stairs, holding an umbrella in her hand and looking at him expressionlessly. Fu Beija took a sip of the wine that Xiao Jinhua fed him and said sarcastically, "Why? I'm just here to drink, and you want to chase after me? You're really sincere to me." Wei Wei Bai did not say anything. Instead, she quietly walked over, gathered her skirt in a well-behaved manner, and sat on the chair opposite him. The soldiers who were drinking with Fu Beija were restless. The atmosphere of catching adulterers was too scary. Fu Beija did not expect such a well-behaved girl to be so calm. In a fit of pique, he reached out to touch the little golden flower. Wei Wei Bai finally frowned. She said, "How much do you want?" "He gave it to you, and so did I. Pour me some wine." These words were directed at little golden flower. Then Bai Weiwei took out a handkerchief from her cuff. She opened the handkerchief, revealing several small gold bars. In this day and age, a small gold bar was a fortune, not to mention a few. Even little golden flower, who was used to the bustling scene, couldn't resist the temptation for a while. Wei Wei Bai pushed the gold bar to the opposite side. She said seriously to Xiao Jinhua, "This man is not good. You want to have a good future with him. Money is good. It won't make you feel bad. Come over here and pour me some wine." Her words were so gentle, yet so sharp. Little golden flower was immediately shaken. She was not sure if she could win over Fu Beija. Furthermore, he was the only man who dared to visit her on his wedding night. This kind of man was ruthless enough, but he was not as practical as money. But she did not dare to go over. She was afraid that she would offend Fu Beija. Fu Beija saw little golden flowers wavering. A burst of anger surged in his heart, and he directly pushed her away. Then he suddenly stood up and smashed the gun at his waist on the table. "Do you think that with a few gold bars, you can make others listen to you? What makes people listen to you is this." Fu Beija sneered, as if this could scare her. Wei Wei Bai was indeed shocked. Her face was a little pale. Her black eyes looked at him with a trace of grievance. Her voice softened. "Fu Beija, this won't make me listen to you." Fu Beija thought about how he had directly shot her today. She was still disobedient and insisted on entering his house. He really couldn't make her listen to him. Why was this woman so difficult to deal with? Chapter 1019. Fu Beija suddenly said coldly, "What do you want? I don't even like you, yet you insist on clinging to me. Is this what you brought up?" Wei Wei Bai's mouth twitched as if she wanted to laugh, but her expression became distressed. Her appearance was like a thin and soft thorn that pierced Fu Beija's heart. Had he gone too far with her? Fu Beija suddenly sat back down with a sullen expression. "I'll be honest with you. My family is a mess. You're just asking for trouble by marrying into my family. Since everyone knows that you haven't slept with me yet, you should pack your bags and go home. You can still marry into a good family, and I won't make things difficult for you." This was the first time Fu Beija had been so long-winded about something. He was the kind of person who would say anything once. The second time, he would directly make a move. But facing Wei Wei Bai, he didn't know what to do for a moment. Bai Weiwei took a deep breath, opened a pair of black and white eyes, and said word by word, "I said I married you, so I'm yours. Our Bai family doesn't abandon a woman. You can't divorce me." For a scumbag, she was going all out. Wait until their affinity for each other increased. Let's see how she would divorce him. This was the first time Fu Beija saw a woman clinging to him like this. It wasn't that he had never seen a woman take the initiative before, but Wei Wei Bai was the only one who took the initiative to not be afraid of bullets. He was about to mock her when he suddenly reached out and pressed Wei Wei Bai's head firmly. His other hand picked up the gun on the table and then hugged her as they rolled to the ground. The place where they were sitting just now. It was pierced by a bullet. Suddenly, dozens of masked criminals ran into the building with guns in their hands and started shooting. It seemed that they were here for Fu Beija. Fu Beija's personal guards also began a fight with them. On the other hand, Fu Beijia had a vicious look on his face. He held Wei Wei Bai in his arms and looked outside vigilantly. He didn't expect to be ambushed. He didn't bring many people with him today. The adjutant shouted, "Young Marshal, you go first." A ruthless look flashed across Fu Beijia's face. He pulled Wei Wei Bai, bent down, and shot a few criminals dead. Then he dragged her and rushed downstairs under the protection of his bodyguards. The bodyguards around him were getting more and more scattered. Fu Beijia rushed out of Yin, Lai Lu with a group of people chasing after him. He was just about to rush into a remote alley. Suddenly, he became vigilant and wanted to rush forward, but it was too late. The bullet hit his shoulder. The shot was fired by someone hiding upstairs. These people had planned to kill him. There were a lot of people involved in this assassination, and they were all very professional. He was careless and thought that the territory was his, so he didn't take too many precautions. He didn't expect to fall so hard. Who was it that wanted his life? The businessmen he offended when he went to the south to open up the waterway? Or were they the surviving survivors of the newly reclaimed territory? Fu Beijia's shoulder burned with pain. His face was pale, but his expression was still calm. He didn't care whether Wei Wei Bai could keep up or not. He dragged her into the alley. On the other side of the alley was a lively red light district. In addition to Yan Lai Lu, there were many large and small brothels. There were people who smoked, whored, and gambled. Everything was there. As long as he ran there, he would have a chance to make a comeback. Suddenly, Wei Wei Bai's panting voice came from behind. "Fu Beijia, let go of me." Fu Beijia turned around and saw that Wei Wei Bai's face was red and she was panting heavily. It seemed that she couldn't keep up with his running speed. Chapter 10:20. At this time, her legs were not weak from fear, but she was afraid of dragging him down. For the first time, Fu Beijia felt that she was not an eyesore. Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 8. Although he thought this, he still sneered. Who told you to go to a brothel with a man instead of crying at home? You've already lost your life. Wei Wei Bai's expression darkened. I would rather lose my life than let you go to this kind of shady place. Fu Beijia's face was frighteningly pale and blood flowed all over his body. He continued to bicker with Wei Wei Bai to maintain his spirit. What shady place? Which man hasn't come here before? Wei Wei Bai, this place is dirty. What if you get sick and spread it to me? This sentence made Fu Beijia laugh in anger. They had already run into the red light district and were in the middle of the crowd. Fu Beijia suddenly seized the opportunity and knocked out a gambler by the alley. He stripped him of his clothes and hurriedly put them on. His military uniform was wrapped in a large cloak, and his messy black hair was also covered with a hat. In an instant, he changed from a ruffian to a handsome young master. Fu Beijia knew that he could not get rid of the pursuers like this. He heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from the other side of the alley. Fu Beijia's face was cold as his vision began to turn black. He knew that he did not have much time left. If his wounds continued to bleed like this, he would die from excessive blood loss before those people could kill him. He pulled Wei Wei Bai and ran into another lively alley. This place was lively because it was a place where the prostitutes on the street received customers. Some men had smoked a lot and were impatient. They directly took a few dollars and dragged a prostitute into the small brothel next to the alley to deal with her. There were also some who were so impatient that they could not wait and directly took care of themselves in the alley. After a long time, this became the most famous alley in the red light district. Basically, every man knew that this place was lively. Fu Beijia knew that the pursuers would be here soon. He suddenly pushed by Wei Wei against the wall and covered her with his whole body. Wei Wei Bai had a blank look on her face, as if she didn't know what he was going to do. However, Fu Beijia knew that the dress she was wearing was too eye-catching. He suddenly pulled off her outer garment. Her white underwear was exposed. Wei Wei Bai was shocked. Fu Beijia covered her mouth with his hand and sneered. What's wrong? You want to murder your husband, so you've attracted the people who want to assassinate me? Wei Wei Bai's eyes widened. She quickly blinked her eyes. Her soft eyelashes brushed past his fingers, making his fingertips itch. His entire body reeked of blood. His sturdy arms held onto her waist as he tore off her skirt, revealing her soft white trousers. How could a prostitute wear such elegant clothes? She couldn't care less about the cold rain outside. He pulled up her trousers, revealing one of her calves. Her calves were as white as tofu, soft and beautiful. They were dazzling. The heat in Fu Beija's body exploded. He shouted in a low voice, "Fuck, stick close to me. Other than this leg, don't expose anything else." Wei Weibai was frightened. She was held in his arms. His blood was plastered on her snow-white face. The man's strong chest was steaming, making her unable to escape. Fu Beija heard the sound of the pursuers behind him. He reached out and clasped her delicate chin, forcing her to look up. Wei Weibai's face was like a flower that had been pinched. The weak white and blood-stained red were a perfect combination. Fu Beija suddenly had a malicious thought and said teasingly, "I'm dirty, so you're dirty too. It's you who insisted on sticking close to me, a dirty thing that might be infected with a disease. Now it's too late to let go." After saying that, he eagerly lowered his head and sucked on her delicate lips. He had only wanted to put on an act, but he didn't know why. But his fingers pinched her waist, and he kissed her clean lips. The fire that had been there since he saw her became even stronger. She whimpered a little. Her voice was as pitiful as a baby bird. Fu Beija's cold heart softened. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 10. Chapter 10:21. The pursuers ran over and saw the alley full of men and women. Most of them were working by the wall. The pursuers were men and knew where this was. They glanced around and saw Fu Beija's back. They also saw that he was not wearing a military uniform and was carrying a woman. Although they could not see the woman's face, they knew that she was a prostitute from her white legs. The pursuers ran out of the alley. The danger behind them was gone. Fu Beija knew, but he held her tightly, kissing the blood on her face and kissing her trembling lips. He whispered in her ear, "How's this wedding night?" He felt that he was doing it on purpose. He wanted to make her cry. Wei Weibai could not take it anymore. She could not run away and could not put on her clothes. She could only stick close to him and be bullied. She finally could not take it anymore and shouted, "You bastard!" Fu Beija said cheekily, "You're the one who wants to stick to me. Give me a kiss, and I'll let you go." Wei Weibai suddenly reached out and slapped him hard. Fu Beija was stunned. It was the first time he was slapped. He could not breathe, and his vision turned black. He suddenly fainted. Wei Weibai, this target was too weak. He fainted just like that. The system finally dared to speak. The pursuers will return. Do you want to escape first? Wei Weibai quickly put on her clothes and looked at Fu Beija carefully to make sure that he really fainted. She lifted her leg and kicked him a few times. The system, Wei Weibai said, "I've been angry with this little bastard for too long." Wei Weibai did not like men like Fu Beija. It was one thing to go to a prostitute on their wedding night, but every time he pointed a gun at her face. This was intolerable. The system said, "Then you run first and leave him here." Wei Weibai rolled up her sleeves. "If he dies, I'll be the unlucky one. Let's drag him away first." The system looked at her small body, then looked at Fu Beija's tall and strong body, and felt that it would be a little difficult to drag her away. In the next moment, he saw Wei Weibai dragging Fu Beija and struggling to walk out. She muttered, "No matter how small the 30 days of HP is, it's still like mosquito meat. Let's finish this quickly and go back to eat the big fish." Big fish was that Yi Xuan. Wei Weibai used all her strength and finally dragged Fu Beija to the entrance of the alley. Then, she collapsed from exhaustion. What did she eat to grow up? Her two little arms were about to break from exhaustion. Seeing a rickshaw, Wei Weibai hurriedly stopped one. She then dragged the half-dead Fu Beija towards the Fu residence. Tonight's assassination attempt made the entire night restless. The Fu residence was the last line of defense. If someone could kill Fu Beija in the Fu residence, then it would mean that Fu Beija was really done for. Fortunately, this assassination attempt was sudden. Fu Beija's bodyguards reacted before Fu Beija's bodyguards reacted. They began to counterattack. At dawn, the assassination attempt was finally suppressed. However, Fu Beija was in a very dangerous situation. After Wei Wei Bai brought him to the Fu residence, she invited a doctor to help him remove the bullet and bandage it. During this time, Chun Ru came over to take a look. After sitting for a while, she left. The system said, "There's something I don't know if I should say." Wei Wei Bai, who was feeding Fu Beija water, felt her hair stand on end. "How many snacks did you feed me again?" The system said, "I promise I won't eat a single cent of your HP in this world. I'm a very principled person." Wei Wei Bai said, "You said it yourself. I dare to eat you naked in the entire system world." Chapter 10:22. The system said, "Aren't you going to ask me why I don't eat? You only care about threatening me. You don't even love me." Wei Wei Bai said, "Yeah, I never loved you." Fu Beija suddenly choked and coughed. Wei Wei Bai fed him the water too quickly and almost drowned him. Bai Wei Wei hurriedly opened the cup and drank all the water in it. The system was about to say something. Wei Wei Bai finally found her conscience. "If you don't eat snacks, can you bear the hunger?" The system was touched. "Yes, the matchmaker introduced me to a beautiful Tongzi. I heard that it likes slim Tongzi the most. I want to go on a diet in one of the planes to go on a blind date." Wei Wei Bai said, "I hope you get rid of the single life. It's best if you get together with it immediately. Then you can go on a diet in every plane." The system was moved to tears when it heard the first sentence, but when it heard the second sentence, it stopped crying. It was a waste of its expression. It said coldly, "There's something wrong with the tea. That's what I want to say." In the end, because of the interruption, the water was fed to Fu Beija. Wei Wei Bai looked at the empty cup and frowned. She was about to check if Fu Beija was poisoned to death. A hand grabbed her arm forcefully. The hand was strong, and the veins on the back of the hand were popping out. A man's hoarse voice sounded. "Wei Wei Bai, what did you feed me?" Wei Wei Bai lowered her head. She saw the unconscious man suddenly wake up. His face was covered in cold sweat, and his naked body was wrapped in bandages. His pale face was hot, as if it was emitting steam. His cheeks were red, and his black eyes were as bright as a hungry wolf's. What a lunatic! The water she fed him just now was not poisoned. It was an aphrodisiac. Thinking of Chun Ru sitting at the table just now, it must have been her doing. What a great stepmother. She was so worried about her stepson's bed that she even used drugs. Wasn't he trying to kill Fu Beija? If he were to drink this thing at this time and make love again, his body would basically collapse. Wei Wei Bai looked at the man who was like a hungry wolf, but his eyes were extremely sharp. She had a puzzled expression on her face. "What happened to you? Did he have a high fever? I'll ask the doctor to do it again." Her expression was natural and puzzled. It looked like she really didn't know what was wrong with him. Fu Beija felt that his body was at two extremes. One was extremely cold, and the other was tormented by the scorching heat. He had seen many dirty tricks over the years. He knew what was wrong with him. While he was in a daze, she had been taking care of him. When she fed him water, he did not drink at first because too many assassinations had made him wary of food given to him by others. But when he thought of her pale face and the pitiful look of wanting to marry him at gunpoint, however, she suddenly felt that she could gain a bit of his trust. In the end, not long after the water entered his mouth, the heat that rose in his body immediately shattered his pitiful trust. She actually drugged him. If he really took the medicine, his body would be crippled tomorrow. Fu Beija gasped for a moment and revealed a sinister smile. "Do you want me to do you that much?" She was the one who gave him the water. Even if she didn't drug him, it had something to do with her. Wei Wei Bai touched the heat on his wrist and looked at his unnatural blush. She was at a loss for a moment. Suddenly, she thought of something and her face turned red. "Did you eat something at Yanlai restaurant?" Wei Wei Bai's words diverted Fu Beija's attention. It wasn't necessarily the problem with the water she fed him, but the wine at Yanlai restaurant might also have a problem. Chapter 10:23. Fu Beija's mind was in a mess, but he still stared at Wei Wei Bai. He wanted to see a bit of guilt on her face. But other than doubt, there was no other expression on her face. She didn't even seem to be worried about him. Fu Beija took a deep breath. He gritted his teeth and suddenly used force to pull Wei Wei Bai onto the bed. The drug in his body was very strong, and with his wounds, he couldn't maintain his rationality, so he couldn't control his violent desires. He pulled her onto the bed. Her body was cold, but her face was red. Fu Beija's fingers broke the buttons on her blouse. The beautiful collar was torn open and her delicate, fair neck was exposed. His black hair was also disheveled and scattered under his body. She gritted her teeth and said with a trembling voice, "Fu Beija, you're about to die and you're still thinking about this. You're really shameless." She looked pitifully weak when she was angry. Fu Beija seemed to have been bewitched. He didn't know if it was because of the drug, but he suddenly found her pleasing to the eye. But this pleasing to the eye was filled with unwillingness. Fu Beija didn't make a sound. He lowered his head and kissed her wildly. He was anxious to get rid of the drug in his body, but he restrained himself. Desire and rationality were tearing at each other. He couldn't really indulge, or else his body would definitely collapse. This drug was so strong. He just needed to get rid of it. After a while, he would be safe. And Wei Wei Bai was the antidote for him to get rid of it. Wei Wei Bai was dizzy from his kisses. She reached out to scratch him. "You're crazy. Do you still want her body?" Fu Beija's face was scratched by her fingertips. A small wound immediately appeared on his face, and beads of blood seeped out. He was anxious and felt like his body was about to explode. Not caring about the disfigurement, his strong palm clasped her thin shoulder, forcing her to raise her delicate neck, revealing a small face that was white and rosy. She was so anxious that her forehead was sweating, but her eyes were sharp and angry. "Scram, Fu Beija," she ordered him angrily. Clearly, it was like a flower that had just bloomed, but with a pinch, it scattered. However, her temper was very irritable. She behaved like a noble lady, but her body hid the claws of kitten, waiting to scratch someone at any time. This little tantrum was unexpectedly to his liking. If it wasn't for the fact that the old remnants of feudalism had given it to him, it would have shaken his power and status. It was not impossible for him to be with her. Fu Beija's brain was about to boil, but he was still thinking about those matters of power. He had been fighting for power all his life. To him, women had no place at all. So after weighing the pros and cons, he suddenly gave up on the idea of getting Wei Wei Bai. Power was more important. Wei Wei Bai was not important. That was his rational choice, but his body did not allow him to be rational. Fu Beija lowered his head and kissed her neck. Smelling her soft fragrance, he suddenly couldn't hold it in anymore. He had never wanted a woman so badly before. Even if he was drugged, he couldn't deny that this was his inner desire. His hand had just pulled open her pants. Wei Wei Bai reached out her hands and fiercely grabbed his neck. Her eyes were burning with fire. "Fu Beija, stop right now. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Her fingers were very strong, but they were too small. His neck was too thick, so she couldn't choke it. Fu Beija saw her like this and felt like he was about to explode, but he still found it funny. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 12. This stingy favorability. If it wasn't for the fact that she was afraid that Fu Beija would die, she would have sent him away with a sticker. Chapter 1024. One hand in exchange for 3 points of favorability. Wei Wei Bai washed her hands with a sullen face. Fu Beija asked the adjutant to come over early in the morning and carry him away. When he was carrying him away, he even took a gun and fired 3 shots at Shenru's door. It probably scared Shenru half to death. In Fu Beija's words, if Shenru hadn't taken the position of stepmother and held his hand tightly before he passed away, he would have never married her. He was supposed to treat his family well and not touch Shenru. Fu Beija even had the heart to shoot Shenru, and he didn't look good to Wei Wei Bai either. After using her hand, he probably didn't want to admit it all. That was why he was a little bastard who dared to do but didn't dare to admit it. He was what Wei Wei Bai hated the most. She suddenly thought of something and said to the system, "By the way, where's my side reward?" The system was still on a diet and said weakly, "Huh? What reward?" Wei Wei Bai. So she was so down and out that she didn't even have a side reward? The side mission was so crazy and the reward was so random. Then it was just casually done and gone? The system just woke up. It dragged the trash can and found some bags of chips, instant noodles, raisins. It even found a raisin and ate it first. After eating it, it felt guilty. How could it hook up with a handsome guy if it wasn't slim enough? It shook its head and continued to search the trash can. Finally, it found 2 incomplete rewards. You have 2 choices. One is a cooking skill, which can increase your cooking skills by more than 10 times. The other is a life-saving skill, which can be used 3 times in one world. Cooking skills? What the hell? Wei Wei Bai was the first to be eliminated. Hearing the life-saving skill, she asked, how do I use the life-saving skill? Although the favorability was increasing steadily, and because Fu Beija didn't have a blood feud with her, he didn't hate humans. But the side mission hadn't appeared yet. Her biggest enemy now was not her target. No matter how much hatred the target had towards her, it was nothing compared to the side mission. Therefore, life-saving skills were very important. The system said, here's a small medicine box for you. It will give you 3 chances to save your life based on your choice. You can give it to anyone you want. Actually, this reward could be used indefinitely before it was crippled. However, after it was damaged, it could only be used 3 times. Wei Wei Bai immediately said, give me a life-saving skill. The system nodded and said, the reward has been issued. The medicine box has been accepted. Wei Wei Bai felt a weight in her hand and realized that she was carrying a white medicine box. The medicine box wasn't big. She was just about to open it. The system immediately reminded him, every time you open it, it counts. I don't care if you need treatment or not. I can only open it 3 times. Wei Wei Bai had no choice but to put away the medicine box. Then she continued to wash her hands. While washing his hands, he said in disdain, you're so stingy. My favorability has increased by a few points. Shameless bastard. The system squatted silently. Hungry, after Fu Beija's wounds healed a little, he started to look for his enemies all over the city. Those who tried to assassinate him were all tortured by him, so much so that they involved a bunch of his enemies. Even the Fu family was involved. It was Chun Ru's family. It seemed like they were set up by someone. To repay their debts, they sold Fu Beija's itinerary. Wei Wei Bai knew that when Fu Beija dealt with his enemies, he would count them as one by one. However, she didn't expect that he would do it to her. She hadn't seen him for a few days, and she was too lazy to see him. After all, favorability couldn't increase by seeing him every day. She needed the right time to see what was going on. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here //. Chapter 10:25. So Wei Wei Bai had no qualms about eating and waiting for death. At the same time, she also researched the various bad guys in this chaotic world. Fu Beija was considered the most powerful person in the north, but he also had a nemesis, the warlord Li family in the south. It was said that he shot Governor Li, the head of the Li family, and made him bedridden for a year. Now, he was still alive with medicine and could die at any time. The Li family was thinking about how to assassinate him every day. This assassination was probably the work of the Li family. Wei Wei Bai didn't care about it, so she just glanced at the relationship chart of the Li family and didn't study it further. She also didn't ask the system. The system held its pitiful stomach and said weakly, the male lead brought people to the door. Wei Wei Bai heard its pitiful weak breath and was not used to such a despicable system having such a miserable side. It was rare for her to be soft-hearted. How about I give you 5 days of pocket money to buy you something to eat? The system needed to eat. If it didn't eat, it would starve to death. She couldn't buy it a house, a car, or luxury goods. It was too pitiful to not even give it food. When the system heard this, it trembled and said, no, you're poor. I'll save some money. Wei Wei Bai suddenly felt that although the system had a bad mouth, at least it had a good heart. Just as she thought this, the system continued. And if I eat too much, the blind date will fail. My life is much more important than this poor 5 days of life. Destitute by Wei Wei. Sure enough, it was better for the system to starve to death. Wei Wei Bai tidied up her clothes and was about to open the door when two ruffians came to stop her. Young Marshal wants to see you. They were respectful, but there was a hint of toughness. Wei Wei Bai stopped in her tracks, her expression calm. She nodded and followed them. When she reached the front hall, she smelled the smell of blood. She stood at the door, her face pale, and found that the tiles in the front hall were full of blood. Chenru was also here. She was sitting in a chair, trembling. As for the men who were tied up, they had been tortured beyond recognition. The man sitting in the main seat in the front hall was actually wearing a waistcoat suit today. Half of a white watch chain hung in the front pocket of his chest. He also casually draped a blue military coat over his body. The epaulets on his shoulders were shining brightly. Just like this man's piercing gaze, he smiled and said, "I didn't know that my own family would stab me like this. Who knows how the outside world is laughing at me now, saying that I didn't manage my family well." Although he said this to the people in the hall with a smile, but his eyes were fixed on Wei Wei Bai, who was standing outside the door. Wei Wei Bai did not cower. Her face was taut and her hands were tucked into her sleeves. She stood gracefully at the door and let him look at her. It was as if the blood on the ground did not scare her at all. Fu Beija absent-mindedly played with the knife in his hand. Suddenly, he reached out and beckoned her. "Come here." This action was like calling a dog. Wei Wei Bai felt that this hooligan was getting more and more annoying. She said in a cold voice, "If there's nothing else, I'll go back first." After saying that, she turned to leave. However, she had only taken a few steps when the footsteps behind her were like that of a cheetah. The man's arm was extremely strong. In an instant, he pulled the petite Wei Wei Bai into his arms. Then, as if nothing had happened, he dragged Wei Wei Bai with one hand and walked into the front hall. He sat on the chair and pressed her onto his lap. Wei Wei Bai could not break free from his arm. Seeing a group of people looking at them, she could only hold back her anger. Chapter 10:26. She gritted her teeth and asked in a low voice, "What are you doing?" Fu Beija pinched the soft flesh on her waist and smelled her faint fragrance. His sharp eyes softened a little. "What can I do? I'm going to settle the score. I almost died, so I have to get a few culprits to help me vent my anger." He said it with confidence and conviction. He didn't feel that his reason for venting his anger was not noble at all. Wei Wei Bai frowned and pinched his arm tightly. "Then why did you pull me into this?" Fu Beija squinted at her with an indescribable, evil aura. He suddenly moved his face closer, and his movements became frivolous. "Because you're also one of the culprits. When I settle the score, every single one of you will be counted. No one can escape." After that, Fu Beija pulled out the gun from behind his waist and said to one of the badly mutilated men, "You sold my information, so it's not a loss for you to pay me with your life." A big loss. The man who was so scared that he wet his pants didn't speak. Chenru couldn't help but beg, "Beija, for the sake of your father, please spare him this time. He didn't mean to hurt you." The man who sold the information was Chenru's younger cousin. If he killed him, how could Chenru explain her family? Fu Beija didn't look at Chenru. He held the gun, and his face was close to her delicate cheek. His hot breath blew on her lips. "Do you think he deserves to die?" He seemed to be testing something. Wei Wei Bai turned her face to the side and frowned deeper. "That depends on whether he did it on purpose. If he did it on purpose, then he wanted to kill you. As for the person who wants to kill you, it's up to you." Fu Beija didn't expect that he would ask such a question. So ruthless and merciless. But it was the best answer. He thought that she was pedantic, feudal, and a flower in a greenhouse. However, after getting along with her during this period of time, he found that under her soft appearance, there was a burning soul that burned his eyes. She was brave enough not to be afraid of him threatening her with a gun. When there was an assassination attempt, she was even able to bring him to the Fu family in such a dangerous situation. Obviously, he shouldn't have a good impression of the woman who was given to him by Chenru. But for her, for the first time, Fu Beija did not hate a woman. "You're really brave," he muttered in a low voice. Then, he shot the younger cousin who had betrayed him with a single shot. Chenru's legs turned to jelly. Her eyes were red as she glared at Fu Beija and Wei Wei Bai. Fu Beija sensed her gaze and couldn't help but sneer. He faintly stroked by Wei Wei's back, as if he was stroking a cute pet. Wei Wei Bai's back stiffened. Her arm even trembled a few times. Fu Beija realized that she was just a young girl with a tender heart. No matter how brave he was, he would still be afraid. His heart softened even more. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 17. Her favorability slowly and steadily increased. This man was very vigilant and stingy when it came to favorability points. Wei Wei Bai silently plotted against Fu Beija in her heart. After killing them, Fu Beija turned to Chenru and said, "I still remember your glass of water. For the sake of my dead father, I'll kill your trash today." Fu Beija's heart was hard, but he kept his promise and said that he would not touch Chenru. He would not kill her before she shook his bottom line, but he could still make her feel uncomfortable. She didn't know what was wrong with handsome Fu's eyes that made him want a woman like Chenru. And read at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 10:27. You really can't take a joke. It will be boring to spend the rest of my life with you. He suddenly reached out and grabbed her hand. With a pinch and a grab, he took away the gun in her hand. She was so weak. How could she be his opponent? Wei Wei Bai took the opportunity to hit him a few times and then struggled out his arms. She turned around and stepped on his foot heavily. Then she said sternly, "If you think it's boring, you should just die early. That way I won't have to look at your annoying face for decades." After saying that, she turned around and left. The hemline of the old-fashioned and complicated coat and skirt swayed with her hurried footsteps. She was elegant and beautiful, even more so than those women who wore cheongsams. Fu Beija kicked his foot and leaned against the table with the gun in his hand. When Wei Wei Bai was gone, he said, "You don't like me, but you still cling on to the old marriage contract. Now that you've married into my family, you can't wait for me to die so that you can be a widow. How cruel." He finally saw it clearly. Wei Wei Bai didn't like him at all. That was why she wanted to marry into the Fu family. It was because she was educated to abide by the marriage contract. And whether her husband was dead or alive had nothing to do with her education. He touched his nose helplessly. "So I'm just a marriage tool?" Fu Beija put away the gun and suddenly saw a square handkerchief on the table. It was left behind by Wei Wei Bai. He picked it up and sniffed it like a beast sniffing its prey. He didn't want to have anything to do with Wei Wei Bai at first, but she made him crave for her. Fu Beija also hesitated for a few days. He felt that he had to eat the meat that he craved. Wei Wei Bai was on Chenru's side, but he couldn't make them turn against each other. Today, because of her words, he killed Chenru's little cousin. Didn't Chenru hate her? Little by little, Wei Wei Bai would find herself isolated and helpless. Sooner or later, she would find out that he was the only one she could rely on. He had already said that his family was filled with wolves, tigers, and leopards. And he was the biggest one, which was quite frightening. Fu Beija smiled maliciously. He stuffed the handkerchief into his pocket and turned around to leave. Wei Wei Bai went out and wiped her mouth with her sleeve as if nothing had happened. 20 favorable impression points meant that her heart was stirred and she liked him a little. It was such a shallow love, but he actually pounced on her and hugged her. Bai Wei Wei sighed. "Min what are they The system remained silent. Wei Wei Bai sensed that something was wrong. Smash them together. The system didn't say anything. Wei Wei Bai paused in her steps, feeling a little flustered for no reason. Her voice became urgent. 004. Wei Wei Bai asked, "Commander-in-Chief." The system asked, "What's the matter?" Wei Wei Bai said, "I thought you were dead, so I was trying to summon your soul." The system said, "Don't summon me, I just want to change. When it's time for the blind date, I'll turn on automatic mode. Be careful these few days. I won't be able to warn you when I'm not around." Automatic mode couldn't protect the host. It was just a simple voice reminding the system of favorable impression points. It was just a side mission. Wei Wei Bai asked, "You're really going for a blind date?" The system said, "I didn't need blind dates in the past, I'm poor now. I have no choice, I don't have a house or a car, but I have to find a wife myself. If I can find a rich American system, you'll benefit too." Was the system so poor that it had to pretend to be a gigolo under the guise of a blind date? Wei Wei Bai waved at it weakly. "As long as you're happy, go." The system said, "Be careful. I'm leaving." It left right away. Wei Wei Bai clearly felt that it was really gone. She wasn't used to the system leaving her for a while. Wei Wei Bai finally relented. "It has to be smooth. With your condition, you'll be despised." She returned to the house. Without the system's warning, she couldn't detect anything. But the smell in the air was a little different. She sniffed cautiously. It was the smell of blood. Just as she was about to turn around, a tall and slender body was already pressed against her back. A snow-white short blade, glinting with a cold light, was placed on her fragile white neck. A shallow cut appeared on her neck. The man behind her said coldly, "Don't move, or I'll kill you." Ding! Due to the host's repeated desire to obtain an upright, warm, and kind young man, the side mission is activated. Wei Wei Bai, here comes the side mission again. It was the ultimate villain boss. As expected, the villain boss happily announced, "Please complete a series of sweet little missions to get to know each other, help each other, and warm the heart. If the mission fails, the soul channel will collapse. The host will not be able to return to reality." This punishment, wasn't it obvious that it won her life? Wei Wei Bai choked on a mouthful of blood. She suddenly grabbed the knife on her neck. "Just kill me, then." Damn the side mission. It just couldn't bear to see her well. Chapter 1028. Just as the knife touched her neck, the man behind her was shocked and quickly pulled the knife out. He then grabbed her arm and twisted it, pressing her onto the table. His voice was trembling as if he was in pain. "Do you want to die, idiot?" Wei Wei Bai gasped. Her hand was in pain from being twisted. The man behind her seemed to have noticed it and couldn't help but loosen his grip. Of course, it was only for a moment. He was still vigilantly staring at her neck. Her hair was a little messy, revealing her snow-white neck. The lines of her neck were slender and delicate. Coupled with the black silk entwined around her neck, it had an extremely clean visual impact. The man took a deep breath and looked away. He didn't dare to look at her again. He said slowly, "Don't shout. I'll leave after hiding for a while. I won't hurt you." His words were gentle, as if he was afraid of scaring her. Wei Wei Bai also regained her rationality. She was speechless about the side mission and had no strength to complain. She was silent for a moment. Her body trembled as she acted out the reaction that she should have. "You? Who are you?" The man coughed lightly. Although it was uncomfortable, he still couldn't help but laugh. "I'm a robber. Why are you asking for my name?" "I won't tell you." He didn't sound like a robber. Instead, he gave off a scholarly air. Wei Wei Bai pestered him endlessly. "Robbers have names too." The man sighed and suddenly let go of her hand. He took a few steps back. "I'm sorry for being rude. I just accidentally barged in." Wei Wei Bai turned around. She knew when she turned around. Why didn't he continue to suppress her? The man's face was extremely pale. There was a large patch of blood on his chest. The blood was fresh. If it wasn't for the bandage, more blood would have flowed out. He was going to die. The man smiled helplessly. "Let me sit for a while. I won't die in your house. Otherwise, it will be hard for you to explain." He was very handsome, different from Fu Beija's handsomeness. That guy, Fu Beija, was so handsome that he acted recklessly. One look, and anyone could tell that he was a bad guy, an alpha wolf that was not to be trifled with. Women would feel giddy just by looking at him. But this man was as handsome as pine and cypress snow, exuding a sense of elegance and elegance. Wei Wei Bai saw the childhood sweetheart quest bar appear above her head. Li Xinghe, the eldest son of the Li family. He participated in the assassination of Fu Beija and failed. He is being pursued by Fu Beija. Mission complete. Recognize him and help him escape from Fu Beija's pursuit. The eldest son of the Li family. In other words, he was the leader of this assassination attempt on Fu Beija. Fu Beija had beaten Li Xinghe's father into a cripple. Li Xinghe was here for revenge. In the end, he failed and fell to such a state. Wei Wei Bai felt a sharp pain in her head as a memory appeared in her character profile. She saw the little Wei Wei Bai running to the backyard. "Brother Xinghe, what did you bring me again?" The little Li Xinghe took out a kite like an old man. "I'll bring you to fly a kite. Brother Xinghe is the best." The Li family was also a scholarly family for generations and had some ties with the Bai family. When they were young, the two families were close, so Wei Wei Bai and Li Xinghe used to play together for a period of time. They said that they were childhood sweethearts. She had really come up with such a melodramatic plot. Wei Wei Bai knocked on her head and then looked at Li Xinghe with resignation. She found him sitting on a chair, his head drooping to his chest. The blood on his chest flowed to the ground. It was a ghastly sight. This punishment mission shook her foundation too much. Once the soul channel collapsed, she could only die in this world. Chapter 1029. For the first time, Wei Wei Bai felt what a heart-wrenching punishment was like. She silently looked at the unconscious Li Xinghe for a while before she resigned to her fate and went to get the life-saving medicine box. It wasn't easy to get a more reliable reward. In the end, she had to use it on someone else. Wei Wei Bai opened the medicine box. A faint halo appeared, and then there was an empty box. A full set of surgical tools, disinfectants, bandages, and everything else appeared. But there was no anesthetic. Wei Wei Bai rummaged through this broken box. What was wrong with cutting corners to save a life? And was this thing life-saving? For doctors, it could save lives. But she wasn't a doctor. She didn't know how to use a scalpel. The medicine box seemed to have sensed her thoughts. Another flash of white light appeared, and a medical book appeared. The first chapter was about how to remove a bullet. Then it was about the common sense of high fever and infection. Wei Wei Bai smashed the medical book in her hand and cursed a few times. Who could become a doctor just by reading a book? This was looking down on doctors too much. Li Xinghe seemed to be about to die. Wei Wei Bai looked at the blood all over the floor and could only grit her teeth and pick up the medical book again. Then she dragged Li Xinghe to the bed and stripped him of his clothes. Under the bandages was a bloody hole. The bullet was not removed, and the blood couldn't stop. No wonder he said he was going to die. This kind of wound could indeed kill in minutes. Wei Wei Bai could only grit her teeth and look at the steps to remove the bullet several times. After making sure that she didn't make a mistake, then she began to disinfect herself and put on gloves. Without anesthetic, she could only use the most ruthless method. She went to the wine cellar and stole a bottle of the strongest wine. When she came back, she tied him up. Then she took out a scalpel and began to remove the bullet. Li Xinghe wasn't really dead. When a knife cut across his chest, he suddenly opened his eyes. He was in so much pain that he gritted his teeth and sucked in a breath, but his eyes were surprisingly calm. Wei Wei Bai's face was tense, and her hands were trembling violently. She was not a professional doctor. Even if she was not afraid of bloody scenes, her untrained fingers could not control the strength at all. Seeing that he had woken up, she immediately grabbed a bottle of Western wine. "Hurry up and drink. You'll feel better when you're drunk." Li Xinghe did not know why, but he actually listened to her and gulped down the wine. The burning wine was like a knife, causing his throat to hurt. His mind was still clear. What Wei Wei Bai didn't know was that he had a high tolerance for alcohol since he was young. Western wine can be used to deal with others. But he couldn't get him drunk. Wei Wei Bai frowned. "Bear with me for a while. I'll get the bullet out." Li Xinghe gritted his teeth rationally and did not say anything. Wei Wei Bai was so focused that she was sweating. It was already late autumn, and the weather was actually very cool. He looked straight at her without blinking. When she lowered her head, a few strands of hair stuck to her face. Her fair and tender skin was dyed red, which made her look even more delicate. Suddenly, she pursed her lips slightly and stitched up his wound clumsily. "Does it hurt?" She frowned worriedly and asked. The words "does it hurt" were so appropriate that it touched his heart. Li Xinghe was also bewitched. His lips trembled a few times before he said with difficulty, "It doesn't hurt anymore." Actually, it did hurt, but he couldn't bear to let her worry. It was their first time meeting, so why was his heart so shaken? Wei Wei Bai didn't care what Li Xinghe was thinking. How could he not struggle and let her save him? He was thankful. She wiped his body clean and covered him with a blanket. "Go to sleep. When it's late, I'll get you something to eat." Chapter 1030. The Fu family was now in a state of panic because of Fu Beijia. Shenru was probably not in the mood to care about her. After all, several important members of the Chun family had died because of Fu Beijia. She was busy dealing with the aftermath. Li Xinghe regained his senses. "What's your motive?" He knew that this was the Fu family. When he was shot in the chest by Fu Beijia, he knew that he would definitely die. That was why he tried so hard to escape to the Fu family. He just wanted to drag a few more people down with him. But the first person he met was her. He wanted to kill her. But when he saw her childish face, he froze. At such a young age, with such a clean face, he couldn't bear to do it. Wei Wei Bai's tone was not good. Brother Xinghe. It was a simple sentence. Li Xinghe was confused. Wei Wei Bai saw that the recognition mission had not been completed, so she could only explain it to him. When we were young, you came to my house to play with me many times. Do you remember? Li Xinghe vaguely recalled that there was such a thing. You're from the Bai family? Wei Wei Bai. Is this forced memory reliable? Could it be that she tried so hard to recognize him, but he couldn't remember it all? Wei Wei Bai was too lazy to talk about memories with him. She simply said, I'm Wei Wei Bai. We were childhood sweethearts for a while, so I saved you. Do you understand? Li Xinghe was a little dizzy after being hit by her, but when he heard her words, he was happy. They were childhood sweethearts. You and I, Wei Wei Bai, childhood sweethearts. Li Xinghe blushed. Childhood sweethearts? Wei Wei Bai saw that when he said childhood sweethearts, the recognition mission was completed. All that was left was to send him out of Fu Beija's sphere of influence. Wei Wei Bai heaved a sigh of relief and was too lazy to deal with him. You should rest. Li Xinghe was also tired. He stared blankly at her back, his eyelids heavy. Before he fainted, he thought, Wei Wei Bai? When he was young, he did have such a playmate, but he didn't have much of an impression of her. She was so cute. Why didn't he have any impression of her? By the way, why was she in the Fu family? When Wei Wei Bai found that Li Xinghe was out of danger, those things disappeared. There were only a few anti-inflammatory pills left. After Wei Wei Bai stuffed the food into Li Xinghe's mouth, she began to tidy up the house. Then, she asked the old maid who was waiting outside to make some porridge. She said that she wanted to have supper. After feeding Li Xinghe the porridge, she was exhausted. What kind of lousy mission was this? Tongzi, why is this side quest getting longer and longer? She missed the side quests in the past. They were simple and harmless. The side quests now were not only deadly but also troublesome. If she saved Li Xinghe, wouldn't she be going against Fu Beija? If Fu Beija found out, what could she do with 20 points of affection? Fu Beija would shoot her. After Wei Wei Bai finished complaining, she remembered that the system had gone on a blind date. This was because the system had left her for such a long time, and she was not used to it. She was also a little lonely. Li Xinghe stayed in her house for 3 days, but Chenru didn't have time to care about him. That was why she had no presence. As for Fu Beija, it was said that he was still chasing after the leader of the assassination attempt. So he was very busy and didn't bother her. When Wei Wei Bai saw that Li Xinghe's condition was better, she got him a set of men's clothes. I heard that there's a train going south today. Fu Beija didn't expect you to be hiding here. I'll send you to the train station. Li Xinghe looked at her with a complicated expression. / Chapter 1031. He said gently, You are married to Fu Beija, so why are you still helping me? Wei Wei Bai was expressionless. I am married to him, so why can't I save you? Li Xinghe hesitated for a moment before saying, I want to kill him. Wei Wei Bai waved her hand. I don't know about your grudges, but I know that you are my friend. If a friend is in trouble, of course I have to help. My relationship with Fu Beija is a bit complicated. I married him for a reason. Li Xinghe was a bit anxious. What's the reason? Wei Wei Bai. I want him to have a good impression of 100 points. Of course, she couldn't tell him the reason. She casually made up a reason. Before my grandmother died, she held my hand and said that she must abide by the marriage contract and marry Fu Beija. Li Xinghe frowned. You don't like him? Wei Wei Bai felt that this side mission was so annoying. She said half-heartedly, I don't have a deep relationship with him. After all, before I married him, I didn't even know what he looked like. 20 points of affection was indeed not deep enough. Li Xinghe said with heartache, Nonsense. How can you marry someone so casually? Girls nowadays can choose their own marriage. If you don't have any feelings for him, how are you going to live in the future? Wei Wei Bai didn't mind and gave him the clothes. Don't be long-winded, quickly change. Let's go quickly. If they didn't leave now, Fu Beija would go back to the Fu residence to take a look, and that would be the Azura arena. Li Xinghe wanted to say something, but stopped. He still changed his clothes, and then with Wei Wei Bai's help, he took his walking stick and walked out of the Fu residence's back door with great effort. The weather started to turn cold, and it was drizzling. The rickshaw was waiting for them, so they got on. Go to the train station, Wei Wei Bai ordered. They had just left when Fu Beija arrived at the Fu residence on horseback, followed by more than 10 bodyguards. He was wearing a green military uniform and a military cap. He dismounted his horse in high spirits, kicked open the door, and walked in. Fu Beija's eyes lit up as if they were on fire. He managed to pry some important information out of the assassins. The one who led them to assassinate him this time was Li Xinghe, the successor of the Li family. If he killed Li Xinghe, a dying Governor Li would not be able to support the Li family. At that time, he would be able to wipe out the entire Li family. Once the Li family was done for, he would be the one calling the shots in this world. He also knew that he had shot Li Xinghe in the chest, so Li Xinghe would not live for long. This news finally swept away his grievance of being assassinated. He was in a very good mood, and whenever he was in a good mood, he would think of his little wife. He immediately rushed over. Fu Beija also felt that he was a good-for-nothing. He clearly did not want Wei Wei Bai, but he wanted her. However, he was lusting after her. He was even thinking about how to make her turn against Chen Ru and force her to come to his side. Fu Beija moved like the wind and quickly pushed open Wei Wei Bai's door. He quickly glanced at the room. Empty? Fu Beija's relaxed expression froze. Did she go out? He was about to turn around and look for her, but suddenly his footsteps stopped. Fu Beija coldly turned his head and stepped into the room again. Then he stared at the chair and quickly glanced at the ground. Blood? Dry blood. It was obvious that it was there for many days. It should have been cleaned, but it was not completely cleaned. Fu Beija stepped out of the room again, pulled out his gun, and roared. She is not far away. Call everyone back and go find my wife. Wei Wei Bai helped Li Xinghe down from the rickshaw, and they walked to the train station. Go south quickly. You will be found by Fu Beija here sooner or later. Li Xinghe looked at her deeply. His heart was full of words, but he only said one sentence. Then take care. Wei Wei Bai, get in the car quickly. She did not have time to chat with him. Get out of here quickly, and her little mission will be completed. Li Xinghe nodded, his eyes gentle and nostalgic. Then he turned around and was about to get in the car. Suddenly, a group of soldiers rushed in, pushed the crowd aside, and even pulled out their guns to scare people. The train station was suddenly in chaos. A fierce black horse rushed over, and the man on the horse swept the train station like an eagle. Search for me. It was Fu Beija. Wei Wei Bai felt that her mission was over. Li Xinghe pulled her hand. Hide behind me. This is not a suitable place for you. Wei Wei Bai felt that this side mission was so annoying, Fu Beija was about to rush here. She suddenly pulled out a knife from her pocket. This was a self-defense knife, but she did not expect to use it here. Wei Wei Bai was very fast, and she stuffed the knife into Li Xinghe's hand. Then she turned her back to him, and her whole body fell into his arms. She grabbed his hand and placed it on her neck, and the knife just happened to touch her skin. Li Xinghe's voice became anxious. Wei Wei. Fu Beija also saw them, and he quickly rushed in front of them. Wei Wei Bai's expression changed to fear in a second, and then she shouted, Fu Beija, save me. Li Xinghe, Fu Beija. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. /crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu. Com. Chapter 1032. Fu Beija's heart sank. He suddenly tightened the reins in his hand, and the horse stopped with a neigh. He jumped down from the horse and pulled out the gun at his waist. He weighed the bullets inside and looked coldly at the knife in Li Xinghe's hand. The knife was aimed at Wei Wei Bai's neck. That neck was so fair and delicate, even more fragile than tofu, but there was already a glaring wound. Fu Beija's aura was as cold as the knife. His face was gloomy, and his eyes were about to burst into flames. Li Xinghe, you're really capable. You came to my house and kidnapped my woman. Li Xinghe's fingers were trembling. He wanted to let go of the knife. This was not because he was soft-hearted. It was because Wei Wei Bai was his savior. He could not hurt her. Wei Wei Bai felt that his fingers were loosening and wanted to bite Li Xinghe. This side mission was stupid. If he let go of the knife now, both of them would be finished. Wei Wei Bai immediately reached out and grabbed Li Xinghe's fingers tightly. She crossed her fingers and pushed the knife toward her neck. Fu Beija saw that the knife was about to cut Wei Wei Bai's neck. His face immediately turned ashen. Li Xinghe, let go of her, and I'll let you live. He kept his promise. He said he would let go, and he would let go. It was obviously the best opportunity to kill Li Xinghe. If he let him escape to the south, the Li family would be a thorn in his side in the future. But when he thought of Wei Wei by cutting her throat in front of him, his first choice was to save her life. Li Xinghe's fingers froze. His face was ugly. Wei Wei Bai's strength was as if she was going for broke. It was very difficult for him to pull the knife back. He couldn't knock Wei Wei Bai's hand, take away her knife, and push her forward. Wasn't it obvious that there was something going on between him and Wei Wei Bai? Fu Beija was such a cruel man. He would definitely not show any mercy to women. He couldn't let Fu Beija misunderstand his relationship with Wei Wei Bai, especially when he couldn't protect her. Wei Wei Bai, on the other hand, had lost all hope in Li Xinghe's brain. Why did she have to maintain her unyielding character? Was there something wrong with this Li guy's brain? When she was so tense, she saw that the train had already sounded its whistle. Thinking about the collapse of the Soul Tunnel, she had no choice but to throw Fu Beija aside. Then, she held back her big move, gasped for breath, and shouted, Li Xinghe, do you think you can get on the train after kidnapping me? My man won't let you off. When these words came out, if it was any other woman, Fu Beija would scold her for being stupid. He was stalling for time, so that Li Xinghe wouldn't be able to catch the train. These words were clearly reminding him. But from Wei Wei Bai's small red lips, the words my man came out. This comfortable feeling instantly penetrated his heart. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 22. This favorability had increased by 2. Wei Wei Bai had no hope of this stingy favorability increasing. Li Xinghe was also reminded by her, and realized that he was only a dozen steps away from the train. His mind moved. Was she letting him get on the train? Li Xinghe's rational emotions were torn apart, but in the end his rationality prevailed, and he immediately pulled Wei Wei Bai back. Wei Wei Bai let out a sigh of relief. From the beginning, she wanted Li Xinghe to kidnap her and then escape onto the train. But in the end, Li Xinghe was enlightened. He controlled the strength of Wei Wei Bai's fingers, fearing that if she used too much strength, she would kill him. Then, he carried her and retreated step by step until they reached the train. Fu Beija stared at his hand. He was holding by Wei Wei's fingers so tightly. Transmigration system. Male God, come here. / crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www.sashu.com. Download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m/sashu.com. Say button below to record this reading. Transmigration system. Male God, come here. Chapter 1033. Why was he holding her so tightly? He had never held her like this before. Li Xinghe looked at the pursuers with red eyes and dragged Wei Wei Bai onto the train. Fu Beija wanted to take one step at a time and keep an eye on them. He was not calm now. Although he knew that the situation was strange and had many doubts, these were not enough to overcome the worry of Wei Wei by being held hostage. Li Xinghe stood on the train, but his heart was not at ease, because he knew that in his current state, even if he got on the train, he might be stopped by Fu Beija. The wheels of the train slowly turned. Fu Beija stood under the train and looked at them standing on the train. The more he looked, the more he felt that something was wrong. Wei Wei Bai's petite body was pressed against Li Xinghe. The two of them were leaning against each other. For a moment, it did not look like they were being held hostage, but more like they were eloping. Fu Beija's evil and deep eyes looked at Wei Wei Bai with a sense of invasion. Her face was pale and tender. Although her expression was fearful, her eyes were as calm as a lake without a ripple. She was a woman who was not even afraid of his gun. How could she lose her composure because of Li Xinghe's kidnapping? Fu Beijia was not a fool. He was just confused by their kidnapping and did not think much of it. Wei Wei Bai thought that she would be able to relax after getting on the train, so she did not manage to control her expression and was seen by Fu Beijia. She saw the man under the train and suddenly opened fire. Fu Beijia's expression turned cold as he looked at them coldly. He raised his hand and fired 3 shots at the tracks of the train. Wei Wei Bai then remembered that although the side mission was completed, the main mission was still under the main mission. However, the main storyline was still under the car. If she really ran away with Li Xinghe in the future, it would probably be a hellish level of difficulty. Wei Wei Bai sighed. She had a hard life. When she became rich in the future, she would definitely ask the system to bribe the main system. She wanted cookies. She wanted love at first sight. She wanted to conquer the plains peacefully, as if she was on vacation. Therefore, she could only accept her fate and continue to fight desperately. Only then would she have enough HP to go through the back door. After Fu Beijia finished firing, he snatched the rifle from the soldier beside him and aimed it at the accelerating train. The muzzle of the rifle was aimed at Wei Wei Bai and Li Xinghe. Li Xinghe was shocked. Without thinking, he tried to drag Wei Wei Bai behind him. Wei Wei Bai was shocked by Li Xinghe's actions. Fu Beijia was doubtful, not sure. Otherwise, he would have pounced on him if he was successfully protected by Li Xinghe. It was estimated that in the next moment, Fu Beijia would directly rush over to kill this pair of adulterers who lied to him. Wei Wei Bai's heart hardened. At the moment when Li Xinghe grabbed her hand and was about to drag her away, she took the opportunity to struggle and push the man behind her. Then, without hesitation, she jumped off the train. It was as if she was being held hostage by Li Xinghe. To escape, she was willing to sacrifice her life. Li Xinghe sucked in a breath of cold air. He opened his mouth, but the name Wei Wei was stuck in his mouth. He was stunned and didn't dare to call out. Fu Beijia, who was under the train, was stunned. In his eyes, there was only that head of fluttering black hair. Her small face was determined. Her eyes shone with a cold light. It was as if a flower bud on a branch had suddenly bloomed. With a desperate vitality, she pounced on death. Fu Beijia's body moved faster than his brain. He threw the spear in his hand to the side. His whole body rushed over extremely quickly. With both hands in front of him, he threw himself to the ground. At the last moment, he caught her heavy momentum. Fu Beijia felt pain in his arm, but his heart was at ease. He caught her. Chapter 1034. He held her waist with one hand and lifted her legs off the ground. Wasn't he afraid of breaking her bones? Fu Beijia's eyes were deep and burning, like a hot flame burning in them. He calmed his breathing, but still stared at her red and moist lips. He was still hungry, so he lowered his head and licked her lips a few times. Before Wei Wei Bai was completely angry, he finally let go of her. Wei Wei Bai's mouth twitched. She felt that she wasn't kissing him. She was eating chili peppers. She couldn't feel her lips. Who kissed like that? He was going to eat her. The bodyguard next to him finally had time and said nervously, "Young Marshal." Li Xinghe ran away. Fu Beijia was not satisfied, so he casually kicked the bodyguard away. If she ran away, then go after her. Why are you all standing around here? You blockheads. The bodyguard was also wronged. The young marshal only cared about intimacy and didn't give an order. Who dared to give chase without a military order? Wasn't that suicidal? The bodyguard still risked his life and said, "We can't stop the train. It's too late." At first, they could still stop him, but now that he had run away, they couldn't catch up, let alone stop him. Fu Beijia's face immediately turned cold, and then he smiled gloomily. If he ran away, then let him. There are plenty of opportunities to destroy the Li family. It wasn't that he looked down on the Li family. It was that Governor Li was about to die. Li Xinghe was smart, but that man's character was too upright. This wasn't a good character in troubled times. At least, Li Xinghe had no chance of winning against him. Fu Beijia saw that the rain was getting heavier. He turned around and saw Wei Wei Bai standing in the rain, wearing thin clothes. Her hair was wet with rain and stuck to her cheeks. She was petite and pitiful. He frowned and immediately took off his military coat and draped it over her head. She was too short. When his coat was draped over her head, it was like an adult's coat being draped over a child. Weak, but inexplicably attractive. Wei Wei Bai had a coat over her head, revealing her snow-white face. She was indescribably beautiful. Fu Beige's eyes lingered on her face for a while before reaching out to hold her fingers. "Let's go back." Bai Weiwei muffled an in sound, but she didn't resist and was led away by him. Fu Beija had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly asked, "How did you meet Li Xinghe?" Weiwei Bai blinked and said calmly, "Is Li Xinghe?" Fu Beija narrowed his eyes dangerously, but his tone was calm. "The man who held you hostage." Weiwei Bai immediately said angrily, "You mean that damned robber?" Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly saw him appear. He said that he was your enemy and wanted to take revenge on your family, so he captured me. Fu Beige's expression tensed for a moment, but he didn't show any more emotion. He repeated softly, "Just now." The blood in the house was at least 2 or 3 days old. She and Li Xinghe should have met 3 days ago, but she said that it was just now. Fu Beija held her hand and couldn't help but tighten his grip. Weiwei Bai's delicate fingers trembled. She couldn't help but complain in a low voice, "Fu Beija, it hurts." Fu Beija wanted to break her fingers, but after hesitating, he loosened his grip. He couldn't help but say, "If you dare to lie to me, I have many ways to make you die of pain." Weiwei Bai shook his hand and suddenly smiled. "I know, young Marshal Mu." These words and this smile revealed a sense of tenderness. It was enough to soften one's heart. Fu Beija suppressed his suspicion and anger, but his sharp desire to attack was tempered by her defenseless appearance. Fu Beija's face was stiff, but his voice unconsciously softened. "If you lie to me, you will really die." Weiwei Bai looked up. Her eyes were full of smiles. Her lips curled up. "No, you're my man." Fu Beija finally understood why there were kings who died and why there were muddle-headed kings. The woman's words were so light. He felt dizzy. Fu Beija lowered his head. He felt his heart beating fast, as if he wanted to get back at her. He threatened her fiercely. "Yes, you may not die, but I won't let you go. Won't let her go." Fu Beija despised himself. He clearly knew that she was lying, but he could only threaten her so cowardly. He had no ambition. Weiwei Bai suddenly frowned. "I seem to have sprained my ankle." Fu Beija immediately turned around and reached out to pick her up. "Why didn't you say earlier that you sprained your ankle? Did you wait until you were disabled?" After saying that, he hurriedly carried her to the clinic. "Crossover system. My Prince Charming, come here. Crossover system. My Prince Charming, come here. / crossover system. My Prince Charming, come here. Crossover system. My Prince Charming, come here. / crossover system. My Prince Charming, come here." Chapter 1035. Fu Beija sent Weiwei Bai back to her room. Her ankle was only slightly sprained, and she would be fine after resting for a day or 2. He placed her on the bed. "It's too quiet here. There's only one maid to serve you. Get a few more people here from today onwards." These words were not directed at Weiwei Bai. Instead, he gave the order directly, but his eyes were staring straight at Weiwei Bai. It was as if he wanted to see something. Seeing that Weiwei Bai did not have any expression, he pursed his lips and said in a deep voice, "Send a few more soldiers to guard Madam, so that she won't be frightened by revenge in the future." Weiwei Bai finally saw the coldness in this man's eyes. When he went to the medical center just now, he personally massaged her feet. It did not seem like he was setting her bones, but checking if she was lying. Fortunately, when she fell off the train, she really did sprain her leg a little. Otherwise, the ghost fire in his eyes would have burned her to death. There was no system. Weiwei Bai did not know when she had exposed herself. Fu Beija suspected that she had a relationship with Li Xinghe. He was even very suspicious of her words. But this man did not reveal anything. His attitude even softened, as if he was really starting to trust her. Weiwei Bai silently recalled which part of the process she had done wrong, but her expression was still indifferent and calm. The side mission was completed. Half of her image had collapsed. Fu Beija, the wolf, seemed to have smelled something unusual and started to keep a close eye on her. Wei Wei Bai lowered her head and looked at her leg. She could not help but sway. Fu Beija was beside her, but he reached out and grabbed her sprained leg. He frowned and said, "Don't move." Bai Weiwei didn't move. Her pair of black eyes, as bright as broken stars, looked at him. Fu Beija's fingers slid over her ankle, and his Adam's apple bobbed a few times. His voice became steady. "I will have more enemies in the future. You are my wife, so you will encounter things like today." Wei Wei Bai was on guard against him. She felt that Fu Beija was definitely testing her. She was not a fool. She and Li Xinghe did that at the station. At first, she was able to fool him because it was too chaotic. But once Fu Beija calmed down, he would definitely be able to see that something was wrong. Wei Wei Bai felt that the side mission was to kill her. Anyway, it did not matter whether she had enmity with the mission or not. Even the main system wanted to make it hate him even more. He would not rest until he tortured her to death. Wei Wei Bai said calmly, "It's okay. When I entered your house, I knew what kind of trouble a jinx like you would bring me. I'm not afraid." She sat upright on the bed, one of her small legs held by him. Her head of black hair fell behind her back. Her small face was expressionless. It was still very young and beautiful. It was as if she was really not afraid. But when Li Xinghe kidnapped her, she was clearly afraid. If other women said this, he would give them a false evaluation. But Wei Wei Bai, he felt that she was really not afraid. Even at the train station just now, he had too many doubts in his heart. Fu Beija did not alert the enemy, nor did he directly question her. She was smart and cautious. She had her own ideas. Her delicate and cute appearance hid an unexpectedly tenacious heart. This kind of person had to be tested and could not be forced. Fu Beija's heart spun a few times. Some sinister plans had already appeared. He smiled and hid the coldness in his deep eyes. His fingers touched her calf lightly. As expected, her expression changed. "Fu Beija, you beast, let go of my hand." Chapter 1036. She was really old-fashioned. Fu Beija looked up innocently. "How am I a beast? I'm worse than a beast. Otherwise, how could you not have been raped?" He really was worse than a beast when he said that. Bai Weiwei's old and decrepit expression finally couldn't hold up. Her thin and tender lips were tightly pursed. Then she ground her teeth and fiercely said, "You are simply a smelly and shameless Liuzi. If it weren't for the marriage contract forcing me to enter the family, even if you died in front of me, I wouldn't even look at you." Fu Beija raised his eyebrows. "You're the only one who keeps to this pedantic marriage agreement. Why didn't you marry me earlier?" Bai Weiwei turned her face away. "The marriage contract was made through my parents' mouths, and I also exchanged birth characters. This is a promise. I have to keep it. Otherwise, if I lose my trust, I can't be a dignified person." Fu Beija was also a man of his word. Everyone knew that he was unscrupulous and was not stingy with his actions. However, everyone around him was of the same mind. He was a man of his word. Wei Wei Bai was a woman of her word. She was the kind of person he admired the most. But at this moment, his heart was inexplicably sour. "Don't you have any other thoughts about me, after marrying me, just to keep your promise?" Bai Weiwei gave him an inexplicable look. "What else? Aren't we getting married in a blind marriage? What thoughts can I have about you?" "Oh, I do have one." Fu Beija's eyes immediately lit up. What thoughts? Was it because she thought that he was handsome and dashing? Or did she worship him because of his achievements on the battlefield? The corners of Bai Weiwei's mouth sank, and she said with a face full of unwillingness, "I heard that in the past, when people were blindly married, the man was a cripple and the woman was pockmarked. On the wedding night, they fought. At that time, I thought, although I must marry you, but if you were a pockmarked cripple or something, I would also feel uncomfortable." Cripple, pockmarked person. Fu Beija's expression was tense as he said, "That's your idea?" Wei Wei Bai nodded. "Yes, I'm relieved to see that you're not limping." Fu Beija's heart was filled with anticipation, but his heart was drenched with cold water. He grabbed her leg with his fingers, wishing he could break it. Her expectations for him. It was fine as long as he wasn't an ugly cripple. Fu Beija finally asked, If it's not me, you can marry whoever that engagement is. Originally, he did not care about this, but since she insisted on marrying into his family, he decided to give her the cold shoulder and let her know what it meant to be a widow. But in his heart, she was so rare that he coveted her. It was not necessarily love. He didn't know what love was either. However, he was still able to differentiate between likes and dislikes. He treated her differently from others. Fu Beija admitted that he was not a pretentious person. He also looked down on those who were hesitant and did not know what they were thinking. Therefore, when it came to matters of the heart, he was very decisive. If he did not like her, he would throw her away. If he suddenly liked her, even if it was just a little, he would admit it. Toward Wei Wei Bai, he only liked her a little. He did not like the ideas of the great bandit Fu. Then, he definitely had to get something in return. Otherwise, wouldn't he have liked her for nothing? Wei Wei Bai casually raised her hand and tucked her long hair behind her ear. Her movements were extremely elegant. She faintly said, "Isn't that obvious? Even if you're blind, I still want to marry into your family. I rarely went out in the past. How would I know if you're round or flat? Of course, it's because of our engagement that I'm marrying into your family." Fu Beija tightened his grip on her arm. Wei Wei Bai frowned and retracted her ankle. The mobile reading address is at https://m. Sashu. com// Chapter 1037. He let go of his hand and looked at her with a malicious gaze. "Only when you say my man, do you know that anyone can be your man." Wei Wei Bai quickly pulled back her legs and placed them in front of her chest. She hugged her legs tightly and turned sideways to face him. Her thin side profile and silhouette had a kind of slender and gentle lines. She looked at him from the side. Her thick eyelashes covered her black eyes, and there was a trace of timidity and delicacy. "You're really strange. You're obviously my man now. Where did this come from?" Her voice was cold, but there was a hint of sweetness in it. It made him unable to be angry. He even felt that what she said made sense. She was marrying him, not some other man. Fu Beija felt that he was ridiculous. Why did he suddenly feel so sour? She was his, not those pockmarked or crippled people. Wei Wei Bai's words woke him up from his dream. Fu Beija immediately let go of those tangled feelings of probing. He got up and reached out to touch her fluffy hair. His 5 fingers combed her long hair carefully and gently. "Wei Wei, follow me in the future." No matter how much he liked her now, he still liked her a little. Besides her old-fashioned personality, he liked everything about her. He decided to observe her for a while. If she was still so attractive, he would give her the position of his wife. Even the land his heart would be given to her to roll around and trample. Wei Wei Bai slapped his hand away and rolled her eyes at him. "You're silly, Fu Beija. Am I not following you now?" Fu Beija's mouth raised and revealed a smile. "Yes, you're following me now." Although he was smiling, the deep coldness in his eyes did not disappear. Fu Beija did not stay for dinner. He had a lot of things to do. After instructing the servants to open a small kitchen for Wei Wei Bai, he hurriedly left to deal with some matters. He must have gone after Li Xinghe. The train was not easy to catch, but the train had to stop. Moreover, everyone knew where the next stop of the train was. It was not impossible to surround Li Xinghe. Therefore, it was not easy for Li Xinghe to smoothly move south. Wei Wei Bai held her chin and thought about where she had exposed her flaws. Fu Beija was obviously testing her. She had told so many lies, and with the help of the system, she was able to fool almost everyone. However, once the system left, it was as if she had lost a pair of eyes. Sometimes, he didn't even know what he missed out on. Wei Wei Bai began to observe the room. Suddenly, she saw the chair, and her gaze fell to the ground. She had wiped the floor tiles. Li Xinghe had lost too much blood. She rubbed until her hands were weak. It should be wiped clean. Wei Wei Bai calmly thought about it. Then, to be sure, she slowly walked to the chair and observed it for a while. The tiles were very clean, but when Wei Wei Bai saw the cracks in the tiles, she knew where she had gone wrong. The blood had flowed into the cracks in the tiles, but she could not wipe it away. Moreover, because the tiles were dark, it was difficult to find the blood stains after they were hidden. Fu Beija must have noticed the blood stains in the tiles and realized that she was lying. This was because the degree of dryness of the blood stains could tell how long it had been there. If she had only met Li Xinghe for a short time, then the blood should be fresh. It was obvious that the blood had been there for a while. Wei Weibai looked for a while and said with a headache, "This man is too sharp. He can even notice this." Her lie had met its Waterloo. Chapter 1038. Wei Weibai knew that for the affection to continue to increase, she had to disperse Fu Beija's doubts. Otherwise, if he had a thorn in his heart, she wouldn't be able to increase his affection. Wei Weibai was still thinking about what to do next. The maid came up and asked her what she wanted to eat. She didn't have a good appetite, so she asked for porridge and a few side dishes. There was no other way. When the pressure was high, the appetite would be bad. If it continued, there was a possibility of stomach ulcers. She sat on the chair and ate the porridge. Fu Beija came again. He brought the master who made the Chong Sam and also brought more than a dozen sets of Chong Sam. Wei Weibai had always been wearing old-style clothes, although they were pleasing to the eye. But now that girls were wearing Chong Sam, she didn't fit in with the crowd. Fu Beija was like an old maid, wanting her to catch up with the trends. "You don't have enough clothes. I'll ask you to make a few more sets." To join the Fu family, Wei Weibai had displayed her feudal and old-fashioned character to the fullest. So now it wasn't good for her eyes to light up when she saw the Chong Sam. Instead, she had to look away. "I'm not used to these clothes. They show my arms and legs. It's immoral. I'm wearing them now." Fu Beija saw that she had changed her clothes. She was wearing a thick, light green long-sleeved cotton jacket, a pair of pants of the same color, and a pair of light-colored embroidered shoes. Because she was sitting, her pants were slightly pulled up, revealing 2 sections of snow-white skin on her ankles. She gracefully held the spoon and leaned forward, gently drinking the porridge. This action had a strong fragrance of books. It was the first time that Fu Beija saw what was called temperament. Every move was so coincidental. It was so cute. Ding! The male lead's affection has increased to 37. This affection came inexplicably. Wei Weibai continued to drink the porridge without any change in expression. However, Fu Beija was very patient. He even asked someone to add an extra set of chopsticks for him to eat with Wei Weibai. Wei Weibai finished her meal under the watchful eyes of everyone. When Fu Beija saw that she had finished eating, he also put down his bowl and chopsticks. "All right, change your clothes." Although she was dressed so exquisitely and elegantly. However, people still had to improve. He was willing to teach her some other things. For example, she would cut her hair short, wear a Chong Sam, and go to school. Fu Beija was not a pedantic man. He liked the girl and always wanted to make her better. He didn't like her for a while and then threw her away when he didn't like her anymore. Wei Weibai frowned. Fu Beija casually crossed his legs with a lazy look on his face. "If you don't wear it, I won't leave, and they won't leave either." He pointed at the people who came to make the Chong Sam for her. Wei Weibai hesitated for a while before unwillingly getting up. "It's fine as long as there are clothes to wear. Why must there be a rule about what to wear?" She muttered unhappily, but still chose a Chong Sam and went to change. When Fu Beija was waiting, he looked at the floor tiles under the chair. The bloodstains were still there. Did she not realize that her lie had been exposed? Fu Beija thought of the news that he had just received. It said that Li Xinghe had taken advantage of the chaos and got off the car in advance. Hunting him down had become a difficult task. Thinking of this, Fu Beija smiled sinisterly. Suddenly, he heard footsteps. He looked up and was stunned for a moment. Wei Weibai walked out from behind the screen. Her long hair was tied up, revealing a beautiful neckline. That line was extremely elegant. Following that, it was her thin and straight back. Further down, it was her slender but well-proportioned calves. Those calves were white like a magnolia flower. The light cyan silk Chong Sam was elegant and beautiful. She was a little strange and also a little awkward. Her face was bare, her lips were thin and tender, and her eyes were bright as she looked at him. "Is it strange?" Fu Beija stared blankly for a long time before he remembered to answer. "No, it's very beautiful." So beautiful that he wanted to let her continue wearing those old clothes that were disliked by others. This kind of her, he suddenly wanted to lock her up and not let anyone see her. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 40. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. / transmigration system. Male god, come here. / transmigration system. Male god, come here. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. Chapter 1039. Wei Wei Bai was wearing a Chong Sam and an elegant light-colored jacket. She looked awkward as he helped her into the car. Fu Beige's expression was natural and calm as he said, "There's a social gathering. The other party also brought a female companion. You have to go with me." The other party brought his wife. He also brought his wife. This was the only way to elevate Wei Wei Bai's status. In the past, when he didn't acknowledge her, he only wanted her to grow old and die in the family mansion. Now that he was concerned about her, he was thinking of ways to get her out. At least, he wanted to let others know that he acknowledged Wei Wei Bai's status. Otherwise, if she went to look for him in the future, those adjutants and personal guards would look down on her and not let her see him. Fu Beija knew all these things very well, so he wanted to teach Wei Wei Bai. No one had ever been able to be arranged and taught by him like this. Wei Wei Bai was wearing the gemstone bracelet that Fu Beija insisted on wearing on her wrist. Her expression was calm as she said, "I don't like social gatherings." Fu Beija tugged at his collar. "I don't like it either." Wei Wei Bai glanced at his collar. He was wearing a three-piece suit and his short hair was neatly combed, revealing his beautiful hairline. He looked like a human. It was just that his collar was unreasonably crooked. Wei Wei Bai just glanced at it and didn't say anything. She just looked away. Fu Beija wasn't satisfied. He continued to tug at his collar, as if he had ADHD, his arm rubbing against Wei Wei Bai's arm. It was as if he wanted to occupy her entire position. Wei Wei Bai raised her eyebrows. "What are you doing?" Fu Beija pointed at his collar and winked at her for a while. In the end, Wei Wei Bai just looked at him blankly, as if she was watching a monkey show. Fu Beija was angry. He had been acting like this for a long time, but she didn't fall for it. He held her soft hand and moved it closer to his collar. "Look at my clothes, the collar is crooked. Other people's wives will fix their husband's clothes." Wei Wei Bai blushed. "You messed it up on purpose. Can't you clean it up yourself?" Fu Beija looked straight at her. "With you here, why should I clean up? Shouldn't you be the one cleaning up?" For by Wei Wei, this was a promise of recognition of her status. However, Wei Wei Bai only wanted to twitch her mouth. Who liked to be cleaned up? She was not a nanny. Wei Wei Bai was speechless at Fu Beija's awkward attitude. However, the other party was still her life value, so she could only go over and gently tidy up his collar. Her hair was tied up in a simple bun, and a thin layer of fringe was scattered in front of her forehead. Her skin was flawless, and her light breath brushed against his Adam's apple, causing his muscles to start to stiffen. For the first time, Fu Beija was actually a little nervous. He had always been a strong rascal in front of her, but no one knew that this was the first time he was interacting with a girl like this. He didn't want to appear weak and nervous, so he could only treat her with the fierceness he was best at. Usually it was fine, but now, under such a good atmosphere, she was gently buttoning his shirt. He actually didn't dare to swallow his saliva, and his heart started to beat wildly. Many times, Fu Beija didn't dare to think that he would actually be so attentive to a girl. Many men started to have feelings when they were 17 or 18 years old. By the time they were in their 20s, they would have lost count of how many women they had, and they would have become wily old foxes. But he was different. He spent all his time on the battlefield. It wasn't that he didn't have women, but those were not decent women. His upbringing did not allow him to touch those prostitutes. As a result, he had never met a girl who could move his heart. Chapter 1040. When the situation stabilized and he could go home, he was notified that he was going to get married. And this marriage partner made him feel his heart flutter. Wei Wei Bai helped him to adjust his buttons. When she looked up, she found that Fu Beija's face was a little red, and his eyes were soft and trembling as he looked at her. Tender and shy. This was Wei Wei Bai's first impression of him. But he blinked, and his eyes darkened again. Then He returned to his usual self, raised his chin, and smiled. Treat me like this in the future. If my clothes are messy, remember to tidy them up for me. Otherwise, how can I be someone's wife? Wei Wei Bai felt that when a man changed his expression, it was really nothing to do with women. The venue was the most expensive and famous restaurant in the city. The people who came were a middle-aged couple. They were well-dressed and had elegant manners. The other party was respectful to Fu Beijia. Fu Beijia talked with them about some unimportant matters. During this time, he ordered a few dishes, which were all to Wei Wei Bai's taste. Wei Wei Bai was tense. She knew that Fu Beijia was full of evil tricks. Although he was affectionate now, 40 points of affection was not enough to make his IQ drop. The bloodstains left by Li Xinghe in her room were still there. It was impossible for him not to be suspicious. Halfway through the meal, the adjutant suddenly came forward and whispered in Fu Beijia's ear, "We caught Li Xinghe." Fu Beijia pretended to just know. He was a little surprised, but then he was happy. Good acting. Wei Wei Bai looked at him indifferently and lowered her head to continue eating. Occasionally, the female companion opposite her would say a few words to her, obviously trying to curry favor. Wei Wei Bai responded unhurriedly. She knew that Fu Beijia was watching her reaction. After all, he had been so quiet that she could hear the news. It could be said that he had put a lot of thought into it. Fu Beijia wiped his mouth and said to the man sitting in front of him, "There's a happy occasion, so I won't accompany you." The man immediately smiled and said, "What's the good news, handsome Fu?" Fu Beijia glanced at Wei Wei Bai calmly. "I've caught the eldest son of the Li family. I plan to execute him today. It's only a matter of time before we get rid of the Li family. Then I'll congratulate you in advance, handsome Fu." Wei Wei Bai glanced at the middle-aged man who was socializing. She instinctively felt that the other party had a sense of awe and respect for Fu Beijia. A person with this kind of feeling shouldn't have a high status. But because of his low status, Fu Beijia came out to entertain him. Wei Wei Bai suppressed her doubts in her heart. Without the system, she didn't even have someone to chat with. And Fu Beijia had caught Li Xinghe. Wei Wei Bai glanced at her head. There was no side mission. What was going on? If Li Xinghe was killed, the side mission would be over. The side mission should have reminded her to rescue him. Wei Wei Bai was puzzled, but she couldn't tell. Instead, she waited and finally revealed a puzzled expression. "The eldest son of the Li family? Is it the Li Xinghe who held me hostage?" Fu Beijia's eyes hid a probing coldness, but his smile was gentle. "It's that bastard. I won't let him have an easy time. He tried to assassinate me and held you hostage. If I don't torture him to death, how can I vent the hatred in my heart?" Wei Wei Bai put down her chopsticks and didn't have much of an expression. "You're too vicious. Just deal with him quickly after you catch him. If you keep fighting and killing, you'll go to hell in the future." This little old-fashioned appearance. It was really lovable. Fu Beijia felt that this sentence was out of concern for him. His smile became more sincere. "If I go to hell, I'll drag you down with me." Chapter 1041. Everyone shivered when they heard this. Were there such frightening words of love? It was more like a threat. Fu Beijia got up and pulled Wei Wei Bai along. "You guys eat first. I'll go settle some personal matters." The other party immediately got up to send them off. Wei Wei Bai was dragged away by him. When they got back into the car, Fu Beijia held her hand and went to prison. The adjutant immediately came up to serve them, bringing them chairs and serving them tea. Wei Wei Bai saw that there were screams everywhere in the gloomy prison. There were all kinds of cruel torture instruments hanging on the walls, and they were all stained with black blood. She didn't know how many people had been tortured. Fu Beijia was used to this kind of place. He glanced at Wei Wei Bai and saw that she was lowering her head and fiddling with the lid of the teacup, removing the foam. Her actions were very elegant. She wasn't afraid at all. How did the Bai family raise such a daughter? They were obviously civil officials for generations. Was this the strength of a civil official? Fu Beijia thought about the scene later. After laying the groundwork for so long, he softened his stance in front of her for a while. She should open up her heart a little. Fu Beijia said coldly, "Where's Li Xinghe?" Every time he said this name, he would look at Wei Wei Bai casually. He wanted to see the expression on her face. if they really knew each other, if their feelings were really not ordinary. Fu Beija clenched his fingers, and a murderous look flashed past his eyes. He didn't want to think too deeply, otherwise it would be a scene of a brutal killing. She was such a delicate girl, and those bloody images made him uncomfortable. But he had always been merciless to betrayers. The bodyguard next to him came forward. We tortured him, but he refused to talk. Fu Beija sneered. He's a tough guy. Hang him up. I'll interrogate him personally. Wei Weibai sat upright, still wondering why the small mission hadn't appeared. Li Xinghe had better not die for real, or else the side quest would still be hanging over his head. She also didn't have a system to chat with. In addition, the pressure from the collapse of the soul channel caused her to grip the teacup a little tighter. Just a little bit of nervousness. However, this was caught by Fu Beija. He gritted his teeth secretly. Why was he so nervous? Did she really get together with that gigolo Li Xinghe? The person was quickly dragged over. His head was full of blood, his hair was messy, and his body was filthy. It was obvious that he had suffered terrible torture. Wei Weibai took a few glances, but couldn't see her face at all. Several strong soldiers tied his hands and dropped him on a hook hanging from the roof. The man dangled from the ground like a piece of meat. Wei Weibai felt her hand hurt when she saw it. Fu Beija directly took out a thorny whip from the torture instrument and smashed it on the ground, making a terrifying crisp sound. Then, he walked over and whipped him a few times. The hanging Li Xinghe groaned a few times. Wei Weibai couldn't see his face clearly, but she heard his voice. It was indeed Li Xinghe's. She continued to bear with it silently. Because there was no small mission to remind her, she didn't dare to act rashly. Fu Beija suspected her, so she could only continue to bear with it. She couldn't let him see through her easily. This man was a vicious and merciless master. If she was remembered by him, not to mention favorability, she might even lose her life. Fu Beija whipped Li Xinghe a few times. The whip penetrated his bones, and blood flowed to the ground. Fu Beija coldly snorted. You're a tough bone. You didn't even make a sound. He suddenly turned around. Pour salt water on me. Don't die. // Chapter 1042. Pouring salt water directly on the wound was so painful that it could kill. However, it could prevent the wound from becoming infected and delay the victim's life. The thick salt water was quickly brought over and directly splashed on Li Xinghe's body. Li Xinghe finally couldn't take it anymore and screamed. This scream was short and muffled, although it was quickly followed by a muffled groan. However, that voice was definitely Li Xinghe's. Wei Weibai wasn't sure if it was Li Xinghe, but just by listening to the voice, it was definitely that man's voice. She looked at the teacup and frowned. When Fu Beija saw her frown and saw that she had obtained some evidence, his eyes became even more vicious and cruel. He said, You don't want to say who your accomplice is, but your bones are tough. Anyway, you only have a mouth, so let's break your legs first. Wei Weibai thought that he was going to break the other party's legs. In the end, Fu Beija asked someone to bring over a set of torture tools, which was a boning knife. Fu Beija picked up the sharp knife and directly stabbed it into Li Xinghe's calf. The knife was very sharp and thin, and it cut open the flesh in an instant. This scene was like a live autopsy scene. Although Bai Weiwei had seen a lot of bloody scenes, such a straightforward scene of flesh and blood still made her uncomfortable. Her expression changed. Fu Beija, that's enough. You're too cruel. Even if she was not afraid of death, it didn't mean that she wasn't disgusted. If she didn't react to such a scene, then she would be considered to have broken her character. Fu Beija stopped his actions, and the knife was inserted into Li Xinghe's bones. Li Xinghe gritted his teeth and endured, but he couldn't help it and let out a muffled cry that made people's scalps go numb. Suddenly, Li Xinghe said, Weiwei, you go first, don't worry about me. When Bai Weiwei heard the other party say this, her expression almost collapsed. Was it really that big idiot Li Xinghe? Saying such things at a time like this was going to get her killed. As expected, Fu Beija's lips trembled. He looked at Wei Weibai with dark eyes. Do you know each other? Almost instinctively, Wei Wei Bai raised her eyebrows and curled her pink lips as she looked at him with a half-smile. Of course I know him. Didn't that bastard kidnap me and make me fall off the train? It's not like I lost my memory. How could I forget him? Even if they knew each other, they could not say that they knew each other. This side mission was really unreliable. Couldn't it just die rather than submit? Why did it drag her down with it before it died? He had dragged her down with him. He was truly hopeless. Fu Beijia looked at her deeply. He turned around and stabbed the knife in his hand into her calf bone. The tip of the knife came out from her calf. That scene was frightening. Wei Wei Bai's lips were pale. She suddenly slammed the teacup on the table. Fu Beijia, I feel terrible. I want to go back. These words were not polite at all. Fu Beijia finally lost his cool. He laughed softly and said, "Don't be like this. Isn't this the enemy who almost killed you? Don't you want revenge?" Wei Wei Bai frowned. "You might as well just stab him. Who tortures people like you? I feel terrible looking at this scene. Just let me go." Fu Beijia pulled the knife out and cut off Li Xinghe's calf. A few drops of blood splattered on his handsome face, bringing with it a terrifying, murderous aura. His voice was surprisingly gentle. "You are my wife. You have to get used to this." Wei Wei Bai held her breath, and her face turned red. She suddenly stood up and wanted to leave. Fu Beijia ordered coldly, "Stop right there, Wei Wei Bai." Wei Wei Bai did not stop, but was stopped by two adjutants. Chapter 1043. Her little face was cold as she clenched her fingers and turned to look at Fu Beijia. "What do you mean?" Fu Beijia finally showed his cold side. "What do I mean? Li Xing has said that he hid in your house for 3 days. What did you do in those 3 days?" Wei Wei Bai was confused for a moment. 3 days? What 3 days? Fu Beijia slowly used the knife to cut Li Xinghe's calf. "It means that you stayed together for 3 days, a single man and a single woman. What did you do?" Li Xinghe desperately tried to explain in pain. "We didn't do anything. Don't accuse us." Wei Wei Bai felt that it was better for Li Xinghe not to open his mouth. Was he deliberately trying to kill her? Why did he seem to be on the brink of death with every sentence? Wei Wei Bai knew that she could not handle this well. Her previous strategy had all collapsed. The more pressure she was under, the calmer she became. She was panicking inside. She had to act cool too. She suddenly turned around and walked forward step by step. The ground was stained with blood. Her low-heeled shoes stepped on it without hesitation. Her footsteps were stained with blood like a gorgeous flower. Fu Beijia's face was cold as he stared at her without moving his eyes. It was as if he wanted to see the truth on her face that would make him a cuckold. Wei Wei Bai's eyes were crystal clear, and there was clear anger in them. She suddenly reached out and snatched the knife in Fu Beijia's hand. Fu Beijia was not really tricked by her. She wanted to snatch the knife, so he gave it to her. Anyway, she could not kill him. But the next moment, he saw her pick up the sharp knife and cut Li Xinghe's chest ruthlessly. His clothes were cut open, and there was a deep cut on his chest. Even his flesh was exposed. The warm blood splattered on Wei Wei Bai's face. Her calm face was like a flower that bloomed. It was gorgeous and calm. Wei Wei Bai stared at his chest, and then she said with a cold smile, "Fu Beijia, I know what you were suspecting. 3 days ago, Li Xinghe was in my room." As soon as she said this, Fu Beijia's expression changed. His own suspicion was completely different from the impact of her words. His heart turned cold. The next second, Bai Weiwei took the sharp knife and pointed it at his chest. She looked up and said coldly, "At that time, he was sitting in a chair in my room. He was shot in the chest. He held the gun and said he was going to kill me. I didn't know him at all." Fu Beijia said, as lips turned white. "And then, he took a liking to you and didn't want to kill you. You were influenced by him, so you saved him." That scene. The taste of jealousy and betrayal twisted his heart at the same time. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 35. Fuck your 35. Cheap favorability, it dropped with just the slightest bit of movement. Bai Weiwei shook her head. Her young and tender face should have carried a few traces of innocence. But she suddenly smiled, revealing a beautiful and sharp smile. She held the knife in one hand while her other hand grabbed onto Fu Beijia's clothes and pushed him forward. Fu Beijia was pushed by her strength onto the torture platform. He pressed down on the wooden frame, and the torture tools on the frame fell to the ground. Wei Wei Bai's knife was pressed against his chest. Her entire body was pressed against him as she used a threatening posture. She raised her eyebrows and looked at him with a beautiful light. Fu Beija, your brain is full of shit. Everything you see is shit. Me save him? Can I save him? Who is he to me? I grabbed his gun on the spot and shot at him. But I missed, and the bullet brushed past his chest. I didn't kill him, and he escaped. Chapter 1044. This also explained why there were bloodstains in her room. She was so angry that the knife was about to pierce through Fu Beija's skin. Fu Beija lowered his head and saw her angry expression. At this moment, he couldn't see any threats. He could only see her beautiful eyes, fierce and resolute. She was like a little demon, and he couldn't wait to die in her anger. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 40. 45. Damn, were all men scoundrels? The more impolite she was to him, the faster his favorability would increase. Wei Wei Bai wanted to slap Fu Beija a few times to see if his favorability would increase. Fu Beija was moved, but his face didn't move. Li Xinghe said, Wei Wei Bai curled her lips. Yo, Li Xinghe said, you like him to death. Then why are you still with me? You should find Li Xinghe. This was out of line. Fu Beija frowned. I don't like Uncle Rabbit. Wei Wei Bai shouted angrily. If you don't like him, why do you believe him? If you don't believe your wife, then believe a man. Although my Bai family doesn't abandon women, if the one who takes the initiative to divorce her husband, then she is worthy of our ancestors. Fu Beija felt that her unreasonable pestering was really spicy. He didn't even feel angry, but he felt his blood rushing. He couldn't wait to bite her lips and see if the taste was also so stimulating. His breathing was a bit hurried. In other words, Li Xinghe stayed in your room before. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wei Wei Bai felt that his breathing was a bit fast. Was he scared by her knife? Her brain turned quickly, and she casually came up with a reason. What should I say? Who should I tell? You haven't come back yet. Are you going to tell Chenru? That was true. She really had no place to go. When he thought about it, he actually felt pity for her. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 47. Her favorable impression of him was rising like a little vixen. It was really lovable. Wei Wei Bai pulled a long face and suddenly threw the knife in her hand to the ground. Killing you would dirty my hands. Besides, you didn't catch Li Xinghe, so just say you didn't. You used a fake one to test me. Do you want to be cuckolded that much? Fu Beija's eyes lit up. How do you know that it's fake? Because the small mission had not been issued. Could Wei Wei Bai say that? She casually made up a story. Didn't you see my knife cut open his clothes? There was no wound at the place where I was shot. Li Xinghe had a bullet wound on his chest other than yours. There was also mine. Of course not. She was just taking a risk. If the man who was hung up and didn't look like Li Xinghe was really Li Xinghe, then Fu Beija would know that she was lying. Because the real Li Xinghe didn't have a wound left by her. But Fu Beija didn't suspect her when she was lying. That it could only mean that the man hanging up was not Li Xinghe. So Fu Beija was just testing her. In this kind of situation, it depended on whose psychological quality was better, who would lose their composure first. Wei Wei Bai thought that she had experienced a lot of situations. She had seen her targets be ghosts, fish, or bats. Why would she be afraid of Fu Beija, this insignificant person? Kind. Impossible. As expected, Fu Beija's expression relaxed first. The coldness in his eyes disappeared, leaving behind a surge of heat. He suddenly reached out and gently touched her angry face. My Wei Wei is so smart. Other women would be scared out of their wits when they see this kind of situation. Only you can see that something is wrong. Chapter 1045. Wei Wei Bai twisted her wrist. It seemed that she was still unwilling. Fu Beija smiled. Wei Wei, I'm really uncomfortable. Don't provoke me anymore. His breathing was heavy and his body was hot. He had never endured it before. He had vented all his experiences on the battlefield and had never had a woman. So once he had thoughts about a woman, it was like an uncontrollable flood that couldn't be stopped. How could a woman understand a man's feelings? Especially a little girl like Wei Wei Bai who had no experience, she couldn't understand. That was why she could reject him. No, maybe she didn't like him very much. After all, it was a blind marriage. She abided by the old-fashioned idea of not being abandoned. It wasn't because she liked Fu Beija that she would rather die than give up on a marriage contract. Thinking of this, his chest felt stuffy. He pecked her lips and complained. You're the one who ignited the fire, but you want me to solve it myself. Be careful. I'll go out and find someone else. Wei Wei Bai sneered. Go ahead. Do you want me to give you a few more concubines? Fu Beija said seriously. No, I'm not that kind of indecent man. I've decided on one. He was also very old-fashioned in this aspect. Wei Wei Bai pulled back her hand and struggled out from under his body. Then respect my wishes. Don't be like a beast. Her fingers tightened around the tattered clothes. After getting off the bed, she suddenly picked up the vase with one hand and threw it at Fu Beija. Fu Beija reached out and caught it, but he wasn't hurt. She didn't wait for him to get angry. Wei Wei Bai sneered. Fu Beija, you're really something. You suspected that I was cheating and created such a big show to set me up. In the blink of an eye, you acted like nothing happened and even tried to touch me. You really make me feel disgusted. These words were really hurtful. Wei Wei Bai didn't care whether the other party would be angry or not. She saw Fu Beija's coat thrown on the ground, so she didn't care whether it was dirty or not. She picked it up, put on, and walked out. Fu Beija lay on the bed and watched her leave without hesitation. He was really angry. Fu Beija suddenly felt that he had gone too far. This was the first time that young Marshal Fu, who had always gone overboard, was so introspective. Suddenly, he got out of bed and chased after her. However, Wei Wei Bai's footsteps were very fast. She was already out of the door. He rushed over and saw that under the jacket she was wrapped in, the outline of her calves could be vaguely seen. It was so beautiful. If he had known earlier, he would not have let her wear Chong Sam. She was so beautiful that it made one want to commit a crime. Fu Beija chased the chauffeur out of the car and drove directly in front of Wei Wei Bai. He saw Wei Wei Bai's cold expression. Her eyes were so cold that it made people shiver. Although her face was childish, it was indeed scary when she was angry like this. Fu Beija's expression couldn't help but soften. Wei Wei, I'll take you back. It didn't matter that she didn't want to stay. Anyway, she didn't have an affair with Li Xinghe. She didn't betray him. It was reasonable for her to be angry. Fu Beija knew how to be flexible. Wei Wei Bai didn't like him to be a beast, so he could still pretend to be a gentleman. It wasn't difficult at all. He had seen too many gentlemen. There were even more gentlemen in human skin. Girls always liked this kind of hypocritical gentleman. He looked very decent when he was gentle. Wei Wei Bai's expression was cold as she hesitated to get in the car. Fu Beija opened the door. Get in the car. I have a bad personality and get dizzy easily. I was wrong just now. You can hit me or scold me, but I won't fight back. Wei Wei Bai asked tentatively, Really? Fu Beija nodded generously. Really? Chapter 1046. Wei Wei Bai nodded. Stick your head out a little. Fu Beija calmly stuck his head out. In public, he was very sure that Wei Wei Bai would not do anything to him. After all, she was educated as a lady from a respectable family. No matter how angry she was, she would bear with it and not let him lose face. Just as he was thinking this, Wei Wei Bai raised her hand and gave him a slap. Fu Beija, Wei Wei Bai raised her hand and gave him another slap on the other side of his face. She said in disdain, You're so thick-skinned and you hurt my hand. Can't you eat less? Fu Beija felt that his face was burning. This was the first time he was slapped in the face. The first time, he was about to lose his temper. Wei Wei Bai said coldly, Why? Are you lying even if I hit you? Indeed, if a man's words can be trusted, even a sow can be blown up a tree. Fu Beija swallowed the anger on his face. He thought about it again. He was the one who said that. He was a man of his word. How could he go back on his words? Fu Beija immediately thought it through. He was no longer angry and quickly put on a cheeky expression. Do you want to hit me a few more times to vent your anger? This was not being thick-skinned. This was being shameless. Bai Weiwei had just felt relieved, but in the end, she saw this smelly and shameless face. She was disgusted again. Why didn't this man have any self-esteem? Weiwei Bai could not be bothered to be angry with him. Anyway, she had escaped from the devil's clutches. She turned around and walked out of the door. The guard at the door did not stop her. Maybe it was because Fu Beija was following behind her. Fu Beija drove carefully and slowly followed her. Wei Wei Bai saw a rickshaw and hailed one. She directly told the driver the address. Then, she looked out of the car coldly, completely ignoring Fu Beija. Fu Beija's car followed her car. They followed him all the way to the old mansion. Her eyes were calm, to the extent that it made people forget the immaturity of her appearance. However, Fu Beija would sometimes reveal a sense of loneliness when he looked at her. This feeling of loneliness made him feel that she was very far away from him. The mischievous smile on Fu Beija's face disappeared. He followed her all the way until she got off the rickshaw and entered the old mansion. He looked at her lonely back. His chest felt stuffy for no reason. This was not the kind of yearning that was worse than a beast, but a faint, melancholy, sentimental feeling that was not in line with his character. Was she feeling terrible? Are you very angry? Fu Beija took out a cigarette and took a few puffs before driving back. If he followed them now, Wei Wei Bai would definitely be angry. He suddenly didn't want to make her angry anymore. Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 55. He didn't care about himself, but a woman's body was weak and not rough like a man's. Too much anger was not good for the body. Fu Beija had a social gathering. When his ears were hot from drinking, he pulled a brother and said, "If a woman is angry, how can we make her happy?" The brother laughed. "How did you end up like this?" "It's not easy, buying clothes and jewelry for her." Fu Beija unhappily said, "She doesn't like it." The brother said, "But her personality is strange. Why don't you take her to your favorite place and have a heart-to-heart talk with her? With your conditions, you will definitely succeed." Fu Beija knew that this brother's heart-to-heart talk was definitely not serious. However, he was moved by his thoughts. He really liked Wei Wei Bai, so he hoped that she would not be angry with him. After Wei Wei Bai hit Fu Beija, she returned to the old mansion and saw that his favorability had increased again. She felt that she should have hit him a few more times. After a day of turmoil and chaos, Bai Weiwei was also tired. She took a bath, lay down, and directly fell asleep. Before going to bed, she counted with her fingers, counting how many days the system would leave. When she woke up the next day, Chenru unexpectedly came to her door and asked her to make clothes. The people here all like to make clothes. Wei Wei Bai followed her, but as soon as she walked out of the door, the sound of a horse's hooves broke the silence of the morning. In the morning light, a handsome man riding a horse suddenly appeared. Wei Wei Bai looked up, but before she could see anything, a hand grabbed her waist, took her on the horse, and directly disappeared in front of the door. Chenru, Wei Wei Bai was pressed against Fu Beija's chest and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Fu Beija lowered his head. "Taking you out to play." Wei Wei Bai frowned. "Put me down, I don't want to go." Fu Beija sighed. "Seeing that I was busy the whole night, please take pity on me." Wei Wei Bai, "What were you busy with?" Fu Beija was silent for a moment before saying, "I was busy thinking about you. I couldn't sleep the whole night." // Chapter 1047. Who else could say such words about Xinyan in such a despicable manner? Wei Wei Bai was held in his arms as they rode the horse all the way to a sentry post in the city. "This is the place where I train." Fu Beija carried her down from the horse. She was still wearing her old-fashioned dress today, so he did not remind her. After all, her Cheongsam was a challenge to his willpower. He was really busy the whole night thinking about her. He thought about the curve of her calves when she walked, and when he tore her Cheongsam on the bed. Fu Beija thought that he was a normal man. At this age, he was still inexperienced. When he found someone pleasing to his eyes, of course he could not suppress his fire, and his fever burned even more at night. But when it came to other women, he was picky and did not like them. After looking around, he still had to go back to Wei Wei Bai's side. Wei Wei Bai saw a house with guns not far away. There were many targets outside the house. Fu Beija led her to the room where the guns were kept and introduced them to her. Wei Wei Bai stared at one of the small guns and did not say anything. Fu Beija smiled and took the gun down. "This is a Browning. It's not big, it's just right for you." As he spoke, he pulled the gun back and loaded it, revealing the barrel. Have you used a gun before? Wei Wei Bai shook her head, but she was not like other women who were afraid of these weapons. Instead, her eyes lit up a little. Her bangs scattered in front of her forehead, and her black eyes were very cute. There was no usual coldness. Instead, they looked more tender and soft. Fu Beija was tickled by her appearance. He did not know what was cute, but he simply felt that it would be good if Wei Wei Bai rubbed him. Fu Beija put the gun in her hand and said with a smile, "This can kill. If you are angry with me, you can kill me now." Wei Wei Bai carefully held the gun. "If I kill you, your soldiers will kill me." Fu Beija's expression changed. "Who dares? You are my woman. I deserve to die in your hands. No one can touch you." What the hell was a hair? It was too unpleasant to hear. Wei Wei Bai showed a disdainful expression and accidentally put more force into her fingers. The gun in his hand suddenly fired. With a bang, the bullet swept past Fu Beija's hair and hit the roof. Fu Beija felt that his hair was about to burn. He stared at Wei Wei Bai in a daze. Wei Wei Bai also stared at him blankly. Fu Beija suddenly took a few steps forward and pressed down on her fingers to hold her gun. As expected, he felt that her fingers were trembling. His heart softened and his voice became gentle. "Don't be afraid. It's just a misfire. You will be fine after some practice." She had never held a gun before, but he actually let her hold it with the safety off. It was his carelessness that she misfired. Bai Weiwei returned to her senses. She stuffed the pistol into his hand and said calmly, "No need, you play. I'm afraid I won't see you pleasing to the eye," and set off the fire again to kill you. Fu Beija did not care and pulled her out. "This is going to be fun. You've never done this before. When I was young, I was so annoyed by those stupid people, so I ran to my father's house to shoot birds with a gun. That feeling was so exhilarating. Now, playing with guns is one of my favorite interests." Wei Weibai was pulled by him. Fu Beija giggled and said, "Don't be afraid of misfiring. Who hasn't misfired before? It's a very normal thing. If you kill me, won't you gain a lot? The family business will be yours. You can even take the family business and your virginity and marry a gigolo." Chapter 1048. Wei Weibai snorted coldly. "Good waitress, second husband." Fu Beija was touched. "I don't like many of your old-fashioned ideas, but I'm touched by this sentence." Wei Weibai said, "But I can let the second husband serve me." Fu Beija's smile immediately disappeared. "You've learned bad things, little Wei Wei." Wei Weibai gave a half-smile. "I learned it from you." Fu Beija saw that they had arrived at the target practice area. He pulled the safety pin of the gun and fired. It was a bullseye. He sneered, "I'm not that generous. If you dare to use my money to support a gigolo, I won't be polite." He would kill the man. As for Wei Weibai, he would rape her. Bai Weiwei felt that his face was cheap and that his brain must be thinking of something dirty. Fu Beija held the gun and said to Wei Weibai, "Are you afraid of misfiring again? Why don't you play with it?" He wanted her to play with it because he really liked it. Didn't he say that he wanted to give her his favorite thing? There were many things that he liked. He liked himself the most, but it was too early for him to give himself to her. She was not important enough for him to give her everything, so he could only teach her his second and third favorite things. Actually, girls might not really like guns. Many girls were so scared that their legs turned to jelly when they saw these things. When Wei Weibai misfired just now, he was afraid that she would be scared to death. But in the end, she was indeed a woman who wanted to enter the Fu family, even if she had to die. She was only surprised for a moment, but she was not afraid. This was the first time that Fu Beija looked forward to her learning how to use a gun well. Wei Weibai looked at him and did not resist. She took the gun from him and weighed it in her hand. There was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Fu Beija crossed his arms and looked at her. "Shoot at the target in the distance and see how accurate you are." It was a joke to say that she was accurate. It was already good enough that she could hold the gun well. It was impossible to hit the target. Wei Weibai tried to pull off the safety pin. Her movements were clumsy, but she did not hesitate. After she pulled the safety pin, she imitated Fu Beija and raised her hand to look at the target in front of her. Her eyes were focused and clear. Fu Beija's unfocused gaze was gradually attracted to her. He wasn't attracted by her appearance or figure. Instead, he was impressed by her temperament. When she stared ahead, her expression was decisive and calm. Even though she looked young and innocent, it didn't detract from the unswerving determination in her eyes. Her appearance was very beautiful, but it wasn't the kind of beauty that made his blood boil. Fu Beijia could not understand this attraction. Was it admiration? Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 57. Wei Wei Bai was speechless. What was this beast thinking about again? She didn't feel comfortable at all seeing his favorability increase. She was just about to shoot. A warm and thick palm gently held her hand, and a tall body pressed against her thin back. His hot breath blew in her ear. You shouldn't hold it like this. You should hold it like this. His fingers seriously corrected the way she held the gun. Then he held her waist with his other hand and said in a low voice, "Relax your fingers. Don't be nervous. Don't look at the target so seriously. Instead, feel the wind. The bullets will be affected differently by the weather. Today's wind is stronger." His words made her slowly relax, and her posture also became correct. Fu Beijia revealed a smile and said, "You are a good student." She was about to respond, but he had already said, "Shoot. Crossover system. Male god, come over here. / crossover system. Male god, come over here / crossover system. Male god, come over here to TXT. Crossover system. Male god, come over here crossover system. Male god, come over here. Chapter 1049. Wei Wei Bai instinctively pulled the trigger and the bullet flew out. She hit the target on the edge. For a person who was shooting at a target for the first time, this was already very good. Fu Beijia said with a smile, "Very good. My Wei Wei is very good." Wei Wei Bai's body was a bit stiff, as if she couldn't believe that she had hit the target so easily. Fu Beijia thought that she was scared and wanted to say a few comforting words to her. Wei Wei Bai turned around and her eyes sparkled. Her lips curved as she revealed a happy smile. "Fu Beijia, I like this." These simple words made Fu Beijia look at her in a daze. It wasn't strange for a man to like this. He liked it very much, but he felt that Wei Wei Bai might not like it. Even if she had such a special personality, a girl wouldn't like to fight and kill. This was determined by gender, but she said that she liked it. Fu Beijia's heart was filled with joy, as if he had found a like-minded friend. It was like she also liked what he liked. This was too good. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 60. Bai Wei Wei listened to the favorability notification, and her smile deepened. Agreeing to a person's interests would increase their favorability by a few points. Moreover, she was telling the truth. In this chaotic world, if she didn't like guns, would she like to torture herself? If she didn't learn how to shoot properly, she wouldn't be able to protect her gold and jewels. Fu Beijia's lips were a bit clumsy. "If you like it, I have many different guns that I can teach you." Wei Wei Bai held the gun in her hand. "I'll learn this first." After all, this gun was quite small, so it was easy to hide it in her bag. She wasn't really going to the battlefield, so how could she carry a gun? Fu Beijia was rarely casual. Learn this first. He immediately corrected her posture and became serious. Even when his temper rose, he would scold her with a cold face. He no longer saw her as a woman. He was completely training the soldiers, and this could not be blamed on Fu Beijia. After all, he was usually very rough when he was training others. He had tried his best to be gentle with Wei Wei Bai, but he still showed his true colors occasionally. Wei Wei Bai didn't mind at all, especially since he was serious and capable in teaching. It was rare for her to find this beast pleasing to the eye. Fu Beijia felt that Wei Wei Bai was really a good student. She actually hit the target without his help. It was still not accurate, but it was already very good. Many people's hands would tremble the first time they held a gun. However, she did not tremble. She was not afraid. Even if her aim was wrong sometimes, it was because she was excited. He understood her excitement, because she liked it too. The way Fu Beijia looked at her changed from gentle to appreciative. A man can like a woman because all kinds of desires are intertwined, but it was hard to appreciate a woman. Admiration was a feeling that would only arise when one was on equal footing or even looking up to someone. Half a day passed quickly. Fu Beijia knew that she could not practice too much, so he confiscated Wei Wei Bai's gun. Looking at her reluctant face, he hesitated for a moment before giving the gun to her. I'm not here, so I can't practice by myself, but I can give you this gun. Wei Wei Bai revealed a big smile. Fu Beijia felt that he was right to give it to her. Her attitude towards him was so good, and she was not angry at all. He was worried and reminded her, don't pull the safety. It's okay to hurt others, but don't accidentally hurt yourself. Wei Wei Bai stuffed the gun into her small handbag. Got it, Instructor Fu. Is at https://www.sashu.com//. Chapter 1050. Fu Beijia saw that it was about time, so he pulled her into the car and drove to the restaurant to eat. He told her to eat Western food. It's easy to learn this stuff, but it's not very filling. When I'm doing business with the foreigners, I'm always hungry. Wei Wei Bai, then why are you still eating here? Fu Beijia waved his hand for the waiter to serve the food, then said casually, the desserts here are especially famous. This is the only desserts in the city. You like desserts, right? All girls like desserts. Even if Wei Wei Bai liked guns, she was different from other girls. But she was still a girl. Wei Wei Bai did not say whether she liked it or not. She just looked at the cutlery and knew that she had to compete with her acting skills again. After all, she was too familiar with these things, and the etiquette of Western food was easy for her. But her character was not. She could only weigh her options and suppress her actions to make herself look clumsy. Fu Beijia did not laugh at her at all. Instead, he patiently guided her like an elder. Today, Fu Beijia was not a rascal at all, and he rarely showed his ruffian side. Wei Wei Bai felt relieved. When she lowered her head, she did not see that his eyes had softened. It was rare for Fu Beijia to teach someone like this. He was usually the most impatient, but every time he taught someone, he was like a demon. In front of her, the demon became Buddha. He was even willing to do it. Fu Beijia felt that Wei Wei Bai was definitely made of water. She could make him gentler. Fu Beijia not only taught her how to eat Western food, but also how to drink wine. There was a type of grape that he liked very much, so he specially introduced it to her. Seeing that she liked it, he could not help but feel happy. For the first time, he wanted a woman to understand him and like him a little. This feeling was very strange. Fu Beijia did not resist. After the main course, the desserts were served. Fu Beijia did not like to eat, so he watched Wei Wei Bai eat. She ate in small bites and was very elegant. As a child raised by a noble family, she still had her foundation even when she was down and out. Fu Beijia watched her eat. Her lips were stained with white cream, and his mouth suddenly felt dry. Wei Wei Bai thought it was delicious and couldn't help but say, when I was young, I liked sweet things very much. My mother made osmanthus cake for me, and it tasted very much like this. Fu Beijia's voice was gentle. You must have been very fat when you were young, and you had cavities. Wei Wei Bai glared at him. You're the one with decayed teeth. Fu Beijia immediately opened his mouth wide, showing her his healthy white teeth. I have never had tooth decay. Look at how beautiful my teeth are. He was serious for no more than 3 seconds. Wei Wei Bai immediately stepped back. Don't come over. You're disgusting. Fu Beijia said, if you're so disgusted, why did you marry me? Wei Wei Bai took small bites of dessert and said without thinking, isn't it because of the marriage contract? When this big truth came out, the atmosphere was a little cold. The smile on Fu Beijia's face disappeared, and his eyes were even a little gloomy. Their harmonious relationship could not withstand a simple sentence from her to shatter it. Fu Beijia already knew about it, but when she said it again today, he couldn't accept it. His breathing became heavier, and he revealed a smile, but it was not very natural. If there wasn't the marriage contract, you definitely wouldn't want to marry me. Wei Wei Bai looked at his gloomy face and suddenly had no appetite. She pushed the plate away and took a handkerchief to wipe her lips. Her lips were bright red and stained with sweetness. Fu Beijia's eyes deepened. She said softly, Fu Beijia, I don't want to lie to you. Marrying you is a marriage contract, and saying how much I like you is a lie. Who asked the system not to let them be childhood sweethearts? Even if she said that she liked him now, would he believe her? Wei Wei Bai had no choice but to tell him the truth. Fu Beijia was silent for a moment before revealing a teasing smile. I knew it long ago. I also know that although you look old-fashioned, your heart must be hoping for me to die early so that you can live a peaceful life." Wei Wei Bai frowned and raised her eyebrows. Her eyes were cold. "How can you say that? Can I hope for my man to die? Husband and wife can go through thick and thin together. Even if we don't like each other, we can still make do with it for the rest of our lives." Fu Beija should be happy that she didn't abandon him. He should be angry that she didn't like him so directly. Suddenly, Fu Beija's expression changed, and he flipped the table and pounced on Wei Wei Bai. Bullets came in from outside the window. Fu Beija immediately took out his gun and shot out of the window, and took the opportunity to push Wei Wei Bai out. "There's a back door, you run first. Don't think of staying to save me. You're not capable enough. You can only delay." Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. Why was his hand empty? He looked up. Wei Wei Bai had already turned around and ran. There was no need for him to chase her. What happened to going through thick and thin together? What happened to the love between husband and wife? She abandoned him just like that and ran away on her own. A gust of cold wind blew past, and Fu Beija felt his heart turn cold. Chapter 10:51. There was not only one assassin outside the window, but a group of them. Wei Wei Bai had just run a few steps when she had no choice but to lie down to avoid the bullets. She turned around and saw Fu Beija, who was hiding under the window and fighting back. His face was cold and serious, without a trace of his usual carefree attitude. The glass shards hit his head, and his black hair was covered with fine glass shards, emitting a dazzling light. Fu Beija had brought people, but not many, only a few bodyguards. They would not be able to hold on for long. Wei Wei Bai's call for help did not respond, so she quickly scanned the surroundings. Then, under the cover of Fu Beija, she secretly ran to the back door. When she opened the back door, she saw Fu Beija looking back at her worriedly. He also used his body to block her escape route, so that the bullets would not hit her. That self-sacrificing look, that look in his eyes, was like that of a loyal dog that was abandoned. Wei Wei Bai felt that she was a scumbag. She originally wanted to give him a comforting look or something. After all, it was not easy to increase his favorability. She had to go through a lot to increase his favorability. This kind of scene where he was being assassinated was the most suitable to increase his favorability. But before she could give him a flirtatious look or something, a bullet swept past her feet. She immediately retreated a few steps and ran out of the door. She was even more of a scumbag. In Fu Beija's eyes, she was probably a person who would kick him away at the critical moment to escape. Yes, she was indeed a scumbag. Wei Wei Bai ran out of the back door. Only then did she realize that she was too naive. The back door was also sealed, and a few cars with people were outside at the same time. When they saw her rushing out, they did not hesitate to raise their guns. Without the system, she did not have a life guarantee and did not have any means to save her life. At this moment, Wei Wei Bai clearly felt the feeling of death. She was about to take the risk of being hit by the bullets and return to the restaurant. A strong hand grabbed her arm. Wei Wei Bai was shocked and turned her head, only to see a familiar face. Li Xinghe? Li Xinghe was wearing the low-key clothes of a rickshaw driver, a tattered hat, and yellow wax paint on his face. He looked like a beggar on the street. Was he in disguise to follow Fu Beija? Wei Wei Bai was right. Li Xinghe was indeed following Fu Beija. Upon a successful return to the south, he found that his father was dead. But for him to smoothly gain power and consolidate his position as heir, everyone hid this secret and kept the governor's corpse in ice. As soon as Li Xinghe returned and cried bitterly, he immediately calmed down and began to accept power. After a series of games, he finally stabilized his position. And if he wanted to completely consolidate his position, then he must kill Fu Beija. This was because his father's death was absolutely irreconcilable. If he, as a son, could not even take revenge for this, then how could he convince the masses? This was also the reason why he went to the north again and planned another assassination. Wei Wei Bai did not have a database, so she did not know Li Xinghe's twists and turns. She did not see any small missions issued. She directly shook off Li Xinghe's hand and frowned. "It's you?" Li Xinghe revealed a bitter smile. If I knew you were here, I wouldn't have let them shoot. Wei Wei Bai grasped the small bag in her hand and looked at him expressionlessly. Why did you come back again? Aren't you afraid Fu Beija will kill you? Li Xinghe's eyes became gentle. Right now, I'm the one killing him, not the other way around. You go first. There's a car there that can take you to a safe place. Now is the critical moment of the battle. You'll be affected if you stay here. Download the https://www.sashu.com/download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://m sashu.com. Chapter 1052. Wei Wei Bai hesitated for a moment. Are you really going to kill Fu Beija? Li Xinghe was silent. He looked at her deeply and finally said, If I want to kill him, will you be willing? This question was unreasonable, but it was very important to Li Xinghe, because her answer would affect whether she liked Fu Beija or not. He didn't mind that she was married before, but he cared very much if she gave her heart to Fu Beija. Wei Wei Bai didn't answer. She even looked a little dazed. Li Xinghe sighed. He felt that this was already a very good answer. She still didn't know her own feelings. This meant that he still had a chance. Li Xinghe pulled her and stuffed her into the car. Hurry up and leave. Wei Wei Bai saw that there was only one driver. She didn't go to the back seat. Instead, she went directly to the front passenger seat. Li Xinghe felt that it was strange, but he didn't think too much about it. After Wei Wei Bai got in the car, she suddenly looked up at him. Li Xinghe, I've thought it through. I don't want Fu Beija to be killed by you. No matter what reason we have, since we're married, I won't abandon him. Her words were like a sharp knife stabbing into his heart. Li Xinghe's face turned pale. Even a waxy yellow paint couldn't hide his discomfort. He gritted his teeth, but you can't do anything. Fu Beija will die soon. He won't be able to escape this assassination. After saying that, Li Xinghe turned around and shouted, Increase the firepower, kill him for me. His voice trembled as he roared. It sounded like he was extremely sad. Wei Wei Bai took out a gun and immediately pointed it at the driver's head. Get out of here, she said viciously. Li Xinghe was shocked and immediately turned around, but he saw Wei Wei Bai with a white face, holding a gun, and her eyes were cold. He had never seen her like this before. He had seen her most resolute when she had jumped off the train. At that time, she had been so beautiful. But now, she seemed to be glowing. Her eyes were cold, but the way she held the gun was beautiful. Li Xinghe felt angry, but he couldn't do anything to her. He said, Wei Wei, don't go back to save him. The driver won't get out of the car even if you kill him. Wei Wei Bai sneered, then beat him to death. She did not have the time to waste here. If Fu Beija died, her mission would be over. How could side quests get in the way of main quests? Did he want to die? She knocked the driver's head hard with the gun in her hand. Then, she grabbed the bloody driver with one hand, opened the door, and kicked the driver out. She held the gun and quickly sat in the driver's seat. Li Xinghe was stunned by her nimble movements. He had always thought that Wei Wei Bai was a woman raised in a boudoir. Even if she wasn't a Chinese daughter flower, she was still a Chinese rose flower, cold but still gentle. But today, she was like a tyrant bandit. Li Xinghe advised, Wei Wei, you don't know how to drive. Get out. If it wasn't for the fact that she was afraid of future side quests, she really wanted to roll her eyes at Li Xinghe. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but sneer, scram, Li Xinghe. As she spoke, she put her hand on the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator. Li Xinghe didn't believe that she knew how to drive. Even if he saw her move nimbly, he didn't believe that she would run him over. Suddenly, the car made an ear-piercing rumbling sound. Like a yak, it rushed directly towards Li Xinghe. Li Xinghe was stunned for a moment, but his body had already instinctively thrown to the side. He rolled into the mud, and Bai Weiwei sped past him in the car. Crossover system, my idol, come here. Crossover system, my idol, come here. / crossover system, my idol, come here. Crossover system, my idol, come here. Crossover system, my idol, come here. Chapter 1053. Li Xing has sat in the pit in a daze, like he was driving a rickshaw. He suddenly said, "Fu Beija, you've led Wei Wei astray." She was clearly such a gentle and beautiful girl, but she suddenly became so violent. It must have been that violent soldier who led her astray. Wei Wei Bai drove the car. When she rushed over, she just happened to be in the middle of the fight between the two groups of people. Bullets flew through the window, and she leaned over the steering wheel, shattering all the glass on her body. Wei Wei Bai gritted her teeth and endured. She turned the steering wheel and stepped on the gas pedal to crash into the restaurant's door. She hoped that Fu Beija would dodge quickly, otherwise it would be an injustice if he was killed by her. The car hit the counter and stopped. Wei Wei Bai was shocked by the impact, and she almost spat out blood. Then she opened the door and saw Fu Beija looking at her in disbelief. Wei Wei Bai endured the pain and shouted, "Come up, Fu Beija." Fu Beija's angry face showed a bit of emotion. He gritted his teeth and said, "Wei Wei Bai, you're simply too stupid. She actually dared to come here. Didn't he tell her to run? Why did she come back? A woman seeking death." He didn't know what kind of emotion his heart was feeling. When Fu Beija saw her, he just wanted to vent his discomfort, or it could be called being moved. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 65. Wei Wei Bai's little face had a kind of crystal-like white, and her black eyes had a cold light. "If you want to die, then continue to curse me." Her appearance was simply despicable, but it was very beautiful. Fu Beija admitted for the first time that a woman's beauty could actually kill. He suddenly rushed into the car. Before the door was closed, Wei Wei Bai quickly drove the car backwards and then rushed out. A hail of bullets rained down, riddling the car with holes. When Wei Wei Bai rushed out, she felt a pain in her arm. The bullet had brushed past her flesh. She endured the pain and didn't make a sound. She stepped on the accelerator and fled. After reloading, Fu Beija stuck his head out of the window and killed several assassins who were chasing after him. The car drove all the way to Fu Beija's practice area. This place, which was filled with guns and sentries, was Fu Beija's base camp. As soon as she stopped the car, the sentries rushed over. The assassins didn't dare to chase after him either. Instead, they fled in all directions. Fu Beija ran out of ammunition. He let out a sigh of relief and turned to look at Wei Wei Bai. But what he saw was a scene that made his heart and soul shatter. Wei Wei Bai lay limply on the steering wheel. The blood on her arm had soaked her clothes and was dripping down the car. She frowned. Her small face was pale and her whole body was trembling. Fu Beija's body froze for a second. He even held his breath. He had seen too many dead people. He would never be moved by a dead person. This was the first time he felt such a tidal wave of panic that completely drowned him. Suddenly, Wei Wei Bai groaned in pain. The moan woke Fu Beija up with a start. She wasn't dead yet. Fu Beija's eyes were red. He immediately got out of the car and quickly opened the door. He carefully carried Wei Wei Bai out and shouted to the bodyguards, "Call the doctor." The doctor came and was relieved after seeing her. "It's just a superficial wound. The bullet didn't stay in the body. But there's too much blood. You need a blood transfusion to suture it." Fu Beija immediately said, "Stop the bleeding first. Let's go to the hospital." It was not safe for these operations here. There was an operating theater in the hospital. A clean operating theater would reduce the chances of the patient getting infected. Chapter 1054. He hurriedly carried the bandaged Wei Wei Bai to the hospital. Along the way, Wei Wei Bai curled up in his arms and trembled nonstop. "Fu Beija, I'm cold." Fu Beija felt as if his chest was being hammered by a huge rock. His lips trembled as he wrapped his coat tightly around her. "You're not cold. I'm hugging you." His heart ached. He was a big man with rough skin and thick flesh. How could the bullet be so blind as to hit by Wei Wei? Why didn't he hit him? Her body was so petite and weak. How could she withstand being hit by a bullet? A woman's body was fundamentally different from a man's. Their physiques were even more different. When he was hit by a bullet, he was still alive and kicking even after a few days. But a woman was hit by a bullet and could die at any time. Even if she was saved, her body would be weak, and it might even leave behind a permanent illness. Fu Beija was extremely anxious. When they arrived at the hospital, Wei Wei Bai was sent to the operating theater. The doctor said, "There's not enough blood. We need to go to the next city to get more." Fu Beija frowned. "I brought dozens of soldiers. Check their blood type and draw my soldiers directly." The doctor did not dare to offend him and immediately nodded. "Okay, let them line up first. I'll check their blood type." Fu Beija stretched out his arm. "Check mine first." The doctor hesitated for a moment. Fu Beija was already furious. "Hurry up, or I'll tear down your hospital and hang you up as a target." The doctor was almost scared to tears by his bully look. He immediately checked Fu Beija's blood type and found that it was the same as Wei Wei Bai's. Blood could be transfused. Fu Beija immediately heaved a sigh of relief. When he was transfusing blood for Wei Wei Bai, he sat by the side and stared blankly at Wei Wei Bai lying on the hospital bed with a pale face. Her body was petite, and even though she was lying on the bed, she still couldn't occupy the small single bed. Fu Beija watched as his blood slowly entered her body. His chest felt suffocated. He thought of how Wei Wei Bai had rushed into the restaurant in her car. Did he want to die? She was always giving him surprises. She actually knew how to drive and even came back to save him. When the surgery was completed, the doctor announced that the patient was safe. Fu Beija, who had been sitting at the side, finally let out a sigh of relief. However, he was unable to let out the discomfort in his chest. Fu Beija held her hand. It was soft and cold. He said softly, "Didn't you dislike me? If I die, shouldn't you be rejoicing that you're free from this blind marriage? Why did you save me?" Wasn't he also testing her all this time? There were all kinds of teasing and rudeness, all kinds of shameless approaches and threats. He just wanted to get back at them. To enter the school, she insisted on marrying him despite his bullets. When he was being ridiculed by the whole city, he couldn't help but play tricks on her whenever he saw her, making her regret marrying him. He was so petty and unreasonable. "Aren't you forcing me to repay you with my body?" Fu Beija hooked her finger and said softly, "You saved me. I have nothing to repay you with. Only this body is heavy enough to warm your bed." At this point, Fu Beija finally knew how to smile embarrassedly. After smiling, he looked up and bumped into a pair of black and pure eyes. Wei Wei Bai woke up. She frowned and looked at the ceiling in a daze. Fu Beija was surprised and happy at the same time. He said, "You're awake. Do you still feel uncomfortable?" Wei Wei Bai turned her head to look at him with difficulty. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she was indescribably awkward. She was so awkward that she was about to cry. Chapter 1055. The small mission above her head finally appeared. It was so strange that she wanted to bang her head against the wall. Childhood Sweetheart heartwarming mission activated. Childhood Sweetheart is sad and desperate because of your lack of freedom in marriage. Childhood Sweetheart, please use a reasonable reason to request a divorce. Countdown of 10 minutes. Forget about asking for a divorce. What reasonable reason? What is a reasonable reason? Is not a reasonable reason if I don't love you? She thought about it for a while and finally tried to complete the mission. Bai Wei Wei opened her mouth, her eyebrows tinged with worry. "Fu Beija, I have something to say to you." Fu Beija immediately held her hand tightly. "What do you need? Do you need to go to the toilet, or are you thirsty?" Bai Wei Wei was choked by his words, and the emotion she had been brewing disappeared. She took a long time before she looked down. "I saved you. You owe me a life, right?" Fu Beija laughed softly. "Is this why you are in such a hurry to talk? I do owe you a life." Wei Wei Bai turned to look at him with a calm expression. "Do you know how our marriage came about?" Fu Beija was silent. He really did not ask because at that time, he did not care about this marriage at all. He had been thinking about when he could break off the engagement. Wei Wei Bai smiled. "That's true. That happened so long ago. Even I heard it from my grandmother. That year, your grandfather saved my father's life. That's why our families are so close. Later on, we decided on our marriage." Fu Beija's expression became gentler. "Isn't this our fate? We were supposed to be together. That's why we had this engagement." Wei Wei Bai just looked at him. Her eyes were calm and had a hint of worry. "Finally," she said, "before my grandmother died, she held my hand tightly and asked me to go to your house to repay her kindness. That's why I have to marry you, Fu Beija. Fu Beija repeated. Repay a favor? She wanted to enter his house, even if she had to die, not just to abide by the marriage contract. It was because she wanted to repay a debt of gratitude. Wei Wei Bai continued. She also made me swear that if I broke off the engagement, I would die a horrible death. Fu Beija's expression changed. Ruthlessness crept into his eyes as he fiercely said, How could she make you swear such a poisonous oath? That old be asterisk tch. Wei Wei Bai frowned. Don't talk nonsense about my elders. Fu Beija, you don't understand the thoughts of the older generation. You should return the favor and abide by the engagement. Fu Beija tugged at his collar uncomfortably and sneered. I don't understand these things. I only know how wronged you are. Wasn't she being forced to marry him? What kind of mentality did she have at that time to marry him? And on their wedding day, he still treated her that way. His heart was filled with bitterness and pity, which simply made him restless. Wei Wei Bai stared at him in a daze for a while before giving a bitter smile. I am wronged, very wronged. Fu Beija's eyes became wet. He pursed his lips in silence for a while before saying, I won't let you feel wronged in the future. His heartache came without warning. Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 68. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a while. Her eyes were filled with tears as she finally said, Fu Beija, can we divorce? Look, I've already paid you with my life. Then I can redeem my father's life. I know that you feel wronged and I don't want to delay you, but I don't want to die a horrible death. Fu Beija couldn't understand her words for a while. But looking at her, her beautiful eyes were filled with grievance. I'm not breaking the contract. I've already saved you, so my grandmother won't let the oath come true. He should be angry. She didn't want him and wanted a divorce. But why was it that when he saw her crying eyes, his heart was filled with pain? Fu Beija suddenly bent down and kissed her lips. He said in a low voice, Wei Wei, you saved me, so I'm willing to suffer for you for a lifetime. Wei Wei Bai, but I don't want to suffer for a lifetime. She didn't say this as she saw the small quest notification. The favorability notification also came. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 70. Wei Wei Bai smiled before closing her eyes in exhaustion and falling asleep. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. 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 Chapter 1056. Fu Beija sat beside her in a daze and looked at Wei Wei Bai, who was still smiling bitterly even though she was in deep sleep. He finally knew why she wanted to marry him even at the cost of her life. He thought that Wei Wei Bai was just pedantic and old-fashioned. She didn't want to bear the burden of breaking off the engagement and would rather have a marriage without feelings. He didn't expect that her courage was forced by the old-fashioned and pedantic elders in her family. He had seen examples of women being forced to death by their elders in the family. There were even places where the customs were particularly feudal. If a woman didn't marry according to the wishes of her parents, she would be directly tied to the bridal sedan chair. More often than not, she was brainwashed to do whatever her parents told her to do. He didn't expect that Wei Wei Bai was also one of the victims. She actually didn't want to marry him. Just like him, he didn't like a woman who he had never met. It was rare for Fu Beija to empathize with another person's life. When she first entered the family, she was in despair. She was forced to make a vow, but when she was about to enter the family, she was greeted by his bullets. Even so, when he was assassinated, she still risked her life to drive into the restaurant to save him. Driving? How did she know how to drive? Fu Beija thought about it and felt that the Bai family had some family background before they fell. Even if they were really in dire straits, they wouldn't have fallen to the bottom. Perhaps the elders in the family taught her how to drive. Fu Beija didn't think too much about it, especially when Wei Wei Bai was still lying on the hospital bed. A bodyguard came over and whispered, "Young Marshal, we caught a few assassins." Fu Beija revealed a trace of murderous intent, and his eyes were extremely cold. "Force a confession out of them first. Don't kill them. I'll go personally when I'm free." This time, the assassination was fierce. It must be the group of people in the south. Li Xinghe was definitely involved. Last time, a bullet couldn't kill him. This time, he wouldn't give up until he left Li Xinghe's body in the north. Wei Wei Bai's wound needed to be observed in the hospital. Fu Beijia accompanied her as she busied herself. He even asked someone to make chicken soup and brought it over. Then, he fed it to Wei Wei Bai. Your hand is injured, so you can't move. I'll be your hand for the time being. Fu Beijia said it calmly. Even the corny words did not sound corny. Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips and didn't say anything. She just looked straight at him, as if she was observing his reaction. Of course, Fu Beijia knew what she was thinking. He scooped a spoonful of chicken soup and said gently, "Drink it." Looking at the chicken soup that was about to reach her mouth, she frowned. Fu Beijia teased, "How many people want my gentleness? I'm giving you some of my gentleness. Are you happy?" This gentleness was something that he had painstakingly squeezed out. After all, he had no experience in coaxing people. She didn't know how a man could be considered gentle and courteous to the girl he liked. He had never been a gentleman. If he could solve it crudely, he would never drag it out. It was rare for him to be so careful when it came to relationships. Wei Wei Bai didn't say anything, but she gently held the spoon and drank the chicken soup. It was a cute action. Fu Beijia continued to feed her. "Eat more. You're too skinny. You can't be too skinny. Otherwise, you won't be able to resist hunger and your body won't be well." Wei Wei Bai looked at him lightly and asked in a low voice, "Have you considered it?" Fu Beijia laughed. "You still remember what you said just now? You've already entered my house and you still want to walk out. I've said it before, why don't you not enter my house? Once you enter my house, you won't be able to leave." Wei Wei Bai was a little anxious. "Didn't you say that we can still get a divorce?" Transmigration system, my Adonis. Come over here and read the at https://www. Sashu.com/transmigration system, my Adonis. Come over here and read at https://www. Sashu.com//transmigration system, my Adonis. Come over here and read at https://www. Sashu.com transmigration system, my Adonis. Come over here and read at https://m. Sashu.com transmigration system, my Adonis. Come over here. Chapter 1057. Fu Beijia thought of the free marriage notice that was posted all over the city. He really wanted to get someone to tear it down. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned and did not feel that going back on his words was a bad thing. "Yes, I can get a divorce, but I won't." Wei Wei Bai was puzzled. "Why? You don't like me very much." The gentleness on Fu Beijia's face gradually disappeared. "Why do you think so? At first, I didn't like you. After all, how much can I have feelings for a woman I haven't met before? But it's different now." Wei Wei Bai, "How is it different?" Fu Beijia smiled, leaned over, and quickly kissed her on the lips. Wei Wei Bai immediately covered her mouth and stared at him with a frown. Fu Beijia really liked this shy look of hers. "That's the difference. I'm not casual with women, but I'm casual with you. Isn't it because I like you?" He was not shy. If he liked her, he liked her. There was nothing that could not be said. He was so annoyed by those scholars and poets. They did not say anything when they liked someone, but they were so shy and wrote love letters. It was so sour. He was even more disgusted by those men who hid their feelings in their hearts. They were like a little daughter-in-law, making people laugh. If he, Fu Beijia, liked a woman, he would announce it out loud. "I like you. How can I feel that being with you is torture?" Wei Wei Bai's face was red. There were traces of tears in her black eyes, which were sparkling and clear. Fu Beijia was a little embarrassed when she looked at him. He said, "Okay, I know you are very surprised. Don't mention divorce in the future. I'm a very good partner. I don't go out and fool around. I'm not picky about my food. I can sleep on the floor. Also, I'm hardworking and eager to learn. You can't find anyone like me in 10 miles. You should be happy that you married a good man who can let you eat and dress well." He was very practical, although he seemed a little unreliable on normal days. But he knew how good he was. He was so good, and he liked her. She would definitely be happy for the rest of her life. Wei Wei Bai's mouth twitched. Was this another type of narcissism? She asked hesitantly. Do you really like me? Fu Beijia said calmly. Yes, I like it. His tone was flat, as if he was saying that the weather was good. Wei Wei Bai was about to say something when he stuffed a spoonful of soup into her mouth. All right, don't ask so many questions. What are you thinking about every day with that little head of yours? If I really want to divorce you, I have plenty of ways. Why'd I need you to rack your brains? Eat and don't talk. Wei Wei Bai didn't have time to say anything. This was because Fu Beijia was feeding her and did not give her a chance to nag. The atmosphere between the two of them was unusually calm, with a hint of sweetness. However, Fu Beijia deliberately ignored Wei Wei Bai's intentions. For example, she didn't like him very much. Also, she actually wanted a divorce. She was still a little old-fashioned and traditional, so she would still stay by his side even if he didn't agree to the divorce. Therefore, Fu Beijia was not very worried about this problem. It was a lifetime, so she would definitely like him. Otherwise, who else could she like? Wei Wei Bai stayed in the hospital for a few days. When she felt better, she was discharged. On the day she was discharged, Fu Beijia drove her back to the old mansion. When they arrived at the old mansion, they found that there were already a few more cars in front of the old mansion. They were all Fu Beijia's men. I'm here to pack your things. Wei Wei Bai looked at him strangely. What are you packing? Fu Beijia raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Of course they're your things. You'll live with me in the future. You don't have to come back. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here, download the full text. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here, next time you open the bookshelf, you'll see it. If you like Transmigration system, Adonis, come here. Chapter 1058. Before Wei Wei Bai could answer, Chenru had already rushed out with a group of people. Wei Wei, I heard that you're going to the city. The old mansion was located in the suburbs, in the center of the city where Fu Beijia lived. Chenru's face was cold, and she didn't put on an amiable expression. She still wanted Wei Wei Bai to stay in the old mansion, so that Fu Beijia could go home. She thought that Wei Wei Bai was useless and couldn't keep Fu Beijia. In the end, unexpectedly, Fu Beijia was really tempted. Chenru really wanted to look up and laugh. The people that she tried so hard to arrange could actually win over Fu Beijia. As long as Wei Wei Bai was in the old mansion, Fu Beijia would definitely come back. But today, a group of soldiers rushed in and said that they wanted to pack up Wei Wei Bai's things and live in the city. So was she drawing water with a bamboo basket? Wei Wei Bai just got out of the car and didn't say anything when she saw Chenru's expression. Fu Beijia glanced at her indifferently, then reached out and grabbed Wei Wei Bai's shoulder, ignoring Chenru, and walked into the mansion. There was even some hostility in his eyes. It was as if Chenru was an enemy who came to steal Wei Wei Bai. Fu Beijia said to Wei Wei Bai while walking, Chenru is not a good person, don't believe her. Although I'm not a good person, I'm definitely sincere to you. Sincerity with 70 favorability. It was indeed very high for a man, although 70 wasn't unique. Wei Wei Bai said, do you need to move out in such a hurry? This was similar to kidnapping. Fu Beijia came to the front hall, then pulled her to sit down and asked someone to serve tea. He sneered, there are so many dirty things in this mansion, I don't want you to stay here. Wei Wei Bai actually felt that moving out would be better for the strategy. Just as she was about to answer, a small mission appeared above her head. Please return to your room. What was up with Xiao Sa's arrow? Was this a map to guide her back to her room? Wei Wei Bai didn't have a good impression of the cute mission sent by the main system at all. What a crazy big boss. The most annoying main system in history. Bai Weiwei got up and said to Fu Beijia, you let your soldiers come and move things. Don't think about how many private things a girl has. How can you show them? Fu Beijia didn't think so much. After all, they could just move the entire wardrobe away. The entire dressing table was also taken away. How could she really let those rough men handle her things? But Wei Wei Bai was not reassured. Wei Wei Bai Wei Wei. Wei Wei Bai Lu Wei Wei. Wei 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 Wei. Wei 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 Wei. Wei 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 Wei. Wei 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 Wei. He was already very happy. Wei Wei Bai nodded and turned to leave. The arrow followed her and kept urging her to return to her room. Suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her. She turned around and saw Fu Beija following her. Bai Weiwei stopped in her tracks and looked at him calmly. Fu Beija didn't feel embarrassed at all. I feel that I should go and help. Those maidservants are not clean. I definitely won't steal your things. Weiwei Bai looked at him suspiciously. She looked like she was looking at a perverted stalker. Fu Beija was a little embarrassed when she saw that. Weiwei Bai didn't care and continued to walk forward. Do as you wish. Fu Beija immediately followed her. Her arm hadn't recovered yet, so she couldn't use too much strength to avoid reopening the wound. Fu Beija was really worried about her and didn't want to see what her personal items looked like. Chapter 1059. Weiwei Bai followed the arrow and returned to the room. The soldiers had not come in yet. Fu Beija also stepped into the room. He did not come here often. The decoration of the room was still old-fashioned, but the furnishings were elegant and fresh. The wooden table and chairs were placed by the window. There was a vase on the table. There was a withered branch in the vase. It was bony, cold, and elegant. On the dressing table, there were only a few bottles of feminine perfume. It was so little that it was pitiful. Fu Beija then remembered that Weiwei Bai did not wear much jewelry. She did not have a good life. Fu Beija's heart clenched. Weiwei Bai did not pay attention to Fu Beija. She took a bag and put the things on the dressing table into it. Then she went to the wardrobe as if nothing had happened. The small task on top of her head had become, please gently open the wardrobe. There is a surprise package in the wardrobe. What was in the wardrobe? It should be a surprise package. The main system had never given her a reliable surprise before. Weiwei Bai became vigilant. She suddenly realized that she could not open the wardrobe. What if something inhuman came out of it? What if Fu Beija saw it? Weiwei Bai pondered for a moment, and suddenly turned to look at Fu Beija. Fu Beija stood by the table. The dried twigs accentuated his cold and hard face, making him look even more handsome. He was playing with a lighter leisurely. He was still holding a cigarette in his hand, but he did not light it. Why, you're done. Fu Beija looked at her and could not help but reveal a smile. Weiwei Bai shook her head. I just feel that I can't finish today. Moreover, my wound has not healed, and I can't sleep on the bed. If I go with you today, I will not be able to sleep or rest for several nights. Fu Beija's expression did not change, but his eyes darkened. He thought for a moment, then shook his head. I don't feel at ease leaving you here. Weiwei Bai smiled. Why? Are you afraid that I'll be eaten up by this place? I've been here for a long time, and I'm fine. Fu Beija looked at her bright and beautiful smile, and his eyes softened a little. He lit the cigarette and said in a low voice, It's different. You had no value in the past, but now you do. Weiwei Bai looked a little confused, as if she didn't understand what his value was. Fu Beija also knew that she did not understand. After all, she had just married into the family not long ago. He said calmly, My father is not a reliable person. He likes that woman, Chenru, so he married her. That woman is also very powerful. She took advantage of the fact that I was fighting on the battlefield to win over the elders of the Fu family and put pressure on me. Weiwei Bai put pressure on you? Fu Beija nodded. Yes, because my father happened to be seriously ill. Chenru took care of him every day. After serving my father well, she got half of a military order. This military order is very powerful, and it can mobilize half of the soldiers in my family. This was incredible. The soldiers of the Fu family had been led by General Fu and Fu Beija for 2 generations. Almost all of them were brave and good at war, and all of them were elite soldiers. This was the foundation of Fu Beija's standing in this chaotic era, and was able to compete with the South. Fu Beija saw Weiwei Bai frown and knew that she had immediately figured out the power of the military order. What a smart girl. Fu Beija said with a smile. Don't be afraid. She can't use this military order. My father has a will that says that she can only use it if she meets some conditions. Weiwei Bai asked curiously, What conditions? Fu Beija's voice turned cold. Children. Weiwei Bai repeated doubtfully. Children. Chapter 1060. Fu Beija said, If Chenru had a son, she would be able to use it. But she didn't, and my father didn't make it very clear in his will. So, Chenru convinced the elders that as long as there is a new child in the Fu family, even if it's a grandson, it's fine. The military order was very important. He had never believed that Chenru could use it, because Chenru didn't leave behind a child, and his father died too soon. She didn't have time to cheat on Marshal Fu and give birth to a fake one. The will said that if Chenru had a successor of the Fu family, she could use it. This military order was not for her. It was for her descendants. Marshal Fu's original intention was to protect her child. After all, Marshal Fu thought that he was in good health. If Chenru was pregnant, he would die. Then Chenru and his child would be at risk. But unexpectedly, Marshal Fu died after the will was made. Chenru didn't have a child, so the military order was useless. That was why Chenru turned her attention to Fu Beijia. Fu Beijia stared at Wei Wei Bai's belly. "You are Chenru, the woman acknowledged by the elders of the Fu family. They were so eager to let you in because they wanted you to give birth to my child." Wei Wei Bai was confused by his family's entanglement. She asked curiously, "Even if we have a child, what does it have to do with Chenru?" Fu Beijia smiled. "Idiot, you have my child. Chenru is my stepmother, so the child in your belly is her grandson. When the child is born, she can take it away from you, and then the will can be used." Who said that only sons had the right to inherit? Grandchildren also had rights, and grandchildren were easier to control. Wei Wei Bai's face was a little ugly. She instinctively reached out to cover her belly. "She can't take my child away. I won't let her succeed." Fu Beijia looked at her belly, and his eyes softened. "Her purpose is to kill me. As long as you have a child, I have no value. Then, when you give birth, they will take the opportunity to take away your child and kill you." Wei Wei Bai said coldly, "She dares." These words were cold and domineering. Fu Beijia actually felt excited and didn't feel that what she said was unladylike. His smile deepened. "She dares, but she can't beat me. I'll wait for her to court death a few more times, then I'll deal with her with interest." Other women were completely uninterested in what he was saying. They were only interested in a life of luxury, clothes, and jewelry. Only Wei Wei Bai understood him. She could follow his thoughts no matter what he said. It was easy to find a woman who was beautiful and gentle, but a girl who understood him, was as courageous as him, and was even more courageous than him. It was a treasure. It was something that could only be discovered but not sought. The diamond hidden in the yellow sand shone brightly, and this ray of light was seen by him. Fu Beijia could only feel his heart beating faster and his blood boiling. After meeting her, he felt that the rest of the female fans were just female fans. Only she was as confident. Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips, her expression cold. Her black eyes were deep, and she snorted coldly. "Stupid, evil woman. Do you think I'm easy to bully? If I have a child, I won't let anyone hurt him. You don't have to worry about me. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't fight back when bullied." He believed her words. She held a grudge. He knew that if it wasn't for the marriage contract, she might have wanted to take revenge on him for those few shots back then. He really liked this kind of Wei Wei Bai. Chapter 1061. Wei Wei Bai turned around and put the bag on the chair. Her hair was a little loose, but she didn't think much of it. She took out the hairpin, and her black hair fell down. It was beautiful and smooth as it draped over her back, making her look even more slender. Wei Wei Bai lowered her head and didn't notice Fu Beijia behind her. Her voice softened. "You can go back first, Fu Beijia. I want to rest." Just as she finished speaking, the man behind her had already leaned over. He still had the smell of cigarettes on him, mixed with the coldness of late autumn, and had a chilling sense of invasion. He pressed his face against her hair and said in a hoarse voice, "Is there a wife who chases her husband out? Tonight, I'll sleep here with you." If she couldn't hear the beastly meaning in his words, then she would have wasted her time transmigrating through so many worlds. Without a substitute sticker, she refused to sell her body. Just one world was enough to make her scared. She would rather lose some favorability points than let this beast have his way. Wei Wei Bai turned around and looked at him coldly. "I'm already injured, and you're still making it difficult for me to sleep." Fu Beijia looked at her innocently and said in a low voice, "I'll sleep on the floor. I don't choose a place." She would be a fool to believe him. Wei Wei Bai looked up and suddenly found that the mission had changed. The host ignored the small hint of my love and refused to open the wardrobe. The mission has been upgraded. Please open the wardrobe within 1 minute. Did the wardrobe offend the system? Why did it keep making her open the wardrobe? Did it want her to change clothes on the spot for Fu Beija to see? Bai Weiwei casually pushed Fu Beija away. Come on, you go away from me. For the sake of saving you. Can't you let me have some peace of mind? Fu Beija saw her struggle and was afraid that something would happen to the wound on her arm, so he obediently retreated. She coughed softly, and Fu Beija immediately turned around to get some water. Weiwei Bai casually opened the wardrobe when he poured the water with his back to her. The arrow on the wardrobe changed. Congratulations, host, for capturing a little bamboo horse. Under the arrowhead, Li Xinghe's handsome face with a hint of worry appeared. He curled up his body and squatted obediently in her closet. Li Xinghe saw her open the closet. His eyes were a little touched, but he did not dare to make sound. Weiwei Bai, then, she slowly closed the wardrobe and locked Li Xinghe up again. Oh my God! Hack the main system to death. She would pay for all the electricity. What was the point of hiding a man in the closet? What a cuckold. Weiwei Bai had just closed the wardrobe when Fu Beija turned around and walked in front of her with a glass of water in his hand. Drink some water. She took it absent-mindedly and saw that the mission had changed again. The mission of discovering a little bamboo horse has been completed. Little childhood sweetheart, please successfully send the little bamboo horse to the south within 12 hours. Li Xinghe's assassination had failed. He was really destined to be the second male lead. Even after 2 successful assassination attempts, he still could not do anything to Fu Beija. This childhood sweetheart, was doomed. She sent him to the south every day. Was she going to the south? Weiwei Bai drank the water in one gulp and then put the glass on the table heavily. Fu Beija saw that she was murderous when she drank the water. He smiled and said, "Why are you suddenly angry? Are you really angry that I slept here?" As he spoke, he reached out to open the wardrobe door. At this moment, his actions turned into a horror film in Weiwei Bai's eyes. When the husband opened the wardrobe at home, the wife said that she would show him a living person. When the wardrobe was opened, there was a naked man. She was in a better situation. Li Xinghe was not naked yet. Li Xinghe and Fu Beija were mortal enemies. Weiwei Bai almost sprinted 100 meters and rushed in front of Fu Beija. She reached out to grab his collar and pulled his head back. In fact, his hand had already opened the wardrobe door. Li Xinghe's complicated expression was revealed. Weiwei Bai's expression was even more complicated than his. She grabbed Fu Beija's collar tightly and said without thinking, "Fu Beija, I have something to say to you." Fu Beija did not think so much and said, "What do you want to say?" Weiwei Bai's brain stopped working. What could she say? What could she say to distract him? Fu Beija felt a little uncomfortable and wanted to turn his head away. Weiwei Bai was already shouting in horror, "I want to have a child with you." Fu Beija, Li Xinghe, Weiwei Bai, did she say something that she shouldn't have? // Chapter 1062. Could the automatic reminder give her a sticker automatically? Ding, the automatic reminder reminded you that the sticker cannot be given automatically, but it can remind you to stand upside down if you want to give birth easily. Weiwei Bai, screw your automatic reminder. You're the one who stands upside down. Your whole family will stand upside down and give birth to a bunch of children as punishment. They all couldn't bear to see her doing well. She had no principles because she was forced, not because she was thick-skinned. Weiwei Bai decided to give up on herself. She glared at Fu Beija fiercely, then reached out and pulled open her collar. Do you want it that much? Under her collar, her fair skin and beautiful collarbones were exposed. Fu Beija heard himself gulping. He nodded loyally. You want to give birth? Of course you need my help. Weiwei Bai looked at him from the corner of her eyes, wanting to see how shameless he could be. Fu Beija did not disappoint, and said something even more shameless. I'll be gentle, it won't hurt at all. After saying that, he lowered his head and was about to bite her flesh. The big bad wolf opened his mouth, wanting to swallow this tender piece of tofu. However, he suddenly sniffed. The smell of blood? He suddenly looked up, only to see that Weiwei Bai's face was slightly pale, and her pink lips were pursed, looking a little pitiful. Fu Beija lowered his head to look, and his pupils shrank. The wound on her arm had actually split open. What happened? It had healed well, so why did it split open? Fu Beija immediately lost all thoughts. He held her arm with heartache, frowning. Why did it split open? Wei Wei Bai said unbearably. I bumped into it when I was playing with you just now. What did she bump into it? Could it be that when he pushed her just now, she accidentally bumped into the wardrobe? He clearly did not have much strength, and he was very careful. He did not expect that her healing ability was so bad. Fu Beija anxiously pressed her to sit on a chair and then called for the people outside to bring in the first aid kit. He lifted her sleeve and saw that the bandage was indeed soaked in blood. It was a heart-wrenching pain. Her wound had finally healed, but because of his playfulness, it had been bruised. Girls were different from stinky men. Even a little bit of strength would hurt her. This was the first time Fu Beija blamed himself so much. He opened a medicine box and rolled her sleeves up to her arms. He then removed her bandages and saw that her wound was bleeding. Wei Wei Bai looked up at him. Seeing him seriously lowering his head, he cleaned her wound, applied medicine, and then put a new bandage on her. Fortunately, it's only a small crack, so there's no need to sew it up again. During this time, you're not allowed to touch water, and you're not allowed to use too much force. If you want to do anything, ask the servants to help. His hand was so warm that it burned her arm. The rough calluses of the spear rubbed against her skin, giving her a numb and rough feeling. Wei Wei Bai flinched. Fu Beija immediately looked at her worriedly. Does it hurt? Wei Wei Bai raised the corner of her mouth. It doesn't hurt. She had purposely made the wound open just to avoid selling her body. In the end, he was too anxious. This man was actually not that much of a beast. Fu Beija looked straight at her smile and suddenly leaned over to steal a kiss. Wei Wei Bai was at a loss for a moment and stared at him. He smiled innocently. Your smile is so beautiful. I've been seduced. Let's postpone the matter of having a child until your wound is healed. No matter how anxious I am, I won't hurt you. Wei Wei Bai's expression was indifferent, but there was a trace of gentleness and confusion. Chapter 1063. She seemed to be moved. The delicate girl was like a magnolia flower, sitting in front of him and looking at him with a pair of pure black eyes. This feeling was really fresh. He had never experienced such a beautiful and quiet relationship before. Were all girls like this? Fu Beija thought for a moment and rejected it. No, only Wei Wei Bai was like this. Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 75. After Fu Beija finished bandaging her, he had someone clean up the room next door. He said, You're right not to let me sleep on the floor in your room. I'm afraid they'll turn into a wolf and eat you in the middle of the night, so I'll live next door. Wei Wei Bai was still thinking about the man in the wardrobe. She couldn't help urging, No one has lived next door for a long time. It's not comfortable. You should go back to the city. Fu Beija didn't listen to her at all. Your hand is injured like this. I have to take care of you. Otherwise, am I still your man? Wei Wei Bai was speechless. It was too obvious that something was wrong. In fact, it was already a miracle that Li Xinghe could stay in the wardrobe and not be discovered by Fu Beija, who was as vigilant as a wolf. Maybe even Fu Beija didn't think of it. Li Xinghe would hide in her room. Plus, most of his attention was on her, so he didn't pay attention to the wardrobe. Wei Wei Bai casually looked at the wardrobe and then lowered her eyes. All right, do whatever you want. Fu Beija saw her like this. Could it be that she was shy? Although she was married to him, she was still a young girl. They didn't spend much time together. No matter how bold she was still from a traditional family. She would definitely be reserved when it came to matters between men and women. Even though he appeared to be in a hurry, he was still bashful deep down, especially when he thought about the bed. His nose became hot and his face turned red. Wei Wei Bai suddenly felt that something was wrong. She stared at Fu Beija's face. Why is it so red? Fu Beija suddenly stood up and immediately covered his nose. Then you rest well. Call me if you need anything. After saying that, he fled in a hurry. When he ran out of the house, he opened his palm and saw that his nose was bleeding. The bodyguard beside him looked at him in surprise. Fu Beija's face turned even hotter. He glared fiercely at the bodyguards and then ran to the next room to wash up. He had been too angry recently. He had such a little treasure by his side, but he couldn't really touch it. This kind of torture was simply too much. He didn't even dare to play more than a few rounds. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself. Fu Beija was worried about Wei Wei Bai's wound. He did not know how many days it would take for it to heal. If she recovered quickly, he could have children with her too. Wei Wei Bai saw Fu Beija go out, but she didn't open the wardrobe door. Instead, he opened the door and saw that there were many sentries outside. When Fu Beija arrived, he brought a bunch of soldiers with him. They surrounded the entire mansion. The elders in the mansion were probably going to be angered to death by this. After all, this was simply a blatant threat. Wei Wei Bai glanced at the wardrobe. Li Xinghe was hiding inside. She didn't know how long he could last. After all, the wardrobe wasn't big. As a man, he had been hiding inside it. When it was time to escape, he wouldn't be unable to run far because his legs were numb. Right? Wei Wei Bai suddenly thought of something. She immediately walked to the wardrobe and gently opened it. Li Xinghe was leaning against the wardrobe. He seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but the moment the wardrobe door opened, he immediately opened his eyes. There was a flash of light in his eyes. He also raised the gun in his hand. But when he saw Wei Wei Bai, he quickly put away the gun in his hand. There was a trace of embarrassment on his face. Wei Wei Bai didn't say anything. Instead, she bent down and rummaged around him. She found a set of men's clothes. Chapter 1064. Fu Beija had opened the wardrobe to look for clothes. When she had moved in, other than her own clothes, half of the wardrobe had belonged to Fu Beija. Chenru had ordered them to be brought over. It was also a way to win him over and announce that they were husband and wife. Fu Beija also knew that he planned to spend the night here, so he opened the closet to take the clothes. Li Xinghe saw that she did not speak, so he did not make a sound. He just stood there quietly. After she took the clothes out, she gently closed the closet door. Li Xinghe held his breath and released it. He smelled the fragrance she left in the closet. The narrow and dark environment did not seem unbearable. Wei Wei Bai opened the door and saw the guards bowing respectfully to her. She frowned. How was she going to get Li Xinghe out with these people blocking her way? Wei Wei Bai walked to the next room and knocked on the door. Fu Beija opened the door and saw her. He immediately smiled and took the clothes from her hands. Why didn't you let the servants take it? Your hand is still injured. I was worried that you would go back to the closet to take the clothes. Wei Wei Bai showed a sincere smile. I didn't use much strength. The room is cold. Remember to get someone to burn charcoal for you to warm you up at night. Fu Beija leaned against the door and looked at her smiling face. His heart softened. He reached out and gently touched her face. Her fair skin was delicate and delicate. It was completely different from the roughness of his fingers. Fu Beija said, I know. I will take care of myself before I can take care of you. He felt strange and happy that she cared about him. Wei Wei Bai looked at him affectionately for a while before saying, Can you withdraw your soldiers further away? I want to wipe my body. I feel uncomfortable with so many men around. Under her enchanting gaze, Fu Beija nodded blankly. Then he suddenly woke up. His face was actually a little red. He immediately went out and kicked those soldiers' buttocks a few times. Go, go, go. All of you stand guard outside. His woman needed to wash up. How could another man be around? Wei Wei Bai heaved a sigh of relief. She had finally gotten rid of those guards. Then she saw Fu Beija rushing over with a wooden basin of hot water. Wei Wei Bai had a bad feeling about this, but he said excitedly, Hurry up and wipe yourself. I'll get you some water and change. Wei Wei Bai's face turned red in anger. This guy had only been upright for 3 seconds. Being wretched was his true nature. Fu Beija saw that she was angry and said with a cheeky smile, I'm just helping. I won't do anything. Bai Weiwei really wanted to give him a butt and kick him out of the room. Fortunately, Fu Beija did not trust his beastly instincts. After he brought the water in, he asked her to wipe herself. I'll wait outside. I'll keep watch and get you some water. Weiwei Bai was really at her wit's end. She knew that if she did not wipe herself, she would not be able to get rid of Fu Beija. She could only close the door. But she was still worried and pulled a chair to block the door. Then she opened the wardrobe and took a dress from Li Xinghe. Without even looking at him, Wei Wei Bai closed the door again. Li Xinghe blinked. She wanted to wipe herself? His heart immediately started beating like a drum, as if it was going to jump out of his throat. This could not be done. He was in the same room with her. If she wiped herself, wouldn't he be profaning her? Li Xinghe immediately opened the wardrobe door to stop her. But the moment he opened the door, he saw Wei Wei Bai squatting down and unbuttoning her collar. With her back facing him, her soft and fair fingers gently stirred the hot water in the basin. In the midst of the steam, she was beautiful and seductive. Li Xinghe stared at her in a daze. Wei Wei Bai felt that something was wrong. She turned around and saw Li Xinghe's dazed eyes. She lowered her head and looked at her collar. She had only unbuttoned one button, and nothing was exposed. What was he looking at? Wei Wei Bai glared at him fiercely. She could not just sit in the wardrobe and be a clothes hanger. If she came out and Fu Beija saw her, it would be a problem. She immediately rushed over and closed the wardrobe door. Then she pulled a chair over. She leaned against the wardrobe door. She looked at the chair that was against the door. The wardrobe was against the chair. Wei Wei Bai could not help but squat down. Her husband was outside the door, and her man was hidden in the wardrobe. She still had to take off her clothes here. She felt that this plot was getting weirder and weirder. To hell with your side mission. / Chapter 1065. Then by Wei Wei's side, resigned to her fate. She casually wiped her body with a cloth and wet her hair. Then she changed her clothes, let her hair down, moved the chair in the wardrobe and the chair at the door away before opening the door. Fu Beija was squatting at the door. Of course, he heard the sound of the chair against the door. She guarded against him as if he was a thief. Fu Beija was not angry. After all, he was a bad person and not a good person. It was right for her to guard against him. Even Fu Beija felt that Wei Wei Bai was smart. She knew that he was a beast and did not give him a chance to be one. Anyway, he suddenly liked someone. Everything about her was right, and he liked her. When Fu Beija heard the door open, he turned to look and saw Wei Wei Bai standing at the door looking at him. Her long black hair was down, and she was wearing a white dress. The light of the setting sun shone on her face at the door, making it look beautiful. He stared at her for a few seconds before he got up and walked through the door. He rolled up his sleeves to move the wooden basin. Wei Wei Bai was a little nervous. Never mind the wardrobe. That wardrobe was poisonous. Fortunately, Fu Beija did not think too much and left after moving the wooden basin. He had evil intentions, but he was worried about Wei Wei Bai's wound, so he let her go for the time being. After he finished packing up everything, Fu Beija walked up to Wei Wei Bai calmly and looked at her without saying a word. Wei Wei Bai looked at him speechlessly. "Aren't you going to do something?" He could not pretend to be calm for more than 3 seconds before he started to talk glibly again. Wei Wei Bai leaned against the door, wishing she could get rid of him quickly. Do what? Fu Beija saw that she really did not want to do anything. He felt wronged and suddenly strode forward. He reached out and hugged her waist, pulling her into his arms and kissing her. The kiss was restrained and gentle, but it had a burning passion. He said in a low voice, "You have to thank me for my gentleness." Wei Wei Bai pushed him away and said with disdain, "Who would ask for a reward for helping his wife carry a basin? You're not gentle, you're stingy." The title of my wife was really pleasant to hear. Fu Beija obediently let go of her, not daring to go too far. He smiled and said, "All right, let's eat dinner together and then rest early. I won't do anything to you during this time." He sounded as if he was going to do something to her in the future. Wei Wei Bai was really afraid of the side mission. She even suppressed the urge to flirt with Fu Beija. She couldn't wait to get late so that Li Xinghe could get out of her closet, the target of the strategy this time. He was not a kind character. Although she wasn't a pervert, she had grown up with blood on her hands. If she was found to be hiding Li Xinghe, she would definitely be punished. That scene would only happen if the favorability was 100. Otherwise, Fu Beija's torture tools would have been used on her. There was no social security, no painkiller, and no system to chat with. It was too miserable. In the past, she thought that it was very unfortunate that she met a system that couldn't let her fly. In the end, what was even more unfortunate was that she didn't even have a system. If the system came back, she wouldn't despise it anymore. It was actually very good. After dinner, she finally got rid of Fu Beija, who was eyeing her covetously. She hurried back to her room. When she opened the closet, she felt that if Li Xinghe was smart, he would have escaped when she and Fu Beija were in the dining room. The guards outside her room were all outside. If he wanted to escape, he had many ways. In the end, when she opened the closet, she saw Li Xinghe looking at her with a pair of bright eyes. Wei Wei Bai's mouth twitched. What a fool. She really wanted to beat this bastard to death. / Chapter 1066. Li Xinghe had been curled up for a long time. His legs were numb, but he did not come out of the wardrobe. It was as if he had become a wardrobe spirit, and the wardrobe was his true form. Wei Wei Bai did not have a good attitude towards this side mission. Hurry up and come out. I'll take you to the train station while no one knows. This time, don't come back after you go south. You can't win against Fu Beija. Side missions could not win against the main mission. Accept your fate. Li Xinghe looked at her with a strange expression. Finally, his voice was a little hoarse. Why are you helping me? The person I want to kill is your husband. You even risked your life to save him. It's not that you don't have feelings for him. Wei Wei Bai lowered her voice and said coldly, helping you is a favor. Just remember it. And saving Fu Beija is my duty. After all, he is my husband. Li Xinghe showed a bitter smile. Husband? Then he sighed. I came too late. No, I came too early. I didn't understand love. When love was deep, I missed it. They had known each other since they were young, but they had not been together for a long time. When they met again when they grew up, they missed it. Wei Wei Bai. The target of this side mission was supposed to be warm and sunny. Was there something wrong with it? It was supposed to be a big idiot who groaned and looked up at the starry sky. She fished in her sleeve and pulled out a handkerchief. Then Wei Wei Bai passed the handkerchief to him. Li Xinghe's eyes trembled. He took the handkerchief excitedly. Did she have feelings for him too? So she gave him a keepsake? He took the handkerchief. Why did it feel warm? He opened the handkerchief. A drumstick? Wei Wei Bai stood outside the wardrobe and looked at him coldly. Hurry up and eat. Once you're full, your mind will be clear. If you continue to be sad, I'll have to hold a funeral for you. Was it easy for her to steal a drumstick for him without arousing suspicion? If this side mission kept nagging her, she really had no other way. Li Xinghe held the drumstick and his eyes reddened. He staggered out of the closet and carefully hid the drumstick in front of his chest. He was so touched by her sincerity. Wei Wei Bai watched as he stuffed the drumstick into his chest. After a moment of silence, she quickly walked to the door and quietly opened it. Halfway through, she gently closed it again. No, Fu Beija was in the next room. With his vigilant nature, no one who passed by his door could escape. Wei Wei Bai turned her head and saw Li Xinghe sitting on a chair, staring at her blankly. Wei Wei Bai held her breath. She really wanted to destroy this guy's corpse and shove him into the well. Li Xinghe seemed to have seen enough. He rubbed his feet and stood up. I'll leave then. Wei Wei Bai couldn't wait for him to leave. However, she didn't know if the side mission would be considered completed if she let Li Xinghe leave by himself. The last time, it was also completed when she sent him to the train station. She didn't dare to take the risk and could only look around. Then, she moved a chair to the back window and opened it. Sure enough, there was no one outside. She turned around and said coldly to Li Xinghe, hurry up and follow me. There's still the last night train. Once you get on, you'll be safe. Li Xinghe looked at her familiar movements and the way she stepped out of the window with one foot. It was very natural and not pretentious. Li Xinghe followed Wei Wei Bai out of the back window. Then, the two of them sneaked out of the back door. There were even rickshaws in the middle of the night. However, it was expensive. Seeing the two of them sneaking around, she couldn't help but say, elope, big brother. Chapter 1067. Li Xinghe was embarrassed. His face was red. Don't talk nonsense. He unnaturally looked at Wei Wei Bai, but saw that her side profile was cold and unmoved. Li Xinghe also did not dare to look at her too blatantly. After all, looking at a girl too directly would make him look like a hooligan. The rickshaw quickly arrived at the train station. Li Xinghe did not have enough money on him and refused to let Wei Wei Bai pay, so he secretly gave the driver a watch as the fare. The train was about to leave. Wei Wei Bai was very suspicious, afraid that Fu Beijia, that wolf, would rush over from somewhere. The thrilling experience at the train station left a shadow in her heart. Fortunately, it did not. Wei Wei Bai heaved a sigh of relief. Hurry up and get on the train. Don't go against Fu Beijia anymore. Every time she went against him, she was the one who died. If this happened a few more times, she would be exhausted to death. Li Xinghe had a guilty look. I can't repay you for dragging you to take such a risk with me, but I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. He did not dare to say that he liked her. She was married, and if he said that, it would make her feel unjust. He could not let others look down on her. In this era, women were always too harsh. Wei Wei Bai took a few steps back and looked at him calmly. Hurry up and leave. If you really want to repay my kindness, then don't try to assassinate Fu Beijia anymore. This is my only request to you. Li Xinghe felt sour in his throat. Did she like Fu Beijia that much? His eyes were teary, but in the end, he nodded. Okay, I won't kill him, I promise you. Let go of his father's murderer, just because of one sentence from her. But Li Xinghe was not unwilling, because she had saved him twice. She used 2 of his lives in exchange for Fu Beijia's life. Fair enough. The whistle of the train sounded. Li Xinghe knew that he really had to leave. If he did not try to assassinate Fu Beijia again in the future, he would not be able to escape. He would not risk going north again. This might be the last time he would see her. Wei Wei Bai saw that the mission was still not completed. She then looked at Li Xinghe, who was standing there in a daze. Was this side mission clearly trying to kill her? Why are you still standing there? She took a few steps forward and pushed him towards the door of the train. Let's go. His tone sounded like he was chasing away a beggar. Li Xinghe nodded and said solemnly, See you later. Wei Wei Bai, who wants to meet a wardrobe spirit like you? Don't come back, please. Li Xinghe finally got on the train. The small mission was completed. Wei Wei Bai was so moved that she immediately turned around and ran away. Fu Beijia was still next door to her. What if that guy found out that she was not there? She would be dead. Li Xinghe stood in the car and saw her sorrowful look, as well as her reluctance to leave while covering her face fog. He took out the chicken drumstick that was hidden in his chest and looked at the shiny orange chicken drumstick. It was as if he could see Wei Wei Bai's beautiful face. This was a gift from her to him. He wanted to keep it. Wei Wei Bai secretly entered the old house from the back door. The silence, the dark house, and the monster's huge mouth gave off a frightening feeling of coldness. Wei Wei Bai finally saw that the back window of her room was open. She immediately reached out and climbed up the window. Halfway up, she suddenly woke up. No, when she left, she closed the window. Why was the window open? Wei Wei Bai's lips trembled. She looked up and saw that the room was dark. In the darkness, moonlight shone in. A tall figure was sitting on a chair. Half of his face was gloomy and cold under the moonlight. Chapter 1068. He quietly watched Wei Wei Bai climb up the window. There was an extremely cold, murderous look in his eyes, and there was even a desperate ruthlessness in them. Wei Wei Bai only had one feeling. She was cold. Fu Beijia's voice was faint and deep. You're back. Where did you go? Wei Wei Bai didn't know whether to go up or run away. She squeezed out a sentence. I went to the toilet. Fu Beijia smiled, but his smile was a little twisted. He whispered softly, I thought you wouldn't come back. After all, the wealth of the South must be a big temptation for a woman. Wei Wei Bai's hand trembled. Her foot fell from the window again, and her whole body fell out of the window. Fu Beijia's tense body immediately jumped up. He rushed to the window in a rage and dragged Wei Wei Bai through the window into the room. Then he threw her onto the bed. In the darkness, his movements were like that of a wild beast hunting its prey. There was no pity, only aggression. He pressed on her shoulder with one hand and pinned her to the bed. He said word by word, That man is Li Xinghe, isn't he? Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips tightly. Her face was pale. She whispered, Fu Beijia, calm down. Her tone was fragile and unspeakably pitiful. Fu Beijia pulled out an ugly smile. His eyes were so red that they could kill. Calm down? If I hadn't come to see you because I was worried that your wound would hurt, I wouldn't have known that you ran away with a man. Wei Wei Bai glanced at the favorability rating. It didn't drop? This was even scarier. The deeper the love, the stronger the backlash when betrayed. She muttered, "I didn't run away." Fu Beija glared at her, wishing that he could pierce a hole in her body to see if she was a black-hearted person. Suddenly, he let go of her and took a few steps back. Then he kicked the table away. The loud noise attracted the attention of the guard at the door. "Young Marshal," Fu Beija angrily roared, "get lost." He then turned his head and looked at Wei Wei Bai, who was lying on the bed. "I'll give you a chance. Tell me, what did you do just now?" Wei Wei Bai got up and held the bedpost for support. She pursed her lips and looked at him. Under the hazy moonlight, her face looked even paler and more fragile, as if it would scatter with a gust of wind. Fu Beija clenched his fist, loosened it, and clenched it again. In the end, he slammed the table next to him, making a frightening sound. As expected, Wei Wei Bai looked at him in horror. She had always been bold, but she was frightened by him. Fu Beija suppressed his desire to kill. "Speak." Wei Wei Bai finally sighed and said, "He want to see a friend off." Fu Beija laughed awkwardly. "Friend, bring him to me." He opened the door, and someone immediately came over with a light. Several soldiers dragged a man over. Wei Wei Bai looked and saw that it was the driver of the rickshaw. As soon as the driver saw Wei Wei Bai, he immediately wailed and howled, "It's her, young Marshal. It has nothing to do with me. She eloped with a man to the station. I was the one who pulled her along, but I didn't know that she was the madam. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to let her take the carriage." Fu Beija said sarcastically, "Eloped?" The driver immediately said in a very experienced manner, "A man and a woman sneaking around. They even ran to the station at night. They must be eloping." Wei Wei Bai really wanted to beat this driver to death. Fu Beija helped her. "Take him away and deal with him." His handsome face had a demonic ruthlessness, so cold that it could kill. The driver screamed as he was dragged away. Fu Beija lowered his eyes and said coldly, "All of you go and guard outside. Don't let even a fly in. Without my orders, no one is to come in." Everyone retreated. Only Wei Wei Bai was left. Fu Beija unhurriedly turned on the light. He saw that her small face was pale as she looked at him expressionlessly. She didn't beg for mercy and didn't speak. There wasn't a trace of guilt or fear towards him. Fu Beija only felt that his heart was slowly being cut into pieces by a knife. His temples were throbbing nonstop. He slowly walked in front of Wei Wei Bai. Afraid that he would strangle her to death, he desperately suppressed his anger. "Do you really think that you can save Li Xinghe?" Wei Wei Bai raised her head. There seemed to be some worry between her eyebrows. Fu Beija only felt that she was worried about Li Xinghe. He shattered her hope with every word. "My people were following you. He saw you and Li Xinghe go to the train station. I didn't let him stop you because I wanted to see if you really wanted to let Li Xinghe go." He laughed twice. "Last time at the train station, you were deliberately held hostage by him. Let him go." Fu Beija's hand grabbed her arm. Wei Wei Bai cried out as he grabbed her wound. Fu Beija lowered his head. His voice was ice cold as his lips kissed her face. His eyes were dark and fierce. "How can you dig out my heart like this? I really hate you, Wei Wei Bai." Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 60. Transmigration system. Male God, come here. Transmigration system. Male God, come here and read the full article at https://www.sashu.com//transmigration system. Male God, come here and read the full article at https://www.sashu.com transmigration system. Male God, come here. Transmigration system. Male God, come here. Chapter 1069. He had never placed a woman in his heart before, so this betrayal was like digging out his heart. It was so painful that he wanted to kill. Wei Wei Bai looked up at him. The fear in her eyes was replaced by calmness. "You hated me from the start and didn't believe me. If I said that I wouldn't hurt you, would you believe me, Fu Beija?" Her black eyes glowed like tears, but she held them back. Because of the conflict just now, her hair was messy on her fair neck, making her look even more delicate and charming. Fu Beija's fingers were still pinching her wound. Her blood stained his fingers. He should be used to the smell of iron, but smelling it made him want to vomit, just like how he didn't believe a single word she said. Fu Beija revealed a cold and contemptuous smile. I hate you. I can't wait to put you in my mouth. You said that you wouldn't hurt me, but you let go of the person who wanted to kill me twice. Bai Weiwei, that man is my biggest enemy. He's the one who planned to assassinate me several times. You clearly know this. Weiwei Bai was in so much pain that her whole body was trembling, but she gritted her teeth. You're his enemy. But before this, he and I were friends. Everything has to be done according to first come, first served. I can't watch you kill each other. Now, she couldn't clear her name. Weiwei Bai decided to stake it all on this one throw. She would fight to the end. Since there was no use in explaining, she had to admit it. She could lose her favorability, but she couldn't ruin her character. Fu Beija's tone was a little strange. Friends? How long have you been friends? Weiwei Bai said in a low voice. We've known each other since we were 3 or 4 years old. Later on, when my family was in dire straits, his family went south and we lost contact. 3 or 4 years old, lost contact, reunited at a young age. It sounded so romantic. She could even act out a beautiful romantic drama. Fu Beija's heart was sour, his mouth was bitter, and his eyes were full of hatred. So after we met again, you cheated on me and even helped him escape. Do you want me to die so that you can live together with him? He clearly wanted to hang her up and torture her. He took back all his love for her. He didn't need to ask such a stupid question. Because he didn't care? No, he cared to death. Fu Beija clenched his teeth so hard that they were about to bleed. Weiwei Bai looked at him coldly. Suddenly, she couldn't help but laugh at herself. Do you have friends? Do you have any brothers? Do you have a life and death friend? Fu Beija did not want to answer. He did not even want to talk to her. But he couldn't control his mouth. Yes, on the battlefield, he had brothers, friends, and life and death friends. Weiwei Bai asked, if something happens to your brother or friend, and you need to risk your life to help, will you help? Fu Beija said coldly, I will. Weiwei Bai raised her face, revealing her delicate chin. Her eyes were firm and calm. I will help too. If he wants to kill you, I will risk my life to save you. This is the relationship between husband and wife. If you want to kill him, I will help him escape. This is the relationship between friends. I'm the same as you. We are both loyal. Fu Beija looked at her with red eyes. His expression was twisted and angry. You are loyal to him. Did you talk about hiding in the closet? There is no loyalty between women and men. There is only adultery. You stepped on my face. Do you still want me to praise you? Although Weiwei Bai's expression was calm, but her heart was like a stormy sea. Everyone knew that she hid a man in the closet. This was a stain that could not be washed away. Weiwei Bai's expression was perfect. She did not show the slightest bit of inner collapse. Her eyes were sorrowful. She sighed faintly. Her lips were pale. She was like a flower bud that was about to fall. Before it bloomed, it would lose all its color. Chapter 1070. Think whatever you want. It's a fact that I helped him. You can kill me. Fu Beija was hurt by her words. His body felt like it was being pricked by thousands of thorns. The pain was so intense that he couldn't even hold her arm anymore. She should be in pain. He pinched her so hard, but he was the one in pain. He really wanted to kill her. No traitor could survive in front of him. He was able to survive in such a dangerous environment because of his ruthless methods and his vigilant and intelligent mind. He always knew what he should do and what he shouldn't do. What could be sacrificed and what was dangerous must be eliminated immediately. She betrayed him. He wouldn't believe anything she said, let alone any of her expressions. Outside the door, an adjutant said carefully and respectfully, Young Marshal, we've caught the person. When Fu Beija heard this, he revealed a cold and bone-chilling smile. Oh, we've caught him. He let go of her wound. Her arm was covered in blood. The blood flowed into her fingers. Her slender and fair fingers were dyed red, which was even more glaring. Fu Beija's fingers were also covered in blood. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket expressionlessly. It was the one she dropped. He carefully protected it. It was still very new, but now he took it out and crumpled it into a ball like a rag. After wiping the blood off his hand, He threw the handkerchief on the ground. Then he picked her up and walked out with a cold expression. I've caught the person you want to save. I'm going to kill him in front of you with my own hands. His voice had never been so cold. Wei Wei Bai curled up at his chest. Her face was pale. Her arm was bleeding nonstop. The wound was torn open by his forceful pinch. Fu Beijia was furious. Wei Wei Bai's mind worked quickly. She knew that she was in a difficult situation. The side mission was her obstacle, her life and death threshold. He would only give up after killing her a few times. Just as she thought of the side mission, Wei Wei Bai instinctively looked up. Your childhood friend is in a life and death crisis. Host, please complete the last small mission. Rescue the childhood sweetheart from the hands of the male lead and successfully let him board the train heading south. Also, add a parting words. Go south, go south, go south. Li Xinghe might as well change his name to Going South. Actually, this side quest was not called Childhood Sweethearts. Instead, it should be called A Childhood Sweetheart, sending her childhood sweetheart south. He even wanted to give a parting message. Message, scram, scram, scram for me. Wei Wei Bai stared at the last time. This was the last time they would head south. Once they were done, they would be done with the side quest. If it wasn't for the fact that the punishment for this damn mission was the collapse of the Soul Channel, she really didn't want to do it. Even if the punishment was to expose her butt and dance in public, she would still dance. He suddenly realized that the previous punishments were actually quite good. Wei Wei Bai trembled a few times. Her bottom line was even lower. Fu Beijia sensed that she was trembling. He resisted the urge to stop her bleeding. He wouldn't feel sorry for her anymore. She deserves to die. The car drove into the prison from last time. Wei Wei Bai was dragged forward by Fu Beijia and stumbled. When he entered, he saw that Li Xinghe was hung up and beaten black and blue. This time, it wasn't special effects makeup. It was the real Li Xinghe who was beaten like a dog. Li Xinghe was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. When he saw Wei Wei Bai, his pupils constricted and he coughed a few times. Then he fiercely spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and said coldly, Fu Beijia, don't drag unrelated people into this. Fu Beijia, however, smiled. His smile was smug and murderous. Is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 1071. He held Wei Wei Bai's waist, sat on the chair, and pulled her into his embrace. He stroked her back with one hand and pinched her chin with the other. Yo, the cowhood really knows the Weaver girl. You two are so alike. He said this, but stared at Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai's eyes flashed with a trace of pain. She did not say anything, but her stubbornness could be seen. One would rather die than submit. The other was silent. They were a match made in heaven. Fu Beijia's gaze was like a knife, as if he wanted to cut the relationship between the two. He breathed heavily and suddenly turned to look at Li Xinghe with disdain. You must have a vault in the north. I have heard of the Li family's wealth. The Li family's wealth created such a glorious family. They also had a vault and a granary in the north. Only the descendants of the Li family knew the location. Fu Beijia did not lack money, but he definitely did not mind having more money. He had wanted the Li family's wealth for a long time. Catching Li Xinghe was equivalent to catching a pile of money. Li Xinghe sneered. You set your sights on these things. Unfortunately, I didn't know. Even if you beat me to death, I still wouldn't know. He was stubborn. He could withstand any kind of punishment. He was not afraid of Fu Beijia at all. Fu Beijia faintly said, "Oh," and suddenly swept the table beside him with one hand. The tea and snacks on the table all fell to the ground and shattered, making an ear-piercing sound. Then he pressed Wei Wei Bai onto the table and tore open her collar without hesitation. Her slender neck and exquisite collarbone. There was also a faint trace of white that was exposed to the air. Li Xinghe's body trembled violently, and he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. His internal organs were injured, and as long as he was agitated, he would vomit blood. He angrily shouted, Fu Beijia, what are you doing? How could this man humiliate Wei Wei Bai like this? Was he trying to drive her to her death? Fu Beijia raised his head, the veins in his eyes spreading. He said fiercely, If I touch my own woman, do I need to report it to you? He thought he could handle this matter calmly. After all, it wasn't as if he hadn't faced even greater storms and terrifying dangers before. But he still overestimated himself. When he saw that Li Xinghe and Wei Wei Bai really knew each other, his rationality collapsed. Fu Beijia wanted to stab himself a few times. He did not allow himself to lose his composure and let others see that he had really fallen into the hands of a woman. Fu Beijia put his hand under her clothes and looked at her coldly. She bit her lips until they bled, and the tears in her eyes refused to fall. He had bullied her badly. Fu Beijia felt a sour feeling in his chest as he said, "How could you betray me?" These words were filled with unspeakable grievance. After saying this, he fiercely tore open her clothes, revealing a large piece of skin. Li Xinghe suddenly turned his head away and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm telling you, Fu Beijia, don't touch her." Fu Beijia's movements froze. He laughed twice, but his neck was stiff as he angrily said, "This is what you mean by being loyal. No matter how loyal I am, I will not use my ancestors' things to save people." The Li family's treasury was their foundation. When Li Xinghe handed over the northern treasury, it meant that he gave up everything in the north. In the future, not to mention assassinating him in the north, all of his Li family's businesses and spies in the north would be finished. He, Li Xinghe, would never dream of setting foot in the north in his life. If it weren't for the wealth in the treasury, Li Xinghe wouldn't have been able to organize these large-scale assassinations so quickly. However, Li Xinghe was willing to use those to save Wei Wei Bai. He wasn't happy at all. // Chapter 1072. He just wanted to cut Li Xinghe into pieces. Wei Wei Bai finally released her lips and said in a choked voice, "My relationship with him is not as dirty as you think." Fu Beijia did not want to hear it anymore. He lowered his head and bit her lips. He twisted and turned, using so much strength that he wanted to swallow her. Wei Wei Bai finally struggled. She was weak, but she tried her best. To her, this kind of humiliation in public was enough to make her break down. "Fu Beijia, I can bear with it if you want to beat me or kill me, but you can't humiliate me like this." Fu Beijia could barely hold on to her. Her lips slid across his cheek, bringing along a hot smell of blood. Her lips were already bleeding. Her arms were also covered in blood. Her face was so white and pitiful. For the first time, Fu Beijia felt that she was going to be tormented to death by him. Women were really easy to torment. Li Xinghe was beaten to the point where his internal organs were bleeding, but he was still alive and kicking as he scolded him. He had only pinched her and kissed her, but her breathing had already weakened. Fu Beijia hardened his heart and wanted to tear off all her clothes. He had always wanted to humiliate her. Only then could he be ruthless and let go of her. Fu Beijia's hands that were on her clothes loosened and tightened. Her eyes were red, and she could not help but cry. She said, "Fu Beijia, trust me just this once." She was in despair. It was the bullet that had ricocheted off her feet when she entered his house to marry him. Her eyes were still full of spirit as she looked at him. But today, she was crying as if she was going to die. Fu Beijia's heart was crushed by her appearance. He was soft-hearted towards her, but in the end, he hated himself even more for not being ruthless enough. He left her bitterly, then took off his jacket and threw it on her. With trembling fingers, Wei Wei Bai put on the clothes. However, Fu Beijia gave her a gun and said, "Kill Li Xinghe. This time, I will admit that you are still my woman." Wei Wei Bai stared at him blankly with a gun in her hand. Fu Beijia was at the end of his patience. "Hurry up and kill him. I'll go back on my word." She killed Li Xinghe. He forgave her. Fu Beijia felt that he was really a coward. Even though she had betrayed him, he still wanted to forgive her. If this was the taste of liking someone, he didn't want to taste it anymore. It was bitter enough. Wei Wei Bai actually wanted to complete the side quest as well. She suddenly raised her gun and pointed it at Li Xinghe. Li Xinghe also stared at her blankly for a few seconds. Then, he suddenly smiled and said nothing. He wanted to protect her. Any words could anger Fu Beijia and implicate Wei Wei Bai. Anyway, his life was saved by her. He was willing to die in her hands so that she wouldn't be implicated by him. Fu Beijia looked on coldly. He wanted her to kill someone so that she would remember this pain, so that she wouldn't dare to betray him in the future. Wei Wei Bai's face was pale, and she suddenly said, Fu Beijia, you really don't believe me? I don't have any feelings for him? Fu Beijia's heart was burning. He sneered, Do you think I'm stupid? If this isn't considered crossing the line, then what is? Do you want me to catch you lying on the same bed? What kind of loyalty was there between a man and a woman? He only saw that Li Xinghe's eyes were full of love for her. Wei Wei Bai's eyes were filled with disappointment. Her fingers were trembling, and she couldn't hold the gun properly. Her arm had lost too much blood. She staggered a few steps and seemed to be about to fall. Fu Beijia didn't think much of it. He strode forward and reached out to hug her. Wei Wei Bai took the opportunity to rush into his arms. She grabbed his collar and pressed the muzzle of the gun against his chin. Fu Beijia didn't react for a moment. The fragile tears in Wei Wei Bai's eyes disappeared. Her face was cold. Let Li Xinghe go. Fu Beijia's breathing became heavy. He gritted his teeth and said, What did you say? Wei Wei Bai, say it again. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a moment. Suddenly, she hit Fu Beijia's head with the butt of the gun. Blood flowed from Fu Beijia's head. Wei Wei Bai didn't hesitate anymore. She pressed the muzzle of the gun against his throat again. People outside, listen up. Your young Marshal Mu is in my hands. Prepare a car for me and send us to the train station. Fu Beijia's head was full of blood. His face was gloomy as he said, If you dare to listen to her, Wei Wei Bai didn't hesitate. She hit his head again with the butt of the gun. She was as ruthless as if she had killed her father. I won't send you off. I'll die with him. You must be very happy pinching her wound, right? You must be very excited about tearing her clothes, right? Go and do your main mission when she's made of mud. Chapter 1073. The car arrived quickly. Wei Wei Bai dragged Fu Beijia to the car. There was a circle of soldiers with guns outside. Fu Beijia's head was full of blood. His eyes were also stained with blood. He stared at Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai's face was cold. Her lips were pursed tightly. There was a kind of desperate determination in her eyes. Li Xinghe staggered and followed. He opened his mouth several times, but swallowed his words. He did not expect that Wei Wei Bai would kidnap Fu Beijia to save him. Li Xinghe knew that it was useless to say anything now. He had to escape with her. Otherwise, if Fu Beijia counterattacked, he and Wei Wei Bai would die. Fu Beijia was stuffed into the back seat by Wei Wei Bai. Li Xinghe did not care about his weak body. He immediately got into the driver's seat and drove the car to the train station. Fu Beijia's soldiers immediately followed behind with a bunch of cars. Everyone was in a deadlock. They were all afraid of accidentally firing. Fu Beijia did not resist. Wei Wei Bai's gun did not leave his throat for a second. She was too focused. Her hands were trembling because she used too much force. But she was not willing to give him any chance to escape. Blood flowed again on her arm. Fu Beijia's face was also full of blood. He was facing her. Li Xinghe sped up and almost rushed into the train station. Suddenly, Fu Beijia asked softly, Do you like him that much? So much that you want to use me as a bargaining chip to save him? These words were soft and cold. It was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. But there was a trace of despair and sadness. Wei Wei Bai's eyelashes trembled a few times. Tears suddenly appeared in her black eyes. She blinked her eyes and held back her tears. She clenched her teeth and emphasized each word. I don't like him. He's my friend, Fu Beijia. I knew him when we were young. We were best friends, but we never had any feelings that we should not have. I once fell into the water. He pulled me out of the water. I remember this kindness. In the memories of that childhood sweetheart, there was indeed such a melodramatic plot. It seemed that it was to make their childhood sweetheart better. Kindness, Fu Beijia's hatred and discomfort surged up at the same time. Kindness, you marrying me is kindness. You saving him is also kindness. Bai Wei Wei, I'm worse than him. She hit him for Li Xinghe. Wasn't Li Xinghe more important? Bai Wei Wei's grip on the gun was particularly tight. Her long hair fell to her chest, and there was a trace of stubborn sadness on her face. Because you humiliated me and doubted me. Fu Beijia really hated her. He smiled sinisterly. I didn't doubt you. Aren't you making me a cuckold? Why'd I need to doubt you? Wei Wei Bai was disappointed, but she stopped crying. She looked at him expressionlessly. Fu Beijia was a little flustered. He felt that he had missed something. She laughed softly and self-deprecatingly. You can think whatever you want. Since I dare to do this to you, I'm prepared to pay the price. Fu Beijia's fingers were clenched tightly. His body was unbelievably tense, and his eyes were red. He was like a leopard waiting to pounce, waiting for Wei Wei Bai to relax and take away the gun in her hand. She was such a gentlewoman. She couldn't keep holding the gun against his throat with her injured hand. She would be tired and weak. She just needed to leave his throat for a second. He could take away her gun. Li Xinghe glanced at the rearview mirror and saw a very tense scene. Wei Wei Bai was almost sitting in Fu Beijia's arms. Her black hair was spread out. In the afterglow, there was a soul-stirring beauty. // Chapter 1074. But Fu Beijia's face was covered in blood. His handsome face had a murderous look as he lowered his head and looked at her coldly. The two of them were strong against strong. Neither of them was willing to back down. It was as if they could die together in the next moment. Li Xinghe's heart tightened. He coughed out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Enduring the pain in his internal organs, he finally drove the car into the train station. He said, Wei Wei, we're here. Let's get on the train. The time was just right. The train heading south was about to depart. Wei Wei Bai expressionlessly ordered, Get off the train. Fu Beijia felt both hatred and pain, but he still had a strange feeling. This was the first time that someone dared to order him so coldly and threaten him. He thought that she was just a tough rabbit. Even if she was very brave, she was still a rabbit. But now he felt that she was the same as him. They were both hunting animals. The difference was that he was already an adult wolf, but she was just a wolf cub. This was the first time that Fu Beijia looked at her so seriously. The train's whistle began to sound. Wei Wei Bai's fingers trembled, but she did not move the muzzle of the gun. There was a strange sense of calmness on her pale face. It was as if she wasn't running for her life, but was going to do something sacred instead. Her eyes should still be clear, sparkling with light, but they were already showing their edge. Fu Beijia did not admit that she was still very beautiful. She was different from any other woman he had seen before. She was so beautiful that she was hard and clear. He lowered his eyelids and was about to move his fingers. Wei Wei Bai suddenly said vigilantly, Don't move. Don't move your fingers. Fu Beijia laughed contemptuously. How long can you hold on? Even if you get on the train, I can still find you at the next station. Wei Wei Bai said, I'm not running. Fu Beijia did not believe it. How could she not run? She treated him like this. If she didn't run, would she stay here and wait for death? Li Xinghe coughed a few times and climbed onto the train. He turned around and said to Wei Wei Bai, Come on up quickly. Fu Beijia's soldiers had already caught up and surrounded the train with their guns. Wei Wei Bai dragged Fu Beijia onto the train. Fu Beijia sneered, What? Do you still want to take me south? Wei Wei Bai waited. The train started to move, and the sound of the tracks could be heard slowly. Wei Wei Bai suddenly leaned close to him. She said, Fu Beijia, if my feelings for you in the beginning were gratitude, now it's no longer the same. I have never liked a man so much, but I won't change my beliefs just to like someone. I am like this to you and to Li Xinghe. It has nothing to do with love. It's all because of gratitude. These words were said indifferently and resolutely. Then Wei Wei Bai suddenly used her strength and even knocked into Fu Beijia, pushing him off the train. Fu Beijia landed on the ground, rolled on the ground, and jumped up quickly. He turned around and looked at the train with a murderous look. But what he saw was a heartbreaking scene. He did not have time to threaten her and hate her, but fear filled his chest. Wei Wei Bai was on the train. The train was slowly accelerating, but the gun in her hand was pressed against her chin. Her eyes were calm as she said loudly, I betrayed you and saved Li Xinghe's life. I will use my own life to repay you, Fu Beijia. With that, her finger touched the trigger and was about to press it. Fu Beijia's brain did not react, but his body had already rushed out to chase after the train. Wei Wei Bai, stop. He screamed at the top of his lungs. How could she commit suicide? Even if she died, he would be the one to kill her. Chapter 1075. Not like this, not like watching her die in front of him. Bai Weiwei smiled, sighed, and no longer hesitated. Her finger pulled the trigger. This action of pulling the trigger, in Fu Beige's eyes, was slow and terrifying. He had never experienced such horrible torture before. All the blood in his body seemed to be frozen. Only his heart was beating violently in his chest, and his ribs were about to break. There had never been a person's death that could make him suffer such torture. With a bang, the bullet hit the door of the train. Li Xinghe's face was pale, and his lips were trembling violently. His hand tightly grasped the gun in Weiwei Bai's hand, and, at the critical moment, he pulled the bullet away from her throat and hit the metal plate above their heads. Weiwei Bai was stunned. Li Xinghe had already gone crazy and snatched the gun from her hand. She was about to protest. Li Xinghe's expression hardened, and he used his palm to hit the back of her neck. Her vision turned black, and she fell to the ground. The train started to move faster. Fu Beige was still desperately chasing after the train. When he saw that Weiwei Bai was saved by Li Xinghe, the fear in his heart immediately disappeared. For a moment, he actually thanked Li Xinghe for snatching the gun from Weiwei Bai's hand. This woman, how could she be so strong? Li Xinghe hugged Weiwei Bai and looked coldly at Fu Beige, who was below the train. He shouted hoarsely, "You don't deserve her, Fu Beige. I have never had anything to do with her. We are only friends." Weiwei Bai used her own life to save him. He should also use his kindness to help her achieve her strength and innocence. He was not Fu Beige. When he loved someone, he wanted her to be happy and well. He did not want to hurt or suspect her. Fu Beige kicked something and fell to the ground. He ignored the pain and got up from the ground. The train had already run away. It was impossible to stop the train now, so they could only search at the next station. The adjutant behind him immediately rushed over. "Young Marshal, your injury." Fu Beige pulled his sleeves and wiped the blood off his face. He said fiercely, "Chase after him. Stop the train at the next station and check every single one of them. If you see Li Xinghe, catch him no matter if he's dead or alive." The adjutant hesitated. "What about, madam?" Fu Beige looked at him coldly, causing the adjutant to shiver. Fu Beige suddenly turned around and walked away, gritting his teeth as he said, "Bring her back in one piece." Even if he wanted to torture her and kill her, it was time for him to make a move. No one was allowed to touch it, not even herself. Fu Beige did not even bother to treat his wound and just got on the car that was chasing the train. After he got on the car and calmed down, he realized that his fingers were still trembling. He leaned back in his seat with a splitting headache. When he closed his eyes, he saw Weiwei Bai holding a gun and looking at him calmly. Her black hair flew in the wind. Her small face was as white as snow, but her eyes were filled with all her beauty. She had succeeded in making him think only of her, whether it was hatred, love, or all kinds of complicated emotions. Fu Beige's mind was firmly occupied with Weiwei Bai. He suddenly sneered. Kindness, you're so righteous. You're clearly forcing me to die." How could she fulfill his kindness to save someone? And she pointed a gun at him. Fu Beige did not want to admit that what was rolling in his heart was grievance and jealousy. He was like a jealous man. When he hated someone, he clearly realized that his feelings for her still existed. Fu Beige reached out to rub his face, but he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He reached out to cover his eyes and curled up his body in anguish. // Chapter 1076. The first time he liked a woman. He liked her to the point of hating himself. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 65. Weiwei Bai woke up from the shaking of the train. She struggled to blink her eyes. Only then did she remember that she had fainted. When she pointed the gun at herself, she had been looking for an opportunity. An opportunity for Li Xinghe to rush over. There was no system reminder. She could only rely on her own experience. So that scene just now was calculated and decided to take the risk after staking everything on one throw. Fortunately, the rhythm of her shooting was just right, giving Li Xinghe time to save her. She let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the side quest, she found that the side quest was almost finished. She thought about it. The previous quest didn't require her to personally send Li Xinghe south. It was enough to send him on the train south. She had already sent him on the train, so why wasn't it finished yet? Wei Wei Bai's mind was heavy. She had relied on herself to think and calculate too many things during this time, so her body was a bit weak. She quickly stopped herself from thinking and decided to empty her mind for a while. The main quest was now in hell mode because of her. She had to save energy to deal with Fu Beija, who was about to go crazy. A good starting point for a target with a favorability of 0. In the end, it became a terrifying difficulty. Wei Wei Bai silently cursed the side quest 10,000 times in her heart. Suddenly, she felt someone close to her. She opened her eyes and saw Li Xinghe, with a worried frown, pulling the blanket over her. Seeing that she was awake, Li Xinghe was pleasantly surprised. "Are you feeling better, Wei Wei?" Wei Wei Bai looked at him in a daze. When would this side quest end? When she saw Li Xinghe, it was like seeing the main system's cheap face. She really wanted to slap him. Wei Wei Bai suppressed her impulse and forced a fake smile. "I'm fine." Li Xinghe sighed. "Don't do such stupid things in the future. If you want to prove your innocence, you can't use your own life." He finally understood that Wei Wei Bai liked Fu Beija. She also had a strong and unyielding personality. She couldn't tolerate the person she liked doubting and insulting her, so she wanted to commit suicide. Wei Wei Bai's face was a little pale. She was tired. "I won't. I'm not that stupid." If it weren't for the fact that Li Xinghe would save her, she would have been taken aback. She had no choice but to run instead of putting on a show of suicide. If she committed suicide, perhaps Fu Beija would be in a better mood and not hate her as much. Didn't her favorability increase by 5 points? Fu Beija was probably thinking of ways to torture her to death. He would only be happy when he saw her in a miserable state. Wei Wei Bai was very experienced. Previously, many of her targets couldn't wait for her to die at the start. So when she acted pitiful and pretended to be a little white flower, he would be happy. Once he was happy, his favorability would increase. Thinking of this, why did she feel that she was living a miserable life? Wei Wei Bai quickly stopped thinking about it. The more she thought about it, the worse her mood became. She might as well continue being heartless. Li Xinghe saw her tired face and didn't dare to believe her words. He looked at her blankly for a while before saying gently, "Wei Wei, if you follow me to the south this time, I'll recognize you as my younger sister, okay?" She couldn't go back. He knew what kind of person Fu Beija was. He would not let Wei Wei Bai go. Wei Wei Bai was about to shake her head. Li Xinghe said, "Don't reject me." He didn't dare to say that he wanted to pursue her. He was afraid that he would blaspheme her. But he loved her and was willing to do anything for her. Wei Wei Bai thought for a moment before replying, "I'll think about it. Actually, it's not suitable for me to go to the south with you. If I go with you, then Fu Beija will kill his way to the south and kill you. With Fu Beija's personality, he would definitely do such a crazy thing. He would probably beat her to death as well." Li Xinghe sat up straight and looked at her with a deep and gentle gaze. Although his face was scarred, he still looked elegant and handsome. "Wei Wei." His voice was calm, but it seemed like he had used up all his strength. "Don't use your life to protect me. In the future, let me use my life to protect you." / to TXT. Chapter 1077. Wei Wei Bai was stunned. She did not expect him to be so serious. After Li Xinghe finished speaking, he revealed a gentle smile, as if he did not feel that he had said anything serious. He brought over a glass of water. "Drink this. I'll go to the restaurant to get some food. We still need a long time to go south. You need to eat." Wei Wei Bai had no choice but to take the glass. She saw that her arm had already been bandaged. On the train, Li Xinghe was very familiar with it. He was able to get some basic things. He was indeed the little prince of the south. After sitting on the train so many times, he had gained experience. After eating, Wei Wei Bai said, "We have to get off the train halfway. We can't get off at the next station. At the next station, the train will definitely not leave." This was because Fu Beija was waiting. Li Xinghe smiled. "I know. There will be a transit station later. The train should stop for a while. When the time comes, we can quickly get off the train and changed to another train. There was not only one train at the transit station. Trains from other tracks would also come. It would only stop for a short while. At that time, it would not be too late to change trains. Wei Wei Bai nodded. Although she did not intend to go south, she could only avoid it for a while. Otherwise, Fu Beijia would be angry and get caught by him. Her head would probably be blown off by him. The train stopped very quickly. Li Xinghe carefully helped Wei Wei Bai off the train. There were many people at the transit station. They walked to the other side and saw another train coming from afar. The train stopped and started very quickly. They had to grasp the timing quickly. Otherwise, they would miss it. When the other train stopped, Li Xinghe immediately walked forward. He got on the train and reached out to hold Wei Wei Bai's hand. "Hurry up, the train is about to leave." Wei Wei Bai nodded and was about to reach out. Suddenly, Li Xinghe's expression changed. "Lie down, Wei Wei." Wei Wei Bai didn't have time to react. She didn't lie down, but a bullet passed by her and shot toward Li Xinghe's forehead. Li Xinghe instinctively rolled into the train to avoid the bullet. But the train starts, and Wei Wei Bai doesn't have time to get on. Li Xinghe leaned on the train, stretched out his arm, and shouted anxiously, "Hold my hand, Wei Wei." Wei Wei Bai's heart tightened. She took a few steps forward and reached out to grab Li Xinghe's hand. His other hand gripped her fingers tightly. Under the sun, that hand was slender and beautiful. There were calluses on the palm, which made Wei Wei Bai's hand hurt. She was pulled into a hot and strong embrace. Wei Wei Bai heard the hot and messy breath of the man behind her blowing on the side of her face. Escape? Where else can you escape to? Wei Wei Bai's body stiffened. She looked up and saw Fu Beijia's tense jaw. His eyes were cold as if covered with a layer of frost as he looked at her, exuding a murderous aura. It couldn't be any colder. Fu Beijia was too fast. Fortunately, Li Xinghe didn't have time to get off the train and was taken away by the train. Wei Wei Bai saw that the side mission was stuck at the last point. She suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to say a parting word to Li Xinghe. If she had shouted "Take care" just now, the side mission would have been completed. The side task was completed by Wei Wei lamented. Fu Beijia dragged Wei Wei Bai onto the train. He glanced at her arm. There was a doctor accompanying them on the train. Fu Beijia's head hadn't been bandaged yet. He just wiped his face with a towel. His face was dark and his eyes were cold. He looked like he was telling strangers not to come near and acquaintances to scram. The doctor took out the medicine box with trepidation and wanted to clean his wound. Fu Beijia said, "Remove her bandage." Chapter 1078. The doctor was stunned. When he saw Wei Wei Bai beside him, he immediately nodded and removed the bandage on Wei Wei Bai's arm. Bai Wei Wei didn't resist at this point. At this point, even if Fu Beijia hung her at the back of the train and pulled her along, no one would dare to say anything. Once the bandage was removed, the wound on her arm became even more serious. The wound that was about to heal was torn apart by Fu Beijia's forceful pinch. Because she wanted to hold him hostage, she used too much strength. When they reached the train, she could only bandage it hastily. If it was allowed to worsen, she did not need to think about her arm. When Fu Beijia saw it, his eyes became even colder. Because Fu Beijia, who was like a killing god, was sitting beside the doctor, and because of Wei Wei Bai's identity, when the doctor cleaned her wound again, his hands and feet were tied. The cleaning technique was not neat, and Wei Wei Bai could not help but frown in pain. Fu Beijia suddenly snatched the tools from the doctor's hand, and then silently grabbed Wei Wei Bai's arm. Because his strength was simply too great, Wei Wei Bai's muscles trembled uncontrollably. Fu Beijia's fingers paused, but he said coldly, "You know the pain. You deserve it." After saying that, he quickened his pace of cleaning the wound. Then, he took a clean white bandage, applied medicine on her, and quickly helped her to bandage it again. After he finished bandaging, he did not care about what Wei Wei Bai thought. He dragged the medical kit and said to the doctor, "Deal with it." The wound on his head needed to be treated. Wei Wei Bai used all her strength and knocked a hole in his head. It looked scary, but it was not a fatal wound. It was lighter than Wei Wei Bai's arm. The doctor nodded and immediately cleaned him and applied medicine. When she was about to bandage his wound, Fu Beijia looked at Wei Wei Bai gloomily. "You do it." Wei Wei Bai saw that the look in his eyes was very scary. It was as if he wanted to kill her, but he was holding in. Right now, it wasn't a matter of strategy. It was a matter of survival. Wei Wei Bai took the bandage and slowly wrapped it around the wound on his head. At the same time, she tied a small bow. Fu Beijia felt her approach, and his breathing became heavier. He didn't know if it was out of anger or hatred. He suddenly grabbed her hand. When Li Xinghe was injured, did you also bandage him like this? Wei Wei Bai did not answer. Instead, she finished dressing her wound and sat down again. Fatigue was written all over her face. Outside the car window, night began to fall. Only the occasional light shone in, making the side of her face look even more pale and colorless. Fu Beijia's mind flashed with the image of her unhesitatingly pulling out a gun to commit suicide. He held his breath and suddenly reached out to pull her into his arms. His hands were already searching her body skillfully. Wei Wei Bai's silent attitude was finally broken. She struggled to get up. Fu Beijia, if you want to hit or kill me, just say the word. Don't do this to me in front of outsiders. Her tone was extremely cold, but because of her trembling throat, there was a trace of grievance. Fu Beijia's fingers stiffened. He hesitated for a moment and actually let go of her. Wei Wei Bai immediately dodged and leaned against the car window. She grabbed her collar and looked at him warily. Fu Beijia sneered. You said that you only like Li Xinghe and that you like me. How can you like me like this? Wei Wei Bai helplessly raised the corner of her mouth, but she just sighed and did not answer him. This man was not easy to fool. It was useless no matter what she said. Without the right timing, she might lose his good impression of her. Fu Beijia's heart was burning with anxiety when he saw her half-dead state. With a sweep of his hand, he swept the box of pills away and said, "Go to the hospital." Chapter 1079. He would never admit that he had been searching her body to see if she had a gun on her. Although he was only halfway through the search, he reacted quickly. Since Li Xinghe saved her, he would not take the risk of letting her hold a gun. After going to hospital, Fu Beijia pulled Wei Wei Bai to see the doctor again with a gloomy face. Although the wound was treated, it was not as professional as the hospital. Wei Wei Bai's wound was stitched up again. The doctor repeatedly reminded her not to touch water and not to use force. Otherwise, this arm would not be able to recover. Wei Wei Bai sat quietly and did not answer. Instead, Fu Beijia said impatiently, "Okay, let's go home." "Go home?" Wei Wei Bai looked up at him. Fu Beijia did not look at her at all. The so-called home was Fu Beijia's house in the city. It was a 4-story house with a beautiful garden and balcony. There was also a lotus pond. It was not as spacious as the old house, but could be said to be exquisite and comfortable. Fu Beijia had more than one property, but this was the best place. The house was heavily guarded. After entering, it was difficult to leave without permission. After Wei Wei Bai was sent in, she realized that her things had been sent in before her. She thought that after Fu Beijia caught her, he would torture her body and lungs like the prison version of torture. It was dinner time, and the servants served the dishes. Both of them did not look good. One of them had a bandage on her arm, and the other had a bandage on her head. They were in the same boat, but they looked at each other coldly. When Wei Wei Bai was eating, she only ate the dish in front of her silently. She did not move because her arm was in so much pain. Halfway through the meal, she noticed that Fu Beijia was looking at her gloomily. She looked up without any expression. The target was not easy to win over. It was a critical stalemate now. Actually, Wei Wei Bai felt that this situation was already very good. That 65 favorable impression level was already very useful. Fu Beijia could not bear to torture her. After all, Fu Beijia was not a soft-hearted man. Right now, she had to maintain the 65 points of favorability and not let it drop. Only then could she find an opportunity to slowly increase the favorability. Therefore, when faced with Fu Beijia's gloomy expression, Wei Wei Bai decided to maintain her expressionless face. He continued to eat the white rice and the plate of vegetables in front of him. Fu Beijia stared at her for a while and finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He shouted at the maid, "I don't like this dish. Put over there." The maid immediately came up and moved the dishes he didn't want it Wei Wei Bai. Fu Beijia was not satisfied. He ordered a few more dishes and took them away. They were all lined up in front of Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai had just finished a bowl of rice and was full. She looked at the extra dishes in front of her and looked at Fu Beija with some doubt. Fu Beija lowered his head and looked at her coldly. He quietly ate the rice. Wei Wei Bai put down her chopsticks and said, "I'm done eating. You can do as you please." After saying that, she put down her chopsticks and walked away. Fu Beija looked at the other party's empty chair and the dishes. He asked someone to move over. None of them were touched. He suddenly couldn't eat anymore. After eating a few mouthfuls of rice, he finally couldn't swallow and put his chopsticks on the table. Then he said coldly, "Clear the table." Wei Wei Bai's room was Fu Beija's room. She went upstairs and washed herself simply. She wore a light green thin dress and walked out of the bathroom. She saw Fu Beija sitting at the table handling business. Chapter 1080. Actually, when Fu Beija was pressing down on her and doing things that were worse than a beast, she felt that he was especially hot, but she thought that it was because of lust. She did not expect that this man was actually having a fever. Wei Wei Bai reached out and touched his forehead. There was no sweat, but it was very hot. His face was also burning red. Maybe it was because of the fever, but he did not have his usual vigilance. His usual cold and sloppy side was nowhere to be seen. His eyes were closed, and his eyelashes were thick and beautiful. His face was red and had a hint of fragile beauty. For a man, gorgeous was obviously not a good description, but did not feel wrong to use it on Fu Beija. This man was already arrogantly handsome, and his appearance was too outstanding. He did not have his usual aura, which showed the advantage of his face. Wei Wei Bai stared at him for a few seconds, then slowly looked down. The system finally could not help but ask carefully, "Do you want to castrate him?" The host's gaze was like a knife, cold and sideways, as if she wanted to cut off the male lead's thing. Wei Wei Bai moved her body. She got off the bed with great effort, and her lower body was like a cripple. She said hatefully, "I really want to castrate him if the affection level is not 0 and goes back to negative." After saying that, she opened the closet and changed her clothes. She did not bring many of those old-fashioned clothes. Most of them were newly made cheongsams, overcoats, and expensive fox sweater collar jackets. She ignored them and casually took out a cheongsam with half sleeves and put it on. Then she went downstairs to call the doctor. The doctor came quickly and confirmed that Fu Beija's fever was caused by the wound on his head. Although the wound was not fatal, Fu Beija did not treat it immediately, and he did not get a good rest. This caused the fever to come so fiercely. Wei Wei Bai secretly scolded him as a beast. He still wanted to force himself on her even when he had a fever. He was simply a beast among beasts, and he was a beast among beasts. Fu Beija was sleepy, but he was still very vigilant. When the doctor lowered his temperature, he suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was terrifyingly cold. The doctor was almost scared to tears. He glared at the doctor a few times. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he immediately turned his head to look around. He actually looked a little panicked. It wasn't until he saw Bai Wei Wei that he relaxed. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Wei Wei Bai, allowing the doctor to treat him. Wei Wei Bai sat on a chair at the side. Her face carried a trace of imperceptible worry. Her posture of leaning on the chair was indescribably languid and beautiful. This was not the first time Fu Beija saw her wearing a cheongsam. When she wore the cheongsam, her curves were like flowing water, natural and elegant. Her snow-white arms and exquisite calves were both eye-catching and beautiful. The beauty that couldn't be seen when she wore old-fashioned dresses could be seen when she changed into a cheongsam. He didn't want her to wear a cheongsam for outsiders to see. But when he thought about it, if he kept her in the small building, she would not be able to see any outsiders. In that case, she would just wear a cheongsam for him to see. Therefore, he locked up all her old-fashioned dresses and had people make many of the latest cheongsams. It was indeed very good and very beautiful. Fu Beija stared blankly at Wei Wei Bai until he was exhausted from the fever again and fell into a deep sleep. However, he could not sleep well. From time to time, he would open his eyes to look for Wei Wei Bai. In the end, her heart finally softened. She frowned and sat by the bed, reaching out to hold his hot fingers. Sleep, I haven't left. Slash. Chapter 1081. These words were said lightly, but Fu Beija didn't know why his eyes were wet. He looked at her expression that softened. Finally, he believed a little that she liked him. Then, he fell asleep again, this time for a long time. Wei Bai waited for a long time, but there was no sign of favorability. The system said, "Looks like the difficulty of the strategy has increased. A normal strategy of warmth can't shake the male lead's heart." It was also because the male lead had been deceived too many times. Even if the soul lost all its memories and started all over again, there would be a strong trace of vigilance. This was also why the host felt that the following strategies were getting harder and harder. Wei Bai wasn't discouraged. She said, "The strategy of warmth is still useful, but it won't work once or twice. After accumulating it many times, the effect will be seen." After so many planes of experience, the host could be considered to have matured a lot. At least in terms of strategy, there were many difficult things that she had experience in. The system thought as it secretly gnawed on potato chips. This blind date trip, it was starving. It was also because it was too hungry that when it secretly attacked the main system, it was attacked. The system looked at its even more dispirited and short stature. Thinking about the main system, that old bastard had been asleep for so long, but the few strands of consciousness were still insanely strong. It was about to succeed, just a little bit more, and it would have been able to change Wei Bai's fate, so that she wouldn't have to suffer the pain of transmigration, so that she could be safe for the rest of her life and not be exploited by these lousy missions, so that she wouldn't have to rely on Yi Yuxuan to survive. But it failed. The system had a deep hatred and silently ate another handful of potato chips. Fortunately, the main system didn't catch it, or else its host would have lost the system and be held captive by Fu Beija in this plane. Wei Bai suddenly said, "You're eating potato chips secretly again." The system pouted. During the blind date, the other Tongzi complained that I was too skinny. I need to eat more to become fatter. Wei Bai said, "Then you should buy some meat. Don't eat potato chips. Spicy food is harmful to the body and mind. Don't eat it and ruin your body." Wei Bai, buy the cheapest meat. The system suddenly felt that no matter how vicious its host's mouth was, it was still a good thing. The wound suddenly stopped hurting. Wei Bai leaned against the bed and chatted with the system while wiping Fu Beija's sweat to lower his temperature. No matter how useless the system was, it was the first time it had been separated from her for so long. It was back. The uneasiness in her heart suddenly disappeared, and she felt invincible again. In the middle of the night, Fu Beija began to sweat. His lips were a little pale, and the straps on his head were soaked with sweat. Wei Bai frowned. She wiped him down and changed into his pajamas. She began to remove his bandages again, wanting to change them to prevent the wound from festering. Just as she finished changing the bandages, her hand was held by Fu Beija. He opened his eyes. Although he was tired, his gaze was very clear. His eyes were bright and slightly trembling. "Tell me, other than me and Li Xinghe, how many benefactors do you have that you need to repay?" Wei Bai was stunned. After thinking for a while, she shook her head. "No." Fu Beija looked at her in disbelief. "Really? If Li Xinghe kills me again, who will you help next time?" Wei Bai lowered her head. Her hair that was not tied up fell softly. She lowered her eyes and looked at him for a long time before saying softly, "I'll help you." These words touched his heart. Fu Beija did not want to believe it, but his heart was softened by her words. He held her hand and stared blankly for a long time before saying weakly, "Don't lie to me. I'm just muddling along. If you lie to me, you can kill me." Wei Bai smiled. Her lips had a seductive luster under the light. She said, "Okay, if you find out that I'm lying to you, you can kill me." Fu Beija gritted his teeth and said, "Who said I'm going to kill you? The one I'm going to kill is Li Xinghe." Slash. Chapter 1082. Wei Bai faintly raised her eyebrows. Her strategy of warmth had actually risen at this time. During the meal, Fu Beija stared at Wei Bai, who was sitting under the light, eating quietly and elegantly. He gave her all the dishes that she liked. Then he said to her, "During this period of time, I will be heading south. Wei Wei Bai almost choked to death on her food. Heading south, my foot. Why did even Fu Beija want to go south? Fu Beija saw that her expression was not good and thought that she was worried about him. Immediately, the unbearable feeling of wanting to separate was relieved. His expression became gentle. Wei Wei, I have to settle my grudges with the Li family. I am at odds with the South. Furthermore, I have been preparing for 2 years. It's time for me to go south and destroy the Li family. Wei Wei Bai raised her head and frowned. Must we fight? Fu Beija's handsome face had a few traces of killing intent, making him look cold and determined. He said softly, in this world, it's either you die or I live. If we don't unite, then the common people will not be able to live a decent life. Wei Wei Bai's eyes had a few traces of surprise, as if she did not expect him to say such words. Fu Beija's face turned red when he was looked at by her. He immediately ate 2 mouthfuls of rice and said vaguely, of course, I am not that selfless. I am greedy for power, and I don't want to be suppressed by anyone. So I must win. The Li family was his biggest obstacle. He wanted to move away and kick it away. He wanted her to live in a peaceful world without war in the future, and not be in constant danger because of him. When these words were said to Wei Wei Bai, he felt a little embarrassed. Furthermore, he would not say anything that had not been achieved yet. Suddenly, a piece of red braised pork appeared in his bowl. Wei Wei Bai gave it to him. He raised his head to look at her, only to find that she was eating slowly with her head down, as if the person who picked up the food for him was someone else. Fu Beija couldn't help but reveal a smile. He said, this time I'm going south. The early deployment and the attack on the southern powers will take about 2 months. Can you wait for me? Tidy up the south and let his forces stand at the top. Of course, it couldn't be 2 months. It could be a few years faster or even 10 years slower. However, 2 months was enough for him to establish a relatively safe area in the south. When the time came, he would come back to pick her up. After finishing her dinner, Wei Wei Bai raised her head to look at him. Her eyes were like water, carrying a gentle reluctance to part with him. She said, go, I won't let you worry. These words made Fu Beija tremble. He had always fought alone, and this was the first time he realized the benefits of having a woman behind him. She said that she wouldn't let him worry, not only about herself, but also about his entire rear. Fu Beija didn't know why, but he believed her words so much. At night, after he finished showering, he saw Wei Wei Bai still lying on the sofa, reading a book. Her appearance was soft and gentle, and her freshly washed black hair fell onto the sofa, cool and beautiful. Fu Beija couldn't help but stare at her. For the first time, his heart felt stable. When he first found out that he was being forced to marry, his entire body was burning with anger. Since when could other people make decisions about his matters? And it was such an important matter in his life. When he hurried to the north to stop it, he asked someone to inquire about Wei Wei Bai. Although he didn't find out much, he knew that she was raised like a girl in a boudoir. She didn't leave the house and had never received a Western education, let alone go to school. He already had a big discount in his heart. // Chapter 1083. This kind of woman was feudal and pedantic. It was one thing for her to be stupid. She might not even know how to read. What was more frightening was that her 3 views were definitely not the same as his. This kind of woman, it was not that he was conceited, but he really felt that she was not good enough for him. That was why the day he rushed over happened to be the wedding day, and he was forced to carry the sedan chair to the main entrance. That slap felt like it was on his face. He asked someone to post a notice of freedom of marriage just to give both parties a way out, to let her break off the engagement with dignity. Fu Beija admitted that he was selfish, but not to the extent of being a scumbag. But he did not expect that when she entered the door, the bullet that he shot did not scare her out, but trapped himself. Fu Beija walked to her side, slowly squatted down, and rested his head on her knee. He was like a big child, with his hand around her waist. He did not say anything, and just looked at her silently, as if he could look at her like this for a lifetime. Wei Wei Bai was holding a book in her hand, and looked at him with some surprise. What's wrong? Fu Beija shook his head. Your body is soft and comfortable. Be my pillow. Every time before he went to the battlefield, he needed to find something to relax. In the past, it was wine or horse racing with those officers, doing something fun and exciting. But tonight, he was going to fight the biggest battle, but surprisingly, he just wanted to lean on her and look at her. That thrill-loving and adventurous heart in his body settled down. Wei Wei Bai looked at him silently for a while. Then she put down the book and kissed his forehead. Fu Beija smiled, and there was a trace of silly satisfaction in his smile. He sighed softly. No wonder they say that the beauty is the most damaging trap for a hero. I understand now. If you stop me and don't let me go, I will really listen to you. Wei Wei Bai knew that Fu Beija was saying sweet nothings. Men are full of tricks when they say sweet nothings. She really wanted him not to go out and face this old woman every day. Putting aside the fact that the favorable impression points had stagnated, they might even regress. A man like Fu Beija was like an eagle. She couldn't restrain him. She had to set him free or go with him. Otherwise, her favorable impression of him wouldn't drop like that. She thought about it a few times, but her face was still as gentle as ever. I believe that you can come back, and I also believe that you can succeed. Whatever you want to do, I will not stop you. I will only support you. What she said was also in line with her old-fashioned and feudal character. Wei Wei Bai's persona had actually collapsed a lot, but she thickened her skin and felt that her persona would also grow. After all, it was fine as long as Fu Beija liked her. Sure enough, when he heard her words, his eyes lit up as if he had found a soulmate. He couldn't help but rub his face against her thigh, just like a silly dog that had retracted its wolf tail. As he rubbed against her, his gaze and action started to change. His voice was hoarse. Wei Wei, are you still in pain? Wei Wei Bai was expressionless. She picked up the book again and read it seriously. It hurts. It hurts a lot. It was obvious that she wasn't going to fall for it. Fu Beija's face turned red. Then I'll help you rub it. Wei Wei Bai. The system licked the potato chips silently, not letting the host hear that it was secretly eating potato chips. He said to Bai Wei Wei, let's go, B.A. Just treat it as whoring a man with 8 abs. Think about it. In the modern world, a duck with such a good figure, such a good appearance, would cost a sky-high price. Wei Wei Bai. Damn, did the system and its target have no moral integrity? / Quick. Chapter 1084. Couldn't he have a bit of shame? His brain was filled with dirty trash, and he actually wanted to drag her down with him? Was she that low of a person? She barely had some integrity. Wei Wei Bai reached out to push away Fu Beija's face and said with a cold expression, you'll be heading south tomorrow morning, so rest early. Don't waste energy on meaningless things. Fu Beija looked at her with sparkling eyes and said in a very gentle voice, all right, I'll listen to you. Wei Wei Bai let out a sigh of relief as she escaped this calamity. Just as she was thinking this, she was suddenly picked up by him. Fu Beija pressed her down on the bed and unbuttoned her blouse with his warm fingers. His rough palms caressed her delicate skin, causing her to shiver. Wei Wei Bai's expression changed. Didn't you say you'd listen to me? Fu Beija innocently looked at her with a roguish appearance. That's right. Didn't I listen to you and not waste energy on meaningless things? He said this as his body covered her. His breath blew on her face, bringing a passionate fire. But being with you is the most meaningful thing. There is nothing more meaningful than this. This was the truth. It had never been this meaningful before. It was meaningful to the point that he felt very happy. Ding! The male lead's favorable impression has increased to 80. In the morning, Fu Beija put on his military uniform and buttoned up the cold buttons. He then picked up his hat and put it on. The man in the mirror was already cold and unyielding. His martial attire made him look even more austere. However, when his gaze landed on the sleeping woman on the bed, his stern demeanor immediately turned into gentleness. He came to the side of the bed and looked at her sleeping on her side, his brows slightly knit together. She was very tired. His fingers gently smoothed her brows, and then he kissed her red and swollen lips. Then he stood up again and placed a document on the table before turning to leave. Last night, he deliberately made her so tired that she couldn't wake up because he couldn't bear to see her reluctant gaze. He didn't want to be separated from her. He could only leave early. When Wei Wei Bai woke up, Fu Beija had already left. The system said he boarded the plane and headed straight south. This time, the male lead will probably be gone for a long time. We only have 1 month left. We can't wait for him to come back. Moreover, the side quest was not completed. It was stuck in a parting sentence. Wei Wei Bai yawned. Let's find a time to go down south as well. Only by going through thick and thin together can we fill up our last good impression. Fu Beija, that man, had gone through a mountain of blades and a sea of flames to make him give up his life for her. She had to risk her life to accompany him. Therefore, it was a good opportunity for her that he was going to fight. Of course, it was useless to chase after him now. After some time, when he was in danger, it would be more sincere for her to rush over. It was very easy to be in danger on a battlefield. Therefore, Wei Wei Bai was very leisurely. She ate, drank, played, and enjoyed the scenery. She had someone to pick her up and take care of her life. She wished there was no such thing as a strategy. She might as well just live like this without ambition. After about 10 days, even the system could not stand it anymore. Wake up, host, you have to work. The system suddenly felt that it was the life of an old maid. If the host was tired, it would be annoyed. If the host was too idle, it would be annoyed. Wei Wei Bai ate an apple and read a romance novel. Although the novel in this world had a sense of age, the writing style and plot were excellent. It was really good. She said, "No hurry, there are still 10 or 20 days. Let me finish reading these novels first. System, where's your bottom line? Where is your integrity? Where's your work ethic?" It was all eaten up by the novels. Suddenly, an officer guarding the door walked in. He stood at the door and bowed his head respectfully. "Madam, there is a guest." Wei Wei Bai looked up indifferently. "Who is it?" The officer said, "It's Chun Ru." He directly said Chun Ru, without any respect for Fu Beija's stepmother. It was also because of Fu Beija's order that they shouted like that. Wei Wei Bai nodded. "Let her in." Chun Ru walked in wearing a red cheongsam and a coat with a fox collar. She was not old and looked somewhat beautiful. She saw Bai Wei Wei reclining in a chair, wearing a light blue cheongsam with long sleeves, casually draped in a satin jacket. She looked noble and elegant. She even wore an expensive jade bracelet on her wrist. She looked like a lotus flower in clear water, so beautiful that it shone. Chun Ru's heart was sour, but she sat down quietly and said to Wei Wei Bai, "Wei Wei, there is something that I should tell you." Wei Wei Bai did not pay much attention to her. If she was not the target, she really did not want to bother. She was bored and wanted to see what kind of fun Chun Ru could bring, so she let her in. Seeing Wei Wei Bai's indifferent attitude, Chun Ru's nails dug into the flesh of her palm. "I'll let you go crazy, but you'll cry later." Chun Ru sneered, but her voice was sad. "Beija is dead, do you know?" Chapter 1085. Wei Wei Bai. The system immediately said, "That's not true, you're lying. He was only shot once, right in the chest, grazing his heart. He was betrayed by his own adjutant, so he had no choice but to head north overnight, but was blocked by Li Xinghe in the south. In the end, he was barely alive and was hiding in a warehouse in the slums of Li Xinghe's territory. As long as we can contact the army, we can kill that betraying adjutant and revive him." Wei Wei Bai. Wait, what's with this series of words and so much information? It's all commas. When Chun Ru saw Bai Wei Wei, she finally showed a surprised expression. She couldn't help but smile secretly. Then, she pretended to be worried and said, "Wei Wei Bai, Beija insisted on going against the south. In the end, he was shot in the chest and fell into the water. Although his body hasn't been found yet, we all know that he's dead." Wei Wei Bai looked up at her. Her eyes were cold, like a pool of water or ice. Chun Ru saw that she was still calm and her fingers were clenched. Something was wrong with her eyes. She didn't believe that Wei Wei Bai would be so calm after hearing about Fu Beija's death. Wasn't Wei Wei Bai's good life now all because of Fu Beija? She was the one who invited Wei Wei Bai into the family with the help of the elders in the family. She also tried her best to find out. She knew that Wei Wei Bai was a traditional and obedient girl who didn't have much experience. If such a woman entered the Fu family, she would be able to do whatever she wanted to her. However, after Wei Wei Bai entered the family, she actually fell in love with Fu Beijia. Fu Beijia actually took Wei Wei Bai away. This made it impossible for her and the elders in the family to do anything to Wei Wei Bai. He had really suffered a double loss. Thinking about how Fu Beijia had suppressed her family, the hatred in her heart surged, and her voice turned cold. Wei Wei, although Beijia is dead, you are still his widow. Are you pregnant? Chenru looked at her worriedly. Wei Wei Bai was expressionless. What is it? It was as if he really didn't know what she was asking. Chenru lowered her voice and asked, do you have a child? You can only inherit Beijia's assets if you have child. Otherwise, you will be chased out of the Fu family. Wei Wei Bai reached out and touched her stomach, where she had just eaten. Then, she slowly stretched out her fingers and combed her hair gracefully. Then, under Chun Ru's anxious gaze, she said softly, I just had my period, so I don't think so. Chun Ru's face darkened. She gritted her teeth and hurriedly said, you can't say that. You have to tell others that you're pregnant with Fu Beijia's child to maintain your current comfortable life. Chenru didn't believe that Wei Wei Bai would be willing to part with her current life. To make Wei Wei Bai's life better, Fu Beijia had sent all the tailors, chefs, and jewelry stores in the city to serve her. This small building was not small at all. There were many places outside the building that belonged to Fu Beijia. Even the army could drive in. It was the safest place to live. Not to mention, there must be all the documents of Fu Beijia's wealth in the study. Even if Chun Ru was living a life of luxury provided by the Fu family, when she saw Wei Wei Bai being pampered so much, her eyes turned red. She had tried her best to coax the other half of the military order out of Marshal Fu. If she had half of the Fu family's military strength, everyone would have to obey her, and no one would dare to give in to her. Even if Fu Beijia came back to life, he would have to be respectful to her. Chapter 1086. Therefore, Wei Wei Bai's child was very important. Without the child, the military order in her hand would be useless. Wei Wei Bai seemed to have heard something strange. She said, I'm not pregnant. How can I lie? Shen Ru sneered. Of course you can. No one will know if you're pregnant during your pregnancy. When your belly is bigger, you can stuff some cotton wool or something to hide it from people. My sister-in-law is pregnant and can be in time for your delivery. Her motive was obvious. The child belonged to Chun Ru's family. Fu Beijia's family property would all belong to Chun Ru's family. Then, Chun Ru would be able to use the military force. She would get all the benefits. This woman was too greedy. Wei Wei Bai listened to the system report on Fu Beijia's situation. He would not die, but because of that shot, his body was on the verge of collapse. Wei Wei Bai calculated the days. If she went south now, she should be able to be in time for Fu Beijia to share the joys and sorrows. The favorability was beckoning to her. Wei Wei Bai put down the book and sat up straight. Then she said softly, Old witch, your words are so beautiful. I wonder how you're so thick-skinned. I'm so thick-skinned, but I'm blushing. Chenru suddenly stood up, and her face changed. Is this how you talk to your mother-in-law? Wei Wei Bai said, Since ancient times, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law have been at odds. We are enemies. Don't be too close. Chenru smiled sinisterly. She did not expect Wei Wei Bai to be so stubborn. She did not give her any face at all. She had lost her husband and had no one to rely on. How dare she be so arrogant? Chenru said, It seems that you're going to fall out with me. I don't know who helped you to marry into our family, but now you are repaying kindness with ingratitude. Wei Wei Bai looked up. The murderous look in her eyes was like a knife that pierced people's backs. I heard that you have half of the Fu family's military order. Chenru thought she was scared. Yes, I do. Wei Wei Bai looked at her from head to toe, as if looking for something. Chenru felt uncomfortable under her gaze. Why are you looking at me? Wei Wei Bai nodded. The military order is such an important thing. Normally, you would definitely hide it. But today, you want to ally with me. To show your sincerity or gain my trust, you would definitely carry such an expensive thing with you. Her guess was not far from the truth. The system casually reminded him, It's in the sachet on her waist. Chun Ru's expression tightened as she glared at Wei Wei Bai with resentment. She said, Whether it's on me or not, You don't have a share, let alone use it. Today, I actually wanted to save you. I was really blind. After saying that, Chenru turned around and walked out with her head held high. However, the cold muzzle of the gun was pointed at the back of her head. Then, Wei Wei Bai's indifferent voice sounded. Leave the military order and you can go. Chenru's body stiffened. What are you doing? Do you think you can live after killing me? You wouldn't dare. Wei Wei Bai smiled and said softly, I'm so scared. After saying that, she pulled the safety of the gun. The crisp sound was like the grim reaper waving his scythe. Chenru's legs trembled. Wei Wei Bai, don't mess around. It's useless even if you have the military order. You don't have the other one. In the case of half of the military order, she couldn't use it if she didn't have a child. But if she could get the other half of the military order, the military order would become a whole one. Chapter 1087. It was enough to order Fu Beija and all the bodyguards of the Fu family to stay in the city. But the other half was left with Fu Beija, so no one could have it. Wei Wei Bai gently approached Chenru. Her voice was soft and cold, like cold silk sliding past her ears. Coincidentally, I also have half of it. I also have all the wealth and documents that Fu Beija gave me, and even the command of his bodyguards. After saying that, Wei Wei Bai pulled open the sachet on her waist. Chenru was shocked. Impossible. She was about to turn around. Wei Wei Bai held the sachet and mercilessly hit the back of her head with the butt of the gun. Chenru was knocked to the ground and fainted. Wei Wei Bai put away her expression and took out the military order and a military order that Fu Beija left on the table before he left, and put them together. Fu Beija was going to war, so he gave her the best things, no matter how well prepared he was. He also knew that war was not a game, so he gave her the best protection. Even if he did not come back, she would have a peaceful life for the rest of her life. Wei Wei Bai said, Tongzi, although the target this time is a hooligan, he is still a man. If a real man liked a woman, he would be responsible for her for the rest of his life. With a favorability of 80, he could already do so much. No wonder it was so hard to get Fu Beija's favorability. The system wanted to say that the previous targets were all very manly, but it remembered that they were all the same person. Wei Wei Bai praised one of them, so it did not say anything. Wei Wei Bai took the military order, put on a long coat, hat and gloves, and then walked out gracefully. The adjutant immediately came over. Madam, where are you going? Then he immediately opened the umbrella and held it above Wei Wei Bai's head. Wei Wei Bai looked up. It was actually snowing. Autumn left and winter came. Even the weather changed. Wei Wei Bai said, I know something happened to him. The adjutant's expression did not change. Our duty is to protect you and follow you for the rest of your life. There will be someone in charge of taking care of the young marshal. Therefore, from the very beginning, they did not intend to let Wei Wei Bai know that something had happened to Fu Beija. Bai Wei Wei revealed a smile that unexpectedly carried a trace of coldness. It was even colder than the snow. She said, Well then, follow me. Go get the car ready. The adjutant immediately said, Where does Madam want to go? Wei Wei Bai touched the military order in her hand. Go and bring my man back. The adjutant was slightly stunned. When he finally understood what she meant, he suddenly bowed respectfully to Wei Wei Bai and then asked someone to prepare the car. Wei Wei Bai boarded the train to the south on the same day. In the south, Fu Beija looked at the snow outside the window. He fished in his bosom and pulled out a handkerchief. Although the handkerchief had been washed clean, the stain could still be seen. It was the handkerchief that he had thrown away but then brought back. It was Wei Wei Bai's. He kissed the handkerchief and then leaned tiredly against the wooden box in the warehouse, enduring the severe pain in his chest. He did not expect that one of his trusted adjutants was a southern spy who had been lurking around him for more than 10 years. He had hidden himself well. Fu Beija had also been hit by the spy. He endured the severe pain and coughed. Hiding in this warehouse was not a long-term solution. His wound could not be dragged on. If it became infected, he might die. The biggest problem now was that he could not contact his army. His army had not suffered any losses yet, but because of his disappearance, it was only a matter of time before Li Xinghe took over. Wei Wei, you have caused me a lot of trouble. Chapter 1088. If Li Xinghe was dead, there wouldn't be so many problems. Although he was complaining, Fu Beige's eyes were still gentle and full of nostalgia. The snow in the north was definitely heavier than in the south. The weather was so cold, he had asked someone to hire a tailor in advance, so he must have prepared winter clothes. He didn't know if she wore any. With such a weak body, if she didn't take good care of herself, she would definitely fall sick. Fu Beige thought that if he couldn't get through this time, if he died, then who would be able to protect Wei Wei by like this in the future? After all, it was a chaotic time, although he gave her so much protection. But he still couldn't predict the future. What he wanted was for her to live a rich and peaceful life. Even if she didn't have him, it didn't matter. Fu Beige suddenly turned his head to look out of the window. Sometimes it was instinctive to be vigilant of danger, so he rolled away like lightning. Bullets were fired from outside the window, and the place where he was sitting just now was hit by a cloud of dust. Fu Beige pulled out his wound and took a deep breath. He leaned against the wall. Because he lost his gun when he fell into the water, he had a small knife on his finger. The knife emitted a sharp, cold light, just like his eyes. The door of the warehouse was quickly smashed open. Fu Beige looked at the door coldly. Soon, a row of soldiers rushed in and immediately pointed their guns at him. They formed a tight encirclement. A man wearing an elegant gown slowly walked in. His handsome face revealed a trace of ridicule. "We meet again, Fu Beige." Fu Beige leaned against the wall. The wound on his chest started to bleed. He smiled carelessly. "Li Xinghe, I thought you were scared out of your wits because you ran away in my territory with your tail between your legs." Li Xinghe was not angry, but calm and composed. "Unfortunately, this time you are in my territory, and you are being chased like a mouse." Fu Beige sneered. "That's true. Every dog has its day. Who knows what will happen next time?" Li Xinghe slowly took out a gun. "But I won't be able to turn to you. I'm here to send you on your way. When your soul returns to hell, don't complain about your bad luck when you see the king of hell." Fu Beige looked around. He really blocked all of them. Li Xinghe had made ample preparations this time. It could be seen that he really wanted to take his life at all costs. Li Xinghe pulled the safety off the gun and pointed it directly at Fu Beige's forehead. He said coldly, "Don't look. If it were you, would you give me a chance to escape?" "No." Fu Beige's fingers were extremely tense. The knife in his hand was secretly pointed at Li Xinghe's chest. He was injured, so his aim was definitely not as good as usual, so he was waiting for Li Xinghe to shoot. Once the gun was fired, he would immediately throw the knife in his hand. He reckoned that he would drag Li Xinghe down with him. Anyway, if he died, Li Xinghe wouldn't be able to live either. Wei Wei had saved Li Xinghe. If he died, wouldn't it be logical for her to be with Li Xinghe? Fu Beige wasn't that generous. He would haggle over every little detail. He didn't want Wei Wei to have other men. If there was a ghost, he would definitely haunt Wei Wei after he died. Although he wanted Wei Wei to live a good life, as long as there was another man, he couldn't help but feel jealous. Li Xinghe held the gun for a long time. He hesitated for a long time before finally putting it down. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fu Beige, go." Fu Beige looked at him like he was looking at a fool. Li Xinghe's eyes turned red in anger. He said fiercely, "Wei Wei saved me twice. The only thing she wants in return is your life." Fu Beige was stunned for a moment. Li Xinghe closed his eyes and opened them again, looking at him with hatred. "She doesn't want anything, but she wants me to let you go once if I catch you." Fu Beige didn't expect Wei Wei to make such a request. She clearly smashed his head to save Li Xinghe. But in the end, she wanted in return to save his life. Fu Beige couldn't help but smile. He liked this reward. He liked it too much. He was really happy that she cared about him. Li Xinghe saw him smile and said angrily, "If you don't scram, I'll give you 1 hour. After 1 hour, I will catch up with you again. At that time, I will kill you with 1 shot." Fu Beige forced himself to stand up straight and said proudly, "I don't need to scram. My woman wants me to live. Of course I have to walk out with my head held high." After saying that, he looked at Li Xinghe provocatively. Li Xinghe gritted his teeth. Why was this man so hateful? Fu Beige staggered out. When he passed by Li Xinghe, he suddenly said, "Do you know what Wei Wei likes?" Li Xinghe was stunned. He held his breath and looked forward to his answer. Fu Beizhe looked at him and said, "She likes me." After saying that, a knife was pressed against Li Xinghe's neck. This action was as fast as lightning. It was simply not something a human could do. He was clearly injured. He couldn't even walk properly. He was clearly protected by so many people. Li Xinghe was actually being held hostage by Fu Beizhe. Fu Beizhe raised his eyebrows and sneered. "I said, every dog has its day. Now it's on my side, Li Xinghe." Thinking about his woman. Even if he died, he wanted to drag him to hell with him. This was how jealous men were. // Chapter 1089. Fu Beizhe stuck close to Li Xinghe and was even taller than Li Xinghe by half a head. His eyes were sinister, and there was a hint of a cold smile. The thin blade in his hand was pressed tightly against Li Xinghe's neck. "I told you to get lost obediently. After all, if you die, your family will really collapse." Li Xinghe's face paled, but he was not threatened. "If you die, your power in the north will also be gone. I don't think the Fu family can produce another Fu Beizhe." "Fu Beizhe, thank you for thinking so highly of me. So are you planning to drag me down with you?" Li Xinghe's fingers clenched and loosened, and he was extremely nervous. Fu Beizhe's blade had already cut his skin, and blood began to flow down. The people Li Xinghe brought looked at each other, and they did not know what to do. After all, Li Xinghe was the only child of the Li family, and if he died, the Li family would really be finished. Li Xinghe's voice was a little hoarse. "Even if I let you go, you will not abide by the spirit of the contract and let me go." Fu Beizhe's voice deepened. "Everyone knows that I abide by the spirit of the contract, and I will definitely abide by my words. If you let me go and send me to my territory, I will definitely let you go." Li Xinghe sneered. "Who are you trying to fool? Normally, you will abide by the promise. But if you kill me, the South will be in your pocket. You will definitely be tempted, and breaking a promise will not make you feel guilty at all. Sure enough, the person who understands you the most is your enemy." Li Xinghe was right. Fu Beizhe was such a hooligan. If the benefits were big enough, he would not necessarily abide by the promise. Fu Beizhe's chest hurt, and he knew that he could not hold on. But he didn't let anyone see his dejected state. They were holding Li Xinghe hostage, and they needed Li Xinghe to open his mouth before they would leave. If Li Xinghe insisted on going against him to the end, then they would really have to perish together. Fu Beizhe thought for a while, then coldly snorted and said, "It seems like you don't trust me. In fact, Wei Wei also asked me to spare your dog life if I catch you." Li Xinghe was silent for a moment. "Don't lie to me." Fu Beizhe was too cunning and shameless. He was afraid that he would be tricked. Fu Beizhe said coldly, "I won't joke about her words. I can go against my principles, but I won't use her." He would never use her as a tool for his own survival. Li Xinghe said, "If she was telling the truth, you wouldn't have killed me." The reason was just like him. He owed Wei Wei by 2 lives. But the more important reason was that he was full of feelings for her. He could only do this for her, so of course he couldn't wait to do it. Even if he knew that Fu Beizhe was a poisonous snake, he would still let him go this time. So out of empathy, Fu Beizhe wouldn't go against Wei Wei Bai's request and let him go. Fu Beizhe's voice was gloomy. "You're right, but I've already let you go once. You didn't shoot just now, and the knife in my hand didn't pierce your chest. In the end, it was still a deadlock. Anyway, neither of the 2 men believed the other. With Wei Wei Bai involved, the atmosphere became even more tense and scary. A love rival was always more hateful than an ordinary enemy. The 2 sides were in a deadlock. Li Xinghe almost didn't care about his life. He held his breath and let the blood on his neck flow down. If it was someone else, he might have already compromised. But it was Fu Beizhe. He didn't want to compromise. He didn't want to be inferior to this man. // Chapter 1090. Even if he died, he wanted to let Wei Wei Bai see that he, Li Xinghe, was not weaker than Fu Beizhe. Fu Beizhe's eyes darkened, although his fingers did not waver due to his strong willpower. But he knew that he had reached his last moment. White snowflakes flew in from outside. A cold atmosphere surrounded the warehouse. Fu Beija gasped for breath and finally said, "Well, I didn't expect that the person who would accompany me to the Yellow Springs Road would be you." He believed that Li Xinghe would give him an hour. But with his physical condition, it was impossible for him to escape within an hour. Li Xinghe gave him an hour. He wanted to play with him like a mouse, then trample him into the mud and laugh at him, then kill him with one shot. If he wanted him to die, he wanted him to die without a shred of face. Fu Beija would rather die together with her than accept an hour's worth of time to escape, especially when his love rival gave him charity. Li Xinghe's body trembled. He felt a pain in his neck. He felt that the knife was about to cut his throat. At the last moment, a sudden gunshot woke everyone up. Fu Beija suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked outside the warehouse. In the snow, a familiar figure stood outside the warehouse. She was wearing the peach cheongsam that he chose and a beautiful winter coat. She was holding a gun and pointing at the sky. She was like a flower in full bloom in the snow, emitting a strong light. The impact of this moment made Fu Beija stunned for a few seconds. If it was a normal situation, he might have been found by Li Xinghe and counterattacked. Li Xinghe, on the other hand, was equally shocked and did not react. That figure slowly walked over, followed by the adjutant in military uniform, who held an umbrella to block the snow for her. The atmosphere was so tense and awkward, but she gracefully and powerfully walked over. Fu Beija did not know why, but his eyes were a bit wet. The longing in his heart finally rushed out, turning into a lingering name on his lips. Wei Wei Bai. Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 85. Wei Wei Bai walked to the entrance of the warehouse, followed by the soldiers to protect her. She looked at Fu Beija and frowned. "Let go of him, Fu Beija." Fu Beija hesitated, then released the knife in his hand and directly pushed Li Xinghe away. Li Xinghe clenched his teeth and was about to say something. Bai Weiwei said, "This place has been surrounded by my people. No one can escape. You have been standing here for a long time. No one can let go of the other. I will be the middleman. Li Xinghe, you take the people away. I will take my husband back." Li Xinghe had a bitter taste in his mouth. Wei Wei Bai. Husband, what a close bond that could not be cut off. Wei Wei Bai coldly looked at him and said, "Do you want to fight with him? If you really want to fight, then this world will become chaotic." She slowly walked over to Fu Beija. "I don't want to live in a chaotic world. A war will affect my quality of life." Li Xinghe saw her walking over, and, just as he was about to take her hand, Wei Wei Bai suddenly raised her hand and pointed the cold muzzle at Li Xinghe. "Are you leaving or not? Your people are already under my control, so if I don't care, you will die." Her people were also Fu Beija's people. If Fu Beija gave the order now, Li Xinghe would become a sieve. Li Xinghe's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. "You are still worried about me." Wei Wei Bai said impatiently, "Get lost." Chapter 1091. Li Xinghe looked at her with a complicated expression. There was sadness, regret, and joy. Then he took a few steps back and ordered, "Let's retreat." Li Xinghe led the people and walked out. The surrounding soldiers also made a path for Li Xinghe. Suddenly, Wei Wei Bai's voice came from behind. "Take care, Li Xinghe." Li Xinghe stopped in his tracks. There were thousands of sighs in his heart, but the weight of her words was enough. Her heart, even if it had nothing to do with love, was enough. He also felt that it was worth it. Li Xinghe said, "You take care too. If you're not happy, come and find me." After saying that, he immediately left, afraid to see the scene of Wei Wei Bai caring about Fu Beija. And after Wei Wei Bai said the words, "Take care," the side mission was finally announced in an incomparably noble manner. She completed the mission. Every time she completed the side mission, it was like a roller coaster. Wei Wei Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, a hand suddenly grabbed her waist and pulled her into a broad embrace. Wei Wei Bai could not react in time. Her whole body was already in Fu Beija's embrace. He frowned, his eyes were cold, and his whole body reeked of blood. He was like an enraged lone wolf, full of rage and aggression. "Take care. How much kindness do you have to Li Xinghe? Repay it all." Otherwise, don't blame me when I shoot him next time." His words were urgent and heavy. He was almost bleeding, anger and resentment intertwined, and actually showed flustered and exasperated anxiety. He stood aside injured and looked at Wei Wei Bai. His eyes were always on Li Xinghe. She even asked him to leave. She even told him to take care of himself affectionately. What about him? Did he become cannon fodder in the background? Fu Beija's eyes were filled with cold anger. He was really angry. Wei Wei Bai turned to look at him and saw that his jaw was tense and even trembling. It was obvious how angry Fu Beija was. She suddenly reached out, grabbed his arm, and moved his hand away. He had no strength left, so Wei Wei Bai easily escaped from his arms. Fu Beija lost her and felt empty. His face turned cold. "Are you going to leave with Li Xinghe?" He still could not let go of Li Xinghe. Bai Weiwei's attitude towards Li Xinghe was too special. It made him feel like he would be abandoned by Wei Wei at any time. And then she ran away with Li Xinghe. Bai Weiwei walked up to him in a few steps and suddenly reached out to hug him. Her body was petite and warm. She said softly, "Don't be stubborn. I'm here. You'll be fine." His chest was full of blood, and his face was as pale as a corpse. He was on the verge of collapsing and was just one breath away from dying. This man actually had the time to be jealous. Fu Beija's vision turned black. He leaned his head on her shoulder. Before he fainted, he did not forget to nag Wei Wei Bai. For example, he told her how to quickly evacuate from here, which officer could be trusted, who was the spy, how to deal with it. He spoke very quickly. It was impossible to tell that he was half unconscious. His willpower was simply inhuman. His last words before he fainted were, "The next time you dare to be so nice to Li Xinghe, I won't be polite." How could he not be polite? He could not hit or kill her. He could not bear to do anything. He could only threaten her verbally. What a coward. Fu Beija despised himself and then fainted. Wei Wei Bai could not support Fu Beija. The adjutant behind her immediately came forward to carry him. "Let's go," Wei Wei Bai said to everyone. The time was too tight for this rescue mission. Wei Wei Bai did not care to maintain the image of a gentlewoman. She had to be as cold as possible. Otherwise, how could she lead the group of soldiers of the Fu family? Because she had fully unleashed her aura, it made these people respect her even more. Obedience and respect were different after all. The latter could convince people. Fu Beija returned to his own army and fell into danger as he wished. The doctors came and went, guarding him day and night, afraid that their young commander would not be able to hold on and die. Wei Wei Bai also had a serious expression on her face. The time was getting closer and closer to 6 months. She did not expect that Fu Beija would be unconscious because of his injury. She did not even have the chance to increase his favorability. 85 favorability. It would be difficult to increase the remaining 15 favorability in a short period of time. Wei Wei Bai was discussing with the system whether she should spend some of her life points to buy some medicine for Fu Beija. Suddenly, a muffled groan came from behind her. Wei Wei Bai immediately turned around and saw Fu Beija looking at her gently with his eyes open. She immediately reached out and touched his face. "It's not hot anymore. The critical period is over." When she lowered her head, she was as gentle and beautiful as a cloud. It softened his heart. In the past, when Fu Beija woke up injured, he was either a doctor or a cold military officer. But today, when he woke up and saw Wei Wei Bai guarding him, he was very happy. "Wei Wei, you saved me. I want to repay you." "Wei Wei Bai, give me 100 favorability." Fu Beija smiled. "I want to give myself to you." Wei Wei Bai, what the hell did he mean by giving himself to her? It was more like giving his heart to her. Then she realized that Fu Beija was kissing her hand and licking it wet. It was very ambiguous. She suddenly understood what he meant by giving himself to her. She slapped him. "Hooligan, you might as well die." He was already so useless. His brain was still yellow. Chapter 1092. After Fu Beija was out of danger, his body healed at the speed of a beast. His chest was bandaged, and he was wearing a military jacket as he leaned back in his chair. Even if he was seriously injured, it didn't affect his cold aura. The ground was soaked with blood, and the chill was penetrating. The adjutant who betrayed him had been hung up, and there wasn't a single piece of flesh on his body that wasn't injured. Fu Beija looked him up and down, playing with the gun in his hand. His eyes were gloomy, but his expression was very relaxed. I didn't expect you to be the one who betrayed me. This sentence was very cliché, but Fu Beija didn't feel any pain or sorrow. The betrayed adjutant trembled all over. Although the betrayer Fu Beija had already predicted his end, he still felt a chill when he thought of this man's means of dealing with the enemy. Fu Beija said calmly, "Do you have any last words?" The man suddenly cried, "Young Marshal, I had no choice. My family is in the south. I have to protect them." Fu Beija pondered for a moment, then smiled. "That's true. You're a responsible man. Compared to your family, your women and children really don't have enough weight. I might have hated you before, but now I understand you very well." He met Wei Wei Bai. He thought about being together with Wei Wei Bai in the future and even having a child. If someone used him to threaten him, Fu Beija was probably willing to do anything, not to mention being a spy. Even more terrifying and immoral things were not a problem for him. He had never experienced the warmth of a family, and he didn't think that it was very important. But Bai Weiwei alone gave him a world that was warmer and more beautiful than fighting under the heavens. Her existence was enough to burn his heart. It was more important than anything else. The betrayed adjutant didn't expect Fu Beija to say this. He thought that this man had no heart and was terrifyingly cold. He quickly said, "Young Marshal, I really had no choice. Please give me another chance. I won't betray you again." Fu Beija said casually, "Oh, isn't your family still with Li Xinghe? If I let you go, you'll still deal with me for them." A fierce struggle appeared on the man's face. He suddenly gritted his teeth. "I'll fight with you. I won't betray you again. Even if the other party kills my family, I won't harm you." Fu Beija looked up. His eyes were terrifyingly cold. The faint smile on his face also disappeared. "Say that again." The man said, "I won't betray you." Fu Beija, the last sentence. The man thought that he could live, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. He quickly expressed his loyalty. "Even if they kill my family, boom." The bullet went through his throat. The throat was not the heart, so would not die immediately. He would only slowly suffocate and die with blood flowing all over his neck. The man's face was blank for a moment, and then there was a twisted struggle caused by intense pain. Fu Beija slowly sat up from the chair. He wiped the gun in his hand before putting it back into the holster. After killing someone, he did not show the slightest emotion. Fu Beija's eyes were full of mockery. "If you had fought to the end, I would have respected you as a man. In the end, you changed sides and ignored your woman and child for your own life. Trash." After saying that, Fu Beija walked out. "I'll leave the body to you guys." After solving the problem of the spy, his footsteps quickened. Seeing a familiar room, he pushed the door open and entered. He saw Wei Wei by sitting by the window. The fire in the stove warmed the entire room. Chapter 1093. She leaned against the chair and lazily looked at the book. Her laziness had a kind of elegance to it. Fu Beija's footsteps paused. His breathing was a bit chaotic, and his wound even hurt. Wei Wei Bai sensed him and looked up at him, but she saw Fu Beija rushing over and hugging her tightly. Wei Wei Bai shivered. His body was cold, and her skin couldn't stand it. "What's wrong?" Fu Beija didn't say anything and just quietly hugged her. That spy's words before he died had completely stirred up the turbulent emotions in his heart. He softly said, "I won't betray you or abandon you. I could do anything for you." Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 90. The feelings that were completely awakened suddenly heated up and caught him off guard. Wei Wei Bai blinked. She reached out her hand and slowly stroked his back, comforting and warming him. Fu Beija felt her touch, and the hostility that filled his body suddenly disappeared. The fierce battle in his heart was replaced by the tenderness of a woman. Wei Wei Bai's soft voice sounded in his ears. "Fu Beija." Fu Beija nodded. He wondered if Wei Wei Bai was moved by him. Did she want to respond to him? "You're too heavy. I can't breathe under your weight." Fu Beija. Inhumane. In such a warm moment, she actually cared about this. He hugged her even more tightly and didn't let go. He raised his head and kissed her lips, entangling their breaths. He bitterly said, "I'll make you even more breathless." This romantic woman, sooner or later, he would let her know how good he was. He was with her. She had earned a lot. The battle plan was still being carried out urgently. The first few towns in the south began to collapse. Although Fu Beija was injured, he was still full of energy. Wei Wei Bai didn't let him touch her. He said that the doctor told him to rest well and not have sex, or else his body would fall ill. So she forbade him from getting on her bed. Although Fu Beija caught the doctor and beat him up, he still couldn't change Wei Wei Bai's mind. He had no choice but to spend his excess energy on the war. He formulated a series of strategic plans. He used all kinds of underhanded tricks to kill Li Xinghe. Fu Beija even thought that the world was not his number one goal. His first goal was to remove the thorn in Li Xinghe's side. Otherwise, he always felt that he would be cuckolded one day. Even though Wei Wei Bai said that she didn't have that kind of feeling for Li Xinghe, but the feeling was born from time to time. In the beginning, Wei Wei Bai didn't have that kind of feeling for him. Wasn't it because he shamelessly got her? Perhaps in the future, Li Xinghe would also find an opportunity to pester Wei Wei Bai. Then, she would throw a green hat on his head. And there was one thing that he couldn't compare to Li Xinghe. That bastard Li Xinghe had studied abroad, and his family had been civil officials for generations. He could speak eloquently and was especially good at literature. This kind of cultured bastard was very popular with women. The more Fu Beija thought about it, the gloomier his face became. After the strategy meeting, he went back to his room and saw Wei Wei Bai sitting by the window, reading a book. Fu Beija's face changed. Wasn't this hobby similar to Li Xinghe's? They both liked books. Wei Wei Bai was reading the romance novel happily when a shadow suddenly shrouded her. She looked up blankly and saw Fu Beija looking at her coldly. Wei Wei Bai, ? What kind of heartless thing did she do to be discovered? / Chapter 1094. Fu Beija suddenly took the book away from her hand. Without looking at it, he started to pack up the box of books that she brought. All of them were stuffed into a box. Then he asked the adjutant to carry it to the bottom of the lake. This was Wei Wei Bai's spiritual food. She was under so much pressure, and she relied on this little hobby to relieve the pressure. She even wanted to take away the target of her conquest. Wei Wei Bai immediately reached out and grabbed the box. Her expression turned ugly. "Why are you venting your anger on my book? If I have offended you in any way, just say it." Fu Beija felt a surge of anger for no reason. "I'm uncultured." Actually, he was cultured, but he was indeed different from Li Xinghe. After all, when he was learning poetry and calligraphy when he was young, he avoided it as much as he could. Even if he learned it, he did not think much of it. When he grew up, even if he went overseas, he was only interested in other people's ships and cannons. He didn't pay any attention to the damned philosophy of art. Thinking about it, Wei Wei Bai, and Li Xinghe were actually from a similar family. But Wei Wei Bai and Li Xinghe were more similar. They were not similar to him. They were both gentle and elegant. They even looked like husband and wife. They were even childhood sweethearts. The more he thought about it, the more Fu Beija felt that these two people might really get together in the future. In the future, he would definitely be cuckolded. Wei Wei Bai looked at him in confusion. "Uncultured? Could it be that you are illiterate?" The first time she saw him, his expression was like a hurricane. In 3 seconds, he changed more than 10 times. Fu Beija said, "More or less. So, to be compatible, from today onwards, you will be illiterate like me." Wei Wei Bai, what kind of weird reason is this? Fu Beija felt that since he did not want her to read, he should not let her be idle. Who knew if she would think of Li Xinghe? He couldn't bear the thought of it for even a second. Fu Beija immediately pulled her. "Let's go shopping." Wei Wei Bai glanced at his wound. He had just woken up a few days ago, but his legs were already wobbly when he walked. Yet, he still wanted to go shopping? Who would have thought that Fu Beija actually had such a hobby? Wei Wei Bai carefully maintained her favorability towards him as they were pressed for time. Then, she became more obedient towards Fu Beija. So she nodded. "Sure. Where do you want to go shopping?" Fu Beija immediately changed his clothes, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. There are a lot of imported goods on the streets here, all of which are not available in the north. I'll take you to buy them. Suddenly he paused. Because he was in too much of a hurry to put on his clothes, his wound was pulled, and it was very painful. Before Wei Wei Bai could say anything, Fu Beija's face sank again. I'm already injured, and you're not worried about me going out to buy things? Are you still thinking about someone else? Wei Wei Bai, the system sighed faintly. This unreasonable man. Wei Wei Bai's mouth twitched. Then let's not go out. After all, your wound hasn't healed. Fu Beija could be considered a weirdo. If a normal person suffered such an injury, they would probably still be lying in bed on the verge of death. Yet, Fu Beija was full of energy. Fu Beija's expression became even worse. Do you think that I'll embarrass you if I go out with you? Or do you think that I'm too boring and you don't want to follow you? Wei Wei Bai, the system said, this jealous little princess is so pretentious. Host, it's time for you to show your boyfriend power. Wei Wei Bai really wanted to kick little princess Fu Beija out. But she had no choice. Her favorability was not full yet. Chapter 1095. She could only swallow her anger and coax him. Of course I won't despise you, Fu Beija snorted and said sourly. If Li Xinghe asked you out, you'd probably go. You guys can go to tea parties, drama, poetry, philosophy. Wei Wei Bai finally couldn't hold it in. Can I break this bastard's head? The system said, although I support you, unfortunately you can't. Wei Wei Bai said, such a pretentious man makes me want to kill someone. The system was touched. You finally know how I feel every time I see you acting like a pretentious little white flower. Wei Wei Bai, she was doing it for her livelihood, for her favorability, for this stupid system's house. Otherwise, why would she act like that? Was she such a pretentious person? Thinking about it carefully, she seemed to be a little bit like that. After all, she was very happy to act like a pretentious little white flower. Who asked a little white flower to gain favorability so quickly? Look at this world. She wasn't a little white flower, but the male lead was a substitute prince who was sick, and the favorability was as slow as a snail. Wei Wei Bai thought deeply. Could it be that her path as a little white flower was the correct one? So many targets liked a little white flower. Men were indeed cheap. They liked that pretentious little princess. Fu Beija reached out and pinched Wei Wei Bai's chin. You actually distracted me. Who are you thinking about? Li Xinghe? Wei Wei Bai waved her hand and slapped his hand away. I'm thinking about you. Who else would I be thinking about? What she said was against the rules. Fu Beija's heart was pounding. Without much experience in love, a hooligan's first love would also be at a loss like an idiot. He forced himself to maintain that helplessness, his face still gloomy. Fu Beija pursed his lips. Then let's go shopping. He finally came back. Wei Wei Bai looked at him warily. She would not agree to go out. He would have to repeat the words, you don't care about my wound again. All right. She agreed like walking on thin ice. Fu Beija smiled and extended his arm. Hold my hand. Wei Wei Bai silently held his hand. One look and you can tell that we are husband and wife. This position is very good. Fu Beija said with a smile. Wei Wei Bai, I have nothing to say. The system secretly stuffed snacks into its mouth and couldn't help but mutter. It's more like a father taking care of his kindergarten daughter. It didn't say that there was a difference in their height. Fu Beija was too tall, while Wei Wei Bai was petite like the girls from Jiangnan. Just think of the tall and strong bear-like men in the north and the delicate little girl in the south. Wei Wei Bai suddenly felt that she should buy the system's house. Otherwise, if it couldn't get married in the future, wouldn't it cling to her for the rest of its life? She thought of her white hair and teeth falling out. This lowly system was still making sarcastic remarks. She felt that her future was dark. Fu Beija brought Wei Wei Bai to the most famous tailor shop in the city to order clothes. She didn't bring enough clothes with her this time. She brought a lot of books. The winter in the south was cold and wet. One could fall sick if they weren't careful. Fu Beija didn't want Wei Wei Bai to drag down her body because of the cold. The tailor carefully measured Wei Wei Bai's size. Fu Beija sat on the chair with a cigarette in his hand and looked at her with gentle eyes. It was as if she was the most precious treasure in his arms. No matter how he looked at her, he felt that she was beautiful and that he couldn't wait to hold her. If a man liked a woman, there was no need for words. It could be seen in his eyes. He couldn't hide his deep feelings. Wei Wei Bai said something to the tailor and casually looked up. She saw Fu Beijia leaning on the chair. The sunlight outside the window shone on him. For a moment, she was in a daze. She felt that this scene was unusually familiar. She thought for a moment and inexplicably remembered that Yi Yuxuan had also brought her to a tailor before. It was an engagement dress. At that time, Yi Yuxuan's eyes were also like this man's. It was so gentle and made people feel an inexplicable sense of calmness. Chapter 1096. After making the clothes, Fu Beijia brought Wei Wei Bai to buy some imported goods. They were all women's toys. Wei Wei Bai picked out a pair of gloves and a tie for Fu Beijia. Fu Beijia was overjoyed. During dinner, Fu Beijia brought Wei Wei Bai to eat Western food. He helped Wei Wei Bai cut the steak and taught her how to taste wine. Wei Wei Bai said that it was hard for her to pretend that she didn't know how to. When they went back, the sky was already dark. Fu Beijia was wearing a black coat. Under his beautiful short hair, his eyes were always looking at Wei Wei Bai. When he saw that it was snowing, he personally held an umbrella to shield Wei Wei Bai from the snow. The two of them walked slowly on the long road. The snowflakes fell on the umbrella. At this moment, Fu Beijia couldn't help but hold her slender shoulders. He said softly, "I've never been so calm before." In his life, other than his short childhood, he had never had a day of peace and stability. Every time he saw other people being in love or foolishly leading their families to play some childish games, the first thing he felt was not the warmth of a family. It was whether this group of people was sick. But when he met Wei Wei Bai, he realized that he was sick too, and seriously sick. Wei Wei Bai looked up at him and said indifferently, "Ever since I met you, I haven't had a day of peace." Fu Beijia didn't expect her to say this. He was speechless for a moment. Although the Bai family was lonely, they still had a family background. Wei Wei Bai led a good life, and later on, the Fu family took care of her until the day she married him. Her peaceful days were broken. Fu Beijia felt a rare trace of guilt in his heart. "In the future, when you're with me, I'll let you live a happy and peaceful life every day." Wei Wei Bai glanced at him. "Come on, you're fighting. If I die in a gunfire one day, it won't be peaceful." Fu Beijia was a little dissatisfied. He reached out and pinched her pink cheeks. "You have so little confidence in me. Am I the kind of man who will put you in danger?" He had prepared a lot of escape routes for her. Even if he died unexpectedly in the future, the escape route he left behind would allow Bai Wei Wei to live peacefully. In the end, there was still a way out. He had even arranged for her to leave the country in advance. Even if the war in the country, she didn't need to stay here. It wasn't that he didn't have confidence, but it was his instinct to not let her suffer the slightest accident. When Fu Beijia was arranging a backup plan for her, he wanted to use all of his resources for fear that she would be wronged. There had never been a woman who could make him put in so much effort. She was still not satisfied. He was so capable and good. Shouldn't she be grateful? Seeing that Fu Beijia's face was getting more and more bitter, Wei Wei Bai was afraid that his Prince syndrome would act up again. She immediately took out a pair of male gloves from her bag. She held his hand. The early winter snow was mixed with light rain. It was extremely wet and cold. His fingers were also stained with coldness. She lowered her head and put on the gloves for him. "I bought it for you just now. It's cold, try it on." Fu Beijia knew that she bought it for him. But when she lowered her head, a few strands of hair in the bun stuck to her fair neck. Her eyes were gentle as she bent down to put on the gloves for him. The warmth of this moment. He was so touched that his eyes welled up. Wei Wei Bai put on the gloves for him. She looked up and was about to say something. Chapter 1097. He had already bent down and kissed her lips softly. His breath hit her face. His moist lips and tongue were a bit domineering, but more importantly, he was cherishing her. He held the umbrella with one hand and held her fingers with the other. Just like that, under the snow, under the umbrella, he kissed her almost sincerely. He loved her. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 93. Warmth was slow to gain traction, but once he was moved, then the favorability would naturally rise without any need for any large-scale melodramatic stimulation. Wei Wei Bai knew this, and even knew that although Fu Beija was an adventurer, he still longed for a gentle and peaceful life. She had now become the most peaceful and beautiful thing in his world. When she was being led back by Fu Beija, she sighed. She suddenly sighed, "Tongzi, if only you could give me another 10 years. She had thought countless times that if she had enough time, there would be no restrictions. She was able to turn any kind of sadistic writing into a long-lasting and sweet farming writing. She would not need to keep looking for explosive stimuli to desperately increase the favorability of the target. The system was silent for a while before saying, "I'll apply for a plane that takes a long time to conquer." Wei Wei Bai said, "Isn't random? I can still apply." She had always thought that the planes were randomly distributed. The system said, "It's random, but you have one chance to apply for a plane. Because we're too poor and our status is too low, we only have a right to apply, but we may not succeed." Wei Wei Bai, how poor and lowly were she and the system? Applying for a plane did not seem reliable. It was like winning the lottery. She thought about it and decided to apply. If she did not apply, she would not have the chance anyway. And she was actually quite lucky. When she was 15, she bought a lottery ticket. She won $5. She still had the luck to win the lottery. Wei Wei Bai said, "Okay, apply. It's best if you can apply for a plane that can be conquered for 10 to 20 years. The system said, "I'll go fill in the application." Wei Wei Bai was very heroic. Go. He always felt that the host would kill him if his application was not approved. The system glanced at the remaining HP in its hand. It was too poor. Bribing through the back door was not even enough to buy a system flower basket. Who was the host that didn't manage to get in through the back door last time? I forgot. It seemed to be something that happened 10,000 years ago. After returning home, it was rare that Fu Beija was not beastly. He hugged her and chatted with her like this. As they chatted, he slowly fell asleep. The wound was still dragging down his body, making him not as lively as before. His sleeping appearance was especially quiet and handsome. The warm light shone on his face, without a trace of his usual ruthlessness and irritation. He was more like a carefree, pampered young man. Wei Wei Bai stared at him for a while before she finally dared to sneakily reach under her pillow and take out a romance novel. She had read half of the novel before she went to bed and stuffed it under her pillow. This book was melodramatic, cliché, exciting, and interesting. As for other novels, it was probably because of the era, even if they were novels about love and love. But they still wanted some face and tried to make the story as literary as possible. But this book, it was not like that. What cheating, being a cuckold, getting pregnant with another man's child after being a cuckold. She ran away with the ball, but halfway through, she was miscarried by her love rival. After the miscarriage, she was caught. Her husband thought that she had miscarried the child, so he imprisoned her and abused her to vent his anger. After a while, they got together again, and she got pregnant again. Then came the mistress / Chapter 1098. There were only 2 days left. Wei Wei Bai crossed his arms and paced back and forth. The last 5 points of affinity, if there was no excitement, it would take a year to get it. So, all the talk of a steady stream flowing slowly was nonsense. It had to be explosive, exciting, and melodramatic. Without a pot of Mao Shui Wang, the affinity would not increase. Bai Weiwei thought about it. Should I create an accident, such as taking a grenade to blow myself up, or find a way to drug Fu Beija and send him to someone else's bed, and then create a big tragedy where you tear me apart and I roar at him in anger? Otherwise, the affinity won't increase at all. The system said, "You've been reading too many novels recently. You need to slow down. Reality is different from novels." The host is obsessed with reading. If he did that, Fu Beija's affinity would only decrease. Wei Wei Bai sighed. "Time's up. How did I die?" The system said faintly, "You were killed by a bomb dropped from a plane. Maybe the main system thought you were too heartless, but you never failed your side mission, so it couldn't find a reason to strike you with lightning, so it could only make a fuss about how you died. Wei Wei Bai said, "Have you always found me an eyesore? Why do you always make me feel hopeless every time you speak?" The system said, "How can you think like that? Aren't we friends?" Wei Wei Bai said, "Eating from the same bowl doesn't mean we're friends. We could be dogs fighting for food." The system said, "You've lowered yourself to the level of a dog just to diss me. You've never loved me." Wei Wei Bai said, "I didn't even love you. How could I love you?" The system said, "I'm just saying that to stimulate your fighting spirit. How can you ignore my efforts?" Wei Wei Bai said, "I love to hear compliments. You should say more about me." The system said, "What kind of compliments do you like? I'll look for them." Wei Wei Bai said, "Compliment my strengths. I have so many." The system said, "That's true, your strengths," after a long silence. The system said, "Fine, I admit I'm a dog. You don't have any strengths." Wei Wei Bai, the host system, fell into deep confusion. Why did I meet such an inhumane, shameless thing in the first place? Wei Wei Bai pulled on his hair to relieve his stress. The system suddenly said, "Your mother is here." Bai Wei Wei trembled. "What? My mom also transmigrated? Or was she reincarnated? Her mom and dad in age and fourth?" The system said, "I mean Shenru. Fu Beijia's stepmother was also Bai Wei Wei's stepmother." Bai Wei Wei. "Hey, what kind of mother is she? If she really had such a mother, she would have to commit suicide. Otherwise, wouldn't this kind of bad genes be passed on to future generations?" Bai Wei Wei. "What is she doing here? Are you here to take revenge after I knocked your head?" The system looked at Chun Ru's situation and concluded, "They are here to show their weakness to you. At the same time, they are also prepared to use force to kidnap you." Wei Wei Bai. "Kidnap me? I am surrounded by Fu Beijia's men. Even if I wanted to kidnap myself, it would be difficult." The system said, "Shenru needs a lot of money. Her family lost a lot of money because of business, and she was involved in that. That's why she's so anxious to get you into the family. She wants you to give birth to the child so that she can control the Fu family. Once he was in control of the Fu family and the Fu family's huge assets, any debt would not be a problem. Crossover system, Adonis, come here, /crossover system, Adonis, come here, / crossover system, Adonis, come here, crossover system, Adonis, come here, crossover system, Adonis, come here." Chapter 1099. Wei Wei Bai's face lit up with joy. "You're a good person. I was just worried sick, and Philanthropist Chun came to solve my problem." The system, Philanthropist Chun? Wei Wei Bai smiled and said, "It's too easy for me to give myself away when I plan the kidnapping. Shenru came at the right time. She hates me to the core, so she won't show me any mercy." The system, so what kind of philanthropist is this? Isn't she an enemy? Wei Wei Bai said, "It's because of the good karma I've accumulated that I'm able to help you in your hour of need today." The system, you're even using your enemy to attack. Are you a devil? Wei Wei Bai asked, "Where's Chun Ru now?" The system, she just arrived in the city. I haven't sent her an invitation to visit you yet. Wei Wei Bai thought for a moment, then put on a thick and beautiful winter coat and shoes. She then opened the jewelry box that Fu Beijia gave her. She carefully selected a set of expensive green jadeite earrings inlaid with gold. The style of the jade was older, but Wei Wei Bai's skin was tender. After putting it on, the jade was as green as bamboo after the rain. It looked even better. Wei Wei Bai put on a gold bracelet. The system, are you planning to hang a villa on your body? The jewelry that she was wearing was obviously very expensive, and it was not low-key expensive. Anyone who saw would think that it was expensive to see rich people. Wei Wei Bai was still choosing a ring. The inlaid gems had to be big, and wearing two would make it look expensive. She took a last look at herself in the mirror. She was full of jewels. Even the collar of the winter coat was made of expensive fox fur. If it were anyone else wearing this, their delicate body would be covered by the expensive aura. But Wei Wei Bai was fair enough, so fair that she was as cold as snow. Therefore, she forced herself to give off a noble yet clean aura when she wore these gorgeous things. Wei Wei Bai slowly adjusted her cuffs. "Do you know? I want to make a woman who has gone crazy from debt feel even more enmity towards me, and even want to strangle me to death. I want to show off that I'm living a good life, 10,000 times better than her. She was wearing such expensive clothes. Only then could Chun-Ru see her painstaking efforts. The system said, "You should accumulate some virtue." Wei Weibai laughed. Ha! Fu Beijia would only return at night because of military matters. Wei Weibai went out, followed by a group of people. She had only taken 2 steps when she suddenly frowned and turned back. She said coldly, "There's no need for so many people. I want to go shopping. Are you going to clear the streets?" The adjutant hesitated for a moment before nodding and allowing half of the men to return. The remaining half of the people secretly hid and followed her. Wei Weibai knew that she couldn't chase them away, but there couldn't be too many people following them in such a secretive manner. Chun-Ru should be able to handle it. Wei Weibai was worried sick about this kidnapping case. The system spent some time to find Chun-Ru's car. The car passed by a street. Wei Weibai immediately raised her head and puffed out her chest, trying to let Chun-Ru see her posture. She walked past the car. After a dozen steps, she heard hurried footsteps behind her. Wei Weibai? Wei Weibai lazily turned around, her eyes cold. Chun-Ru was in a hurry and didn't have time to change her clothes. She was travel-worn and looked embarrassed, especially when Wei Weibai was so delicate and noble. She looked old and ugly. Wei Weibai looked at her from head to toe, her eyes full of ridicule, 7 parts frivolity and 3 parts indifference. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. The is at https://m/sashu.com/. Chapter 1100. Then she said in a noble and arrogant tone, "Isn't this old Madame Chun? I didn't recognize you when you changed your clothes. Why, did you change your style? You're dressed like this." Huh? Chun-Ru's smile froze. Her heart was pierced by Wei Weibai. She was a vain woman to begin with, and she was used to being flattered by others. But Wei Weibai stabbed her like this. It was humiliating. Resentment intertwined into venom, making her tremble in pain. She came to ask for peace and had no choice but to take this dangerous path. But seeing Wei Weibai like this, she couldn't pull her face down. She even wanted her to die. Chun-Ru was so angry that blood was coming out her chest, but she still smiled gently. "Wei Weibai, I saw a woman like you coming to this war-torn place with Beijia. I was worried, so I came to see you." Wei Weibai said, "Oh," faintly, but the sarcasm on her face didn't change. She raised her finger, revealing the shining gem ring and the golden bracelet. It blinded Chun-Ru. Wei Weibai said, "See, I'm doing much better than you, and it will get better in the future. You don't have to worry. You can go back to that old house and wait for death." Chun-Ru couldn't take it anymore. "How can you say that? I'm your mother-in-law." Wei Weibai waved her hand, making the gem ring more conspicuous. "Yes, yes, yes, mother-in-law." Chun-Ru was so angry that she took 2 steps forward. Wei Weibai immediately stepped back. "You're dirty. My clothes are very expensive, and your smell is bad. Don't touch me." Chun-Ru was so angry that she almost died on the spot. The system couldn't bear to look. "Host, you don't even want to say the evil female supporting character. It's too low class." What kind of conversation was this? Chun-Ru was the miserable and pitiful main character. The host was a vicious cannon fodder who was about to die. Wei Weibai flipped her hair again, revealing the gold and jade pendant, trying to provoke Chun-Ru to explode. So be it, as long as it's useful. She could see the vicious hatred in Chun-Ru's eyes. If it was not so exciting, when would Chun-Ru kidnap her? He would probably approach her in a pitiful and tender manner. After all, no one would walk onto a dead end until they reached the final step. And offending Fu Beijia was undoubtedly the most terrifying path to take. Wei Weibai did this to tell Chun-Ru. It was useless for her to play with him, forcing her into a dead end. Wei Weibai saw that she was almost done provoking her. She looked at her coldly and arrogantly. "All right, that's enough reminiscing. I'm leaving. Beijia dotes on me. He doesn't want me to go out for too long." With that, Wei Weibai turned around and left. When she turned around, Chun-Ru's face twisted with resentment. This was the first time she hated a woman so much. She had married handsome Fu, a man of a higher status than Fu Beija. But in the end, he ended up like this. Why could Wei Wei Bai get Fu Beija's love and live such a life of luxury? She was the one who let Wei Wei Bai marry into the family. Wei Wei Bai was simply an ungrateful wretch. She did not know how to be grateful at all. She even took away her military order. The more Chun-Ru thought about it, the more she felt that Wei Wei Bai was the enemy who took everything away from her. She wanted to soften Wei Wei Bai and please Wei Wei Bai so that she would believe in her. But now, she was disappearing bit by bit. She wanted Wei Wei Bai to die. Die now. Chun-Ru gave a secret signal to the people in the car. Then she quickly chased after them and shouted to Wei Wei Bai, Wei Wei Bai, I just came here. Can I stay at your place? I'll stay for 2 or 3 days before leaving. Chapter 1101. Wei Wei Bai walked in a circle towards a place with many blind spots. Once there were many blind spots, the bodyguards behind her would not be able to see her. Finally, she came to a special area that was some distance away from the bodyguards behind her. She turned around and saw Chun-Ru running towards her, panting. She needed a bigger surprise to get Chun-Ru to kidnap her. Otherwise, she would be intercepted by Fu Beija's men before the kidnapping was successful. Wei Wei Bai felt that she must be the first person in the world who tried so hard to make the kidnapper succeed. When Chun-Ru saw Wei Wei Bai stop, a trace of ecstasy flashed through her heart. She gritted her teeth, the coldness and hatred in her eyes emerging. Her friendly expression was especially ferocious. She rushed a few steps forward and immediately grabbed Wei Wei Bai's hand. Wei Wei Bai frowned and looked at her in surprise. Chun-Ru cried, Wei Wei, I'm your mother-in-law. How can you bear to see me sleeping in the open? Wei Wei Bai was about to speak. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Out of nowhere, a grenade was thrown into the next room. The house exploded, and she was affected by the explosion. She felt the burning heat and staggered. She was almost knocked down by the force of the attack. Chun-Ru's face flashed a trace of ecstasy. The plan worked. A few men ran out of the thick smoke and then grabbed Wei Wei Bai and ran forward. A black car rushed out. They immediately stuffed Wei Wei Bai into the car. In the thick smoke, the bodyguards behind Wei Wei Bai also rushed out, but they were not fast enough. Wei Wei Bai was already out of sight. The bodyguard protecting Wei Wei Bai looked at each other, their faces pale. Fu Beija, who received the news, immediately stood up. The officers following him looked at him in surprise. Fu Beija's cold face was covered with a layer of frost. His eyes were red with anger. He pulled the safety off the gun and coldly said, Put on your weapons. The officer behind him immediately asked, Are we going to war? Fu Beija's murderous aura was ice cold. Open your head. This daddy's woman has been kidnapped. It seems that I was too merciful. Once you catch them, kill them without mercy. The officer immediately responded, Yes, young marshal. On the other hand, Li Xinghe was planning how to defend against Fu Beija. Both armies were eyeing each other covetously, and a war could break out at any moment. The situation was not optimistic. Suddenly, Fu Beija's army received the order and retreated. The situation was so good that Li Xinghe's chances of winning were not high. Fu Beija had been planning for so long, and he was just a step away from occupying a more advantageous position. They had actually retreated. Could it be a different type of trap? Li Xinghe fell in a deep thought, and then asked someone to find out what happened to Fu Beija. The officers on this side were all happy. If Fu Beija's side retreated at this time, then we would be able to occupy a more advantageous position. We will immediately attack now. Li Xinghe also nodded, thinking that it was very reasonable. The adjutant who had been asking around for a while finally rushed in happily. Governor, Fu Beija is crazy. He didn't even want to fight because of a woman. Li Xinghe did not know how to react. What woman? The adjutant said happily, It's Fu Beija's wife. I heard that she was kidnapped by her enemies. Fu Beija was greatly affected and sent all his elites to rescue her. Now that there is only an empty shell over there, we should quickly start the war. Li Xinghe's face immediately turned pale. Wei Wei. The adjutant was overjoyed. Li Xinghe immediately kicked away the overjoyed adjutant, pulled out his gun and roared, Bring the weapons, let's go. The rest of the officers were stunned. Where are we going? Are we going to attack? Li Xinghe turned around with a murderous look. Where else can we go? We're going to save my childhood sweetheart. Chapter 11:02. Wei Wei Bai was tied to a chair. It was an old and run-down warehouse. Every kidnapping location was always such a run-down place. Wei Wei Bai thought that the villains were too poor. Couldn't they just go to a hotel and get a few rooms, and then negotiate while everyone drank and ate a luxurious lunch? After all, she was a project with 10 boxes of gold bars. There was no food, no drink, and the place was dirty and messy. The kidnappers of this batch could not keep up with the times. Wei Wei Bai chatted with the system. When Fu Beija comes, remember to tell me. The system said, what if he doesn't come? Wei Wei Bai said, 95 points of affinity. If he doesn't come, I'll live stream myself eating affinity points. Was her strategy for so long fake? How could he not come? The system said, okay, he's here. He came quickly, and he came with an army. The villains looked miserable, with less than 100 people. Their weapons were shabby, with only a box of bombs and half a box of grenades. Guns were not the same as Fu Beija. Wei Wei Bai quickly looked around, and found that Chun-Ru did not know that she had been exposed. She was still chatting and laughing with the people who had come with him outside the door. She thought that the gold bars would be in her bag. Chun-Ru thought that once she got the money, she would kill the hostage. Then she would escape abroad, and Fu Beija would not be able to catch her. Women had long hair but short wit. She thought that her plan was flawless. She did not know how many eyes there were in the city. She brought 100 people with her, and even the passers-by did not have time to notice. But people from all walks of life, beggars, and peddlers had sharp eyes. Chun-Ru had not even called Fu Beija to ask for the ransom. When Fu Beija cleaned up the city, those eyes came back and forth like surveillance cameras. They had already told her about Chun-Ru's whereabouts. Wei Wei Bai listened to the system and calculated the time. If Fu Beija were to come here directly, Chun-Ru would be standing at the door. Fu Beija was also a daring and merciless person. He immediately shot at Chun-Ru and killed her. Then, the army marched over. Chun-Ru's men were probably all dead. At that time, as a hostage, she would not be of any use at all. This kidnapping would be resolved by Fu Beija. Wei Wei Bai was exasperated. There weren't many villains who could do it. She only had about a day and a half left. If today's excitement wasn't enough, then there would be no chance for them to continue. Wei Wei Bai thought hard about the plan, and then she lowered her eyes. Her feet were not tied, so she kicked away the broken chair beside her. The sound startled Chun-Ru. She immediately walked in with a scowl. What's wrong, young mistress? Are you running away? Wei Wei Bai immediately put on a face that was asking for a beating. I'm hungry. Chun-Ru sneered. Do you really think you're a big shot? Am I your servant? She took a big step forward and grabbed her chin, glaring at her angrily. Wei Wei Bai, you're in my hands now. If I want you to live, you'll live. If I want you to die, you'll die. Who do you think you are? Even if you're hungry, you'd better hold it in. Bai Weiwei's face was unafraid. The corner of her mouth curled into a sneer of contempt. You really don't dare to do anything to me. I'm your money tree now. Beija loves me so much. I'm worth a lot of money. Chun-Ru was shocked. She said that she was worth a lot of money. How could she say that? ////// You'll see it the next time you open the bookshelf, if you like. Chapter 11:03. What happened to the gentle and virtuous girl? Bai Weiwei leisurely glanced around again. Besides, you left me alone in the warehouse while everyone else is guarding outside. Beija's soldiers are all experienced in the battlefield. He will shoot all of you as soon as he comes. I'll be fine even if all of you die. Chun-Ru was shocked. Yes, that made sense. She immediately turned around and shouted, 20 people come in. Pull out your weapons and point them at Wei Wei Bai. Don't let Fu Beija have a chance to attack. Wei Wei Bai raised her eyebrows and snorted. It's useless even if you point your guns at me. You better put the bombs around the warehouse and threaten Beija when you see him. If he wants to save me, you will detonate the bombs and die together with him. Chun-Ru trembled. But what if the bombs hit us? Wei Wei Bai sneered. Why are you such a coward? You know how powerful Beija is. If I don't do that, I won't be able to scare him. Shenru thought about it. Yes, that made sense. She immediately turned around and shouted, "Quick, bury the bombs." Wei Wei Bai added, "Besides, you're so calm. How will Beija believe that you're serious? You better get a whip or something. You can whip me and ask for money. I'm sure you can get it." Shenru thought about it. That was exactly what she wanted. She didn't like this little shameless girl. She couldn't be more satisfied with whipping her. Wait, who would let others whip them? Shenru's face darkened. "What's your motive? Why are you telling me this?" Wei Wei Bai looked at her. She wasn't that stupid. Her face changed immediately. Fear appeared on her pale face. She was about to cry. "I'm afraid that you'll kill me. You can let me go if you get the money." She started crying as she spoke. "You have to let me go. I'll ask Beija to give you the money." Shenru was relieved to see such a stupid and cowardly girl. It was human nature to be afraid of death. Wei Wei Bai's behavior was normal, and her brain wasn't working well. He actually pointed out all of their flaws. This would allow them to better guard against Fu Beija. She was indeed an inexperienced woman. Shenru sneered. "Beg me then." Wei Wei Bai cried. "Will you let me go if I beg you?" "Shenru, how is that possible?" Wei Wei Bai's expression immediately turned cold. She no longer looked as timid as before. "Then why should I beg you? It's a waste of time." Shenru, Wei Wei Bai had really put in a lot of effort so that the villains could succeed. The system said, "Li Xinghe is here too." Wei Wei Bai asked, "What is he doing here?" The system said, "Save the childhood friend." Wei Wei Bai, "Even the side quests don't make me worry." She had already completed the side quests, but Li Xinghe still came to cause trouble. As soon as Fu Beija saw Li Xinghe, he lost his temper and didn't care about increasing his affinity. Wei Wei Bai leaned her head on the chair and said weakly, "System, why don't you just send me to heaven with a grenade and forget about this strategy?" The system said, "Don't be sad. You've been working so hard for so long. You're just one step away." Wei Wei Bai said, "This step is so big that I feel like I'm going to pull on my balls. The pressure is making my hair fall out." The system said, "Don't you still have me by your side? I'm your little angel of positive energy, the sunflower that shines on your little world." Wei Wei Bai was so disgusted that tears almost fell out of her eyes. The pressure is even greater. The system still had a bad mouth. At least it wasn't disgusting. The next time you open the bookshelf, you'll see it. If you like the... Chapter 1104. Shenru was also afraid of Fu Beija. After all, she had seen Fu Beija's methods. Everyone was afraid of him. That cruel and callous look of his had scared countless people to tears. Shenru arranged everything. Bombs, hostages, everything was ready. She was about to call Fu Beija. However, she did not give the order. The people guarding outside were already afraid of running in. "Madam, there's so many people outside. It's just a kidnapping, but the army is here." Shenru's heart sank when she heard this. She also heard that Fu Beija was on the battlefield. She thought that Fu Beija liked Wei Wei Bai. He could only come himself or ask his adjutant to come. After all, every inch of land in war was an inch of blood. A man who conquered the world would not give up the war to save Wei Wei Bai. Shenru immediately ran to the door and saw countless soldiers in front of her. What was more frightening was that she heard the roar of an airplane. The car that led the way was a sedan. The car stopped and a man opened the door. He was dressed in military uniform and his eyes were as cold and sharp as a hawk's. He got out of the car. It was Fu Beija. He pulled out his gun, pursed his lips, and unlocked the safety expressionlessly. Then his voice was terrifyingly cold. "Surround this place for this, Daddy." Shenru's world turned dark when she heard this. She immediately ran into the warehouse, trembling. Behind her, the people she brought with her shouted in fear, "The army is here again." Shenru looked back in shock and saw a huge army in the distance. She could not see the number of soldiers. At first glance, it was obvious that they were well-trained and cold-blooded elite soldiers. Shenru's legs almost turned to jelly. What was going on? It was just a kidnapping. Or did they kidnap in the wrong place? The outside had become a battlefield. Wei Wei Bai heard that Li Xinghe and Fu Beija's army met outside the warehouse. Like Shenru, her eyes were about to turn dark. This time, it was not her who provoked Fu Beija. It was Li Xinghe. The two of them were already fighting. In the end, they all ran to the warehouse at the same time. Didn't they just change the battlefield and continue fighting? At that time, it would be strange if Fu Beige's favorability increased. His attention would be drawn away by Li Xinghe. As expected, the soldiers outside began to run madly. Set up the cannons. Quick, dig a trench and pile up the soil. There are a lot of infantrymen on the other side. This is the tempo of a direct battle. Li Xinghe wasn't much better off. Their governor had come to rescue his childhood sweetheart. He was up against Fu Beige again. That was why the war between the North and the South was so intense. Was it because of Wei Bai? Fu Beige saw Li Xinghe occupying the other side of the warehouse. Both sides were on the defensive. The atmosphere was like a tiger watching its prey, ready to erupt at any moment. Fu Beige sneered. Li Xinghe, is it your turn to save my woman? Your intentions are so obvious. Don't be so shameless. Wei was already his wife. Li Xinghe was still so brazenly coveting it. He might as well get rid of him today so that he wouldn't be cuckolded by this guy in the future. Li Xinghe didn't look good, but his voice was calm. I'm Wei's friend. We've been friends for many years. We're childhood friends who depend on each other. We're even soul friends who have gone through life and death together. Why can't I save her when she's in trouble? A narrow-minded man like you isn't worthy of her. Fu Beige's heart twitched. Friends for many years, childhood friends, soul friends. He even said that he was repaying a debt of gratitude. This was simply mental derailment. Fu Beige was furious. He directly fired at Li Xinghe. It doesn't matter if I'm not worthy of her. I'll kill everyone who's worthy of her, so that she can only choose me. Li Xinghe dodged, and the officer protecting Li Xinghe immediately pulled out his gun and opened fire. The bullets from both sides started to crackle. Chun-Ru was trembling. She was afraid that the helicopter above would drop a bomb and blow the warehouse up. Wei Bai's face was filled with despair. Let Li Xinghe and Fu Beige fight each other. How could they fight each other? The two men outside were already in a killing frenzy. They even forgot that she was kidnapped. The system said, how about you take the initiative to attack? Wei Bai was silent for a while. Suddenly, he kicked Chun-Ru's butt. Chun-Ru jumped up in shock. What are you doing? Wei Bai roared. Idiot, do you want to live or not? Quickly point your gun at my head and push me to the door. Chun-Ru thought of the battle outside, and her hands trembled. She couldn't even hold the gun properly. Wei Bai encouraged her. Do you have any experience in kidnapping? How can you earn money if you're so scared? How can you live a good life? How can you sell jewelry and wear fancy clothes abroad? Don't waste time. Go out and threaten them. Chun-Ru was at a loss and could only follow Wei Bai's words. She pulled out her gun and pointed it at Wei Bai's head. Then, she hid behind Wei Bai and let her go to the door. The two sides were fighting to the fullest. They didn't see Wei Bai at all. Wei Bai said, shout something. Chun-Ru stuttered, shout what? Wei Bai was angry and roared. What else can you shout? Everyone stop. If you don't stop, I'll pay you or you'll kill me. The threat was loud and clear. The battlefield was silent for a while. Li Xinghe and Fu Beige suddenly remembered something. At the same time, they turned around and saw Wei Bai at the door. They seemed to be here to save someone. // Chapter 1105. Everyone and all the guns were aimed at Wei Bai and Chun-Ru at the door at almost the same time. Chun-Ru's fingers were trembling nonstop. She was also inexperienced and had never seen so many guns pointed at her. She didn't even know how to speak. Wei Bai really wanted to lift Chun-Ru up and shake her. Villain, why are your legs so weak? Rise up, be angry, explode. Hurry up and threaten and abuse her. Otherwise, where would the gold bars and favorability come from? Wei Bai was really angered by this villain. She gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, steady your hands, hide behind me, and don't show your head. Otherwise, Fu Beige, that sharpshooter, would be able to shoot Chun-Ru in the head with one shot. Chun-Ru's voice was choked with sobs. I was wrong, I won't do it again. I'll let you go. Can you let me go? In such a big situation, she was really scared. Wei Bai gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, if you dare to put down the gun, I'll immediately turn you into a sieve. You better change your attitude as a kidnapper. When your seniors see you like this, they won't be able to hold on to their coffins. Chenru felt that both the hostage and the person who came to save the hostage were very scary. She really made a mistake that caused everlasting regret. Being threatened by Wei Bai, Chenru endured the humiliation and shouted, Wei Bai's in my hands. If you dare to touch her, I'll kill her. Wei Bai immediately played along, and her face turned pale. Her fingers were clenched nervously, and her brows were furrowed. Her expression was indescribably soft and fragile. But she said coldly, Don't worry about me. She won't shoot. Chenru really didn't dare to shoot. If she had the thought of holding Wei Bai hostage to threaten Fu Beija before, she would have been scared. She was scared out of her wits by Fu Beija's army. Not to mention that Li Xinghe also came with an army. She knew very well that if anything happened to Wei Bai in her hands, she would not be able to escape the country. She would die a horrible death on the spot. She still had a long life ahead of her, so she couldn't bear to die. He really wanted to throw the gun away. However, Wei Bai refused to let her throw it away. She was simply a demon. Fu Beija waved his hand and asked everyone to put down their guns. He looked at Chenru expressionlessly and said, Let her go, and I'll let you live. Chenru almost nodded. Wei Bai held her hand tightly, and Chenru was about to cry. She was now in a difficult position. Whether she put down the gun or not, there was no way out. Fu Beija reached into his pocket and put the gun into his pocket. His posture was cold and tense as he looked at the gun that was placed on Wei Bai's head. His heart skipped a beat. Chenru's hands were shaking, and he could feel it. Chenru did not have much experience in handling guns. If she was not careful, the gun could easily go off. This was a mistake that novices were particularly prone to make, and this mistake was something that he couldn't bear. Fu Beija resisted the trembling and suppressed his violent rage. His face was gloomy and calm. I'll give you a choice. First, you let Wei go, and I'll give you a box of gold bars, and I promise that I won't trouble you in the future. This choice was simply too tempting. Chenru was tempted. She knew that Fu Beija always valued promises, so she could still believe his words. Then she heard Fu Beija's voice, as cold as snow. Second, you hurt her, and I'll kill your whole family in the most vicious way. Chenru had a weakness, and that was that she valued her family. When she heard this, her face turned pale. Fu Beija, don't threaten me with my family. Fu Beija was desperately attacking her family. This was the reason why she had completely lost her mind and kidnapped Wei Bai. / Chapter 1106. The hatred in her heart was mostly directed at Fu Beija. Fu Beija's face was so cold that he looked like an emotionless statue. Only his eyes were filled with venomous, murderous aura. You were the one who used my family to threaten me first. The place of home in his heart was only left for Wei Bai. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 96. The sky darkened and the wind became colder. Light snow began to fall. Wei Bai wasn't wearing thick clothes, and every time it snowed, she had trouble breathing. Fu Beija saw the snow fall from her hair, and his face became even paler. His heart felt like it was being dug out, and it hurt. With such careful protection, he thought that he could leave her and fight for his own world. But in less than half a day, she fell into a trap. Fu Beija realized for the first time that he was surrounded by dangers, and he was the one who pulled Wei Bai into this whirlpool. The first day, she was about to enter the family. He knew that the Fu family was a wolf's den. Even at that time, he let her enter the family with evil intentions. He wanted her to pay the price for her arrogance. But today, all that was left in his heart was a heavy guilt and a painful pity. He was used to being attacked in the open and in the dark. When he fell in love with a person, he found that the things he was used to were fatal to her. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 97. Wei Bai and the system. The two systems were dumbfounded. He shouted twice in the middle, but Wei Bai didn't do anything awkward. What was Fu Beija thinking? He actually increased the favorability twice. Wei Bai decided to throw away this doubt. She continued to calmly wait for the right time. She looked at the snow falling from the sky. The system said, Li Xinghe is approaching you. Wei Wei Bai frowned. She immediately knew why Fu Beijia was stalling for time. Unexpectedly, it was to give Li Xinghe time to save people. The two men who were fighting to the death just now actually had such a good tacit understanding. They cooperated to save people without any hint. Bai Weiwei was just about to remind Chenru, but she opened her mouth and immediately closed it. She couldn't remind him. Now that everyone's attention was on her, it would be abnormal for her to speak in a low voice. This kidnapping case was a complete failure, although her favorability had increased by 2 points. However, in the remaining time, it was basically impossible to increase it to 100. Wei Wei Bai calmly said, Tongzi, if my strategy fails, can I return to reality? Although the system said that it was possible. However, she had never failed before, so she was not very confident. The system was silent for a while. During this period of silence, it was actually very solemn. Wei Wei Bai instinctively felt that something was wrong, but the system said seriously, I'm here. If you fail, I can escort you back to reality. It'll be fine, don't be afraid. Even if it risked being killed by the main system, it would also drag Wei Wei Bai's soul through the soul channel that might be broken. Before she died, it would die before her. Wei Wei Bai didn't know why, but her heart was filled with a surge of emotion. The system's mouth was poisonous, but it was still very loyal to its friends. The system continued, so seeing how beautiful I am, it's better that you don't fail. Wei Wei Bai, could it make her feel touched for more than 3 seconds? Chenru hesitated again and again, but still couldn't withstand the pressure and said, Can you guarantee that I can leave safely? Fu Beijia looked at her gloomily. His voice was so calm that there was a sharp killing intent. Yes, I can guarantee that you can leave safely. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 1107. His promise was real, but it had a time limit. Before Wei Wei Bai was safe, he could fulfill any promise he made. Chenru thought of Fu Beijia's past examples of keeping promises and felt a little more confident. She looked back and forth at Fu Beijia several times before she finally made up her mind and was about to put down the gun in her hand. Li Xinghe, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly appeared beside her and reached out to grab the gun. Wei Wei Bai was pushed away by Li Xinghe. She looked back and saw Li Xinghe ruthlessly kicking Chenru in the stomach and grabbing the gun in her hand, looking like he was about to take the gun away. Because of the sharp pain, Chenru nervously pulled the trigger, and that gun was aimed at Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai only felt that this was a terrible development. Was she going to die early? But in the next moment, a tall shadow threw himself on top of her. His heavy and warm chest hugged her petite body, blocking all the danger. Wei Wei Bai was pressed to the ground by him. She opened her eyes wide and saw Fu Beijia's worried face. He reached out to hold her face. The worry in his eyes was obvious. Are you okay? Did they hurt you? He asked anxiously. The calm appearance just now was completely shattered. Now Fu Beijia's eyes were red and his lips were trembling. Fear finally made him unable to maintain his usual indifference. Wei Wei Bai's face was pinched by him, and she vaguely said, I'm okay, don't worry. Fu Beijia saw that she was so energetic, and his body suddenly relaxed. He smiled. It's good that you're okay. Wei Wei Bai felt that his body was getting heavier and heavier. Fu Beijia's eyes began to lose focus. It's good that you're okay. At this moment of relaxation, he finally completely woke up. She was the person he couldn't leave. He would rather die than let her be hurt. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 98. It was only then that Wei Wei Bai realized that his chest had started to bleed. The bullet came from the back, and right in the heart. The target is dead? It was Wei Wei Bai's first time encountering such a situation. No matter how calm she was, she couldn't react in time. Li Xinghe, who had knocked Chenru out with a kick, turned around and saw what was happening. His expression immediately changed, and he ran over. He reached out and pulled Fu Beijia up. Wei Wei Bai shouted, Don't touch him. Li Xinghe paused. Wei Wei Bai sat up from the ground. Her fingers trembled as she touched Fu Beija's face. She was barely breathing. The system also reminded him that the target's death was counting down. He's going to die, host. The system's expression was heavy as well. The panic in Wei Wei Bai's eyes was forcefully suppressed. She suddenly said, Li Xinghe, you guard outside and leave the warehouse to me. I want to save him. Li Xinghe knew that she had medical skills, but Fu Beija couldn't hold on. This kind of injury, no matter who came, it would be useless. Li Xinghe's mouth was clumsy. He didn't know what to say. In the end, he was defeated by Wei Wei Bai's stubborn gaze. He immediately evacuated the crowd and told people to guard the warehouse. Then he carried Fu Beija into the warehouse. Wei Wei Bai looked at Fu Beija on the ground. She squatted down and then said to Li Xinghe, You go out. Don't let anyone come in. Li Xinghe looked at her thin back. She seemed so lonely at this moment. She whispered, Go out. I only trust you now. Li Xinghe's chest tightened. He nodded and then walked out without hesitation. She trusted him. He was worth it. Wei Wei Bai looked at Fu Beija, whose chest was full of blood, and her fingers were trembling from nervousness. Chapter 1108. Her targets were always strong, so strong that she could only rely on self-torture to gain favorability. This was the first time she encountered a target that died before her. Except for conquering ghosts, she said, Tongzi, my medical box still has 2 chances to save a life. Is it useful? The box was referring to the chances to save a life. It did not mean that opening it would definitely save a person. The system said, in theory, it's useful. Try it. After all, the reward was an incomplete product that it found, so it did not dare to be too confident. Wei Wei Bai said, I hid the medical box under the bed in the house. I won't be able to get it in time. The system said, It's okay. I'll get it for you. The system had restrictions on taking other things, but it was originally the system's. It could take it directly. Soon, the box appeared in front of Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai opened it without hesitation. As expected, it was another set of scalpels and the operation process. It was too difficult. Wei Wei Bai knew that the operation process was not something she could do. She had no choice but to open the box again. At the end of the box was a pair of surgical gloves. They were very thin gloves. The system immediately said, Put them on quickly. This pair of gloves is a beginner's guide. Once you put them on, they will automatically help you with the operation. Wei Wei Bai immediately put them on. It seemed that the life-saving reward was very reliable. Wei Wei Bai began to operate on Fu Beija. He was on the verge of death. For this kind of wound, even in the modern operating theater, it would take the best of the best to operate on it, and it would take a lot of effort to succeed. Her operation process was a reward from the system. That was why it was so advanced, even more advanced than modern times. However, the operation had risks, and it was not 100% successful. For the first time, Wei Wei Bai experienced this feeling of extreme tension. She held his life in her hands. The gloves automatically controlled her hands, and her fingers steadily cut open his clothes, skin, and flesh without a trace of trembling, finally revealing the bullet wound. Due to the correct surgical method, not much blood flowed out. It only stained her fingers. The bullet was slowly removed, followed by a series of surgeries. Finally, the flesh was sewn back together. The surgery was finally completed, but his heart had stopped beating. The operation failed. Her hands were stained with Fu Beija's blood. She sat beside him in a daze. The snow outside the window flew in. He felt a sudden chill. Wei Wei Bai reached out and slowly touched Fu Beija's eyes. Rest in peace. She actually managed to kill the target of her strategy. As expected, being a doctor was not a job that humans could do. Suddenly, something soft swept past her palm. Wei Wei Bai paused and moved her hand away in a daze, only to see Fu Beija open his eyes and look at her like a zombie. Wei Wei Bai trembled. Fu Beija suddenly used all his strength to reach out and hug her. I'm fine. When he was hit by the bullet, he thought he was dead. The cold darkness kept pulling him down, but he still had consciousness. He vaguely knew that there was someone constantly saving him. That desperate desire to keep him alive, he could feel it. He continued to climb up until he finally opened his eyes. Then he saw her sitting beside him. A hazy light shrouded her petite figure, and white snowflakes fell on her body. Her hands were stained with blood from saving him, and her eyes were filled with grief and pain. At this moment, he actually felt happy. The person desperately trying to keep him alive was her. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 99. Chapter 1109. When Li Xinghe entered the room, he saw Wei Wei Bai sitting and Fu Beijia quietly leaning his head on her thighs. Wei Wei Bai lowered her head and whispered something. Li Xinghe stood at the door in a daze. He actually did not think that Wei Wei Bai could save Fu Beijia. But when he saw her hands covered in blood, holding Fu Beijia so gently, and the man on her thighs looking at her with a pair of dark and gentle eyes, his heart was overwhelmed by an unbearable pain. This feeling made him grit his teeth and bear with it. Then, he walked over with a calm expression. Fu Beijia opened his eyes tiredly, but his vigilance was still there. When Li Xinghe came up, his eyes had become especially sharp. Li Xinghe sighed. "All right, let's stop fighting for now. With your current state, I won't win honorably." Fu Beijia sneered. He really could not stand Li Xinghe's personality. So fussy. If he had this kind of opportunity to kill his enemy, he would be very happy. The more miserable his enemy was, the happier he would be. Of course, if Li Xinghe wanted to let him go, he would gladly accept. When he killed him in the future, it would be fine as long as he did not let him die too miserably. Wei Wei Bai looked up at Li Xinghe. He really was a sunny and warm man. The system's choice had never been wrong, especially when it was specifically for her. Wei Wei Bai's voice was a little hoarse. Her body was also very tired after such a series of torment. "Can you carry him to the car?" Li Xinghe frowned. Fu Beijia's eyelids twitched. The system secretly ate a melon. Fu Beijia frowned and coldly said, "Go and call the adjutant to carry me." Li Xinghe glanced at Fu Beijia, but quietly bent down, reached under his knees, and directly carried him in a princess carry. Wei Wei Bai and the system said, "Oh ho." Fu Beijia looked at Li Xinghe murderously. Li Xinghe's expression did not look good either. "If you don't hug her like this, the wound will split open. I will fulfill all of Wei Wei's requests." It was rare for Wei Wei Bai to ask him for something. He couldn't wait to give her his heart. Hugging Fu Beijia was nothing. Fu Beijia's body stiffened. He had no strength to struggle at all. He said, "Put me down." If he was carried out by Li Xinghe, his reputation would be even worse. "Besides, you won't die if you carry me." Li Xinghe walked out step by step. His face was incomparably inflexible. "No, you're Wei Wei's husband in name. If something happens to your body, Wei Wei will have to take care of you for the rest of your life. Don't drag her down." Fu Beijia said angrily. "Go away. We are husband and wife in name." Li Xinghe's footsteps paused. A trace of sadness flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. He did not dare to let Wei Wei Bai see anything wrong. He said, "Then you have to protect yourself even more. Don't trouble Wei Wei because of the pain here and there. If something really happens to your body, die quickly." When his father was shot by Fu Beijia and was bedridden, the people taking care of him were very tired. Li Xinghe hated Fu Beijia, but in front of Wei Wei Bai, he could not kill Fu Beijia. This was because he did not want Wei Wei Bai to hate him. When she thought of him in the future, she would be happy and feel that he was a childhood friend and a very good brother. He would be very satisfied. As for Fu Beijia, there were many opportunities to kill him. There was no need to rush to kill him now. Fu Beijia and Li Xinghe's state of mind were very similar. They were as confident as a puzzle. They both felt that they could kill each other. Wei Wei Bai was just about to struggle to get up when the system said, "Do you want to leave early?" Chapter 1110. Don't we still have time? There was still tomorrow, and they would leave the day after tomorrow. The system said, "The main system will attack you the day after tomorrow, and I don't know what method it will use to make the grenade fall on your head. It might be a weapon like an airplane." Wei Wei Bai thought for a while. "You're saying that I'll bring harm to the people around me." The system said, "The range of the grenade is quite large, and you might be next to Fu Beijia, so the two of you can die together." Wei Wei Bai said, "Favorability is only 99. The system said, "Walk to the door." Wei Wei Bai, ? She obediently and slowly walked to the door. Cold snowflakes hit her face. She blinked and heard the system say, "Call out to Fu Beija." Wei Wei Bai trusted the system, although she did not know what it wanted to do. Fu Beija. Under the snowflakes, she leaned against the door, looking calm and tired. Her voice was soft and sweet. It was indescribably pleasant. Fu Beija was just put in the car by Li Xinghe, and the door was open. He turned to look at her. The system said, "Smile." Wei Wei Bai smiled. It was a pure smile, without a trace of reluctance, and her eyes were more delicate and clean than the snow. It was a very simple smile. Fu Beija's eyes softened, and he stretched out his hand. "Let's go back." Wei Wei Bai nodded. The system said again, "I love you." Wei Wei Bai was stunned and was silent for a while. Her long hair was stained by the snowflakes, and she put her hand by the door and finally opened her mouth. "I love you." Fu Beija was stunned. He did not know why she would suddenly confess under such circumstances. But he could not stop the joy, and it made his haggard face brighten up. He was used to being shameless, so his face was still burning red. Fu Beija's chest was very painful. His heart was beating too fast after the surgery. But this kind of pain made him feel especially satisfied. His lips trembled. The male lead's favorability is at 100. The system said, for the male lead to reach 100 favorability point from 99%, it's already a matter of course. A simple confession will do. This was the last time he used the heartwarming strategy. Wei Wei Bai was about to nod in agreement with the system. The roaring flames covered her vision, and then the sky was filled with darkness. The host has suffered heavy injuries. The mission is complete. Immediately leave this plane. Leave successfully. The bomb planted by Chun Ru was detonated. The range of the explosion was not large. It was in the warehouse. Wei Wei Bai, who was standing at the door, was immediately engulfed by the flames. Fu Beija's pupils shrank to the size of needles. The words in his lips trembled violently. "Me too, I love you too. Wei Wei." The shrill scream made one's scalp go numb. He almost jumped out of the car, his hands clawed at the snow, and desperately crawled forward. The flames in the warehouse were hot and bright in the white snow, and all the moths were instantly turned into ashes. Fu Beija almost crawled to the door, his hands grabbing the scorching flames. But there was none. His hands hurt to the bone, but he could not grab anything. The adjutant behind him reacted and immediately rushed over to hold Fu Beija, not letting him go in to die. "Put out the fire, save the madam." This sentence was futile. Everyone knew that Wei Wei Bai was gone. The system saw the chaos below, Fu Beija's painful expression, and Li Xinghe's panic of losing his mind and asking people to put out the fire. Chapter 11:11. It looked at Fu Beija blankly for a while, and there was a hint of struggle in its eyes. But soon its eyes returned to calmness and even coldness. It held a ball of soul light in its hands. This ball of light was a lot bigger, and it was Wei Wei Bai's. From the first plane, the light was so weak that it could die at any time. Now it had a lot of light balls. Its mood was finally better. Suddenly, it looked up at the Fate Roulette and then at the Soul Channel. A powerful force that did not belong to this world suddenly came to the plane world. The system quickly bowed its head, sneaked through the Soul Channel, and ran to the real world. If Wei Wei Bai stayed in this plane for another day, she would be found by the main system. That was why it let her leave quickly. Its action of stealing the main system's data still aroused the vigilance of the main system. The main system, which had been sleeping for a long time, separated its spiritual sense to check whether there was a problem with the world. The system ran fast, so the main system did not find it in Wei Wei Bai. It safely passed through a disaster. The system carefully put Wei Wei Bai's soul back into her body. Then it reached out and gently tapped her forehead. "What's wrong with eating more of your snacks? You're fat. If I don't eat more, I can't hold you." Suddenly the system was alert. It immediately shrank into a ball and hid again. Yi Yuxuan seemed to be aware of something. He looked up again at Wei Wei Bai's head, his eyes calm and scrutinizing. It wasn't out of curiosity or doubt, but calm observation. Qin Xiu hurried over. I say, how many things did you bring to the field trip? Even if you want to go out for Weiwei to bask in the sun, you don't need to bring a box of glucose bottles. As he spoke, he began to familiarize himself with the intravenous drip to hang the glucose. Then he finished for Weiwei Bai. Usually, when she was asleep, all kinds of medical equipment to supplement nutrition were indispensable. But unexpectedly, Yi Yuxuan patted his head and said that the scenery in the suburbs was good. Weiwei Bai had been in a deep sleep. Not being able to see her would affect her physical and mental health. He had been in a deep sleep all this time. So why would he care about the suburbs? Pushing it to the door to bask in the sun would have the same effect. He also brought a set of medical equipment and various daily necessities. Was this an outing, or was he preparing to stay in the suburbs? Qin Xiu nagged. While working, Yi Yuxuan took the blanket and covered Weiwei Bai with it. The weather was cold, and he was afraid that she would not feel well. Yi Yuxuan suddenly said calmly, "Do you see something on Weiwei's head?" Qin Xiu blankly looked up at Weiwei Bai's head. There was nothing. He then looked at Weiwei Bai's hair and said doubtfully, "Did you see her dandruff? Didn't you wash her hair every day? Her hair is clean and smells good." Yi Yuxuan's calm expression turned cold. He looked at Qin Xiu with dark eyes. Qin Xiu retreated a dozen steps for fear of being beaten by Yi Yuxuan. He can't beat him. Yi Yuxuan glanced at Weiwei Bai's head again and said to himself, "It seems that only I can see it." Above her head, in the void, there was a golden, incomplete light. What was that? Yi Yuxuan calmly analyzed it, but he had no idea. He felt that his knowledge reserve was not enough. Although he had searched for a lot of information during this time, he still had no clue. He was impatient, curious, and he didn't have these emotions. But when it came to Weiwei Bai, his calm heart still surged with a strong desire to solve it. The download address is at https://www.sashu. Calm the. Chapter 11:12. These golden fragments are likely to have something to do with her being in a deep sleep. After Qin Xiu finished moving things, he saw the life assistant, the president's secretary, and so on standing in another place making lunch. He had nothing to do, so he found something to say. "You haven't been dreaming recently. You haven't come to me for counseling." The strange dreams that Yi Yuxuan had before were super scary. In particular, he felt that every time Yi Yuxuan talked about dreams, his whole person would change, even a little bit of schizophrenia. But this schizophrenia would soon be controlled by Yi Yuxuan himself, and he would return to normal. And after returning to normal, he felt that Yi Yuxuan's numb emotional fluctuations would be more sensitive. Although his dreams were cruel and terrible, Qin Xiu still felt that these dreams had great benefits. As for Yi Yuxuan, he felt that he was hurt in the dream, but it was just a dream. He would be fine when he woke up. Yi Yuxuan glanced at him faintly. He didn't know why this glance was cold and cruel. Qin Xiu took a few steps back. "What are you doing?" "I just complimented Weiwei. And you're already hating me?" Yi Yuxuan shook his head. "I'm not such a stingy person. If you just touched her hair, I would want to cut off your hand." Is this stingy? This is a psychopath, a control freak, and a brutal antisocial personality. Yi Yuxuan took out a comb from the bag next to him and slowly combed Weiwei Bai's hair in the wheelchair. "I just had a dream." Qin Xiu looked blank. Did he just sleep? How come he didn't know? Could Yi Yuxuan sleep with his eyes open? It was impossible for others, but Yi Yuxuan, if he suddenly said that he was a god or wanted to destroy the world, he felt that it was possible. "Yi Yuxuan, just now in the car when I was holding Weiwei, I dozed off and had a dream." Qin Xiu was a little curious. "What did you dream of?" Yi Yuxuan was silent for a moment, and then slowly said, "I dreamed that man, no, I seem to be crazy." Qin Xiu, "I think you are crazy in reality, although your craziness is unique." The first time he saw Yi Yuxuan, he saw him sitting indifferently in a chair, reading those particularly profound books. He felt that this child was really crazy. He couldn't understand any of the books he was reading. What was going on? Genius and crazy, but genius. The follow-up to The Abandoned Wife of a Young Marshal in the Republic of China. Li Xinghe took off his hat and sat on the chair. His face was much older and more haggard. In front of him was the agreement. This was a decent piece of paper made by a stray dog. For years, he looked at the man sitting in the chair opposite him in a trance. For years ago, he remembered that it was also winter. She stood at the door of the warehouse, laughing, and then there was an overwhelming snowflake and a roaring fire. The white snowflakes were like paper money to pay tribute to her. During the time when she died, he and Fu Beija stopped the war. Both sides seemed to be discouraged, and there was no trace of fighting spirit. Then, after a year of peace, Fu Beija began to take the initiative to provoke the war. Like a hot knife through butter, he pressed forward, desperately attacking the south. Li Xinghe looked at Fu Beija all the way to victory and sneered. He felt that Fu Beija forgot about Wei Wei Bai, so he was not sad and finally remembered his goal of conquering the world. His ambition had long been eroded by Wei Wei Bai's death. Fu Beija let it go so easily. Fu Beija won. He sat opposite him and watched him sign the contract of forfeiture. After signing the agreement, Li Xinghe closed his eyes and sighed. "You can kill me." The man opposite him was dressed in military uniform and did not wear a hat. Under his short black hair was a pair of eyes, cold and bright. His face was still young and handsome, and his attitude was sloppy like a hooligan. "Sign it and get out of the country." After saying that, Fu Beija nimbly took the agreement and waved his hand. "I'm leaving." Li Xinghe stood up in shock. "You're not going to kill me?" Fu Beija had already walked to the door. When the adjutant opened the door, snow flew in from outside. He impatiently waved his hand. In his black eyes, there was a trace of impatience. "Of course I want to kill you, but Wei Wei did not let me kill you. I have to let her know that I am a man of my word." Li Xinghe's heart was sour. "You actually still remember Wei Wei's words?" Fu Beija raised his eyebrows and coldly snorted. "It's not like I have amnesia. She was still instructing me yesterday morning." Li Xinghe paused, as if he was struck by lightning. He saw that Fu Beija had already walked out. The adjutant opened a black umbrella and covered his head. Li Xinghe did not care about anything else and staggered over. "Fu Beija, you're crazy. Wei Wei, she, is all ready." A gun was pointed at Li Xinghe's forehead, and behind that cold black muzzle was Fu Beija's cold face. His voice was more illusory and cold than the sky full of snow. "Li Xinghe, you're jealous that I have her." Li Xinghe stared at him blankly, but he did not know why his heart was sour, and tears came out from his eyes. Wei Wei Bai is dead. Fu Beija is really crazy. / button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 11:13. When Fu Beija returned home, the snow had covered the road outside. There was a thick layer of snow, and when he stepped on it, it would make a crunching sound. He frowned in annoyance and quickened his pace. The ringing in his ears started to appear, giving him a splitting headache. When he entered the door, he took off his hat. His short black hair was a little wet, traces of the melting snow. However, he did not feel cold at all. He was just annoyed. He did not know what he was annoyed about. When Fu Beija opened the door, he paused and suddenly called out softly, "Wei Wei." A clear and sweet voice responded from behind the door. "Fu Beija, you're back." She had always called him by his name. She did not respect him as much as other people, but it was so nice that his heart softened and melted. Maybe it was because there was always a hint of sweetness in her voice. This kind of sweetness was addictive. After hearing one sentence from her, he wanted to hear more. He did not even care about what she said. Fu Beija pushed open the door. His brows were still heavy, but he still walked in. There was a screen inside the door, but suddenly he found that the screen was placed to one side. A woman was sitting on a chair with her back facing him. She was wearing a light green cheongsam, and she was quite beautiful. Fu Beija stopped in his tracks, and his eyes turned red. He closed his eyes, and the huge despair in his chest formed an empty sadness. He called out softly again, "Wei Wei." The woman said softly, "You're back." Fu Beija was silent. He did not even open his eyes. The woman said, "Fu Beija, where did you go? I waited for you until the food was cold." The voice was right. The tone was also delicate and charming. Even the woman's back looked like her. Fu Beija really wanted to blind his eyes, ears, and even his brain. Only in this way could he lie to himself. The woman in front of him was his Wei Wei. The woman spoke again. Fu Beija, bang. A bullet brushed past her ear, and her hair fell off. The woman was stunned for a moment before she suddenly screamed. Her voice was completely different from when she was talking just now. It was sharp and made people feel uncomfortable. Fu Beija finally opened his eyes again. He raised his hand and raised his gun. The coldness in his eyes gradually grew. His expression was ferocious and terrifying. "They'll let you in." The woman turned around, and her face actually looked a bit like Bai Weiwei. She knelt down in horror. Young Marshal, before he could finish, a couple behind the screen suddenly appeared and knelt down in fear. "Young Marshal, we found her. After all, Madam has passed away. You can't keep using your ventriloquism to miss her. After all, the Fu family still needs descendants. Moreover, this girl was carefully selected. She resembles Madam the most." Fu Beija looked down at them. This couple was the master of ventriloquism that he had taken Weiwei by to see back then. All these years, every time he had a terrible headache and wanted to kill someone, he would call them over and sit behind the screen. Then, he would imitate Weiwei Bai's voice so that he could have some pitiful peace. He could even write his own lines and scripts. His sweet life with Weiwei after marriage was all written by him. In the end, he even felt that it was not written by him. This was the life that they should live. Li Xing has said that he was crazy, but he was not. He knew better than anyone else that she was no longer around. But he had to rest. He lived in the torment of losing her 24 hours a day. Chapter 11:14. He needed at least a little time every day to deceive himself that she was still around. Otherwise, he would not be able to live on. The heavy and excessive longing made him unable to bear the burden. His personality did not allow him to have thoughts of dying. He was a person who wanted to be strong and not cowardly. Even if he died, he would not die cowardly. If he directly committed suicide, he would look down on himself. He had never endured such hardships before. Fu Beija's eyes were so cold that there was no trace of anger. He said, "Get out." The couple immediately got up and walked out. As for the remaining woman, when she saw Fu Beija holding a gun, she also got up in fear and then staggered towards the door. Just as she reached the door, a bullet hit her feet. The woman was so scared that she screamed and immediately ran out. She probably did not dare to look at Fu Beija in the future. Looking at the back view that looked like Weiwei Bai, Fu Beija's eyes were terrifyingly cold. He could not help but shoot at the back view. His Weiwei would not be so timid. She was the woman who braved his bullets to enter the house and become his wife. Fu Beija chased everyone away. He stood there in a daze for a long time before slowly sitting down. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. The gorgeous furnishings, tables and chairs were no different from 4 years ago. He did not change the furnishings. Even the boxes, wardrobes, and jewelry boxes that Weiwei Bai kept her things were still in the house. The house was clearly filled with her things, but as time passed, in the end, her aura grew faint and distant. Fu Beija took out a cigarette and smoked quietly. In the dense smoke, he seemed to see Weiwei Bai walking down the stairs. Wearing the moon-white cheongsam that he chose, her calves were extremely beautiful. Step by step, she swayed gracefully down the stairs. Her face was delicate, like the magnolia flower by the windowsill. When she smiled, her eyes were beautiful stars. He stared blankly. The pain of the past few years melted in her eyes. Fu Beija did not even dare to make a sound. The rational part of his mind had been abandoned. At this moment, he couldn't bear to disturb himself and shatter these unrealistic fantasies. She walked down the stairs. Her footsteps were slow but far away. Fu Beija watched as she slowly disappeared into thin air. She didn't even make a sound. She was just a phantom left behind in this house. It was more like he had imagined it. Fu Beija took a puff of his cigarette. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and lungs. The sharp pain made him start coughing. He had always been a pragmatic person. He never thought that he would one day be so fantastical. Everyone said that young Master Fu had unique hobbies. Everyone else hired a troupe to perform at home, but he hired a ventriloquist to imitate his dead wife at home. He didn't care about these rumors, but as time passed, even the ventriloquism couldn't calm him down. When he fought, he was much more innocent. Life and death came and went, and his survival instinct made him suppress his longing. But when the war was over, there was no space for him to escape. Fu Beijia held back his coughs and smoked. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He touched his face. It was full of tears. Fu Beijia pursed his lips. Useless. Useless. He scolded himself. What was the use of crying? She wasn't here. Who would feel sorry for him? Fu Beijia saw that the window was open and snowflakes were falling. The weather was very cold. He wiped his tears as if nothing had happened and went to close the window. After all, if he didn't close the window when it was cold, the temperature in the house would drop. If it dropped, she would fall sick. / Chapter 11:15. Fu Beijia suddenly couldn't take it anymore. For the past 4 years, he had tried everything to endure and comfort himself. After a long time, his feelings would fade. He wouldn't feel so bad anymore. But those bastards lied to him. It didn't fade at all. It was still as bright as a knife, stabbing his heart every day. Fu Beijia bent over. His straight body was finally crushed. He felt his heart beating violently, and his limbs were cold. In the cold winter weather, his head was covered in cold sweat. Every time he thought of her death, he had this reaction. Fu Beijia felt that other people's reactions to opiate withdrawal were not as painful as his. He felt that he was also addicted. He was addicted to her. She was dead, so he could only quit. But this process was too long, and he really couldn't take it anymore. He didn't want to think about her or miss her anymore, especially when he thought of the time he would lose her, which would last a lifetime. This was a man who could face thousands of soldiers and horses on the battlefield and face piles of corpses indifferently. Suddenly, he began to feel afraid. The adjutant knocked on the door and found that no one answered. He was holding an important document in his hand, so he could only push the door open and was about to speak. But he found their young commander standing by the window. His body was almost bent, as if he was in great pain. The adjutant exclaimed, "Young commander." Fu Beijia looked up fiercely. His eyes were red, and his violence and despair made people feel fear. The adjutant was frightened. But soon, Fu Beijia straightened up again. The violence in his eyes disappeared, leaving behind a cold calmness. He asked, "What's the matter?" The adjutant said, "The news from the south." Fu Beijia took the document from his hand expressionlessly. "I'll look at it. There's a meeting tonight. Go and inform the others." The adjutant immediately nodded. "Yes, young commander." The adjutant walked out. The snow made him shrink his neck, and he couldn't help but look back. But he saw Fu Beijia standing in the room. He didn't know what he was looking at, but for some reason, he gave off a sad and lonely feeling. The adjutant didn't dare to take a closer look. He could only pretend that he didn't know and hurriedly left. 3 years later, Li Xinghe, who was in another country, suddenly received an urgent telegram. He carried his simple luggage and boarded the ship back on the same day. After returning home, he rushed straight to the hospital. When he saw the man lying on the bed, he almost couldn't recognize him. His body was so thin that not a single bit of flesh could be seen. His short black hair had also lost its luster, and there were even strands of white hair mixed in. Fu Beijia had a lung problem. It was said that it was caused by long-term smoking. Of course, it was also related to his long-term self-abuse lifestyle. Li Xinghe did not know what to feel in his heart. This man who had defeated him was now only one step away from death. Or they could rely on medical equipment to live a little longer, but it would only be torture. Fu Beijia did not let his guard down. When he heard the sound of the chair being moved away, he opened his eyes. His eyes were not cloudy at all. Instead, they were terrifyingly calm. Li Xinghe was not afraid of him. He said bluntly, "Why did you ask me to come back? Is it because you feel that you're going to die and I'm living a good life? You're jealous and want to kill me before you die." These 7 years, no one had it easy. All of his feelings had been worn away. After her death, the name Wei Wei was like a curse, heavy and tragic. Fu Beija struggled to raise the corners of his mouth. None of those little brats have the guts. Only you can. Li Xinghe looked at him strangely. Fu Beija pointed to a gun on the table next to him. Give me a ride. /to TXD. Chapter 11:16. There was no way to recover from this illness, but the hospital could only keep him alive. Because he was too important. Fu Beija did not intend to commit suicide, but he did not want to be served by others in his last days. Li Xinghe knew what he was thinking. After all, if he was the one lying on the hospital bed, he could only shoot himself. This was not because he was afraid of being tortured by treatment, but because of his self-esteem. A person who had been strong all his life would not allow himself to be weak. Fu Beija was stronger than him. Li Xinghe did not take the gun, but said calmly, "You can still move your hands. Why don't you end your own life?" Fu Beija's face was sunken, and his eyes were sharper. He said in a hoarse voice, "I can't bear to." Li Xinghe did not understand. "Can't bear to?" Fu Beija said with difficulty. "At first, I couldn't bear to kill myself. I felt that I was very good, and I shouldn't kill myself so easily. No matter how painful it is, I can endure it." Endure. Li Xinghe felt that this was a good word. He was also enduring his life. Fu Beija said, later on, "I couldn't endure it anymore, but I thought that no matter what, this life was saved by her. After I lost her, I was only left with the clothes and accessories that she left behind. After a long time, those things no longer had any trace of her." He was silent for a while before saying, "So I'm the only life left. Since she saved it, then it's hers." He could not bear to destroy her things. Li Xinghe felt that his theory was very strange. But he thought about how he had endured for so many years. If he did not give a reason to continue, he would not have been able to endure for so many years. Fu Beija gasped for a moment. "Of course, there's one last reason." Li Xinghe said, "You have so many reasons not to commit suicide." When did Fu Beija become so wishy-washy? Fu Beija snorted. "That's right, are you jealous?" Li Xinghe frowned. "You're already like this. Why would I be jealous? Am I jealous that you're losing weight?" All that was left was a skeleton, and it was frightening to look at. Fu Beija said, "Wei Wei likes me. No, she loves me. How can I end my relationship with her so easily?" Li Xinghe, Fu Beija was right to look for him. He really wanted to shoot this thick-skinned bastard. Fu Beija had already reached the limit of what he could say. His eyes were half closed, and the cold determination in his eyes had disappeared. There was only emptiness. "I can't hold on any longer." His words were almost in his mouth. "She won't look down on me, right?" These words were too hurtful, so careful and lowly. They were so lowly that no flowers could bloom in the dust, only wounds that covered the ground. Li Xinghe didn't say anything, but suddenly smiled. She has never been the kind of woman who looks down on others. She was so nice. Why would she look down on others? After so many years, he thought that he could meet someone similar to her again. But he realized that it was useless no matter how many countries he went to, because he met more beautiful women and interesting souls. None of them could compare to her. Since he met her first, it was useless no matter how good the women were. It was a hopeless truth. Fu Beija listened to Li Xinghe's insincere words of comfort, and there was a trace of relief on his calm face. "After I die, you should accept the things I left behind." This was the first time Li Xinghe saw Fu Beija speaking to him in such a gentle manner. He picked up the gun from the table and pressed it against Fu Beija's forehead. "It's not your style to talk so much. Go and find her, Fu Beija." Fu Beija slowly closed his eyes. A violent gunshot was heard. Blood splattered everywhere, the last color he saw before he died. That red was the same as the day she entered the house, wearing a wedding dress, bright and dazzling. She stood inside the door. She smiled, and her voice was crisp and sweet. "I'm yours, Fu Beija. I'm yours too, Wei Wei Bai." Chapter 11:17. Qin Xiu silently pulled out a few tissues from the paper box next to him, and then sobbed and wiped his tears. Yi Yuxuan's face was calm, indifferent, without any emotional fluctuations. Qin Xiu said, "You're too miserable. By the way, what happened to the bad woman who killed your family's Wei Wei? Did you cut her into 1,000 pieces? Yi Yuxuan thought for a moment. I didn't cut her into pieces. She loved her family, so I killed her family one by one, and then let her go to the streets to beg. Qin Xiu. It sounds a bit crazy. This is more terrible than taking someone's life. Qin Xiu looked up and down at the man in front of him again. He was still so cold, still so expressionless to the point of being unreasonable. He wiped his tears. Why are you not touched at all? He heard that he was hurt even in his dreams. Even if Yi Yuxuan was a stone, he would be crushed. How could he still look so calm? When he talked about his dreams before, didn't he sometimes reveal his emotions? To make Yi Yuxuan reveal his emotions, it was generally possible for a fatal blow to happen. Yi Yuxuan saw the blanket on Wei Wei Bai fall down, exposing her shoulders. He reached out and pulled her up again, his voice very calm. I'm used to it. Used to a long period of despair, and then when he opened his eyes, the beauty of returning to her side again. Yi Yuxuan felt that the man in the dream was more miserable, but he was not miserable, because she was always by his side, even if he kept having such terrible dreams, losing her again and again. But as long as he thought of her waiting for him in reality. What came up in his heart was not the heavy and unsuppressible sadness, but the joy of relief. After experiencing it for a long time, he was able to cope with these unfamiliar emotions that came flooding in. Qin Xiu listened and wiped his nose again. Why does it sound worse? It was not enough to have this kind of dream once. He had it again and again. Moreover, the female lead of these strange dreams was always Wei Wei Bai. Qin Xiu's face was sad, and he said to Yi Yuxuan earnestly, Xin Xian, why don't you and Wei Wei get married? I think your illness is really not light. Men are full of vigor, and it's rare to meet a girl they like. There are perverts who can't suppress their heart. Look at what you become. Every time, he would dream of a bunch of love and hate stories with Wei Wei Bai. Every time, it was Wei Wei Bai who liked him to death. This was a typical case of things that couldn't be found in reality and could only be found in dreams. Qin Xiu looked at Yi Yuxuan with even more pity. How could he be such an emotionless youth? He had become an unrealistic dreamer. Qin Xiu suddenly felt that being single was pretty good. It was better than dreaming. Yi Yuxuan said indifferently, It's a bit hard to hold it in, but I think if she doesn't like it, I can hold it in until after marriage. Qin Xiu, when will it be after marriage? A few days ago, they were still discussing how to make the engagement party. But as soon as Wei Wei Bai woke up, it fell through. Qin Xiu looked at Yi Yuxuan, and his face became bitter. Yi Yuxuan's heart must be more bitter than his. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such unreliable dreams every day. Yi Yuxuan looked at Wei Wei Bai. She was sleeping quietly with her eyes closed, soft and white. His expression softened, and the calm indifference in his eyes was also stained with warmth. That day will come, I can wait. He had been waiting for her for a long time, so he didn't lack the experience of waiting. And then read the ad. https://m Sashu. Com collections below to record the reading record. Chapter 1118. Yi Yuxuan suddenly held his breath and saw the eyelashes of the woman in the wheelchair tremble. Then she opened her eyes. Her clear eyes were blank and unguarded, and his figure was reflected in them. Wei Wei Bai blinked and blinked again. His handsome face was right in front of her. She took a deep breath and fell back, only to find that her body hit the back of the chair. She saw that she was sitting in a wheelchair, and there was an intravenous drip in her wrist. Yi Yuxuan. Wei Wei Bai was out of breath. Every time she woke up, it was her and the system. The first time she opened her eyes, it was someone else. Yi Yuxuan looked at her gently, obviously without any expression, but he was surprisingly gentle. You're awake. Bai Wei Wei pursed her lips before she breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. I'm awake. Such a mysterious conversation. Qin Xiu looked at this and that in silence. Single dogs don't care about the idea of disbanding a sour and extremely ungrounded couple. These two people looked like they were made for each other. Even their conversation seemed to have a special meaning. Yi Yuxuan reached out and neatly pulled out the needle in her wrist, then pressed the wound with a sterilized cotton pad. He quickly took out an okay bandage and put it on her. The wound was very small, and the bleeding would stop soon after he put it on. He said, "Are you hungry?" His voice was flat and natural, as if she had only slept for half an hour, and when she woke up, it would be lunchtime. Bai Weiwei cautiously called the system a few times in her mind. The cowardly system didn't dare to say a word. The more pain she experienced, not only did Weiwei Bai's soul begin to become heavier. Yi Yuxuan, the man responsible for providing vitality to Weiwei Bai, also began to slowly awaken some terrible abilities. It was not at the same level as Yi Yuxuan. If Yi Yuxuan had really fully awakened, it would have been crushed by him. Therefore, the system did not dare to make a sound in front of Yi Yuxuan. It was afraid that he would be able to hear its voice like Weiwei Bai. At that time, the scene would definitely be a bloody hell. It did not dare to take the risk. Weiwei Bai had also experienced Yi Yuxuan's terrifying ability to observe micro-expressions. She did not dare to call for the system too many times, for fear of being interrogated by Yi Yuxuan again. She took a look at her surroundings. The scenery was picturesque, and the scenery was particularly unique. In the distance, the green hills were covered with maple trees. Nearby, there were gurgling streams. Even the pebbles were soaked in the water. Under the sunlight, the sparkling water looked especially beautiful. Yi Yuxuan asked again patiently, "Do you want to eat something? You eat too much liquid food, so your digestion may not be good, so I prepared some special set meals for you." He had taken over everything that belonged to her. Even Bai Changyan was sent by him to attend a business seminar. Weiwei Bai had just woken up. In fact, she had no appetite. But under Yi Yuxuan's insistent gaze, she nodded. She nodded, her mind still a little muddled. Why was she here with Yi Yuxuan? Yi Yuxuan asked people to start making lunch. He brought her a paper cup with special warm juice inside. Weiwei Bai drank the juice and watched Yi Yuxuan, like a nanny, began to busy himself. Although there was an assistant, but without orders, the assistant did not dare to help Yi Yuxuan do anything. Qin Xiu silently nibbled an apple. Suddenly, he heard Weiwei Bai say, "Where is this?" Qin Xiu finally felt that he was a person, not an invisible person. He had been squatting next to them for so long. These two people looked at him as if he was air. Collection below to record this reading record. Chapter 1119. Qin Xiu immediately said excitedly, "This is the private forest park in the neighboring city. The scenery is great. Xianxian brought you here to get some sun." Weiwei Bai was confused for a moment. Private forest park? It was a park. How could it be private? Was this not contradictory? Qin Xiu did not think so much. No matter how contradictory it was just a name. He said, "This is the Yi family's private property. The few mountains you see, including this stream, are all private property." Weiwei Bai thought she had seen a lot of things. She grew up in luxury. What kind of wealth had she not enjoyed? But she was wrong compared to Yi Yuxuan. She thought of the biggest garden in her house, which was only a golf course. As for private mountains, private rivers, private parks, she was ignorant. Her house did not have any. Qin Xiu just said a few words before the system dared to speak. Host received 30 days of life points, deducting all kinds of XX costs, mainly system snacks, a total of 15 days. Host has 1,220 days of life points left. External life points can be accommodated for 1,500 days. Weiwei Bai said, "Now you don't report the details of the life points deducted. Are you pocketing my life points?" The system said, "No, it's because I'm lazy, so I'll just report it briefly. Your pitiful life points are not worth it for me to reach out and steal. Can you not be so proud of your laziness?" Weiwei Bai said, "How's Yi Yuxuan?" He was so calm. Her life points would not always be sucked away by Yi Yuxuan, right? The system said, "No change. Seems like he likes the stable period. That is, he is not excited, but the feelings are still there. If there's no big stimulation, it will always be like this. You can't farm life points, but you won't be sucked away by him." Weiwei Bai said, "I'm used to the days of lying down to win. If I start to stimulate Yi Yuxuan, I'm not used to it." Previously, when Yi Yuxuan was emotional, she just had to wake up. He didn't have to do anything. Yi Yuxuan's HP was instantly transferred to her. The system said humans need to be stimulated. Even if you like someone, once you've passed that passionate stage, your feelings will definitely become dull. This kind of indifference didn't mean that he didn't like it. It was the body that suppressed the excitement of liking. Let liking become a habit. Habits, on the other hand, didn't need to be controlled by emotions. It was just an instinctive action. Love you love to become instinct. It sounds wonderful, doesn't it? But for Wei Wei Bai, her instincts were too dull. If it was plain, he wouldn't be able to increase his HP. The system said, that's why you need to give him a sense of crisis. After all, you've already confirmed that he likes you, but he's sure that the two of you will definitely be together. If you don't cause trouble, his emotions won't fluctuate. The system was also trying its best to persuade him. Is it easy? I also need to make a strategy for the host. Wei Wei Bai rubbed her chin, deep in thought. After interacting with each other for such a long time, although Yi Yuxuan's face was paralyzed, he wasn't the kind of crazy robot she had imagined. He was quite good to her. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but say, Tongzi, there's no emotional blocker in reality. If I'm too serious in following Yi Yuxuan's strategy, I'm afraid that I won't be able to suppress my feelings. She was a human. If she didn't have any special means to deliberately get close to a man she didn't hate, after a while, she would definitely be moved. Download the at https://m. Sashu. Comto facilitate your next reading. You can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 1120. Acting required emotions, and there was no cheat to remove them. She would fall into it sooner or later. The system said, everything is risky. How can you succeed if you don't take risks? Wei Wei Bai shook her head. Actually, there's a more important reason why I don't want to get too close to Yi Yuxuan. The system asked, what's the reason? Wei Wei Bai said, Yi Yuxuan is too handsome. When I look at his face, my heart starts to beat faster. She looked up and saw that Yi Yuxuan had already spread out the picnic cloth with all kinds of beautiful food on it. It looked like a proper suburban trip. The sunlight from the treetops fell into his black hair, and his beautiful and indifferent eyes had a bit of light. Clean and cold handsome. It made people wonder how this face could be so perfect. Wei Wei Bai said, it's not good for a man to be too handsome. Isn't that a crime? The system said, wake up. Men are dangerous. You have to wake up and treat him like pork belly. It's just 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. What's so good about it? Wei Wei Bai said, pork belly is delicious too. The system was speechless. The host was done for. She was seduced by Yi Yuxuan. Wei Wei Bai drooled for 3 seconds, then finally put away those unrealistic thoughts. All right, I can't like it too plain. I need some excitement. The system? ? Wei Wei Bai calculated with a gloomy face. I think Yi Yuxuan is too trusting of me. That's why he's not excited. I'll just let him feel a sense of crisis. The system? Host, you change your face too quickly. Are you afraid you'll be tempted? Wei Wei Bai punched her palm and looked to the side. Finally, she saw Qin Xiu, who was eating an apple with his head down like a hamster. Qin Xiu was not a top-notch handsome guy, but he was still handsome. His eyes were eyes, and his eyebrows were eyebrows. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Yuxuan's cheat-like face always overshadowed her. Qin Xiu was also a handsome guy, and although Qin Xiu was a generation older than Yi Yuxuan, however, she was only 4 or 5 years older than Yi Yuxuan. Qin Xiu, who was eating the apple, suddenly felt a chill. He looked up and saw Wei Wei Bai looking at him with gloomy eyes. It felt like the big wild wolf had taken a fancy to the little Blue Riding Hood. He was terrified. What was going on? Could it be that the way he ate the apple was wrong? Wei Wei Bai suddenly reached out and put her hand on Qin Xiu's shoulder. Brother Qiu, do you have a girlfriend? Qin Xiu's face turned pale. His head was stiff. He twisted his neck and looked at Wei Wei Bai's beautiful white hand on his shoulder. On his shoulder. Qin Xiu looked at Yi Yuxuan in horror. Yi Yuxuan had just finished arranging the picnic cloth and stood up. His eyes coincidentally fell on Wei Wei Bai's hand, and then on Qin Xiu's shoulder. Qin Xiu's mind echoed. If he touched her hair, she would cut off his hand. Now, it was Wei Wei Bai who touched his shoulder. Yi Yuxuan wouldn't cut off his shoulder, right? Qin Xiu trembled and said, No, no one would like me. I'm unreliable, poor, and useless. No woman liked me since I was a child. With such a self-deprecation, he should be safe. But the next second, he saw an even more horrifying scene. Wei Wei Bai showed a bright and beautiful smile. I like Brother Qiu, such a pure and good man. Qin Qiu suddenly felt that the heavens wanted him dead. Lightning struck him and left him devastated. Wei Wei Bai. In fact, I like doctors since I was a child. A handsome and famous young doctor like Brother Qiu is very close to the man I look forward to. Qin Qiu felt that his picture was already hanging on the tombstone. He was going to die. His desire to survive made him struggle, and he retreated in panic. No, I'm a quack. I killed a lot of people. Every day, there are patients who want to stab me with a knife. Handsome because I had plastic surgery. Who said I'm young? In fact, I'm 72 years old. I look young because I'm wearing human skin mask. The man you look forward to has nothing to do with me. I'm not clean at all. I have AIDS. To survive, he used up his life to self-deprecate. Qin Qiu screamed all the way, and his footsteps quickly left the terrible murder scene. The system secretly said his life value increased by 30 days. Jealousy made Yi Yuxuan desperately give him life value. Yi Yuxuan stood next to the picnic cloth. His face was very calm as he looked at Wei Wei Bai. Only his eyes were burning a bit. Although Wei Wei Bai's legs were not disabled, she could still stand up. But for a moment, under his eyes, her legs were soft. Yi Yuxuan slowly walked over, his hands on both sides of her chair. He leaned over, the shadow on his face. There was a kind of shaking coldness. Is it fun? He knew she was doing it deliberately. Deliberately provoking Qin Qiu, and deliberately lying. But clearly he knew. Why did his heart still unbearably fluctuate? Wei Wei Bai was as innocent as a little goblin. I'm just making small talk, Yi Yuxuan said lightly. You also make small talk with me. Wei Wei Bai's eyes changed, and she was indescribably clingy. Then she slowly reached out and put her hand on Yi Yuxuan's shoulder. Yi Yuxuan was indifferent. Yes, I'm hungry, Yi Yuxuan. Then he bent down in resignation, picked her up, and walked towards the picnic cloth. If you're hungry, you have to eat. Otherwise, your stomach will not be good, Yi Yuxuan silently thought.
Chapter 284, Ghost Raider. As the capital city of Starmoon Kingdom, beneath the flourishing appearance of Starmoon City were piles and piles of pearly white bones. The moment Shifeng arrived at the city, he could already sniff out the strong smell of blood. When Shifeng walked the bustling streets of Starmoon City, none of the players he saw belonged to small and unknown guilds. Instead, all the guild players he saw belonged to third-rate guilds or above. As for the unrated guilds, Shifeng could make a general guess as to where they had gone. They had definitely been completely annexed by these large guilds. Furthermore, the average level of players in Starmoon City was very high. In terms of equipment, the players of Starmoon City were also a notch higher than the players of White River City originally. It was a very rare sight to find average players possessing bronze equipment. At Starmoon City, however, it was not a rare sight at all. Shifeng had even seen some independent players who possessed equipment of mysterious iron rank and above. As for the players who wore a guild emblem on them, majority of their equipment were of mysterious iron rank. Some elite members of guilds were even fully geared with mysterious iron equipment. The standards of Starmoon City were clearly a lot higher than White River City's. However, if these players were to be compared to Shifeng, they would still be miles and miles behind. When Shifeng arrived in Starmoon City, he had removed his disguise of black flame. Instead, he had chosen to use his original appearance of Yifeng to move around the city. Hence, he did not choose to hide the equipment he had on him right now. Although Shifeng had already turned off the innate glowing effect that dark gold equipment possessed, he was unable to do anything about the originally dashing appearance of the item itself. There was also the two weapons at his waist, the Abyssal Blade and the Demon Bane, whose quality could not be discerned through sight alone. Overall, Shifeng's equipment had caused all the players who walked past him to cast sidelong glances at him. Shifeng was just like a famous celebrity as he strolled along the streets of Starmoon City. It was impossible for him to keep a low profile even if he wanted to. However, Shifeng paid no attention to the stares he was receiving, focusing only on the task at hand. After arriving at Star Moon City, a new city, Shi Feng first made a trip to the city's auction house by force of habit. He intended to gauge the market conditions of this entire city. As the capital city, Star Moon City was geographically located in the central region of Star Moon Kingdom. Hence, whether it was the northern, southern, western, or eastern region, all trade would pass through this place. In the past, during the peak of Star Moon Kingdom, Star Moon City controlled a full quarter of Star Moon Kingdom's trade volume. One could simply imagine how large the trade volume at Star Moon City was. If one could dominate Star Moon City, the daily profits one could rake in would be astronomical. In comparison, the Star Streak trading firm's daily profit of 1,600 to 1,700 gold coins was merely a trifling sum. With such a large trade volume available, it would be a lie to say that Shi Feng did not have aspirations towards it. Unfortunately, Zero Wing had just recently set out on its journey. It would still be a long time before he could attempt to get a share of the pie known as Star Moon City today. Shi Feng was simply here to lay the groundwork for his eventual entry into Star Moon City's market in the future. Star Moon City's auction house was also the largest auction house in Star Moon Kingdom. When players registered an item here, the item would also be available for the players in the surrounding tens of cities to purchase. It was much more amazing than the White River City auction house. Moreover, when players from another country wished to visit Star Moon Kingdom, or when players from the kingdom itself wished to head to another country, they would be required to make a transit through Star Moon City, as it was the capital city of the kingdom. This situation also led to players from other countries selling their wares at the Star Moon auction house. Hence, there was a very large variety of items available at the Star Moon auction house, and no other auction house in Star Moon Kingdom could ever dream of being its equal. This was also one of the reasons why many players would willingly come here to purchase or sell their items. The inside of the auction house was filled with a sea of players. After entering the building, Shi Feng quickly looked for a quiet corner and sat down. He then called out the auction house interface, quietly browsing through its contents. Brother Blade, look at that person's amazing equipment. Although my eagle eye's skill allows me to identify any weapon or equipment that is fine gold rank or below, when I tried identifying that person's stuff, many of them returned as unidentifiable. A skinny ranger said excitedly as he drooled at Shi Feng's equipment. What? Unidentifiable? Don't tell me he's using dark gold equipment. Imperial Thunder, did something go wrong with your skill? Let alone a player from an unknown guild, even the guild leaders of Ouroboros and the Star Alliance wouldn't be able to possess so many dark gold equipment, the robust-looking berserker named Lifeless Blade argued, laughing. Brother Blade, you should know that this identification skill of mine is an advanced skill that I obtained only after completing a unique quest. When had it ever gone wrong before? The ranger named Imperial Thunder replied earnestly. Lifeless Blade nodded, his expression turning serious. He then looked towards Shi Feng, who currently sat on a stone chair, noticing that he was actually unfamiliar with this person. Yi Feng. He isn't an expert of Star Moon City. He should have come from some other city. After Lifeless Blade used an identification skill on Shi Feng, he immediately knew that Shi Feng was not a player belonging to Star Moon City. Lifeless Blade could be considered a somewhat famous person in Star Moon Kingdom. He had met many players before, and he had also met majority of the experts that could be found in the city. As for the experts he had yet to meet, he knew what they were called, at the very least. Even so, he had never heard of an expert called Yi Feng before, and yet, I seem to recall hearing this name, Yi Feng, from somewhere. Lifeless Blade drifted into deep thought. I recall seeing this name on the official forums before. I wonder if I can still find it now. Thinking so, Lifeless Blade opened the official forums and started searching for information relating to a player called Yi Feng. At this moment, Imperial Thunder used eagle eyes on the guild emblem hanging on Shi Feng's chest. Instantly, a shocked expression surfaced on his face. Yet, immediately after, that shock turned into great excitement. Imperial Thunder, what happened to you? Lifeless Blade asked curiously. It was his first time seeing Imperial Thunder produce such an expression. In the past, Imperial Thunder did not react with such intensity even when he saw a Lord-ranked field boss. Brother Blade, he's a member of Zero Wing. Imperial Thunder said excitedly. Zero Wing. Why would they be here? Lifeless Blade asked curiously. Nobody in Starmoon Kingdom had not heard of Zero Wing at this point. After all, it was the first guild in Starmoon Kingdom to possess its own guild residence. Moreover, there were plenty of experts in its midst. Even the top-ranking player in Starmoon Kingdom was a member of Zero Wing. Not only was this guild extremely mysterious, it also had Starmoon Kingdom's chief forger providing them with equipment. Countless players wished to join Zero Wing. Unfortunately, the guild was only recruiting members in White River City. Unless players from other cities migrated there, they would have no chance of joining it at all at this moment. Lifeless Blade had also found some information relating to Yi Feng on the forums. Aside from finding out that Yi Feng was the author of the White River City Guidebook, Lifeless Blade had also found some video recordings of Yi Feng's battles. Of them, the video showing Yi Feng's one-man battle against hundreds of Martial Union members was still ranked within the top 30 most viewed videos. The video had even been titled God-Ranked Swordsman's Instructional Video, so he is that God-ranked expert, Yi Feng. Lifeless Blade felt greatly surprised at this moment. He never imagined he would get the chance to meet such a great expert. While Lifeless Blade and Imperial Thunder were watching Shi Feng, with his extraordinary 5 senses, had long since noticed his 2 observers. The interest these 2 players emitted was very strong. In addition, the fervor in their gazes made it hard for Shi Feng not to notice them, even if he wasn't trying. And here I was, wondering who was spying on me. It turned out that it was Lifeless Blade and Imperial Thunder. Shi Feng glanced at his 2 admirers, sending a faint smile at them. Shi Feng had been looking forward to meeting these 2 famous players for a long time now. Before they had even started playing God's Domain, they were already a relatively famous independent party. In the gaming world, they had even been called the Sharp Arrow Party. After they entered God's Domain, they shone even more than before. In the past, the team they had formed managed to successfully raid plenty of team dungeons that even the main force of first-rate guilds were helpless against. Meanwhile, the team leader, Lifeless Blade, had also been nicknamed the Ghost Raider Brother Blade. Such a chance won't fall into our laps a second time. Why don't we go get acquainted with him? Who knows, we might even become friends, Imperial Thunder suggested to Lifeless Blade. Chapter 285, Market Research. Imperial Thunder's suggestion sent Lifeless Blade into a light contemplation. Soon after, Lifeless Blade replied with a note. As the saying went, another friend is another opportunity. If one wished to succeed in a game, an extensive network of friends was necessary. It was especially true when it came to friends who were experts. If we are going to hastily approach and interrupt him like this, we need to be careful with our words when we speak. After all, every expert has their own unique personality. Some might be cheerful, some might be indifferent, and some might be arrogant. It would be counterproductive if we happened to accidentally provoke him, Lifeless Blade whispered. Of course I know about this point. Imperial Thunder laughed. You do, huh? Lifeless Blade rolled his eyes at Imperial Thunder. He then continued, do you still remember how you managed to provoke Yuan Fei, one of the top 10 rookies of the gaming world, whom we met last time? That was his fault for going overboard. He actually tried to roll for every equipment we got from that boss. Imperial Thunder still held a grudge against the player called Yuan Fei. When they had discovered a Lord-ranked field boss before, they had kindly sent Yuan Fei an invite to raid the boss together. After the boss died, the loot the boss dropped was distributed using the dice rolling system, as more than a dozen players had participated in the raid. It was also logical that every team member would only roll for the items they needed. Yet, contrary to custom, Yuan Fei had rolled for every single item the boss dropped. Yuan Fei's actions clearly stated that, if he could not use it, then he could still sell it. You could have just spoken up about the matter. At worst, we could have just stopped contacting him. There was no need for us to become enemies. Yet, you chose to pick a fight with him without even trying to talk things out. That's not how you make friends, that's how you make enemies. Yuan Fei is still holding a grudge against us even until now. Lifeless Blade felt speechless when he recalled the incident back then. Yuan Fei was one of this year's top 10 rookies of the virtual gaming world, and the Star Alliance had even offered him an annual salary of 2 million credits in order to recruit him. Meanwhile, just because their team had provoked the petty-minded Yuan Fei, they had received plenty of oppression from the Star Alliance, making it hard for them to mingle in Starmoon City. If not for the fact that Lifeless Blade was acquainted with the guild leader of the Star Alliance, this matter would never have been settled, and their team would have been forced out of Starmoon City long ago. I understand. I won't repeat the same mistakes, Imperial Thunder said in a soft tone. In fact, he, too, recognized the mistake he made in the past. However, it was not easy for him to fix his short temper as the two of them quietly conversed while they made their way toward Shifeng. Shifeng had already grasped the general market trend in Starmoon City overall. The items sold here were cheaper than White River City. In White River City, a stack of hard stones could be sold for 10 silver coins. At this place, however, each stack was being sold for only 9 silver coins. The same went for whetstones. In White River City, each stack of whetstones could be sold for 35 silver coins, while at this place, it was being sold for only 32 silver coins. Only advanced whetstones were sold at the same price in both cities, whereby each stack went for 1 gold coin. On the other hand, mysterious iron-ranked weapons and equipment sold here were at least 10% to 20% more expensive than the ones sold at White River City. As for secret silver-ranked weapons and equipment, those were sold at prices 30% to 40% higher. Sure enough, with more players around, the resources available is also greater in volume. Even though mysterious iron equipment is such a rare commodity in White River City, here in Starmoon City, these items seem to be available in abundance. There is someone actually selling secret silver equipment as well. As expected of the capital city, the number of experts here is much higher than other cities. Just by looking at the items being sold at the auction house, Shifeng could clearly feel the intensity of the competition at Starmoon City. With higher quality equipment in greater demand, it was also precisely this fierce competition that resulted in more experts being produced here. In order to survive in this city, one had to rack their brains and constantly think of ways to improve themselves, gradually climbing up the ranks of this prosperous city. Otherwise, what other explanation would there be for a precious secret silver equipment to appear at the auction house? It was simply impossible for guilds to sell any weapons or equipment that were of mysterious iron rank or better. After all, these items were strategic material for a guild. At most, they would sell the equipment produced by their own forgers. However, where would they find a forger who was capable of producing secret silver equipment? Even Shifeng, who possessed plenty of support items, could not easily produce them. It went without saying that other forgers should only be able to produce bronze equipment, or at best, mysterious iron equipment at this stage of the game. Hence, the secret silver-ranked weapons and equipment being sold at the auction house were definitely the offerings of independent teams. Meanwhile, their purpose in selling was simply to bolster their team's strength and obtain the funds necessary to cover their expenses. The number of independent teams that could obtain secret silver-ranked weapons and equipment at White River City could definitely be counted using one's fingers. As far as Shifeng knew, the only team capable of such a feat was the Holy Grail Knights that he had met by coincidence last time. On the other hand, there were a number of such independent teams in Starmoon City. One could just imagine the difference between the two cities. If I am going to try to enter Starmoon City's market, it seems that selling high-end equipment would be the most effective way to do so. At this moment, the fine gold-ranked dragon scale set equipment popped up in Shifeng's mind. He felt that it might not be a bad idea to rely on the dragon scale set equipment to break into Starmoon City's market. However, his current forging standards were still too low. Cream Coco was also only an advanced forging apprentice right now. She was still in the midst of striving to get promoted into a true forger. Moreover, another condition needed to be met if Shifeng wished to enter Starmoon City's market. Currently, Shifeng's guild was based only in White River City. If he were to establish a branch guild at Starmoon City at this period of time, that branch guild would immediately be annihilated by the many large guilds of Starmoon City. Hence, what Shifeng needed right now to enter Starmoon City's market was a shop to do business with. However, not to mention a shop. Even if Shi Feng wished to set up a stall, he first needed to become a minor noble of Star Moon City. As for establishing a shop, at the very least, he needed to become a baron before he could do so as expected. If I don't deal with this shop issue, I won't have any way of entering Star Moon City's market at all. After all, the auction house's 15% processing fee was simply too expensive. More importantly, placing items at the auction house was something only independent teams or players would do. If one wished to have any sort of development and earn large sums of money and fame, a shop of their own was essential. Hello there, friend. I am called Lifeless Blade. Seeing that you have come to the auction house, I'm guessing that you are here to sell some equipment, right? I am somewhat well known in Star Moon City, and I have plenty of sales channels. If you wish to sell your equipment at a good price and its attributes are good, I can lend you a hand with selling them, Lifeless Blade said as he walked over, a smile on his face. Selling equipment. Shi Feng took a look at his own getup, discovering that the weapons and equipment he had on him were far better than what anyone else present inside the auction house had. From an observer's point of view, he definitely would not have any demands for the items sold at the auction house. In which case, the possibility of him coming to the auction house to sell some of his unwanted equipment was very high. After all, with so many good equipment on hand, there were bound to be some obsolete equipment that he needed to dispose of. Immediately, Shi Feng shook his head, saying, "No, you misunderstand. I'm just here to take a look." "Sorry, it's my fault for misunderstanding," Lifeless Blade quickly said in embarrassment when he realized that he had acted too rashly. "In truth, I'm not trying to earn some middleman's fees. I'm just trying to make your acquaintance. This here is a brother of mine, Imperial Thunder." Imperial Thunder nodded in reply, his mind still slightly dazed, completely mesmerized by the elegant appearance of the Abyssal Blade and the Demon Bane when seen at such a close distance. Dark gold weapons. Even the guild leader of the Star Alliance, a first-rate guild, did not possess such powerful weapons. Imperial Thunder wondered just what kind of attributes such weapons could possess. Just how much did they surpass the secret silver weapon he wielded? Seeing his companion constantly staring at the weapons hanging at Shi Feng's waist, the drool in Imperial Thunder's mouth nearly overflowing, Lifeless Blade immediately clapped Imperial Thunder's back. He then let out an awkward laugh as he said to Shi Feng, "Please excuse him. He doesn't normally act this way." Shi Feng had been playing God's Domain for many years now, and his eye for people was still quite accurate. Naturally, he could tell that the two players before him did not harbor any evil intentions in their hearts. They were really just trying to get acquainted with him. Furthermore, from the stories he'd heard about Lifeless Blade and Imperial Thunder in the past, he had quite a good grasp on the two's personalities. They were definitely not sinister, villainous people. Lifeless Blade was the calm and silent type. As for Imperial Thunder, although he was brash, he was a man of integrity. No problem. I can tell that Brother Imperial is a straightforward man. Shi Feng waved his hand, laughing. Since Brother Blade wishes to become friends, it would be my honor to oblige. Lifeless Blade's eyes immediately glowed. He hadn't expected Shi Feng to be so easy to get along with, having such an easygoing attitude. Hence, the two quickly started a conversation between themselves. When they touched on the topic of combat techniques, Shi Feng thoroughly shocked Lifeless Blade with his words. Meanwhile, Lifeless Blade finally understood why the public would acclaim Shi Feng a god-ranked expert. After conversing for more than half an hour, Shi Feng managed to obtain a more detailed understanding of the situation at Star Moon City. Thanks to Lifeless Blade, Ivy gained plenty from this discussion of ours. If not for Brother Yi Feng, I'm afraid I wouldn't even know such a combat technique existed. This knowledge is simply priceless for dungeon raiding, Lifeless Blade said earnestly. He then retrieved a special tool from his back and presented it to Shi Feng, saying, "This ring is the only item I can offer you as thanks. Brother Yi Feng, please accept it. Otherwise, my conscience won't let me rest." Chapter 286, The Eternal Throne. Feng had not expected Lifeless Blade to be such a forthright person. Although Lifeless Blade had only taken out an ordinary-looking silver ring, Feng knew exactly how precious this item was. The reason being, not only had he seen this ring in the past, he had even owned one before. The ring was a space ring. It was a storage item. One could not judge it simply based on its mysterious iron rank. The space ring could store up to 200 slots of items. It was a very significant amount. It also did not impart any additional weight to the user, regardless of the number of items stored in it. However, this was still not the most important point about this ring. Instead, the space ring excelled the most when used during battle. Although it did not have many uses in a normal battle, when used in a fight between experts, a battlefield, or a boss battle, it could bring about game-changing effects. For example, if players wished to use magic scrolls or support items during a battle, they needed to first place their hands into their bags and search for their items before pulling those out. This entire process would waste much time. However, it was a different story if players possessed the space ring. With a simple thought, the item specified would instantly appear within the player's hands. The space ring was much more convenient than a bag. In reply to Lifeless Blade's offer, however, Feng shook his head and said, "This item is too valuable. I cannot accept it. Brother Feng, I am a man who never takes advantage of his friends. I'll feel extremely guilty if you don't accept it. Moreover, this ring is merely a storage item. It's not particularly valuable, so please accept it." Lifeless Blade said, "Well, how about this? I have a favor to ask of Brother Blade. I wonder, how many reputation points does Brother Blade have at Starmoon City right now?" Feng whispered, sighing. Lifeless Blade grew confused at Feng's question, failing to understand why Feng would ask him such a thing. However, he still chose to answer honestly. "I'm only 30 points away from becoming a minor noble of Starmoon City. As the capital city of Starmoon Kingdom, the reputation points of Starmoon City was the most difficult to earn out of all the cities in the kingdom. Even if Lifeless Blade and his team were amazing, they were still a distance away from becoming nobles of the city. 30 points. Feng sank into deep contemplation. He thought to himself, that's not a lot, I guess. If he completes those several quests, he should be able to get those points. Must your favor require a noble to accomplish, Brother Feng? Lifeless Blade asked. Yeah. Feng nodded. Only by becoming a noble could one purchase a stall in Starmoon City. Also, exchanging of stalls could only be conducted between nobles of Starmoon City, in order to prevent players from taking advantage of any loopholes. However, Feng was a demon hunter. No matter where he went, he would still be treated like a noble. Hence, after Lifeless Blade purchased the stall, there would be no problems if he simply transferred ownership of the stall to Feng. In this way, Feng would have a stall in Starmoon City to officially sell his items. Originally, Feng had thought to complete a few quests in Starmoon City to increase his reputation here. However, it would not be easy to obtain 100 Starmoon City reputation points. He needed to invest plenty of time to do so. Meanwhile, Lifeless Blade had a trustworthy character, and it would be much faster to earn just 30 reputation points than to earn 100 reputation points. At first, Lifeless Blade felt ashamed for being unable to be of any help to Feng. However, Feng's next remark immediately sent him into a daze. They know a few high-level quests that can increase reputation points. After Brother Blade completes them, you should be able to become a noble of Starmoon City. After saying so, Feng proceeded to list out the few quests he had in mind to Lifeless Blade, withholding nothing at all. This shouldn't be a good idea, right? Lifeless Blade was nearly left speechless. Originally, he had fully intended to help Feng. In the end, however, he had been the one to receive help from Feng instead. Currently, the many guilds in Starmoon City were desperately searching for quests that could increase one's reputation, holding back nothing to do so. However, even when they offered a huge reward for any related information, they still had no luck in finding any. Yet, Feng had just casually revealed to him 4 high-level quests that rewarded reputation points, his casual remarks making it seem as if these quests were plain cabbages that could be found anywhere. Is the difficulty of these quests too hard for you to manage? Shi Feng suddenly came to a realization when he saw Lifeless Blade's troubled expression. I still know a few quests that reward reputation. However, as their difficulty is much lower, the reputation points rewarded is similarly low. You'll have to complete at least 7 or 8 of them in order to accumulate 30 points. Lifeless Blade's mind was an utter mess now. He even started to suspect Shi Feng was a GM, to actually know of so many reputation quests in Star Moon City. However, Lifeless Blade quickly dispelled this notion from his mind. After all, God's domain was controlled by the main God system, nobody else was allowed to interfere with the game. Hence, the quests in the game were auto-generated by the system, and nobody should know about them in advance. Of course, if there was an exception to this point, then that would be the extremely mysterious beta testers. However, after God's domain was officially released, many settings and quests in the game were changed. In theory, the quests that were originally present during the beta test should no longer exist. Thinking up to this point, Lifeless Blade was thoroughly confused by Shi Feng's identity. Just how was he able to know so many things? Are you wondering why I know so much? Naturally, Shi Feng could discern Lifeless Blade's doubts. Lifeless Blade silently nodded his head, making no attempt to hide his thoughts. It's because I am a reincarnated person. I returned to this time from 10 years into the future, hence I know about all these quests, Shi Feng said in full honesty. Brother Yi Feng sure knows how to joke. Lifeless Blade abruptly burst into laughter. I'll complete these quests as quickly as possible. After I've managed to become a noble, I'll immediately notify Brother Yi Feng. Lifeless Blade knew full well that everyone had their own secrets. Meanwhile, information on reputation quests would definitely be categorized as a top secret by guilds. Shi Feng's willingness to reveal such precious information to him showed how much trust Shi Feng placed in him. If Lifeless Blade still tried to probe deeper into the matter, then he would simply be too insensible. I'm telling the truth, Shi Feng laughed bitterly. I know. Lifeless Blade nodded his head repeatedly, the smile on his face seemingly saying, I understand. Shi Feng was left completely speechless. Although he had long since grown familiar with such a behavior, he still could not help but feel helpless every time he was faced with it. Why wouldn't anybody believe him even though he was telling the truth? Why must the world make an honest man like him tell a lie before somebody was willing to believe him? Shi Feng was no longer able to make sense of this world. Soon after, Lifeless Blade added Shi Feng as a friend before hurrying off to complete the quests. Meanwhile, thanks to Lifeless Blade, Shi Feng now had a better understanding of Star Moon City's situation. After Lifeless Blade's departure, Shi Feng hailed a horse carriage and headed to the War God's Temple of Star Moon City. He intended to continue carrying out his legendary ranked main storyline quest. The War God's Temple of Star Moon City was built beside the palace. From the outside, the building looked like a magnificent and majestic pyramid, and at the summit of this pyramid was a house-sized sunstone, which exuded a divine light. Be it day or night, this sunstone would shine brilliantly on the entire War God's Temple, and one couldn't help but admire this dazzling construction when seeing it. As the main branch of the War God's Temple, it had Tier 3 NPCs roaming around outside the temple itself, and even a Tier 5 Shadow Saint would not be able to penetrate the tight security here. Although this was not Shi Feng's first time visiting this War God's Temple, it was still his first time coming to the 9th floor of the temple. The Eternal Throne. Just the NPC guiding Shi Feng to this place was already a Tier 4 Glory Knight. In other cities, such an NPC would be an overlord-like existence that could cause others to tremble in fear. However, in this place, this NPC simply amounted to a guide. After entering the Eternal Throne, Shi Feng immediately discovered one purple throne and 9 golden thrones suspended in the center of the room. On the sides were 50 silver thrones. Aside from the empty purple throne, every other throne was occupied by a person. Moreover, these people were all apex powerhouses of God's domain. A single step of theirs could send tremors throughout the entire continent. However, among all these people, only one of them had a real body, the others were simply phantoms sitting in their thrones. These powerhouses quietly observed Shi Feng. Meanwhile, as the recipient of these gazes, Shifeng could not help but feel that his life was no longer in his hands. His body felt incomparably heavy under these stares, and his back was also already drenched in sweat. This was the imposing aura of a true apex powerhouse. It was not something Tier 4 classes could ever hope of equaling, as expected of one of God's domain's strongest powers. To think they actually have so many apex powerhouses in their midst. Shifeng was racked with emotion right now. Although he had played God's domain for over a decade, this was the first time he personally witnessed the War God's Temple's true strength. What an interesting young man. However, I don't believe a little guy like you can accomplish that quest. This is something that involves the fate of the entire continent, after all. Since it is so, let us give this little guy a test. If he passes it, I believe that nobody here would have any other objections, right? A test. This lady likes it. Let's go with that. If he passes the test, I'll throw in my vote of support. If he fails, well, he'll already be dead at that point, so no punishment will be necessary. How are we going to test him? Obviously, we are going to activate the 12 trials. Ha ha ha. The 12 trials. I have only heard of it before and only treated it as a legend. The last time it was activated was more than 900 years ago. I didn't expect that I would be so lucky as to witness it being activated in my lifetime. I must really thank you, little guy. I do hope you can last a few rounds, though. Let this old man here widen my horizons. Chapter 287, 12 Trials. The occupants of the Silver Thrones voiced their opinions one after another, merrily deciding how they should deal with Shifeng. Standing a short distance from the golden doors of this chamber, Shifeng silently muttered, "Crap. Don't players have any human rights?" However, Shifeng had no choice under the circumstances. The NPCs before him were all apex powerhouses of God's domain. Shifeng was merely an ant in their eyes. It would be fortunate if they even decided to give him a few extra glances, not to mention involve him in their discussion at this moment. A youth garbed in white robes, one of the occupants of the Silver Thrones, moved and instantly appeared before Shifeng. Although this youth was simply standing in front of Shifeng, showing no animosity whatsoever to Shifeng, the formidable pressure Shifeng felt from him was much more overwhelming than what he'd felt from White River City's magistrate. Weissman. This white-robed youth was none other than Eucharis, the Star Moon Temple Lord of the War God's Temple, whom Shifeng had been instructed to look for. Young man, we already know your reason for coming to this place. Although the endless abyss has indeed been unsealed, this is something that would have happened sooner or later. After all, no seal is eternal. In the face of time, everything is powerless. It is already good that the seal could suppress the endless abyss for hundreds of years. In the near future, we will join forces to suppress the endless abyss, preventing this matter from escalating. However, before we go and suppress it, we need to choose a person to collect the materials needed to reseal the endless abyss. However, this person must be a heaven-blessed person, and you just so happen to be one. Hence, we've decided to send you to collect the materials for us. Before we send you on your way, though, we need to first take a look at your potential. If you are no good, we will have no choice but to look for someone more suitable for the task. By heaven-blessed person, the NPC meant a player. In the NPC settings, heaven-blessed people were immortal existences, as even if these individuals died, they could still revive shortly after. Hence, heaven-blessed people were the best candidates for collecting the materials needed for the seal. We have decided that your test will be the War God's Temple's 12 trials. You will be considered to have passed the test as long as you can clear 6 of the 12 trials. Of course, we won't make you go through the trials for nothing. As long as you can clear up to the second trial, you will be rewarded with 100 War God's Temple merit points. Also, the rewards will be doubled with every subsequent trial you clear. After you're done with a trial, you can use the treasury of the War God's Temple to exchange your merit points for treasures. You should know that the treasury of the War God's Temple contains the most treasure throughout God's domain. An ordinary secret silver ranked item only costs 200 merit points, while a fine gold ranked item costs 500 merit points, a dark gold ranked item costs 1,500 merit points, an epic ranked item costs 4,000 merit points, a fragmented legendary item costs 15,000 merit points, and lastly, a legendary item costs 60,000 merit points. If you have sufficient strength, you can even exchange for a divine artifact. However, that would require 200,000 merit points. While Eucharis was giving his explanation with a smile, Shifeng's heart was already pounding madly with excitement. Shifeng couldn't help but admit that a legendary ranked main storyline quest was indeed amazing. The highest ranked item Shifeng had seen before was only of legendary rank. He had only heard rumors about divine artifacts, he had never personally seen one before. Now that he had the chance to actually see one, his gains from this trip to the War God's Temple was already plenty. However, Shifeng knew his own limits. Even a legendary item was already a luxury for him, not to mention a divine artifact. Shifeng did not even dare fancy the notion of owning one. He would be satisfied as long as he could take a look at it, just as Shifeng was imagining what a divine artifact looked like. Eucharis started chanting some incantations, while drawing complex divine runes with his fingers. After Eucharis finished chanting, a pair of large golden doors appeared before him. There were 12 scenes carved into the dazzling golden doors, and each scene told of a cruel battle. When the doors parted, a very ancient and violent aura gushed forth from within, as if there was a ferocious primordial beast housed beyond those doors. Young man, the 12 trials lies beyond these gates. Go ahead, Eucharis said slowly as he pointed towards the golden door. Shifeng nodded in reply. Step by step, he slowly walked towards and beyond the doors, soon vanishing from the eternal throne. Ha ha ha. That little guy sure is brave. Doesn't he know that the 12 trials is the cruelest trial of the War God's Temple? Eucharis, you're a devious bastard yourself as well. You actually used such a temptation against that little guy. Moreover, you've only mentioned the abundant rewards he could gain, but not the penalty for death. The merit points needed for the divine artifact. Even after saving for an entire lifetime, this old man still hasn't collected the necessary amount. If he wishes to obtain the divine artifact, at the very least, he needs to clear the 11th trial. Ever since the War God's Temple was established, from ancient times until now, only one person has ever managed to do so. However, that great personage was a mighty god who had saved the entire continent in the past. This lady has read plenty of ancient texts relating to the 12 trials. According to the information in those ancient texts, the majority of the people that had entered the trial only managed to clear up to the 3rd or 4th trial. Meanwhile, the ones that were capable of clearing up to the 6th trial were as rare as a phoenix's feather and a chelan's horn. Eucharis, your requirement for him sure is high. Collecting the 7 treasures is a matter of great importance. Without sufficient strength, how can he expect to gather all of them? Besides, we can't afford to waste any energy on a weak little ant. Just as the occupants of the silver thrones were having another round of discussions among themselves, one of the occupants of the golden thrones, who had remained silent throughout the prior discussion, finally spoke. This matter is decided. Just as Eucharis has said, the old monsters sealed within the endless abyss are becoming restless. We can't afford to waste too much energy on a single weakling. If he can pass the 6th trial, I will lend him a hand as well. As you command, my lord. The occupants of the silver thrones could not help but feel astonished when they heard one of the lords of the golden throne speak. They never expected that this great personage would take action as well. This was a fortune that could not be obtained even if one begged for it. Soon after, Eucharis waved his hand, summoning a water screen into the eternal throne. The water screen that was suspended in mid-air showed the image of Shifeng, who was currently facing the 1st trial. Shifeng's current location was at the summit of a precipice. Aside from the 100-yard or so plateau available to him, he was surrounded on all sides by deep cliffs. In addition, the winds here were extremely violent, and a single misstep could send him plunging into the endless abyss. Shifeng quietly sat on a platform paved with stone slabs. Immediately, he discovered that, aside from the weapons and equipment he had on him, everything else he possessed was unusable. The powerful frost grenades could only lie quietly inside his bag. Even the magic scrolls Shi Feng had prepared beforehand were completely useless, and the same went for recovery potions. Instantly, Shi Feng's combat strength had been reduced sharply. It seems that these trials are meant to purely test my combat power. I wonder who my opponent will be. Shi Feng took a look at his surroundings and failed to discover any monsters. He then thought to himself in bewilderment, "Don't tell me the monster is invisible." Having thought up to this point, Shi Feng immediately extended his 5 senses to their limits. Invisible monsters were not unusual in God's domain. In fact, some of the truly powerful monsters were even capable of serial teleportation. Meanwhile, inside the Eternal Throne, the big shots of God's domain were excitedly observing Shi Feng's trial. After all, it had been close to a millennium since the 12 trials had last been activated. None of the occupants of the silver thrones were that old yet, so they were naturally very curious about the 12 trials. I wonder who will be his first opponent. Though there are no records about it in the ancient texts, I did hear that the creatures inside the 12 trials are all primordial beasts that are extremely ferocious. However, this is only the first trial. That little guy isn't even a Tier 1 swordsman yet, so the monster's strength should be barely within the Tier 1 realm. Look, something's flying over. Chapter 288, Continuous Clearance. Primordial Beasts. In the God's domain of today, these creatures were either extremely rare, or had long since gone extinct. They were beings that one would not normally see. Now that the 12 trials had been activated, Shi Feng would also have the fortune of meeting one. If he were at any other location, it would be extremely hard for him to meet a primordial beast. Above the stage of the first trial, a blurred figure slowly descended from the skies, remaining unperturbed even in the face of the turbulent winds of this realm. This gigantic figure landed at the center of the stage, towering over the tiny Shi Feng with the upper body of an eagle and the lower body of a lion. This monster was none other than the King of the Skies, a Griffin, elite rank. Level 20. HP 30,000/30,000. I didn't expect a griffin would be so big. Just its wingspan alone is over 20 meters. Shi Feng did not hurry into action. Instead, he took his time carefully observing the griffin. He was currently within a trial. The monsters in here were completely different from their counterparts in the outside world. Not only would the monsters inside a trial possess a large variety of skills, their basic attributes would also be much higher. Most importantly, their intelligence would also be higher. They would not follow a set pattern when they fought. However, the griffin did not provide Shi Feng with too much time to think. With a piercing cry, the griffin flapped its wings, generating a violent gale. Instantly, 2 tornadoes over 3 meters in height swept toward Shi Feng, and where the blades of wind passed, everything shattered using a skill right off the bat. As expected, this griffin isn't an ordinary monster. Revealing a faint smile, Shi Feng's figure flashed, swiftly withdrawing from the attack range of the 2 tornadoes, following which, he activated silent steps, instantly appearing behind the griffin. Before the King of the Skies could react, the pitch-black abyssal blade turned into multiple streaks of black, slashing down at the griffin's wings like snowflakes. The griffin's snowy white feathers fluttered onto the now blood-stained ground. Oh! The griffin let out an agonized roar, damages of over -400 points appearing above its head, one after another. The attacks that achieved a critical hit had even dealt over -800 damage immediately afterward. Shi Feng followed up with a level 10 chop, his sword slicing off a large chunk from one of the griffin's wings, completely crippling it. Meanwhile, the griffin instantly lost over 1,900 HP from the attack. From this short exchange, the griffin had already lost 16% of its total HP. Furthermore, with one of its wings now crippled, it could not fly even if it wanted to. The gap in strength was obvious in a single glance. Against a Shi Feng who had over 200 points in agility, a flightless griffin would only amount to a sitting duck, following which, Shi Feng constantly shuttled around the griffin, sending streak after streak of black radiance stabbing into the griffin's body. However, Shi Feng only used basic attacks throughout all this. This way he would not be affected by the awkward movements consequent to using a skill, which would hinder his ability to dodge. Moreover, Shi Feng's attacks were extremely accurate. Every one of his attacks would land either on a vital point of the griffin or at a joint that would affect the griffin's movements, making it even harder for the griffin to strike him. Although every hit Shi Feng landed only caused around -400 damage, after a dozen or so seconds passed, the ferocious griffin fell. System. Griffin defeated. First trial completed. Rewarding 100,000 EXP and 5 free mastery points. Proficiency of all skills increased by 50 point system. First trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? The trial even rewards free mastery points. How wonderful! When Shi Feng saw the rewards he received, a faint smile appeared on his face. After sheathing the abyssal blade and the demon bane back into their scabbards, he clicked yes to start the next trial. Although the monsters of the trial were indeed powerful, they were barely worth mentioning when compared to Shi Feng's attributes and equipment. He cleared it, and with such ease as well. Not bad. Although he hasn't yet officially become a Tier 1 swordsman, his combat power is already at that tier. It is only natural that he is able to kill the griffin. If this continues, he should be able to get through the first 3 trials without any problems. From the 4th trial onwards, however, things won't be as easy anymore. That's right. The 12 trials would undergo a change in level once every 3 trials. The monsters would also receive a huge increase in combat power between levels. The 1st to 3rd trials will be basic level, while the 4th to 6th trials will be intermediate level, the 7th to 9th trials will be the advanced level, and the 10th to 12th trials will be the peak level. My bet is that the kid will hit his limit once he reaches the 5th trial. The people within the Eternal Throne were all apex powerhouses, and their eyes were well tempered by experience. After watching only one of Shi Feng's battles, they could already make a relatively clear judgment. Indeed, just like the big shots of the War God's Temple had guessed. The stage for the 2nd trial was a sylvan setting, and Shi Feng's opponent this time was the moon-howling silver wolf. Inside a forest, this monster was an alpha predator. Similar to the griffin, the moon-howling silver wolf was a level 20 elite monster with 30,000 HP. Although it, too, was a Tier 1 primordial beast, unlike the griffin, the moon-howling silver wolf was much stronger on land. Its physical attacks were much more powerful, and its reaction speed was also much faster than the griffin's. However, as if to replicate the scene from the first trial, Shi Feng immediately activated silent steps and arrived at the hind leg of the moon-howling silver wolf. Again, similar to the time with the griffin, Shi Feng slashed his swords down at the wolf's hind legs, crippling them and greatly reducing the monster's movement speed, following which, Shi Feng simply kited the moon-howling silver wolf with the blazing meteor. Before 30 seconds had passed, the moon-howling silver wolf fell. System. Moon-howling silver wolf defeated. 2nd trial completed. Rewarding 300,000 EXP and 10 free mastery points. Proficiency of all skills increased by 50 point system. 2nd trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? Immediately after, a golden glow surrounded Shi Feng's body, signifying his rise to level 19. Shi Feng then placed all 6 of his newly obtained free attribute points into strength, increasing the attribute to 180 points and activating basic destructive power, the hidden passive skill for strength. Now, Shi Feng's bare hands were capable of destroying a bronze-ranked item. In other words, Shi Feng's unarmed attacks could damage bronze-ranked weapons and equipment, reducing their durability, and eventually destroying them. Originally, Shi Feng had intended to place all 6 of his free attribute points into intelligence. However, he wanted to increase his combat power for the sake of the trial, even if it was only by a small amount. Soon after, Shi Feng clicked yes and started the next trial. The 3rd trial's monster was a blue-eyed spider, while the stage for the 3rd trial was a location completely befitting a spider, inside a dark cave. Fortunately, there was no change to the blue-eyed spider's level despite Shi Feng's rise to level 19. Similar to the previous 2 monsters, it was a level 20 elite monster with 30,000 HP. However, the blue-eyed spider was much stronger than the moon-howling silver wolf, though not in terms of attack power and movement speed. Instead, the blue-eyed spider had its highly potent venom and its tough and sticky silk. It also possessed superb eyesight. Even if its surroundings were pitch black, the blue-eyed spider would still be able to see clearly, as if it were daytime. Moreover, its eyes also provided it with a 360-degree field of vision without any gaps in between. Sherfong carefully looked around. Even if he possessed extraordinary strength, his range of visibility was limited to a maximum range of 5 yards. Meanwhile, the blue-eyed spider could easily spot any attempt Sherfong made to attack from a distance of 30 to 40 yards, making the situation extremely unfavorable for Sherfong. Interesting. However, Sherfong did not show any signs of panic. On the contrary, his lips curled up slightly. If it were any other player here, they might have to fight a bitter battle if they did not possess any supportive tools. Unfortunately, not me. Suddenly, a deep blue flame appeared in Sherfang's hand, lighting up the surrounding area. The scorching flame also caused the freezing temperatures inside the cave to rise sharply. Nevertheless, this was still not the end. The ice blue devil flame in Sherfang's hand quickly expanded and enveloped his body, completely covering him in a layer of deep blue flames. At this moment, Sherfong looked just like a god of fire, the flames on his body brightly illuminating the entire cave. Meanwhile, the blue-eyed spider's position had also been clearly revealed. Chapter 289, Silver-Eyed Lion King. The blue-eyed spider lived in darkness all year round. Hence, its eyes, which were accustomed to the dark, could not adapt at all when the dazzling flames suddenly illuminated the entire cave. The blue-eyed spider was just like a frightened little rabbit. Suddenly, the blue-eyed spider, which had previously had the upper hand, was placed in an unfavorable situation. On the other hand, Sherfong, who had summoned the ice blue devil flame, could now deal 20% more damage, and his fire and ice-type attacks would also have an additional 40% damage, instantly breaking out of his disadvantageous position. While the blue-eyed spider was still incapacitated, Sherfong used silent steps and arrived over 20 yards behind the 8-legged monster. With the power of thunder and flames coating its length, the abyssal blade smashed into the blue-eyed spider's body. 1:8:36. A frightening amount of damage appeared above the blue-eyed spider's charred head. The attack had also placed it in a fainted state for 4 seconds. Sherfong then followed up the attack with a thundering flash and a normal attack. 634, -1751, -1087, -169. After suffering this series of attacks, the blue-eyed spider finally broke out of its stupor. However, it only had 72% of its HP remaining now. The blue-eyed spider was furious. Rotating its body, it spat a stream of dark green venom at Sherfong. Having long since anticipated such an attack, Sherfong swiftly dodged to the side, avoiding the attack completely. He then activated Windwalk and escaped. Sherfong knew full well how frightening the blue-eyed spider could be. Its venom attack just now was merely the tip of the iceberg. The deadliest feature of the monster was the poisonous gas emitted by its venom. If he stood his ground to fight the blue-eyed spider, the end result would be obvious: he would inevitably die of poisoning. Meanwhile, Sherfang's purpose in using Thundering Flash on the blue-eyed spider was simply to inflict the damage amplification effect on the monster. He would then kite it using the blazing meteor. Shortly after, one by one, fiery red needles streaked through the air and pierced the blue-eyed spider's body. Although the blue-eyed spider was very skilled at dodging and blocking attacks, Sherfong still managed to land 2 out of every 3 hits thanks to precision throw, the special skill he obtained back at the Steel Fortress Borussia. Moreover, his attacks would occasionally trigger the quadruple phantom effect of the blazing meteor, instantly causing 4-600 damages to appear above the blue-eyed spider. When his luck was good, he would also trigger the burning flames effect. When the effect stacked up to 5 times, combined with the amplification effects of the ice blue devil flame, the debuff caused -1600 damage every second to the blue-eyed spider. The damage of this debuff was even higher than Sherfang's melee damage. However, such an occurrence was only natural. Although magic weapons were amazing, before they were fully released, they would still be far from comparable to a pseudo-extraordinary item. Meanwhile, aside from venom attack, The only other ranged attack the blue-eyed spider possessed was Silk Bind. However, these two skills were simply superfluous when used against Shifeng. Shifeng simply made an effortless sidestep to dodge these attacks, and with a flick of his wrist, he would send yet another needle into the blue-eyed spider, following which, the blue-eyed spider's HP bar constantly decreased 62%, 45%, 33%, 20%. Within a few moments, the blue-eyed spider died at Shifeng's hands as well. System, blue-eyed spider defeated. Third trial completed. Rewarding 1 million EXP and 10 free mastery points. Proficiency of all skills increased by 100 point. System, third trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? 1 million EXP just for clearing the third trial. The system sure is generous. The difficulty for the first 3 trials isn't that high, though. It seems that the truly difficult part would start from the 4th trial onwards. I should take a rest and get my mental state back to peak condition for now. Despite having effortlessly cleared the first 3 trials, Shifeng did not believe, even for a second, that a legendary ranked main storyline quest could be so easily completed. Although Shifeng did not possess a good understanding of the 12 trials, it was still established as one part of a legendary quest. Its difficulty would definitely be high. The passing requirement was for Shifeng to clear up to the 6th trial. Yet, the difficulty of the first 3 trials was not particularly high. According to combat power, the monsters Shifeng had faced were only at the basic level of a Tier 1 monster. Hence, the truly difficult part was definitely the 4th to 6th trial. Shifeng had always been a careful person. Hence, he intended to make ample preparations. Inside the Eternal Throne, the many Apex powerhouses there had been slightly surprised by Shifeng's battle. That was a Tier 2 mysterious flame, the Ice Blue Devil Flame. It seems that the kid is still hiding his strength. It seems he really does have a chance at clearing the 6th trial. Based on his current strength, from the 4th trial onwards, he should be facing intermediate level Tier 1 primordial beasts. In terms of combat power, the kid is already at the intermediate level of Tier 1. Since the primordial beast that would appear in the 6th trial will be at the peak of intermediate Tier 1, he should have a 30% chance of defeating it with his current combat power. The big shot sitting in the silver thrones unanimously acknowledged Shifeng's potential. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Shifeng discovered an interesting matter. Although he could not use any potions or magic scrolls, he could still eat food made from cooking to boost his attributes. It was a good choice to let Violet Cloud continue pursuing the chef subclass. Shifeng smiled after Zero Wings workshop was established. Shifeng had given Violet Cloud a very high salary. The salary was much higher than what Violet Cloud earned from selling her cooking products. There was no need for her to continue on the path of a chef. However, Violet Cloud had chosen to continue cooking, giving the reason that it had already become a habit of sorts. Moreover, Violet Cloud herself loved cooking, and currently, she was already an advanced chef. She was not far away from being promoted to a master chef now. Not only could the delicious steak she cooked increase the consumer's HP regeneration rate while in a non-combat state, it could also provide an additional buff that increased the consumer's strength by 10% for 10 minutes to others. A 10% increase in the strength attribute might not amount to much. However, to Shifeng, who currently had 180 points in strength, that would mean an additional 18 points in strength, which was also equivalent to an additional 36 points in attack power. Overall, the effect of the delicious steak provided Shifeng with a significant increase in combat power. After Shifeng was rested, he clicked yes to start the 4th trial. Soon after, Shifeng was teleported to a grassy plain. Taking a look at his surroundings, Shifeng quickly discovered a lion with a golden mane lazily sprawled across a large boulder, its stout tail swishing around in a leisurely manner. However, Shifeng's arrival had obviously alerted it when this golden-maned lion stood up. Its height exceeded 5 meters. A chill flashed in the lion's silver eyes as it raised its eyelids. In the next moment, the lush, green grass beneath its paws was frozen solid. The grassy plains had also been instantly transformed into an icy hell, the green landscape turning snow-white. Silver-eyed Lion King, Special Elite. Level 20. HP 100,000/100,000. The difficulty of the fourth trial was clearly much greater than the third trial. Amazing. As expected of the primordial beast of the fourth trial, it is actually capable of affecting its surroundings, transforming its environment into the ideal territory for it to fight in. Shifeng couldn't help but be shocked. Even with his 10 years of experience playing God's Domain, Shifeng had very rarely encountered such a monster. However, the icy hell had minimal effect on Shifeng. After activating the ice blue devil flame, the icy hell instantly returned to its original state. Just like that, the silver-eyed lion's environmental advantage was easily vanquished by Shifeng. Although the silver-eyed lion had lost its advantage, its innate strength and destructive power was still high. With a swipe of its paws, a large pit was formed in the grassland and gravel flew all over the place. Before Shifeng could get a good grasp of the situation, he was hit by the shockwave ensuing from the impact of its claws and instantly lost 621 HP. What terrifying strength! Just the shockwave of its attack could already deal over -600 damage to me. If I received a direct hit from its claws, the damage will definitely be in the thousands. Although Shifeng had been caught off guard by the silver-eyed lion, he did not freeze in place. Immediately, he activated Windwalk and escaped. If he fought a direct battle against the silver-eyed lion, there was no question that he would die. Although Shifeng could avoid the silver-eyed lion's claws in a head-on confrontation, if its claws battered the ground just like before, the resulting shockwave would propagate over at least an 8-yard radius. Shifeng would have no way of dodging the shockwave at all. Also, Shifeng only had a little more than 2,400 HP in total. He would last only a few hits at best. Chapter 290, Simultaneous Advancement. The silver-eyed lion king roared furiously when it saw Shifeng running away. Focusing its eyes on Shifeng, the silver-eyed lion king abruptly pushed against the ground with its robust and powerful legs. Like a violent gale, its body shot forth directly at Shifeng. Unfortunately for it, in terms of speed, Shifeng had a clear advantage over the silver-eyed lion king. The distance between Shifeng and the silver-eyed lion king gradually grew as the chase continued. However, if Shifeng started his kiting maneuver, the silver-eyed lion king would quickly close this distance. Under a situation where he was not allowed to use potions to recover his HP, Shifeng's only recovery method was his innate battle recovery. However, he would only recover 1% of his HP every 5 seconds. Based on Shifeng's total HP, he would only recover around 24 HP every 5 seconds. If he wished to recover the 600 plus HP he'd lost, he needed to spend a relatively long period of time to do so. Fortunately, I'm a tad faster than it. The stage this time also covers a large area, so I can run around without any worries. Otherwise, I will really lose my life this time. Shifeng sent a casual glance at the silver-eyed lion king, while majority of his attention was focused on the surrounding terrain. God's Domain was different from other virtual reality games in that it was much more realistic than the others. One could say that a player's combat power was responsible for only around 50% of a battle's outcome. Meanwhile, 40% was due to environmental factors, while the remaining 10% was up to luck. Luck was something filled with uncertainties, so there was no need to place much consideration into ETAs for the 50% combat power and 40% environmental factors. How much a player could grasp them was an important indicator of how skilled a player was. A normal expert could only exhibit around 50% of their personal combat power. In God's Domain, the main God system would be the one responsible for evaluating and making the final judgment on a player's personal combat power. This method of calculation was the most credible way to judge a player's personal combat power. As to how it was calculated, only the main God system knew this currently. However, the main God system would not show players how much their personal combat power was, and how much of it they could actually exhibit. Once the first 100-man team dungeon was successfully raided, the second evolution of God's Domain would be activated. After the second evolution, a teleportation gate to the Divine Colosseum would appear in every city. When players entered the Divine Colosseum, they could compete and battle against other players there. Not only could they obtain equipment there, they could also upgrade and improve their combat techniques. It was also due to this reason that the fights in God's domain became extremely popular. As more time passed, the popularity of fights in God's domain would even grow to surpass that of the fighting competitions in the real world. Those who were capable of exhibiting over 50% of their personal combat power would be considered normal experts. Meanwhile, players that could exhibit over 60% would be considered second-rate experts. Once a player could exhibit 70%, they would be considered first-rate experts. If one could exhibit more than 85% of their personal combat power, then they would be considered apex experts. A majority of the players within this category were famous experts of God's domain, and they would often participate in the international competition that was held only once a year by the developers of God's domain. They were, without a doubt, the most popular individuals in God's domain back in the days when Shifeng was still a Tier 3 Sword King. Although he was not comparable to these great experts of God's domain, he had still been categorized a first-rate expert since he could exhibit around 80% of his personal combat power. However, compared to exhibiting his personal combat power, Shifeng was much stronger in terms of observing and utilizing his surroundings. Currently, in terms of combat power, Shifeng was about equal to the Silver-Eyed Lion King. However, the Silver-Eyed Lion King's HP was many times greater than Shifeng's. Without taking into consideration the environmental factors, Shifeng would definitely die if he chose to clash head-on with the Silver-Eyed Lion King. If Shifeng had met the Silver-Eyed Lion King under normal circumstances, he would simply accept his death. At worst, he would just lose a single level. However, the current situation he was in did not allow him to do so. This was a trial given by his quest. There was no second chance for him, and his death would also signify the end of the quest. Hence, he absolutely could not die right now. After running for over a dozen minutes, Shifeng arrived at a hill. As for the Silver-Eyed Lion King, it was still far from catching up to Shifeng. Shifeng wandered around this hill for a while and eventually discovered a cliff. Immediately, Shifeng's eyes glowed and his lips curled up in a smile. At last, I found the key to victory. Shifeng chuckled lightly. He then activated Windwalk, dashing towards the edge of the cliff. Originally, Shifeng could have used this period of time to increase the gap between him and the Silver-Eyed Lion King even further. However, Shifeng chose not to do so because he wanted to find a favorable terrain to deal with the Silver-Eyed Lion King. A minute later, Shifeng stood at the edge of the cliff. Below him was a large gorge. This height should be sufficient. Shifeng made some mental calculations and felt that his plan was feasible. After several more seconds passed, the Silver-Eyed Lion King finally caught up. Just as the Silver-Eyed Lion King leapt into the air, its razor-sharp claws about to slash Shifeng's head, Shifeng jumped, dodging the attack completely. In the next moment, the Silver-Eyed Lion King's paws smashed into the cliff. Boom! The ground beneath Shifeng and the Silver-Eyed Lion King was destroyed, both man and beast plunging towards the very bottom of the cliff. Just as Shifeng's body was about to hit the ground, he activated gravity liberation, his body instantly becoming as light as a feather. Immediately, Shifeng's rate of descent dropped sharply. The Silver-Eyed Lion King, on the other hand, was not as fortunate. When its body hit the ground, a large crater was formed from the impact. Still not dead? You're quite durable, aren't you? Shifeng commented as he looked at the Silver-Eyed Lion King that was embedded into the ground. Right now, the Silver-Eyed Lion King only had a thread of its HP left. You've already dug your own grave, so you might as well stay in it. Shifeng unceremoniously sent a thundering flash at the monster. 3 arcs of lightning streaked into the Silver-Eyed Lion King, taking away its remaining 1,000 or so HP. Before, if Shifeng had chosen to jump down the cliff first, the Silver-Eyed Lion King definitely wouldn't have followed suit. Its intelligence was not that low, after all. Instead, it would simply have taken a detour down the cliff. Hence, Shifeng had chosen to borrow the Silver-Eyed Lion King's immense destructive power to destroy the edge of the cliff. That way, there was no doubt the Silver-Eyed Lion King would be caught unaware. System: Silver-Eyed Lion King defeated. 4th trial completed. Rewarding 3 million EXP, 20 free mastery points, and 10 gold coins. Proficiency of all skills increased by 300 point. System: 4th trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? 3 million EXP. Isn't this reward a little too lavish? Shifeng was immediately shocked by the system's reward. He had only recently risen to level 19. Yet, now, he was already close to welcoming level 20. Moreover, after the 4th trial, Shifeng's War God's Temple merit points were already at 700 points. He could now afford to exchange for 1 fine gold ranked item and 1 secret silver ranked item, and as long as he cleared the 5th trial, he could obtain another 800 merit points. The points in that round alone trumped those from all the previous rounds combined. He would then be able to afford to exchange for either 1 dark gold ranked item or 3 fine gold ranked items. After a short rest, Shifeng clicked yes again and started the 5th trial. The stage of the 5th trial was set in a desert. Meanwhile, the primordial beast that would serve as his opponent in this trial was a monstrosity that had the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and a snake as its tail. The moment this monster noticed Shifeng's entry into its territory, its crimson red eyes immediately squinted, a hint of excitement leaking out from them. Chimera. Shifeng was surprised without even needing to use observing eyes on the monster before him. Shifeng already knew what it was. After all, he had fought this monster countless times in the past. A chimera was the final boss of a 100-man team dungeon. In the past, Shifeng and the team he led had suffered defeat after defeat under the hands of the chimera. Only after experiencing innumerable team wipes did they manage to finally kill it. Hence, Shifeng had a very deep impression of Chimera's chimera, special elite. Level 20. HP 120,000/120,000. The chimera was a monster Shifeng was extremely familiar with. Shifeng knew both the strengths and weaknesses of a chimera like the back of his hand. A chimera could spit fire from its mouth, and its strength was comparable to the silver-eyed Lion King. Meanwhile, the snake that acted as the chimera's tail was equivalent to another monster entirely. The snake boasted powerful venom attacks. If players were struck by the chimera's flames after being poisoned by its tail, they would die with 100% certainty. However, the chimera also possessed a fatal weakness. Poison. Shifeng immediately activated Windwalk. Faced with the chimera's sharp claws and venom attacks, Shifeng chose only to dodge and not retaliate. After the venom spat out by the chimera's tail started spreading and emitting a poisonous gas into the surroundings, Shifeng finally took action without hesitation. Shifeng charged into the poisonous fog, with the chimera following closely behind him. The moment Shifeng stepped into the poisonous fog, he was inflicted with a poison debuff, losing 200 HP every second. However, Shifeng paid no mind to the debuff. After he ran out of the poisonous fog, he spun his body around and threw the blazing meteor. When the blazing needle entered the poisonous fog, the vivid green fog instantly turned into a dark green. Immediately after, an explosion occurred. The explosion promptly sent the chimera, which was still standing inside the poisonous fog, flying. The monster lost over 10,000 HP from the explosion, and it was placed in a momentary crippled state. Taking advantage of this change, Shifeng launched a barrage of attacks at the chimera. By the time the chimera had recovered from its crippled state, Shifeng had already taken an additional 6,000 or so HP away from it. Furious, the chimera charged at Shifeng, while the latter started evading the chimera's attacks once more, biding his time while he waited for the next poisonous fog to form. After repeating this process several times, the battle finally came to an end. Although Shifeng had only around 400 HP remaining, the chimera had already fallen at his feet. System, chimera defeated. 5th trial completed. Rewarding 6 million EXP, 20 free mastery points, and 10 gold coins. Proficiency of all skills increased by 300 point. System, 5th trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? Immediately, Shifeng's experience bar rose to 62% of level 20. He was not far away from reaching level 21. Although Shifeng was slightly stronger now after allocating his free attribute points, he still felt that the next trial would be extremely dangerous. If not for the fact that Shifeng was familiar with the chimera's habits, he would have definitely died in the 5th trial. Meanwhile, the monster in the 6th trial would definitely be much stronger than the Chimera. It would be fortunate if the monster that appeared in the 6th trial was something Shi Feng was familiar with. However, what would he do if it was a monster he had never seen before? Most likely, death would be his only ending. Shi Feng would not rely on luck to decide such an important matter for him. Hence, Shi Feng did not immediately start the 6th trial after he was rested this time. Instead, he called out his attribute panel, choosing to use the free mastery points he had reserved all this time. One-handed sword mastery. Intermediate apprentice swordsman. Mastery points required, 50. Damage when using a one-handed weapon increased by 15%. Advanced apprentice swordsman. Mastery points required, 100. Damage when using a one-handed weapon increased by 20%. Basic swordsman. Mastery points required, 150. Damage when using a one-handed weapon increased by 30%. There is a 5% chance for a qualitative change to occur. Intermediate swordsman. Mastery points required, 200. Damage when using a one-handed weapon increased by 40%. There is a 10% chance for a qualitative change to occur. Normally, even after players were promoted into a Tier 1 swordsman, their one-handed sword or two-handed sword mastery would only be at the intermediate apprentice swordsman rank. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had received a total of 65 free mastery points from clearing the first 5 trials. In addition to the points he had received from completing quests and the points that were rewarded once every 5 levels, he now had a total of 168 in used free mastery points. After Shi Feng used up all his free mastery points, his one-handed sword mastery had reached the rank of a basic swordsman. However, Shi Feng was still not satisfied with this result, following which, he retrieved the level 20 dark gold ranked Purgatory's Shadow, which he had previously bought at the Blackwing auction house, from his bag and swapped out the level 15 Demon Bane. Let's start the devouring process, then. Shi Feng looked at the pitch-black abyssal blade in his hand. He then offered the 10 level 15 mysterious iron weapons, which he had prepared at an earlier date, and the level 15 Demon Bane as sacrifices to upgrade the abyssal blade. Although it was unfortunate that he did not possess 10 level 15 secret silver weapons to use as a sacrifice, the legendary quest was of utmost importance. He could not afford even the slightest misstep, and it was necessary for him to utilize all available avenues. Chapter 291, The Beginning of Greatness. In order to increase the abyssal blade's potential, Shi Feng had intended to gather 10 level 15 fine gold weapons to serve as a sacrifice. Hence, he had deliberately kept the abyssal blade at level 10 all this time now. However, he no longer had the leeway to do so. The abyssal blade started exuding a dark fog, which immediately charged at the sacrificial weapon Shi Feng had prepared. Within 3 seconds, even the incomparably hard Demon Bane, a dark gold-ranked one-handed sword, had been turned into dark fog and was absorbed by the abyssal blade. After the abyssal blade had finished devouring the sacrificial weapons, the weapon was no longer completely pitch-black in appearance. Golden divine runes appeared on the blade of the sword, giving off a faint golden glow. Meanwhile, the entire blade itself had also become silvery gray. When Shi Feng casually brandished the abyssal blade, slashing it through the air, the feeling he got was like he was cutting a transparent sheet of paper sharp. Shi Feng looked at the abyssal blade in his hand, astonishment filling his eyes. If he combined such sharpness with the basic destructive power passive skill, even without the ice blue devil flame, he could still easily destroy mysterious iron-ranked weapons and equipment. Secret silver-ranked items would also last only a while longer. Abyssal blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 211. All attributes plus 25. Attack speed plus 8. Ignore levels plus 8. Attacks have 35% chance to cause 200% damage, 10% chance to cause 300% damage, 20% chance to induce Doom Curse, reducing all attributes by 40% for 30 seconds if wielder belongs to any swordsman-related class. All skill levels plus 3 increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 15. Can be upgraded. Devour 10 level 20 mysterious iron weapons and 1 level 20 secret silver weapon to upgrade to level 20. Can be evolved, unknown, Additional Skill 1, Phantom Kill. Instantly creates a doppelganger. You can control this doppelganger. Doppelganger will have 55% of original body's attributes and all skills. At the same time, doppelganger and the original body can be swapped. Duration, 40 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional Skill 2, Abyssal Bind. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Additional Skill 3, 9 Dragon Slash. Instantly creates 9 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder to use. Each phantom sword is capable of dealing up to 30% damage. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional Skill 4, Dark Violent Dance. 45% of the total damage dealt to the target spreads in a cone-shaped area towards targets within a distance of 12 yards. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. The Abyssal Blade was personally created by Master Smith Ulysses using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, and it is ranked 31st. However, this sword has been cursed by the Black Dragon King. Aside from providing the wielder with immense strength, there will be a backlash every period of time. However, after being remodeled by Jack using a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been greatly reduced. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the curse of the Black Dragon King, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped and able to be traded as expected of a magic weapon. Even though only 10 mysterious iron weapons and 1 dark gold weapon were used as its sacrifice, its new attack power is even higher than a dark gold weapon of the same level. This attack power could already rival a dark gold ranked two-handed sword. Shurfong smiled in satisfaction. The level 15 dark gold ranked Demon Bane only had 183 attack power. Meanwhile, the Abyssal Blade had 211 attack power. It was far stronger than the Demon Bane. Not to mention, the other attributes and skills of the Abyssal Blade had also received a significant improvement from the upgrade this time around. Unfortunately, the Abyssal Blade was still far from being a match for the Purgatory's Shadow, a level 20 dark gold ranked one-handed sword. Purgatory's Shadow, one-handed sword, dark gold rank. Level 20, can be upgraded twice. Attack power plus 273. Strength plus 30, agility plus 25. Endurance plus 22. Attack speed plus 2. Attacks have 20% chance to cause 300% damage, 10% chance to reduce damage dealt by target by 20%. Effect not stackable. Additional skill dash. Purgatory power, when activated, increases attack speed by 100% and damage dealt by 30% for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. However, this could not be helped. Level 20 weapons and equipment were essentially more powerful than level 15 ones. At level 20, players could take the promotion to become a Tier 1 class. Hence, level 20 weapons and equipment would all be significantly stronger. Although the attack power has improved greatly, it won't be enough to get me through the 6th trial. Shurfong knew that a player's combat power could not simply be measured through their attack power alone. An increase in attack power only meant that the damage players dealt would be higher than before. Meanwhile, combat power was the synthesis of various other factors such as strength, agility, endurance, and other basic attributes. Skill level was also a factor to consider. Even if Shurfong multiplied his current attack power by 3 to 4 times, his HP would still be tens of times lower than the monster in the 6th trial. If he could not dodge the monster's attacks, he would still lose his life after taking a few hits. So, an increase in attack power would not bring too great an increase to his overall combat power. A player was just like a wooden bucket that was used to collect water. How strong they were depended not on their strengths but their weaknesses. Shurfong called out the system interface. As Eucharis had already opened up the exchange system of the War God's Temple's treasury for Shurfong, he could now directly exchange his merit points through the system. Shurfong immediately used 1,500 merit points to exchange for a level 20 dark gold weapon. He then took out another 10 level 20 mysterious iron weapons from his bag. There were plenty of mysterious iron weapons stored inside the guild warehouse. Moreover, during the past few days, while Shifeng, Aqua Rose, and Fire Dance were trapped within the Forgotten Lands, Blackie and the others had kept themselves busy raiding level 20, 5-man party dungeons to level up and obtain materials and equipment. They were making preparations to challenge the level 20, 10-man Great Dungeon. During this process, they had obtained plenty of level 20 mysterious iron-ranked weapons and equipment. Currently, Zero Wing possessed the most level 20 weapons and equipment out of all the guilds in White River City. With such a large supply, Shifeng had set aside some of the level 20 mysterious iron-ranked weapons and equipment with the weakest performance for future use. However, he had never thought he would get to put them to good use so quickly, following which, Shifeng chose to upgrade the Abyssal Blade once more. In God's domain, level 20 was considered a large threshold. Just like the time the Abyssal Blade had risen to level 10, it would receive a large improvement when it was upgraded to level 20. Now, whether or not Shifeng could clear the next trial would rely solely on the performance of the level 20 Abyssal Blade. The devouring process this time was clearly different from when the Abyssal Blade got upgraded to level 15. After devouring the offerings, the Abyssal Blade erupted and let loose a dragon's roar. The sky and earth trembled in the face of this mighty roar. Immediately after, the Abyssal Blade broke free from Shifeng's grasp and floated in mid-air. Boom! The Abyssal Blade exploded, transforming into a black tornado. The surroundings went deathly still as if with bated breath. As the black tornado dissipated, a gigantic figure emerged in its place. This figure was none other than the phantom of the Black Dragon King that Shifeng had previously seen. However, compared to the first time Shifeng had seen it, the phantom that appeared this time was much more vivid. Moreover, the destructive aura it emitted was far stronger than before. Even when he was faced with the apex powerhouses back at the Eternal Throne, Shifeng had not been so scared. Of course, this disparity was also due to the fact that those big shots had been intentionally suppressing their auras at this moment. The Black Dragon King's phantom, which was several hundred meters in height, actually turned to look at Shifeng and revealed a human-like sneer. Soon after, the phantom dissipated and transformed back into the Abyssal Blade. As the sword landed, its blade stabbed deep into the earth before Shifeng, with only its hilt remaining above ground. Some time passed before Shifeng gradually recovered from his stupor. He then slowly extended his hand and pulled out the Abyssal Blade. The appearance of the Abyssal Blade had greatly changed after being upgraded. The entire sword was now silvery gray in color, and it exuded a faint, black aura of death. The image of a black dragon could also be seen fading in and out of existence on the blade of the sword. Meanwhile, the image of a dragon had also been carved out of the hilt of the Abyssal Blade. There were small black chains wrapped around the hilt as well, seemingly acting as a seal for the dragon. Have I just done something I shouldn't have? Shifeng wondered, laughing bitterly as he looked at the lifelike dragon sculpture. Everything was playing out just as Faust, the legendary character Shifeng had met back at the Star River Valley, had sighed. A magic weapon was a double-edged sword. As one allowed the magic weapon to grow in strength, the curse contained within it would also grow stronger. Meanwhile, the wielder would sooner or later be devoured by the strength of the magic weapon. Chapter 292, Black Emperor. Extraordinary strength comes from an extraordinary will. This was the only advice Faust had given Shifeng after Shifeng grasped the Abyssal Blade, which had undergone a huge change in its appearance. He could fully feel the terrifying strength contained within the sword itself. It was like the sword was alive. Shifeng could even feel pulsations when he gripped the hilt of the Abyssal Blade. It felt as if the Black Dragon King was roaring inside the Abyssal Blade and likely to break through its seals at any given time. Such powerful attributes. When Shifeng checked the attributes of the Abyssal Blade, he couldn't help but secretly marvel at them. The Abyssal Blade was definitely the best weapon below epic rank Shifeng had seen. Even the blazing meteor, which had been crafted by the forging genius Celiora, was not its match currently. Based on the Abyssal Blade's attributes, it would not be an exaggeration to label the sword a pseudo-extraordinary item. Provided that he could continue upgrading it, it would reach the epic rank standard before long. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 302. All attributes plus 30. Attack speed plus 10. Ignore levels plus 10. Attacks have 40% chance to cause 200% damage, 15% chance to cause 300% damage, 20% chance to induce Doom Curse, reducing all attributes by 40% for 30 seconds if wielder belongs to any swordsman-related class. All skill levels plus 3 increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 20. Can be upgraded. Devour 10 level 25 secret silver weapons and 1 level 25 fine gold weapon to upgrade to level 25. Can be evolved. Unknown. Additional skill 1, Phantom Kill. Instantly creates a doppelganger. You can control this doppelganger. Doppelganger will have 70% of original body's attributes and all skills. At the same time, doppelganger and the original body can be swapped. Duration, 40 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 2, Abyssal Bind. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration, 4 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Additional skill 3, 9 Dragon Slash. Instantly creates 12 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder to use. Each phantom sword is capable of dealing up to 40% damage. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 4, Dark Violent Dance. 50% of the total damage dealt to the target spreads in a cone-shaped area towards targets within a distance of 12 yards. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Additional Profound Inheritance, Black Emperor. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 layer of Death Aura. Each layer of Death Aura can be used to increase all attributes of wielder by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 10 seconds, or be used to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 3 seconds. Maximum of 30 layers of Death Aura. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 18 hours. The Abyssal Blade was personally created by Master Smith Ulysses using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, and it is ranked 31st. However, this sword has been cursed by the Black Dragon King. Aside from providing the wielder with immense strength, there will be a backlash every period of time. However, after being remodeled by Jack using a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been greatly reduced. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the curse of the Black Dragon King, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%, unable to be dropped and able to be traded as expected of a magic weapon. It really doesn't disappoint. Even epic weapons rarely have profound inheritances attached to them. Now, before even reaching the standard of an epic weapon, it already possesses a profound inheritance. Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief after carefully reading through the introduction of the Black Emperor. With it, he should not have any problems facing the 6 trial. Profound inheritances were rarely seen during the early stages of God's domain. They only started becoming widely known during the middle stages of the game. Inheritances and skills were different. In God's domain, the skills provided to each class were made to accommodate the masses of players, so there was no sense of individuality to them. To put it another way, instead of skills being made to cater to the individual player, players were required to adapt themselves to pre-made skills, regardless of the suitability of said skills. Meanwhile, inheritances could be used by players to create their own unique method of attacking, allowing more freedom in their fighting styles. It could also further increase a player's combat power. The most basic of inheritances in God's domain would enhance a player's skills, such as increasing the skill's damage or altering the effects of said skill to allow a more flexible fighting style. As for the more advanced inheritances, not only would they alter a player's skills, they could also increase a player's attributes. Meanwhile, the Black Emperor inheritance clearly belonged to this category. If others were to see the attributes on the Abyssal Blade, their jaws would definitely fall to the ground in shock. Some would even harbor thoughts of owning it for themselves. An organization like Underworld, which had been continuously gathering all kinds of powerful items, would definitely not hesitate to use unscrupulous means to take possession of the Abyssal Blade. In today's society, Virtual gaming had already become one of the world's main forms of entertainment. The emergence of God's domain had further solidified the position of virtual reality games in people's lives. Currently, the average person would spend close to half of their day living inside God's domain. It was also due to this reason that players all wished to live a better and more respectable life in God's domain. After all, life in God's domain was just like another part of their own lives. However, unlike their lives in the real world, their lives in the virtual world were much purer and simpler. Generally, they only needed good weapons, equipment, and influence in the game. At this current age, players' pursuit of virtual items was no less than women's pursuit of luxury goods. After all, in the eyes of average players, weapons and equipment were the representation of strength. Gorgeous-looking weapons and equipment that allowed one to have amazing damage output were all the envy of average players. High-level weapons and equipment were symbols of strength in God's domain, and countless players pursued them. It was also the reason why many players were willing to spend hundreds and thousands, and sometimes even tens of thousands of credits to purchase these powerful items. Some wealthy youths that were born with a golden spoon would even spend several millions without blinking just to obtain a powerful item. These people were willing to go to such lengths because, with powerful weapons and equipment, they could experience the pleasure of being superior to others. In the case of a magic weapon like the Abyssal Blade, it wouldn't be impossible for it to sell for an astronomical price of several tens of millions. Shi Feng recalled that 1 year after God's domain's official launch in the past, a legendary item had appeared in the world auction, which was held in the real world. At that time, the legendary item had been sold off for 60 million credits. The price had thoroughly shocked the entire world. Shortly after the auction, however, the person who sold the legendary item immediately regretted that decision. There was only a limited number of legendary items throughout the entire God's domain, and every single one of them was considered a strategic weapon by guilds. Just by owning one, a player could easily get through their Tier 4 or even Tier 5 class promotions. Meanwhile, the value of a Tier 5 powerhouse could reach up to tens of billions of credits. The reason being, when a guild gave birth to a Tier 5 powerhouse, the guild would have the ability to conquer 2 or 3 additional cities that could each hold a population of several million people. Of course, the Abyssal Blade was still incapable of rivaling a legendary weapon at present. It wasn't even at the level of an epic weapon yet. However, it was what Shi Feng currently needed the most. For Shi Feng, several hundred points of additional attributes weren't as beneficial a powerful skill. And the Black Emperor inheritance just happened to fit the bill. Shi Feng had learned many powerful skills. However, all of them possessed the same fatal weakness. All of them possessed explosive power, but none of them possessed any staying power. Maybe this weakness wouldn't be a problem when these skills were used inside a dungeon or against players with poor equipment. After all, when going against players with poor equipment, Shi Feng did not even need to use up all the skills in his arsenal to finish them off. He could simply overwhelm them with superior attributes, and not even techniques would be required. Meanwhile, when inside dungeons, he would have MTs to tank the monsters at the front lines, healers to heal him from behind, and many other players to support him. He only needed to survive and wait for the cooldown of his skills to end before starting the next volley of attacks. But when fighting against monsters or players that were equal in strength with him, just a short burst of damage would not carry him to victory. Without sustainability, he would be trampled by his opponent after his short burst. Just take Absolute Heaven for example. When he had ambushed Shi Feng, after his series of attacks had been defended against by Shi Feng, the only other thing Absolute Heaven could do was to escape. Unless Absolute Heaven had a method to take advantage of his opponent's weakness, only death awaited him. Following the upgrade of the Abyssal Blade, Shi Feng sank into deep contemplation for more than 2 hours, thinking of ways to incorporate the Black Emperor inheritance into his fighting style. Now, he felt much more confident about clearing the 6th trial. Let's see what kind of monster is awaiting me in the 6th trial, then. Shi Feng revealed a faint smile. Stretching his finger, he tapped yes on the system interface and started the next trial. Chapter 293, Balrog Serpent. Inside the Eternal Throne, the apex powerhouses of the War God's Temple were currently observing the situation inside the 12 trials, and they were all very shocked to discover that Shifeng actually wielded a magic weapon. What an amazing little guy. He isn't even a Tier 1 swordsman, yet he is actually able to master a magic weapon. Moreover, he has even released its power to such a degree. Controller of a magic weapon. Dominator of a mysterious flame. Moreover, his control over his own power has obviously crossed that threshold. He sure knows how to surprise us time after time. Yes. It would have been fine if it were just the magic weapon and mysterious flame, but he has even reached such a level of control over his own power already. Many of those who have attained a Tier 3 class can't even achieve such a degree of control. It seems he won't have any problems clearing the 6th trial. With such great potential hidden in him, if he had come to us a little later, he might have been able to clear even the 7th trial. Such a pity. The threshold that these NPC big shots were referring to was simply one's ability to display 50% of one's own combat power. However, none of these NPCs knew that, in the past, Shifeng had once been a Tier 3 Sword King. Back then, Shifeng was capable of displaying up to 80% of his personal combat power. If not for his weak physique limiting his brain's development potential and also the quality of his own equipment being a problem, Shifeng would have long since been promoted to a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. This can't be helped. Who would have known the endless abyss would break the seal so quickly? There is no point feeling pity over the matter. We old folks should make some preparations for when the trial ends as well. Otherwise, we'll break our backs from overwork later. The Lords of the Silver Thrones unanimously acknowledged Shifeng's potential. However, in regard to Shifeng's managing to clear the 7th trial, they held no hope towards it at all. The reason being, it had been over a millennium since the 7th trial had been cleared. Inside the 12 trials, the stage for the 6th trial was a cave of lava similar to the Flame God's cave. However, the fire-type mana here was far purer than in the Flame God's cave. Shifeng currently stood inside this cave, and the molten hot lava around him was making bubbling sounds as it flowed through the cave. If Shifeng did not possess 20 points in fire resistance, allowing him a certain degree of immunity to heat, he would have long since been cooked by the scalding hot temperatures. Any average player that came here might already be half dead before they even started battling. Before Shifeng could fully observe the terrain inside the cave, a gigantic flame-covered snake over 20 meters long emerged from the molten lava. Balrog Serpent, Special Elite. Level 20. HP 150,000/150,000. Even if Shifeng did not know exactly how powerful this Balrog Serpent was, he had no doubt whatsoever that this serpent had a very high resistance towards fire-type attacks. Let's use you as a test for my new weapons. Shifeng revealed a faint smile as he unsheathed the Abyssal Blade and the Purgatory's Shadow. However, he did not directly charge at the Balrog Serpent, as that was something only an idiot would do. Before charging into battle, experts would first try to understand as much as they could about their opponent. Hence, Shifeng simply stood still and calmly observed the Balrog Serpent's every action, familiarizing himself with the giant serpent's movement patterns. The Balrog Serpent was also no idiot itself. It obviously knew that it was much stronger than Shifeng and that its HP was tens of times higher than Shifeng's as well. So, instead of giving Shifeng time to study it, the Balrog Serpent immediately widened its mouth and sent fireballs flying one after another at Shifeng. Shifeng's feet moved, his body instantly reacting and leaving behind an afterimage as he effortlessly dodged these incoming fireballs. Not giving up, the Balrog Serpent continued bombarding Shifeng with a stream of fireballs. If 3 were not enough, then 5. If 5 were not enough, then 10. Soon, the space within the cave was packed with fireballs. By attacking in such a way, not only could the Balrog Serpent damage its enemies, it could also prevent them from closing in on it. Faced with such a method of attack that combined both offense and defense, average players would definitely grow helpless and suffer the bombardment of these dozens of fireballs. Shifeng, however, was no average player. In the face of all these fireballs, instead of retreating, he chose to advance without the slightest shred of hesitation. Yet, contrary to expectations, Shi Feng did not end up suffering a tragic end at the hands of the fireballs. Instead, he looked as if he was dancing as he weaved through the rain of fire, his actions seemingly easy and enjoyable. However, when the distance between him and the Balrog serpent shortened to 20 yards, he could no longer rely solely on evading the fireballs to move forward. Ivy mostly grasped its attack timing. Now, it's time to have a look at how amazing my new weapons are. Shi Feng inwardly smiled as he looked at the Balrog serpent that was constantly spitting out fireball. Shi Feng activated the ice blue devil flame, and deep blue flames immediately wrapped around his body. He then used silent steps to appear right behind the Balrog serpent's head. The first thing he did when he arrived was to send a vertical slash down on the Balrog serpent's head, causing -372 damage to the monster. Such strong defense. Shi Feng looked at the resulting damage, disbelief filling his eyes. The abyssal blade itself already possessed 302 attack power. If Shi Feng's strength were taken into account, his total attack power should be well over 700 points. Moreover, the ice blue devil flame had also increased the damage he dealt by 20%. Yet, he had managed to cause only -372 damage to the monster. The Balrog serpent's defense could already rival a Lord-ranked monster of the same level if Shi Feng had not upgraded the abyssal blade to level 20 nor equipped the dark gold-ranked Purgatory's shadow. Shi Feng might not even be able to deal -150 damage to the Balrog serpent right now. At this moment, Shi Feng felt fortunate that he had not rushed before to start the 6th trial. Otherwise, his chances of victory would have been lower than 20%. However, although Shi Feng had allowed this thought to linger in his mind for a moment, his attacks on the Balrog serpent never stopped. Immediately after his first sword strike, Shi Feng followed up by using Thundering Flash. 3 electric arcs dove into the flaming Balrog serpent, piercing its gigantic body and causing damages of -554, -1528, and -1125. The damage he dealt was much higher than before. Simultaneously, he had also inflicted a damage amplification debuff that lasted 20 seconds on the Balrog serpent, following which, Shi Feng continued with a chop, the attack achieving a critical hit and dealing close to -2000 damage. When Shi Feng landed on the ground, he immediately followed up with a flurry of sword slashes. The abyssal blade now had a 40% chance to deal a critical hit, so Shi Feng could deal a critical hit with almost every other attack from this series of attacks. The Balrog serpent had lost over 7000 HP. However, the giant serpent had 150,000 HP. Shi Feng would need to repeat such a burst of attacks at least 20 more times in order to completely kill it. Originally, Shi Feng felt quite happy with the damage he was dealing. At this rate, even if he did not activate Black Emperor, he still possessed a very high chance of killing the Balrog serpent. Unfortunately, that happiness was short-lived. The reason being, Shi Feng soon discovered that the Balrog serpent's HP was rapidly returning to full. It was actually recovering 500 HP every second. That amount was even higher than a single one of Shi Feng's normal attacks. If Shi Feng remained idle, the Balrog serpent would fully recover in less than 20 seconds. Meanwhile, the Balrog serpent immediately sent its tail swiping at Shi Feng. Finally reacting to Shi Feng's attack, Shi Feng hurriedly used parry to block the attack. Although he suffered no damage from the Balrog serpent's tail strike, he was forced to retreat 3 steps, with his hands growing numb from the force of the impact as well. In terms of destructive power, the Balrog serpent was definitely superior to the Chimera. The Balrog serpent was also much faster. Shi Feng had actually been forced to use parry because he could not dodge in time. Currently, Shi Feng's parry was at level 7, so it had a cooldown of 21 seconds. Aside from parry, Shi Feng also had Defensive Blade, a skill that had both offensive and defensive capabilities. Currently, Defensive Blade was at level 6, and it had a cooldown of 2 minutes. Although its cooldown was much longer than parry, it allowed Shi Feng to completely block 4 melee attacks and 8 ranged attacks. He would also be immune to charge attacks. Just as the dozens of fireballs were about to hit him, Shi Feng jumped into the air, dodging them completely. Right after that, the Balrog serpent swiped its tail at Shifeng again. The sound of wind whistling could be heard as its tail streaked through the air in the face of this powerful attack. Shifeng showed no signs of weaknesses. Immediately, he countered the attack with the level 7 Thunder Flame explosion when sword and tail collided, sparks of flame scattered in all directions. The Balrog serpent's tail was knocked back, the monster itself receiving over -400 damage from the brief clash. On the other hand, Shifeng landed heavily onto the ground, his feet sinking partly into the molten lava. A damage of over -700 points also appeared above his head. As expected, in a direct confrontation, Shifeng was definitely a lot weaker than the Balrog serpent. However, Shifeng was probably the only player in God's domain right now who dared to actually fight a special elite monster in such a way. Chapter 294, Storm of Swords. Although Shifeng lost against the Balrog serpent in a direct confrontation, Thunder Flame Explosion, the skill he used, wasn't just a powerful destructive skill. It was also a control skill. However, the Balrog serpent was a special elite monster. It possessed a degree of resistance towards control skills, hence, the level 7 Thunder Flame Explosion, which would originally place enemies hit by it in a fainted state for 5 seconds, only managed to incapacitate the Balrog serpent for 5 seconds for average players. 5 seconds might not seem like a long time. For Shifeng, however, it was plenty of time. Wind Blade. Shifeng instantly arrived before the Balrog serpent. Simultaneously, his attack speed received a 30% increase. However, Shifeng was still not satisfied with this. He then proceeded to activate the additional skill of the Purgatory Shadow, Purgatory Power. When activated, increases attack speed by 100% and damage dealt by 30% for 15 seconds cooldown, 2 minutes. Shifeng then activated 9 dragon/12 phantoms of the abyssal blades suddenly appeared, floating around Shifeng. Each phantom was capable of dealing 40% damage for 30 seconds. However, it had a long cooldown of 5 minutes. Shifeng brandished his 2 swords using his full strength. In addition to the 12 abyssal blade phantoms he was controlling, a total of 14 swords surrounded and madly attacked the Balrog serpent within moments. The cave was filled with sword images dancing around. 14, 28, 56, 112. Countless sword images flashed in the air, forming a storm of swords that devoured the Balrog serpent. Shifeng's swords slashed at the Balrog serpent's body one after another, each strike causing close to -500 damage. Moreover, close to half of this barrage of attacks achieved a critical hit, each dealing close to -1000 damage to the monster. Meanwhile, each of the phantoms of the abyssal blade had also managed to deal over -200 damage to the Balrog serpent. The total damage of the 12 phantoms was even more frightening than that of Shifeng himself, as if the floodgates to the Balrog serpent's 150,000 HP had been opened. The Balrog serpent lost HP incessantly within a short 5 seconds. The Balrog serpent's HP had already fallen to 61%. When the Balrog serpent regained consciousness, it immediately released an enraged roar. At this moment, however, Shifeng pointed the abyssal blade at the Balrog serpent. Now is still not the time for you to wake up. Shifeng cast Abyssal Bind on the Balrog serpent right away. If he were to allow the Balrog serpent to start retaliating, his previous efforts would all go to waste in the blink of an eye. 9 pitch-black chains emerged from the ground, quickly wrapping around and binding the Balrog serpent. Meanwhile, the Balrog serpent could do nothing but roar in anger as it helplessly watched sword after sword piercing its own body, continuously reaping its HP. The Abyssal Bind had a duration of 4 seconds. Moreover, the Balrog serpent's resistance towards control skills was completely ineffective against it. The Abyssal Bind's effective duration was not reduced in the slightest. In addition, the Abyssal Bind reduced the Balrog serpent's defense by 100%, rendering the Balrog serpent's innately powerful defense utterly useless now. Each of Shifeng's sword strikes dealt over -800 damage, with the occasional triple critical hit dealing over -2500 damage. A series of splendid numbers appeared above the Balrog serpent's head. Before the eye-catching number of -2,500 disappeared, a damage of over -1,700 points appeared on top of it. Practically 1 out of every 2 strikes would achieve a critical hit. Meanwhile, each of the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms were now dealing over -350 damage to the Balrog Serpent. For the Balrog Serpent, these 4 seconds were a complete hell. By the time the Balrog Serpent escaped from the chains binding it, it had only 19% HP remaining. However, Shi Feng had long since been prepared for this moment to disappear. Shi Feng raised the silvery gray Abyssal Blade. The dense fire-type mana in the surroundings started gathering around the Abyssal Blade, causing the sword to release a blinding glow. This was indeed Shi Feng's ultimate skill, Flame Burst. Flame Burst. Level 5, requires 4 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. Channeling time, 2 seconds. Gathers the power of flames to a single point and causes 420% damage to the target. Attack count, 6 times. Cooldown, 3 minutes 30 seconds. Before the Balrog Serpent could even start attacking, Shi Feng had already brandished the scorching hot Abyssal Blade 6 times. All 6 sword slashes immediately sank into the Balrog Serpent's body. 310, -3,347, -6,784, -6,706, -3,371, -6, 754. 6 frightening damages appeared consecutively above the Balrog Serpent's head, instantly taking away the monster's remaining 28,000 HP. Soon after, the Balrog Serpent's body started fading away, and only after it disappeared completely did Shi Feng release a sigh of relief. System, Balrog Serpent defeated. 6th trial completed. Rewarding 9 million EXP, 20 free mastery points, and 10 gold coins. Proficiency of all skills increased by 500 point. System, 6th trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? Shi Feng's experience bar immediately rose to 41% of level 21. If put on the ranking list on White River City, Shi Feng would only be beneath Violet Cloud and the others. However, he was still 2 levels behind Blackie, the current top-ranking player of White River City. Finally, I've passed the requirement. Should I try to take on the 7th trial, though? Shi Feng looked at the system interface showing the trial's prompt. Privately, Shi Feng had the notion to take the challenge. Now that he had cleared the 6th trial, it signified that his task was already over. He had no need to brave the dangers and accept the next trial at all. Moreover, if he happened to lose his life in the next trial, he would definitely suffer a heavy penalty. It absolutely wouldn't be limited to just losing a single level. Truth be told, however, Shi Feng felt confident about his chances at clearing the 7th trial. After all, he had not even unveiled the Black Emperor inheritance when he fought the Balrog Serpent. He definitely had the necessary strength to challenge the 7th trial. After clearing the 6th trial, Shi Feng obtained an additional 1,600 merit points. If he were to clear the 7th trial, he could obtain another 3,200 merit points, bringing his total to 4,800 merit points. It would be enough points for him to exchange for an epic ranked item. Just the prospect of obtaining an epic ranked item made Shi Feng feel that he should give it a try. Besides, Shi Feng no longer had any burdens to carry, so why not give it a try? However, Shi Feng was unsure of what kind of price he would have to pay if he were to suffer death. If it was only losing a single level, then Shi Feng would gladly proceed to the 7th trial. However, Shi Feng knew such an outcome was not likely. Just the penalty for not completing the Trial of Gods was already considered unbearable for players. Some players might even have to delete and restart their accounts due to the harsh penalties imposed. Meanwhile, the 12 trials was the most challenging trial of the War God's Temple. It would be an insult to the War God's Temple if the punishment for dying was only the loss of a single level. Just as Shi Feng was hesitating, his system communicator rang. Meanwhile, the person calling him was Aqua Rose. Did something happen? Shi Feng asked. Previously, Shi Feng had already told Aqua Rose that he did not wish to be disturbed as he was about to do a quest, and that, unless there was something big happening, she shouldn't try to contact him. Based on Aqua Rose's serious personality, If it wasn't an extremely important matter, then she definitely wouldn't try to contact him. Hence Shifeng's question. Dark Star has suddenly declared an all-out war against us, and several hundreds of our guild members have already been killed by members of Dark Star while they were out grinding. Moreover, the core team, led by Fire Dance, has also been trapped by Dark Star inside the Silverleaf Forest. Although we've already sent reinforcements, they were blocked by members of Dark Star outside the forest. What I'm trying to say is that, guild leader, you need to immediately contact Gentle Snow and have her send some people to help contain Dark Star so that our members can take the opportunity to save Fire Dance and the others. Aqua Rose was extremely anxious at this moment. They had already failed to break through the encirclement of Dark Star around the Silverleaf Forest multiple times now. If this situation continued, Fire Dance and the others would truly be finished. Feng Xianyang. You did good. Shifeng's expression immediately sank, a cold killing intent gleaming in his eyes. If Fire Dance and the others belonging to the main force of the guild were to die a few times, it would be a tremendous loss to Zero Wing. Leaving aside the fame that Fire Dance and the others had accumulated for themselves, just losing a part of the equipment they possessed would be a serious blow to the guild. Just how long would it take for them to recover such precious equipment? Meanwhile, when Shifeng tried to figure out who was responsible for such a situation, Feng Xianyang came up as his strongest suspect. Feng Xianyang was the true wielder of authority in Dark Star. After Shifeng's previous forthright rejection, it would not be strange if Feng Xianyang retaliated. Hence, who else could be responsible for Dark Star's declaration of war? Chapter 295, Mirage Beast. Although Shifeng was incensed by this news, Fire Dance and the others would have long since lost their lives by the time he arrived at the Silverleaf Forest. Alright, I'll contact Gentle Snow immediately. Shifeng disconnected his call with Aqua Rose after saying so. He then called out his friends list, selected Gentle Snow's name, and chose to contact her. It was a fact that Ouroboros and Zero Wing were allies. Since an ally was under attack, Gentle Snow naturally did not refuse to send reinforcements when Shifeng asked. Moreover, Gentle Snow had found out about this entire matter a step ahead of Shifeng. Hence, she had already organized her subordinates even before Shifeng contacted her, and they were just about to hurry over to the Silverleaf Forest. Right at that moment, Gentle Snow had gathered 2,000 members from Ouroboros to aid Zero Wing. Of them, 500 were elite members of the guild. Such a powerful force would pose a huge threat to the 6,000 members of Dark Star blocking the way into the Silverleaf Forest. Many thanks for your help, Miss Snow. In the future, members of Ouroboros that shop at the Starstreak trading firm can enjoy a 10% discount on all products, Shifeng said. And thanks, you said this yourself. I'll gladly accept your offer, then. Gentle Snow revealed a faint smile. Currently, over half of the player population in White River City was patronizing the Starstreak trading firm. After all, not only were the items sold there of good quality, there was also a large selection available. Moreover, the product supply was plentiful. Normally, the various guilds in White River City would always make a trip to the Starstreak trading firm before they went dungeon diving. If Ouroboros could receive a 10% discount when purchasing items there, it would save the guild a lot of money. Really, though, just what is going through the minds of those people in Dark Star? It would be fine if it were just the usual minor skirmish. However, they have actually declared an all-out war on Zero Wing. Isn't Lone Tyrant afraid that his guild might suffer heavy losses and lose the ability to compete for the first clear of the 3 great dungeons? Gentle Snow commented curiously. The competition over the first clear of the 3 great dungeons had already reached its most crucial moment right now. Moreover, Dark Star only had the final boss left to defeat in order to snag the first clear of the Land of Death, and gain an absolute advantage over the other guilds. However, Dark Star had instead chosen to take action against Zero Wing at this critical junction. God's Domain had been launched just recently. At this early stage of the game, everyone was busy leveling up and raiding dungeons to strengthen themselves. Guilds, in particular, were deeply afraid of falling behind others. Even if conflict arose between guilds, both sides would usually choose to show restraint. After all, an all-out war between guilds would profit nobody. Worse, they might even get taken advantage of by a third party. If such a situation were to truly occur, then the damage to both guilds would grow even more massive. Hence, unless there was a huge disparity in strength between both sides, nobody would casually choose to start a war. Dark Star and Zero Wing were both among the top 6 guilds in White River City, so the difference in strength between the two guilds was not particularly wide. No matter how gentle Snow looked at the situation, she could not figure out why Dark Star would choose to suddenly declare wary. "I'm afraid that the one starting the war this time around isn't Lone Tyrant, but the organization that's backing him, Underworld," Shifeng said, laughing bitterly. Underworld. Gentle Snow couldn't help but wrinkle her eyebrows at this revelation. So that's how it is. I've been wondering how Dark Star had managed to suddenly obtain so many experts. It turns out the mysterious power supporting Dark Star is Underworld. However, how did you manage to find out about this? Even though I've planted many spies inside Dark Star, I never managed to uncover the forces hidden behind Dark Star. Feng Xianyang from Underworld came looking for me to buy some of Zero Wing's shares. However, the price he offered was simply too low. I rejected his offer, so now he is trying to get back at me by destroying Zero Wing. Shifeng revealed the truth. Gentle Snow immediately understood the situation after listening to Shifeng's words. It was no wonder Dark Star was completely unafraid of commencing an all-out war. With Underworld's background, it only needed to field a part of its forces located in the eastern region of Starmoon Kingdom to completely destroy Zero Wing. With such a large disparity in strength, it was natural for Dark Star not to fear a war. So it is Feng Xianyang. He is indeed a person who would take revenge for the slightest of offenses. However, with Underworld's financial power, his offer to buy Zero Wing, which possesses a guild residence, should not have been low. At the very least, he should have offered 500 to 600 million, right? Gentle Snow came to an abrupt realization. However, she also felt curious about this matter, as the Feng Xianyang she knew was not a tight-fisted person. 1 billion credits and several hundred experts. In addition, they would also provide 100 gold coins as support every week. Shifeng said 1 billion credits and also 100 gold coins per week. Feng Xianyang sure is generous. Even I might feel tempted if given such an offer. Yet, you actually complained that it's too little. No wonder he's angry. Gentle Snow chuckled softly. Shifeng simply replied with a faint smile, not bothering to give an explanation on the matter. Aside from a few core guild members knowing about the Purple Sun Mansion being their new guild residence, nobody else knew anything about it. The others only knew that Zero Wing possessed a guild residence. They were not clear where exactly it was located. After all, there were simply too many plots of land available in White River City. Moreover, the Purple Sun Mansion was currently under reconstruction. It would take 2 more days before it can be used and also unveiled to the public, following which, Shifeng made some small talk with Gentle Snow before ending the call. He then proceeded to start the 7th trial. If nothing unexpected happened, the 2,000 players led by Gentle Snow could definitely break apart Dark Star's encirclement around the Silverleaf Forest. Hence, what Shifeng needed to do now was to increase his own strength by obtaining even better tools and equipment, slowly and gradually enhancing their guild's foundation. In regard to the battle at the Silverleaf Forest, Shifeng could only play the role of an observer. Even if he were to rush over there right this instant, everything would have long since been over by the time he arrived. However, Shifeng would definitely remember this debt of hatred. Sooner or later, he would repay this debt to Dark Star and Underworld 10 times over. The stage for the 7th trial was an ancient coliseum. The moment Shifeng laid eyes on his opponent, he was immediately shocked by what he saw. Why is it myself? Shifeng looked at the familiar figure gradually appearing at a corner of the coliseum, feeling very surprised. However, when he used observing eyes on this twin of his, he immediately came to an understanding. Mirage Beast, Rare Special Elite. Level 20. HP 200,000/200,000. This Mirage Beast was capable of replicating the appearance and skills of an enemy. However, unlike players, it had a frightening amount of HP. In a one-on-one situation, players would find it extremely difficult to kill the Mirage Beast in God's domain. The only advantage players had over monsters was the diversity of skills they possessed. Meanwhile, players could use these skills in various combinations to exert even stronger power. Yet, if the Mirage Beast possessed the same skills that players did, then players would lose even that little advantage they had. When comparing the power of skills, the Mirage Beast's skills might even be more powerful than the player's good timing. I was just thinking of trying out a few things. Shifeng advanced, immediately directing a chop at the Mirage Beast. Meanwhile, the Mirage Beast had similarly charged at Shifeng, and it, too, had sent a chop at Shifeng. The moment the two swords clashed, sparks flew all around. However, when all was said and done, Shifeng was still a player. In terms of strength, he was still far inferior to the Mirage Beast. Hence, Shifeng was easily repelled, forced by the Mirage Beast to retreat step by step. Meanwhile, the Mirage Beast was also superior in terms of attack speed. Although the ensuing damage from a collision of weapons was small, after clashing for tens or even hundreds of times, Shifeng would eventually lose his life. After all, the Mirage Beast possessed 200,000 HP, while Shifeng's HP was just slightly over 2,600 after reaching level 21. Moreover, Shifeng was receiving more damage than the Mirage Beast from their exchanges. Not to mention, both sides were also executing various skills. When Shifeng used Thundering Flash, the Mirage Beast would activate Windwalk to dodge the attack. It would then counter with a Thundering Flash of its own. Knowing that he could not receive the attack directly, Shifeng, too, activated Windwalk to dodge. However, the Mirage Beast activated Wind Blade to immediately appear before Shifeng. It then followed up with a chop, sending an extremely quick vertical slash down towards its prey. Shifeng hastily used parry to block the Mirage Beast's chop. He countered with a Thunder Flame explosion right away. In the end, however, the Mirage Beast used parry to fend off the powerful attack. Shifeng then followed up with a Flame Burst, which was promptly countered with a defensive blade by the Mirage Beast. The exchange between both sides was extremely intense. After a dozen seconds or so, Shifeng's HP had fallen to 60%. On the other hand, the Mirage Beast had lost only a negligible amount of HP. Just the Mirage Beast's battle recovery negated most of the damage Shifeng had caused. As expected of the 7th trial, even the monster's normal attacks and skills are used with such viciousness. However, instead of feeling afraid, a sense of excitement was bubbling within Shifeng at the moment. However, do you know this move? Shifeng looked at the Mirage Beast, a faint smile appearing on his face. He then proceeded to activate the Black Emperor Inheritance. Dark fog immediately started emerging from the Abyssal Blade and then entered Shifeng's body. Chapter 296, Perfect Combination. Although the Mirage Beast was capable of duplicating a player's every skill, Shifeng had already obtained a clear understanding of the Mirage Beast during this short period of time. Shifeng had previously activated the Ice Blue Devil Flame after starting the battle. Yet, the Mirage Beast had not done so. The Ice Blue Devil Flame was not a skill Shifeng had learned. Instead, it was an additional effect provided by the item known as the Ice Blue Devil Flame. Hence, Shifeng could say with certainty that the Mirage Beast was incapable of duplicating the additional skills of a player's equipment. The moment the dark fog, which emanated from the Abyssal Blade, started permeating Shifeng's body, a faint silvery gray aura of death emerged on the surface of his body. Immediately, he charged at the Mirage Beast, while simultaneously activating 9 Dragon Slash. The 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms promptly started attacking the Mirage Beast the moment they came into existence. When the Mirage Beast saw the 12 Phantoms striking at it, it cleverly chose not to block them. Instead, it bombarded Shifeng with a Thunder Flame explosion. As long as Shifeng died, the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms would naturally disappear along with him. Seeing the Mirage Beast's actions, Shifeng simply revealed a calm smile. Rather than dodge the attack, however, Shifeng chose to activate Defensive Blade and proceeded to assault the Mirage Beast's vital point. Defensive Blade provided Shifeng with complete immunity to 4 melee attacks. He could simply allow the Mirage Beast's attack to connect without needing to defend using his sword at all. Meanwhile, Shifeng's twin swords had also landed on the Mirage Beast's body previously. In order to block Shifeng's Thunder Flame explosion, the Mirage Beast had used up its own defensive blade. Hence, it had no choice but to endure Shifeng's attacks. Right now Shifeng took this chance to make 7 consecutive slashes on the Mirage Beast's body. His normal attacks caused over -500 damage, while critical hits dealt over -1000 damage. Meanwhile, each of the Abyssal Blade Phantoms could also inflict over -200 damage. Out of the 7 sword strikes Shifeng landed on the Mirage Beast, for achieved a critical hit. Coupling those sword strikes with the attacks of the Abyssal Blade Phantoms, Shifeng dealt over -7000 damage within this brief moment. It was a very impressive amount of damage. However, the Mirage Beast, which had taken on Shifeng's appearance, simply gave Shifeng a smile of disdain. The Mirage Beast looked as if it was saying, "This is your limit." The Mirage Beast had 200,000 HP, so -7000 damage was only a scratch to it. It would be perfectly fine again once it rubbed some spit on its wounds. On the other hand, now that Shifeng no longer possessed any life-saving skills, only death awaited him. A high HP is really a great asset. Shifeng sighed when he looked at the Mirage Beast's HP bar. In the next moment, though, Shifeng revealed a smile, saying, "However, you are still 10 years too early if you think you can overpower me just with this asset of yours alone." Shifeng activated the Purgatory Shadow's additional skill, Purgatory Power, increasing his attack speed by 100% and damage by 30% for 15 seconds. Shifeng then pointed the Abyssal Blade at the Mirage Beast, charging at him. Abyssal Bind. 9 chilling chains instantly emerged from the ground, wrapping around and restraining the Mirage Beast. Abyssal Bind had a duration of 4 seconds. Despite being sealed, however, the Mirage Beast showed no signs of panic at all. It did not even try to resist in the slightest. Instead, it revealed a mocking expression as it looked at Shifeng, as if telling Shifeng to slash it as much as he wanted to. Previously, Shifeng had only managed to take away around 7000 of its HP after attacking it for slightly over a second. Even if the Mirage Beast allowed Shifeng free rein for 4 full seconds, the most it would lose was around 30,000 HP. That was not even a quarter of its total HP. Moreover, after Shifeng exhausted all his skills, he would also lose his means of dealing bursts of damage with neither life-saving skills nor bursting skills. The end result was obvious. Hence, the Mirage Beast felt very assured of its victory. Since the very beginning, this human never had a chance of defeating it. However, the Mirage Beast quickly discovered that reality was much crueler than fantasy. Though Abyssal Bind indeed had a duration of only 4 seconds. However, the skill also possessed the effect of reducing its target's defense by 100%, and this allowed Shifeng's damage to abruptly soar. Now, each of Shifeng's normal attacks could deal over -700 damage. Miraculously, one of his attacks even triggered the Doom Curse, one of the Abyssal Blade's effects. Instantly, the Mirage Beast had its attributes reduced by 30%, and its maximum HP fell from 200,000 to 140,000. Engulfed by the storm of swords, the Mirage Beast's HP fell crazily. Shifeng also achieved critical hits with his attacks one after another, stacking layer upon layer of death aura around his body. In this situation, the 9 Dragon Slash could be said to be a perfect match for the Black Emperor inheritance. After activating the 9 Dragon Slash, Shifeng would not be lacking in death auras at all. Before the 4 seconds were up, the Mirage Beast's HP had already gone below the 70% threshold. Just as the Abyssal Bind was about to lose effect, and the Mirage Beast was about to regain its freedom, Shifeng abruptly leaped into the air and switched sword techniques. Simultaneously, he used 10 of the 30 layers of death aura he had accumulated to reduce the Thunder Flame Explosion's cooldown. The level 7 Thunder Flame Explosion had a cooldown of 30 seconds. Meanwhile, each layer of death aura could reduce a skill's cooldown by 3 seconds. After using 10 layers of death aura, Thunder Flame Explosion could be used again. However, Shifeng was still not done. He then used the remaining 20 layers of death aura on himself, instantly increasing all his basic attributes by 40%, and attack speed and movement speed by 20% for 10 seconds after receiving this new buff. Shifeng executed Thunder Flame Explosion, bombarding the Mirage Beast's head and sending sparks of flame flying all around. A damage of over -1,300 points appeared above the Mirage Beast's head, and the monster was placed into a fainted state for 3 seconds. Unless a monster was completely immune to control skills, powerful experts could usually restrain said monster continuously until death. Meanwhile, it was obvious that the monsters were not completely immune to control skills, they simply had a certain degree of resistance that would degrade the effects of control skills. Otherwise, it would truly be impossible for players to clear the 12 trials. Nevertheless, Shifeng was very clear about his own situation. Currently, as his level was still low and the number of skills he had learned was few, he only possessed explosive power but no staying power. After his short burst, if his enemy wasn't dead, the only options left for him were either to die or to flee. At present, Shifeng still had many gaps to fill in terms of the skills he had learned. However, the Black Emperor inheritance just happened to be able to fill these gaps, allowing him to create a perfect cycle with his skills. Without the Black Emperor inheritance, Shifeng would not have dared to challenge the 7th trial at all. The only pity was that the effects of the Black Emperor inheritance could only be used on the skills Shifeng had personally learned. It could not be used on the additional skills that came with equipment or weapons. If it were actually possible to do so, it would simply be too overpowered. Throughout the fainted debuff's 3-second duration, Shifeng had not only dealt a ton of damage himself, he had also managed to collect over 20 layers of death aura. Thanks to the 9 dragons. When the Mirage Beast was about to regain consciousness, Shifeng spent another 10 layers of death aura to reset the cooldown of Thunder Flame Explosion, before promptly using it on the Mirage Beast again this time. However, the fainted debuff of Thunder Flame Explosion was less effective on the Mirage Beast. The debuff's duration was less than 3 seconds now. However, Shifeng did not care about this matter, because at this time, he was drowning in the pleasure he felt from brandishing his 2 swords. He felt that this was the true combat method a swordsman should have, and it was a combat method he had always been pursuing. Excessive strength easily gave rise to gaps. Instead of mindlessly trying to deal as much damage as possible, the true way to battle was to combine and coordinate one's skills to attack steadily like flowing water. In this way, Shifeng continually used Thunder Flame Explosion to incapacitate the Mirage Beast. Although the fainted debuff's effect grew weaker and weaker each time, the Mirage Beast's remaining 140,000 HP was still forcefully wiped out by Shifeng's perfect control. Ultimately, the Mirage Beast remained helpless until the very end. The various big shots present in the Eternal Throne also could not help but be shocked by this result. They had never imagined that Shifeng had such strength within him. System, Mirage Beast defeated. 7th trial completed. Rewarding 15 million EXP, 30 free mastery points, and 10 gold coins. Proficiency of all skills increased by 800 point. System, 7th trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? The moment Shifeng received 15 million EXP, he instantly leveled up twice to level 23. Currently, only Blackie had reached level 23 throughout the entire White River City. However, Blackie had spent several days in order to go from level 21 to level 23. On the other hand, Shifeng had taken less than 10 seconds to do so. Shifeng then looked at the system notification. Although his heart was filled with anticipation towards the 8th trial, he still shook his head, thinking to himself, one needs to know when to stop. With the points I've earned, I can already exchange for an epic ranked item. If I were to choose to continue, I would no longer be an expert but a gambler. The 12 trials was the toughest trial of the War God's Temple. The difficulty of the trials would definitely multiply several-fold the further he went. In Shifeng's estimation, the monster of the 8th trial would not be just a special elite monster. Instead, it was highly possible for it to be a chieftain-ranked monster. A chieftain was much more powerful than a mere special elite. Aside from having even more HP, it would also possess a much greater resistance to control skills. Chieftain-ranked monsters also possess team wipe skills, and a single mistake would mean the end for Shifeng. Moreover, Shifeng did not possess the slightest idea what kind of monster he would be facing in the 8th trial. If it was a chieftain-ranked monster that he was completely unfamiliar with, then he practically had no chance of successfully killing it. The ability to make calm analyses was also a prerequisite to becoming an expert in God's domain. As a first-rate expert, Shifeng naturally knew when to decisively give up, following which, Shifeng selected "No" in reply to the system's prompt. He was then teleported out of the 12 trials. Chapter 297, Stigmata. Interesting. Truly interesting. Sitting on a silver throne, Eucharis voiced his praise as he looked at Shifeng. Your performance has completely surpassed our expectations. It is also for this reason that we have decided to reward you with an additional 2,000 merit points. It was also a fact that the last time someone managed to clear the 7th trial was over a millennium ago. System, rewarding 2,000 War Gods Temple merit points. That's generous of them. An expression of joy appeared on Shifeng's face. With 1,500 merit points, Shifeng could afford to exchange for a dark gold ranked item. Meanwhile, 4,000 merit points would be equivalent to an epic ranked item. Hence, the additional 2,000 merit points he received right now was truly a big harvest. Since you've already passed our test, walk to the center of the chamber. We will give you the strength necessary to locate the 7 treasures, Eucharis said. Shifeng then strode to the center of the eternal throne. There were countless divine runes inscribed on the floor there, joined together to form a huge magic array. Meanwhile, the 50 silver thrones were hovering around this magic array, the thrones themselves apparently connected somehow with this magic array. Let us begin, then, Eucharis said as he looked at his companions. The lords of the silver thrones nodded their heads and promptly stood up. Immediately after, the mana inside the eternal throne started churning. The mana density here was no less than at the god's grave. Meanwhile, this thick mana clustered around the magic array, forming 50 dense-looking fluid balls. Each one of these fluid balls was the size of a basin. These balls of liquid mana were definitely the densest mana Shifeng had ever seen in all his years of playing God's domain. At this time, Eucharis had also turned his head to look at one of the lords of the golden thrones. My lord, the preparations are completed, Eucharis said respectfully. It is still not enough, the phantom sitting in a golden throne said in a low tone. Eucharis was confused by these words. The liquid mana they had formed was several hundred times more precious than even 7 luminaries crystals, and each and every drop had taken the 50 of them great efforts to form, not to mention 50 basin-sized liquid mana. Such an amount of liquid mana was more than enough to cast a silver stigmata. It is rare to find good talent. Let us lend a hand as well, the phantom sitting in a golden throne said to his 8 other companions. Very well, then. A person capable of passing the 7th trial is indeed worthy of the 9 of us taking action. The other 8 lords of the golden thrones nodded their heads in reply to their companion's suggestion. They then stood from their seats, floating in mid-air as they started to condense mana as well. In the blink of an eye, 9 house-sized balls of liquid mana appeared in the air above the thrones in the eternal throne. Eucharis and the others were shocked by this sight. Never would they have imagined that these 9 lords would actually take action and work together to cast a stigmata for a minor existence like Shifeng. This was the first time since the appearance of that absolute genius thousands of years ago. As for Shifeng, at this moment, he could no longer keep his mouth closed in regard to liquid mana. Shifeng had seen this item before in the past. Mages considered it a priceless treasure. Even when offered epic ranked items in trade, mage players would not be willing to part with the liquid mana they possessed. Just the basin-sized balls of liquid mana that each of the lords of the silver thrones had formed had already given Shifeng a great shock. Now, the 9 peerless existences floating in front of the golden thrones had actually managed to each form a house-sized ball of liquid mana. Judging based on sizes, the total liquid mana summoned by the 50 people from before did not amount to even 1/10 of a single house. In the next moment, all of the liquid mana summoned was injected into the magic array. The divine runes engraved into the chamber started lighting up one after another, and within moments, every single divine rune inside the grand chamber was giving off a golden glow. In the center of the eternal throne, a golden divine pattern took form. This divine pattern then melded with Shifeng's body. Shi Feng immediately felt his body being filled up with an infinite amount of power, his mind clear as day, as if he knew everything there was to know in the world. However, this feeling only lasted for a few short seconds before it completely dissipated. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's pupils, which were originally pitch black in color, had also turned golden for a brief moment. Although his pupils regained their original color, careful observation would reveal innumerable bright stars flashing within them, looking just like the starry skies at night system. Congratulations. Player has obtained golden stigmata. Reputation with the War God's Temple increased by 3,000 points. The seal on the Endless Abyss has been broken. If we wish to reseal the Endless Abyss, we need the assistance of the 7 treasures, which the gods had bestowed upon the human race. However, the 7 treasures have been missing for hundreds of years now, scattered throughout this large continent. A few of these 7 treasures have even been damaged. It would be extremely difficult to locate and gather the 7 treasures. However, with the stigmata that we have engraved into your body, your task of locating the 7 treasures should become much easier. As long as you come within a certain range of one of the 7 treasures, the stigmata will produce a response to notify you of it. If you happen to come across one of the 7 treasures that is damaged, the stigmata can also aid you in repairing it. Now that our part here is done, we will move to suppress the Endless Abyss. The fate of the entire continent will depend on you now. I pray that you will be able to gather the 7 treasures as soon as possible. System: Legendary Ranked Main Storyline Quest 7 Treasures, Accepted Quest Details. The 7 treasures have been scattered throughout the continent. Player is required to gather the 7 treasures within 2 years. Otherwise, the Endless Abyss will break through the War God's Temple suppression and plunge all inhabitants of God's domain into misery and suffering, turning the continent into the playground of darkness. If player is unable to complete this quest, player's level will drop by 30, all attributes will be permanently reduced by 70%, and all EXP gained will be reduced by 90%. The system really is ruthless. If I can't complete this quest, this account would definitely have to be scrapped. Fortunately, I have 2 years to complete it. Shi Feng inwardly clicked his tongue when he read the system notification. However, just what is this stigmata thing? Shi Feng wondered, as there was nothing new on his body or in his bag. He then opened his status bar to take a look. As expected, there was an additional column labeled Stigmata. Their golden stigmata automatically perceives the presence of the 7 treasures within a radius of 5,000 yards. Detect can be used once a day to search for the specific location of the 7 treasures within a radius of 50,000 yards. In addition, player will receive Stigmata's power, providing player with ignore levels +20 and all resistances +40. For every increase in 5 levels, all attributes of player will increase by 5 points, in addition to receiving 10 free attribute points and 10 free mastery points. Player will also receive the skill Omniscient Eyes. Omniscient Eyes. A pair of eyes that can see through everything and find out all information. Nothing is capable of hiding from the Omniscient Eyes. The Omniscient Eyes have a perception range of 100 yards. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Such amazing effects. Shi Feng's excitement after looking at the effects of the golden stigmata was indescribable. For starters, the additional 40 points in all resistances meant that he could ignore most of the environmental factors of many terrains. He would also receive reduced damage from spells. When battling against magic-type monsters, he could easily take on the role of an MT. However, the most amazing part about the golden stigmata would still have to be the increase in attributes. The golden stigmata was unlike the abyssal blade, whereby Shi Feng would receive 2 additional free attribute points every time he leveled up. However, the golden stigmata would provide Shi Feng with an average of 7 basic attribute points per level, 2 points of which were even free attribute points. This was definitely a huge increase. Moreover, the golden stigmata also provided Shi Feng with a powerful identification skill. This skill would be of significant help when used against dungeon bosses or during field battles. It seems the heavenly dragon's breath is already waving its hands at me. Feng revealed a faint smile. Originally, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath's requirement of 120 points in intelligence had given Feng a major headache. Now, however, with the bonuses provided by the Golden Stigmata and his magic weapon, as long as he received his promotion to a Tier 1 swordsman, he could definitely equip the Heavenly Dragon's Breath before he reached level 30. He would actually get to equip a fragmented legendary item before reaching level 30. If it were in the past, Feng would not even have dared to dream about it, following which, Feng called out the exchange interface of the War God's Temple and began to carefully look through the treasures there. Chapter 298, Deep Pockets. Previously, Feng had focused his attention purely on clearing the trials. Even when he upgraded the Abyssal Blade to level 20, he had only picked out a random level 20 dark gold weapon. The War God's Temple was one of the strongest powers in God's domain. This was a fact that remained true from ancient times up to the present. Feng had been able to fully experience this truth simply by seeing the various big shots in the Eternal Throne take action. Hence, one could just imagine how wealthy the War God's Temple's treasury would be. As for this War God's Temple exchange system, players would automatically activate it after obtaining the first clear on a 100-man team dungeon. However, one would already require large amounts of War God's Temple reputation even to exchange for a fine gold item. In God's domain, reputation with the War God's Temple was infamous for being extremely hard to obtain, not to mention meeting the required reputation for exchanging an epic item. If not for his quest, Feng would not have the chance to exchange for an epic ranked item. He would not even have the chance to lay eyes on them. He would not get the chance to see the never-before-seen divine artifacts either. I wonder what sort of divine artifacts are in the treasury of the War God's Temple? Feng's heart was filled with anticipation as he filtered the exchange window to display only divine artifacts. A total of 2 divine artifacts was shown: Luminous Starlight, divine rank, two-handed staff. Equipment requirement: Strength 3000, Intelligence 8000. Required merit points: 200,000. Skyfrost Blizzard, divine rank, two-handed spear. Equipment requirement: Strength 10,000, Intelligence 4,000. Required merit points: 250,000. Although he could not see the exact attributes of these 2 items, just the merit points demanded and the equipment requirements of these 2 divine artifacts left Feng utterly speechless. Can a person really equip these divine artifacts? Feng had his doubts. It was simply unthinkable for a person to possess 10,000 strength. Even during his prime, Feng had not even been close to meeting such a requirement. After having his fill of looking at the divine artifacts, Feng filtered the window to display only epic ranked items. Immediately, an endless list of items appeared before him. A simple glance told Feng that there were more than 10,000 items listed, and he could not help but wish he could take them all to enrich his own guild warehouse. If Zero Wings Guild Warehouse had so many epic ranked items stored within it, then dominating the entire Starmoon Kingdom would not be a problem, let alone conquering White River City. However, this was only a passing thought. Feng currently had 6,800 merit points, and he could exchange for only a single epic ranked item at most. However, it was also not a simple task to choose a suitable item for himself out of these tens of thousands of items. For starters, let's forget about weapons. Armor should be a good place to start from, Feng thought. Presently, he already possessed a magic weapon, the Abyssal Blade. The dark gold ranked Purgatory's shadow he now wielded was also sufficient for his current self. If he wished to further increase his strength, then he needed to replace some of the mysterious iron and secret silver ranked equipment he was still using. Yet, when Feng looked at the long list of equipment, his mind was racked with indecision. However, Feng still managed to pick out a few good breastplates that caught his fancy. Not only did these breastplates offer large amounts of strength and agility, some even provided additional intelligence, an attribute that Feng was currently in need of. Meanwhile, the usage levels for these breastplates ranged between level 20 to level 80, and they all were epic equipment that could level up to level 100. One of these breastplates was called the Purple Fire Battle Armor, and it required 5,000 merit points. It was a breastplate that mainly focused on the strength attribute, in addition to providing a certain amount of intelligence. The other one was called Merciless and required 5,300 merit points. It was similarly a breastplate that mainly focused on the strength attribute, and likewise it provided a certain amount of intelligence. The final breastplate that caught Shi Feng's fancy was a breastplate called the Carnage Chest Protector. It required 6,000 merit points to exchange for, and it provided a balanced amount of strength, agility, and intelligence. The design of the breastplate was also very good, and it was also Shi Feng's favorite out of the 3 breastplates. However, if he were to exchange for the Carnage Chest Protector, he would not be able to do much with his remaining merit points. Let's take a look at some other items for now. After some contemplation, Shi Feng filtered the exchange window to display ornaments that had a minimum equipment requirement of level 20. The merit points of the War God's Temple were extremely precious, so he needed to be extra careful when spending them. After browsing through the list for some time, Shi Feng suddenly discovered an item he was extremely familiar with. Space Ring. However, instead of being of mysterious iron rank, this space ring was of epic rank. It was capable of storing up to 2,000 slots of items and cost 4,500 merit points. However, it would simply be a luxury to spend 4,500 merit points on this item, and Shi Feng was definitely not willing to waste his precious merit points to purchase it. Isn't this the ring mentioned in the legends? Why is it categorized under epic ranked items? Shi Feng noticed another ring he was familiar with. 7 Luminaries Ring. Shi Feng had done his fair share of research on the history of God's domain during his past life. The 7 Luminaries Ring was a ring crafted by one of the ancient gods, the Twilight Goddess. 7 formidable powers were sealed inside this ring, and each one of these 7 powers could match the power of a god. Meanwhile, the 7 Luminaries Ring allowed the simultaneous use of these 7 powers. Even a mere mortal would have the power to destroy heaven and earth when equipped with this ring. Rumor had it that the legendary god Slayer possessed this 7 Luminaries Ring, and it was precisely because of this ring that he had the power to kill gods. Is it a replica? Shi Feng did not believe that the War God's Temple possessed the real 7 Luminaries Ring. The reason being, an epic ranked item would not be powerful enough to decimate heaven and earth. Even a divine artifact did not have that strength. According to Shi Feng's understanding, the 7 Luminaries Ring was a true godly relic. However, even a replica was an extremely rare find. To put it bluntly, replicas were weaker copies of the real deal. Although the replica 7 Luminaries Ring would not possess the power to decimate heaven and earth, at the very least, it could still be used to beat some tigers and kill some wolves. It should still have the original features, albeit greatly watered-down versions of them. Shi Feng then looked at the merit points required, discovering that the ring actually cost 8,000 merit points. It was worth almost half of a fragmented legendary item. Are you kidding me? Is this the brand effect? Shi Feng couldn't help but inwardly curse the War God's Temple. It was simply a replica. The other epic ranked rings only cost 6,000 points, at most, so on what basis would a replica be worth 8,000 points? 8,000 merit points. It seems I won't be able to exchange for it, Shi Feng sighed. Although he coveted the 7 Luminaries Ring greatly, he had only 6,800 merit points, following which, after taking his time looking through the myriad items, he still did not find anything that he fancied. Ultimately, he ended up choosing the Carnage Chest Protector. As for the 7 Luminaries Ring, he could only slowly accumulate merit points and exchange for it in the future system. 6,000 merit points are required to exchange for the Carnage Chest Protector. Current merit points in possession, 6,800. Do you wish to exchange? Shi Feng immediately clicked yes. System: player's reputation with the War God's Temple has reached 3,000 points. Player is allowed to pay 20% of the required merit points using gold coins. Do you wish to pay using gold coins? It can't be, right? I can also pay using gold coins. Shi Feng grew ecstatic. He had hope of obtaining the 7 Luminaries Ring. Now currently, he needed to pay 1,800 gold coins for 1,200 merit points. This meant that each merit point was equivalent to 1 gold 50 silvers. Such a price was much more expensive than just simply buying epic ranked items on the market, where one epic ranked item was worth only around 1,000 gold. If 6,000 merit points were converted to gold coins, that would be a total of 9,000 gold. This price was at least 8 to 9 times more expensive than the markets. The system was truly blackheart. However, this was a rare chance for Shifeng. If he could pay a portion of the merit points required using gold coins, he would be more than willing to do so, following which, Shifeng chose to exchange for the 7 luminaries ring instead. 20% of 8,000 merit points would be 1,600 points, which would be 2,400 gold coins at this stage of the game. Average players would be glad just to have a few extra silver coins to spend, and spending 20 to 30 silver coins at once would be considered an extravagance. As for gold coins, average players might not even know what these things look like currently. 1 gold coin could be sold for 11,000 credits. Meanwhile, 2,400 gold coins would be worth over 25 million credits. Even a first-rate guild would not spend so much money just to obtain an epic ranked item, not to mention spending 2,400 gold coins. If Aqua Rose were to find out about this matter, she would definitely label Shifeng a spendthrift. However, Shifeng chose to pay the 2,400 gold coins without hesitation. He had 5,000 gold on his person at this time, having originally intended to use this money to purchase a stall in Starmoon City. Now, though, doing so was no longer possible after completing the exchange, a purple gold crystal ring appeared on Shifeng's palm. There were 7 different gems inlaid into the ring, and the entire ring itself exuded a faint purple aura. It looked absolutely luxurious and fascinating. Chapter 299, One Word. When Shifeng received the ring, he could not help but grow excited. In the past, a legendary item had been sold for tens of millions of credits at the world auction. At that time, the news had thoroughly shocked the entire world. Many people felt that the person who purchased the legendary item was a complete fool. After all, it was simply an item inside a virtual world. It was nothing more than a data-generated item. Only a person whose head was caught in the door would spend so much money to purchase it now. If Shifeng converted the War God's Temple merit points and gold coins he had spent into credits, the total amount would be even higher than the price of the auctioned legendary item. More importantly, he had spent such a large sum just to obtain an epic item, which was 2 ranks lower than a legendary item. However, even if Shifeng were called a fool several hundred times over, he would still be willing to do what he had done without hesitation. He was only afraid that he would not get such a chance back then. Countless people had ridiculed the person who purchased the legendary item as a big fool. Later on, however, that person became the guild leader of King's Return, Odin. King's Return was a super guild, and the territories it occupied surpassed even an empire. Meanwhile, as the guild leader of such an amazing guild, Odin was an existence that made everyone feel fear and respect. The wealth and status he possessed was simply unimaginable. Did anyone laugh at him after that? The answer was, no. Instead, the target of people's ridicule shifted to the fool who had sold the legendary item in the first place. At that time, not to mention several tens of million, even if traded using a city with a population of several millions, it would still have been a losing transaction. Meanwhile, the 7 luminaries ring was a godly relic mentioned in legends. Although the one Shifeng had was only a replica, replicas could still be divided into different categories. If one took a replica of a fine gold item and a replica of an epic item and placed them side by side, without even making an in-depth comparison, one could already tell which one was the better item. After all, there was already a huge gap between the calibers of the 2 items. Moreover, the higher the quality of the target of replication, the greater the difficulty in replicating it. One could not produce a replica simply by wishing for it. The difficulty of producing an epic item that was the replica of a godly relic was much higher than simply producing a normal epic item. The difficulty of doing so might even rival the difficulty of producing a legendary item. The person who produced this ring must be a truly amazing forging sage. If the materials and energy used were of higher quality, the final product might even have become a legendary item. Shifeng was a forger himself, so he naturally could tell just how amazing the forger that managed to produce this 7 luminaries ring was. The replica of a godly relic would definitely not have been easy to produce. Even a grandmaster forger would not be able to produce one. It would only be possible for a forging sage. 7 luminaries ring, replica, ring, epic rank. Level 20, level 80, current level, 23. Equipment requirements, Strength 200. Attributes will be adjusted according to user's level. Strength plus 45, Agility plus 35, Intelligence plus 35, Endurance plus 30, Vitality plus 30. Damage plus 10%. Maximum HP plus 15%. Ignore levels plus 10. All skills plus 2 levels. All items level requirement reduced by 5 levels. Additional skill dash. 7 Luminaries Aura. There are 7 different auras: earth, water, wind, fire, time, illusion, and space. Only one aura can be used each time, and there will be a cooldown of 1 minute when changing between auras. Aura of Earth. Level 1 requires 1 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. Defense increased by 30%. Damage taken reduced by 20%. Activatable skill dash. Absolute defense provides immunity to 7 attacks. Cooldown 1 minute 30 seconds. Aura of Water. Level 1 requires 1 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. Received healing increased by 30%. Cast consumption reduced by 20%. Activatable skill dash. Life Bloom. Heal selected target for 10% HP every second for 30 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute 30 seconds. Aura of Wind. Level 1 requires 1 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. Movement speed increased by 20%. Attack speed increased by 20%. Agility increased by 15%. Activatable skill dash. Wind Rider. Enables temporary flight and movement speed increase of 100% for 15 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. Aura of Fire. Level 1 requires 1 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. Damage increased by 30%. Target's defense reduced by 20%. Activatable skill dash. Firestorm. Inflicts 500% damage within a range of 10 by 10 yards for 5 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Aura of Time. Level 1 requires 2 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. Cooldown of all skills reduced by 20%. Enemies within a 100-yard radius will have their movement speed and attack speed reduced by 20%, and cooldown of skills increased by 20%. Activatable skill dash. Absolute Time. Prevents enemies within a range of 50 by 50 yards from using any skills or tools for 20 seconds. Cooldown 3 minutes. Aura of Illusion. Level 1 requires 2 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. All attributes increased by 20%. Enemies within a 100-yard radius will have all their attributes reduced by 20%. Activatable skill dash. Fantasy World. Immunity to all magic damage and 10% of magic damage received will be converted to healing to recover players' HP for 10 seconds. Cooldown 3 minutes. Aura of Space. Level 1 requires 2 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. Immunity to all control and restricting effects. Activatable skill dash. Space Movement. Instantly move to any location within a radius of 300,000 yards. Cooldown 10 minutes. As expected of a Godly Relics replica. Even if it is only at epic rank, apart from the basic attributes it provides being inferior to a legendary item, its other aspects are much stronger. Shifeng's surprise reached its limits after he read the attributes of the 7 Luminaries ring. This was the first time Shifeng was seeing the exact abilities of the 7 Luminaries ring. At this moment, Shifeng finally understood why the legends had said that even an ordinary mortal would have the ability to decimate heaven and earth when in possession of the genuine 7 Luminaries ring. One could even kill gods with this ring. Meanwhile, the 7 Luminaries ring in Shifeng's hand was only a replica. It was also only at epic rank, and it was tens of thousands of miles away from being comparable to the genuine article. However, even if it was only an epic ranked replica, in Shifeng's eyes, it was already a miniature godly relic. It could easily outshine any other epic item. It would be great if I could upgrade this epic ranked 7 Luminaries ring to legendary rank. Shifeng could not help but start fantasizing. If he could raise the 7 Luminaries ring's rank to legendary, then its value would become immeasurable. At that time, only divine artifacts would be able to suppress it. After Shifeng equipped the 7 Luminaries ring, his attributes greatly increased. His intelligence reached 91 points, only a small distance short of 120 points. I can use the aura of earth when acting as an MT, aura of water when acting as a healer, aura of wind when hunting or escaping, aura of fire when battling, aura of time and aura of illusion when fighting in a team battle, and aura of space when I'm in a hurry. This ring covers almost every possible situation. It truly is the most powerful epic item. Shifeng had mostly grasped the uses of the 7 auras in the 7 luminaries ring. It really made one wonder just how powerful the genuine godly relic was. Just as Shifeng was fantasizing about the genuine godly relic, he suddenly thought of another matter. If he used the aura of space, he could still make it if he hurried to the Silverleaf Forest right now. After all, a distance of 300,000 yards could generally cover 2 regions. Shifeng could first teleport to Stream Fort from White River City. Afterwards, he only needed to pass through 4 regions in order to arrive at the Silverleaf Forest. Under normal circumstances, even if Shifeng ran with all his might, he would still need around 5 hours to travel across these 4 regions. However, now that Shifeng could instantly travel across 2 regions, he might even arrive at the Silverleaf Forest before Gentle Snow's reinforcements did. Thinking so, Shifeng immediately departed from the War God's Temple and headed towards the teleportation hall of Starmoon City. Chapter 300, Midway Interception. The Silverleaf Forest, also called the Silver Forest by players, was a place filled with monsters ranging from level 18 to level 25. It was a rich land. As to why it was called rich, it was because the monsters here were a great source for high-quality leather. These leathers were important materials used in the production of bags and leather armor. Moreover, the monsters here also dropped high-quality meat. Most importantly, however, there were a total of 14 field bosses present in this Silverleaf Forest. Field bosses were one of the main sources of income for guilds. Also, unlike team dungeons, which would reset only once every 3 days, field bosses respawn daily. The improvement these field bosses could bring to a guild's equipment was quite significant. It was also the reason why Fire Dance had led Zero Wings' core team here to kill field bosses now. However, the Silverleaf Forest swarmed with members of Dark Star. These players were grouped into smaller teams of a dozen or so players and larger teams with as many as 100 or so players. Meanwhile, each and every one of these players was currently out searching for members of Zero Wing Master Tyrant. We need to speed up our operations. If we wait until Gentle Snow's people arrive, it will be difficult if we wish to wipe out Zero Wing's main force, South Wolf said as he looked at Lone Tyrant. For her to actually willingly send out reinforcements, it seems that woman really does have a deep relationship with Zero Wing. Lone Tyrant was slightly surprised. His lips then curled into a sneer as he said, "Even so, she is too late. We've already searched through the majority of this Silverleaf Forest. We've also tightly blockaded the 3 exits for this place. In addition, we've also placed a guild war order to seal off the entire Silverleaf Forest, so the bastards won't be able to simply return to the city using a return scroll. It won't be long before we will find them and get rid of them. However, even if they did use a return scroll and return to the city, their red names would get them killed by the guards the moment they arrived. They would also get locked up and lose their freedom for a long period of time. Such a penalty would be much worse than simply getting killed by us." South Wolf nodded in agreement. In order to deal with Zero Wing's main force this time, Dark Star had spared no effort, sending out all the elite members it had. Even Underworld had sent a team of Underworld guards into the fray. There were over 10,000 players participating in the hunt this time around, and of those, 6,000 were used to hinder Zero Wing's reinforcements. With its current power, Zero Wing definitely could not contend against these 6,000 players. However, South Wolf himself could not help but admit that Zero Wing indeed possessed some real ability. Even when they were ambushed, they had still reacted in an extremely calm manner. They had immediately launched a counterattack and bravely fought back. Moreover, many within their ranks possessed relatively good techniques this time. In order to kill the few hundred elite members of Zero Wing, Dark Star had lost over 1,000 members. South Wolf found this result simply unbelievable. The reason being, of the 1,000+ members that died, over 300 were elite members of Dark Star. Their fighting techniques could definitely be considered first-rate. The most unbelievable part was that even a few members of the Underworld Guards had been killed by Zero Wing. However, that was it. So what if Zero Wing was top-notch when it came to dungeon raiding? In a field battle, numbers triumphed over everything else. This was an unchangeable fact for all games. It's a pity that we didn't manage to locate Black Flame or Yi Feng. If we could deal with them as well, we can thoroughly remove Zero Wing's name from White River City. We'll see if they dare act presumptuously in front of young Master Feng again. South Wolf's hatred of Shi Feng had never dissipated in the slightest, and he had always intended to fulfill the words he had spoken before. However, now that they were about to get rid of Zero Wing's main force, the anger in his heart had lessened slightly. Relax, those two will soon be finished as well. In White River City, nobody can protect them. Even the elites led by Gentle Snow won't be able to do so, Lone Tyrant said proudly. How so? Asked South Wolf, somewhat surprised. If Zero Wing can make allies, why can't Dark Star do so as well? Lone Tyrant softly chuckled. Allies. This was the first time South Wolf was hearing about this. Of course you wouldn't know about this matter. This is a heavily guarded secret of Dark Star. I made this alliance precisely to forestall Gentle Snow's intervention, and also to prevent them from joining together with Zero Wing to deal with us, Lone Tyrant said pridefully, as if he had full control over everything. If Gentle Snow wishes to bring reinforcements over, she'll have to first see if she can arrive at the Silverleaf Forest's entrance. Regarding the matter of exterminating Zero Wing, this time, you can rest assured. You just need to remind Vice Leader Feng of the agreement we made. Guild Leader Tyrant can rest assured on this matter. As long as you complete the task this time, we will definitely deliver the 100 million credits and weekly funding of 150 gold that we promised. South Wolf laughed. Fine, as long as you guys don't forget your promise. Lone Tyrant nodded in satisfaction. In truth, he did not place much importance on Zero Wing. When Feng Xianyang had asked him to deal with Black Flame and Zero Wing, Lone Tyrant had simply agreed, not giving the request much thought. After all, Lone Tyrant had never acknowledged Zero Wing as Dark Star's opponent. His true enemy was only one person, Gentle Snow. However, the capital injection offered by Feng Xianyang this time around was quite attractive, so Lone Tyrant naturally yielded to his request. With this capital injection, he would be able to contend against Gentle Snow for White River City on an equal footing. As an added bonus, he could also gain plenty of good equipment from Zero Wing Guild Leader. We found them, an assassin suddenly said in the team chat. Good, we'll head over there immediately. Lone Tyrant softly chuckled. He then gave a command through the guild channel, saying, everyone, hurry over to that location. We must let them escape this time. The precious equipment on their bodies are waving their hands at us. Immediately, all the members of Dark Star that had come to the Silverleaf Forest cheered loudly. They had long since been drooling over Zero Wing's precious equipment. What secret silver equipment? Many members of Zero Wing's main force possessed fine gold equipment, and some even dark gold equipment. Meanwhile, at one of the dense thickets of the Silverleaf Forest, space suddenly ruptured. One man walked out from this rupture in space, and this person was none other than Shi Feng, who had arrived using space movement. Space movement sure is convenient. Too bad it has a slightly long cooldown. Shi Feng was liking the 7 luminaries ring more and more now. Shi Feng had taken less than an hour to get here from Starmoon City, even arriving ahead of Gentle Snow. Just as Shi Feng was about to contact Fire Dance, a call came from Gentle Snow. We got ambushed by 500 or so elite players, so it may be a little later before we can reach the Silverleaf Forest. Gentle Snow apologized. Ambushed? Shi Feng was surprised. To actually muster so much manpower, that Lone Tyrant sure came prepared. We weren't ambushed by players from Dark Star. Gentle Snow shook her head. No. Is it Underworld, then? Shi Feng couldn't help but feel amazed by Underworld strength. It definitely should not be easy to field so many players for this hunt. Yet, they were actually able to deploy another 500 plus elites to hinder Gentle Snow. The organization known as Underworld really possessed a powerful framework. No. They're elites from world dominators. My guess is that Dark Star has already joined hands with world dominators. Gentle Snow then suggested, it won't be possible for my side to break through any time soon. If your reinforcements really can't break through, you all should just give up. If we wait until World Dominator's troops head over there and carry out a pincer attack against you, then Zero Wing will truly be finished. I know. Shifeng fully understood the situation now. Dark Star wasn't planning on just giving a huge blow to Zero Wing this time. Instead, they intended to wipe out Zero Wing, removing it as a threat completely. Chapter 301, Fangs. The reinforcements for Ouroboros definitely won't make it now. Zero Wing's forces had also been blocked at the outer perimeter of the Silverleaf Forest. According to Shifeng's understanding, Dark Star currently had over 3,000 members searching inside the Silverleaf Forest, including practically all of Dark Star's elites. The 6,000 or so players blockading the outer perimeter were merely cannon fodder. If this stalemate continued, World Dominators might succeed in carrying out a pincer attack with Dark Star, annihilating Zero Wing's forces. Aqua, would it be possible to break through on your side? Shifeng contacted Aqua Rose and asked, with the current numbers we have at hand, definitely not. However, I've already mentioned this matter in the guild channel and have sent for more members to hurry over. We should be able to gather another 3,000 members in half an hour. The level and quality of equipment of our guild members are much higher than Dark Star's, so as long as we can join with these 3,000 members, we can break through their blockade, Aqua Rose said confidently. She had faith in their guild's combat prowess. Although Zero Wing had far fewer members than Dark Star, with Dark Star having well over 30,000 members, there wasn't much of a difference in the number of elite players each guild possessed. Of Dark Star's 30,000 members, more than 10,000 were newbies around level 10. Meanwhile, the elites that managed to reach level 16 only numbered around 6,000. On the other hand, despite recruiting only a small amount of players, their member count only hovering slightly above 5,000, there were actually over 4,000 elites in Zero Wing who were over level 16. If other guilds discovered this fact, they would be shocked. This was also why Aqua Rose had maintained an optimistic view of Zero Wing's future. As long as Zero Wing could assemble these remaining 3,000 members, they could easily deal with Dark Star's 6,000 extras. However, it would be impossible for them to engage in an all-out war against Dark Star. After all, there was still a big gap in the total number of elites each guild possessed. On top of that, Dark Star still had over 10,000 extras. Even if their combat prowess was weak, they could still overwhelm and kill Zero Wing's elites using the advantage of numbers. I understand. World Dominators is currently hindering Gentle Snow's group. You should stop trying to break through into the Silverleaf Forest from your side. Instead, turn around and begin a pincer attack on World Dominators. Let's take this chance to kick them out of White River City. Shifeng issued his commands after some thought. However, Shifeng's words had shocked Aqua Rose into a daze. Guild leader, we're here to save people. Wouldn't it be a bad idea to start a war with World Dominators right now? Aqua Rose asked worriedly. World Dominators was a first-rate guild. Although the main force of World Dominators was not based in White River City, they still should not be taken lightly. Just like Ouroboros, even though their main force was based outside of White River City, they were still the top guild in White River City. Moreover, wasn't World Dominators similarly one of the top 6 guilds in White River City? If Zero Wing headed over and attacked the members of World Dominators right now, it would be a declaration of war. Dealing with Dark Star was already a huge headache. If they had to face another one of the top 6 guilds in White River City, how could Zero Wing continue mingling in White River City? It'll be alright, just go. Remember, the moment you arrive, immediately use a guild war order to seal the location. Don't allow anyone from World Dominators to use a return scroll to leave that area, and make sure you kill every single one of those bastards. Teach them that there is a price to pay if they wish to take advantage of Zero Wing. Shifeng growled murderously. Although Shifeng advocated a low-profile and secretive development, that did not mean that he would receive enemies with a smile, even when said enemy banged on their front door. Whether it was Dark Star or World Dominators, if they really thought Zero Wing was a sickly animal that they could easily bully, They should get ready to pay a heavy price, but what do we do about Fire Dance? And the others? There are still more than 50 players with them, and they are all the cream of the crop of our guild. Now that they are all red names, if they die, our guild will suffer tremendous losses. Although Aqua Rose could discern Shifeng's rage and killing intent from the tone of his voice, she still tried to dissuade him. I'll save Fire Dance and the others. Shifeng answered with absolute confidence. Aqua Rose sighed at Shifeng's answer. However, she no longer chose to pursue the matter, and instead, she said, "Fine, but as the guild leader of Zero Wing, don't you think you should say a few words to your fellow guild members as well? You haven't expressed your intentions since Dark Star declared war against us." Although nobody in the guild has said anything about it, considering the weight of this incident and the declaration of war against world dominators, how can you stay silent? After the war with Dark Star began, both murderous intentions and excitement swept through everyone in Zero Wing. Many in the guild had expressed their eagerness for vengeance, speaking in the guild channel about how they were going to teach the bastards from Dark Star a lesson and show Dark Star know how amazing Zero Wing was. However, as the intensity of the battle between both guilds grew, and the number of deaths increased, the atmosphere in Zero Wing became heavy. Even though they had fought for so long, they still hadn't managed to break past Dark Star's blockade around the Silverleaf Forest. The number of dead Zero Wing elites inside the Silverleaf Forest also grew as time passed. Hence, it was inevitable that Zero Wing's momentum would falter at this point. Most of the Zero Wing members had already lost their motivation to continue fighting, not to mention carrying out a pincer attack on world dominator Shifeng, of course, was aware of Aqua Rose's concerns. However, compared to just speaking through the guild channel, Shifeng had taken more decisive action and directly uploaded a post to the official forums. Dark Star, today you've dared to send tens of thousands of players to hunt the hundreds of players of Zero Wing. My Zero Wing guild will return this slight 100-fold. Even if we're down to our very last breath, we will massacre your 30,000 members as payback. The name of Black Flame, the chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom, had long since spread throughout the Star Moon Kingdom. Moreover, Zero Wing was also the first guild to own a guild residence. The moment this post uploaded, it immediately garnered the attention of the residents of Star Moon Kingdom. Crap. Are they starting an all-out war? I show my support for Zero Wing. Zero Wing is as amazing as expected. Even though there are only several hundred, Dark Star actually had to send tens of thousands of players to hunt them. Does anybody know the final result? I heard that Zero Wing had lost over 300 members to Dark Star already, and there are still a few dozen being hunted down. On the other hand, Dark Star has already lost over 1,000 members. Right now, every player in White River City is discussing this matter. Amazing! With just several hundred players on their side, even when faced with more than 10,000 players, they can still kill over 1,000 players. Dozens are still alive, too. I also want to join Zero Wing and become an expert. I despise Dark Star. If they can, they should duel Zero Wing fairly. What's so great about using numbers to bully someone? I am one of the members of Zero Wing that had been surrounded and killed. You guys should have seen how amazing our guild Sister Dance and Brother Black fought. Sister Dance weaved across thousands of players, killing over 100 Dark Star members in a row. Brother Black's spells instantly vaporized hundreds of Dark Star members the moment it landed. I have a video recording of the battle, so come to Zero Wing's forums section if you want to have a look at it. After Shifeng uploaded his post, the entire forum exploded in a storm of comments. The players that had only recently started playing God's Domain also started paying attention to Zero Wing as a result of this commotion, especially after seeing the battlefield containing thousands of players. In comparison, the battle scenes they usually saw in movies were boring. The scene where countless stars crashed onto the battlefield, destroying the land and instantly turning hundreds of players into ash, especially stunned them. They couldn't help their boiling blood after watching this scene. After watching this video, many players started considering joining Zero Wing. Chapter 302, Strong Capital. Shifeng had used the name of Black Flame when he uploaded his post. Hence, just a few minutes after the post went live, it had already received a massive amount of visitors. The number of replies easily passed 10,000. Shortly after, the post had been automatically pinned at the top of the forums by the game officials, and there was also an additional bright red war tag on the post. This single word was eye-catching. Meanwhile, due to Shifeng's post, the originally crestfallen guild members' fighting spirits immediately reignited, and they hungered for Dark Star's death. Moreover, the video of Dark Star's ambush of Zero Wing had also shocked its viewers. The video allowed everyone to understand that even players could become so powerful. When the stars of light descended, the scene seemed as if the world was coming to an end, and within an instant, hundreds of players had been vaporized. Even players outside of the spell's damage range were not spared, as the wind generated by the spell's impact sent them flying. Seeing the power of this skill, everyone finally understood why Blackie had such a high level. While everyone else struggled to kill a single monster, Blackie could simply lure several hundred monsters and kill all of them with a single move. How could anybody hope to compare to such a leveling speed? After watching this video, countless players started dreaming of the day that they, too, could possess such power. Such a skill was far more useful than any piece of quality equipment. Dark Star, just you wait. I will kill everyone who tries to block our way. That's right. Brother Black and Sister Dance are waiting for us right now. How can we be so shameful? Aren't they just 6,000 monkeys? Even if I have to die 10 times over, I will extinguish Dark Star. The members of Zero Wing all released spirited battle cries as they glared at the members of Dark Star blocking their path. As long as Aqua Rose gave the command, they would charge and take action. However, just as they turned their gazes to Aqua Rose, Zero Wing's vice leader, Shifeng's voice suddenly dominated the guild channel. I am sure everyone is clear about what has happened today. Dark Star has declared all-out war against us, and they wish to wipe our names from White River City. Although we, Zero Wing, have just started our journey and the member count of our guild cannot compare to the other guilds in White River City, Dark Star has actually started a war with us, thinking that we are easy to bully. What do you all think we should do about this? Kill them all. That's right. Why should we fear fighting back? Now, let's show those bastards that, if they wish to swallow us whole, they should prepare to lose a few teeth. Since everyone is going to try their best, as the guild leader, I cannot be stingy. Before the battle, I sent for someone to retrieve some battle tools stored inside the guild warehouse. Everyone should now look for Vice Leader Aqua Rose for your share. Also, for those who participate in today's battle, you will gain 10 guild points for each enemy you kill. Those who manage to accumulate 10 kills will be rewarded one piece of secret silver equipment, while those who kill 50 will get a piece of fine gold equipment. If you manage to kill 100, you will even receive a private room in the guild residence. Even if you die in battle, you will still receive 10 guild points as compensation. The moment Shifeng finished his monologue, everyone's hearts beat fervently, and their eyes glowed with excitement. Zero Wing's administration was very thorough, and one could only use guild points to exchange for items from the guild warehouse. However, it was extremely difficult for members to earn guild points. If converted to coins, each guild point was worth around 30 copper. Meanwhile, trading them for a level 10 bronze equipment required 30 guild points, which would be 9 silver coins. Currently, level 10 bronze equipment only sold for around 7 to 8 silver coins on the market. To put it simply, it was not a worthwhile exchange. It was also for this reason that another batch of players had withdrawn from the guild. In fact, this was something Shifeng and Aqua Rose had already taken into consideration. If the guild sold equipment cheaper than market price, then many members would try to take advantage of this fact to trade for guild equipment to resell elsewhere. They could then use the money to buy guild points again. Hence, the high prices were set to prevent an outflow of guild equipment and items. However, after the emergence of the guild residence and the additional benefit of renting private rooms, everyone in the guild no longer had a disfavorable opinion of the guild's administration. On the contrary, they all felt that the administration was extremely fair. Private rooms were something ordinary players dared not even dream of obtaining in other guilds. After all, the land in White River City and each guild residence could only contain a limited number of private rooms. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the guild would surely occupy these rooms. Ordinary members would never be able to enjoy this benefit. Yet, Zero Wing had defied all expectations and actually opened up a few private rooms for ordinary members. Ordinary members of Zero Wing could actually rent these private rooms for a low cost of only 2 guild points per day, although the price was slightly higher than staying a night at a hotel. Unlike hotels, one could accumulate double EXP buffs from private rooms. With this feature, it was definitely worth spending a few extra copper coins. The members present in this battle also heard of the benefits provided by other guilds. Although other guilds also provided rewards in compensation to its members for killing and dying in battle, the amount offered was far worse than Shifeng's 10 guild points equaled 3 silver coins. There were 3,000 members participating in this battle. If each one of them managed to kill one enemy, the total guild points awarded would be the equivalent of 9,000 silver coins or 90 gold. This was a massive sum of money. Moreover, Shifeng also promised to compensate for each guild member's death. At the very least, he would have to spend over 100 gold. If converted to credits, 100 gold would be worth over 1 million. This situation reaffirmed everyone's confidence in Zero Wing's financial resources and background. With such great benefits, powerful financial resources, and most importantly, such an amazing guild leader, was it possible for such a guild not to grow powerful? Even if I have to die, I'll still drag at least 10 guys with me. Humph. Don't you have any ambition? Didn't you hear the guild leader say that he would reward those who managed to get 100 kills with their own private room? You have to be capable of actually doing that first. Have you not seen how easily Brother Black and Sister Dance managed it? The momentum pushing the guild members to kill their enemies was stronger than ever now. Although the guild would only rent out, not sell, any of the private rooms, one could imagine how much a private room would cost. It was definitely not something worth a measly 1,000 guild points. Although their chances of actually killing 100 people were slim, there was still a small possibility. Naturally, they would fight for that glimmer of hope. Everyone, come to me to receive the frost grenades. Each person will only get 2. Party leaders will get 3 frost grenades and 1 tier 0 attack or defense magic scroll. Team leaders and vice team leaders will receive 5 frost grenades and 1 tier 1 magic scroll. After Shifeng finished his speech, Aqua Rose started distributing the supportive tools to every guild member in order to display Zero Wing's might to everyone in Starmoon Kingdom. Shifeng bled his pockets dry this time. He retrieved all the supportive tools from inside the guild warehouse for this battle. The moment everyone received the supportive tools, everyone felt even more certain of their victory over Dark Star. Just by arming all of them with a single frost grenade, they could easily force Dark Star's 6,000 members to eat a huge loss. Adding in the control effect of the frost grenades, their chances of defeating these 6,000 players increased by at least 30%. Vice Leader Aqua, how should we fight? We'll all listen to your commands. That's right. With these tools of war, I can easily kill over 10 people and earn a ton. 100 people, here I come. Let's hope that those bastards don't run away. Everyone started joking around as they felt confident in defeating Dark Star now. Since everyone is ready, follow me. Aqua Rose nodded. The next moment, however, she turned around and ran in the opposite direction of the Silverleaf Forest. Chapter 303, Hold Nothing Back. Deep inside the Silverleaf Forest. Boss, I don't know what's going on with Zero Wing, but they've retreated from Silverleaf Forest's entrance. An assassin who used stealth to stalk Zero Wing's troops reported in the team chat. It seems that they're giving up on trying to get in. Ha ha ha. That black flame made such a bold statement, yet, now, he's fleeing with his tail between his legs. If we upload this news to the forums, he will definitely become a laughing stock. South Wolf laughed loudly when he received this report. Lone Tyrant's lips curled into a sneer as well. saying contemptuously, Zero Wing is just a gathering of nobodies. Since the very beginning, they have never stood a chance at victory. They should consider themselves lucky. If they waited until we finished wiping out Zero Wing's core team, we would have turned around and begun a pincer attack on them with world dominators. At that time, even their remaining 3,000 to 4,000 members would have no hope, and Zero Wing would utterly disappear from White River City. Guild Leader Tyrant is as amazing as expected. It turns out that you had such a plan readied as well. No wonder you are an expert capable of competing with Gentle Snow over White River City. Not only do you possess extraordinary strength, but your intellect is also at the top of White River City. South Wolf flattered as he came to a realization. As long as you can remove Zero Wing's name from White River City, the only obstacle in your way will be Ouroboros. However, with Dark Star and World Dominators working together, even the team led by Gentle Snow would no longer pose a threat. At that time, Guild Leader Tyrant would become the true overlord of White River City. It's still too early to make such claims. Lone Tyrant chuckled as pleasure filled his heart. He then continued, saying, ultimately, Gentle Snow is a well-known expert and leader in the virtual gaming world. I'm afraid that I'll need more strength before I can chase her out of White River City. When the time comes, it will also depend on whether or not Underworld plays its part. Ha ha ha. Guild Leader Tyrant can rest assured. As long as Dark Star possesses a high chance of becoming the overlord of White River City, Underworld will invest greatly in it. When the time comes, Underworld will send even more experts to help Dark Star solidify its position as overlord. South Wolf laughed, answering with certainty with your word, South Wolf, I can rest assured. Lone Tyrant laughed with South Wolf currently. Confidence regarding Dark Star's future filled Lone Tyrant now that Zero Wing has given up on saving Fire Dance and the core members. Although I pity them slightly, we should still quickly end their lives. When South Wolf thought of Fire Dance's sexy body, a lecherous smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Elsewhere, Fire Dance and her group were currently in a very precarious situation. Players from Dark Star had them surrounded, and although they had constantly carved out a path of bodies, they could not use return scrolls to escape. Dark Star had the Silverleaf Forest under siege, and all exits were blocked. If this situation continued, they would, sooner or later, lose their lives. However, they could not afford to die. At this moment, there were only 30+ players remaining in their team, and they were red names. As for herself and Blackie, their names were already close to turning black now. If they died, losing 3 or 4 levels would only be a small matter. The most crucial point was that they could not afford the loss of their equipment. Sister Fire Dance, what are we going to do now? The bastards from Dark Star have discovered our location again, Lonely Snow asked. At this moment, he appeared to be in quite a sorry state. After being surrounded and attacked over a dozen times, his willpower had started to falter as well. Unfortunately, no matter what they did, they could not find a way to escape from Dark Starlet's retreat first, then talk. Aqua Rose and the others are currently breaking through the entrance now. Moreover, they also have a large stock of supportive tools, so they can definitely break past Dark Star's blockade. We just need to hold on for a little while longer before we're rescued. Fire Dance had also racked her mind, trying to think of a way to escape. However, Dark Star simply had too many players. No matter how they tried to run, another group of players always waited for them. If not for the fact that their equipment and techniques were so impressive, they would have long since died. Just as everyone was desperately running for their lives, Sherfone contacted Fire Dance and suddenly joined the team. Guild Leader. Guild Leader. You're finally here. A glimmer of hope immediately flared in Blackie's heart when he noticed Sherfone join the team. Blackie's opinion of Sherfone had reached blind worship long ago, and he believed that there was nothing that Sherfone could not accomplish. In fact, Blackie wasn't alone in having such an opinion. Everyone in the core team thought so as well. Meanwhile, the originally gloomy atmosphere instantly dispersed upon Sherfeng's arrival. Guild Leader, you're even more amazing than the Fountain of Life. By simply joining the team, you have caused everyone's spirits to recover instantly. Their fighting powers have doubled. Fire Dance joked, ha ha ha. I never knew I had such an effect. Shifeng laughed. They all could not help but laugh with him instantly. The atmosphere relaxed. How are things on your side? Shifeng asked. Dark Star has us forced into a corner, and it's practically impossible for barge through any of the exits. At most, I think we have another half an hour before we'll have to make a final stand against them. Fire Dance gave Shifeng a brief explanation of their current position. Meanwhile, as a veteran of the battlefield, Shifeng quickly grasped the general situation. If Fire Dance and her group faced Dark Star's 3,000 players in direct combat, the conclusion would be obvious. Even if they had Shifeng with them, the result would be the same. After a long moment of silence. I understand. Head to these coordinates. I'll meet you guys there, Shifeng said. Now that Fire Dance's group had been forced to such a corner, even Shifeng could not turn the tides. Dark Star had 3,000 players fighting for them, not just 1 or 200. At this stage of the game, most players should have already learned quite a few skills, and of them, there would definitely be a few life-saving skills. Furthermore, their fighting techniques would have improved greatly. It was no longer possible for Shifeng to slaughter them by the hundreds as he had with Martial Union. Fortunately, Shifeng was very familiar with the Silverleaf Forest. After giving it some thought, he concluded that there was only one location Fire Dance and the others could head to survive. The chances for survival was less than 30%. However, a 30% chance of survival was far better than none at all. After all, if they faced Dark Star's 3,000-strong army, they would die 10 out of 10 times. Hopefully, Aqua Rose can take action quickly. Otherwise, we really will suffer a total defeat, following which, Shifeng disconnected his call with Fire Dance. He then activated the 7 Luminaries Ring space movement once more, teleporting to the meeting location that he gave Fire Dance's group. Although Guild War orders could seal off the usage of teleportation scrolls, they were completely useless against the power of the 7 Luminaries Ring. On the gravel road leading to the Silverleaf Forest, the players from World Dominators had already started battling the players from Ouroboros. Throughout their battle, both sides had constantly sent for more reinforcements, involving more and more players in the fray. Both sides were first-rate guilds with extraordinary backgrounds. To hinder Gentle Snow's advance, World Dominators had sent over 10,000 players to this fight. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow had even more players on her side. Currently, her army had increased to over 14,000 players. The intensity of the battle between these two guilds far outstripped the battle between Dark Star and Zero Wing. This massive encounter had shocked many players in White River City. Just what was happening in White River City? Why were 4 of the top 6 guilds in White River City battling it out against each other? Moreover, it wasn't just a minor skirmish between guilds. These 4 guilds had actually started a full-fledged war against each other, where only one side would rest when the other was obliterated. Such a situation was simply unimaginable in other cities. Players were still in the initial stages of God's Domain, and currently, every guild in God's Domain fully occupied themselves with raiding dungeons and development. Yet, these 4 guilds in White River City actually dared to start a full-fledged war. Regardless of which side won or lost, they would all be losers in God's Domain. Snow, this war is getting out of hand. Both sides have already incurred over 1,000 fatalities. If this situation continues, Emperor's Light and the Assassin's Alliance might be tempted to take advantage of the situation. I think we should retreat for now. After fighting for so long, we have fulfilled our duty to Zero Wing, Xiao Yueru urged as she looked at Gentle Snow, who currently issued commands. Chapter 304, Ferocious Beasts Released. In reply to Xiao Yueru's suggestion, Gentle Snow merely shook her head and revealed a smile, not bothering to give any additional explanations. Are we just going to continue fighting like this? Although we have the advantage right now, if we wish to repel World Dominators, our losses will be immense. We might very well ruin the great advantage we have in White River City. Snow, you should know that the people of Starmoon City have long since had an opinion of you. If we lose the advantage we have in White River City, they will take advantage of the situation and cause you trouble. Zhao Yueru could not make sense of Gentle Snow's thoughts. Although they were good friends with Black Flame, it wasn't enough of a reason to destroy the influence they had obtained through painstaking efforts. The fight between their two guilds was no longer a simple skirmish, but a war that involved over 10,000 people without sufficient benefits. One should never start a war. War was not a child's game. Not only were they required to give out rewards and compensation to the participants, but they also needed to pay for many other expenditures. To put it plainly, war was just a way for players to waste money. Though, it would not have mattered as much if they could pay these expenses using credits. After all, their families in the real world were both wealthy and influential. They could easily ignore such insignificant expenses. However, what they were not spending credits, but coins, a commodity that could not be easily obtained if they continued fighting this war. The advantage they previously held over the other guilds in White River City would fall behind significantly. Zhao Yueru knew that Gentle Snow was a person who spoke of righteousness and possessed high morals. If it were for a personal matter, she would never allow her companions to fight in such a desperate war. It was also the reason many experts willingly followed and respected her. Even if it were for personal reasons, Gentle Snow absolutely would not drag in the entirety of Ouroboros in White River City. Is Zero Wing truly worth the effort to attempt to win this battle and protect them? Zhao Yueru asked in confusion. Yes. I believe my own foresight. Gentle Snow's crystal-clear eyes glowed with firm confidence. In truth, Gentle Snow wanted to say that she believed in Black Flame and Yifeng's potential. In addition, there was also a great power hidden behind Black Flame. Even to this moment, Gentle Snow had yet to glean any important information about Black Flame. Not only could he form a connection with the Starstreak trading firm, but he was also allowed to sell his products there. This was definitely not a feat that any ordinary power could help achieve. At the very least, to this day, Gentle Snow had yet to find any other guild successfully forming a relationship with the NPCs of a trading firm. Moreover, the experts in Zero Wing had practically appeared from thin air. If one claimed that no power supported Zero Wing from behind, then how was it even possible for a recently established guild like Zero Wing to draw in so many experts? Hence, Gentle Snow felt confident that she had made the right decision. However, if Gentle Snow discovered that Shifeng had simply recruited people in Jinhai City who had been experts in the past, just what would her expression be? As the desperate battle between Ouroboros and World Dominators continued, the vice leader of World Dominators, Blood Halberd, experienced a slight headache. Has that Gentle Snow gone insane? Isn't she just helping out some foreign guild? Is there a need to try so desperately? Blood Halberd appeared disappointed and confused as he looked at the casualty report he had received. As of this moment, they had lost over 1,500 players. Just the compensation they had to pay out had already reached astronomical amounts. The more Blood Halberd read the death toll written in the report, the darker his expression became. No matter how he considered things, World Dominators would undertake a huge loss this time. Guild leader Tyrant, World Dominators has incurred an immense loss due to your great plan. If you don't compensate us appropriately, don't blame me if the relationship between our guilds turns sour. Blood Halberd was furious now. He felt that Lone Tyrant had used him as cannon fodder. Vice Leader Blood, please calm your anger. This entire incident was purely an accident. I did not expect Gentle Snow to be a madman. Rest assured, I will definitely compensate you for your losses. Lone Tyrant agreed to Blood Halberd's demands without hesitation. Or to put it in another way, he did not dare hesitate. Although Dark Star was powerful in White River City, it was still weaker than Ouroboros. If a misunderstanding occurred with World Dominators, it would be a disaster if they joined hands with Ouroboros to deal with Dark Star. Hence, Lone Tyrant had no choice but to compensate them. After all, he was the one who had requested World Dominators to hinder Ouroboros. However, Lone Tyrant's heart ached when he thought about how he needed to compensate for over 1,500 deaths fine. Since Guild Leader Tyrant has made such a promise, I won't say anything more. While Blood Halberd and Lone Tyrant conversed, Aqua Rose, and the members of Zero Wing finally arrived at the battlefield between Ouroboros and World Dominators. "It's up to all of you now," Shifeng spoke in the Guild Channel. "Guild leader, leave it to us. At worst, we will just have to die once. No matter what, we are going to teach World Dominators that, if they wish to join hands with Dark Star to face us, they better not think of leaving unscathed. Right. Since they wish to start a war, we will show them that anybody who dares provoke Zero Wing will suffer the consequences." Energy filled the 3,000+ members of Zero Wing that had hurried to the battlefield. The moment Shifeng gave the order, they would instantly transform into ferocious beasts and tear apart their enemies. "Good, listen to my command. Assassins, your job is to use stealth and sneak over to World Dominators' healers. Shield warriors, guardian knights, berserkers, and swordsmen, all of you are to charge into the heart of World Dominators and break their formation. Healers, follow the group closely and keep everyone in the unit alive. As for ranged attackers, block their path of retreat. We will not let a single one of them leave here alive. Aqua Rose will be in charge of commanding the ranged classes." Under Shifeng's commands, everyone from Zero Wing took organized action. Very quickly, more than 300 assassins snuck to World Dominators' rear lines. Meanwhile, as all of the players from World Dominators were occupied with their battle against Ouroboros, none of them managed to discover the forces of Zero Wing arriving behind them, let alone the assassins sneaking up on them. "Assassins, confirm your targets. Have 2 people deal with each target and kill the healers with certainty. Do not give World Dominators a chance to react," Shifeng said in the Guild Channel. "Guild leader, we're in position," the assassin party leader reported. "Good. On the count to 5, take action together." After the assassins make their move, shield warriors and guardian knights, remember to activate your life-saving skills immediately as you start your charge. You all are to become a wall for everyone else and block of every bit of damage sent at you. As you move closer to World Dominators, everyone is to attack using the frost grenades that you received to break their first line of defense. Afterward, shatter their formation. Does everyone understand? Shifeng said, following which, as Shifeng started his countdown, everyone began to grow nervous. It was especially true for the assassins tasked with launching the first attacks. Meanwhile, the healers of World Dominators stood comfortably in their positions as they carried out their duties. None of them had any sense of danger instilled in them at all. However, they could not be blamed for this. After all, they had an army of over 10,000 strong between the perceived enemy and themselves. No enemy should be able to touch them unless they broke through the defensive lines. Also, even if 1 or 2 players managed to sneak past the front lines, what could they possibly do to several hundred healers? The moment they revealed themselves, they would die instantly. Good. On my command. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Kill. Let not a single one of them go. After Shifeng's shout, all 300+ assassins took action simultaneously, with every 2 assassins launching attacks on a single healer. When ambushed by an assassin, any ordinary healer would lose more than half of their HP, let alone an ambush by 2 elite assassins. Momentarily, many of World Dominators' healers felt a sting at the back of their heads. After they were forced into a fainted state, 2 piercing cold daggers slashed across their necks, followed by 2 frightening damages appearing above their heads. In the next moment, their bodies were no longer under their control. In the blink of an eye, World Dominators lost close to 200 healers. Immediately, Zero Wing's melee players began their charge. A moment later, Aqua Rose used a guild war order to lock down the entire region, preventing any from using a return scroll to leave the battlefield. Chapter 305, Zero Wing's Might. The sudden loss of almost 200 healers stunned everyone from World Dominator. Sits in ambush. Run. Faced with several hundred assassins so close without any protectors by their side, the only way the healers of World Dominators could escape death was to run towards the main army of World Dominators. However, healers were inherently slow. The assassins from Zero Wing quickly caught up to them. Originally, If these healers had worked together to retaliate against the assassins from Zero Wing, they could have at least offered some semblance of resistance. It would not have been so easy to kill them, however. Their decision to run immediately created chaos, and those who could have originally survived died as well without any healing or resistance. These healers were lambs to the slaughter. Zero Wing's assassins killed them arbitrarily. By the time the rear guards of world dominators came to the rescue, a majority of their healers were already dead. Just as the surviving healers thought they were safe, they quickly discovered several thousand players charging in their direction. Every one of these players was like a ferocious tiger as they crashed into their enemies' ranks, and the several hundred players who served as world dominators' rear guards were instantly dispersed. This situation allowed the assassins to continue their slaughter of the healers' guild leader. Not good. Our rear line has been ambushed, and we've lost over half of our healers already. These newcomers are fierce, and the rear line needs help to hold them off. One of the team leaders defending against Zero Wing's ambush hurriedly reported. What? Who are these people? Blood Halberd had been busy issuing commands from the front lines all this time. The moment he received the report, he immediately turned to look. He discovered that there were actually several thousand players charging and killing into their ranks, and anyone from world dominators who tried to block their charge instantly died. These newcomers were like a sharp blade, instantly splitting world dominators' forces in half with their precision charge. World dominators currently fought a desperate battle against Ouroboros, and the damage they received from such an ambush was self-evident. Without the healer's support, the shield warriors and guardian knights who stood on the front lines rapidly fell, one after another. The front line was also continuously forced into a retreat, and within moments, over 100 players from world dominators had died. Damn. Just who are they? To actually dare start a war against world dominators? Do they not want to live anymore? Blood Halberd's eyes had already become blood red from anger. He wished he could immediately chop their ambushers into a million pieces. Guild leader, they're wearing a six-winged emblem on their chests. They should be players from Zero Wing, a ranger reported. Zero Wing. Weren't they fighting Dark Star? Why have they suddenly appeared here? Questions filled Blood Halberd's mind. However, he halted his thoughts as he spoke through the guild's war channel. These losers have actually dared ambush us. They're simply overestimating themselves. Everyone, turn around and focus all your attacks on Zero Wing. Wipe these fools from Zero Wing out first. Blood Halberd was one of the upper echelons of world dominators, and he had experienced many battles that involved tens of thousands of players in the past. Thus, he was very clear on what actions he needed to take right now. World Dominators was no longer a match for Ouroboros in this battle. Now that Zero Wing had ambushed them from behind, launching a pincer attack with Ouroboros, World Dominators was in a fatal situation. If they continued this battle, they would suffer total annihilation. The only options they had was to either break through from one side, or defend their positions and wait for help. Since the second option was clearly not viable, the only option they had left was to break through and escape this battlefield. However, it was clearly impossible for them to break through from Ouroboros' side. That left them with annihilating Zero Wing. Regarding numbers and total combat power, World Dominators was above Zero Wing by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, on Ouroboros' side, Gentle Snow very quickly noticed that someone had ambushed World Dominators. Moreover, the ambush came from directly behind World Dominators. Although Gentle Snow did not know who launched the attack, this was a great chance that she could not miss. They might even be able to give World Dominators a huge blow in this situation. Everyone, charge forward. Don't let World Dominators reorganize their formation. Gentle Snow commanded her forces, wearing a faint smile on her face to readjust their formation. World Dominators turned around to attack Zero Wing. Unfortunately, that decision came at a high price. Unwittingly, World Dominators lost thousands of their members. Blood Halberd's heart bled at this sight. Although they had fought Ouroboros for a long time, they had only lost around 1,000 or so players. Now, in just a few short minutes, they lost several times that amount. Kill. Annihilate Zero Wing. Blood Halberd bellowed through the guild channel as he pointed his sword at Zero Wing's 3,000 members. Currently, World Dominators still had close to 10,000 players alive. It would be an easy task for them to deal with just 3,000 players. Both sides immediately entered a desperate struggle, flames and arrows filling the skies. A few independent players that stood a distance away were thoroughly shocked when they witnessed this scene. This battle was far more realistic and shocking than any movie they had watched before. Sounds of smashing and swords clashing filled the surroundings. There was also the constant stream of spells bombarding the land, sending debris and dust flying into the air. This was truly a bloody battlefield. In this battlefield, personal strength was insignificant. When struck by hundreds of fireballs and frost arrows, even the most powerful MTs would die instantly. Very good. It should be about time to use them now. Sherphone closely observed the battle through the live stream from Aqua Rose. After watching both sides clash for some time and seeing how closely packed the players on the enemy's side were, Sherphone commanded in the guild channel, "Use all your frost grenades and magic scrolls now. Hold nothing back and use all of them at once." The members of Zero Wing, who had long since hungered for this moment, immediately tossed the frost grenades in their hands. This time around, the members of Zero Wing only used basic frost grenades. Moreover, frost grenades were only half as effective when used against players, so each basic frost grenade only dealt 100 damage to players. However, with several thousand players using them simultaneously, the accumulated damage could easily exceed 10,000 points. Currently, a majority of the players in God's domain were around level 15, and even top-tier experts would be level 20 at best. Meanwhile, a level 20 shield warrior or guardian knight would only have around 3,000 HP. In the face of so many basic frost grenades, these players were cannon fodder. They could die at any given moment. Shortly after the basic frost grenades were thrown, a large swath of players from World Dominators died. As for those lucky enough to survive, they transformed into pure white ice sculptures immediately. The reinforcements from World Dominators who were just about to charge over were stunned stiff on the spot, intense fear permeating their hearts. As for Gentle Snow, who stood at a far distance, she had only noticed the center of the battlefield suddenly transforming into a snowy field in this lush green land surrounded by blistering hot temperatures. This white contrast made for relatively beautiful scenery. However, Blood Halberd was not in the mood to appreciate this pleasing sight. Zero Wing's combined frost grenade attack had instantly killed over 1,000 players. Adding in the follow-up control effect of the frost grenades and Ouroboros' continuous assault from behind, the death toll in this brief moment was at least 3,000. Moreover, even without this wave of frost grenades, Blood Halberd had discovered something very important. Although Zero Wing only had around 3,000 members, a large majority of them were elite players. Not only did they possess high levels, but their equipment was also of good quality. With these two advantages, these players could easily take on 2 to 3 average players. If the 10,000 or so players of World Dominators faced off against 3,000 average players, it would not take them very long to annihilate the latter and break out of this pincer attack. However, it was a completely different story if they faced 3,000 elite players. There was absolutely no way to break through this hurdle in a short time. Not to mention, they also had to pay a huge price to do so. It was the same situation when World Dominators had initially hindered Ouroboros' advance towards the Silverleaf Forest. At that time, they had only used several hundred elite players to block Ouroboros' army of 2,000 players. Now that World Dominators faced 3,000 elite players, in addition to the previous frost grenade attack, Blood Halberd began to consider suicide. If he had known about this earlier, he would have chosen to break through the pincer attack through Ouroboros' side. It would have been much easier that way. How did Zero Wing come into possession so many elite players? Blood Halberd could neither understand why nor did he try to understand it, as there was only one thing he could do right now. Everyone, listen to my command. All of you use return scrolls and leave this place immediately. Blood Halberd shouted reluctantly in the guild channel. This could not be helped. If they received several more waves of frost grenade attacks from Zero Wing, in addition to Ouroboros' assault, World Dominators would be annihilated. There was only one thing they could do now: escape. Although it would be both costly and time-consuming to use return scrolls, and even more people would die, it was a much better alternative than suffering total annihilation. Guild leader, this is not good. This area has been sealed. We can't use return scrolls. Chapter 306, The Price of Being a Passerby. His subordinates' report stunned Blood Halberd. Do they really intend to fight to the bitter end? Blood Halberd's eyes turned crimson, his current mood similar to an imminent volcanic eruption with the entire area sealed off, preventing the use of return scrolls. World dominators had no way to escape the steep slopes on both sides of this area, left only one line of movement available. One could only advance forward or retreat backward, there was no third option available. Right now, however, Ouroboros blocked the road back to the city, while Zero Wing blocked the road to the Silverleaf Forest. Originally, Blood Halberd felt only contempt for Zero Wing's attempt to launch a pincer attack on world dominators. Now that he had personally witnessed Zero Wing's strength, however, Blood Halberd no longer dared underestimate Zero Wing. Whether it was Ouroboros or Zero Wing, neither of them was easy to deal with. Blood Halberd's current situation could be perfectly described as being stuck between a rock and a hard place. However, inaction would similarly result in world dominators' complete annihilation. Originally, world dominators had come to this place simply to aid Dark Star in delaying Ouroboros' advance. Now, however, they had become the center of the war. Everyone, defensive formation. Blood Halberd commanded after a bit of thought. Not daring to delay any longer, the members of world dominators immediately formed a circle to repel attacks from both sides and reduce their losses. Meanwhile, Blood Halberd sent out a communication request to Lone Tyrant. Originally, Lone Tyrant was still joyous over locating Fire Dance's group. However, he suddenly received an urgent call from Blood Halberd. Vice Leader Blood, I will definitely send over the compensation after this entire matter is dealt with. Please stop rushing me, Lone Tyrant said, slightly annoyed. Compensation. Blood Halberd's anger boiled over when he heard this word. Originally, Dark Star was the one responsible for dealing with Zero Wing. However, world dominators now had to handle both Zero Wing and Ouroboros, placing Blood Halberd's guild in such a dangerous situation. Was this something mere compensation could make up for? Guild Leader Tyrant, I promise to help you delay Ouroboros, not to start an all-out war with them. Now, not only have you let Zero Wing's forces run away, you're even making world dominators face two guilds at once. Meanwhile, you, Guild Leader Tyrant, only know how to utter the word compensation. Guild Leader Tyrant, you're good. You're very good. The more Blood Halberd spoke, the angrier he got. He felt that Lone Tyrant had plotted against world dominators all this time. First, Lone Tyrant had let them fight it out with Ouroboros. Then, he had allowed Zero Wing's forces to escape. In order to escape, Zero Wing could only pass through the area where world dominators and Ouroboros were fighting. In the end, Zero Wing had no choice but to start a fight with world dominators. With this plan, Lone Tyrant could kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Success meant that 3 of the top 6 guilds in White River City would receive a huge blow, with Dark Star the only beneficiary of this chaos. Lone Tyrant was certain that there was a misunderstanding the moment he heard Blood Halberd's words. After all, he had not intentionally allowed Zero Wing to escape. Instead, the players from Zero Wing had left on their own, and they just happened to encounter world dominators on their way back, which resulted in world dominators suffering a pincer attack. Everything was simply a coincidence. As for Zero Wing's decision to directly oppose world dominators, any normal person would not do that. Currently, Dark Star was in an all-out war with Zero Wing, a war that would end only when one side was completely annihilated. Just before, Black Flame had even publicly declared that he would make Dark Star pay the price of 30,000 people. So, why would they suddenly go and provoke a first-rate guild like World Dominators? Only a person who wished to die a quicker death or a person with brain damage would declare war simultaneously on 2 of the top 6 guilds in White River City. However, no matter what Lone Tyrant said now, Blood Halberd definitely would not believe him. Hence, Lone Tyrant hurriedly said, Vice Leader Blood, I truly know nothing about this matter. I'll send my army over there right away. If we execute a pincer attack, I'm sure we can wipe out Zero Wing. Well, come quickly, then. Blood Halberd shouted in rage. The more he listened to Lone Tyrant speak, the more disgusted he was with this person. Lone Tyrant had actually used world dominators as bait. However, the priority right now was for the guild to escape this predicament. Everything else was secondary. Okay, I'll have them head over immediately. Lone Tyrant ended the call and promptly contacted his troops stationed outside the Silverleaf Forest. Of the 6,000 players there, Lone Tyrant sent 5,000 over to deal with Zero Wing, while the remaining 1,000 stayed behind to continue blocking the exits of the Silverleaf Forest. However, as time slowly passed, World Dominator's situation turned grimmer and grimmer. Zero Wing's 3,000 elites were incredibly zealous. After several consecutive charges, although Zero Wing lost several hundred of their members, World Dominators lost at least 3 to 4 times that number. Not to mention, Ouroboros was also madly assaulting them on the other side. After gathering up his courage, one of the team leaders of the elite teams, Lonely, walked up to Blood Halberd and asked in a soft tone, "Guild leader, if this situation continues, we'll definitely be finished. Are the reinforcements from Dark Star not here yet? If the elite members of World Dominators were to lose 2 or 3 levels, in addition to most of the weapons and equipment on their bodies, World Dominators would definitely not be able to compete for White River City any longer. I know that. But they still need around 10 minutes before they can arrive." At this moment, Blood Halberd's heart was bleeding in pain. However, he was helpless in this situation, unless of course Zero Wing or Ouroboros showed mercy and let them go. Blood Halberd's eyes shone when this thought occurred to him. He was not out of options yet. World Dominators and Ouroboros were bitter enemies, so it was obviously impossible to ask Ouroboros to show mercy. However, there was a slight possibility of success with Zero Wing. After all, World Dominators had never come into direct conflict with Zero Wing before. Also, Zero Wing's main enemy was Dark Star, while World Dominators was simply a passerby. In this matter hence, Blood Halberd immediately tried to contact Shurfeng Vice Leader Halberd. "To what do I owe this pleasure?" Shurfeng asked, a smile on his face. When he received Blood Halberd's call, he had chosen to accept it right away. "Guild Leader Black Flame, the war between our guilds is just a misunderstanding. World Dominators has a feud only with Ouroboros. We came here simply to fight Ouroboros, and we truly never intended to fight your guild. In regard to the losses and inconvenience caused to your guild, I can compensate you on behalf of World Dominators. As long as Zero Wing stops attacking us right now, I will immediately have our guild's finance department send over 1 million credits to serve as compensation. What do you think, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Although Blood Halberd had tried to speak casually, he could not completely hide the panic in his tone. After all, at least one elite member of World Dominators was dying with each passing second. 1 million credits in past virtual reality games. Even well-known gaming workshops needed a month's time to earn such a sum. Hence, Blood Halberd's offer of 1 million clearly showed his sincerity, so it was all a misunderstanding. Shurfeng acted as if he had come to a sudden realization, letting Blood Halberd feel a hint of hope. However, before Blood Halberd could even feel joy, Shurfeng's tone changed abruptly as he said, "I am moved by Vice Leader Halberd's generosity. Sadly, one of my shortcomings as a person is that I am extremely headstrong. Since it is a misunderstanding, let us just continue this misunderstanding, then. You're making an enemy out of World Dominators. Aren't you afraid of our retaliation?" Blood Halberd screamed in anger. "Vice Leader Halberd, what's there to get angry about? The moment we started playing this game, we were bound to meet with some trouble. If you aren't even prepared to suffer such a small setback, I think it is better for you to retire sooner rather than later. Although World Dominators is only playing the role of a passerby in Dark Star's plan this time, by provoking Zero Wing, you also have to pay a terrible price." Shurfeng chuckled. "However, don't you worry. Dark Star will soon be joining you all." After Shurfeng disconnected the call, he then contacted Aqua Rose, saying, "No need to be polite. Leave none of them alive. Show everyone the consequences for those who dare to be a passerby, and have thoughts about Zero Wing." Chapter 307, Famous in a Single War. Damn! This black flame is practically a mad dog that bites anyone it sees. Blood Halberd cursed. I'll definitely remember this matter. If there is a chance in the future, I'll definitely not let him off. Vice Leader, we've lost too many healers. This long battle is also taking a heavy toll on the remaining healers' mana. They can't leave their combat status to use the magic spring, so they can only rely on mana recovery potions to replenish their mana. However, most of them have already consumed all the potions they have. If the reinforcements from Dark Star still don't arrive, we will definitely be finished, Lonely reported hurriedly. Naturally, Blood Halberd was aware of this matter. Before Zero Wing's intervention, World Dominators have been able to split its healers into two teams, with one team healing the players at the front and the other falling back to replenish their mana, and rotate them accordingly. However, Zero Wing's ambush had taken out over half of World Dominators' healers. If World Dominators were to insist on maintaining the rotation system, its death toll would at least double. Damn that lone tyrant. If he had not goaded me into hindering Ouroboros, we would not have fallen into this situation. Blood Halberd also hated Lone Tyrant greatly at this moment, regretting his decision to listen to him. If he had known that Zero Wing was so powerful, and also how insane Black Flame was, he definitely would have chosen to watch this entire affair play out from a safe distance. In the end, he now suffered from his own decision. Originally, there had already been a gap between World Dominators and Zero Wing in overall combat power. Now that World Dominators had lost the support of its healers, that gap had widened further. Following the crippling of World Dominators' healers, its players were like wheat being reaped, their lives effortlessly harvested by the members of Zero Wing. In contrast, Zero Wing's healers carried out their task with great zeal. The frontline players of Zero Wing found it hard to die even if they wanted to. Within moments, the mortality ratio of the two guilds soared to frightening heights. When Zero Wing initiated their ambush, the mortality ratio had only been 1 to 3, with World Dominators having the higher number of deaths. Now, however, that ratio had risen to 1 to 8 and would soon approach 1 to 9. In other words, for every player Zero Wing lost, World Dominators would lose 8 or 9 players. On the other front, the players from Ouroboros were fighting valiantly as well, and they had succeeded in pushing the original mortality ratio of 1 to 1. 2 up to the current ratio of 1 to 3. No, we can't wait any longer. At this rate, we'll be completely annihilated by the time the reinforcements from Dark Star arrive. Both anger and grief filled Blood Halberd at this moment. World Dominators had started this war with over 10,000 members. Yet, now, only 5,000 or so members remained alive. Immediately, Blood Halberd shouted in the guild channel, "All of you, charge together with me. We're leaving with as many lives as we can." At Blood Halberd's command, everyone from World Dominators commenced a desperate charge while ignoring even the magical bombardments from enemy mages. Naturally, such an exodus only made it much easier for Zero Wing and Ouroboros to kill them. The price these two guilds had to pay also lessened greatly. However, with 5,000 plus players desperately trying to escape en masse, it was also impossible for the two guilds to kill every single one of them. In the end, less than 500 of the 10,000 plus members World Dominators had started this war with made it out alive. Everyone else died after suffering such a massive loss. World Dominators no longer had any chance of competing for dominance in White River City. Zero Wing really is amazing. Although they only number around 3,000 or so, a large majority of them are actually elite players. After obtaining victory in this battle, Xiao Yueru had a renewed opinion of the guild called Zero Wing. With only around 5,000 members in Zero Wing, its total member count was not even comparable to a third-rate guild's. However, after Xiao Yueru witnessed the combat power its 3,000 plus members displayed in this battle, she no longer found it strange for Zero Wing to be considered one of the top 6 guilds in White River City. Zero Wing was indeed worthy of its fame. Second-rate and third-rate guilds would be no match for Zero Wing at all. Moreover, the destructive force displayed by the frost grenades that Zero Wing had used was simply too shocking. If not for those tools of mass destruction, this war might still be ongoing right now, while the price Ouroboros had to pay would also be greater snow. Your foresight is as diabolical as always. Zero Wing is indeed not a simple existence, Xiao Yueru giggled. Although world dominators managed to escape with a few hundred of its members, its heavy losses this time means it no longer has any chance of fighting over White River City. Without this old nemesis of ours, Ouroboros has a greater chance of becoming the overlord of White River City. Gentle Snow rolled her eyes at the giggling Xiao Yueru. The girl actually dared describe her in such a way, however. Zero Wing's performance had truly surpassed her expectations. Although Zero Wing had a mere 3,000 or so members on their side, in the face of world dominators' overwhelming numbers, Zero Wing had lost only a paltry 1,000 or so members. This was definitely a brilliant battle record. If the beginning of this battle had not been so intense, the peak of mortality occurring during this period of time, Zero Wing would have lost at most 500 or 600 members in this entire battle. Meanwhile, world dominators had lost over 10,000 players. One could just see how powerful Zero Wing was after the end of the battle. Both sides started distributing the spoils of war, even leaving aside the equipment that was originally dropped by both sides. The number of weapons and equipment dropped by the 10,000 plus players from world dominators remained quite considerable very quickly. Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow agreed to split the loot in a 2-to-8 ratio based on the total value of all the equipment dropped. Zero Wing would receive 20% of the total loot, while Ouroboros would receive 80%. However, Zero Wing would mainly receive equipment of bronze rank or higher. Aqua Rose settled for such an unbalanced ratio due to Shifeng's arrangements. As to why Shifeng would propose such a division, firstly, it was his form of gratitude for Ouroboros' aid. Secondly, they had no use for that many pieces of equipment, the reason being, most of the equipment left behind by world dominators were not even bronze rank. As for mysterious iron equipment, there were only a pitiful amount of them dropped in this battle. Arming the guild's normal members with such poor quality equipment might be fine, but for the elite members, Shifeng had yet to fall to such a low standard. Hence, he was satisfied as long as he could obtain some bronze-ranked weapons and equipment to arm the newcomers of the guild. Meanwhile, after the battle involving tens of thousands of players ended, the independent players who had been observing it uploaded recordings of the entire battle to the forums. The battle instantly became a sensation in White River City. Nobody could have ever imagined that Zero Wing was actually so fierce. Its battle record was also brilliantly amazing. However, Zero Wing's decision to fight world dominators confused many. Instead of killing the members of Dark Star, they had chosen to annihilate world dominators, which had played the role of a passerby. Many people posted about Zero Wing's ruthlessness for such a decision. In regard to this, Shifeng did not offer any explanation. Even when Aqua Rose raised this matter to Shifeng, he only laughed it off without saying anything. In truth, Shifeng really did have his own motives for making such a decision. On one side, there was Dark Star, a guild supported by a gigantic existence like Underworld. On the other, there was World Dominators, a first-rate guild with an extraordinary background. If these two guilds cooperated to suppress Zero Wing, such an alliance would be detrimental to Zero Wing's development in White River City. Even with the help of Ouroboros, after Shifeng found out that these two guilds had joined hands, the first thing he thought to do was to annihilate World Dominators in White River City. Although World Dominators was a first-rate guild, their main force was not based in Starmoon Kingdom. There were countless cities in God's domain. After World Dominators spread its forces widely, it had only a few experts in each city. The guild would only make a small investment in a small city like White River City. However, everything would change if World Dominators truly had a good chance of becoming the overlord of White River City. At such a time, the guild would definitely increase its investments greatly, and then, World Dominators' power in White River City would grow several-fold, making it even harder to deal with. In the past, Blood Halberd had achieved amazing feats in White River City. He also had the help of a first-rate expert like Lonely, so he had managed to develop the guild to the point where it had the possibility of becoming the overlord of White River City. As a result, World Dominators had boosted the number of experts and funding it sent over, in order to solidify its influence over White River City. Thus, the guild's power in White River City greatly increased, and it became even more powerful than the current Ouroboros. Now that world dominators had decided to oppose Zero Wing, Shifeng definitely could not allow it to develop in White River City. Otherwise, they would have to face a powerful foe in the future. This was also the reason why Feng Xianyang decided to annihilate Zero Wing without hesitation, after Shifeng rejected Feng Xuanyang's proposal. Although Feng Xuanyang's decision was due in part to his vicious personality, the more important reason was how very great a potential a guild that possessed a guild residence had. If he did not destroy Zero Wing while the guild was still in its infancy, he would be raising a tiger to serve as his future enemy. Shifeng's actions were exactly the same as Feng Xuanyang's. He was killing a powerful opponent that was still in its cradle. Meanwhile, world dominators starting a fight with Ouroboros at a place with only one escape route was the perfect chance for Shifeng to do so. Naturally, Shifeng would not let such a rare chance get away. Shortly after the battle with world dominators ended, Fire Dance and the others also arrived at the location Shifeng had appointed guild leader. We've already arrived at the location you specified. What are we supposed to do next? Fire Dance said in the team chat after confirming her group's location. Chapter 308, Black Flame and Yifeng. Good, I'll head over there now, Shifeng said. Standing atop a tree, he inspected his surroundings before jumping off the tree and proceeding towards the meeting point. Now that Fire Dance and the others had accomplished the difficult first step, what remained depended solely on luck. If his plan worked, then Fire Dance's group would succeed in escaping. As for directly confronting Dark Star, choosing to face over 3,000 elites from Dark Star was simply suicidal. Someone's coming over. While Shifeng was traversing the forest, his keen five senses suddenly picked up on movement a short distance away. He promptly jumped up onto a tree towards the west side of the forest. A team of over 100 elite players was currently searching the vicinity as they moved. The majority of these players were red names, creating a very eye-catching sight. Moreover, none of them tried to hide their presence, which made it very easy for Shifeng to discover them. Uncle South Wolf, Zero Wing has played a significant role in the war between Ouroboros and world dominators this time. We also can't overlook the combat power Zero Wing displayed. It is definitely not as simple as it appears in the video recordings of their battle. If Zero Wing had not suddenly ambushed world dominators from behind, world dominators would not have lost so overwhelmingly. Now, world dominators in White River City is only an empty shell of its past self. Blood Halberd is also continuously lambasting Lone Tyrant with a barrage of curses. However, since Lone Tyrant does not dare to become hostile with Blood Halberd, he has no choice but to suffer in silence. Black Flame is truly decisive with his actions. Not only did he eliminate world dominators from White River City, he has also severed a large portion of Dark Star's support. In addition, the post he made before declaring war on Dark Star has led to the war between Zero Wing and world dominators receiving widespread attention. Using only 3,000 players to defeat a first-rate guild like World Dominators, with such a brilliant battle record, Zero Wing has instantly risen to fame from this single battle, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Even I am starting to admire this person named Black Flame. The commentary of the female summoner walking beside South Wolf on Zero Wing's battle was eloquent. She spoke as if she knew every little detail of Shifeng's plan. This girl was around 20 years old. She had a pair of beautiful eyes that was both bright and dazzling, making it difficult to discern the girl's thoughts. Her cherry lips were currently tilted up slightly, while her eyelids were curved into small crescents. The girl exuded a calm and mysterious aura. During the few occasions when she giggled, she would also reveal a noble and elegant temperament that drew the attention of others despite themselves. Yulan, you are Underworld's female Zhuge. How can you uplift others' prestige while downplaying your own worth? That Black Flame simply got lucky. He definitely isn't as smart as you make him out to be. South Wolf felt that Yulan overestimated Black Flame, who South Wolf believed was simply an arrogant and despotic person. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's victory in the war this time and the subsequent trouble that visited Dark Star were simply coincidences. There was nothing worthy of their concern. Maybe I am overthinking things, Yulon laughed, having no intention of refuting South Wolf's words. Although Zero Wing has risen to fame with this single battle and they have also managed to cause us some trouble, their core team is still trapped in this Silverleaf forest. We have them completely surrounded now. Even if Ouroboros and the rest of Zero Wing rush over here right away, they will still be too late to change anything. As long as Zero Wing's core team is annihilated, the guild itself will receive a fatal blow. At that time, we'll see how Black Flame can continue acting rampantly. South Wolf scoffed proudly. Zero Wing had only managed to garner the reputation it had today due to their continuous monopoly of the top 10 positions on the ranking list of White River City. The 8 experts of Zero Wing were known by all, and they still occupied the top 8 positions on the ranking list until this day. Nobody had managed to threaten their positions all this time. If these 8 players died today, they would definitely fall out of the top 10. Subsequently, Zero Wing would also lose the fame and prestige it possessed. I guess this could be considered a flaw of guild leader Black Flame. Players have always worshipped the strong. Although occupying the top position on the ranking list would bring him great benefits, if he fails to maintain this position, it would instead become a sword that will stab him in the heart. Yulon nodded. In the middle of South Wolf and Yulon's conversation, an assassin suddenly spoke in the team chat. Brother South Wolf, I've found them. Assassins were not only proficient in the art of assassination, they were also proficient in the art of tracking. Hence, assassins were definitely the best choice when hunting for players good. Even the heavens are aiding me. I will bring an end to Zero Wing. Blade, immediately inform guild leader Tyrant of this and have them come quickly. We'll go ahead and delay Fire Dance's group. The moment everyone arrives will be their time of death. South Wolf laughed. It is a pity Yifeng isn't with them. Otherwise, I will definitely make him regret making a mockery out of Underworld. Regardless, I will use the deaths of Zero Wing's core team members as a greeting gift to him. Yifeng. Uncle South Wolf, are you referring to the god-ranked expert of White River City, that Yifeng? Yulon suddenly grew interested. What dog's fart expert? If he had not hidden himself, I would have already made him kneel and beg for forgiveness by now, South Wolf said in disdain. Yulon entered a deep contemplation after hearing South Wolf's words. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face and a hint of joy glimmered in her eyes. It was as if she had found a new toy to play with. Laughing lightly, she said, "First, there is Black Flame, and now, there is Yifeng, a god-ranked expert. Zero Wing is truly an interesting existence." Just as South Wolf's group was closing in on Fire Dance and the others, Shifeng hid himself within the dense treetops, waiting for South Wolf's group to approach him. Guild leader, we're ready, Fire Dance said through the team chat. Good. Fire Dance, you and the other assassins sneak over to their healers and prepare an ambush. Make sure to maintain a certain distance from their group and be careful of detection. Although it is unlikely that any of them have learned a stealth erasing skill, we cannot rule out even the slightest possibility. Wait until they have entered Blackie's attack range, then make your move. No matter what, do not let them discover our tracks, Shifeng said quietly. After Shifeng had discovered South Wolf's group, he had immediately contacted Fire Dance and ordered them to ready themselves to get rid of these players. Shifeng had chosen to do so mainly because it was of utmost importance that Dark Star not find out where they were going. South Wolf's elite team consisted of over 100 players. All of them possessed relatively good quality equipment. Although there were a few bronze equipment mixed in, most of them were using mysterious iron equipment. This team was definitely one of Dark Star's core teams. Conversely, although Shifeng had only around 30 players on his side, every one of them was an expert. It was not exactly impossible for them to eliminate these 100+ elite players in a short amount of time. Not to mention, Shifeng still had plenty of basic frost grenades and Tier 1 magic scrolls on him. Naturally, he had distributed quite a lot of them to Fire Dance and the others. In addition, if they could kill all these elite players, the deaths would cause significant damage to Dark Star, so why not? Leave it to me. Saying so, Fire Dance immediately led 5 assassins and snuck over. Although South Wolf's group consisted of 100+ elite players, their levels were only around level 17, with level 19 being the highest. Meanwhile, Fire Dance was currently level 21. Fire Dance's techniques and equipment also surpassed these elite players by leaps and bounds. All these factors combined allowed Fire Dance to effortlessly sneak up on the enemy's healers. The 5 other assassins accompanying Fire Dance were not weaklings either. They were all core members of Zero Wing, sporting equipment of mysterious iron rank or above, and were also at level 20 right now. When they snuck up on the healers of Dark Star, none of them were detected, so when South Wolf and his group walked into Blackie's attack range, they all remained unaware of the looming danger kill. Sherfone commanded through the team chat, and immediately, everyone sprang into action. Chapter 309, Boss Ranked MT. The 10 healers from Dark Star did not detect the presence of the 6 figures swiftly closing in on them at all. Fire Dance was extremely quick. She crossed the distance of 8 yards within an instant. The level 19 cleric that Fire Dance approached had no clue whatsoever. The cleric did not sense even a threat of danger as a snowy cold dagger stabbed into the back of his head. Before the cleric could even feel pain, another dagger, this one scorching hot, slashed his neck. After placing the level 19 cleric in a fainted state, Fire Dance immediately followed up with a flurry of attacks. Backstab, Shadow Strike, Quadruple Assassinate. A series of frightening damages appeared above the cleric's head. Fire Dance was currently using the pair of fine gold-ranked daggers she had received from Sherfone. In addition, the equipment she wore consisted of fine gold and even dark gold items. For her, dealing with a cloth armor class like a cleric was a piece of cake. She instantly killed the level 19 cleric, who did not possess even 1,800 HP. The other 5 assassins that moved with Fire Dance performed similarly well, killing their targets almost as quickly as Fire Dance had hers. They actually dared to lay an ambush on us. What a bunch of suicidal fools. Everyone, do not panic. Guardian Knights, cast Protection Blessing on the healers. Rangers, mark those fools immediately, absolutely do not let them disappear again. Elementalists, use Ice-type magic to restrict their movements. Everyone else, charge at them. South Wolf quickly issued commands after discovering the deaths of 6 of their healers, a cold sneer on his face. The shield warriors and berserkers closest to the healers reacted quickly. They used charge on the 6 enemy assassins in an attempt to save the remaining healers in their team simultaneously. The Guardian Knights of Dark Star cast Protection Blessing on the 4 remaining healers, reducing the physical damage they received by 50%. One could not help but admit that the Dark Star elites were truly skilled players. Their response made it practically impossible for Fire Dance's group to kill the remaining 4 healers now in the face of the shield warriors and berserkers' charge and also the barrage of frost arrows sent by the elementalists. Fire Dance and her fellow assassins promptly used wind steps, gaining more than a second's worth of invincibility, thanks to the skill's effect. All 6 of them then turned around and ran, leaving behind only the corpses of the 6 healers they killed as they plunged into the forest. Despicable assassins, chase after them. Make sure you don't lose track of them. South Wolf bellowed, anger filling his heart. Their team consisted of 100+ elite players. Yet, not only had they lost 6 of their healers in an ambush by 6 assassins, they had even allowed these ambushers to escape. Wouldn't they become laughingstocks if others were to find out about this matter? Before the elites of Dark Star could set off in pursuit of Fire Dance's group, the female summoner, Yulan, suddenly shouted loudly, "Do not chase after them. Everyone, scatter immediately." The moment Yulan finished speaking, she promptly sprinted away from this part of the forest. South Wolf was confused by Yulan's actions, failing to understand why she would do such a thing. However, he still chose to listen to her advice and started running at the same time. In the distance, Blackie finished chanting the final verse of his spell's incantation. In the next moment, an enormous, golden magic array appeared in the sky, covering a large part of the forest. Shortly after, a dazzlingly brilliant star appeared from the magic array and plummeted towards the forest one after another. The dark star elementalists with quick reactions responded by immediately activating instantaneous movement. Meanwhile, the other classes also activated their own life-saving skills while doing their best to escape the effective range of the attack. However, there were a few players from Dark Star that failed to respond appropriately. Moreover, Blackie stars of light possessed a very large effective range. Hence, when the first star impacted the ground, the blast caught over a dozen Dark Star players. The continuous bombardment of the stars of light easily wiped out even shield warriors that possessed more than 3,000 HP. To put it simply, all those within the stars of light's effective range died. What an amazing skill. Now that I'm seeing it in person, this skill is extraordinary as expected. Aside from Black Flame and Yi Feng, the top ranker of White River City cannot be taken lightly, either. Although Yulan had managed to avoid the bombardment of the stars of light, she still could not help but marvel at the terrifying destructive power of the skill. Yulan, if not for your reminder, we would have lost more than just a dozen or so members. At this moment, South Wolf had yet to recover from his shock. After all, he had originally been standing at ground zero of the attack. If he had not escaped as quickly as he had, he might have been among the dozen or so players who had died. Uncle South Wolf, please contact Guild Leader Tyrant immediately and have them on the lookout in their vicinity. Make sure they don't split up, as the ambushers from Zero Wing are definitely not limited to just those 6, Yulan said in the team chat after surveying her surroundings. Yulan, you worry too much. Although we have lost some of our people, this team of ours consists entirely of Dark Star's elite. Fire Dance's group has only around 30 or so members remaining. In a direct confrontation, they stand no chance against us at all. The most they can achieve right now is an ambush on us. Now that they have revealed themselves, it is the perfect chance for us to pursue them. So, how can we choose to wait for our deaths in this place? South Wolf felt that Yulan was panicking slightly after seeing the stars of light originally. Yulan had wanted to dissuade South Wolf. However, the latter was simply too impatient. He also did not wish to miss this great chance to get rid of Fire Dance and her group. Hence, before Yulan could say anything more, South Wolf had already led the team off, charging in the direction where Fire Dance and the others had disappeared just in time. Seeing South Wolf and his team running over, Shifeng revealed a smile as he waved his hand. At Shifeng's gesture, Kola and the other plate armor classes immediately charged forward to meet with the Dark Star members. The moment South Wolf's group noticed the dozen or so Zero Wing members charging at them, they, too, did not hesitate to hasten their steps, their eagerness to get rid of Kola and the others showing clearly in their eyes. Kola was the chief MT of Zero Wing, and his current level was at level 21. In addition, Kola was mostly geared with fine gold equipment, secret silver being the poorest quality for the items he had on him. The arc light guard in his hand was also a dark gold ranked shield. With such good items, Kola's HP exceeded the 3,900 threshold, and his defense was likewise frightening. When a flame explosion sent by one of Dark Star's elementalists landed on him, the spell barely managed to deal slightly over -300 damage. The caster of the spell goggled from shock when he saw such a low damage, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Meanwhile, an arrow shot by a ranger from Dark Star dealt only around -100 damage. The attack could barely be considered a scratch on Kola. To make matters worse, Kola also excelled at dodging. In the face of a sky filled with spells and arrows, Kola actually managed to dodge over half of these attacks. Meanwhile, standing at the rear, Violet Cloud merely had to gesture with her delicate hand, casting a basic recover on Kola instantly. The spell fully restored the 400 plus HP Kola lost, returning the Guardian Knight to full health. Moreover, recover was a skill that restored the target's HP once every 3 seconds for a duration of 15 seconds. Seeing this scene, everyone from Dark Star was immediately dumbfounded. What kind of healer is she? I am a cleric as well, yet my recover can restore only around 200 HP each time. She's already comparable to the top 5 healers of Dark Star. A cleric for Dark Star commented in shock. Originally, they were already having a hard time trying to kill Cola. Now that there was also an amazing healer supporting him from behind, it was simply impossible for them to kill him. Shortly after both sides started confronting each other, the players from Dark Star suddenly discovered a shocking matter. Cola's HP had actually risen past 5,000. Moreover, the heals he was receiving had also increased from the original 400 plus to 500 plus, making him even more impossible to kill. Unknown to the members of Dark Star, Cola's sudden upgrade was all due to the Arclight Guard's passive skill, Sound of Life. Every time Cola received an attack, he would receive a stack of Power of Life. Each stack of Power of Life increased Cola's maximum HP by 3% and the healing he received by 2% for 1 minute, and Cola could accumulate a maximum of 10 stacks of Power of Life. Hence, Cola suddenly became much more powerful. Kill him. All ranged classes, focus fire on him. South Wolf knew that if Cola did not die, it would be a huge blow to the team's morale. Therefore, killing Cola had priority immediately. Half a dozen berserkers surrounded Cola, while the ranged damage dealer sent a continuous stream of attacks at him. They no longer treated Cola like a player but a boss monster. In response to their actions, Cola simply smiled in disdain. He then activated Protection Blessing, reducing the damage he received by 50%. Now, the highest damage the players from Dark Star managed to inflict on Cola did not exceed -200 points. A majority of the attacks were even below -100 damage. In the face of Cola's 5,000 plus HP, such damages were simply insignificant. However, due to the large number of attacks, Cola's HP quickly fell below the 50% threshold. Right then, Violet Cloud took action again. She casually cast Guardian Shield and Recover on Cola. At Violet Cloud's current level, her Guardian Shield would provide her target with a buff that could absorb over -700 damage. She followed up with Healing Light in the next moment. A healing value of +1,600 appeared above Cola's head, in addition to the 500 plus HP regenerated with Recover. Cola's HP instantly went back up to full again. Chapter 310, Reversal. Originally, the Guardian Knight Cola was already a huge headache due to his high HP and defense, and Dark Star's players exerted quite a lot of effort in order to reduce his HP by over half. Yet, in the next moment, he was now back to full health. South Wolf nearly popped a vein when he witnessed this scene. Although Cola was an MT, the damage he dealt was not one bit low. A casual slash from his sword could deal around -300 to -400 damage to Dark Star's shield warriors. If Cola used a skill, he could even deal -500 to -600 damage, which was even higher than that of the berserkers of Dark Star. Moreover, Cola could tank 4 berserkers simultaneously, all by himself, and he even managed to send them flying back. Meanwhile, such a boss-ranked MT was now immortal due to a single cleric from Zero Wing. However, this still was not the end of South Wolf's headache. The MTs in his team were relatively high-ranking MTs in White River City, but the 2 berserkers named Lonely Snow and Water Buffalo still sliced them up in no time. For example, one of the Guardian Knights of Dark Star had come under the combined assault of the 2 berserkers. At first, the Guardian Knight had received 2 normal attacks from the berserkers. Unfortunately, both attacks had achieved a critical hit, with Lonely Snow dealing over -1,400 damage and Water Buffalo dealing over -1,300 damage. Without leaving any gaps, the 2 then followed up with Beheaded, both of their skills dealing over -1,000 damage each. As a result, even though the Guardian Knight had 2 healers focusing on him, his 3,000 HP was still reaped away within an instant. Meanwhile, Fire Dance was even more amazing than the 2 berserkers. After dishing out a flurry of attacks, she followed up with a 7-star Eviscerate that achieved a critical hit, dealing over -2,300 damage. Within moments, 1 more Guardian Knight of Dark Star died. South Wolf had even begun to suspect that the members of Zero Wing were no longer playing the same game Dark Star's players were. After all, whether it was Zero Wing's MT, healer, or DPS, all of them were so powerful. On the other hand, the players of Dark Star were like paper, dying from just a touch. With merely a brief exchange, South Wolf's team had already lost 9 members. It should be known that all these players were core members of Dark Star. They were not random noobs that could be found anywhere on the streets of White River City. Each and every one of them was a skilled player, and they all had a good sense for battle. Although they were not comparable to experts, neither were they far from one. Yet, even so, these elite players still died with barely any resistance as the battle continued. The players from Dark Star grew more and more frightened. They had yet to kill a single player of Zero Wing, even until now. This was definitely a huge psychological blow to the elites of Dark Star. Don't panic. We outnumber them thrice over. Assassins and Rangers, take out their healers first. As long as the healers are dead, the others will soon follow, even if their combat power is superior. South Wolf was no idiot, and he immediately sought to utilize Dark Star's advantage Zerg tactics. It was the easiest tactic for obtaining victory in any virtual reality game. As South Wolf had the numerical advantage, he could afford to divide his troops into two groups, one to pin down the enemy forces, and another to circle around and strike at the enemy's weak point very quickly. Over 20 assassins and rangers from Dark Star flanked Zero Wing's forces and immediately charged towards Violet Cloud's group of 5 healers. Contrary to expectations, however, even when Violet Cloud's group noticed Dark Star's players charging towards them, none of them chose to run away. Instead, they continued healing their allies at the front, paying no attention to their attackers at all. In regard to the healers' lack of reaction, Dark Star's players did not give it too much thought. They simply continued charging forward, having concluded that Zero Wing's healers had already given up on escaping when there was only a short distance of 8 yards between the assassins and Violet Cloud's group. An intermediate frost grenade suddenly landed, exploding in the midst of the assassins. Dark Star's rangers, who stood 30 yards away, also received an intermediate frost grenade of their own in the blink of an eye. Both groups were frozen solid. A damage of -400 also appeared above each of their heads. Although the 8 assassins immediately used Vanish to escape the freezing effect, they were still unable to advance as an ice wall appeared, blocking the path between them and Violet Cloud's group. Meanwhile, the person responsible for casting this ice wall was one of the 5 demon generals that Shi Feng had recruited. Ice Queen Su Qianliu. Ice wall was the perfect skill for this scenario without magic immunity. If the assassins were to charge into the ice wall, their movement speeds would slow to a crawl. At that time, their fates would be as good as sealed. Although Ice Wall had a short duration of only 2 to 3 seconds, it still provided the healers with a brief, but important, moment of respite. As for the Rangers of Dark Star, none of them had any skills that could be used to dispel the effects of control skills, and neither did any of them possess any life-saving skills. Hence, they could do nothing but stand there and watch. At this moment, Shi Feng used silent steps and suddenly appeared behind these frozen rangers. To Shi Feng, a group of immobile players was entirely negligible. Shi Feng was currently at level 23. He was also equipped with the newly acquired 7 Luminaries ring, and had recently received the Golden Stigmata. His overall attributes surpassed these elite players manyfold. Moreover, Shi Feng currently had the Aura of Fire activated, the aura effect increasing his damage by 30% while also reducing his target's defense by 30% immediately. Shi Feng sent a level 8 thundering flash at the group of rangers. Green arcs of lightning crackled as they instantly pierced the bodies of these rangers. Damages of -1102, -1528. And -2140 appeared above each of the 12 rangers' heads. Although none of Shi Feng's attacks had achieved a critical hit, these rangers had only around 2000 HP. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's thundering flash had dealt more than -4700 damage in total, far surpassing the rangers' maximum HP. The members of Dark Star saw Shi Feng killing all those rangers with a single strike each, and every one of the witnesses was completely dumbfounded, their jaw hanging wide open. South Wolf nearly had his eyes pop out of their own sockets. The 12 rangers simultaneously collapsed to the ground, their actions in complete unison. In the next moment, piles of weapons and equipment were scattered around their bodies. In this chaotic battlefield, this scene was both striking and shocking. The 12 rangers were all either level 18 or level 19 players. Most of the equipment they used was also level 15 mysterious iron equipment, and every one of them had more than 2000 HP. Yet, they were killed off so easily. Moreover, it wasn't just one person that got killed but an entire group. For a moment, South Wolf believed that he was dreaming. He even considered giving one of his subordinates a slap and then asking said subordinate if it hurt, to confirm whether or not this was a dream. As for the assassins of Dark Star who had been waiting for the ice wall to disappear, after witnessing this unforgettable scene, they had completely forgotten their original task of dealing with Violet Cloud's group of healers. They idly stood there as they watched their ranger companions die, their minds empty of all thought. They then swallowed a big gulp of saliva as they suddenly recalled an important matter. With the number of murders they had committed so far, if they died as well, not only would they lose 2 to 3 levels, they would even lose all the equipment on their bodies. Watching from a distance, Blackie was similarly astonished by the instant deaths of the 12 elite players. However, he had long since grown inured to Shifeng's horror-inducing feats, so he quickly regained his composure and threw a basic frost grenade at the still-dazed assassins of Dark Star, freezing them once more. This time, none of the assassins could use Vanish to remove the freezing effect on them. Hence, they could only obediently stay frozen, following which, Blackie chanted an incantation and used Hellflame. One could easily imagine the might of a Hellflame that was powered by the epic-ranked staff Mavis's Guard. Damages of over -1,000 points immediately appeared above these assassins' heads, and within 3 seconds, all of these assassins turned into ashes, leaving behind a pile of shining weapons and equipment. However, this was still not the end. After Shifeng had dealt with Dark Star's rangers, he then cast Firestorm, the activatable skill of the Aura of Fire, at the heart of the battlefield. Firestorm inflicts 500% damage within a range of 10 by 10 yards for 5 seconds cooldown. 5 minutes. In terms of damage, Firestorm did not lose out to Stars of Light by much. However, it had a much smaller effective range. Currently, Kola was surrounded by plenty of Dark Star's elite players. Before anyone could react, a storm of flames suddenly emerged above them, and the HP of all of Dark Star's players within 10 yards of Kola fell at a crazy rate. Although Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights were classes with high HP and defense, Shifeng's equipment was simply too amazing, which resulted in his current attack power being well over 800 points. With such a high base value, even though the Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights of Dark Star possessed plenty of damage reduction items, they still received more than -2,000 DPS. As for the other classes, they received more than -3,000 DPS even when the Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights activated their life-saving skills, which allowed them to have the damage they received. They still could not avoid death. After Firestorm ended, all of Dark Star's players caught within its effective range were reduced to cinders. Only Kola and the other frontline members of Zero Wing remained alive. Dark Star's 40 or so frontline players had died all of a sudden. Zero Wing's side outnumbered Dark Star's. Black Flame, why are you here? South Wolf instantly recognized the person responsible for killing the majority of Dark Star's players. At this moment, South Wolf's eyes were filled with incomparable shock as his trembling finger pointed at Shifeng's crimson-red name. South Wolf failed to understand why Black Flame would appear at this place. He also could not understand why Black Flame was so powerful. Wasn't Black Flame just a forger? Originally, there had been a huge numerical difference between the two sides. However, in the blink of an eye, a strategic change occurred, all because of Black Flame's fleeting blow. Dark Star was no match for Zero Wing even when Dark Star had the advantage of numbers. Now that the situation was reversed, the end result was obvious. Chapter 311, Absolute Control. Watching up to this point, South Wolf knew that defeat was inevitable, though he was loath to admit it, and his heart was filled with indignation. Currently, his team had fewer than 30 players, and practically all of them were mages and healers. He alone was the only melee class alive. With such a team composition, Dark Star stood absolutely no chance against Zero Wing's core team, which currently consisted of over 30 players. The single sword strike Black Flame had displayed far exceeded South Wolf's imagination. Not only was Black Flame inconceivably fast, his grasp of his skills had also reached perfection, as shown by his single attack's impeccable coverage of all 12 rangers. Such a feat required one to possess excellent control over the skill itself and the angle of attack as well. South Wolf was no fool, and neither was he a greenhorn that had been playing virtual reality games for only 1 or 2 years. As a representative of Underworld, he had met with and recruited lots of gaming experts before. He had also participated in a considerable number of team battles, so his experience in the virtual gaming world was quite plentiful naturally. He understood the strategy Black Flame had used since the start of the battle. Black Flame made the Guardian Knights, Shield Warriors, and other plate armor classes charge forward to lure the members of Dark Star into gathering around them. The female cleric, Violet Cloud, was pivotal to this strategy. Although on the surface her healing ability was only double that of the healers of Dark Star, the effectiveness she displayed during the team battle far surpassed that of 3 or 4 healers combined. Violet Cloud had an excellent grasp of the battle situation. Not only could she keep Cola alive and well, she could also simultaneously stabilize several other players' HP. Throughout the battle, she performed smoothly and calmly. She was definitely not an existence to be trifled with. Originally, Zero Wing already had powerful experts like Fire Dance, the team leader of Zero Wing's core team, and Blackie, the #1 player on White River City's ranking list. Now, South Wolf suddenly discovered that Zero Wing possessed not only Fire Dance and Blackie, Cola and Violet Cloud were definitely first-rate experts as well. Everyone else in Zero Wing's core team were also all experts. Meanwhile, Black Flame, who had suddenly appeared, was even more terrifying. The strength he displayed far surpassed that of all those previously mentioned. The scene South Wolf witnessed was like a replay of the God-ranked expert Yi Feng slaying the hundreds of players of Martial Union. South Wolf could not figure out why there were so many experts gathering at a newly established guild like Zero Wing. Even a guild that was newly established by a major corporation could not achieve what Zero Wing had managed in such a short amount of time. South Wolf truly wondered how Black Flame had accomplished such a feat. Although South Wolf was shocked by Black Flame's personal strength and by Blackie, who possessed a strategic-level skill that could affect the entire battlefield. Black Flame, you are indeed amazing. However, the entire Silverleaf Forest is already under Dark Star's control. Although your team of 30 or so players can easily defeat an elite team with more than 100 players, do you think you can do the same against 3,000 players? You have simply delayed the time of your demise. South Wolf laughed coldly as he looked at Shifeng, his current appearance making it seem as if he no longer cared about the many elite players that had died. Let's go. It will be their time of death when Guild Leader Tyrant arrives. Since his team was no match for Zero Wing, South Wolf naturally would not remain in this place and increase his losses. The fact that he had discovered Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader, here easily made up for the elite players he lost. After all, Black Flame's death would become a huge blow to Zero Wing's reputation and prestige in White River City. Coming and going as you wish. Do you think the Silverleaf Forest is your house? Shifeng smiled calmly, his eyes revealing a cold killing intent. Since you've already pursued us to this place, I insist that you stay. Do you think you can keep me here? South Wolf laughed in disdain. He was an assassin, the class that boasted the greatest survivability in the wild. If he hid himself in the dense forest, nobody would be able to find him. You can try. If any single one of you manages to escape today, then I will let you go. Shifeng waved, and all 30-plus members of Zero Wing immediately charged forward, starting their hunt of South Wolf and the surviving players of Dark Star. The reason why South Wolf had never participated in the battle before was to leave a path of retreat for himself. This was a habit of his. After all, once he entered combat status, he could no longer use stealth. At that time, he would only be left with Vanish to enter stealth mode. However, Vanish was a life-saving skill, so it should only be used at the most crucial of moments. Looking at the enemy players charging at him, South Wolf revealed a disdainful expression. Just as he was about to use stealth and hide himself in the dense forest. What's going on? South Wolf suddenly discovered that he could not use the skill. Like a prisoner deprived of his freedom, South Wolf frantically called out his skill bar to look for the cause of this situation. Boss South Wolf, we can't use our skills. What are we supposed to do now? The elementalists of Dark Star asked, frightened. Originally, they had intended to cast Ice Wall to delay Zero Wing's charge. Now, however, none of them could use any of their skills, and an elementalist that could not use skills was like a lamb to the slaughter. Aside from sacrificing their lives to earn a few extra seconds for their allies, they were helpless. Run first, talk later. South Wolf was confused about this situation as well, and he suspected that something must have gone wrong with the system. Since none of them could use skills, they could only rely on their 2 feet to escape as an assassin. South Wolf had great confidence in his own speed. However, just as he was turning to escape, he suddenly discovered that his movement speed had been greatly reduced. Everyone else from Dark Star faced a similar situation as well. Just what is going on? South Wolf started panicking as the players of Zero Wing raced closer and closer to them. However, he was simply helpless in the situation. In the next moment, South Wolf noticed a black figure dashing past Cola and the others. Like a mad gale, the figure instantly caught up with the escaping players of Dark Star. This person was none other than Shifeng himself. At present, Shifeng's agility exceeded 240 points, and there were also the bonuses provided by the equipment he wore. In terms of movement speed, Shifeng was definitely ranked at the apex of Star Moon Kingdom. Shifeng used silent steps and appeared behind South Wolf like a ghost. He then said softly, "I've already said that you can't escape." Previously, while Shifeng was conversing with South Wolf, he had secretly switched the aura of fire on the 7 luminaries ring to the aura of time. Meanwhile, the aura of time reduced the movement speed and attack speed of enemies within a 100-yard radius by 20%, and increased the cooldown of their skills by 20%. When its activatable skill, Absolute Time, was used, it would even prevent enemies within a range of 50 by 50 yards from using any skills or tools for 20 seconds. After Shifeng used Absolute Time to envelope this entire area, everybody from Dark Star could not use any skills or tools for 20 seconds. Dark Star's current surviving members mostly consisted of mages and healers, so this restriction had truly rendered them completely helpless. One could say that the moment South Wolf's team stepped into this region of the Silverleaf Forest, their lives passed into Shifeng's hands. Just what did he do? South Wolf's heart was filled with shock when he noticed Shifeng appearing behind him. Before South Wolf could even ponder on the subject, Shifeng's abyssal blade had already left its scabbard. Countless silver lights pierced the numerous vital points on South Wolf's body. South Wolf had only leather armor, so every one of Shifeng's attacks managed to cause over -500 damage, while critical hits dealt over -1000 damage. On the other hand, the mysterious iron-ranked chest piece South Wolf wore was like a piece of tofu. Not only was it easily pierced by Shifeng's abyssal blade, each attack it received greatly diminished the armor's durability. Just 3 strikes had nearly reduced it to scrap. Already Shifeng's attacks were lightning fast, and he had brandished his sword 8 times in a single series. By the time South Wolf had recovered from shock, his 2000 plus HP was completely gone. Suddenly, South Wolf's field of vision turned gray, while his body fell to the ground involuntarily. Even as he died, shock and confusion still filled his face. As South Wolf had not participated in any of the battles so far, his name remained white all this time. After he died, only 1 piece of equipment dropped by his body. He also lost only a single level. However, were Shifeng's attacks as simple as they looked? The reason why Shifeng had chosen not to use any skills, and had instead carried out only normal attacks, was to destroy the equipment on South Wolf's body. When South Wolf died, nearly half of the equipment on his body had already turned to scrap. Now that he had dropped yet another piece of equipment, he had definitely suffered heavy losses. Chapter 312, Diving into Danger Alone. After South Wolf died, the members of Dark Star were like headless flies. Frightened and scared, they fled in all directions. Zero Wing's berserker Lonely Snow swiftly closed the gap between him and an elementalist of Dark Star to 20 yards before using charge to instantly catch up to and incapacitate the elementalist. After that, Lonely Snow used Thunderclap, Violent Strike, Suppression, and Whirlwind Slash in rapid succession, making quick work of the elementalist. Following closely, everyone else from Zero Wing took action as well against a group of mages and healers that could use neither skills nor tools, in addition to the fact that these classes were innately slow runners. The members of Zero Wing required no time at all to finish off the surviving Dark Star members. As these players died, they left behind piles of weapons and equipment. Ha ha ha. What a fun battle. Those bastards from Dark Star think that they are so amazing, but now, all of them are dead. Kola laughed loudly as he looked at the weapons and equipment scattered all over the ground. The frustration he had accumulated from continuously running away was completely swept away now. Fire Dance nodded her head in agreement, a faint smile appearing on her face. She then said with a light chuckle, "This battle was indeed a good stress reliever. None of us died this time, while Dark Star lost over 100 players. After this battle, Dark Star will have to reorganize their plans to pursue us. If they could deal with a team of over 100 elite players in such a short time, it also signified that Dark Star would be simply sending its members to their deaths if a team had fewer than 200 or 300 players. In order to reduce its losses, Dark Star would definitely consolidate its teams and at least double or triple the member count of each team at this moment." Blackie and the others were laughing without restraint as well. After all, they were able to kill over 100 elite members of Dark Star. This would, without a doubt, be a huge blow to Dark Star. Collect the loot. Dark Star will be arriving here soon. Shifeng commanded. The loot they obtained from killing the 100-plus elite members of Dark Star was extremely bountiful. They had collected close to 1,000 weapons and equipment, and a majority of them were even mysterious iron rank. The harvest they got from this single battle far exceeded even the harvest Aqua Rose obtained from the battle that involved tens of thousands of players. Even Shifeng was somewhat moved by this harvest. Kill and plunder. Just from this battle, they had obtained the resources required to arm an elite team of 100 players. This was precisely the reason why, in the past, many large guilds preferred to kill and plunder the core teams of smaller guilds. Not only could they increase their guild's fame and prestige by doing so, they could also make a huge profit. They could upgrade their weapons and equipment much faster this way, compared to raiding dungeons and killing bosses. However, the harvest from this battle was still insufficient to offset the losses Zero Wing had suffered. After all, the weapons and equipment of Dark Star's elites were inferior to those of Zero Wing's elite members, not to mention those of Zero Wing's core members. Every core member of Zero Wing possessed quite a few pieces of secret silver-ranked weapons and equipment, and some even possessed fine gold and dark gold-ranked weapons and equipment. Guild leader, why aren't you leaving? Fire Dance looked curiously at Shifeng, who had jumped onto a large tree. You guys go first. I'll hold down the fort. Shifeng was not a lord who would sit comfortably in his throne while his subordinates fought. Since he was already here, naturally, he needed to take something away from Dark Star. But, guild leader, this place is too dangerous. You're also not an assassin, Fire Dance said worriedly. You guys have done enough. Let your guild leader handle the rest. Shifeng waved them off, hurrying Fire Dance and the others to the designated location. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, everyone from Zero Wing was immediately moved. In God's domain, guild leaders who were willing to brave danger for his fellow guild members were definitely as rare as a phoenix's feather. Not to mention, Shifeng was currently a famous existence in God's domain. If he were to die, his reputation would be greatly affected. Then, I'll stay behind as well. Blackie said. How could I be left out from such an important matter? Kola stepped forward. Suddenly, everyone else started voicing intentions to remain. All of you, stop making a fuss and leave with me. You all will only be a hindrance to guild leader if you stay behind. Fire Dance could feel the cold killing intent radiating from Shifeng at this moment. She knew that he could no longer hold himself back. She then raised her head and looked at Shifeng, saying, Guild leader, you have to be careful. Rest assured, I know my own limits. Shifeng laughed. He then retrieved a basic stealth scroll from his bag. This scroll allowed players to enter stealth mode. The stealth scroll's effect had a duration of 1 hour, and as long as players did not carry out any attacks during this period of time, the scroll would remain in effect. Shortly after Fire Dance and the others departed, Yulan came hurrying over to this place with a huge team of more than 300 players. Sure enough, all of them died. Yulan sighed softly when she saw the ground littered with corpses. However, she was not surprised by this outcome. Obviously, the ambush before was meant to lure them into a trap. However, South Wolf had been too eager for success, which resulted in a team wipe. As she had expected to revive them, Yulan said to the healers in her team immediately. The 30-plus healers in the team started using resurrection skills if players died outside of a dungeon. There were two methods for them to revive. The first method was to revive back at the cemetery. However, players were required to wait for half an hour before they could do so. The other method was to have one of the healer classes use a resurrection skill. Players could be revived immediately using this method. However, upon resurrection, players would have to wait another 10 minutes before resurrection skills could be used on them again. A short while later, all 100-plus elite players had been revived. Meanwhile, after being resurrected, South Wolf felt fortunate over the fact that he was not a red name. He had only lost one piece of equipment and fallen by one level after he died. Yet, when he discovered that most of the equipment he wore had been turned to scrap, he nearly went insane. South Wolf had been using level 15 mysterious iron set equipment, which could be obtained only from a level 15 team dungeon. In order to obtain the complete set, South Wolf had expended a huge amount of time and effort. Now, however, all of them were destroyed. Unlike field bosses, team dungeons reset only once every 3 days, and there were only a limited number of level 15 team dungeons within the region of White River City. Gathering the complete set had taken South Wolf 2 cycles. If he wished to obtain the set once again, he would have to wait through another 2 cycles. At this moment, Lone Tyrant arrived at the scene. He then asked, "South Wolf, what happened here? How did all of you die?" South Wolf was someone from Underworld, so he did not particularly care how many players from Dark Star had died. He cared more about himself instead. However, the same could not be said for Lone Tyrant. The strength of Dark Star determined his future as its guild leader. Now, more than 100 elites from his guild had died for no reason. The worst part was that these elites had lost most, if not all, of their weapons and equipment. The levels they lost could be recovered, but it would not be as easy to recover the equipment. We were lured into an ambush unprepared, and all of us got killed. However, I discovered something even more important. I don't know how he managed it, but Black Flame is now with the core team of Zero Wing. He has also become a red name at this point, so this is the perfect chance for us to destroy Zero Wing. Although Black Flame is very powerful, we should have no problems dealing with all of them if we send in a team of 300 to 400 players. We can still catch up if we chase after them right away. South Wolf's words immediately allowed Lone Tyrant and Yulan to come to a realization. Truly an interesting person, Yulan muttered softly, her interest towards the player named Black Flame growing. As for Lone Tyrant, his expression turned grim upon receiving this piece of information. Obviously, with Black Flame commanding Zero Wing's core team, their combat power had increased to frightening heights. Also, from South Wolf's description of the one-sided battle that took place before, Lone Tyrant also learned that Black Flame was a great expert. Not only did Black Flame possess extraordinary combat power, he also possessed a strategic level skill. A team of 100 elite players would definitely be insufficient to deal with him. Hence, they needed to rearrange their team compositions. Each team now had to have 200 players at the very least. Otherwise, they would only suffice as cannon fodder. Black Flame, you've actually dared show yourself here. Since you've come seeking your own death, don't even think about leaving this place alive today. Lone Tyrant revealed a sinister expression. He inwardly mocked Shifeng for his foolish actions. In order to save Zero Wing's core team, Shifeng had actually disregarded the dangers and barged into Lone Tyrant's domain. Shifeng must not know how to write the word death. Chapter 313, Killing the Commander. Gather everyone immediately and surround this area. I don't believe that they can grow wings and fly away. Lone Tyrant sternly issued his command. The news of World Dominator's defeat had already spread, and very few in White River City did not know about the battle that took place. This result had greatly boosted Zero Wing's prestige. If Dark Star could get rid of not only Zero Wing's core team, but Zero Wing's guild leader, black flame, also, then they could destroy the fame that Zero Wing had accumulated up until this point at that time. Dark Star would also garner fame themselves, killing two birds with one stone naturally. Lone Tyrant would not let go of such a valuable opportunity immediately. Everyone from Dark Star started moving previously. They had tried to cover too large an area in their search. Now that Shifeng and the core team of Zero Wing had exposed themselves, Lone Tyrant quickly concentrated their hunt. Soon, more and more Dark Star members gathered at the stated location in the dense forest. Shifeng, who remained hidden in a tree, did not panic at this situation. Instead, he continued to wait for all the members of Dark Star to arrive. Come. The more, the merrier. Shifeng inwardly chuckled as he saw that the number of players gathered had already exceeded 1,000 before the battle even started. Shifeng had already considered the consequences if he had not come fully prepared. He would not have allowed Fire Dance and the others to obliterate South Wolf's team of elite skilled leader. Our members have surrounded this part of the forest. As long as any Zero Wings members show themselves, it will be their death, a ranger reported as he walked up to Lone Tyrant. Good. Start shrinking the encirclement. Lone Tyrant laughed satisfyingly. He then looked towards Ming Sha, the team leader of the Underworld Guards, and respectfully said, "In a moment, we will have to rely on Brother Ming Sha and your men to take care of the experts from Zero Wing. Rest assured, young Master Feng sent us to deal with Fire Dance and her team of experts." Although there is now an additional black flame added to the equation, the Underworld Guards can resolve this solution all the same. "We won't let any of them escape," Ming Sha replied and nodded his head in order to extinguish Zero Wing's core team. Feng Xianyang had specifically sent a team of Underworld Guards to assist Dark Star. Feng Xianyang had gone all out on this hunt. Every Underworld Guard was an expert that Underworld had spent many years searching for to recruit. Underworld had also spent massive amounts of resources on nurturing these experts further. Compared to Absolute Heaven, the top-tier assassin that Shifeng faced before, these Underworld Guards were stronger, not weaker. Meanwhile, Feng Xianyang had sent a team of 20 of such guards. One could just imagine the frightening might this team possessed. Even a 100-man elite team from Dark Star was no match for this team. Also, the leader, Ming Sha, was an expert among experts. In the virtual gaming world, he ranked near the top. Regarding pure combat techniques, he was on the same level as the snow goddess, Gentle Snow. However, as Gentle Snow was in possession of a huge amount of resources, in terms of equipment, Ming Sha was definitely no match for her originally. Feng Xianyang had arranged for Ming Sha to go to White River City to deal with Yifeng. However, Yifeng was simply too elusive, as if he had completely vanished from White River City. Hence, Feng Xianyang sent Ming Sha to deal with the top experts of Zero Wing, such as Fire Dance and Blackie. In regards to Ming Sha's strength, Lone Tyrant had personally experienced its power. Even though he was clearly above Ming Sha in terms of levels, and his equipment was of higher quality, he still suffered defeat at Ming Sha's hands in less than 20 exchanges. On the other hand, he had only managed to reduce Ming Sha's HP by 1/10. Meanwhile, after taking some time to focus on upgrades, Ming Sha's equipment could now compare to Lone Tyrant's. Now, Ming Sha was mostly geared with several pieces of level 15 secret silver set equipment and fine gold equipment. He also wielded a level 15 fine gold greatsword, the Bone Shatterer. His equipment certainly ranked at the very top of White River City. Lone Tyrant had estimated that, if he fought Ming Sha now, he would last 10 exchanges at most before his defeat. Now that he had so many players surrounding this area and a powerful team of experts like the Underworld Guard supporting him, even a top-tier assassin like Fire Dance could not escape. Just as Lone Tyrant felt confident and was about to declare that he would annihilate everyone from Zero Wing, a figure suddenly appeared in the top of a nearby tree. Someone's there. Ming Sha, who possessed acute senses, immediately discovered the figure. As Ming Sha turned his sights to the intruder, everyone similarly followed his line of sight. Indeed, in the top of the tree, they discovered a person quietly watching them. Black Flame. South Wolf immediately recognized the figure, his eyes burning with rage as he revealed this person's identity at South Wolf's reminder. everyone finally realized Shifeng's identity. After all, Black Flame had always been a mysterious existence, and most players had never actually seen Black Flame before. Now that this intruder had revealed himself, everyone from Dark Star discovered that Black Flame was just an ordinary-looking, middle-aged man. He did not even possess the type of aura that a guild leader should have. No matter how they looked at him, he was only an ordinary man, so it is guild leader Black Flame. I didn't expect you to show yourself here. Since you have refused to walk the path towards heaven and have instead barged your way down to hell, today will be the day that you die. Lone Tyrant laughed coldly. He then commanded, everyone, kill him. Immediately, over 1,000 players from Dark Star surrounded and charged at Shifeng. Their encirclement was tightly packed, and not even a fly could get past them. Faced with over 1,000 players charging at him, Shifeng did not panic in the slightest. Instead, his eyes emanated a chilling glow as he glared down at Lone Tyrant, smiling faintly. It was as if these 1,000+ players meant nothing to him. Meanwhile, as the recipient of this gaze, Lone Tyrant's heart inadvertently quivered. However, Lone Tyrant quickly dispelled this feeling because he did not believe Shifeng could do anything to him while so many players surrounded him in the next moment. However, Shifeng vanished from the treetop and everyone sight this is not good. He's trying to escape. Quickly, use flare. Lone Tyrant hurriedly shouted. The Rangers quickly used flare upon receiving Lone Tyrant's command, brightly illuminating the surrounding area. Within the effective range of flare, all stealth-type skills would lose their effects. Yet, even after tens of flares had been launched, Shifeng's figure still could not be found. What the players of Dark Star did not know was that, after Shifeng had activated the Ring of Nothingness, his first task was not to escape, but to leap forward and charge towards the tree closest to Lone Tyrant. Hence, the flares used to seal his path of escape served no purpose whatsoever. Damn it. He plans to kill his way over. Use flare and shine guild leader Tyrant surroundings. When Yulan recalled the faint smile on Black Flame's face as he pinned Lone Tyrant with a glare, she instinctively felt that Shifeng aimed to kill the commander. Only by doing could Shifeng possibly redeem Zero Wing's fame and prestige. At that time, even if Dark Star managed to annihilate Zero Wing's core team, it would not damage Zero Wing's reputation if Lone Tyrant, Dark Star's guild leader, died at Black Flame's hands. After all, even though Zero Wing only had tens of players on their side, they would still have managed to kill Dark Star's guild leader while under the protection of over 1,000 players at that time. Dark Star would be the one suffering humiliation. Why are you all still daydreaming? Move! Yulan angrily shouted when she noticed that none of Dark Star's rangers had reacted. However, Yulan suddenly felt that something was amiss. Instead of looking towards the outskirts of the encirclement, all of these rangers stared at the space above her. Immediately, Yulan raised her head, discovering a figure falling towards her, and this figure was none other than Shifeng himself. Panic surfaced on Lone Tyrant's face. He never imagined that Shifeng would be so suicidal as to come for his life. Black Flame, if you wish to die, then I'll grant your wish. The corners of Lone Tyrant's mouth raised slightly. He then picked up his shield and sword, fully prepared to guard against Shifeng's attack. What amazing courage! Ming Sha, who stood by Lone Tyrant's side, brimmed with fighting spirit right now, his eyes glowing as he watched Shifeng fall. He then retrieved the bone shatterer from his back and stood in front of Lone Tyrant, acting like a highly defensive wall. Ming Sha secretly admired Shifeng's performance, and he deeply wished he that could properly exchange blows with this man. However, responsibilities came first, so he had no choice but to get rid of Shifeng. Even with Ming Sha protecting Lone Tyrant, Yulan still felt that something was off. After all, why would an intelligent and resourceful man like Black Flame carry out such a reckless action? As insurance, Yulan hurriedly commanded, Guardian Knights, use protection blessing on guild leader Tyrant. All healers focus on healing guild leader Tyrant as well. Do not let Black Flame succeed. Chapter 314, True Expert. When Shifeng landed soundlessly on the ground, he was only 20 yards away from Lone Tyrant. In the next moment, sacred heals graced Lone Tyrant, one after another. Lone Tyrant was one of the top 10 players on the ranking list of White River City. He was one of the apex MTs throughout White River City as well. Although he was only level 21 at the moment, he had over 3,700 HP, and he was not much weaker than Cola. With high HP and defense, physical damage classes such as assassins, berserkers, swordsmen, and rangers would find it extremely difficult to kill Lone Tyrant. Not to mention, Lone Tyrant now had a large team of healers keeping him alive. Moreover, there was also the great expert, Ming Sha, currently guarding him. Hence, Yulan was greatly confused as she watched Shifeng's foolish actions. Let me see what you are made of. Ming Sha smiled at the oncoming Shifeng, and at the same time, he lifted the Bone Shatterer and slashed it down at his enemy. The Bone Shatterer was a massive great sword, yet, Ming Sha wielded it nimbly and accurately. In a single strike, he had completely sealed off Shifeng's path of advance. At this moment, the surrounding melee players of Dark Star charged at Shifeng, intending to make mincemeat of him. Meanwhile, the mages standing a short distance away also started casting their spells. As long as Ming Sha managed to delay Shifeng for a few more seconds, Shifeng would receive the bombardment of hundreds of spells. Even Zero Wing's chief MT, the Guardian Knight Cola, would lose his life if he received so many spells, not to mention a swordsman like Shifeng. Yet, as if he did not see these mages readying their attacks, Shifeng continued to charge forward, showing no intentions of slowing. Just as Ming Sha's second strike was about to land on Shifeng's body, however, Shifeng's entire person disappeared. Subsequently, Ming Sha's Bone Shatterer struck only air, generating a powerful gust of wind. The elementalists, cursemancers, summoners, and all other ranged classes that were about to launch their attacks also interrupted their chanting after they lost sight of their target. Where is he? When Ming Sha failed to find Shifeng in front of him, he could not help but examine his surroundings. Suddenly, Ming Sha felt a chilling intent coming from behind him. Spinning around, he discovered that, just like a ghost, Shifeng had soundlessly appeared behind Lone Tyrant. If not for his acute senses, he would not have detected Shifeng's presence at all. After Shifeng used silent steps to appear behind Lone Tyrant, he immediately activated Absolute Time. With himself as the center point, all enemies within a 50-yard radius were now unable to use any skills or tools. Shifeng then brandished the Abyssal Blade, casting Abyssal Bind on Lone Tyrant. Meanwhile, Lone Tyrant only felt a cold wind blowing on his back. Only after Shifeng started brandishing the Abyssal Blade did Lone Tyrant notice that someone stood behind him. Horrified, Lone Tyrant hurriedly leaped forward, hoping to dodge the attack aimed at his back. As insurance, Lone Tyrant even intended to cast Protection Blessing on himself. However, Shifeng was simply too fast. He had activated Absolute Time and Abyssal Bind almost simultaneously. Discovering that he could not activate Protection Blessing, Lone Tyrant's heart grew extremely anxious. In the next instant, 9 pitch-black chains bound his body, preventing him from moving even an inch. Meanwhile, the healers standing in the distance could only watch this scene play out. With their skills locked, the most they could do was provide moral support. Damn. Seeing that Shifeng was the only person standing close to Lone Tyrant, Ming Sha realized that he had been tricked. Shifeng had deceived him into leaving Lone Tyrant's side. Suddenly, a feeling that he had just been played for a fool grew in Ming Sha's mind. This was the first time he had felt such a feeling. Lone Tyrant was bound and completely unguarded right now. He was unable to resist in the slightest. If he, Ming Sha, had stayed by Lone Tyrant's side, even if Lone Tyrant were bound, he could have still helped defend against attacks. Now, however, he was almost a full 10 yards away from Lone Tyrant. If this were any other day, he could have closed the distance between them using the charge he had specifically reserved. Now, however, none of his skills would work. Even if he wanted to save Lone Tyrant, he was powerless to do so. However, he only needed around 2 seconds to close a distance of 10 yards. As long as Lone Tyrant could survive that long, Ming Sha was confident in stopping Shifeng, preventing Shifeng from dealing any more damage to Lone Tyrant. Naturally, Lone Tyrant had considered this as well. Hence, even when faced with Shifeng's Abyssal Blade and Purgatory's Shadow, he still revealed his confidence as if saying, "What can you do to me?" He was a guardian knight who possessed 3,700 HP. It was simply impossible for Shifeng to kill him in 2 short seconds. Unfortunately, reality had cruelly slapped Lone Tyrant in the face when Shifeng's chop landed on Lone Tyrant, who now had his defense reduced by 100% due to the effects of the Abyssal Bind. A frightening damage of -1,500 appeared above Lone Tyrant's head. This single slash had erased Lone Tyrant's confidence. Now, an expression of fear decorated Lone Tyrant's face instead. Immediately, Lone Tyrant struggled to escape Abyssal Bind. However, no matter how much energy he expended, the bone-chilling chains remained unperturbed. This was the first time Lone Tyrant had felt so powerless. He had over 1,000 subordinates and a team of experts protecting him. Yet, Shifeng regarded them all as nothing. Now, he could not even resist while Shifeng arbitrarily slaughtered him. Shifeng lifted the Abyssal Blade high. In the next moment, the Abyssal Blade, which was covered in green arcs of lightning, descended, and 3 arcs of lightning penetrated Lone Tyrant's body. 984, -1370, -1892. After Thundering Flash ended, Lone Tyrant's body fell to the ground from beginning to end. Shifeng had only used 2 moves to finish off Lone Tyrant, and the time he spent doing so had not exceeded 1 second. Shifeng's attack power thoroughly shocked everyone from Dark Star. Shifeng's performance was simply stunning. Even when faced with over 1,000 elites from Dark Star, he managed to kill Dark Star's guild leader. Lone Tyrant Ming Sha was also stunned by this scene. He had never imagined that Lone Tyrant would die so quickly under Shifeng's assault. "Everybody, get him. No matter what, do not let him escape." Ming Sha bellowed as he felt unprecedented humiliation after finishing off Lone Tyrant. Shifeng sent a chilling gaze to his surroundings. Those who received his gaze inadvertently halted their steps, and none dared to look Shifeng in the eyes. Shifeng was like a king that had descended from heaven. Nobody dared compete with him over dominance. Faced with Ming Sha's glare, Shifeng simply raised his index finger at Ming Sha. He then made a hooking motion with his finger and softly chuckled. Ming Sha's rage burned even brighter after receiving such a blatant provocation. Immediately, he lifted his greatsword and charged at his opponent. In reply to Ming Sha's actions, Shifeng gently waved the Abyssal Blade as he walked forward. Shifeng had the presence of a king facing an ant challenge, his mind appearing completely at ease when the 2 swords collided. Sparks flew. The impact of the attack forced Ming Sha to retreat multiple steps before he could stabilize himself. Shifeng, however, had not moved an inch. The gap in strength between the two was clear at a glance, giving Ming Sha no time. Shifeng instantly charged forward and brandished his sword. 1 slash. 2 slashes. 3 slashes. Shifeng's attacks were like a violent gale. Ming Sha desperately dodged and blocked the onslaught. However, each time Ming Sha was knocked back, it was very difficult for him to stabilize his form. After receiving over a dozen attacks, Ming Sha finally failed to block an attack. He received a hit to his abdomen, and the blow sent him flying. However, Shifeng was not done. Shifeng's feet suddenly exerted an explosive force, creating a deep pit in the ground as his body shot towards Ming Sha like an artillery shell. While his body remained in mid-air, Ming Sha was unable to exert any force to retaliate or dodge. The moment Shifeng shot past Ming Sha, he brandished his swords multiple times. Each and every attack struck Ming Sha's vital points, all of them causing over -600 damage. In the blink of an eye, Ming Sha's life was no more. The scene dumbfounded the audience from Dark Star. What they had witnessed was simply Shifeng flying past Ming Sha, followed by silvery sword streaks wrapping around Ming Sha's body. By the time Shifeng passed Ming Sha's body, Ming Sha was already dead. Meanwhile, after Shifeng dove into the dense forest, with a few leaps, his figure completely vanished. At this time, some of Dark Star's members finally responded and rushed in the direction Shifeng had disappeared. "Yolan, do we chase after him?" South Wolf worriedly asked as he looked to Yolan. South Wolf was very clear about just how powerful Ming Sha was. Yet, such a powerful expert still died at Shifeng's hands. Moreover, from beginning to end, Shifeng had not used any skills in the exchange with Ming Sha. He relied purely on techniques to kill his opponent. This was something that South Wolf had never dared to imagine possible in the past now. However, South Wolf finally realized what a true expert was. Yulan shook her head and released a soft sigh, saying, "No. If Black Flame possesses such strength, even if we chase after him, what can we actually do to him? Not to mention, our speed can't compare to his at all. We should save our energy and give up." First, he had killed Lone Tyrant, Dark Star's guild leader, amidst an army of thousands. Next, while he was escaping, he managed to kill an expert like Ming Sha. This time, Dark Star had truly lost all dignity. Even if Dark Star managed to exterminate Zero Wing's core team at a later date, it would only add on to the gossip about Dark Star. This time, Dark Star had truly suffered a defeat. Chapter 315, Breaking Past the Encirclement. Are we giving up, just like that? South Wolf still held some resentment in his heart. After all, Shifeng had killed him once before. Then what do you propose? Yulan revealed a calm smile. She then pointed towards the direction of the Silverleaf Forest in which Shifeng had disappeared, saying, "If you aren't satisfied, be my guest." However, you have already fully experienced Black Flame's horrifying might. Under that complete silencing skill, he can easily kill whoever he wants. As long as the cooldown for that skill refreshes, he might turn around and start another massacre. At that time, the first target he'll go after will be you. When South Wolf heard her reasoning, cold sweat permeated his forehead as he recalled the scene of Shifeng killing Ming Sha before escaping. Even until now, fear lingered within him. But how should we explain things to young Master Feng? Although South Wolf feared Shifeng, Feng Xianyang was not someone he could afford to provoke. I'll deal with young Master Feng. Today, we experienced Black Flame's true strength, so consider it a great harvest. As for the other matters, let's leave those to Guild Leader Tyrant to deal with. Yulan said as she revealed a mysterious smile. She then turned around and left feeling helpless. South Wolf sighed and departed with Yulan. Now that both Lone Tyrant and Ming Sha had died, what could he, South Wolf, possibly do? Moreover, his main task for today was to show Yulan around the guild and allow her to assess the situation at Dark Star. Hunting Zero Wing was a side task. At a lake nestled in the Silverleaf Forest, Fire Dance and the other core members of Zero Wing had been waiting for a long time now. However, even after so much time had passed, Shifeng had yet to show up, causing them all to grow slightly anxious. Sister Fire Dance, guild leader still hasn't shown up yet. Why don't we check on him? One of the 5 demon generals, the assassin, Flying Shadow, asked. In the past, Flying Shadow had been a solitary person. However, his strength could rank at the very top of Shadow. Although he had not performed any outstanding feats during the early stages of the game, he had not performed badly either. In general, he had been an average player in this life. However, after Shifeng recruited him into the Zero Wing workshop, he immediately assigned him to Zero Wing's core team. Many in the guild had initially voiced their opinions against this matter. However, as time slowly passed, everyone finally realized that Shifeng's decision was still as impeccable as always. It was not something the likes of them could hope to compare to within the Zero Wing's core team. Fire Dance had always been the publicly acknowledged #1 assassin of Zero Wing. Meanwhile, the position of #2 assassin had been undetermined. However, after Flying Shadow joined the guild, his techniques rose rapidly with each passing battle and friendly competition. Very quickly, everyone began to acknowledge him, and now, he was considered the most powerful assassin in Zero Wing after Fire Dance. No. Since guild leader has chosen to stay behind, he obviously is confident of obtaining victory. We will only be a hindrance if we try to help. Fire Dance shook her head and rejected Flying Shadow's proposal. In reality, however, she was also worried about Shifeng at this moment. A black figure pierced through the brush, landing by the lakeside soundlessly before anyone noticed. This black figure had arrived before them. Fire Dance and Violet Cloud were the first to detect this figure's presence instinctively. Fire Dance retrieved the daggers from her waist, preparing to meet with a great enemy soon after. Everyone else discovered the presence of this newcomer as well, and they too promptly readied their weapons. Although they could not see this black figure's appearance clearly, the pressure the figure emitted was no less than a lord-ranked boss guild leader. Fire Dance quickly recognized Shifeng's appearance, and she was greatly shocked when she felt his aura previously. As they had been in a hurry to escape, she had not noticed Shifeng's change. Now that she confronted Shifeng face to face, she suddenly realized that Shifeng's strength had greatly improved. Right now, even she could not determine exactly how powerful Shifeng was. It was especially true for the sharp and frightening aura he emanated. It seems that all of you have improved greatly recently. You actually managed to discover me so quickly. Shifeng examined his guild members and revealed a satisfied smile. Battles in God's domain were unlike any other virtual reality game. The improvement of a person's strength was not limited to techniques and equipment. One must also possess a bestial intuition. After all, the penalty for death was not low, so such an intuition was essential when engaged in combat in the fields. In reality, if players did not suffer death when grinding out in the fields, they could easily reach level 200 within 2 years. Yet, Shifeng had taken a decade to reach level 200 in the past. Death was inevitable when battling in God's domain. In the past, Shifeng had died countless times while participating in all sorts of combat in God's domain. Danger always lurked around the corner. Guild wars were only a small part of the dangers in God's domain. Thus, it was of utmost importance for a player to nurture a bestial intuition to avoid unnecessary deaths. It was also a key to leveling up quickly. People's lives in reality were simply too peaceful, so this bestial intuition had been completely buried deep in their bodies. However, as players experienced more battles in God's domain, this intuition would slowly rise to the surface. Meanwhile, the rate at which players improved also correlated to how strong their intuition became, and this was one of the main factors differentiating average players from experts. Shifeng chose to appear so stealthily to test everyone's intuition, and the result had not disappointed him. Compared to several days ago, everyone present had improved greatly. Though, when compared to Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, everyone else's improvement paled slightly. Nevertheless, they were still much stronger than the average elite player. After Shifeng finished evaluating everyone's strengths, he then said with a smile, "All right, let's leave this place. Follow me." Leave. This was exactly what everyone had constantly tried to do. However, it was simply too difficult to accomplish. Currently, Dark Star's forces locked down the Silverleaf Forest. With their team of slightly more than 30, it was impossible to fight their way out of the forest in the next moment. However, Shifeng gave everyone an underwater breathing potion. This potion allowed players to breathe underwater for half an hour. Following which, Shifeng gulped down the breathing potion and jumped into the lake. He then dove into the depths of the lake. The team copied Shifeng's actions, drinking the breathing potion and jumping into the lake as well. This lake was not just a pool of stagnant water. Instead, it connected to the other lakes found in the Silverleaf Forest. A player in the past had accidentally stumbled on this particular secret. This player had only managed to discover this secret as he tried to catch the silver carp found in the Silverleaf Forest. The silver carp was a precious cooking ingredient, and its flavor far surpassed the carp found in the real world. Moreover, after eating the dishes made using the silver carp, there was a very small chance for players to receive a permanent increase of 1 point to a basic attribute. Players could receive up to a total of 20 attribute points through consuming these delicacies. Unfortunately, the attribute rewarded was always random. Even so, players still valued the silver carp. Many players who were gourmands and wished to increase their strength would willingly spend a massive sum of money to purchase silver carp. So, silver carp had always been short in supply, and their prices had steadily increased over time. Back in the day, plenty of players would come to the Silverleaf Forest to fish for the silver carp. There was also no lack of bloodbaths due to competition over these silver carp as well. Shifeng led everyone through one underwater tunnel after another, gradually distancing themselves from Dark Star's encirclement. However, Dark Star still held Silverleaf Forest's exits. So, it was impossible for them to depart from the forest safely. A Guild War order could seal an area for 24 hours. During this period, no one could use return scrolls in this area. In addition, if enemy guild members logged out of the game while in this area, they would receive very harsh punishment. This punishment was far more severe than even the penalty for death, as it was meant to prevent players from abusing this method to avoid the war. However, Guild War orders had a cooldown time of 2 natural days. In God's domain, that would be 96 hours. Hence, after players managed to endure and survive through the Guild War order's effective period of 24 hours, they could return directly to the city using a return scroll. Sherfong intended to take advantage of these underwater tunnels before anyone discovered their existence. By doing so, they could escape Dark Star's surveillance and wait out the seal of the Guild War order. Dark Star had a lot of members inside the Silverleaf Forest. However, due to Sherfeng's group killing one of their teams, which had consisted of over 100 elite players, in addition to Sherfeng's impossible feat of killing both Lone Tyrant and Ming Sha amidst the encirclement of over 1,000 players, Dark Star no longer dared spread their forces too thin. They even called for more reinforcements to the Silverleaf Forest. Yet, even after thoroughly searching the area where the previous battle took place, they still could not manage to locate any traces of Sherfong and the others. Time passed. Little by little after his resurrection, Lone Tyrant was like a madman as he sent out all members of Dark Star to hunt Sherfeng's team in the Silverleaf Forest. His insanity also attracted the attention of the players in White River City. Why was Dark Star sending even more players to the Silverleaf Forest? Were the thousands of players they had sent there before not enough to deal with the core members of Zero Wing? At this time, a new post from Black Flame appeared on the forums, and within the post, there was a video. This video bore the title, Dark Star's Guild Leader, Lone Tyrant's Death. Chapter 316, Shocking Star Moon. The confrontation between Dark Star and Zero Wing had already become explosively popular on the forums previously. Using the name Black Flame, Sherfong had declared that he would exact vengeance against Dark Star. In response, those who knew of Dark Star's strength were not optimistic about Zero Wing's chances of success. After all, everyone knew that Zero Wing had only recently established. It did not possess a significant background. However, Zero Wing was still the first guild in Starmoon Kingdom to possess a guild residence, so most considered it to have great potential. If it spent a few more months developing, it might become an existence that surpassed even Dark Star. At the moment, though, it was simply too early for Zero Wing to go against Dark Star yet. Sometime later, such remarks about Zero Wing completely disappeared. World Dominators, veteran first-rate guild, had actually suffered defeat. Moreover, the guild had been eliminated from the competition for dominance over White River City. Zero Wing had played a significant role in achieving this feat, so it was apparent that Zero Wing was not as weak as everyone had imagined. Hence, the moment the video of Sherfong killing Dark Star's guild leader, Lone Tyrant, uploaded, its popularity instantly grew. In particular, the scene where Sherfong indifferently faced off against an army of over 1,000 elites and managed to kill Lone Tyrant by himself garnered huge amounts of attention. Sherfeng's actions made it seem as if killing the enemy commander while surrounded by an army as simple as taking something out of his pockets. A scene that was only possible in storybooks had actually occurred in reality. In the face of Sherfong, the guild leader of Dark Star was like a little kid. Even as Lone Tyrant died, he had not offered the least bit of resistance. On the other hand, just a glance from Sherfong caused the thousands of players of Dark Star to freeze in fright. At that time, Sherfong was like a king. Before him, everybody else could only submit. Also, the scene in which Sherfong killed Ming Sha as he departed was even more amazing. Anybody could tell at a glance that the berserker, Ming Sha, was not just an ordinary expert. Yet, even so, Sherfong killed him effortlessly. However, this did not mean that Ming Sha was weak. Instead, Sherfong was simply too strong. This Black Flame is too powerful. With his skills, he can rank on the God's Domain Experts list. Not likely. That's the God's Domain Experts list you're talking about. The Secret Pavilion has collected information on all experts in God's Domain to compile that list, and the God's Domain experts that rank on it are all monsters. Previously, even though the god-ranked expert, Yi Feng, had killed over 100 players all by himself, he still failed to earn a spot on that list. The Secret Pavilion was famous in the virtual gaming world, and one could find the Secret Pavilion's presence in practically every virtual reality game available. The experts list compiled by the Secret Pavilion was also well received by many players. After all, by browsing through the experts list, one could easily find information such as the major events that had occurred in God's domain, what kind of experts were present in the game, who the number one player was, and more. Players had no need to go through the trouble of searching for such information through the official forums. Any player who managed to earn a place on the experts list was a target for recruitment of all of the major workshops in the gaming industry. Although nobody knew whether Black Flame was capable of ranking on the experts list, undoubtedly, he had already earned his fame in Starmoon Kingdom in the future. Whenever people talked about Zero Wing, the first thing that would come to their minds would be Black Flame. Damn it. Damn that Black Flame. Lone Tyrant burst into an uncontrollable rage when he discovered the video Shi Feng had uploaded. His original plan to destroy Zero Wing had completely backfired, and instead, he became the laughingstock throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Have we not found them yet? Lone Tyrant bellowed. Dark Star had suffered a tremendous loss this time. Not only had it lost more than 1,000 players to Zero Wing, but Dark Star's fame and prestige had also been destroyed. Lone Tyrant's reputation had gone up in flames. To make things worse, he still had to compensate World Dominators for its losses. The amount they had to pay would definitely put a dent in Dark Star's funds, damaging the guild's development in this war. Dark Star had suffered a double loss. However, Lone Tyrant was completely helpless about this situation. Guild leader, we've already increased the number of people searching for them to 15,000. However, it's as if they grew wings and flew away. Even after rummaging through the entire Silverleaf Forest, we still can't find any traces of Zero Wing. I suspect that they have long since left the forest. Otherwise, if Black Flame and the core members of Zero Wing were still here, Zero Wing's and Ouroboros's forces would have carved a path of blood into this forest by now. They wouldn't have dispersed and went on to do their own things. Lone Tyrant's confidant explained slowly. Before, Lone Tyrant's anger had blinded him, so he had not considered this. However, now that he thought it through, it was as his confidant said: if Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader, were still trapped deep in his enemy's territory, how could the other members of his guild possibly sit and do nothing? They would have charged forward in desperation. If Zero Wing had joined hands with Ouroboros, based on Dark Star's strength, Dark Star would have no choice but to back off. Yet, Zero Wing had not done so. Even the reinforcements Lone Tyrant had called in from White River City received no obstruction whatsoever from the other guild. Based on Zero Wing's inaction, one could conclude that Black Flame had indeed already left the Silverleaf Forest. Damn that Black Flame. We've wasted so much time and manpower. Lone Tyrant's eyes burned with anger. However, he was simply helpless against Zero Wing. It was no longer possible to deal with their enemy now. Previously, he had the help of World Dominators to hinder Ouroboros. Now that World Dominators was out of the competition, if Dark Star wished to deal with Zero Wing, it would have to fight both Zero Wing and Ouroboros simultaneously. Even with Underworld support, it was still not an opponent for these two guilds. Suddenly, Lone Tyrant seemed to age by several years. Pass on my command, everybody is dismissed. Those who should rest, rest. Those who wish to level up, go level up. As for the rewards and compensations, I will issue those later. After Lone Tyrant finished speaking, as if all the strength in his body drained away, his entire person became powerless. Soon after, everyone from Dark Star departed from the Silverleaf Forest, one after another. As for the seal of Guild War Order, that, too, had dissipated. When the thousands of players from Dark Star hunted Shi Feng's group, having nothing better to do, Shi Feng and the others had spent their time searching for silver carp at a lake. Currently, nobody that knew how precious silver carp were. Moreover, now that the underwater areas of the Silverleaf Forest had yet to develop, one could find a large number of silver carp in the lakes in the area. Even in the very beginning, each silver carp sold for 20 silver coins. Presently, 20 silver was worth 3,000 credits. It could compare to the monthly salaries of white-collar workers. By the time everybody discovered the silver carp's value, its price had soared from the initial 20 silver coins to 2 gold coins. To an average player, such an amount was a fortune. During the several hours Dark Star had hunted them, Shifeng and the others had managed to catch over 20 silver carp. They even discovered multiple treasure chests. Although they were only bronze and mysterious iron rank, it was still a considerable harvest. Guild leader, as you predicted, Dark Star has released the seal on the Silverleaf Forest, Fire Dance reported excitedly. Although everything had gone according to Shifeng's plan, when everyone witnessed the area seal lifting so quickly, they could not help their astonishment. It was as if everything was within Shifeng's grasp. That's that. However, we are now red players. If we aren't nobles of White River City, we won't have any way to enter the city safely. Most of us are already level 20, so if we wish to upgrade ourselves further, we need to complete our class change. Let's first wash away our red names. Otherwise, we can't enter White River City to accept our class change quest. Shifeng was not particularly surprised about the seal on the Silverleaf Forest releasing. After spending so much time and manpower, Dark Star had still failed to locate any of them. As long as Lone Tyrant was not an idiot, he would definitely stop searching for them like a fool. Chapter 317, Town Capture. Guild leader, our names are as red as blood right now. Most of us have killed more than 10 people, while Blackie and I have killed more than 100 each. We'll need to waste a lot of time to cleanse our red names completely. By the time we do, most of the players from the other guilds will have already reached level 20, Fire Dance said as she smiled bitterly. If a player wished to remove their status as a red name, they needed to remove the crime value they had accumulated. One of the most common ways to get rid of crime value was to wait, as a player's crime value decreased over time. However, if one's crime value was excessively high, they needed to punish evil and promote righteousness. However, although killing NPCs such as villains, criminals, and bandits would significantly reduce a player's crime value, there was no other benefit for doing so. Killing these NPCs would not provide players with any additional rewards or EXP. Moreover, these NPCs were very few and usually scattered all over God's domain. It would be fine if players hunted for these NPCs by themselves, but hunting as a group would be time-consuming and inefficient indeed. Let's forget about cleansing your red names for now. We'll raise our White River City reputation. As long as you become nobles, entering the city as red names will not have significant consequences. We should have no problems taking on the class change quest. Shifeng made his decision after some thought. Otherwise, it would take around 2 to 3 days' effort to cleanse such a high crime value. Everyone fell speechless when they heard Shifeng's decision to raise their reputation in White River City to the degree of becoming a noble. Shifeng made it sound as if becoming a noble of White River City was as easy as buying cabbage from the market. It was extremely difficult for players to raise their White River City reputation, and one needed to invest a lot of time to accumulate sufficient reputation points to become a noble. In this case, it would be much easier to hunt for NPC bandits. Guild leader, do you have a method to increase our White River City reputation quickly? Blackie knew that Shifeng would not speak without reason. Suddenly, his eyes shone with a hint of excitement as he looked to his guild leader for answers. In Noble of White River City. Currently, one could count the number of players that had become nobles of White River City on one's fingers. After becoming a noble, not only could one purchase a business stall in White River City, but one could also receive high-level quests in the city. The rewards were enough to drool over. Although the EXP rewarded was low, the monetary rewards consisted of silver coins, not copper coins. Most importantly, nobles could receive a 10% discount when purchasing items in White River City. They could also receive a 30% discount when repairing weapons and equipment. Currently, every time they went to repair items, they would always leave with a stomach ache due to the quality of their items. The repair fees were at least 6 times higher than the average player. As if they could become nobles of White River City, in the future, they would not become poor bastards whenever they needed to repair their equipment. They might even get the chance to enter the noble's district. Sher Fong rolled his eyes at Blackie, saying, "Do you really think it is so easy to become a noble?" The team could not help their laughter at Blackie as he nearly choked from Sher Feng's reply. Although it is not easy to raise one's reputation in White River City, if one wishes to increase it quickly, there is indeed a method to do so. Guild leader, is there really such a method? Kola asked excitedly. It was an absolute nightmare for him whenever he had to repair his equipment out of cloth armor, leather armor, and plate armor. The repair fees for cloth armor were the cheapest. On the other hand, plate armor cost the most to repair, and normally, the fees were at least double that of cloth armor. There is one method, town capture. Sher Fong nodded, revealing a mysterious smile. Sher Feng's announcement stunned his guildmates. What kind of trouble was Sher Fong trying to stir? They had just escaped from Darkstar's pursuit, yet, now, they were going to capture a town. Town capture. Kola was confused. Although he did not know why Sher Fong suggested they capture a town, such a thing was not easy. Level 50 elite NPCs guarded every town. There were even Tier 2 NPCs protecting them. Even with their strength combined, they wouldn't be a match for even a single level 50 elite NPC, not to mention a Tier 2 NPC. That's right. However, we're not going to capture just any town. Instead, our aim is Creek Town, one of the towns within the White River City region that's occupied by evil-aligned NPCs. As long as we capture this town, we can obtain a lot of White River City reputation points. If we're lucky, there might even be unexpected rewards, Sher Fong explained. However, it won't be easy. I'll need to make some preparations before we set off. Just stay here and catch some fish for now. I'll head back and make the necessary arrangements. I'll notify you guys once I'm done. After Sher Fong said so, he used a return scroll town capture. During the middle stages of God's Domain, this was a commonplace activity for players. There were plenty of small towns in God's Domain, and a majority of these towns were not under the management of any kingdoms or empires. Instead, other forces occupied these towns. So long as players wished to establish their own empire in God's Domain, it was a must for them to occupy towns. Meanwhile, if players wished to occupy a town, they needed to chase away the forces that occupied said town first. Only by doing so could they turn the town into their own guild town. They could then slowly develop and upgrade the town's rank. It was also not impossible for players to develop a town to surpass even Starmoon City. However, the conditions for doing so were extremely demanding, so it was very difficult for players to succeed. Moreover, capturing a town was easier said than done. Even if the current #1 guild in White River City, Ouroboros, went all out, they should not have any clue of how to capture a town. It should be impossible for Ouroboros to capture even the most bordered and resource-poor town. On top of that, now that Sher Fong had unsealed the Endless Abyss, towns had upgraded their overall strength in preparation for the assault from demonic beasts, making it even more challenging for players to capture a town. However, Creek Town, the town Sher Fong had chosen as his target, was slightly special. There was a hidden quest in White River City that would greatly reduce the overall strength of Creek Town. If the town were weakened, capture would become far easier. However, in order to accept this hidden quest, at the very minimum, one must first become a Viscount of White River City. Fortunately, Sher Fong just happened to be just that. After Sher Fong returned to White River City, he suddenly became the focus of the entire city. Any players who saw him immediately began whispering to companions or strangers by their sides. Sher Fong was a celebrity right now, and everyone in White River City knew about him. Although part of the reason why Sher Fong attracted so much attention was due to his blood-red name, the actual cause for his fame was due to the name Black Flame. The video of the battle in the Silverleaf Forest was extremely exciting. The scene where Sher Fong had leaped high into the air to finish off Ming Sha was particularly unforgettable. Countless players had tried to mimic Sher Feng's actions. Unfortunately, average players could, at most, jump 2 to 3 meters high. Compared to Sher Fong, who had managed to reach a height of 8 meters, the gap between them was simply too massive. Moreover, Shi Feng had brandished his sword 6 times while in midair, and every strike accurately landed on Ming Xiao's vital points. Through their attempts to mimic Shi Feng's actions, everyone's admiration for him grew. Everyone knew that a player's basic attributes determined the gap between them and others. Only after making a comparison did they know just how wide the gap was between them and Shi Feng guild leader Black Flame. When will Zero Wing hold another mass recruitment? I've been waiting to join Zero Wing for a long time now. A level 17 male swordsman asked loudly. That's right. This little girl wishes to join Zero Wing as well. Big brother Black Flame, please tell this little sister when you'll recruit again. It can be our little secret. I promise not to tell anyone, a beautiful female summoner asked sweetly. Everyone's eagerness to join Zero Wing grew greater and greater. If Zero Wing had not announced to the public that it had temporarily halted recruitment in order to fine-tune the management of the guild, the stampede of players might have trampled Zero Wing's recruitment area. By now the crowd's enthusiasm started to make even Shi Feng grow afraid. Without a better choice, he said, everyone can rest assured that Zero Wing will definitely recruit for more members. Moreover, we will have even more slots available during the next recruitment. As for the time and venue, the recruitment will be held in 3 days at Zero Wing's guild residence. I hope that everyone will show up for the registration when the time comes. Finished speaking, Shi Feng hurriedly escaped. If he remained any longer, he might not be able to get away in 3 days. Great! I can use that time to improve my techniques and strength. I will definitely pass the test and become a member of Zero Wing. After receiving a specific time, everyone grew even more enthusiastic. They all swore to join Zero Wing no matter what. In their minds, Zero Wing stood out like a sacred temple of experts: Assassin Fire Dance, Guardian Knight Cola, Elementalist Aqua Rose, Berserker Lonely Snow, Cursemancer Black Cloud, Cleric Violet Cloud, Swordsman Black Flame, Swordsman Yifeng, and many other experts all belonged to Zero Wing. These experts possessed brilliant battle records in God's domain, and they were far stronger than other guilds' experts. Chapter 318, Blood Hand. Shi Feng's return immediately attracted the attention of the various powers in White River City. When these powers learned about Shi Feng's return, in addition, his blood-red-colored name, they knew that Dark Star's encirclement had failed. Dark Star had dispatched over 10,000 members during this encounter. Yet, they still failed to annihilate Zero Wing's core members. This conclusion had greatly boosted Zero Wing's fame. Moreover, Lone Tyrant's death at Shi Feng's hands had also been a huge blow to Dark Star's reputation. Excluding World Dominators, which had already been eliminated from the competition for the dominance over White River City, Dark Star's current reputation ranked at the very bottom of the top 6 guilds of White River City. As a result, many players who had originally intended to join Dark Star now had their sights on Zero Wing instead. As things stood, it was only a matter of time before Zero Wing surpassed Dark Star. After escaping the attention of the passionate players surrounding him, Shi Feng immediately draped a black cloak over his shoulders, covering his face and hiding his name. He then hurried towards the Adventurers Association of White River City. On the way, Shi Feng contacted Aqua Rose and had her bring around 60 core members to the Adventurers Association to meet up with him. 20 minutes later, Aqua Rose showed up at the entrance of the Adventurers Association with the requested guildmates. Every one of these core members wore equipment that was mysterious iron rank and above. Among them, many possessed secret silver equipment. The group looked dazzling when they stood in front of the entrance, invoking the envy and admiration of many passing players. Although Dark Star's ambush and the battle with World Dominators had significantly damaged Zero Wing, fortunately, the guild possessed a relatively large stock of bronze and mysterious iron equipment to compensate for the loss. Only, some time was required to regain the lost levels. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose's group consisted of players that had been busy raiding dungeons while the guild war had taken place. They had not been able to make it in time to help Big Sis Aqua. Why do you think the guild leader called us here? A female cleric called Snow Goose asked curiously. I ascended. Obvious. Dark Star caused us trouble, picking a fight. Our guild leader obviously wants us here to plan our payback, a berserker said, laughing. That's great. The dungeon we raided before was too far away, so we couldn't join in the guild war. Now, I'll get to teach those bastards from Dark Star a lesson." Snow Goose giggled as she waved her delicate fist around watching the scene. Aqua Rose could not help but laugh, saying, "Snow Goose, aren't you a little too aggressive? Although the guild leader hasn't expressed his plans for us yet, I feel that he called us here for something else. Otherwise, if we start a war against Dark Star with the few numbers we have here, we won't even fill in the gaps between their teeth. Stop guessing blindly. In any case, we'll know what he wants us to do soon enough." Hearing that their guild leader had called them here for something else, Snow Goose's mood dampened slightly. The others also revealed disappointed expression. Sherfong finally arrived after Aqua Rose and the others had waited at the Adventurers Association's entrance for a short while. "Guild leader, why are you still wearing a cloak? Are we not allowed to expose ourselves in this operation? Should we leave and sneak back over here?" Aqua Rose could not help her confusion when she saw Sherfong hiding his face. At this moment, Sherfong looked like a wanted criminal who was afraid of being discovered. "I hadn't intended to use it. However, being too famous doesn't help me either. If I remove my cloak, I don't think I will get further than the front door of the Adventurers Association," Sherfong said, laughing bitterly. "Forget about it. Invite me to the team and let's get down to business." From Sherfeng's brief explanation, Aqua Rose imagined the comical scene of a horde of players mobbing Sherfong. Involuntarily, Aqua Rose's lips hooked up into a bright smile. The dignified guild leader of Zero Wing had been fearless even against an army of thousands. Yet, now, he was actually afraid of his fans' enthusiasm. After Aqua Rose invited Sherfong to the team, she passed the team leader position to Sherfong. After becoming the leader of the team, Sherfong immediately examined everyone's level, and he could not help but feel proud at what he saw. A majority of the team was level 19, while a small portion had already reached level 20. This was unimaginable in any other guild. As the various large guilds competed over the first clear of the 3 great dungeons, naturally, they would not hurry to level up. In truth, the guild's actions were similar to putting the cart before the horse. Although obtaining the first clear of the 3 great dungeons was important, God's Domain worked differently from other MMOs. If players paid too much attention to their gains and losses during the early stages of the game, they could easily miss other opportunities. Take the promotion to become a Tier 1 class, for example. Level 20 dungeons specifically catered to Tier 1 classes. The only reason Fire Dance and the others had managed to clear level 20 dungeons was mainly due to the excellent equipment they possessed. Otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult to achieve such a feat. Not to mention, there were still the 50-man and 100-man level 20 large-scale team dungeons. Hence, the earlier they completed their Tier 1 promotion, the better their chances were of obtaining the first clear of the 100-man team dungeon. The only benefit of obtaining the first clear of the level 10 3 great dungeons was fame among players. By obtaining the first clear of a level 20, 100-man team dungeon, however, not only could they increase their fame, but they could also encounter a great opportunity. "Let's head to the second floor," Sherfong said in the team chat. Normally, nobody visited the second floor of the Adventurers Association. This place did not receive individual guild players. Instead, this place was exclusive to guild team sister Aqua. "Why do you think the guild leader has led us here?" Snow Goose asked curiously. "I don't know." Aqua Rose shook her head. She, too, could not see through their guild leader, Sherfong. However, it was precisely because of this that she had chosen to join Zero Wing. She then continued, "However, this is where guilds come to take on large-scale quests. I wonder what kind of great quest the guild leader plans to accept." At this time, Sherfong sat in front of the VIP counter. With a smile, the beautiful receptionist behind the counter asked, "Lord Viscount, how may I be of service today?" "I wish to take on a guild crusade quest," Sherfong requested. "Okay. However, as the Zero Wing Guild is only a 3-star guild, there are only 4 locations available for a crusade. May I know which location Lord Viscount desires?" The receptionist listed the 4 locations. They were rather remote towns, barren wastelands. However, dark forces occupied each location. Without 2,000 to 3,000 level 30 Tier 1 players, one should not even consider capturing it. Of course, this was only in the case for attacking normally. If it were a crusade, however, the difficulty of capturing the town would significantly decrease. Even so, it was still extremely difficult. If one attempted to capture these towns with only 100 players around level 20, it would be Suicide Creek Town, then. Shifeng was very familiar with the crusade quests available in White River City. He chose Creek Town, which was occupied by the Blood Hand Association. Without hesitation, among the many dark forces in the White River City region, the Blood Hand Association was one of the weakest and smallest powers. It ranked at the very bottom. Taking on any of the other 3 locations, each of which was controlled by lower middle-class dark forces, would be nothing more than suicide for Shifeng and his team. They would have no chances of successfully capturing the town at all. Okay. A 1-star crusade quest will require a deposit of 30 gold coins. If the quest is not completed within 5 days, then the deposit will not be refunded. Snow Goose, who currently stood behind Shifeng, widened her delicate mouth in shock when she heard the requirement of a 30 gold deposit. Just what kind of quest was this? To think that they actually needed to pay a deposit before accepting the quest. Moreover, the deposit was even 30 gold coins. Big Sis Aqua, what kind of quest is that? It actually needs 30 gold coins. Even if I sold myself, I still wouldn't earn so much money. Snow Goose said. Stunned Snow Goose's words left everyone speechless. Shifeng, on the other hand, merely revealed a calm smile as he paid the 30 gold coins deposit gladly. He then said in the team chat, "This is a guild crusade quest. Unless one becomes a true noble of White River City, they can't even accept such a quest. Moreover, 30 gold coins is actually very cheap." Cheap. Everyone was truly speechless this time. At this stage of the game, 30 gold coins was practically the maximum a third-rate guild would possess. If they could not complete this crusade quest, those 30 gold coins would be gone forever. Chapter 319, Windbreaker. After Shifeng accepted the 1-star guild crusade quest, he led everyone to the Twilight Temple. The Twilight Temple was a main hub for healer classes. Here clerics, oracles, and druids could take on quests that rewarded high-level skills related to their class's guild leader. "What are we doing here?" Aqua Rose asked, confused, weary, looking for assistance. Shifeng smiled faintly, not bothering to explain further. After entering the main hall of the Twilight Temple, they saw level 180 elite guards crowding the temple. This hall also contained the statue of the Twilight Goddess, below which stood a level 200 priest dressed in Redan. Oracle advanced to priest after reaching tier 2. To Shifeng and the others, a level 200 priest was in existence that they could only revere. At this moment, however, this priest dressed in red took the initiative to walk up to Shifeng and welcome him. "Greetings, Lord Viscount," the priest said, fawning. "Greetings, esteemed Lord Priest. I wish to purchase some water of life. Do you have some here?" Shifeng asked softly. The water of life was the spring water taken from the fountain of eternal life. It was sacred medicine in God's domain that could heal any wound in an instant. It could even regenerate a person's lost limbs, so the water of life was extremely valuable. To NPCs, the water of life held great importance. The Twilight Temple worshipped the Twilight Goddess. Meanwhile, the Fountain of Eternal Life was a godly relic that the Twilight Goddess had bestowed upon the Twilight Temple. Hence, throughout God's domain, only the Twilight Temple could possibly obtain the water of life. "Lord Viscount, water of life is precious. This is a gift of the Twilight Goddess to we humans, and every drop is a treasure. It is not something a priest like myself can give to others casually, so I beg for Lord Viscount's forgiveness," the priest said, appearing slightly angry. However, a Viscount was a person of relatively high status in White River City. Even if Shifeng's request angered the priest still had to endure and hold it in. If any other player stood in Shifeng's place right now, the priest might have thrown them out of the temple already naturally. Shi Feng knew this, although he had guessed that his identity as a viscount would not get him the water of life. The priest's unwavering refusal still shocked him slightly. Shi Feng then activated the golden stigmata and looked at the priest, asking, "Will this not do?" Suddenly, twinkling golden stars appeared in Shi Feng's dark pupils. His body began to emanate a terrifying aura. In the face of this aura, the priest felt even his soul tremble. The priest was the manager of this twilight temple, so it was only natural that he would possess vast knowledge regarding God's domain. Stigmata were the war god's temple's symbol of supremacy, and they were categorized into 3 different colors: silver, gold, and purple. A person capable of controlling a golden stigmata was definitely a core character of the war god's temple. Is it really not possible? Shi Feng asked again. In truth, he was not confident in obtaining the water of life. If players wished to purchase the water of life from the Twilight Temple, the prerequisite was sufficient status among humans. As to what degree of status, even Shi Feng was unsure. However, characters like Weissman, the controller of a city, could definitely purchase some. Shi Feng was not a city lord, so if he wished to purchase the water of life, he could only try his other identities. If it were not possible to obtain any, he would have to look for other assistants to help him with the crusade quest instead. After he gained sufficient status in the future, he would return and purchase water of life. After some struggling, the priest finally opened his mouth and said, "Lord Viscount, with your esteemed status, you can purchase 1 drop. Okay, I'll take it," Shi Feng replied, slightly excited. However, his excitement confused the members of Zero Wing behind him. Wasn't it just a single drop of water of life? Yet, it actually caused their usually calm and indifferent guild leader to grow excited. Could this water of life possibly be an epic item? That will be 300 gold, Lord Viscount. The priest carefully took out a small crystal vial from his pocket. Within this vial, there was a single droplet of dark blue liquid. Aqua Rose immediately revealed a shocked expression when she heard the required price of 300 gold. The others were stunned as well. However, Shi Feng was not surprised by this price. Instead, he handed over 300 gold to the priest without hesitation. His actions even seemed a little impatient. Aqua Rose was speechless when she heard the price for a drop of water of life. There was not a single guild in God's domain that could possibly afford such an amount. Hence, when she saw Shi Feng hand over 300 gold to the priest, her disbelief was overwhelming. Although Aqua Rose had long since known that Shi Feng was rich, she never thought his fortune was this vast. No wonder guild leaders said that 30 gold was cheap before. Snow Goose finally understood Shi Feng's words back at the Adventurers Association. Indeed, compared to 300 gold, the 30 gold deposit for the Guild Crusade quest was nothing. With 300 gold, one could fully arm a 100-man elite team with mysterious iron equipment. In the end, just how deeply hidden is this guy? Just how much do I not know about Zero Wing? Aqua Rose shifted her gaze to Shi Feng, a complicated feeling possessing her heart. If Lone Tyrant of Dark Star knew about this, he would definitely regret making an enemy out of Zero Wing. Wars between guilds were mainly competitions in financial power. Meanwhile, by showing off its own financial power, Dark Star had simply shown off its slight skill in front of an expert. However, what Aqua Rose did not know was that Dark Star could have caused Shi Feng some significant problems had they really annihilated Zero Wing's core team. After all, Blackie wielded an epic ranked staff. The others also possessed excellent dark gold items. If Dark Star had managed to obtain these items, the consequences would have been unimaginably dire. After Shi Feng obtained the water of life, he hurried over to a simple and crude-looking house located in the slums of White River City. In this house lived a middle-aged man with only a single arm. Originally, this man had been a powerful Tier 2 sword master. However, during the Great Demon War, he had lost one of his arms, and subsequently, his strength deteriorated, reverting to an ordinary citizen. This man was Kite. Even before he had lost his arm, Kite had not been very famous in Starmoon Kingdom. After all, he was simply a Tier 2 swordsman, something common. The reason Shi Feng had come for Kite was mainly that of his potential. 5 years after God's domain had officially launched, Kite had another name: Windbreaker. Nobody would have thought that a one-armed man living in the slums of White River City would, after becoming the personal guard of a player, one day grow to become a Tier 5 titled Sword Saint. The more shocking matter was the fact that the owner of this windbreaker was actually just an independent player with subpar techniques, and this player was simply a lifestyle player. However, due to the presence of this Tier 5 titled Sword Saint, this insignificant, independent player had actually become an existence that nobody dared to provoke casually. The same went for the first-rate guilds at that time. Many first-rate guilds and super guilds had also offered astronomical prices in order to recruit this independent player. Moreover, the prices they offered were much higher than what they would usually offer when recruiting a Tier 5 expert. The reason being, NPCs were different from players. NPCs of the same rank were much more powerful than players, not to mention a Tier 5 Sword Saint that received a title. Kite's strength far surpassed other ordinary Tier 5 Sword Saints. If ranked according to tiers, a title Sword Saint could be considered a Tier 5 class, and only Tier 6 God-ranked players could possibly suppress this windbreaker. Esteemed Lord Viscount, how may I be of service to you? Kite asked in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing when he saw Shifeng entering his house. Although he had become a cripple with low status, his bearing was completely different when compared to the priest back at the Twilight Temple. Chapter 320, Personal Guard. When Shifeng saw Kite's depressing state, Shifeng wondered just how much determination that independent player, Drunk Xiao, had when he decided to recruit Kite as his personal guard and invest in grooming swordsmen. However, reality had proven that Drunk Xiao certainly had impressive foresight when choosing a personal guard. Players relied on two things, foresight and luck. If a player made the wrong choice, they could only blame themselves for being dull and impatient before placing an NPC under their command. Players had absolutely no access to said NPC's data. They would have no access even if they took in an NPC as a normal guard. In the case of Anna, Shifeng could only view her data because she was an assistant provided due to an epic quest. Anna belonged to Shifeng completely, so she fit under the category of a personal guard. After becoming a Viscount, players were given 2 slots for personal guards and 48 slots for normal guards. These slots were precious, as after signing the contract with an NPC, players were required to pay a considerable fee should they ever wish to dissolve the contract. If it were merely dissolving the contract for normal guards, most players could afford the fee. After all, normal guards were incapable of growth. As a player's strength grew, sooner or later, they would have to replace these normal guards. However, personal guards were a different story. Personal guards could grow with a player. Even if it were Shifeng, he would not dare dissolve contracts of personal guards casually, as the price was simply too high. Hence, after players became Viscounts, they would be very careful when selecting their personal guards. They absolutely would not waste these 2 slots. However, leaving it empty was also unwise. Even if one accepted personal guards with slightly lower potential, these personal guards could be of great help when properly developed, especially when leveling up. Moreover, the sooner one started nurturing a personal guard, the stronger they could become later on. Also, players could not simply recruit any NPC they wished. For example, players could not recruit NPCs directly affiliated to the various kingdoms, empires, or the several strongest powers of God's domain. In other words, the NPCs must not be affiliated with any powers. In addition, the stronger the NPC was, the harder it was for a player to put them under their command. Hence, thoughts such as recruiting a level 200 Tier 5 NPC should be kept to one's dreams. In the past, Drunk Xiao's decision to accept Kite as his personal guard relied on both foresight and luck. It was not a feat normal people could repeat in this life. However, Shifeng had decided that he needed to obtain the NPC named Kite no matter what. Mr. Kite, I have just recently become a Viscount of White River City, and currently, I am trying to recruit guards for myself. I wonder if you would be interested. Shifeng asked. Kite looked a little excited when he heard Shifeng's offer. However, when he looked at the empty space where his right arm used to be, he sighed and said, "My lord, you, too, can see for yourself. I am but a cripple now, so I have no way to serve as one of my lord's guard." I realize Mr. Kite's concerns. I had heard that Mr. Kite became a Tier 2 sword master at an early age. During the Great Demon War, you have even managed to injure a Tier 3 demon heavily, though at the cost of your sword arm. Today, I have come to recruit you as my guard, so of course, I have come prepared. Do you know what this is? Shi Feng smiled as he retrieved a small, crystalline bottle. Within the crystalline bottle, there was a single droplet of dark blue liquid. Just by looking through the crystal wall of the bottle, one could already feel the boundless life energy coming from this droplet water of life. Kite immediately recognized this liquid, a hint of emotion appearing on his stone-cold face. After all, this liquid was something he had yearned for all this time. Now that it was in front of him, how could he not recognize it? That's right. As long as Mr. Kite agrees to become my personal guard, the water of life in this bottle is yours. Shi Feng smiled. Esteemed Lord Viscount, are you truly willing to use this precious water of life on a mere sword master like me? Kite asked carefully. In reality, Shi Feng's offer was touching. My lord, you should know that, with this droplet alone, even a Tier 3 powerhouse would agree to become your personal guard. Aqua Rose was greatly shocked when she heard Kite's declaration. She never realized the water of life was so precious. A single droplet could actually convince a Tier 3 NPC to serve as a player's personal guard. That was a Tier 3 class. Players revered even Tier 2 classes, let alone Tier 3 classes. If their guild could have a Tier 3 NPC as a guard, they could simply annihilate anyone who provoked them. Unfortunately, Aqua Rose's thoughts were too good to be true. Although the water of life could be enough to recruit a Tier 3 powerhouse, Shi Feng was simply too weak right now. He would not be able to recruit a Tier 3 NPC, even if he wanted to. Of course, I already know that, Mr. Kite. However, I value your potential even more. Based on your firm and unyielding will and the fact that you have not fallen to become a demon king yet, I believe that you will one day become an apex powerhouse on the continent. Shi Feng affirmed. Shi Feng's words were not without justification. One should never provoke a demon. Shi Feng had simply met with the phantom of a Tier 4 great demon, and as a result, he bore its curse. If Charlene, a Tier 3 divine official, had not dispelled the curse for him, he would have had no choice but to delete and restart a new account. Meanwhile, Kite had fought a real Tier 3 demon, so how could he have avoided receiving its curse? A demon's power was the evilest force that could corrode a human spirit. However, after suffering the demon's curse for so many years, although Kite had lost his powers, he continued to live normally. He had not turned into a demon king. If Kite had not possessed a firm and unyielding will, the demon's power would have devoured him long ago. Mr. Kite, I wonder if you are willing to become my guard? Shi Feng asked seriously. Since Lord Viscount is willing to accept a cripple like myself, how could I possibly reject my lord's good intentions? From today onwards, my lord will be my only master. I swear allegiance. Kite dropped to a knee in front of Shi Feng, receiving the water of life respectfully. System, do you wish to assign Kite as your personal guard? Shi Feng clicked agree. Following which, Kite's data appeared in Shi Feng's NPC managing interface. Kite, Yi Feng's personal guard. Gender, male. Age, 39. Loyalty, 90. Charm, 60. Physique, 40. Wisdom, 81. Growth potential, 26. Class, Tier 1 swordsman. Level, 30. HP, 8000/8000. Attack power, 600 to 720. Defense, 3100. Attributes, Strength 125, Agility 130, Endurance 200, Intelligence 90, Vitality 180. Although Shi Feng had mentally prepared himself, when he looked at Kite's data, his heart could not help but twitch. Setting aside Kite's other attributes, his growth potential was only at 26 points. This number was simply maddening. Shi Feng truly wondered how Drunk Xiao had managed to endure and nurture Kite in the past. Common rank personal guards had 0 to 30 growth potential. Basically, no one wanted such personal guards. Bronze-ranked personal guards had 31 to 50 growth potential. These were the lowest-ranked personal guard players would usually possess mysterious iron-ranked personal guards had 51 to 70 growth potential. Meeting personal guards of such rank was rare. Normally, one required honed foresight and had to carry out long-term observation to find such guard. Secret silver-ranked personal guards had 71 to 80 growth potential. Such personal guards were extremely rare. Normally, players that managed to obtain these NPCs would treat them like their own babies. Fine gold-ranked personal guards had 81 to 90 growth potential. These individuals were as rare as a phoenix's feather. Dark gold-ranked personal guards had 91 to 100 growth potential. If a player managed to recruit such a personal guard, as long as developed properly, the player's strength no longer mattered. As for epic-ranked personal guards, which were above dark gold rank, Shifeng had never actually seen one before. He also did not know how powerful epic-ranked personal guards were. However, it would not be unusual if such a guard transcended the realm of normal men, achieving godhood. Chapter 321, NPC Army. After Kite became Shifeng's personal guard, he opened the crystalline bottle and drank the water of life within. When Aqua Rose saw Kite drink the droplet of water of life, which cost 300 gold, she could not hide her pained expression. As for the other guild members, they, too, gulped at the sight. 300 gold. It was enough to outfit a 20-man team with secret silver equipment fully. Yet, their guild leaders spent that 300 gold on an ordinary-looking and crippled NPC. They could not help their envy. However, Shifeng paid no attention to the others' thoughts. In the past, Drunk Shao had become a famous character throughout God's domain due to his personal guard. Even when countless first-rate guilds and super guilds had offered astronomical prices to purchase this guard, Drunk Shao refused to sell. Meanwhile, Shifeng had only spent 300 gold to obtain this future Tier 5 titled Sword Saint. How was this not a worthwhile trade? Shortly after Kite drank the water of life, his body suddenly emitted a bright green light. This light originated from the water of life. Not only did it possess frightening healing powers, but it could also remove all abnormal statuses. A few moments later, Kite's body expelled a cloud of dark gas, and following its removal, Kite's originally pale complexion turned rosy red. The right arm that he had lost also began to regenerate at a rate visible to the naked eye. 1 minute later, Kite had fully recovered. Guild leader, at this moment, Aqua Rose dared not believe her own eyes. She had long since developed a keen intuition, so she could immediately discover the change in the NPC named Kite. Although Kite's clothing was still worn out, the aura he gave off no longer felt depressing, rather, it was refreshing. At this moment, he seemed like a caged lion that had broken out of its confinement, releasing a heaven-shocking roar to let everyone know of its return. This is the real him. Shifeng laughed. In the past, Drunk Shao had gone through great pains for Kite. He had practically bankrupted himself to obtain a droplet of water of life in this life. However, Shifeng had easily accomplished Drunk Shao's feats. Moreover, Shifeng had managed to heal Kite while he was still level 30 inches. The past, Drunk Shao had only managed to obtain the water of life after Kite passed level 100. Despite having the same growth potential, there would be a huge difference in strength between a personal guard nurtured from level 30 and a personal guard nurtured from level 100. His growth potential is as shocking as expected. Shifeng could not help but mutter happily when he examined Kite's data again. Kite, Yifeng's personal guard. Gender, male. Age, 39. Loyalty, 90. Charm, 75. Physique, 95. Wisdom, 88. Growth potential, 94. Class, Tier 1 Swordsman. Level, 30. HP, 15, 400/15, 400. Attack power, 830 to 960. Defense, 4,500. Attributes, Strength 384, Agility 364, Endurance 420, Intelligence 276, Vitality 280. Kite's current attributes were worlds apart from the attributes he had before he drank the water of life. It seems that taking the water of life earlier has also affected his growth potential. Shifeng could recall that Kite's growth potential in the past was 92 points. Now, it was 2 points higher. After 90 points, even a difference of 1 point in growth potential would create a significant difference regarding attributes, let alone 2 points. These additional points would be of immense help to Kite's growth in the future. Kite, take these and use them for now. Issuing his instructions, Shifeng retrieved several pieces of level 20 mysterious iron equipment and passed them to Kite. Although they were somewhat incompatible for the level 30 swordsman, they were all Shifeng had at the moment. After all, Zero Wing had yet to start raiding level 20 team dungeons. They had only raided the level 25-man party dungeons after Kite equipped the level 20 mysterious iron items. He appeared valiant and extraordinary. His attributes also increased significantly. His HP broke through the 18,000 threshold, his attack power increased past 1,400 points, and defense reached 6,000 points. Kite's defense far surpassed even Zero Wing's chief MT, Cola. Kite was practically a boss monster now. Let's go. We still have to recruit some more people. Shifeng then led everyone to the Mercenary Alliance. The Mercenary Alliance was the best place for players to recruit normal guards. The NPCs of the Mercenary Alliance were all well-trained, and they were far more reliable than the NPCs players recruited randomly from the streets. Normal guards were different from personal guards. Players were required to pay for their services, and the prices varied depending on the strength of the NPC. With Shifeng's current level, the strongest guards he could recruit were level 50 tier 1 NPCs. A normal level 50 guard cost 5 silver coins per day, and the payment would be due once every 10 days. A level 50 tier guard cost 30 silver coins per day with payment due once every 10 days as well. The difference between a normal guard and a tier 1 guard was like the difference between a common monster and an elite monster. Thus, the price of a tier 1 guard was 6 times higher than a normal guard. Some tier 1 guards that were more powerful would cost even more. After arriving at the Mercenary Alliance, Shifeng signed a contract with 48 level 50 tier 1 NPCs. Among them, some were melee classes, some were ranged classes, and some were healers. Of the 48 NPCs, there were 6 NPCs in particular that were more powerful than the others. They were tier 1 advanced guards, and they cost 50 silver coins per day. Shifeng had hired these guards for 1 month, and the fee totaled to 468 gold. Shifeng's financial power completely eclipsed all the guilds in White River City. Afterward, Shifeng led the 48 NPCs and walked through the streets, the group of level 50 tier 1 guards looking valiant and mighty. Many players even consciously moved out of the way, not daring to block the path of this small army of powerful NPCs. Crap, why are there so many tier 1 NPCs? Did something happen in White River City? No, look. Some of them aren't NPCs, but players. Aren't they members of Zero Wing? Where are they heading? The players quickly discovered the problem. This small army of NPCs and the members of Zero Wing were actually together. Moreover, all of these NPCs were level 50 tier 1 NPCs. With such a large NPC army, who, in White River City, would dare make an enemy of Zero Wing? In the face of so many level 50 tier 1 NPCs, even Dark Star's army of tens of thousands of players amounted to nothing. The level suppression alone would leave the players of Dark Star completely helpless. Not to mention, these tier 1 NPCs also possessed many powerful skills in their arsenal. Zero Wing is too amazing. I heard that Zero Wing is going to recruit members again in 3 days. I will definitely have to apply. The number of players gathered on the street continued to increase, and many started recording this majestic scene. This army of 48 NPCs was more imposing than an army of thousands of players. The combat power this small army possessed was no weaker than the total battle power of a starting town. Although nobody knew what relationship this NPC army had with Zero Wing, the fact that Zero Wing could mobilize so many NPCs was already amazing. Meanwhile, the news of this matter spread quickly, creating a sensation on the official forums and increasing Zero Wing's fame once more. The members of Dark Star wore extremely ugly expressions when they discovered about this matter. Deeply afraid that Zero Wing would lead this group of NPCs to attack them, many of Dark Star's members chose to hide in cities or towns. Some chose to remove their guild emblems temporarily and secretly grind monsters at the same time. The members of World Dominators were similarly frightened by this news, and they were also hiding, not daring to explore and level up. Chapter 322: Crusade against Creek Town. Creek Town was one of the border towns within White River City's jurisdiction. The town was nestled in a desert, and it was so desolate that not even birds would come to lay their eggs. However, such a small town was a popular gathering place for red names and those who walked the path of darkness. Unlike towns, cities like White River City were managed strictly. Hence, red names who had often killed other players for equipment during the initial stages of the game could only find a desolate place like Creek Town to receive quests and level up. Near Creek Town, high-leveled monsters dwelled, ranging from level 15 to level 30, which were perfectly suitable for players at this stage of the game. In Creek Town, red names crowded the streets. Most of these players were above level 15, while only a few were below level 15. The Blood Hand Association, a dark force, managed the town. So, naturally, the NPCs here would not kill these red names. On the contrary, the NPCs welcomed these red names. Red names could also receive better quests depending on their crime value, and through completing these quests, they could raise their reputation among the dark forces they served. Guild leader: there are over 1,000 players in this town. In addition to the NPCs guarding this place, I don't think we can conquer it successfully. After spending a long time scouting, Aqua Rose had obtained a general grasp on Creek Town's overall combat power. Setting aside the fact that there were over 1,000 red names in this town, there were more than 500 NPCs guarding the town, the lowest of which was level 50. Among them, there was no lack of elite guards. There was even a few level 70 Tier 1 guard captains. If they charged in, the actual number of enemy NPCs might increase further. With only 100 players and 49 guards, they stood no chance at all. Also, if a town were attacked, the NPCs within would not wait for players to close in on them before retaliating. Instead, all of the guards in the town would gather and fight back. Moreover, there was a huge difference between NPCs and monsters. The reason being, unlike monsters, NPCs knew how to coordinate with each other, making them far more difficult to deal with. Furthermore, these red names would definitely try to take advantage of their battle with the NPCs, inconveniencing them at the very least. Moreover, these red names were not easy opponents. The fact that these players that could survive as a red name until now and possessed such a high level indicated that they had strong fighting techniques. Naturally, the equipment they used would be of high quality as well. Killing and plundering was their main occupation in the game, so even if they were not fully equipped with secret silver equipment, at the very least, they would possess bronze equipment or above. If any of these red names were in a guild, they could easily become the elite or even core players of the guild. Moreover, the frequent PKs they took part in allowed them to gain plenty of combat experience, so there was no shortage of experts among these red names. To put it simply, although there were only around 1,000 red names in Creek Town, these 1,000 or so players could easily rival 2,000 elites of Dark Star. Thus, if they wished to conquer Creek Town, the task could only be described with one word: challenging. Of course, we stand no chance against them if we attack normally. However, we have come here with a crusade quest. Shifeng knew how difficult it was to capture a town. How could a crusade quest possibly be easy? If it were, the system would not reward players with shocking rewards and reputation. These red names were usually the bandits. They were not used to being the victims this time. However, it was their turn to shed some blood. Fire dance. How are the preparations coming on your side? Shifeng asked through the team chat. The 48 level 50 tier 1 guards Shifeng had recruited were no pushovers. Although these guards could not be used to kill monsters or raid dungeons, they could defend a town or private residence. More importantly, they could also help players complete large-scale guild quests. If not for this fact, Shifeng would not have recruited so many tier 1 guards. However, even though all 48 were tier 1, they were insufficient to deal with all of the NPCs in Creek Town. Moreover, Shi Feng had not intended for them to launch a frontal assault on the guards of Creek Town. Among the 48 Tier 1 guards Shi Feng had recruited, some were rangers and assassins. Hence, Shi Feng had tasked Fire Dance and the others to take along one of these guards to lure the Blood Hand Association's NPCs out of town. After all, the intelligence the Tier 1 guards possessed was much lower than players. If Shi Feng allowed the Tier 1 guards to lure the enemy NPCs, they could easily fail. Yet, if players lured the enemy NPCs, due to the great disparity in attributes, the NPCs could catch up and kill the players. Hence, Shi Feng's solution was to have players instructing the Tier 1 guards individually. We're already. We've grasped most of the basic commands, so we're only waiting for your command now, Fire Dance said with a smile. Good. After I initiate the crusade quest, all of you take action immediately. Remember not to lure the town guards too far. Otherwise, they will run back to town. After Shi Feng gave a few reminders, he then walked towards Creek Town. Shi Feng stopped a few hundred yards before the town, taking out the crusade order. He then pointed the crusade order at the sky. Suddenly, rays of golden light shot from the crusade order, and in the next moment, a golden magic array appeared above Creek Town. In the evening sky, this magic array was extremely conspicuous, and it quickly attracted the attention of many players inside the town. A short moment later, the magic elements of this array burst open, and one after another, golden ripples spread from this magic array, enveloping the entire region of Creek Town. At this moment, if viewed from the outside, a protective, golden dome appeared, covering Creek Town. Creek Town System Announcement: Zero Wing has started a crusade against Creek Town. Unrelated parties, please leave immediately. Creek Town System Announcement: Zero Wing has started a crusade against Creek Town. Unrelated parties, please leave immediately. Creek Town System Announcement: Zero Wing has started a crusade against Creek Town. Unrelated parties, please leave immediately. The crusade announcement repeated 3 times, and all of the red names in Creek Town were shocked by this notification. There was actually a guild that dared to capture a red name town. Shortly after, all of the players belonging to the dark forces in Creek Town received another message. However, the message this time was from the Blood Hand Association. The message stated that, as long as they could successfully defend the town, all players would receive bountiful rewards. Moreover, players would receive achievement points for each enemy they killed. After the battle was over, players could exchange these achievement points for weapons and equipment. Zero Wing sure is kind. They have actually come to gift us money. Do they think they are amazing? Since they dared to come into our territory and make trouble, we'll annihilate every single one of them. The players of Creek Town's blood boiled, their killing intent rose to new heights. Although Zero Wing shone like the sun in mid-sky in White River City, in their eyes, Zero Wing wasn't worth mentioning. After all, they all had impressive techniques and none of them mingled in White River City, so they had no need to fear Zero Wing's vengeance. Even if Zero Wing tried to take revenge on them, they only needed to hide, and Zero Wing could do nothing to them. The barefooted are not afraid of those who wear shoes. They were the hoodlums of God's domain, so why would they fear Zero Wing? Inside one of the bars in Creek Town, an assassin clothed in black currently drowned himself in alcohol. The man felt like a piece of ice to others. He exuded a chilling intent that made others instinctively distance themselves. Shockingly, this man was actually level 20, and all of his equipment was secret silver equipment. In White River City, this man would definitely be considered a first-rate expert. This black-clothed assassin was stunned when he received the system announcement, the beer bottle in his hand falling to the ground. Zero Wing. Doesn't that mean that Yi Feng might show up as well? The black-clothed assassin's lips curled upward, forming a sinister smile. The last time, I lost to him because of equipment quality. This time, I'm going to take back everything that he owes me. If Shi Feng could see this assassin's appearance, he would recognize this person as none other than Absolute Heaven, the assassin that he killed in the past. Chapter 323, Nightmare. To avenge his hatred, Absolute Heaven had worked desperately to improve his techniques and upgrade his equipment. Now, even if Yifeng were not involved in this sudden assault, he would still give the members of Zero Wing a taste of his new strength. However, just after Absolute Heaven walked out of the bar's entrance, he discovered the golden magic array hovering in the evening sky. This magic array was a result of the Crusade Quest's activation, and it would change the NPCs of Creek Town. The guards that had originally been level 50 immediately fell to level 30, while the level 70 Tier 1 guard captains became level 50, the same level as Shifeng's normal guards. Although Creek Towns had been weakened, none of these guards delayed in taking action. The moment the warning bell rang, a storm of guards rushed out of the many buildings within the town. In moments, over 2,000 guards surrounded the town. These NPCs belonged to the Blood Hand Association. At this moment, they had all removed their disguises, and the normal guards had revealed themselves as Blood Hand Association members, while the guard captains were Blood Hand Association elites. Blood Hand Association members, elite rank. Level 30. HP 100,000/100,000. Blood Hand Association elites, Tier 1 elite rank. Level 50. 300,000/300,000. Why have all the guards become weaker? What's there to fear? Even if they are weaker, can Zero Wing defeat so many NPCs? Besides, we are here as well. If Zero Wing wants to attack, we'll make them suffer the consequences. When the players of Creek Town discovered that the guards beside them had suddenly grown weaker, worry grew in their hearts. However, they soon rid their minds of this worry. Even during its peak, Zero Wing only had around 8,000 members. Moreover, due to the surge of players that had withdrawn from the guild, they now had less than 5,000. Even if Zero Wing had mobilized all 5,000 of its members, in the face of 2,000 NPCs, charging into the town would be nothing more than suicide. At this stage of the game, players had yet to reach level 30. Furthermore, not a single player had managed to upgrade to a Tier 1 class. So, how could they possibly hope to fight against level 30 and level 50 NPCs? In God's domain, such a massive gap between levels was fatal. Begin. Shifeng commanded in the team chat fire dance, and the others immediately took action, each of them commanding a level 50 Tier 1 guard as they charged towards the Blood Hand Association's army. The guards fire dance and the others controlled were Tier 1 rangers and assassins. Regarding movement speed, they were much faster than the Blood Hand Association members. Rangers also possessed ultra-long ranged attack capabilities, and they could launch their attacks from 100 yards away. Hence, they were perfect for the role of a lure. Within moments, the red names of Creek Town noticed several figures rushing at them with speeds that no players could hope to achieve. In the next moment, these rangers retrieved their longbows, knocking arrows and releasing them. The arrows struck their targets, several level 30 Blood Hand Association members, from roughly 90 yards away. Each arrow dealt over -5,000 damage to these level 30 NPCs. If a player received one of these arrows, they would die with a single hit. The Rangers' attack attracted the attention of the Blood Hand Association NPCs. Without hesitation, over 1,000 Blood Hand Association NPCs unsheathed their weapons and charged. Seeing this, the Rangers turned on their heels and fled. Very quickly, they had drawn these Blood Hand Association NPCs away from the city. Weren't we being attacked by players from Zero Wing? Why are there level 50 Tier 1 NPCs as well? The red names were confused. They simply stood where they were, not following the Blood Hand Association NPCs in pursuit of the Tier 1 Rangers. Level 50 Tier 1 NPCs only needed a single hit to kill them. If they did not possess life-saving skills, fighting such an NPC was suicide. Moreover, they were all red names. If they died, they would pay a severe penalty. At the very minimum, they would lose 2 to 3 levels and a majority of their equipment. Naturally, they had to weigh the costs and benefits before they took action. Not to mention, they had never intended to charge with the NPCs since the very beginning. Instead, they had planned to take advantage of the confusion while the Blood Hand Association NPCs and Zero Wing clashed. Now, however, those NPC guards had lured away all of the Blood Hand Association NPCs. At this moment, even they began to wonder whether they should join in the pursuit or not. Just as these red names contemplated their actions, the Blood Hand Association NPCs had distanced themselves several hundred yards from the town. This is bad. The Blood Hand Association NPCs are gone. One of the red names realized the situation and shouted, "We need to go help them. If Zero Wing manages to kite and kill them, we'll be finished." This player's words shook everyone to attention. Unfortunately, these red names were neither a single group nor of a single heart. Most importantly, they all understood that the first person to charge into battle would also be the first person to leave. Even though they had realized how serious their predicament was, none of them were willing to take action first. Instead, they all chose to stay put and do nothing at all. None of these red names had discovered that, at this time, Shifeng had already led the remaining 40 level 50 tier 1 NPCs in a charge from another direction when capturing a town. The NPCs were not the most troublesome obstacle. Instead, it was the players residing in said town. If the players and NPCs inside the town were allowed to cooperate, without absolute strength, it would be impossible to capture the town successfully. Hence, the most important thing Shifeng needed to do right now was to get rid of the players. Only then would it be the NPCs' turn to die. After players died, they had to wait half an hour before they could revive at the graveyard. Furthermore, if these red names died, even if they had the determination to continue fighting, they would not have the strength to present a challenge. The penalty they suffered was simply too severe. Although the 40 level 50 tier 1 guards did not possess as much HP as the Blood Hand Association elites, they still had over 100,000 HP each. Moreover, the opponents they faced right now were not NPCs, but players. It would only take a single attack to kill a player instantly. When all 40 tier 1 guards charged at the red names of Creek Town, they were like a group of ferocious beasts as they killed everything in their path. Although there were many red names in Creek Town, they were completely unable to defend themselves against these guards. Shield warriors and guardian knights could take 2 hits at most. In the blink of an eye, red names died, one after another, littering the ground with bodies and equipment. In contrast, although the red names attacked continuously, due to the level suppression of over 30 levels, the damage the red names managed to deal was negligible. 1,000 level 20 players were required to take down a single tier 1 guard, let alone 40 guards, with the 40 guards sharing the damage from the enemy players. Their battle recovery alone made up for the HP they lost. Not to mention, among the 40 guards, there were also clerics and other healer classes. A casual heal from one of these NPCs could replenish over 10,000 HP within tens of seconds. Over 200 red names of Creek Town died, while all 40 guards that Shifeng led still had full HP. The disparity in strength caused the red names to despair. These NPC guards are too strong. We need to retreat and meet up with the Blood Hand Association NPCs. You bastards from Zero Wing are shameless. You actually brought level 50 tier 1 NPCs to capture a town. If you have the strength to face us, don't use those NPC guards and fight us fairly. The red names cursed Shifeng at the others as they fought the NPCs. Shifeng could only chuckle at their words. Immediately, he instructed the NPC mages to cast their AoE spell. Suddenly, rain of fire descended from the sky. In the next moment, thunderbolt struck down at the red names. When cast by the Tier 1 mages, the Tier 1 AoE spells could display their true might. The red names of Creek Town died in batches. After several AoE spells landed, the battlefield fell quiet. Of all the red names that had resided in Creek Town, only 400 or so remained, while everyone else was dead. This scene not only shocked the players of the town, but Aqua Rose and the others were also stunned. A single wave of AoE spells became a nightmare for the red players of Creek Town Run. Nobody knew who shouted, but every surviving red name agreed wholeheartedly as they fled in all directions. Let's start the slaughter. A majority of these red names were mysterious iron equipment. Killing one of them will profit us more than killing a small boss. Such an opportunity will be rare in the future, Shifeng laughed, following which, with Aqua Rose in the lead, both players and NPCs chased and killed the fleeing red names. When Shifeng was the last remaining on the high slope, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Now that no one is around, you can come out, right?" Shortly after the battle began, Shifeng faintly sensed someone spying on them from nearby. Moreover, the gaze that he felt contained a cold, killing intent. However, it was only a feeling, so Shifeng had not paid too much attention to it after his team left. However, this feeling became much clearer. He then activated the Golden Stigmata's skill, Omniscient Eyes. The skill allowed him to perceive everything within 100 yards, and all stealth effects were useless in the face of this skill. And as expected, Shifeng discovered an assassin slowly creeping up on him from behind. However, even after Shifeng spoke, the assassin continued to hide. "Do you think I am playing a trick on you?" Shifeng unsheathed the abyssal blade and immediately sent a thundering flash behind him. 3 green arcs of lightning streaked across the air. In the next moment, a black figure suddenly appeared and swiftly dodged the attack. It was none other than the assassin that Shifeng had killed before, Absolute Heaven. At this moment, shock filled Absolute Heaven's chilling gaze. Someone was actually capable of discovering his presence from such a long distance away. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Chapter 324, Times Have Changed. So, it's him. After not seeing him for some time, his techniques and equipment have improved quite a lot. No wonder he could get so close to me before my senses picked up on him. Absolute Heaven had left a deep impression on Shifeng during the time Shifeng had searched for the ice blue devil flame. This expert assassin had very nearly killed him. Afterward, Absolute Heaven had ambushed him again when he led Blackie and Lonely Snow to level up. At that time, Shifeng's life had hung on by a thread since Shifeng started playing God's Domain in this life. Although he had made plenty of enemies, Absolute Heaven was the only person who had almost taken his life after such a long time. Absolute Heaven would definitely be much stronger now that he had accustomed himself with the combat style of God's Domain. If Absolute Heaven had not been careless and underestimated Black Flame, Shifeng's alternate identity, by not concealing his killing intent, Absolute Heaven might have successfully ambushed Shifeng. "Now that I know you're there, you aren't going to escape." Shifeng revealed a calm smile as he turned to Absolute Heaven. "Escape?" Absolute Heaven revealed a hint of arrogance on his chilling face. "I admit that you're strong. It is as expected of the guild leader of Zero Wing, Black Flame. According to my estimation, your strength should be on par with Yifeng. Last time, Yifeng only managed to kill me because of my own impatience. It was my mistake to use all of my skills on Yifeng so early in the fight. Otherwise, with his strength, he could not even dream of killing me. Now, although I have revealed myself, do you really think that you can kill me while I still possess all of my skills? Indeed, it is as you say. Unless all of your skills are on cooldown, it will not be easy to kill a top-tier assassin like yourself." Shifeng acknowledged Absolute Heaven's power. However, times had changed. Although Absolute Heaven had improved, Shifeng had also raised his strength. "Since you're so confident, why don't we make a bet?" "A bet? Do you think that you can fool me? Originally, I intended to kill you today to show Yifeng that I, Absolute Heaven, have returned. Since I can't kill you, you can tell Yifeng this: when I, Absolute Heaven, wish to kill someone, that person will definitely die." Absolute Heaven laughed coldly. He then turned around to leave. "If you want me to pass your message on, sure. However, the condition is that you need to escape." Shifeng activated the 7 Luminaries ring, using the Aura of Time skill, Absolute Time. He instantly charged at Absolute Heaven. Absolute Time prevents enemies within a range of 50 by 50 yards from using any skills or tools for 20 seconds. With this skill activated, all of Absolute Heaven's skills were in a similar state as a forced cooldown. Meanwhile, an assassin that could not use skills was like a tiger without claws or fangs. "You think I can't escape?" Absolute Heaven smiled confidently in reply to Shi Feng's taunt. He then tried to use blind on his opponent. If he could do so, he could escape from this place easily. However, Absolute Heaven immediately discovered that he could not use any of his skills. Suddenly, he started to panic. Nobody understood better than Absolute Heaven just how fragile an assassin was without his skills. However, Absolute Heaven was no ordinary player. He immediately calmed himself, turning around to flee. Absolute Heaven quickly concluded that such a powerful skill had to have a limited duration. It was impossible for the effect to last indefinitely. As long as he could drag the fight out until the duration of this effect was over, he could fly freely like a bird at this moment. However, Shi Feng had already appeared at Absolute Heaven's back after using silent steps, not giving Absolute Heaven an opportunity to run. Soundlessly, Shi Feng slashed the abyssal blade at Assassin. Absolute Heaven responded swiftly and used his dagger to meet Shi Feng's sword. When the silvery gray abyssal blade collided with Absolute Heaven's dagger, he felt an immense pressure flowing from his dagger to his hand. That pressure then suppressed his entire body, forcing Absolute Heaven to kneel on the ground involuntarily. Such power, as expected from the person who killed Ming Sha. Absolute Heaven silently clicked his tongue. If he had not personally experienced Black Flame's might, he would never have imagined that Black Flame's strength was actually on par with a boss monster. At this moment, Absolute Heaven finally realized why a great expert like Ming Sha had been forced into a constant retreat and could retaliate against Black Flame. Shi Feng brandished his sword over 10 times repeatedly. Each slash was as abrupt as a thunderbolt and as heavy as a mountain. Faced with this brutal assault, Absolute Heaven had no other choice but to block as many attacks as he could. However, although Absolute Heaven could reduce the damage he received by blocking with his dagger, his HP still decreased, frustrating him greatly. Absolute Heaven inwardly cursed Shi Feng for being a despicable and shameless bastard. Shi Feng actually used force to suppress him. Shi Feng had not used any techniques and simply relied on brute force to brandish his sword. Shi Feng's way of battle, which traded a life for a life, prevented Absolute Heaven from displaying any of his techniques. If Absolute Heaven could use his skills, he could easily escape his current predicament. Unfortunately, none of his skills would work. Despite being a powerhouse, Absolute Heaven felt powerless just as Shi Feng was about to send Absolute Heaven to his death with a bombardment of attacks. Absolute Heaven suddenly felt that this situation was extremely familiar. It was just like when he had ambushed Yi Feng. Back then, he had used a magic scroll to seal all of Yi Feng's skills and had even frozen his movement, turning Yi Feng into a fangless tiger. At that time, Yi Feng could only escape and had not dared confront him head-on. Meanwhile, his current situation was almost exactly the same as the last time he encountered Yi Feng. Only, this time, the roles were reversed. If he had known Black Flame possessed such a skill, he would never have closed in on Black Flame. Worse, he had even wasted time by chatting with his enemy, giving Black Flame ample time to set a trap for him. He had practically sought out his own death. It seems that I'm really going to die this time. With only a thread of his HP remaining, Absolute Heaven could already see his demise. He was currently a red name. If he died, he would lose all of his equipment. His level would also plummet. At that time, he would no longer have the ability to exact revenge on Yi Feng. However, just as the abyssal blade was about to collide with Absolute Heaven's body, it suddenly froze in mid-air. What? You're not gonna kill me. If you wait until I can use my skills again, you won't be able to kill me. Absolute Heaven laughed coldly as he watched Shi Feng curiously. As I said before, I want to make a bet with you, but you thought that I only said those words to fool you and kill you. Now that you only have a thread of your HP remaining, it will only take me a casual wave to destroy your weapon, equipment, and level. However, I'll repeat my offer. Are you interested in placing a bet? Shi Feng asked, smiling as he returned the abyssal blade to its sheath. It seems that you're really not trying to cheat me. Then was the fight your way of proving that you wish not to kill me, but to make a bet instead? Absolute Heaven asked, greatly confused by Shi Feng's actions. He could not figure out just what was going through Shi Feng's mind. Of course. Otherwise, why do you think I would even bother fighting you? Does it look like I have too much time on my hands? Shi Feng laughed bitterly. Absolute Heaven was suddenly rendered speechless. What? You still don't believe me? Shi Feng's expression turned cold. No, no. I believe you. Tell me, then. What do you want to bet? At this moment, Absolute Heaven grew interested in the bet Shi Feng proposed. Bet your life. Shi Feng said straightforwardly. Bet my life. Isn't my life already in your hands? Absolute Heaven nearly cursed at Shi Feng. Shi Feng shook his head, then slowly, he said, you previously mentioned that, as long as you can use your skills, you can escape from me easily. Isn't that right? That's right. Absolute Heaven answered without hesitation. Although Absolute Heaven had already witnessed Shi Feng's frightening strength, he was still confident that he could flee from this battle. Simply put, I don't believe you. So, let's make a bet. While you can fully utilize all of your skills, we'll see whether or not you can escape. What do you think? Shi Feng asked with a smile. Chapter 325, Life and Death. Are you toying with me? Absolute Heaven glared at Shi Feng, trying to figure out just what was going through Shi Feng's mind. However, no matter how he examined his opponent, he still could not see through Shi Feng, who had currently disguised himself using the demon mask. Absolute Heaven could only see a middle-aged man with a faint smile in front of him. No matter how hard Absolute Heaven racked his mind, he just could not figure out what Shi Feng was trying to do. After nearly taking his life, Shi Feng suggested gambling his life away. Was there a need for so much trouble? Wouldn't it be easier just to finish him right now? Why would I toy with you? Shi Feng laughed. Fine, I'll make the bet. What will happen if I survive? What if I die? For his own pride and honor, Absolute Heaven refused to die. If you escape safely, I'll do one thing for you. If you die, you'll have to do one thing for me. How about it? At this moment, Shi Feng finally revealed his true intentions. He had done everything so far all for this single goal. One thing, huh? Absolute Heaven considered it carefully. After giving it some thought, he looked at Shi Feng and said, if I ask you to kill Yi Feng, will you do it? Absolute Heaven's request caught Shi Feng off guard, but soon after, he let out a soft chuckle. In White River City, everybody knew that Black Flame and Yi Feng were the two symbols of Zero Wing. Never would Shi Feng have imagined that Absolute Heaven's request would be something like this. He had to admit that Absolute Heaven was indeed ruthless. If the public learned that Black Flame had killed Yi Feng, it would greatly affect Zero Wing's reputation. At the same time, it would also affect Black Flame and Yi Feng's reputations. However, be it Black Flame or Yi Feng, only a few core members of Zero Wing knew that both identities belonged to a single person, which was Shi Feng himself. Meanwhile, Absolute Heaven requested that he kill himself. The difficulty of this request was indeed quite high. What? Didn't you say that you'll do one thing for me if I win? Absolute Heaven smiled complacently. He then said, my request is so small, yet, you hesitate. No, I just didn't think that you would make such a simple request. Originally, I thought you would want to kill me once. After all, I am the guild leader of Zero Wing, and Feng Xianyang of Underworld possess a deep hatred of me. As long as you manage to kill me and pass on the recording to the higher-ups of Underworld, you will receive Underworld's attention. Your position in the organization will soar as well. Shi Feng mentioned if Black Flame died, the prestige that Zero Wing had managed to accumulate due to his efforts would crumble. At this moment, Absolute Heaven suddenly came to a realization. He had actually forgotten about such a possibility. The loss and humiliation Dark Star had suffered caused Feng Xuanyang's hatred of Zero Wing to soar. The guild he had nurtured with so much effort had actually fallen into such a state. Naturally, he would not let Zero Wing off the hook. Hence, Feng Xianyang put out a bounty to all members of Underworld stating that, as long as anyone from Underworld managed to kill the higher-ups of Zero Wing and cause trouble, the rewards would be bountiful. As long as someone could accomplish this task, they could gain fame, status, and wealth. If one could annihilate Zero Wing, Receiving a promotion from outer member to elite member of Underworld would be a simple matter. There were not many elite members in Underworld. They were few and far between, but those who obtained the prestigious title would also become influential in reality. Every day, there were countless outer members in Underworld working as hard as they could to become official members. Only after becoming an official member could one possibly become an elite member if he, Absolute Heaven, could kill Black Flame, the guild leader of Zero Wing. There might actually have a chance at receiving the promotion to that elite group. Even if it were not possible, at the very least, he could still become an official member. All right, then. I agree to the bet. Let's start after I have fully recovered. Absolute Heaven directly agreed. After a few moments, Absolute Heaven's HP and stamina recovered completely. Shifeng then took out a gold coin, suggesting, I'll toss this gold coin into the air. The battle will start the moment the coin reaches maximum altitude and begins to fall. How about it? Okay. Absolute Heaven was momentarily speechless when he saw Shifeng use a gold coin as a starting signal. Was he not afraid of losing the gold coin? Currently, Absolute Heaven only had around 20 silver coins in his pockets. Even so, he was considered relatively wealthy. Yet, Shifeng had actually taken out 5 times that amount and treated it like a toy. Comparisons are indeed odious. Let's start, then. Shifeng tossed the gold coin into the air. The coin soared upward. Only when it was around 4 meters above ground did its speed begin to slow, the coin faintly showing signs of stopping and succumbing to gravity. Absolute Heaven focused his gaze sternly on the coin. The moment it started to fall, he intended to use blind on Shifeng immediately. He would then activate wind steps and start running towards the town. In such a wide open area, if he attempted to use vanish to enter stealth mode, Shifeng would discover him easily. However, it would be a different story in town. Although terrain on the way to town was complex, aside from vanish, he possessed other life-saving skills and tools to help him get through this distance. As long as he could reach the town and use vanish, even if Shifeng possessed excellent senses, it would be impossible to locate him. However, from start to end, Shifeng had been paying attention to Absolute Heaven. He did not even take a look at the gold coin in midair the moment the gold coin started to descend. Just as Absolute Heaven was about to use blind, Shifeng instantly vanished. Immediately, he appeared at Absolute Heaven's back, sending a chop towards the assassin. The speed of this attack was astonishing, and Absolute Heaven had no way to dodge. Absolute Heaven suddenly felt an icy feeling coming from behind him. Moreover, the blind that Absolute Heaven had used before had lost its target, becoming ineffective. Without giving it a second thought, Absolute Heaven immediately proceeded with the next part of his plan and activated wind steps. When activating this skill, he would become invincible for nearly 1 second. Absolute Heaven took advantage of this short moment of invincibility to block Shifeng's attack, negating all damage. Moreover, Absolute Heaven also took advantage of the impact of Shifeng's attack to send himself flying almost 6 yards away, creating a relatively large gap between Shifeng and himself. Shifeng inwardly praised his opponent as he watched Absolute Heaven's fleeing figure. If Absolute Heaven had not chosen to use wind steps and used block instead, Shifeng's sword would have destroyed at least half of his life. Now, as a result of his accurate judgment, not only had Absolute Heaven managed to use wind steps to defend the attack, but he also managed to place quite some distance between them. Moreover, due to the 40% movement speed buff provided by silent steps, Absolute Heaven managed to widen the gap even further. Seeing this, Shifeng used Wind Blade and chased after Absolute Heaven. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two shortened greatly. Shifeng's agility was very high. Throughout Starmoon Kingdom, nobody that could surpass him in terms of agility. There were also his equipment's passive skills. Nobody could match Shifeng in terms of speed. At this place, only the level 50 Tier 1 assassin and ranger NPCs had a chance at beating him. Absolute Heaven could not help his shocked. Immediately, he retrieved a magic scroll from his bag. This magic scroll was aqua-colored, and it looked very exquisite. It turned out that it was actually a Tier 1 magic scroll. Absolute Heaven then unrolled the magic scroll and used it on Shifeng water binding. Immediately, several jets of water shot out from the magic scroll. The water flew towards Shifeng, intending to wrap around him. Shifeng revealed a calm smile, not faltering at the slightest as he continued charging at Absolute Heaven. The moment the blue jets of water came into contact with Shifeng, they lost all effectiveness and disappeared. It didn't work. A stunned expression appeared on Absolute Heaven's face. That was one of the precious Tier 1 magic scrolls that he possessed. The magic scroll could even entrap a boss monster for a short moment. Yet, it was actually ineffective against Shifeng. Absolute Heaven did not know that before the battle had begun, Shifeng had already activated the Aura of Space of the Seven Luminaries crystal. The Aura of Space granted Shifeng immunity to all control effects. Based on the strength of a Tier 1 magic scroll, it was still too weak to break through the effect of the Seven Luminaries ring. Damn, it seems that I have no choice but to use this thing. Absolute Heaven unwillingly took out a shabby-looking magic scroll from his bag. This was an item that he had obtained by coincidence from an underground ruin. Although the magic scroll looked shabby, the magic power it gave off was frightening. Even an NPC appraiser could not identify what tier the magic scroll was. However, that appraiser estimated that the magic scroll should be Tier 2 or higher. Originally, Absolute Heaven had not intended to use this scroll. After all, he only had one. However, if he did not use it now, with his opponent's frightening speed, Shifeng would definitely catch up to him in no time. If that happened, he would be in big trouble. Chapter 326, Recklessly Wasting Resources. While Shifeng and Absolute Heaven were occupied with their bet, a bloody storm swept through Creek Town. Originally, over 1,000 red names had resided in Creek Town. However, after being slaughtered by the 40 NPC guards in Zero Wing's 100-man team, less than 200 red names remained. No longer did these red names possess the arrogance they had before. Instead, they all ran and scattered in all directions. Before the start of Zero Wing's crusade, these red names had always been the ones killing and plundering the equipment of other players. Not only could they earn a fortune by doing so, but they could also enjoy watching the frightened and unwilling expressions of the players they killed. Those times were simply blissful, and their continued success only encouraged them to travel further down the path of being a red name. Now, however, these red names had finally learned what it felt like to be on the other side of the blade and what it felt like to be a powerless weakling. Although many among these red names were experts and elite players, in the end, their techniques were simply insufficient to make up for the huge difference in strength between both sides. After all, no matter how fierce an ant was, it would never be a match against a mighty lion. Since Zero Wing doesn't plan to let us live, we should fight to the bitter end. A Cursemancer appealed to the other red names when he realized that they could no longer escape. Some of the red names considered the Cursemancer's suggestion rational, and many of them decided to cooperate with each other to retaliate against Zero Wing. However, just as they turned around, one of the Tier 1 Elementalist guards launched a flame explosion, instantly killing the Cursemancer who had attempted to rally his allies. Following closely, one Tier 1 Berserker guard used Flame Charge and arrived before 4 red names. The Berserker then used Whirlwind Slash, killing all 4 in a single attack. After the players died, a pile of equipment littered the ground around the 4 players' lifeless bodies. Seeing this, the red names who had originally thought of staying behind immediately changed their minds. Without hesitation, they all turned and fled towards the Blood Hand Association's NPCs who Zero Wing had previously lured away. Although they had the option of retreating from the town, desert surrounded Creek Town. They would simply become easy targets without any cover. Only by reuniting with the Blood Hand Association's NPCs would they have a chance for survival. If they died right now, they would lose several days' worth of effort. Even if they had already familiarized themselves with the combat style of God's domain, they would still need around 4 days to recover the lost levels. Not to mention, they would also lose a majority of the equipment they owned. These consequences frightened them greatly. Hence, these red names ran desperately towards the Blood Hand Association's NPCs. Unfortunately, the Tier 1 NPC guard Shifeng had hired had very high movement speeds. Aside from assassins, none of the other red names could outrun these Tier 1 NPCs. Moreover, faced with these level 50 NPCs, the stealth of these level 20 assassins was completely useless. They only had a higher chance of escaping due to their high movement speeds. Big Sis Aqua, we have really hit it big this time. The items these red names have dropped are all bronze rank and above, with a majority being mysterious iron rank. If we sell all of these weapons and equipment for credits, we can buy a large house at the city center. Snow Goose exclaimed as she picked up the items dropped by the red names alongside the NPC guards. You little money grubber. If we sell these items for credits, we'll only suffer a loss. God's domain has only recently begun, so both equipment and coins are currently scarce. The various large guilds also face a shortage of equipment. Zero Wing is only getting by because our current member count is low. By the time the construction of the guild residence is complete, and we start recruiting members again, the stockpile of items we have in the guild warehouse would run out in the blink of an eye. Now that we have obtained so much equipment, it just so happens that we can use it to meet our urgent needs. Aqua Rose chuckled as she flicked a finger on Snow Goose's forehead. At this moment, a change occurred on one of the high slopes outside of Creek Town. A crimson pillar of light shot into the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Not only was the pillar of light extremely eye-catching, but everyone could also feel a great threat coming from it. The source of this pillar was none other than Absolute Heaven's shabby-looking magic scroll. This is not good. This is the Tier 3 magic scroll, Phantom Beast's Descent. Shurfeng recognized the magic scroll instantly. The might of a Tier 3 magic scroll could not be underestimated. Even when Shurfeng was at his prime, he would still have suffered greatly if struck by the skill contained within a Tier 3 magic scroll, let alone the current him who was not even a Tier 1 class. Fortunately, the skill contained within Phantom Beast's Descent magic scroll was not a pure attack type skill. Instead, it was a summoning skill. The Phantom Beast's Descent was capable of summoning a powerful Phantom Beast to fight alongside its summoner. Suddenly, a black magic array in the shape of a 7-pointed star appeared in the sky. Just as Shurfeng was about to kill Absolute Heaven, the magic array fired a black ray of light towards Shurfeng. Shurfeng dared not be careless. Immediately, he activated Defensive Blade. Boom. 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 After 3 consecutive bombardments, a large crater occupied the originally flat slope. If Shurfeng had not activated Defensive Blade, becoming immune to 9 ranged attacks or 4 melee attacks, he might have died in the center of the crater. A giant tiger sat quietly beside Absolute Heaven. This tiger's body resembled a galaxy of stars. The tiger focused its silver eyes on Shurfeng as it gnashed its teeth. It released an aura that was even more powerful than a Lord-ranked monster guild leader. Black Flame, the agreement we had before said that, as long as I can escape from you, you promise to do one thing for me. I wonder, is that agreement still valid if I kill you? Absolute Heaven laughed naturally. However, you sure are willing to part with such a rarity. Do you even know the value of a Tier 3 magic scroll? Shurfeng glanced at the Phantom Beast the assassin had summoned, inwardly pitying the loss of such a precious item. Tier 0 players could not display the true might of a Tier 3 magic scroll. This was especially true for a summoning scroll. If a Tier 1 player used such a scroll, the summoned Phantom Beast could easily decide the outcome of a war involving tens of thousands of players. If used by a Tier 2 player, the Phantom Beast would have no problems eradicating a large-scale town. In Shurfeng's previous life, many guilds had willingly spent thousands of gold coins to purchase such a magic scroll. At this moment, however, Absolute Heaven had used such a precious magic scroll on this small battle. This was simply a reckless waste, of course, I know. However, you are too fast. I know that I won't reach Creek Town if this continues. Compared to dying, I'd rather use it. Absolute Heaven had mourned the use of the scroll as well. However, he no longer wished to experience the humiliation of dying once again. Since I've already used this magic scroll, you can rest in peace now, Guild Leader Black Flame. Go. Get rid of him. Absolute Heaven commanded the Phantom Beast as he pointed at Shurfeng. Nebula Tiger, High Lord rank. Level 30. HP 1-800-000/1-800-000. The strength of a phantom beast summoned from a summoning scroll was determined by the summoner's level and tier. Absolute Heaven was currently level 20, so the summoned beast would be level 30, which was 10 levels higher than himself. If Absolute Heaven were a tier 1 class, then the Nebula Tiger would not be just a High Lord. At the very least, it would be a Great Lord ranked monster. A Great Lord ranked monster could only be described using the word horrifying. Hundreds of players of the same level would be no more than ants in front of a Great Lord. When such a monster was under the control of a player, it would become even more frightening and powerful. This was also why Tier 3 summoning scrolls were so precious. A controllable Great Lord ranked monster could easily decide the outcome of a war involving tens of thousands of players. Chapter 327, Moment of Brilliance. AO. The Nebula Tiger roared angrily, releasing shockwaves with the sound. The Nebula Tiger's roar echoed throughout Creek Town, causing everyone who heard it to shudder. This was the might of a High Lord ranked phantom beast. A single roar could send tremors through a person's heart. However, the main reason the Nebula Tiger released this roar was not to shock its enemies. Instead, it was meant for its master. In the next moment, a layer of crimson mist surrounded Absolute Heaven's body. This was the effect of Life Ward, a special skill gained by summon monsters. When this skill activated, it would form a protective shield around the summoner, increasing the summoner's defense. When all was said and done, a summon monster was still a summon monster. If the summoner of the monster died, the monster would also disappear. Hence, all summoned monsters would possess skills capable of protecting their masters. When Absolute Heaven saw the effects of Life Ward, his lips immediately curled into a smile. When used, Life Ward created a protective shield capable of absorbing 20,000 damage. Even if an enemy managed to close the distance and engage him in melee combat, they would need to expend a significant amount of effort to exhaust the Life Ward. Furthermore, Absolute Heaven possessed high combat power as well. His opponent might die before he could overcome the Life Ward. Absolute Heaven had originally worried that Shurfong could simply deal with him directly. However, with the Life Ward protecting him, his only fear vanished. Black Flame, your time of death has come. Absolute Heaven started commanding the Nebula Tiger to attack Shurfong. The greatest difference between a summoned monster and a normal monster was the player's control. While under a player's control, monsters that had originally possessed powerful attributes would become even more formidable. Not to mention, as a High Lord ranked monster, the Nebula Tiger possessed quite a number of skills. It would only take an instant for the Nebula Tiger to kill a player. The Nebula Tiger, which was over 3 meters in height, lightly tapped its feet on the ground, crossing the distance of over 10 yards between Shurfong and itself in an instant. So fast. Shurfong was surprised. The Nebula Tiger swiped its claws at Shurfong. Although Shurfong wanted to dodge the attack, his reaction was a step behind, and the attack landed on its target. However, the Nebula Tiger's attack did not manage to deal any damage due to defensive blades. Seeing that its first attack had failed, the Nebula Tiger immediately brandished its claws at Shurfong again. After swiping its claws at Shurfong several times, the defensive blade's effect quickly broke. Just as the Nebula Tiger's fatal swipe was about to reach Shurfong, Shurfong barely managed to activate parry to defend himself. Ping. A level 30 High Lord ranked monster was simply too powerful. Shurfong did not even possess a tier 1 class yet, so it was impossible for him to stop the attack. Like a cannonball, the tiger's attack launched Shurfong backward. As expected of a great expert like guild leader Black Flame, you've even managed to block such an attack. Absolute Heaven could not help but applaud as he watched the exchange between Shurfong and the Nebula Tiger. Absolute Heaven was not making fun of Shurfong at all. Rather, he praised his enemy sincerely. Absolute Heaven himself was certain that, if he were the one receiving the Nebula Tiger's attacks right now, he would have no way of defending himself. Most likely, before he could even use block, the tiger would have killed him already. Yet, Shurfong held it off. However, Shurfong also paid a heavy price when he blocked the attack. As Shurfong landed, he was both physically and mentally unstable. He could no longer dodge or defend against another one of the Nebula Tiger's attacks. The huge gap in attributes was not something that could be made up for by solely relying on battle techniques. Previously, Shifeng had used overwhelming destructive force to suppress absolute heaven. Now, Shifeng faced a similar crisis. It was already praiseworthy that he managed to survive for so long. Just as the Nebula Tiger pounced at Shifeng once more, a figure suddenly dashed over and stood before Shifeng, blocking the Nebula Tiger's attack and saving Shifeng's life. Absolute Heaven was greatly stunned by this scene. The figure's speed was simply too fast, and before he could catch a clear glimpse, the figure appeared in front of Shifeng. More importantly, this figure blocked a full-powered attack from the Nebula Tiger. It was simply unbelievable. At this moment, Shifeng looked at the tall figure standing proudly before him. Smiling, he muttered, "Just in time." The person that blocked the Nebula Tiger was none other than Kite. Shifeng's personal guard. Kite was a dark gold ranked personal guard. Moreover, he was even a Tier 1 swordsman who had reached level 30. Naturally, no player could compare to his strength originally. Shifeng had not planned to use Kite so soon. However, now that Absolute Heaven had summoned a High Lord ranked monster, he would meet his own death if he did not deploy Kite. So, it's just an NPC guard. And here I wondered who was so powerful to block the Nebula Tiger's attack. However, do you really believe a level 30 Tier 1 swordsman can defeat my High Lord ranked Nebula Tiger? Absolute Heaven asked disdainfully. Of course, since he used a summon monster, he would not criticize Shifeng's decision to use an NPC guard. Even so, he was still confident that his Nebula Tiger was stronger than Shifeng's personal guard. Although both were level 30, the Nebula Tiger was far more powerful than a Tier 1 NPC. In his eyes, Shifeng had done nothing more than delay the inevitable. I admit that Kite is not a match for the Nebula Tiger, but he can hold it back for some time. Now, let's find out which will happen first, your death or Kite's. Shifeng revealed a faint smile. He then charged towards Absolute Heaven. When all was said and done, Kite was still a Tier 1 NPC. Although he could not defeat the High Lord ranked Nebula Tiger, he would have no problems delaying the monster for some time. Otherwise, he would not deserve the rank of Dark Gold. Although the Nebula Tiger tried to chase after Shifeng, Kite once more stopped the monster in its path, annoying the beast greatly. In just a moment, Shifeng swiftly arrived before Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven knew that with Kite present, the Nebula Tiger could not do anything to Shifeng. Hence, he commanded, "Get rid of that guard first." Absolute Heaven still possessed the life ward that would absorb 20,000 damage. He did not believe that Shifeng could kill him so easily. Moreover, he did not intend to confront Shifeng directly after giving his command. Absolute Heaven immediately turned and ran, not giving Shifeng any chance to attack. Absolute Heaven knew that even if the Nebula Tiger failed to kill Shifeng, as long as he could escape and hide inside the town, Shifeng would lose the bet. After the Nebula Tiger switched its targets, Kite's HP started to decrease madly. After all, the Nebula Tiger was a High Lord ranked monster. Both its attack power and movement speed were terrifying, and even Kite would sometimes fail to block the beast's attack. Whenever he was struck, he would lose close to 3,000 HP. Meanwhile, Kite only had slightly more than 18,000 HP. However, Kite was not an ordinary guard. With a single cross slash, he managed to deal close to -10,000 damage. He then followed up with Frozen Slash, Windwalk, and other skills that either reduced the Nebula Tiger's movement speed or increased his own movement speed, making it harder for the Nebula Tiger to hit him. When the Tiger used Heaven-Splitting Claw, Kite used Triple Spin Attack, a Tier 1 swordsman skill. When used, the skill made the user invincible for 1.5 seconds while attacking the enemy 3 times. Moreover, 60% of the damage dealt would even be used to recover the user's HP. Unfortunately, Triple Spin Attack had a long cooldown of 1 minute. Kite landed one slash after another on the Nebula Tiger, and every hit dealt over -2,000 damage. In the blink of an eye, Kite had recovered all the HP he had lost. Absolute Heaven was baffled by this scene. He had not expected Kite to be so powerful that he could actually contend with the Nebula Tiger. If the Nebula Tiger had not possessed a frightening 1,800,000 HP, Absolute Heaven suspected that Kite might actually succeed in killing the monster. Absolute Heaven came to the conclusion that the Nebula Tiger could not finish off Kite in a short amount of time. Hence, the only way out for him right now was to escape into Creek Town. However, Shifeng no longer gave Absolute Heaven any chances. When only a few yards stood between him and Absolute Heaven, he used Abyssal Bind on the assassin. Knowing that the situation had turned out of his favor, Absolute Heaven used Vanish without hesitation, causing Abyssal Bind to lose its target. Moreover, Vanish allowed him to enter a state of forced stealth for 3 seconds. During this period, even if Absolute Heaven received any damage, he would only break stealth temporarily before automatically re-entering stealth once again. Shifeng simply revealed a smile at his opponent's actions. Shifeng then used Earth Splitter. A sword aura immediately rushed towards the location where Absolute Heaven had stood, the attack revealing Absolute Heaven momentarily before he disappeared again. Although it was only an instant, Shifeng had enough time to lock onto Absolute Heaven's position. Shifeng then used space movement, appearing directly above the assassin. Thunder Flame Explosion. Lightning and fire descended from the skies, landing directly on Absolute Heaven's head. Absolute Heaven responded quickly to the incoming attack and threw himself forward. Simultaneously, Absolute Heaven used Shadow Cloak to negate the damage from Thunder Flame Explosion and resist the faint effect. Shifeng was slightly astonished when he saw the skill Absolute Heaven used. He never expected for Absolute Heaven to have learned even Shadow Cloak. It was no wonder why Absolute Heaven was so confident of escaping. Shadow Cloak allowed the user to become immune to all magic damage and control effects for 5 seconds. It was the perfect skill for escaping. However, Shifeng immediately switched the aura of space to the aura of fire, increasing his damage by 30% and decreasing his target's defense by 30%. He then cast Firestorm at the location where Absolute Heaven had disappeared from. Again, Firestorm inflicts 500% damage within a range of 10 by 10 yards for 5 seconds. Although Firestorm would not deal any damage to Absolute Heaven, it could still expose Absolute Heaven. Sure enough, Absolute Heaven's figure appeared once again after the attack landed. Moreover, while Absolute Heaven remained within the effective range of Firestorm, it was impossible for him to re-enter stealth. Shifeng advanced and charged at Absolute Heaven. Simultaneously, he had activated Purgatory Power, greatly increasing his attack speed and damage. He then used Flame Burst at the escaping Absolute Heaven. Covered in flames, the abyssal blade in Shifeng's hand was like a miniature sun. Shifeng brandished his sword 6 times at Absolute Heaven, striking the protective shield repeatedly. Every strike dealt over -4,000 damage. His critical hits dealt close to -9,000 damage. Even though the life ward protecting Absolute Heaven could absorb up to 20,000 damage, in the face of Flame Burst, Shifeng sliced the protective shield apart like paper. His subsequent attack after breaking the shield struck Absolute Heaven's back. The secret silver equipment Absolute Heaven wore also lost more than half of its durability from the attack. To Absolute Heaven's disbelief, his HP, which had been over 2,000, plummeted to 0. The assassin's body fell to the ground, his weapons and equipment scattered around his body. Although everything seemed to have happened slowly, in reality, it only lasted an instant. The battle stunned the Zero Wing members who watched from a distance. At this moment, no words could describe their feelings. It turned out that a battle between players in God's domain could also be so frightening. It was a battle that shook them to their core. From the appearance of the red pillar of light to the end of the battle, less than 20 seconds had passed. First, there was the confrontation between the High Lord-ranked monster and the Tier 1 NPC swordsman, and then, there was the chasing battle. The spectating members of Zero Wing had only managed to catch the afterimages of 2 figures running towards town, with one escaping while the other pursued. As the battle continued, the appearance of lightning and fire dazzled the eyes. Finally, after the momentary appearance of a miniature sun, one person lay flat on the ground with items strewn around his lifeless body. On the other side, the battle between the Nebula Tiger and Kite also came to an end. Now that its master was dead, the Nebula Tiger transformed into light particles and disappeared. Only Kite remained, standing there quietly and covered in numerous wounds. Meanwhile, the land surrounding Kite was in a miserable state. Pits and cracks surrounded him. One could just imagine how fierce the battle had been. Chapter 328, Harvest After the Battle. After the battle with absolute heaven came to an end, Shifeng sighed in relief. If not for the 7 luminaries ring, he might really have let the cunning absolute heaven get away. This was how God's domain worked. When players attempted to gain some achievements and make a name for themselves, they were like a boat traveling against the current. Either they advanced forward or were forced backward. Today's glory might very well become tomorrow's laughingstock. Although absolute heaven's growth was impressive, there was still a considerable gap between him and Shifeng. Soon after, Shifeng looted the items the assassin had dropped. Shifeng was inwardly astonished when he examined absolute heaven's items. The equipment absolute heaven dropped was top tier even among secret silver equipment. Meanwhile, the daggers he dropped were fine gold rank. With these items, even among the core members of Zero Wing, absolute heaven could still reach the middle ranks. Among the assassins, only Fire Dance and Flying Shadow surpassed absolute heaven. Absolute heaven was a lone wolf. Yet, even without relying on the support of a guild or an organization, he still obtained such quality items for himself. He was already an expert standing at the peak of White River City. If absolute heaven were not a solo player, the equipment he had possessed might not have been secret silver, but fine gold rank. If absolute heaven had been fully geared with fine gold equipment today, Shifeng's victory would not have been so easily secured. Big Sis Aqua, is that really our guild leader? Snow Goose asked hesitantly, her big, round eyes focused on the figure standing proudly within the sea of fire. He looks so much more powerful than when he appeared in the video. Guild leader is usually a very ordinary, approachable, and gentle person. But now, even when looking at him from such a distance, I still feel overwhelmed. Naturally. Aqua Rose giggled. This is our guild leader, ordinary yet reliable. Snow Goose had been raiding dungeons all this time, so she had only ever heard and not personally seen any of Shifeng's battles. Now that she had personally witnessed Shifeng fight for the first time, it was only natural that shock filled her heart. After all, a video could only portray so much. Only by personally experiencing something could one truly understand it. Alright, stop daydreaming. Clean up these remaining red players quickly. Over 2,000 NPCs are still chasing Fire Dance and the others, and they could obliterate our team at any moment. The red names of Creek Town had despaired when faced with Shifeng and his NPC entourage. Now that Shifeng had also extinguished the hope presented by absolute heaven and the High Lord ranked monster, these red names completely lost their heart to resist escape. How were they supposed to escape? With Shifeng's gale-like speed, even if they grew a few more legs, it still would not be enough for them to get away. After these red names lost their fighting spirit, Aqua Rose and the others took little effort to clean up. They took less than a minute to deal with the remaining red names of Creek Town. Meanwhile, the harvest they obtained was sufficient to arm a team of 1,000 players throughout this battle, although a few of their members had died and lost a level. When compared to the harvest they obtained, such loss was practically negligible. The items they obtained had easily made up for the total losses Zero Wing had suffered with surplus. Aqua Rose was overjoyed when she examined their harvest. As the manager of Zero Wing's daily affairs, she was very clear about what these items represented. With the addition of this batch of items, after Zero Wing finished recruiting new members, they could arm a large batch of elite players, pushing Zero Wing's combat power to a whole other level. At that time, even if Dark Star declared another war on Zero Wing, they could still deal with it without needing Ouroboros's assistance. Guild leader, we've dealt with all the red names. We can start cooperating with Fire Dance and the others to kill the Blood Hand Association NPCs now, Aqua Rose happily reported through the team chat. Okay. Follow the plan and kill those Blood Hand Association NPCs. Be careful not to lure too many at once. Those NPCs are more sensitive than field monsters, Shifeng said. Oh, right. Send me a healer. I need someone revived. I'm a cleric. I'll go. Snow Goose hurriedly shouted in the team chat, excitedly waving her hand. Seeing the girl's reaction, Aqua Rose indulgently said, "Fine, off you go then. In any case, the Tier 1 guards will be responsible for killing those NPCs. Our role is to supply support." The Blood Hand Association NPCs were all level 30 and above, while the members of Zero Wing were only around level 20. Among those present, only Shifeng and Blackie possessed 10 ignore levels. Everyone else could only deal minute amounts of damage to these NPCs. The most they could do was use some control skills on these Blood Hand Association NPCs. Although these Blood Hand Association NPCs possessed a certain degree of intelligence, it was only slightly higher than normal field monsters. Otherwise, Fire Dance's group could not have lured them away. What Aqua Rose's group needed to do was to lure the Blood Hand Association NPCs away in small batches and kill them separately. With the strength of 40 level 50 Tier 1 guards, they could easily take care of up to 300 level 30 Blood Hand Association NPCs each time. With a massive difference of 20 levels, the attacks of the Blood Hand Association NPCs would only deal damage in the double digits to a Tier 1 Shield Warrior guard. Meanwhile, a level 50 Tier 1 Shield Warrior possessed over 200,000 HP. Even if dozens of Blood Hand Association NPCs attacked simultaneously, the total damage would only be a tickle to a level 50 Tier 1 Shield Warrior. The Shield Warrior's battle recovery alone could restore most of the HP lost. Not to mention, there were still the Tier 1 healers waiting in the wings. However, NPCs were different from monsters. The NPCs of the Blood Hand Association were very organized when they fought. The warriors that served as meat shields would stand in front, and the mages would attack from behind, coordinating their attacks with the melee fighters. The healers standing at the rear would also spam heals on the tanks. There was even one time where an assassin from the Blood Hand Association had circled and ambushed Aqua Rose's group. If Cola had not reacted quickly and immediately aggroed the NPC assassin, the team would have lost at least one member to the NPC compared to everyone else who the NPC suppressed. Blackie was free and unfettered as he sent spell after spell at the Blood Hand Association. The Mavis's guard Blackie wielded allowed him to ignore the massive level difference completely, and each one of Blackie's attacks could deal around -700 to -800 damage to these level 30 elite NPCs. When Blackie used Stars of Light, the result was simply earth-shaking. A damage of over -1000 appeared above every enemy NPC caught within the skill's range. Moreover, with each successive bombardment, the damage of the Stars of Light increased by 10%. The skill had a duration of 15 seconds, and by the time the 15th bombardment landed, the enemy NPCs were already receiving over -6000 damage each. Some of the attacks even achieved critical hits, dealing over -10,000 damage to the enemy NPCs. These level 30 elite NPCs only had 100,000 HP. They stood no chance against Blackie's Stars of Light. After Stars of Light ended, over 200 level 30 elite NPCs fell to the ground lifelessly. Suddenly, everyone's experience bars started increasing madly. Some even leveled from level 19 to level 20. Even Blackie, who was currently level 23, saw a huge increase in his experience bar. Even though the EXP was shared with over 100 players, each person still obtained a frightening amount. Originally, everyone had only come here to kill these NPCs for the purpose of completing the Crusade quest. Now that they had discovered the wealth of EXP in front of them, everyone started working even more enthusiastically. After killing several waves of NPCs, everyone managed to level up to level 20 or above. Blackie even reached level 24. Everyone's leveling speed was simply frightening, ha ha ha. Sister Aqua, at the rate we're leveling, Zero Wing will fully occupy the top 100 spots on the White River City ranking list. Blackie laughed. That's a nice idea. All this time, that leveling madman Lone Tyrant had held the 9th position on the ranking list. Although Guild Leader had killed him once back in the Silverleaf Forest, he had only fallen to 10th place. Seeing that Dark Star is so adamant in challenging us, if we kick Lone Tyrant out of the top 100 of the ranking list, it would be a massive blow to both Lone Tyrant's and Dark Star's reputation. Moreover, we would also elevate Zero Wing's fame and prestige, killing two birds with one stone. Aqua Rose revealed a playful smile when she considered this interesting idea. Okay. Let's kick Lone Tyrant out of the ranking list. Chapter 329, You Don't Have a Choice. Sherfone could not stop his smile when he heard Aqua Rose's words. In actuality, it would be a simple task for Sherfone to let Zero Wing fully occupy the top 100 spots on the White River City ranking list. The only reason he had not done so yet was that he was afraid of attracting too much attention and the public's enmity. After all, Zero Wing was currently only a small guild. If a small guild like theirs overstepped their bounds, every guild in White River City would most likely team up and retaliate against them. However, Zero Wing was no longer a weak guild. Even if Zero Wing pulled such a huge stunt, it would only shock the other guilds. They would not feel insulted or humiliated. Hence, Sherfone made no attempt to stop his guild members' actions. The ranking list was the only glory for Lone Tyrant. Even if he had to exceed the level 20 limit for the first clear of the 3 great dungeons, he still had to maintain his position within the top 10 of the ranking list. Lone Tyrant's obsession with the ranking list was apparent. Gentle Snow, on the other hand, was different. To secure the first clear of the 3 great dungeons, Gentle Snow had frozen her experience bar at 99% of level 20. She paid absolutely no attention to the ranking list at all. After all, her title of Snow Goddess had originated not from her high level, but her strength instead. However, Lone Tyrant was not like Gentle Snow. He had relied solely on the ranking list to gain the fame he currently possessed. It was why he worked desperately hard to maintain his spot within the top 10 of the ranking list. Although Sherfone had killed Lone Tyrant once already, robbing him of a level, he had managed to recover the lost EXP quickly. After all, he had large groups of players to help him level up. Currently, he had once again reached level 21, though he still required large amounts of EXP to reach level 22. While Aqua Rose and the others swiftly leveled from killing the NPCs of the Blood Hand Association, the cleric, Snow Goose, resurrected Absolute Heaven. At this moment, Absolute Heaven was overcome with disappointment. Not only had he lost most of the items he had on him, but he had also fallen to level 16. He no longer possessed the high spirits he had before. Ivy won this bet of ours. Do you have anything to say? Sherfone asked lightly as he looked at the crestfallen Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven glared at Sherfone, clearly irritated, before turning his head away, tacitly agreeing to Sherfang's words. It seems that someone is pouting after losing. What an unmanly person, Snow Goose softly muttered contemptuously after discerning the general situation. Absolute Heaven was suddenly livid upon hearing her comment. When all was said and done, he was still a top-tier assassin. Although he was not a well-known expert, he was still a man of his word. Now that a female player ridiculed him, how could he possibly be happy? Reluctantly, Absolute Heaven muttered in a low tone, I lost. Say it, then. What do you want me to do? What is up with your attitude? You've clearly lost, yet, you still sound like an aggrieved woman. You're making it seem as if our guild leader is a bully, Snow Goose added. You. Absolute Heaven's complexion alternated between flushed red and pale white, his blood boiling. He very nearly vomited blood out of anger. Never in his life had he been so greatly humiliated before. However, with Sherfone standing beside her, Absolute Heaven simply could not do anything to this infuriating girl. Before he died, he had not been a match for Sherfone. Now that he had fallen to level 16 and lost most of his items, it was impossible for him to escape Sherfang's grasp. At this moment, Sherfone spoke, All right, Snow Goose. Absolute Heaven is a top-tier expert assassin. If you continue speaking of him this way, his little heart might not handle it. No matter what, you should at least show him some respect. Oh. Snow Goose smiled and nodded. Absolute Heaven nearly fainted from anger seeing Absolute Heaven's ashen complexion. Sherfone smiled faintly and said, Since you've acknowledged your loss, I'll make it simple. I don't need you to do anything difficult. Just help me collect all the information relating to Underworld in God's domain. You're insane. That's Underworld you're talking about. If they find out that I leaked important information, they will hunt me down. Absolute Heaven never thought that Shifeng would actually aim for such a thing. Oh. I didn't think you would really have such information. The assassin's reaction surprised Shifeng. His demand had only been casual. After all, Absolute Heaven was only an outer member of Underworld. How could he possibly possess all the important information relating to the organization? Logically, only those belonging to Underworld's middle management or above should possess the information he was looking for. Absolute Heaven was momentarily stunned. Immediately after, he bellowed, "Black Flame, you deceived me." Absolute Heaven had always thought of joining Underworld's core upper management. Hence, he had collected plenty of information regarding Underworld so that he would have an easier time climbing the ranks of the organization. After becoming an outer member, he had met with Feng Xianyang through South Wolf's introduction. Feng Xianyang even gave him one of the reserved spots for becoming an Underworld guard after learning of his skill. With his new status as an Underworld guard reservist, Absolute Heaven managed to obtain even more information about Underworld and God's domain. Yet, Shifeng had played him so easily. "Since you have the information, hand it over to me." Shifeng was extremely interested in discovering Underworld's situation in God's domain. After all, he had provoked Feng Xianyang. Who knew what Underworld would try in the future? Without knowing anything about his enemy, Shifeng could not take appropriate measures. However, if he possessed inside information about the organization, the situation would be greatly different. One who knows his own strength and that of the enemy is invincible in battle. If Shifeng had not possessed his advantage of being a reincarnated person, Dark Star, the guild controlled by Underworld, would have long since eliminated both him and his guild. Hence, Shifeng had to take preventive measures against Underworld only. Shifeng had not expected this boon to arrive so quickly. Originally, Shifeng had only intended to toy with Absolute Heaven for a little bit before changing his condition. His actual goal was to have Absolute Heaven report Underworld's movements within the White River City region. Now, however, things had become far simpler. He could obtain all information regarding Underworld and God's domain directly. "No. I absolutely will not agree to this. Underworld far surpasses your imagination. You have no idea what you are going up against. I urge you to change your request. This is not just about me. You, too, would be better off without knowing anything. Why create trouble for yourself?" Absolute Heaven said resolutely. "It turns out that even a top-tier expert will renege on his word. It seems that I have misjudged you." Shifeng sighed. Guild leader, I could tell that he was a scoundrel that would break his promises with a single glance. What's the point of wasting your time arguing with him? Let's just do away with him. Kill him every time he revives. After we kill him to level 0, let's see how he can survive in Underworld, Snow Goose suggested, sporting a cheeky grin. Snow Goose's suggestion left the assassin utterly speechless. Kill him every time he revived. Was this girl really a cleric? Could she be a demon disguised as a human instead? Snow Goose, how could you speak like that? As a girl, you should act gently and reserved. Kill him every time he revives. That's simply too cruel. What will you do if you terrify him? Shifeng could not help but reprimand the cheeky little girl. At most, we'll upload the video recording the previous fight and our dialogue to the forums. It will be fine as long as we reveal this to everyone. You're right, guild leader. Snow Goose applauded cheerfully. As long as the video of the battle went viral, not only would everyone know that Absolute Heaven was a man who broke his promises, but the hidden organization named Underworld would also be exposed to the public eye. Even if Absolute Heaven did not reveal any secrets, Underworld would hunt him down for what little he had already said. Black Flame. Raging flames burned in Absolute Heaven's eyes as he looked at Shifeng. He only wished that he could murder the smiling demon before him right now. Just hand it over. Shifeng calmly smiled. I have already sealed off all paths of retreat. You don't have a choice. Chapter 330, Shock. Shifeng's words left Absolute Heaven speechless at this moment. Absolute Heaven finally understood why Shifeng would insist on making a bet with him. Shifeng was clearly capable of killing him with a single hit. Yet, Shifeng had given him hope of retaliation for this very moment. A terrible thought suddenly emerged in Absolute Heaven's mind. Had Shifeng planned to deal with Underworld all this time? Before joining Underworld, Absolute Heaven had known that Underworld's background was unfathomably deep. It was an existence that he could not afford to provoke. After joining the organization, that thought had only strengthened. He absolutely could not make an enemy of Underworld yet. Now, Shifeng dared to consider challenging Underworld. He simply did not know how to differentiate between life and death. It would have been fine if only Shifeng did not know how to differentiate between life and death. Yet, Shifeng intended to drag him down as well. Moreover, the swordsman left him with no other options. Shifeng was eviler than a demon. When Absolute Heaven saw that Shifeng's finger was about to click the upload video button, he lowered his head and helplessly said, "Fine. However, I have a condition. No one can know that I gave you this information. You can rest assured on this point. Since I have asked you to do such a thing for me, I will not make things difficult for you. I won't let anyone but myself look at the information relating to Underworld," Shifeng assured and nodded. Absolute Heaven's worries were unfounded. After all, Shifeng was also worried about this situation becoming public, which would, in turn, allow Underworld to take precautionary actions. "I'll send you the files tomorrow after I have compiled them," Absolute Heaven said before turning to leave. However, Shifeng was a step ahead and blocked his retreat. "What? Worried that I'll deceive you? You currently have information to use against me. What tricks could I possibly play on you?" Absolute Heaven laughed bitterly. "You're overthinking things. I'm just returning the items you dropped when you died. As for your levels, with your strength, you should recover quickly." Shifeng then took out the items he had looted from Absolute Heaven and returned them to their original owner. After some hesitation, Absolute Heaven finally decided to receive the items before leaving. "Guild leader, are we really going to start a war with that mysterious organization named Underworld?" Snow Goose asked. Based on Absolute Heaven's words, Snow Goose could discern just how terrifying Underworld was. Even a top-tier expert like Absolute Heaven was afraid when talking about it. Furthermore, a powerful guild like Dark Star was just a puppet of Underworld. With Zero Wing's current strength, wouldn't acting against Underworld be akin to smashing an egg against a rock? What? Afraid? Shifeng chuckled. "Of course not. Our Zero Wing is invincible. How could we possibly lose to Underworld?" Snow Goose's eyes glowed as her fighting spirit soared. She had left Twilight Echo with Aqua Rose to create their own legacy in God's domain. How could they give up so easily because of a single Underworld? Time passed, little by little. At this moment, Aqua Rose and the others were still battling against the Blood Hand Association NPCs. Even though it was night in God's domain, spells of war illuminated the sky around Creek Town so brilliantly that it appeared to be day. Although these NPCs provided no loot, the EXP they gave was bountiful. The members of Zero Wing were only able to kill these Blood Hand Association NPCs with such ease due to the assistance of the level 50 Tier 1 guards. In the future, it would not be so easy for them to come across such a valuable opportunity. As more Blood Hand Association NPCs died, the Zero Wing Guild members watched their levels soar. The ranking list of White River City also underwent dramatic changes. Players from Zero Wing continuously appeared within the top 100 of the ranking list. The change had not been obvious at the beginning, as only a few members had entered the 90s. However, as time passed, the EXP growth of Zero Wing never stopped. The guild members who originally ranked within the 90s jumped into the 80s, then jumped again from the 80s to the 70s, their positions ever rising. However, this was still not the most shocking incident. What really shocked people was the fact that the Zero Wing members occupied every rank between 70 and 100. They had forced all others out of the top 100 ranks. Is this real or fake? Aren't the members of Zero Wing too impressive? It was already amazing that they managed to occupy the top 8 positions before. Now, they fully occupy the 70th to the 100th positions. What did these people eat to become so fierce? As expected of the guild that I fancy. If this continues, Zero Wing will sooner or later occupy all 100 spots on the White River City ranking list. That shouldn't be possible, right? After all, there is still Lone Tyrant who ranks 10th. Although Black Flame had killed him once, he has already managed to recover to level 21. It shouldn't be possible to kick him out of the top 100. Lone Tyrant. So what? Hadn't he been the top player on the White River City ranking list before? In the end, 8 experts from Zero Wing still shoved him aside. Even now, he is still stuck at 9th place. Now that Zero Wing is showing its might, he might not keep his rank for long. Serves him right. Who told Lone Tyrant to behave so arrogantly before? He had dared to ambush and made an enemy of Zero Wing. Now, Zero Wing is merely teaching Lone Tyrant a lesson, letting him know that his pride is worth nothing to Zero Wing. They can surpass him anytime they want to. Everyone was very concerned about the sudden emergence of the Zero Wing members on the ranking list, and they all began to voice their suggestions and opinions. Many felt that this was Zero Wing's retaliation towards Darkstar. The timing of this situation was simply too coincidental, being only a few hours after Darkstar's war with Zero Wing had ended. Moreover, Zero Wing also declared that Darkstar would pay for their actions. However, nobody ever thought that Zero Wing would take action so quickly. If Zero Wing really succeeds, this will become a true legend in God's domain. Not even first-rate guilds have managed to occupy the ranking list of a city. Zero Wing rocks. Go, Zero Wing. Kick Lone Tyrant out of the ranking list. Everyone in White River City highly anticipated the arrival of a legend, creating a huge commotion over this matter. The thought of a single guild monopolizing the entire ranking list had sent shivers down their spines. At that time, if they joined such a guild and wore the 6-winged emblem on their chests, they would definitely become the targets of everyone's admiration. On the other hand, while the casual players in White River City were very excited over this matter, the many guilds were not happy at all. It had been an earth-shaking matter when Zero Wing had occupied the top 8 positions on the ranking list. Yet, now, Zero Wing was actually trying to occupy the top 100 positions of the ranking list. Just how were they, the other guilds, supposed to continue competing in White River City? Inside the Silverleaf Forest, leading a team of several hundred players, Lone Tyrant was desperately leveling up. Can someone tell me just what is going on? Lone Tyrant demanded, irritated. He had spared no effort to raise his own level. Yet, now, as if on steroids, the members of Zero Wing leveled at a rate many times faster than himself. Based on the Zero Wing members' current leveling speed, it was only a matter of time before they surpassed him. Unfortunately, nobody could answer Lone Tyrant's question. You're a bunch of trash. Go, investigate immediately. They must have found a good grinding spot. Once you find them, send someone to eliminate them. I will never allow these people to surpass me. Lone Tyrant commanded the guild members of Darkstar. The only reason he had managed to lead Darkstar to its current status in White River City was that of his previous occupancy of the White River City ranking list's #1 position. However, due to Blackie and the others, he was no longer the top player in the region. Even so, he still occupied the top 10 in the eyes of the public. If he fell out of the top 100, what else would he have? Aside from his identity as the guild leader of Darkstar, there was nothing special about him. Although Lone Tyrant was quite powerful, he knew that he could not compare with top-tier experts. If not for the massive support from Underworld, Darkstar would not have developed to its present state. Lone Tyrant knew that, after the siege on Zero Wing had failed, Underworld started to look down on him. If he lost his only merit as well, based on how Underworld conducted business, he would not keep his position as guild leader for long. Chapter 331, Hidden Warehouse. Considering the events up to this point, Lone Tyrant grew worried. Hurry, lure more monsters. Those bastards from Zero Wing are dreaming if they think they can surpass me and kick me out of the ranking list. I won't give this position away. Lone Tyrant commanded once more, a bloody glow flashing in his eyes soon after. A group of rangers and assassins left to carry out his orders and lure more monsters. The mages of Dark Star also promptly increased their attack rate, using more AoE skills than before. As for Lone Tyrant, who was not in a team with his guild members, he began methodically kill-stealing the low HP monsters, taking the majority of the monsters' EXP for himself rather than sharing with his comrades. This leveling method was extremely extravagant. Even a party of experts continuously grinding monsters could not compare to Lone Tyrant's current leveling speed. Unfortunately, Lone Tyrant did not know that the monsters he and the members of Zero Wing grinded were on entirely different levels. Lone Tyrant only grinded level 20 common monsters at the moment, so he received no bonus EXP for killing them. On the other hand, Zero Wing's 100-man team was killing level 30 elite NPCs. Originally, these elite NPCs had provided an abundance of EXP. They also gained the bonus EXP rewarded for killing a monster that was 10 levels higher. After splitting the EXP for each NPC killed across 100 players evenly, everyone leveled up far faster than Lone Tyrant. Time flew by quickly. White River City was bustling at that night. As a Saturday, even though it was already daytime in the real world, many players had not logged out and were still having fun in God's domain. However, as it was dangerous to leave the city at night, many players had chosen to visit bars in the city with nothing better to do. Players had started focusing their attention to Zero Wing's ranks. Many also began guessing on whether or not Zero Wing would kick Lone Tyrant out of the ranking list. It had been over an hour since the commotion had begun. Now, instead of occupying up to just the 70th position, Zero Wing occupied up to the 40th position of the ranking list. Bystanders fell speechless when witnessing the leveling speed of this new guild. Originally, many players had simply guessed and joked around. None of them actually thought that Zero Wing could accomplish such a feat. Watching this momentum, however, Zero Wing might really intend to monopolize the top 100 spots on the ranking list. Everyone could not help but grow excited in anticipation. If Zero Wing truly managed to achieve such a feat, then they, as players who preferred to play solo, might have a few things to consider carefully. Should they or should they not join Zero Wing? Inside one of the bars in White River City, the members of the Holy Grail Knights were currently drinking in celebration today. They had managed to raid a level 15, 20-man hard mode dungeon, the Bloodfong Fort. They also obtained quite a load of equipment and materials from the raid. Brother Warwolf, that Zero Wing sure is godly, huh? First, they defeated world dominators. After that, they managed to kill Dark Star's Lone Tyrant. Now, they are even planning to kick Lone Tyrant out of the top 10 and monopolize the ranking list. Soon, they might even rule White River City. In reply, Warwolf, the leader of the Holy Grail Knights, shook his head and said, "It's still too early to say. Moreover, the other top 6 guilds aren't here just for show. They won't allow Zero Wing to develop freely. Although, it is true that I have underestimated Zero Wing before." Moments after Warwolf started speaking, a few cloaked players walked into the bar. The equipment these players wore immediately attracted the attention of the others inside the bar. These newcomers were fully geared with secret silver equipment. Moreover, none of them possessed a guild emblem on their chests, signifying that they were all independent players. Meanwhile, the leader of this group was a beautiful female summoner. If Shurfeng were here right now, he would definitely notice that this female summoner was none other than Yulan of Underworld. "Big brother Warwolf, long time no see." Yulan walked up to Warwolf and greeted him with a bright smile. "It's been a long time indeed. The pure and sweet little girl from the past has grown into a beautiful tigress. Time really is amazing." Warwolf sighed ruefully as he looked at the noble and graceful girl in front of him. "Big brother Warwolf, you jest. Everything I have today is all thanks to you." Yulan smiled faintly. Looking around, she said, "We haven't seen each other for so many years now, and I really wish to have a nice conversation with you. There are too many bystanders here. Why don't we find a room upstairs to catch up? Indeed, it has been many years since we last met. We should really have a nice chat." Warwolf immediately spent 5 silvers to rent a guest room on the 2nd floor. He then walked towards the stairs leading to the bar's 2nd floor. Yulan promptly followed after Warwolf. The other cloaked players that had entered the bar with Yulan also moved to guard the staircase, preventing anyone from going upstairs. At this moment, the entire bar was silent. The other members of the Holy Grail Knights, as well as the other guests in the bar, were still stunned by what they just saw. Their minds were unable to process what had just happened. The leader of an independent team actually knew such a noble and elegant beauty. Moreover, they even rented a private room to have a conversation. The other players' minds went wild with fantasy. A short distance away from Creek Town, Aqua Rose and the other members of Zero Wing still grinded the Blood Hand Association's NPCs relentlessly, their experience bars continuously rising. There were over 2,000 NPCs in Creek Town, and it would not be an easy task to kill every one of them. Although Blackie Stars of Light's skill was very effective against the enemy NPCs, the skill had a long cooldown. As for everyone else, the damage they dealt to the enemy NPCs was practically negligible. In the end, the main source of damage was the level 50 Tier 1 guards. However, there were healers among the Blood Hand Association NPCs, as well as some powerful level 50 Blood Hand Association elites. It was not possible to eliminate all of them within a short time. Seeing that the situation had mostly stabilized, Shifeng said in the team chat, "Cola and Violet, you two come with me. We're going to make a trip to the Blood Hand Association stronghold. Everyone else, remain here and continue grinding. Guild leader, you're too biased. I helped you revive that bastard from before. Why are you taking Violet but not me?" Snow Goose pouted. "We'll be going to the Blood Hand Association stronghold, and nothing good is waiting for us there. Why would you even want to go?" Shifeng laughed bitterly. Shifeng had his own reasons for not bringing anyone else along. How could a crusade quest possibly be so easy? Previously, Fire Dance and the others had merely lured away the NPCs guarding the town. There were still plenty of enemy NPCs waiting for them inside the Blood Hand Association stronghold. Right now, they were merely going to scout ahead. Is it very dangerous? Snow Goose asked, tilting her head slightly. Of course, Shifeng said seriously with a nod. Forget it. I can't compare to Violet in terms of survivability, and it would be a pity if I lost my fine gold-ranked staff, Snow Goose said after giving it some thought. Soon after, Shifeng led Cola and Violet Cloud to the Blood Hand Association stronghold in Creek Town. As the Blood Hand Association stronghold, the security around the construct was usually very strict. However, now that all of the NPCs had been drawn away, Shifeng's group managed to enter the stronghold without any trouble. The inside of the tower was a resplendent sight. Such a luxurious building in a barren place like Creek Town was unimaginable. Careful. This is the Blood Hand Association stronghold. There are definitely a lot of traps here, Shifeng reminded his team. In the past, world dominators had suffered heavy losses to conquer Creek Town. They had dispatched over 6,000 Tier 1 players and returned with less than 1,000. Meanwhile, close to half of those deaths had been because of the hidden traps inside the Blood Hand Association stronghold. One could just imagine how deadly the traps inside the Blood Hand Association stronghold were. Although world dominators had paid a steep price, their harvest was equally shocking. It was especially true for the hidden warehouse inside the Blood Hand Association stronghold. One of the main reasons that many large guilds preferred to capture towns ruled by dark forces was because of the treasures they possessed. Of course, different towns gave varying amounts of treasure. In this case, the Blood Hand Association possessed a significantly large treasury. Even though the loot available was limited due to Crusade Quest, the final sum was still sufficient to move even Shifeng's heart. Otherwise, who would be so foolish as to spend 30 gold coins to take on a Crusade Quest? Moreover, only a Viscount or someone of higher status could accept such a quest.